by signing in every day. You can receive a reward. What do you want to receive? 1. 51% shares of Ali Group. 2. 6G communication technology. 3. 90 billion legal cash. It has been detected that you are ready to make a choice in front of the screen. Just a simple click can successfully activate the binding. You, who originally did not believe, heard the prompt sound in your mind. Ding. So what are you hesitating for? Of course, the choice is to make up for the signing. The voice in your mind has finally stopped, and looking at these sign-in rewards, you are completely dumbfounded. Not to mention anything else, just the cash rewards amount to over 90 billion. Fortunately, all the rewards from the system are completely legal. Otherwise, just this 90 billion would probably be enough for you to spend a long time in prison. But compared to other prizes, this mere 90 billion is nothing at all. For example, the 6% stake in Penguin is worth 120 billion, and the 51% stake in Alibaba is also in the hundreds of billions. As for other assets and shares, when calculated this way, the assets you currently hold are at least in the trillions, and those technologies far beyond this era. Not to mention, any one of them would definitely cause a sensation around the world. After calming down for a while, you start to sort out these rewards bit by bit. The first category includes money and equity assets, such as villas, office buildings, antiques, luxury goods, and sports cars. The second category is skill attributes, including various skills as well as free skill points and attribute points. The third category is technology, which includes various technologies that are several or even dozens of years ahead of the current technological level. The most important now is the third category, which absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, some troubles will be unbearable. So, the most useful now is the second category. Thinking of this, you immediately opened your attribute list, but as soon as you saw your attributes, you became angry. Aside from having slightly higher intelligence, your appearance and strength barely passed, and your constitution didn't even reach 50 points, with a charm of 30, let alone finding a girlfriend. Even someone with visual impairments probably wouldn't look at you. So, you directly prioritized survival and raised your constitution to 200 points. Since the points added have exceeded human limits, you now not only won't get sick, but even ordinary poisons have no effect on you, including bullets that won't injure you when they hit. As long as you don't die on the spot, you can slowly recover from even the heaviest injuries, simply like a real-life Wolverine, just missing a body of adamantium. Next, you raised your strength to 200 points, and the system prompted that you gained the strength of 10,000 pounds, which is equivalent to 5 tons of strength. With 200 points in agility, you have a speed equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary person and a reaction speed 10 times faster. With 200 points in intelligence, you possess 10 times the energy and memory of an ordinary person. You thought about your appearance and decided to raise it to 100. After all, being too eye-catching isn't good, and it also triggers the special effect love at first sight. Fortunately, this skill can be turned off, otherwise, you probably wouldn't even dare to go out. Finally, its charm. When it reaches 100, it triggers a special effect. With this skill, you can recruit anyone you want, and betrayal will be greatly reduced. Closing the attribute list, you realize it's already past 10 p.m., yet you find yourself not feeling tired at all. But that's normal. After all, you now have 10 times the energy of an ordinary person. Even if you don't sleep for 10 days and nights, you won't feel tired. You might as well go online and see if there are any pretty girls. Just then, you open Douyu. But before you start looking for girls, a message suddenly pops up. The streamer you follow, Xiao Susu, is live streaming. Would you like to go to the live room? Xiao Susu's real name is Su Shirshir, and she is your high school classmate and secret crush. But you never dared to confess because you were poor, ugly, and an orphan. However, times have changed. You must win her over and then have her do some intimate actions to enhance your relationship. You casually click into Xiao Susu's live room and send a plane worth 100 yuan. It's not that you don't want to send more, it's just that you only have 100 yuan left in your account. Thank you to Brother Yi for sending a plane. Although, with her current status as a popular streamer with millions of fans, a mere plane won't catch her attention. You are her diehard fan, so this gratitude is still very sincere. At the same time, the housing management group of Xiao Susu became lively. Oh, is President Yi paying salaries? No, wait, President Yi, didn't you just pay salaries last week? Is this a job change? President Yi is amazing. To send Shirshir a plane, you even specially went out to take a part-time job. Previously, every month when you paid salaries, you would send a plane to Su Shirshir. And over time, this pattern was also discovered by others in the housing management group, who often teased you about it. But you are no longer an ordinary person. Yeah, I just acquired a company. Sometimes I think, now that I have so much money, why am I still working so hard? But there's no way. Who told me I have over 1 million people under me to feed? Damn, when I call you President Yi, You really act like one. President Yi is amazing. Having over 1 million people under you. Are you planning to attack an alien planet? I don't respect anyone, but I respect President Yi. You can brag so refreshingly and uniquely. Hey, why is it that in this world, no one believes the truth? Then you opened the recharge interface on Douyu and directly topped up 1 million. Then back to Xiao Susu's live broadcast room. You casually sent 5 carnivals. Thank you, Brother Yi. 5 carnivals are equivalent to 15,000 yuan. And she can get half of that, which is 7,500 yuan. Even though her monthly income is over 100,000 now, 7,500 yuan is still not a small amount. However, because in her impression, this Yi Fifan is just an ordinary office worker with no money. But after being a streamer for so long, she quickly reacted. Thank you, Brother Yi, for the 5 carnivals. I really appreciate it. She even made a heart gesture in front of the camera as an exception. You should know that in the past, even when rich people sent her many gifts, she never gave her heart to anyone alone. Damn, who is this Yi Fifan? How could he make Xiao Susu give him a heart alone? This guy can't be Xiao Susu's boyfriend, right? What boyfriend? Xiao Susu is mine. Yi Fifan, come out and die. At the same time, seeing you send the carnival, the group chat you are in also exploded. Damn, President Yi is generous. 5 carnivals. Could it be that President Yi also wants Xiao Susu's private WeChat? But that requires being in the top 10 of the weekly rankings, right? To be in the top 10 of the weekly rankings, 5 carnivals probably aren't enough. At least 10 would be possible. Then should President Yi send another 5? Ha ha ha, let's forget it. If he sends another 5, wouldn't that mean our President Yi would have to live on the northwest wind for the whole year? Thanks to Brother Yi for sending 10 carnivals. Thanks to Brother Yi for sending 35 carnivals. Thanks to Brother Yi for a total of 50 carnivals. Su Shishir kept thanking him, while also being shocked by Yi Fifan's generosity. After all, 50 carnivals is equivalent to a full 150,000 RMB. Could it be that Yi Fifan is actually a hidden wealthy person? But at that moment, she realized that Yi Fifan had already exited the group for property managers, so he was just provoked by other property managers, which is why he sent so many gifts. Although this matter had nothing to do with her. After all, he was her property manager. No, I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I already know about the situation in the group, and I apologize to you on their behalf. Also, for the gifts you sent tonight, I will return my share of the money to you. Lastly, if you don't mind, then we are still friends. No need to return the money. I'm not short on cash, but I accept your apology. Not short on cash. What a big statement. However, since you insist on saving face, she naturally didn't need to insist on returning the money. Meanwhile, in the housing management group, people were saying, Yi is amazing. He just sent 50 carnival gifts at once. Do you think Yi Fifan is really a rich guy? No way. He probably spent his entire year's salary on those 50 gifts. Stop talking. Yi Fifan has already left the group. This guy shows off and then runs away. Definitely afraid of being exposed. That's true. If he doesn't leave the group now, he'll be found out sooner or later. But in the next moment, everyone in the group was stunned, because another carnival gift appeared in Su Shishir's livestream. And next to this gift was a number multiplied by 450, which means someone just sent 450 carnival gifts at once, and that person is you. Adding the previous 50 gifts, it means that tonight you have already sent 500 super hot gifts, which is equivalent to 1.5 million renminbi. Thank you, Brother Yi, for the 500 carnival gifts. Su Shishir's voice trembled in shock. Receiving 500 carnival gifts is worth over 400,000, enough to buy a house in a small city. Su Shishir and the housing management group instantly realized that you are indeed a rich guy. Brother Yi is really a tycoon. Everyone immediately regretted not being able to get close to such a big shot. After finishing the carnival, you exited the live stream room and were just about to sleep when a notification pinged, indicating a sign-in opportunity. Would you like to sign in? Knowing you could skip it, you decided not to sign in. The regular sign-in rewards aren't very significant. You are more looking forward to the 10,000-day sign-in, even if it will take a few more years. Then you went to sleep, and although your energy far exceeds that of ordinary people, you still chose to maintain a normal sleep schedule. The next morning, after you cancelled your shabby rental apartment, you went to check out a few villas you own in the Magic City. In the end, you chose the luxurious penthouse at the top of the Tangchenipin as your residence. Although living in a standalone villa is quite enjoyable, it always feels empty when living alone in such a large house. Most importantly, ordering takeout in such a villa is inconvenient. Even though you now possess level 10 cooking skills and there is no chef better than you in the world, isn't ordering takeout still appealing? Anyway, with your current physical condition, you don't have to worry about any health issues. At 9 p.m., just after finishing dinner, You casually clicked into Xiao Susu's livestream and noticed that today's stream seemed a bit lively. Thanks to Dream Emperor for the 100 superfires. Thanks to Dream Emperor for the 110 superfires. Thank you. In the live stream, Su Shishir kept thanking everyone, but her feelings were quite complicated. Someone sent superfires, and with so many of them, she was certainly happy. Not to mention yesterday's 500 superfires from Yififan, combined with today's superfires from Dream Emperor. She had topped the game area for 2 consecutive days. It is known that the Douyu game area has always been the place with the most viewers, and it can even be said to be the place with the most viewers on the entire internet. Among them, there are certainly top streamers like Daxu, Saoju, Ziochuanchuan, and the head-swapping monster Aleng. Compared to these top streamers, her popularity and fame are hardly worth mentioning. However, for 2 consecutive days, even Daxu's popularity was surpassed by her. Even if it was just for a moment, it was enough to make all other streamers envious. But at the same time, as her popularity increased, troubles also followed. For example, today there were obviously more people in the livestream trying to stir things up. She didn't know whether these people were doing it unintentionally or if someone was deliberately trying to undermine her. Also, at this moment, the super popular Dream Emperor was constantly refreshing, and she understood his intentions very well. Dream Emperor is a well-known tycoon on Douyu, spending at least tens of millions each year on the platform, which most viewers are aware of. Before yesterday, he had always been the top contributor in Xiao Susu's livestream, sending gifts worth about 600,000. Not only that, but Dream Emperor had also met Xiao Susu in real life, who was Su Shishir, and was immediately stunned by her looks, leading him to pursue her madly. Unfortunately, although Dream Emperor is a rich second generation and looks decent, Su Shishir was not interested in him at all because she thought he was too arrogant and, apart from his good family background, he was lacking in other areas. However, Dream Emperor himself did not give up and has been persistently pursuing Su Shishir behind the scenes. He even warned other tycoons on Douyu that anyone who dared to compete with him for Xiao Susu would be disrespecting him. So when he heard that someone had surpassed him as the #1 in Xiao Susu's livestream, he immediately rushed to send gifts as soon as she started broadcasting today. Clearly, he was trying to reclaim his top position, and he also wanted to see who dared to compete with him for Xiao Susu, and who had even made Xiao Susu give a heart sign just for him. This was simply not taking him seriously at all. In the live broadcast room of Little Susu, the Dream Emperor, wearing a huge Golden Emperor title, was leisurely swiping through gifts while waiting for that guy named Yififan to appear. He believed that Yififan must have received the news by now, but to his surprise, just as he was about to reclaim the top spot, Yififan still had not shown up. Humph, a million thinks he can compete with me for Little Susu? Dream on. In the past 2 years, I've interacted with quite a few streamers, including many big ones, but compared to Little Susu, they all fall short. However, this guy still hasn't shown up. Could it be that he's scared, or is he just a fake rich guy? The Dream Emperor couldn't help but think this to himself. After all, a million might be a lot for an ordinary person, but for him, a super rich guy who spends at least tens of millions on Douyu every year, it's just a few meals worth. So if this Yififan can only come up with 1 million to send gifts, then in his eyes, he really is just a fake rich guy. It seems this guy is really scared. At least you have some self-awareness. As Dream Emperor also spent 500 on Super Fire, his total spending in Little Susu's livestream reached 1.6 million, not only reclaiming the top position on the leaderboard but also surpassing the second place, Yififan, by a full 600,000. Even so, Yififan still did not appear. Thus, not only did Dream Emperor feel that he was scared, but the audience in the livestream felt the same. Sure enough, Dream Emperor is awesome. Dream Emperor is mighty. Dream Emperor is generous. A person who suddenly appeared from nowhere dares to compete with our Dream Emperor. I heard that yesterday Little Susu even gave that Yififan a heart by himself. Where does that leave our Dream Emperor's face? Yififan, we know you must be in the live stream. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to our Dream Emperor? Exactly. Little Susu is ours. How dare you compete with our Dream Emperor? You must not have thought this through. The audience in Little Susu's livestream went wild. The barrage of comments densely covered the entire live stream screen, and even Su Shishir herself didn't know what to say. Help Yififan speak. After all, manhwa just spent 1 million on gifts. If she continues like this, she might not only anger him but probably make him half dead. This little streamer can't afford to offend a big spender like manhwa. However, to speak for manhwa, to be honest, in her heart, Yififan still holds slightly more weight than manhwa, even though Yififan hasn't replied to her message until now. Just when Su Shishir was still a bit at a loss, suddenly another super rocket soared in her livestream, clearly indicating that someone had sent another superfire, and the ID of the person sending the superfire was Yififan. However, The superfire sent by Yififan was somewhat different from the one sent by Manhwa. Manhwa's superfire had *500 behind it, and this superfire sent by Night Aficionado was followed by *9999. That means that Night Extraordinary has actually given away 999 Ultra Flames directly this time. That's the equivalent of a full 20 million renminbi. Star. Chapter 8, The Emperor's diving into dreams with the wind has left the broadcasting room. What? How much superfire is this? I'm not mistaken, am I? 999 Ultra Fire. My god, how much is this? $2,000 for one superfire. 999 superfires is almost $20 million. Can a teaser fish still give away 999 superfires at a time? The limit for teaser gifts is 999 at a time, but I guess no one should have expected someone to give 999 superfires at once. This would be the record for the highest number of gifts given in a single session. At the same time, along with this 999 rounds of superfire from Yifan, the popularity of Little Susu's live streaming room also instantly soared from 10 million to over 200 million. So much so that some viewers who clicked in out of curiosity had no idea what was going on. What the hell? Popularity over 200 million? It can't be a data error. What was Saw Pig's popularity last time he resumed broadcasting? Just over 100 million, right? Look at this. How many superfires is this nifty? 999? One superfire can directly increase popularity by 20,000. 999 superfires is indeed 200 million popularity. Did someone really send 999 superfires at once? And there's another person next to him who sent 500 Ultra Flames. Wasn't that the one giving away 500 superfires, the Dream King? Then hearing the explanations from the other viewers of the broadcast, these people also quickly figured out the situation. This is Dream Emperor being punched in the face. It's still our Night Chief who is mighty. Mr. Night is mighty. Mr. Night is a swinger. Is Mr. Night still short of minions? Night Chief. At the same time, the housing management group that Yifan was in before also instantly exploded. I now believe Mr. Knight's statement yesterday that he just acquired a company. One shot is $20 million. How rich is this Nima Knight always? It can't be that Chief Knight really has millions of people under his command. Millions of people not necessarily, but 100,000 employees is still possible. Do you guys think the nightclub won't be a trust for teasing fish? If the night total did not hit, the face of the Dream King would have this possibility. But now, well, do you think a teasing fish's trust dare offend the Dream King, such a tycoon? So says. Stop it. The more I talk about it, the harder it is for me, harder than losing $5 million. Me too. Of course, with such a big commotion, not only were the viewers shocked, but the major anchors also quickly received the news. 9,999 Ultra Fire. Wow. 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 This Night Chief is awesome. Little Timo said sourly while being shocked, hating to have one of these tycoons inside his fans. Mr. Night is mighty. Mr. Night is atmospheric. Ah Long held a cup and smiled while looking at Little Susu's live broadcast, but on the surface, he looked calm, but in reality, he was also incredibly envious on the inside. Yo, I only swiped 10 million gifts on the day I started broadcasting, or so many people swiped together. This bird person swiped 20 million at once, more than what we swiped in one night. Slutty jumped straight up out of his chair in shock, then barely sat down on the floor in a pigu. The audience in the live broadcast room was also a burst of mom's curses. In the end, even Disu, who was known as the #1 anchor on the entire network, was similarly startled. I set you a monkey. I do not know if this night boss play poisoned milk powder. Daxa thought with infinite expectation in his heart. Is there a problem with this person's recharge? Chen Jie, who is the owner and founder of Amusing Fish, was also the first to learn of the news and immediately made a call to the CFO. Mr. Chen, there is no problem with this Night Extraordinary's recharge, and the money has already arrived, and it was directly recharged on the app. The finance director had also just gotten a report from the finance under his command, and immediately replied at this time. Okay, I got it, Chen Jie said. Anyway, as long as money is not a problem, then everything is not a problem. Not to mention the fact that it's still a direct recharge from the app, which means there's no discount. Immediately after hanging up, he called the director of operations again. There's no problem with that Night Extraordinary's recharge, so you guys shouldn't interfere. In addition to doing your best to maintain a good relationship with him, Chen Jie ordered very cautiously. Got it, Mr. Chen. The operations director immediately responded, while his heart was bursting with excitement. With this $20 million, their performance can also be boosted by a large margin. More importantly, Since this Knight Extraordinary was able to recharge 20 million at once to reward the anchor, it at least meant that this 20 million was nothing to him. So if you can maintain a good relationship with him, maybe he will spend more in the future. And for such super tycoons, they know what to do even if the boss doesn't order them to. But compared to the excitement of the teeming fish management and the shock of countless viewers and anchors, there was one person who was feeling a little less than great right now. No, it's not a little bad, it's very bad. Needless to say, this person is naturally our Dream Emperor. At this moment, he had similarly experienced the same treatment that Yifan had just experienced. Where's the Dream Emperor? Mr. Knight swiped $20 million. It's your turn next. Dream Emperor wouldn't be a wimp, would he? It's only $20 million. Isn't that a small amount to our Dream Emperor? It's said that our Dream Emperor is a man with a 10-figure deposit. What's $20 million? Our Dream Royalty has dozens of villas. Selling any one of them is more than $20 million. Looking at these pop-ups, the reality of the Dream Emperor's face constantly changed to and fro, and finally resisted the urge to continue recharging. Nonsense. That what with the 10-figure savings and the dozens of villas, of course he's usually high on his tongue. It's not true that he's rich, but he's in the hundreds of millions at best. That's why he can never afford to let him swipe 20 million gifts. More importantly, he was completely unable to fathom this Knight Extraordinary's bottom line. Hell, if he did swipe 20 million, the guy would have swiped another 20 million. Instead of losing face at that time, it would be better to concede first and wait to find out this guy's details. So soon, everyone on the air saw a message. The Emperor has left the broadcasting room. Star. Chapter 9. It's just a simple gluttony. After swiping 999 Ultra Flames, Yifan left the live room directly, even before Emperor Dream. It was just that although his teaser level had reached the highest level of 100, he had not opened the Emperor like the Dream Emperor, so he did not have any privileges. Even if he left, no one would know. But I think at this time the Dream Emperor must have regretted to open this Emperor, or secretly leave without being found. More or less can lose some face. At the same time, after swiping the gift, how others would react. Yifan didn't care at all, even if that Dream Emperor swiped 999 Ultra Fire just like him. Anyway, the big deal is that he'll just come back tomorrow and brush up again. He just couldn't believe that Dream Emperor could have more money than him. As for whether or not this 999 Ultra Fire brush is worth it, not to mention that this amount of money Yifan doesn't care at all. If he remembers correctly, it seems that he still owns 30% of the shares of the teeming fish. Also Penguin owns 30% of Tease, who in turn is a shareholder in Penguin. So technically, he's the first major shareholder of Tease Fish. In other words, he's actually paying to spend money in his own store. Even if he could pull the company's stock up, even just a tiny bit, he would be able to make back the money he spent several times over. However, all the shares under his name are currently managed for him by an offshore company, which has hundreds or even thousands of subsidiaries and branches under its name. So the general public can't even find out that he owns shares in so many companies. But then again, it seems like Teaser never made a profit. Should he have sold his shares earlier? Forget it, he doesn't lack the billions. Just leave it. Besides, he's not the only company in his name that's losing money. Of course, there are more companies that make money. Immediately after Yifan looked at his cell phone, Su Shirshir had sent him a message. Knight, are you still on the air? Not anymore. Yifan casually replied back. Then I'm off the air too. Although the popularity of the live broadcasting room had now reached a terrifying 200 million plus, Su Shirshir knew that all of this was brought to her by Yifan. And since Yifan wasn't in the live broadcasting room anymore, she naturally didn't want to continue broadcasting. Besides, even if she continued to broadcast live, with her current mood, she didn't know what to broadcast. After all, it's a whole $20 million. She'll get a cut of at least $8 million. This much money was something she would never have dared to think of before, so it would be an absolute lie to say that I'm not excited. However, she wasn't very familiar with Yifan, and she didn't even know what Yifan really was in reality or what his name was. So did Yifan have any intentions of swiping so many gifts for her at once? How was she supposed to react in case there really was an agenda? Anyway, the current Su Shirshir's mind was in a mess. Then after a few minutes, Su Shirshir, who was already off the air, sent a message again. Brother Knight, I'm sorry to break your bank tonight. Apparently she was apologizing for the Dream King's provocative behavior tonight. There's no need to apologize, and this incident had nothing to do with you in the first place. Yifan once again returned. Indeed, although this matter was caused by Su Shirshir, it had nothing to do with her, because from the moment Yifan hit on her, he was destined to go up against that Dream Emperor. Only of course Yifan wouldn't put any Dream Emperor in his eyes. Don't say just a small live platform inside the Emperor. More than 100,000 yuan can open one. Even if it was the Emperor in reality, if you messed with his head, you'd still be in trouble. Then when will brother night come to the capital? Little sister will treat you to dinner. After a long time, another message came from Su Shirshi's side. Obviously sending this message had been a fierce battle of the mind for her. However, seeing this message, Yi Fan was not surprised. Otherwise, wouldn't he have spent that 20 million in vain? Of course, just because Su Shirshir said that she invited him to dinner, it didn't mean that he could really do anything. Maybe it was really just to invite him for a meal. Exactly how far it would go next would depend on how Yi Fan's means were. Or more accurately, it was whether Yi Fan could impress her after the meeting. But for this, Yi Fan certainly wouldn't worry about it. Unless it is a lesbian. Yi Fan believes that there is absolutely no woman in this world that he can't gao. Even if it really was lace, he could break it straight for her. Good. It just so happens that I'm getting ready to go to the capital in a couple days. Since people had taken the initiative to invite them, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't refuse. Besides, he's not doing anything right now, so he's staying wherever he is. Then after agreeing on a time with Su Shirshir, the two of them chatted a few more times before Yi Fan took the initiative to end this chat. Nonsense. He wasn't the Tian dog Yi Fan from before. Of course he wasn't interested in chatting with her all the time. He was simply craving someone's body. Otherwise he wouldn't have just taken the money and smashed it. Chapter 10, Being Handsome is a Trouble. For the next few days, Yi Fan stayed at home and didn't go out. And when he was bored, he played games or watched live broadcasts. He didn't swipe another gift, though, but even so, Su Shirshir's popularity per live broadcast now had risen from around 1 million before to over 2 million. This popularity, even if it wasn't yet comparable to those top anchors, was still considered to be a veritable big anchor. In a flash, it was finally the day Yi Fan and Su Shirshir had agreed upon. However, since it would take at least several hours to travel from Mordor to the capital, Yi Fan decided to move a day earlier. Immediately after he had just stepped out of his house, he saw the door of the house across the street open as well, and then a beautiful woman walked out. Ha! An excellent product. No, it's practically a superb product. Yi Fan immediately brightened up. Even though he had sort of seen a lot of beautiful women in his last life, absolutely none of them could be compared to this beautiful woman in front of him. Even if it wasn't for the fact that the beauty was in a high-grade work outfit at this time, he would have thought that he had met some big star. After all, this world was still a lot different from Earth, so it was normal to have stars he didn't recognize. At the same time, seeing Yi Fan, the beauty's eyes lit up. Wow, this little brother is so handsome, such a banging body too, and the clothes he's wearing, although I can't tell what brand it is, it's definitely a customized model from the hands of some famous design master. And the watch he's wearing, it's also a Patek Philippe worth at least $1 million. But to be able to afford a house here, this kind of dress is normal. I just don't know which family's young master. To know that nowadays, the price of the Thomson product has risen to nearly 20 million square meters, and that is still an ordinary residence. Like Yi Fan live in this top floor mansion. The price is as high as nearly 30 million square meters. Also there is definitely more than one floor to what makes a luxury home a luxury home. This mansion of Yi Fan's had 3 floors, each with more than 300 square meters, adding up to more than 1,000 square meters. In other words, the price of this mansion is at least 300 million renminbi. And not only is there a special karaoke room inside, there is also an indoor swimming pool and tennis court. The annual property fee alone, water and electricity costs and maintenance fees, for ordinary people is an astronomical figure. However, this mansion was rewarded by the system, or the reward of the 100-day sign. So apart from the water and electricity bills, Yi Chen didn't have to pay any other fees. Even the interior decorations he didn't like, or were outdated, could always be replaced with the latest and greatest. Of course, these other people definitely didn't know, but since Yi Fan was able to live here, the source must not be small. That's why the beauty guessed that he was the young master of some big family. At the same time this beautiful woman was able to live here, her origin must be equally not small. At least the family is certainly not poor, because Yi Fan knew that the room type of the house across the street was exactly the same as his house, which meant that it also had 3 floors and was worth $300 million. Immediately after that the two came together at the elevator entrance. You know that a mansion like theirs would have a dedicated elevator for each home. It's a treat that only comes with a top floor mansion. But the next moment, to Yi Fan's surprise, this beautiful woman followed him and walked into the elevator of his house together. Which elevator is broken at my house? The beautiful woman said with a shy face, but of course Yi Fan knew she was lying. Not to mention that this kind of high-end elevator is not supposed to break down easily, and even if it does, someone will be the first to fix it. Otherwise, wouldn't we be paying so many property fees every year for nothing? Besides, if the elevator was really broken, How was she going to get down? Did she calculate that Ji-fan would go out at this time? Even Yi-fan estimated that this beauty had just realized that someone had moved in across from her house. But of course Yi-fan wouldn't tear her down. It's okay, since we are destined to be neighbors. It's only right to help each other. Not to mention this kind of small matter. Yi-fan smiled, and immediately added, by the way, my name is Yi-fan. I don't know the beauty. My name is Mu Qingyan. Hello Mr. Yi. Just seeing that without waiting for Yi-fan to finish his question, Mu Qingyan could not wait to answer, and then blushed even more when I finished. Sister Yan, don't be polite. Just call me Little Fan. Yi-fan immediately took the opportunity to bring the two of them one step closer. After all, a beauty like Mu Qingyan, who could be called a superb beauty, was not something that could be met so easily. Besides, the beauty was so active now, he couldn't wimp out, could he? However, although he called Mu Qingyan Sister Yan, in reality, Mu Qingyan was not very old, at most in her early 20s. It's just that Yi-fan is even younger, just 20 years old, so Mu Qingyan, who knew this, was immediately stunned. At the same time the heart became a little jittery, because she is already 23 years old this year, 3 whole years older than Yi-fan. Yi-fan will not look at her. How else to say that it's a world of faces? Not to mention that it is still Yi-fan, a big hanging, handsome guy with a face value of 100. From the first moment she saw Yi-fan, Mu Qingyan felt she had fallen. This is also the reason why Yi-fan did not dare to go out during this period of time. Can't help it. Sometimes being good looking is a pain in the ass. Chapter 11, The Stunned Su Shirshir. He and Mu Shengyan added V-mail to each other, and then refused her good intention of wanting to send himself to the station. Yi-fan took a taxi to the Magic City railway station by himself, and then took a high-speed train to the capital. Then he found a random villa in the capital and stayed there for the night. There was no way. This was the benefit of having many houses. He didn't know if Dream Royalty had dozens of villas, but he really did have dozens of villas. Then at noon the next day, Yi-fan drove to the entrance of the Capital Film Academy again. Yes, at this time Su Shirshir is exactly a junior student who is still attending the Beijing Film Academy, and is still a student of the most difficult examination of the Beijing Film Acting Department. As for the car that Yi-fan drove at this time, it was the Koenigsegg 11, which was known as the world's most expensive sports car. After all, how can a big tycoon like him not have a sports car? And like the villa, he likewise owns dozens of sports cars. There's even a Batmobile in it for the 100-day signing bonus. It's the same one Batman drove in the movie, and it functions exactly the same way, maybe even stronger. But unlike the villa, all of these sports cars are now lying quietly in Yi-fan's system space, but they can be summoned at any time if needed. Knight, are you there yet? At the entrance of the Capital Film Academy, Su Shirshir, who had just gotten out of class, walked out of the school with her roommate Zhaoya. Zhaoya was her best connected sister in school, and the last time Dream Emperor asked her out for dinner, she was the one who brought Zhaoya along. Of course, after dinner she went back to school with Zoya. Here it is, right where you said it would be. Yi-fan returned. In order to avoid being seen by her classmates, Su Shirshir then asked Yi-fan to park the car and wait for her on the side of the road, more than 100 meters away from the main gate of the Beijing Film. Okay, I'll be right over then. After sending this message, Su Shirshir looked at her best sister again. When you see Brother Knight later, look at my eyes and see what happens. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't let you suffer, and I won't offend that Knight brother of yours. After all, he's a super tycoon who can afford to swipe $20 million in gifts. How would I, a weak little woman, dare to offend him? Zhaoya said with a sour face. It was important to realize that before, when Su Shirshir was still a million popularity anchor, she was already a little famous in the school. Not to mention that she was so pretty, even in the Beijing shadow, where there were so many beautiful women, she was still the deserved schoolflower. Her suitors in school were even less than 100, but also 70 or 80. These suitors naturally stared at Su Shirshir's live broadcast every day, so the day after Yi-fan swiped 20 million gifts, the entire school knew all about it. Alright, haven't you been eyeing that Chanel dress for a long time? I'll give it to you when I come back from this dinner, Su Shirshir immediately said. After all, Zhaoya was not only her good sister, but usually when she broadcasted live, Zhaoya also helped her a lot, so it was only right to send a skirt. Really? Zhaoya immediately squealed with joy, but immediately afterward muttered in a low voice, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back after dinner. Still, Su Shirshir heard it. What are you talking about? Could it be that I, Su Shirshir, am that shallow in your eyes? Su Shirshir immediately glared at her pretending to be angry, but she also knew that Zhaoya was just joking, so she wasn't really angry. But immediately afterward, when she saw a super luxurious sports car parked on the side of the road, she suddenly froze a little. Shirshir, look, that sports car is so cool. Apparently Xiaoya also saw the sports car and even immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. Don't think that only men pay attention to sports cars. Women do too. Of course, they're probably more concerned about the guy driving the sports car. However, Su Shishir froze not because this sports car was too handsome, but because the place where this sports car was parked happened to be the place where she had agreed with Yifan. That wouldn't be the night vandal in this sports car, would it? Seeing Su Shishir's expression, Xiaoya immediately reacted. And once again, he picked up his cell phone and started googling the sports car. Luckily, Chidori could search for images directly, so soon she knew the answer. Boy, sissy, do you know what kind of car this is and how much it's worth? Xiaoya asked with an incredulous face. I don't know. Su Shishir shook her head, but in her heart, she didn't really care. After all, how expensive can a car be? Even if it's a sports car, it's only 10 million to the top, right? For example, the Ferrari driven by that Dream King last time, which according to himself cost more than $5 million, was already considered a very good sports car. So even if the car was really worth more than $10 million, she wouldn't be surprised. After all, Yifan's casual gift was $20 million. But the next moment, when she heard the price Xiaoya quoted, she was still instantly stunned. Sure. This car is called the Koenigsegg 11, known as the world's most expensive sports car, worth a whole $100 million. Chapter 12, Plastic Sisters. Sure. Are you sure you still want me to see the light later? This is a super tycoon driving a $100 million sports car. As I see it, as long as you're not too old and not too ugly, you should just bite the bullet and comply, Xiaoya advised with an envious face. Unfortunately, she knew that she wasn't as pretty as Su Shishir, and she guessed that Knight Extraordinary wouldn't look at her. Otherwise, even if that Knight fan was really old and ugly, she wouldn't mind. Isn't there a saying that it doesn't matter if a man is old and ugly? The important thing is to have money. No, it's to have talent. Is it possible for a man with this much money to have no talent? Having money is his greatest talent. Xiaoya, what are you talking about? I told you, I'm not that kind of shallow person. Su Shishir reiterated her position once again. Then she sent another message to Yifan. Knight, is that silver sports car yours? Yes, I see you guys. Come over here. Yes. Determining that the $100 million sports car was indeed Knight Extraordinary's, Su Shishir gave Xiaoya a wink, and the two of them walked over together. At the same time Yifan stepped down from the sports car, but to prevent his face from overflowing and accidentally injuring passers-by, he also wore a pair of the largest sunglasses he could find. But even then, some things can't be hidden. Wow. Sure. Is he really that Knight Extraordinary? Look at his body. It's simply more perfect than the teacher who teaches form class at our school. And his skin, why is it so white? And by the looks of him, he's at most as old as us. Sure. You've really picked up a treasure this time. Looking at Yifan, who was walking over not far away, Xiaoya immediately said with a florid face, and although she couldn't see exactly what Yifan looked like, from the shape of his face, at least it wouldn't be ugly. Plus Yifan's skin was still so white and his body was so good. It could be said that as long as Yifan was a little bit more handsome, it was simply a standard gigolo, not to mention the fact that this little white boy is so rich, this nymphette would have just screamed and pounced on her, which could possibly be as calming as the good sisters are right now. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that at this moment, Su Shishir wasn't calmed, but was equally calmed by Yifan who had gotten down from the car. Although she had known for a long time that Yifan was not very old, she still did not expect that Yifan would be so young. And except for the fact that his face was blocked by sunglasses, all the other conditions in which he could see were almost perfect. So, let's go eat first, but my car can only see two people. Yifan came in front of Su Shishir and said, but still didn't take off his sunglasses. At the same time, he also took a glance at Xiaoya beside Su Shishir without any trace. Worthy of being a student of the Beijing Shadow, at least 80 points can be scored. Put in the ordinary people is also considered a goddess level, but compared to Su Shishir, a superb beauty with close to 90 points, it was still quite a bit worse. Of course, if compared to the Mu Qingyan she saw yesterday, then Su Shishir was again a bit worse. After all, in Yifan's eyes, Mu Qingyan's value was definitely above 90 points. Knight, hearing Yifan say that he could only see two people, obviously wanting to leave her and Su Shishir out on a date alone, Xiaoya of course couldn't agree. This was also her main task today, absolutely not giving this Knight Extraordinary any chance to plot against her. But unexpectedly, before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately interrupted by Su Shishir on the side. That, brother Knight, this is my classmate, but she already ate earlier, so we don't need to mind her, Su Shishir said in a serious manner. So Xiaoya was immediately dumbfounded. When has she ever eaten? She didn't even eat breakfast for this meal, I think. Moreover, that Dream Emperor had said the same thing to this Knight Extraordinary before, and as a result, You let people drive themselves first, and you took a taxi with me. How is it that now that you see this night fan is handsome and not too old, you are thinking of going out on a date with him alone? I'm sorry you had the nerve to say you weren't shallow just now. I think you're not only shallow, but you're also blinded by lust. Xiaoya growled madly in her heart, but thinking of that long-desired Chanel dress, she finally resisted the urge to flip out on her best sister. Forget it, let's hope the two of them make it, so that if Shirshir eats meat, maybe I can follow and have some soup too. Thinking like this, she also had to indicate that she had really eaten, and then with a smile on her face, she watched her good sister get into the car of her male god. Sure enough, the so-called sisterhood is all made of plastic. Chapter 13, Are you sure you want me to take off my sunglasses? On the Koenigsegg 1-1, Su Shirshir lowered her head, somewhat afraid to look at Yifan. She didn't know how she got hot-headed just now, so she sidelined her good sister and then followed Yifan out on a date by herself. But as soon as she saw Yifan just now, she suddenly had a feeling as if she had met her true destiny, even though she wasn't sure what Yifan actually looked like, didn't even know Yifan's name, although Yifan's face looks good, but teasing the voice is not someone who wears a mask is very handsome, but take off the mask is simply a passerby. She didn't know anything about Yifan in reality either. However, this was not a surprise to Yifan. After all, he's only covering most of his face, and the face value doesn't work. But let's not forget that he has the same 100 points of charisma, so much so that the aura that exuded from his hands and feet was far from being comparable to that of an ordinary person. Even if the current Yifan was placed in ancient times, with his charisma, it was estimated that as soon as he showed up, he would immediately be knelt down by ordinary people as if he was a god. Not to mention he drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if Su Shirshir really wasn't that kind of shallow woman, but opposite such a super luxury car, she definitely wouldn't be completely indifferent. That night, I don't know your name yet. After a long time, Su Shirshir finally gathered the courage to ask. My name is Yifan. The leaf of the tree leaves the ordinary fan. I know your name is Su Shirshir. From now on I'll call you Shirshir. Yifan said. So Sushi's face got even redder, because no boy had ever called her by that name since she was a child, including the Dream Emperor before her, and she had only allowed him to call her by her screen name, Su. However, hearing Yifan call her this way, at this moment, she didn't resent it at all. Instead she felt quite happy, but the name Yifan is just like one of her former classmates. Then I'll call you Brother Fan from now on. Brother Fan, do you know that I have a high school classmate who also has the same name as you? Ugh. So she said. However, she didn't think much about it. After all, although the name Yifan was somewhat rare, it wasn't anything too peculiar. Besides, the Yifan she remembered was ordinary in every way, so how could he possibly compare to the fan in front of her? Oh, that's quite a coincidence. I wonder what kind of person this classmate with the same name as me is. Yifan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Su Shirshir to remember his predecessor, but it seemed that he only remembered it. A very ordinary male student, can't remember much else, but quite nice and would often help out the rest of the class. Su Shirshir replied casually, obviously no longer having much of an impression of that predecessor of Yifan. But she wasn't wrong about one thing, that predecessor of Yifan was indeed a good man. Sissy, what would you like for lunch? Yifan gently smiled and did not continue to dwell on this issue of his predecessor. Anyway, that was already a thing of the past. Van said it. I'm all for it. Su Shirshir immediately said, it's not what a girl eats that matters, it's who she eats with. If it was with someone she liked, then even if it was spicy hot food, she was definitely very happy. Sakura Nation cuisine it is then. Yifan thought about it. It seems that in his predecessor's memory, Su Shirshir did quite like Sakura country cuisine. That is, those sushi sashimi and whatnot. Sure enough, hearing him say this, Su Shirshir immediately became even happier. Yifan even knew that she liked to eat Sakura country cuisine, so he must really care about her. Then very quickly, the two of them arrived at a very famous Sakura Nation restaurant in the capital, and then asked for a private room. But at this time, Su Shirshir suddenly revealed a hint of curiosity. Van, can I take the liberty of asking why you wear sunglasses all the time? If it was said that wearing sunglasses before when he was outside or driving was to cover the sun, then now that he had arrived at the store, it was a bit strange that Yifan was still wearing sunglasses. Not to mention Su Shirshir did want to see what Yifan really looked like. Are you sure you want me to take off my sunglasses? I'm afraid you'll fall uncontrollably in love with me after I take them off. Yifan said with a gentle smile. Brother Fan, you're too confident. At least there are quite a few handsome guys in our school. I just don't believe you're really that handsome. Su Shirshir said with a pouty face. However, what she said was also true. As the top 3 art universities in the country, Beijing Film has always been the least short of handsome men and women. But the next moment, when Yifan really took off his sunglasses, she suddenly froze, because she had seen a lot of handsome men, But a handsome man as handsome as Yifan was definitely the first time in her life. It hadn't even occurred to her to even think that there could be such a handsome man in the world. Chapter 14, The World of Faces. Su Shishir looked at Yifan in a daze for a long time. Then a waitress lady came in and froze when she saw Yifan's looks as well, and almost didn't knock over the plate in her hand. So Yifan hurriedly put his sunglasses back on. Van, you're killing it too much. Su Shishir was shocked, and at the same time, she knew that she could no longer forget this face of Yifan in her life. It could even be said that this is no longer a simple face, but a work of art that can regale the soul. I can't help it. Sometimes I struggle. Yifan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He did already kind of regret making himself look so handsome now, in the same way that Ma Yun regretted creating a beaver. So if he is given another chance, then he will definitely do it again. Maybe dudes have their struggles, but dudes definitely have more fun than ugly bees could ever imagine. Humph, playing bee, Su Shishir muttered in a small voice, but her impression of Yifan got better. After all, who made this a world of faces? Next, when the waitress lady finished serving the food, the two of them casually chatted again while eating. At least in his last life, he had dealt with many beautiful women. Yifan's means of teasing girls was still not bad, plus at this time, Su Shishir was also obviously interested in him, so the atmosphere quickly became cordial. By the way, I hear you've been looking for a house lately? Yifan suddenly asked. This was what Su Shishir said during the live broadcast. Yeah, the previous live rental was outside the school, but the lease was coming up and the landlord wasn't going to keep renting it out, so I had to find a new one. So she said, in that case, it just so happens that I have a house in the capital ready to rent. If you don't mind it being a bit far from your school, I can bring it to you to take a look at it then, and the rent can be counted as cheaper for you. Those houses were empty anyway, so it was fine to rent one to Su Shishir. Of course, as to whether he has any other ideas, that's for him to know. Really, that's too good. Su Shishir was immediately excited, knowing that she was at least a big anchor now. The place where she broadcasted naturally couldn't be too shabby, but she had searched the capital for the past 2 days and had not found a suitable one. Either the place is unsatisfactory or the rent is too high. So now that Yifan was willing to help, that was of course the best. For one thing, Yifan's house certainly wouldn't be bad, and for another, it was fine for the rent to be higher. After all, compared to the gifts that Yifan had swiped for her, what was a district rent? But the most important thing was that Yifan would become her landlord in the future. Wouldn't their relationship be another step closer? As for being farther away from the school, that's not a problem at all. Since she's going to be a senior soon, she won't have to go to school as often. Then after dinner, the two of them wandered around the mall again. Su Shishir of course had no problem with it, and even took the initiative to take one of Yifan's arms, and peeked at Yifan's side face from time to time. The body was even tighter to Yifan, looking completely like a young girl who was in hot love. Yifan was also happy to enjoy himself, but acted like a gentleman and didn't do anything excessive. But he can't help it if Sushi takes advantage of him. At this time, the two of them strolled to the entrance of a Chanel boutique, and Su Shishir suddenly stopped. Want to buy clothes? I'll give you any you like. Yifan glanced at this store and said very casually, after all, what's a dress when $20 million has been given as a gift? In addition, the entire Chanel in addition to the designer team has 1% of the shares. The remaining 99% of the shares are his. In other words, it's his own store. But Su Shishir shook her head. You've swiped so many gifts for me. I can't take any more from you. And it's not like I'm going to buy clothes. I'm buying them for my classmates. Su Shishir was naturally talking about Zhaoya. Previously, she see color forget righteousness. Zhaoya left alone in the school. Plus she promised to send Zhaoya that Chanel dress, so she was ready to buy the dress back. Also let Zhaoya angry. Luckily, she'd seen that dress before, and she knew Zoya's size, so she quickly picked it out. But just as the salesgirl was wrapping the dress, her eyes were drawn to another dress in the store. But when she saw the price of the dress, she immediately flinched, because such a dress, the price is surprisingly a whole 600,000 RMB. MS. Su, this is our Chanel's latest high-fashion clothing this year, which is fully handmade by our design masters, and there is only one of each style in the world. Seeing Su Shishir's expression, the salesgirl immediately introduced, but of course she knew that Su Shishir couldn't afford it. Although what Su Shishir was wearing at this time was also a Chanel dress, it was only the most ordinary Chanel, one that only cost a few $1,000s, so her words were actually meant for Yifan to hear. Because from the moment Yifan just entered the store she realized that this handsome man wearing sunglasses, all the clothes on his body were Burberry. But that's not the point. The point is that these clothes are in styles she's surprisingly never seen before. In other words, what Yifan was wearing was probably the legendary Burberry high fashion, and the price was on par with their Chanel high fashion. Chapter 15, Big Star Guan Tong Tong. This is the legendary Chanel high fashion Su Shishir had a staggering SHE, then took another look at the dress, and finally chose to give up. Although she is now a little rich woman with a fortune of nearly $10 million, she still can't afford to spend $600,000 on a dress. However, at this time, Yi Fan, who was standing next to her, suddenly spoke. "Bring out this dress too," Yi Fan said with a casual face, as if this was not a skirt worth $600,000, but $60. But for him, the dress was definitely not much more expensive, if not more than $60. It's just like these Burberry high tops he's wearing, which cost a couple $100. After all, even if the material is expensive, how much material does a dress need? Then get a famous designer to design and produce it by hand, and you can sell it for hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Of course, if it's one of those hand-embroidered high-fashion ones, the cost is definitely higher, but it's only tens of thousands of dollars at most, unless the dress is studded with diamonds. But that's diamonds that are expensive, not the dress. Also, you can't try on a high-fashion dress like this one, but if it doesn't fit, you can have Chanel make a new one. Just the previous one will be destroyed. So Yi Fan asked the salesgirl to take the clothes out, which was equivalent to buying them. "Sir, do you really want to purchase this dress?" The salesgirl was stunned. It was important to realize that before, she had only thought that Yi Fan could afford the dress, so she had subconsciously introduced it. But she never expected that this gentleman would be so generous and directly want to buy this dress. "Ms. Su, your boyfriend is so nice to you." The salesgirl looked at Su Shishir with an envious face. Even if she had sort of seen a lot of rich people, but it was the first time she had seen one as generous as Yi Fan. Then she was ready to take the dress out of the sealed clear box, because generally high fashion garments like these can't be washed, so once they get dirty, they're basically equivalent to scrapping them. However, the one Su Shishir was looking at was just an ordinary high fashion, so it could still be cleaned with a little care. This was also the same as the clothes on Yi Fan's body. Otherwise it really couldn't be washed and he wouldn't wear it. It was too troublesome. After all, these clothes were flown in directly from Burberry's headquarters in Y, so you can't just airlift a batch every few days. But even so, these clothes of Yi Fan can only be sent to a specialized dry cleaner for dry cleaning. So that's too much money. Sometimes it is also a kind of trouble. However, seeing that the salesgirl was really going to take the skirt out, Su Shishir immediately stopped it. "Brother Van, this dress is too expensive. I can't take it." She really didn't want Yi Fan to spend any more money now, because she didn't want to leave an impression of being vain in Yi Fan's mind. But just then, without waiting for Yi Fan to say anything, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Wait, I saw this dress first." Hearing this voice, Yi Fan immediately turned around before seeing a familiar face. But saying familiar didn't mean that Yi Fan knew this person. He had just seen him on TV. "Guan Tong Tong, it's you." Su Shishir similarly turned around, and then saw her roommate Guan Tong Tong. But people are big stars now, so they haven't lived in the dorms for a long time, and they even show up at school only a handful of times. "That's right, Sushi, it's me." Guan Tong Tong looked at Su Shishir with a condescending face. She and Su Shishir were roommates, but the two of them had looked at each other poorly since they first entered the school freshman year, because she was already famous by then, and the women in her class were very envious of her. But Sushi would not be like that at all. Not only that, but many of her classmates said that Su Shishir was prettier than her, and even Su Shishir was named the school flower while she was not. Where does that leave her face as a big star? This wouldn't be the tycoon who rewarded our Shishir $20 million, would it? Guan Tong Tong glanced at Yi Fan again. Apparently she had also heard about someone giving 20 million gifts in Su Shishir's livestream, but she deliberately said the word reward very heavily. It was a reminder to Su Shishir that you were just a network anchor, while she was a real big star. "That's right, that person is me. I wonder what big star Guan has to say," Yi Fan said with a playful face. To be honest, he was still very interested in this Guan Tong Tong in front of him. After all, no matter what, she was the first star that Yi Fan had encountered after traveling to this world. And you have to admit that Guan Tong Tong is also very famous compared to the lesser-known second and third tier stars, so he didn't mind playing along with her. Also Guan Tong Tong showed up, so where is that dear lady? Looks like they're not together yet. Star. Chapter 16, Some things are not meant to be said. I don't dare to be instructed. Guan Tong Tong obviously also sensed Yi Fan's interest in her, but instead of being angry, she was happy, because if a man is not interested in a woman, then there is only one possibility that the woman is not pretty enough. Not to mention that Yi Fan was still with Su Shishir. If she was able to snatch him away from Su Shishir, wouldn't that prove that she was prettier and more attractive than Su Shishir? But she was only thinking about it that way, not really doing it. She couldn't look at Su Shishir, who was an anchor, and naturally, she couldn't look at the men who were chasing after the anchors, even if this man swiped the whole 20 million for Su Shishir. But what about 20 million? 20 million in the entertainment industry is not even enough to make a decent TV series. She, Guan Tong Tong, had seen too many rich people, so the man who can make her look at him has to be rich, in addition to having a certain status, either that or they are exceptionally good looking. But looking at Yi Fan, wearing such a big sunglasses, it must be because he looks too ugly to meet people. The status is even more so. After all, at Yi Fan's age, he was at best a second generation. I just feel bad for your parents, taking their hard-earned money to reward female anchors. Do you think they'll be furious when they find out? Guan Tong Tong suddenly raised her eyebrows and said, I have to say she does have a bit of a rebellious streak and speaks out of turn. Ms. Guan, you have to be reminded that there are some things that can't be said casually. Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. Even if he was an orphan in this world, it was inevitable that he felt a little angry. At the same time, the little bit of interest in Guan Tong Tong that he had earlier disappeared immediately. After all, he had never been the type of person who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman, even if it was Su Shishir. It was because of his own predecessor and the fact that Su Shishir's character endeared her to him that he was slightly more attentive. Not to mention that in Yi Fan's opinion, this Guan Tong Tong's face value was not as good as Su Shishir's, but with his status, he naturally wouldn't bother with Guan Tong Tong here. Take your clothes off, please. Yi Fan directly turned to the salesgirl and said, Yes, sir. The salesgirl immediately responded. She was really afraid that by Guan Tong Tong stirring up so much, as a result, Yi Fan would not be willing to buy this skirt. At the same time Su Shishir didn't say anything else. Otherwise wouldn't you be underestimated by Guan Tong Tong? Big deal. She'll just pay for it herself later. It was just that while Yi Fan didn't want to bother with her, Guan Tong Tong herself was reluctant instead. Who are you? I, Guan Tong Tong, need you to remind me? And I just said, I saw this dress first. You can't buy it. Guan Tong Tong said loudly in a very arrogant manner. Guan Tong Tong, obviously we were here first. What makes you say that you saw this dress first? Su Shishir, who was on the side, couldn't look at it anymore. I'm the one who saw it first. The manager of this store sent me the photo yesterday when this dress first arrived at this store, and I'm here today specifically to buy this dress. Guan Tong Tong said again. Meanwhile, after getting the news, the store manager of this store also rushed to the store and confirmed that what Guan Tong Tong said was indeed true. After all, a big client like Guan Tong Tong would definitely have some special services. But yesterday, Guan Tong Tong only said that she would come to take a look today, not that she would definitely buy it. Obviously at this time, she saw that Su Shishir wanted to buy this dress, so she decided to buy it on the spur of the moment. So you neither paid for it nor put down a deposit. So what if you saw it first? Yi Fan said indifferently, then continued to let the salesgirl take the skirt out. But the salesgirls didn't listen to him this time, and instead looked to their store manager. At the same time, Guan Tong Tong, who was on the side, revealed a smug look on her face. I forgot to mention just now that I'm also a diamond member of Chanel at the highest level, and have the right of first refusal under the same circumstances. So if you want to buy this dress, you'll have to buy it unless you also have a diamond membership card of Chanel, said. She also from their own personal bag, took out a like diamonds like the shining light of the membership card, is known as the whole Z country only less than 100 Chanel diamond membership card, because in order to apply for this membership card, not only is there a requirement for the amount of money spent, but you also need to have a certain status, like some of the top stars in the entertainment industry, or those who are really big businessmen. Even for her, it was because of her family connections and the fact that she did buy a lot of Chanel products over the years that she was barely good enough to qualify for it. So of course she wouldn't think that Yi Fan and Su Shishir would be able to take out an identical diamond membership card. But the next moment, she was immediately dumbfounded. It was true that Yi Fan couldn't take out the same diamond membership card as her, but he took out an all-black card, and seeing this card, that store manager seemed to have thought of something and immediately changed his face drastically. Chapter 17, The Supreme Black Card. What kind of card do you have here? Don't think you can just take any card out and try to fool me. Guan Tong Tong looked puzzled. However, Yi Fan didn't pay any attention to her. I assume you recognize this card? Yi Fan directly handed the black card to that store manager. Yes sir, but I'll have to check with the head office side. May I ask your name please? The store manager said very respectfully. My last name is Yi. Okay Mr. Yi, please wait. Saying that, seeing that Yi Fan did not object, that store manager then took the black card in his hand and went to contact the head office to confirm the authenticity of this black card. After all, this was the legendary Supreme Black Card. It was said that only the biggest boss of the company had one in his hands, and she had only seen it once before on the head office's internal training materials. Hey, I asked you a question. Don't make a fool of yourself. Guan Tong Tong shouted again. At this moment, She could also see that this black card that Yifan took out might really be extraordinary, but seeing Yifan actually ignoring her existence like this, she still couldn't endure it. Won't you find out later? Yifan said and ignored her once again. Well, soon enough the store manager was back. Mr. Yi, I just contacted the head office side. This card of yours is indeed genuine. The store manager handed the black card back to Yifan, and his attitude was also obviously more respectful than earlier. So can I buy the dress now? Yifan asked. Of course, Mr. Yi, the store manager immediately said, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little aggrieved in his heart. She was just following the company's rules and regulations just now. It's not like she was intentionally taking Guan Tongtong's side, but when she thought of this young man in front of her, he was probably related to the big boss of their company, so even if she was aggrieved, she didn't dare to say it. Only then, Guan Tongtong quit again. Store manager's son. What kind of card is this one of his? And what makes it more privileged than my diamond membership card? This. The Sun store manager looked embarrassed and didn't know how to explain, so he could only look at Yifan for help. But Yifan just revealed an indifferent expression. So store manager's son immediately knew that the person didn't care about revealing information about this supreme black card. Miss Guan, the black card in this Mr. Ye's hand is our Chanel company's special supreme black card. Not only does it have higher privileges than the diamond membership card, but it also doesn't need to be paid for when purchasing any of our Chanel's products, the store manager explained. So Guan Tongtong was dumbfounded. Su Shishir was also dumbfounded, including the several salesgirls next to them were similarly dumbfounded. Supreme black card? And you don't have to pay for your purchases? Doesn't that mean you don't have to pay a dime even if you buy all the clothes in their store? Nope. It's buying all the Chanel products in the world and still not having to pay for them. Impossible. How can there be such a membership card? Isn't your company afraid of going bankrupt? And your boss surely won't agree. Guan Tongtong said with a shocked face. Was the owner of Chanel really not afraid that this guy would empty his company? But this time Sun's store manager didn't answer her, because she didn't know how to answer it herself. It's just that she had heard of this card once, and it seemed to be designed to make it easier for their big bosses to buy things for themselves. So if it wasn't for the fact that Yifan looked really young and was still a Z-national, she would have thought that the young man in front of her was the legendary biggest behind-the-scenes boss of their company. Immediately after that, she personally took the dress out of the sealed box and took Su Shishir to the fitting room to try it on. Then very quickly, Su Shishir, who had changed her dress into a new one, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It had to be said that Su Shishir's figure was really good, and this dress was very much in line with her figure and temperament, coupled with her face value of close to 90 points. As soon as she appeared, she instantly caused everyone present to feel a burst of shock, including Yifan as well. Not bad. It suits you. Yifan complimented with a light smile. Thanks, Van. Su Shishir immediately thanked somewhat shyly and didn't reject the dress anymore. But at the same time, her heart could not help but be a little curious about Yifan's identity. However, she was more worried that if Yifan's status was too high, then would she not be worthy of him? At the same time, Guan Tongtong was obviously still a bit unconvinced that the so-called Supreme Black Card was really able to purchase all Chanel products for free. But when she looked at Yifan and Su Shishir carrying the Chanel bags and literally walking out of the store without paying a single penny, she could only choose to believe it in the end. Of course, Yifan dared to treat her like this, and she had likewise written down this revenge. And like Su Shishir, she also began to be curious about Yifan's identity. Chapter 18, Take Down Sushi. After coming out of the Chanel boutique, Yifan and Su Shishir strolled around a bit more and left the mall. But where to go next, they hadn't thought about. Why don't we go check out the house first? Su Shishir suddenly said. At the same time, his gaze turned to the other side, somewhat afraid to look at Yifan. A pretty face that was slightly powdered also quietly turned red. Yifan froze, not expecting her to say that. Did she really not know what would happen next if she went to his house? But seeing her like this now, how could Yifan not know that she was actually very clear in her heart? Are girls so proactive these days? Yifan secretly shook his head, but since the girl had taken the initiative to say so, he naturally had no reason to refuse, not to mention that he had originally thought the same thing. So half an hour later, the two appeared in a mansion. Century house in the capital. A penthouse mansion. Is this what you call a normal house? Su Shishir looked at the scene in front of her, so luxurious that it was unimaginable, and asked with a shocked face. It turned out that before, in order to hide her embarrassment, she had deliberately asked Yifan about the house, but Yifan had told her that it was just a very ordinary house. As a result, what appeared in front of her eyes now was a super mansion with more than 200 square meters on the top and bottom and with an indoor swimming pool. You call this a normal house? Then wouldn't the one she used to live in be worse than a dog kennel? It's a pity that Yifan doesn't know what she's thinking at this time, Otherwise he would definitely tell her that the pet room in this house is indeed bigger and more luxurious than the bedrooms of ordinary families. Yeah, the house is pretty plain, Yi-fan said in a serious manner. After all, this house was less than 500 square meters in total, and there was no indoor tennis court, and the swimming pool was only half of that Thompson house, not to mention comparing it to those villas of his, and the price of this house is only 188,000 a square meter. The total price is not even 100 million. Isn't such a house ordinary? Su Shirshir was in no doubt at once. It was true that the world of the rich was something she could never understand, but the point is she can't afford to rent a house like this. It's fine, this house is empty anyway, the rent and other things will be exempted. As if I ask you to help look at the house, only I occasionally come to the capital city may live here. Saying that, Yi-fan suddenly walked towards Su Shirshir, then reached out a hand and gently wrapped her in his arms. After all, the other girls had taken the initiative to come home with him, so naturally it was time for him to take the initiative next. Su Shirshir didn't refuse either, not even a hint of struggle, just reached out his hands and gently took off Yi-fan's sunglasses. So naturally what happened next goes without saying. Early the next morning, Yi-fan, who had successfully taken Su Shirshir, sent Su Shirshir, who had not fully recovered, back to school, because she has classes in the morning. At the same time, after taking down Su Shirshir, Yi-fan also realized that he could actually see Su Shirshir's attributes in the system. Name Su Shirshir, age, 20, face value, 90, charisma, 80, strength, 60, physical fitness, 70, agility, 65, intelligence, 80, favorability, 85, skills, singing skills, level 4, acting skills, level 4. The content of the attributes was similar to Yi-fan, except that there was an additional favorability. Not only that, behind Su Shirshir's attributes, there was a plus sign on all of them, except for goodwill, including her skills as well. In other words, in addition to goodwill, Yi-fan could likewise enhance Su Shirshir's attributes and skills. The attribute and skill points consumed were the same as his own, and after he boosts, a dash sign appears in front of the attribute again. That means boosted attributes and skills are still able to be deducted. However, after his experiments, the attributes and skills deducted would not return the attribute and skill points previously consumed. It also cannot be lower than the original property. For example, Su Shirshir's original face attribute was 88, the intelligence attribute was 75, and Yi-fan consumed 7 attribute points to raise them to 90 and 80 respectively. But if one day Su Shirshir did something he couldn't accept or wanted to leave him, then the most he could do was to restore her face value to 88 and her intelligence to 75, not to drop it lower. Also those 7 attribute points will not be returned. The same goes for skill points. Previously, Su Shirshir's singing skill and acting skill were both at level 3, which was equivalent to the highest level in the amateur level. Nowadays, however, they had all been elevated to level 4 by Yi-fan, officially stepping into the threshold of the professional level. As for why Yi-fan only helped her raise so much, it was of course because he was afraid that raising too much would cause her suspicion. Also to see how she does later. If it satisfied him, then he certainly didn't mind helping her improve a little more. Chapter 19, Cohabitation. Anchor 666. The anchor sings beautifully. Why do you feel as if the anchor has gotten prettier after moving? Singing is better than ever. 2. The anchor wouldn't have gotten plastic surgery, would she? What plastic surgery? Although recently the anchor often take a leave of absence, but at most 1 or 2 days. Your family plastic surgery so quickly to recover? In my opinion it should be the anchor with a new camera and sound card. Anchor, today is the amusing fish 100 windy anchor selection. Other anchors are frantically begging for gifts. Why don't you beg? In Su Shirshir's live broadcast room, as Su Shirshir finished her song, a large swath of pop-ups immediately appeared. At this time, she had already moved into Yi-fan's Century Huafu house, and Yi-fan was temporarily living here. In other words, the two are already sort of living together in a sense. Also since that night, she felt as if she was a little prettier than before, as well as her singing and acting skills seemed to have improved, and she hadn't been praised by her teacher in class these past few days. She didn't suspect anything though, as the boost wasn't particularly large. It just happened to allow her to break through her previous bottleneck, so she just took it as a normal change. After all, after that night, she went from being a girl to a real woman, but of course she couldn't say such things to anyone else, much less in the live room. I'm just a small anchor. The 100 windy anchors selection. It seems like it has nothing to do with me. Su Shirshir glanced at the pop-up and said casually. So another barrage of pop-ups swiped up. Anchor, don't laugh. You're still a little anchor. That's right. Now everyone else is saying you're the amusing fish one. Anchor, little Timo's tycoon over there has put out the word that he will definitely beat you back in this event. Beat back? Have they asked our night director? That's right, with Mr. Knight here, it's their turn to be arrogant? Even if Mr. Knight is powerful, he is only one person. Others are a group of tycoons. Su Shishir of course knows that today is the Amusing Fish's 100 Greatest Wind and Cloud Anchors selection, and before the Amusing Fish management also contacted her, hoping that she can enter the 100 Greatest Wind and Cloud Anchors selection of the top 20, so that when the time comes, Amusing Fish will give her a very generous contract. If she makes it to the top 10, the teaser will even be able to give her a top deal, but at the time she refused without hesitation. Why? Because this kind of selection of the Amusing Fish is, frankly speaking, for the sake of money. Which anchor smashes more money, the ranking will be higher. But anchors can't drop all the money themselves, and most of it comes from the support of the dirtbags on the air. And who else but Yifan could be the biggest tycoon in her live broadcast? Having Yifan desperately drop money to support her was something she couldn't even do before, let alone now. As for other tycoons, not to mention that her live room was not much tycoon, the only tycoon Dream Emperor, but also by Yifan smashed money smashed away. Other tycoons know that the competition is not Yifan, naturally, will not run her live room to lose face. Immediately after a few more songs, Sushi was ready to go off the air. After all, Yifan was still waiting for her in the room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Anchor, you're sneaking off early again. Anchor, you've been less and less diligent lately. You used to get off the air at least 12 o'clock, sometimes until 1 or 2 o'clock. Now you often slip away before 11 o'clock. Anchor, you are really floating. The anchor doesn't have a man, does she? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's possible. Could it be Mr. Knight? It's over. The anchor has been taken down by Mr. Knight and is living together. Heartache for the Dream King for 1 second. Same heartache for the Dream King. The pop-ups immediately wailed when they learned that the anchor had moved in with someone. After Su Shishir saw it, she neither acknowledged it, but neither did she deny it. All she was thinking about now was Yifan, and even if she was really found out, she didn't care. But right at this moment, Su Shishir was just about to close her live broadcast, when an Ultra Fire suddenly appeared in her live broadcast. Thank you Knight for the 1000 rounds of Super Fire. Su Shishir said with some unhappiness. Didn't she say no more swiping gifts? Why are you wasting money again? At the same time, the audience in the live stream immediately exploded. Mr. Knight is awesome. Mr. Knight is atmospheric. Mr. Knight hasn't shown up for a long time. I thought Mr. Knight had abandoned our little Susu. People are living together now, so of course they don't have to splash the cash like they used to. That's right, look at this new house of the anchor. It must be the villa of Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight is Mr. Knight. The first shot was 1000 rounds of Super Fire, directly lifting the anchor into the top 10. It's a little too early to say where the rankings are. It's only the first day, and a lot of dirtbags haven't even made a dent yet. Anyway, Mr. Knight is just awesome. You guys, the anchor doesn't seem happy yet. Anchor and Mr. Knight must be together, or else they definitely wouldn't be like this. The anchor is feeling sorry for Mr. Knight's money. Do you guys think the anchor will make Mr. Knight kneel on the rubbing board later? I don't know if nightclubs don't kneel on rubbers. I just know that anchors will definitely get shots later. It's over. My dreams are gone and my youth is over. Star. Chapter 20, Teasing Fish and Landlords United. On the second day, Su Shishir, who had been repaired for the whole night, was finally honest. After all, with Yifan's current physical quality, wanting him to turn into a tired cow was absolutely impossible. At the same time, after Yifan's unremitting efforts during this period of time, Su Shishir's favorability towards him had finally increased to 88 points. But that's not enough. According to the system, good sense 60 belongs to ordinary friends, 70 belongs to Chin close friends, 80 belongs to lovers, 90 belongs to beloved, and 100 belongs to love until death. And only if the goodwill reaches the 90 beloved level, it will not drop later. Even if Yifan and Su Shishir were separated in the future, it would be the same, but below 90, if they got separated, or if Yifan did something that Su Shishir couldn't accept. For example, if Su Shishir saw Yifan with another woman, her favorability might still drop. Although this is unlikely, it's better to be on the safe side. Of course, the safest thing to do was to reach 100 points. That way no matter what Yifan did, Su Shishir wouldn't leave. It was just that difficulty was too great, and Yifan didn't expect to be able to reach it. Anyway, as long as he reached 90 points, coupled with his means, even if Su Shishir really left, he was absolutely certain that she would return to his side. Women, as long as she still has you in her heart, it's all good, but without you, it's useless to be a Tian dog anymore. In the evening, Su Shishir continued to live broadcast. At this time, the 100 Big Wind Clouds anchor has been selected. Su Shishir temporarily ranked 10th. Why temporary? because of course this selection can't just end. Next up, we have the top 50 anchors, top 20 anchors, top 10 anchors, and the number 1 anchor, the first one. And the next selection will also take the form of one-on-one PK, in short, to try to circle the wagons, even not only circling the money of the tycoons and DS, but even the anchors. Many anchors are giving their all to get a higher level contract with Tease, even if they have to throw money at themselves to get their name up. But this was certainly not a problem for Yifan. He didn't have much else, just a lot of money. As for Sushi's objections, after being repaired honestly by Yifan over and over again, plus learning that Yifan was still a shareholder of Teasing Fish, she no longer objected. Even when she realized that Yifan was a Teasing Fish shareholder, she glared at Yifan with an angry face and said that she turned out to be tricked by Yifan, because not only would Yifan not waste money this way, he might even make money. The result was naturally that he was once again severely repaired by Yifan. So the following selection, Su Shishir went all the way through. As long as the anchors who PK'd with her, no matter whether they were big or small anchors, they were all knocked out by her and couldn't find their way around at all. This knight extraordinary is just too arrogant. This guy can't be trying to beat up all the other dirtbags all by himself. This is really not taking us seriously. But this kid is really rich too. Do any of you know anything about him? Not sure. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. In a certain group of tycoons in the Teeming Fish, a group of tycoons all felt righteous indignation at Yifan's behavior. After all, this behavior of Yifan was simply a naked provocation and insult to all of them. The landed gentry. You think they were originally all the top of the Teasing Fish tycoon, no matter to which live room, were a large group of viewers as well as anchors' flattery, as if the people on the same. As a result, the anchors they supported now were all knocked down when they PK'd Su Shishir, and it was still a group of them together, and then they were beaten down by Night Fan alone. What face does that give them? Do you guys think this guy could be a fish teaser's trust? One of the tycoons said suddenly. At the same time, this is something they have long suspected. Tell you what, wait until the next round of PK and see who that Su Shishir will meet. Then we'll contact that anchor. We'll all help him defeat Su Shishir. And then when we swipe the money, let him return the portion he got his hands on. That's it. Another tycoon said. And the other tycoons immediately agreed. After all, they, the top tycoons, usually got a discount for recharging. Adding to the fact that the top 20 windy anchors had now been evaluated, the next step was the 20 into 10 PK, and Su Shishir was sure to meet some big anchor, or even a top anchor. The split for these anchors is also sure to be a little higher than the average anchor. That makes it so that if they swipe $1 million, the actual cost is only $900,000, and then the anchor gets about $600,000 to $700,000, which, if returned to them, would be the same as if they had actually spent less than $300,000. But Su Shishir's contract they knew was just an ordinary contract, and the split was 50%, so getting their hands on it was only about 40%. That is to say, the actual loss of the $1 million Night Fan helped Su Shishir swipe was $600,000, which was equivalent to twice their amount. Coupled with the fact that so many of their tycoons had come together, they didn't believe that Knight Extraordinary could still win this time. But if Knight Extraordinary really won, then it would ironically be Teasing Fish's trust, and at that time, they would naturally ask Teasing Fish to give them a statement. Chapter 21, Su Shishir vs. Little Timo. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Sushi's live broadcasting room. After these few days of PK, it had made Su Shishir's popularity reach its peak. If we say who is the most popular anchor in Tease Fish right now, it's definitely not Sushi. As soon as the broadcast started, the popularity of the live broadcast room directly exceeded 5 million, and it was still soaring. This popularity is nowhere near even Dessou and Saw Pig. Meanwhile, to say who is the number one tycoon in the teaser may have been debatable before, but it's definitely no longer the case, because there was only one person who dared to call himself a tycoon in the entire Teeming Fish nowadays, and that was Mr. Knight Extraordinary Knight. The other tycoons were no better than a brother compared to Mr. Knight. So awesome, so swinging. The Knight Chief is number one in the world. I wonder who we'll run into again today. No matter who we run into, we're still hung up on by our Knight Chief. Please welcome the next victim to the stage. That said, does anyone know how much the Knight Chief has swiped in total over the past few days? The first day swiped 2 million. 100 into 50 swiped another 2 million. 50 into 40 swiped 6 million. 40 into 30 swiped 8 million. 30 into 20 swiped 20 million, totaling 38 million. Mr. Knight is awesome. The pop-ups were densely packed, and at the same time, as PK began, Su Shishir's opponent for today was finally revealed. Wow, I can't believe it's little Timo. Ran into the head-changing monster. This is going to be a good show. It was then that Su Shishir's live broadcast room was suddenly split in half. with one half being Su Shirshi's screen while the other half turned into little Timo's. Meanwhile it's the same on little Timo's side. Wow. I can't believe I ran into Sister Susu. It's over. It's over. 55,555. When little Timo saw Su Shirshir, she immediately pursed her mouth, rubbed her eyes with both hands, and actually cried 555. Seeing this scene, her fans in the live broadcast immediately heartbroken. Don't be afraid, little Timo, we're on top of you. There's only one knight extraordinary on the opposite side. Brothers, don't wimp out. Where's the tycoon? Hurry up and come out to give the opposite side a kick in the pants first. Meanwhile the dirtbags in little Timo's live room are getting into the act. Thanks to Emperor for the 10 rounds of Superfire. Thanks to King Money for the 20 rounds of Superfire. Thank you Monkey King for the 50 rounds of Superfire. Seeing these gifts, little Timo immediately stopped crying. Not only did she not cry, but she also laughed very happily. After all, in so little time, she'd received a full 100 or so hyperfires, and countless other rocket planes. It wasn't in vain that she had just acted so pitiful. Sister Timo, you're a big anchor. It should be me, a small anchor, trembling in fear when I meet you. Su Shirshir looked at the little Timo who was acting pitifully, and forced herself to hold back the speechlessness in her heart as she opened her mouth. Sister Susu? She's 20 years old alright, but if she remembered correctly, this little Timo was almost 30 years old. Not only that, but it is rumored that she was married and then divorced. How dare such an old woman call her sister? Don't think you're really a child just because you're short. At the same time, there were many people in Su Shirshir's live room who started swiping gifts, but it's a far cry from little Timo's side. Not to mention the 100 plus superfires. Even rocket planes are rare, but no one dared to make fun of her, because everyone knew that the Knight General Manager, who is now known as the first tycoon of the teasing fish, had not yet made a move. Just according to the usual practice, Mr. Knight wouldn't make a move easily, and he would only make a move when the opposite side's PK score reached 2 million, which meant that he had swiped a total of 2 million renminbi in gifts, and right out of the gate, it's 1000 ultra fire, right over the opposite side. That's right, our Knight Chief is so bold that he either doesn't make a move or he makes a move with 1000 rounds of superfire. That's 2 million renminbi, equivalent to the sum of all the gifts across the street. At the same time it makes the dirtbags at Teasefish hate him even more. It used to be that they could get the DS on the air excited by swiping an ultrafire. Even some of the smaller anchors are straight up high C's, but now it's nice to swipe an ultrafire, not to mention high C, without getting taunted. What's the point of painting a superfire? If you're capable, you should just brush 1000 like Mr. Knight. Then PK officially started, and since little Timo's score was temporarily ahead, it was up to Sushi to canvass first. But of course Su Shirshir wouldn't canvass for votes, and there was no need for that, so she directly began to sing, nothing at all different from her usual live broadcasts, and after one song, she didn't ask for gifts from the audience at all. Then next it was little Timo's turn to pull the vote. She was seen singing and being cute, and kept playing the emotional card. It was even more frantic to ask for gifts from the audience, but the behavior, while somewhat off-putting, is still very effective and the scores are getting higher. Just like that, almost an hour later, little Timo's score finally reached 2 million, and at this time, Su Shirshir's score was less than 100,000 only, but at this time, Yifan finally made his move, and without exception, it was 1,000 rounds of superfire right out of the gate, directly bringing Su Shirshir's score to 1 million, overtaking little Timo. At the same time, the audience of Su Shirshir's live broadcast immediately boiled over. Chapter 22, Excited Little Timo. Mr. Knight is great. Mr. Knight is atmospheric. The Knight Chief is #1 in the world. Mr. Knight, I wanna give you a monkey. Do you still lack a girlfriend? Mr. Knight? No? Then do you lack a mistress? Once Yifan made his move, even though everyone had already guessed that he would do this, they still couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, little Timo's side wasn't willing to show weakness either, and as soon as Yifan made his move, they immediately followed suit. Thanks to Emperor for the 100 rounds of superfire. Thank you King Money for the 100 rounds of superfire. Thank you Monkey King for the 100 rounds of superfire. Little Timo kept thanking and was very excited, but not because of these gifts, realizing that 100 rounds of superfire is 200,000, and that the entire PK lasts 4 hours from 8 to 12. This is just over an hour ago, so if we really keep brushing like this, each tycoon will have to brush millions at least. More tens of millions are possible. These tycoons aren't little cuties. How could they swipe so much money for her? So most of this money, in fact, came out of her own pocket. In a PK like this, if she ran into an opponent that was too strong, she would probably have to lose millions or even several millions, but not without brushing. This is because her contract with the teeming fish has a running water requirement, which means that the gifts from the livestream must reach a certain amount before she can get all the money, and she can't be low on the list every time there's an event of any kind. For example, this 100 big wind clouds anchor selection, the fish gave her the minimum requirement is to enter the top 10, otherwise her contract will be directly reduced by 1 grade, then her loss can be big. So when she ran into Su Shishir before, her behavior wasn't entirely all pretense, she was truly suffering in her heart, but not anymore, because just a short while ago, she was contacted by a group of Amusing Fish's top tycoons who could help her defeat Su Shishir, only all the gifts they swiped, the portion she got, had to be returned to them, but even that was a godsend for her. Why? Think about it, she has to spend money to PK with Sushi herself, and looking at the stance, a few million may not be enough to fight. She could end up swiping tens of millions of gifts, and even if her cut is as high as 70%, she's still going to lose at least tens of millions. After all, her opponent is the Knight General, who is known as the first tycoon of the teasing fish. Even she had to admit that this Knight Master was really bold. More importantly, even if she was willing to spend the money, she didn't have absolute confidence that she would be able to defeat Mr. Knight. But now that someone is willing to spend her money for her, at best she doesn't make any money herself, but it's better than losing money. Right? Not to mention all the D-Silk money to be made, and with these top tycoons stepping in, she could also ensure victory over Su Shishir. After all, even if Chief Knight was more powerful, that was only one person. She just didn't believe that one Chief Knight could really fight against all the tycoons in the entire teeming fish. Lastly, there's one more thing, and that's the fact that if this PK does make it to the end, then the gifts swiped by both sides will be absolutely astronomical. This would also help her with the running water task greatly. All in all, she was now a sure thing. Unless the Chief Knight was really able to be so powerful that he could defeat all of them by himself. But is it possible? Of course not. That's why she's so excited right now. Sure enough, as the tycoons on her side kept swiping their gifts, the few tycoons who had contacted her also stepped up. Thanks to the Pig Emperor for the 100 rounds of Super Fire. Thanks to the Golden Emperor for the 100 rounds of Ultra Fire. Thank you Dream King for the 100 rounds of Super Fire. Thanks to, yes, among these top tycoons who offered to help little Teemo, they also included that Dream Emperor who was scared away by Yifan. It could even be said that he was originally one of the planners of this incident, in order to retrieve the face of that day. After all, for rich people like them, face is sometimes more important than money. Of course, if there's too much money, it's definitely still more important. At the same time, seeing these top tycoons make a move, all the viewers of Su Shishir and Little Teemo's livestream immediately all exploded. Sushi Live. Asterisk. How come these tycoons all went to help the head-changing monster? It seems that our Knight Master has committed a public outrage, and they want to unite to teach Knight Master a lesson. With so many people surrounding Chief Knight alone, it wouldn't be honorable to win. That's right, especially this Dream Emperor, thinking that he can get back his offense like this. Dream on. Little Teemo Live. 66,666. So many tycoons came all at once. That Knight Extraordinary will lose this time. That's right. So what if it's the first tycoon? A fierce tiger can't hold a pack of wolves. It's true that our Little Teemo is still the best. Little Teemo is #1 in the world. The audience frantically swiped pop-ups, while the tycoons frantically swiped gifts. So much so that Little Teemo's score immediately began to grow by leaps and bounds. And in the blink of an eye, it reached more than 6 million. That means in this short period of time, these tycoons have swiped a full 4 million renminbi. So everyone was looking forward to what that nightclub would do next. Is it an admission of weakness? Or just dislike it? And Yifan didn't let them down. $4 million in gifts? Wouldn't that be 2,000 rounds of Superfire? It's just a matter of moving your fingers. So the next moment, everyone saw a huge Superfire rise up in Su Shishir's live broadcast. And at the very top of this Superfire, there is a number *2000. Not only that, but there was actually another Superfire that went up after that, and it had the same number behind it *2000. That means that this time that Night Chief, surprisingly, gave away 4,000 Ultra Flames at once. Star. Chapter 23, 210 million RMB. Mr. Knight is awesome. Mr. Knight is awesome. The Night Chief is awesome plus. As Yifan swiped 4,000 Ultra Flames, that's a whole 8 million renminbi, which is equivalent to twice the gift of Little Teemo's live broadcast. All the viewers of Su Shishir's live broadcast immediately all boiled over, but the viewers of Little Teemo's live broadcast were a bit dumbfounded, including the tycoons. Pig Emperor, shall we continue? Nonsense. Of course continue. We have 10 people this time, each prepared $10 million. If we withdraw now, we don't need to mix in the future. That's right, This kid is too arrogant. Even if he swipes against us, he even wants to swipe twice our gifts. Go on then. I just don't believe that kid really has $200 million to spend against us. Besides, we can't actually spend that much money. A whole group of 10 top tycoons were flying around the group exchanging ideas. This time, each of the 10 of them had prepared $10 million, which totaled to $100 million. But even if they swiped all of that $100 million, they'd only have spent the equivalent of over $30 million, an average of over $3 million each, spending over $3 million for a face. This is money that they can still afford to spend. Immediately after that, the crowd deliberated further and decided to swipe $1 million each this time. That is, to start with $10 million. So soon, 10 whole super rockets appeared together in little Timo's live broadcasting room, and each super rocket had a number at the top * 500. That's 500 ultra fire swipes for each of them, for a total of 66,666. Earthy and awesome. Mr. Knight swiped 4,000 ultra flames and they swiped 5,000. This is a fight with Mr. Knight. It can't be helped. Who let Mr. Knight alone slapped the face of all the tycoons in Teeming Fish, and was also called Teeming Fishes. No. One tycoon. How can the other tycoon swallow this breath? The words are good, but if you have the ability to go one-on-one, what's 10 against 1? One-on-one? Do you really think the money of a tycoon comes from the wind? With the battle between Yifan and the top 10 top tycoons of the Teeming Fish, the popularity of the two live streaming rooms increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they had both passed 100 million. Although this is only popularity, the actual number of viewers, not millions, at least hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, Su Shirshir's PK score reached 10 million, and Zaya Adamo's PK score reached more than 11 million. Only at this moment, the two anchors, Su Shirshir and Little Timo, all stopped performing and canvassing, and just sat there quietly, or occasionally said a few words of thanks, because now this PK has actually nothing to do with the two of them anymore. Even if they continue to sing or perform other programs, the audience will not be interested. What everyone was most concerned about now was who would ultimately win this battle, and exactly how much money both sides can swipe for gifts. At this time, by the time those 10 tycoons finished their 5,000 ultra fire brushes, Yifan also struck again. Thank you Knight for the 999 super fires, Su Shirshir said breathlessly, because she's numb. She didn't know how much money Yifan actually had, but she knew that Yifan had Chanel's Supreme Black Card, which allowed him to buy all of Chanel's products for free. It is possible to treat a mansion worth $100 million as an ordinary house. More than that, you can talk about the billions of dollars worth of shares of the Teeming Fish as a little tiny share. Compared to these, a mere 999 superfires and $20 million is nothing at all. Even in his own words, this amount of money could be made back several times over if the shares of the Teeming Fish rose by 1%, so she didn't bother. Besides, she couldn't control Yifan, even though nominally she was Yifan's girlfriend, which Yifan recognized. But she wouldn't be naive enough to think that Yifan only had a girlfriend like her. Even if she is the only one now, there will be more later, not to mention anything else. Just his face is enough to drive all the women in this world crazy. But the good thing was that she was still young and had a long time ahead of her. So what was the point of thinking so much now? Then seeing that Yifan had sent 999 ultra flames, naturally that side wasn't shy either. And each of the 10 tycoons sent another 1,000 ultra flames, making a total of 10,000 ultra flames. That gives them a total of 16,000 ultra fire swipes. That's a whole 32 million. Then they saw that just as soon as they finished sending these 10,000 ultra flames, Yifan backhanded 2 ultra flames * 9999, still twice as many as theirs. With the previous swipes, that's a total of 35,000 ultra fire, the whole 70 million. However, those 10 top tycoons still didn't give up, and finally gritted their teeth and swiped all of the remaining 68 million. That's a whole 34,000 superfires. 400 ultra fire per person. But what they didn't expect was that Yifan backhanded another ultra fire * 9999, and this time he directly gave away 7 groups. That's a total of 70,000 superfires, equivalent to 140 million renminbi, or twice as much as they are, plus the 70 million that was swiped earlier. That's 210 million renminbi in total. So the audience was dumbfounded. The tutor gate is silly. Little Timo was also dumbfounded. Even all the management of the Teeming Fish were dumbfounded together. After all, that's a whole lot more than $200 million. The market capitalization of their amusing fish is only more than $10 billion now. With this kind of money it would be better to directly invest in amusing fish. Forget it. Brush what gift Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that Yifan was originally their biggest boss behind the scenes. Chapter 24, The Night is Always a Tot? Lost. The top 10 top tycoons of amusing fish actually lost to one person. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight is awesome. One person hanged the top 10 tycoons of the teeming fish. Wimped out. Ha ha ha. All the top 10 tycoons have wimped out. Top 10 tycoons? How dare you call yourself a tycoon in front of our Knight chief? Who the hell is this Mr. Knight? Why is he so rich? With Yifan 70,000 Ultra Flames, adding up to a total of 210 million renminbi as soon as he made his move. The top 10 tycoons immediately didn't dare to squeak. Meanwhile, as Su Shishir's opponent, Little Timo was instantly dumbfounded. Crazy, this guy is really crazy. Little Timo looked at the opposite side of Little Susu's live room. The PK score that was as high as 210 million. The whole person felt bad. Even though she also had 100 million PK scores at this point, this remaining 110 million meant that she needed to swipe 110 million renminbi. Where does she get that kind of money? It wouldn't be enough even if we sold her. And those 10 dirtbags are now wimpy. In other words, she was bound to lose this PK. The only redeeming factor is that she's only lost a few $100,000 in small losses so far. And if she counts all those D-Silk swipes, she might even make a small profit. Of course, in the end, she must have lost money. And a lot of it. Because she didn't make the top 10 this time. She's going to lose at least tens of millions on her contract. As for the 100 million swiped by those 10 tycoons, she couldn't earn a penny. At this time, however, a golden pop-up suddenly appeared in her live broadcast, because those 10 tycoons had swiped an entire 100 million earlier. So much so that her popularity in the live broadcast room had now directly exceeded 1 billion. The popularity of Su Shishir's live broadcast was even more than 2 billion. Of course, it's popularity, not numbers. But such a big commotion had long alarmed the entire teeming fish, and even some other live broadcast platforms had gotten the news. Many spectators also ran over to watch, so much so that the number of viewers in her live broadcast room at this time was at least 1 million. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more dense, and it was impossible to even read a word clearly. But this pop-up, which was sent out with the Emperor's privilege, not only was the color gold and the font was bigger, it also floated at the very top of the entire live broadcast room, so that everyone in the live broadcast room could see it. At the same time, this pop-up screen was also sent out by the representative of the 10 tycoons from before, the Pig Emperor. Pig Emperor, we suspect that this Knight Extraordinary is actually Teeming Fish's trust, so we ask that Teeming Fish's side be able to give us an explanation. So the moment this pop-up screen appeared, the two live rooms combined with at least 2 to 3 million viewers, immediately all blew up. What? Knight always teases the fish trust? No way? How is that possible? So that's how it is. I told you how this guy is so rich. A PK brush of 210 million. This is when everyone is a cutie. It looks like this time the amusing fish played a big game. Offended a large group of tycoons. If the amusing fish cannot give a reasonable explanation, who will still come to the amusing fish to send money in the future? Meanwhile, the teeming fish management got the news first. And at this time, Chen Jie, who was the boss of the teeming fish, had also rushed to the teeming fish headquarters. Boss, is it true that this man is not the trustee you hired? The operations director looked at his boss, Chen Jie, with a look of disbelief. After all, a tycoon, even if he never has any money again, is not likely to swipe more than $200 million for a female anchor. Even with the previous swipes, it's almost 300 million in total. What kind of anchor is worth $300 million? I guess those top actresses in the entertainment industry are not worth it. Do you think I'd dare do that? Chen Jie glared at the operations director. Indeed, if it was in the past, ask a trust to brush a few $100 million. This kind of thing he absolutely dared. Anyway, it is just a matter of changing the data. But would he dare now? It is important to realize that Teaserfish is now a publicly traded company and all financial statements are to be made public. And he's only a minority shareholder in the company now. So if he dares to falsify, not to mention whether the law will let him off, those major shareholders will be the first ones who will not let him off. It's really not ATO? The director of operations is still a little unconvinced. This person is indeed not a trustee, and every amount he topped up was also transferred into the company's account in the first place. The finance director on the sidelines suddenly said, "No way? So this person really recharged almost $300 million? The director of operations was shocked. And can we release these transfer records? The director of operations asked again. Now that things had gotten so big, if the teeming fish couldn't give a reasonable explanation, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. And he's probably going to make it to the top as director of operations. No, it's the client's privacy. We can't divulge it. The CFO immediately shook his head. What then? The director of operations had to look at his boss again. Let's put it this way. You contact that anchor little Susu first, and then have her find that night general manager to discuss it and see how this matter can be resolved. Remember, the attitude must be polite. Chen Jia commanded. Got it, boss. The director of operations nodded immediately. At the same time, he knew that it was the best thing to do at the moment. As for the attitude, he wouldn't dare to be reckless even if the boss didn't say anything. A tycoon who could casually swipe $300 million. Pinching him to death was as easy as pinching an ant. He now only hoped that that extraordinary night general manager would be able to talk a little bit better. After all, anyone who spends $300 million and is still suspected of being a trustee will be unhappy. Chapter 25, Yifan steps in. Looking for me to discuss how to fix it? Looking at the chat record that Su Shishir sent over, with the so-called amusing fish operations director, Yifan was dumbfounded. He's only responsible for charging and spending. Shouldn't the rest be a matter of teasing the fish? Even though amusing fish is considered his company, he owns so many companies. If all of them came to him for anything, he would be annoyed to death. What's more, Tease is just a small company with a market value of more than $10 billion, and he only accounts for 30% of the shares, so he doesn't care even if he loses all of this money. So he didn't even bother to pay attention to this what's-her-name operations director, and proceeded to return to Su Shishir's live broadcast room, only to see at this time Su Shishir live room, dense pop-ups, all are some very difficult words, or else to bring the rhythm. Trash anchors, teaming up with teaming fish to scam money, liar night extraordinary, get out and die. Shame on the anchor for asking for a favor. Everyone else pays for their own treats. The anchor pays for the teaser fish to pay for it. Awesome. This anchor wouldn't be having a two-way with one of the teaming fish's executives. However, in the face of these pop-ups, Su Shishir never said a word, but just sat there quietly, looking both aggrieved and appearing very stubborn. So seeing this image, Yifan couldn't help but be a little touched in his heart. Of course he knew why Su Shishir didn't say anything, because she was afraid that talking nonsense would affect him. And what a silly girl. Yifan sighed in his heart, then silently opened the system, and sure enough, at this time, Su Shishir's favorability towards him had reached 90. Immediately after that, he thought about it and then opened an emperor in Su Shishir's live room. Although it only cost 100,000 or so to open an emperor, he had never opened one before, because it's not necessary. He doesn't need any of those emperor's privileges. Even if he wanted to, realistically he could be emperor. Sure, it's just the emperor of a small country, but even so, it's at least much better than the emperor of a teeming fish. At the same time, a row of golden fonts appeared at the very top of Su Shishir's live broadcast. The user Night Extraordinaire has opened the emperor privilege in this live broadcasting room. Brothers, Night Extraordinary is out. The emperor, oh, so powerful. But unfortunately it's a trust. I really thought it was a big shot, but it turns out to be a dog trust. A real big shot would come to tease the fish? And swipe more than $200 million for a female anchor? People's real bigots have long since gone to reality to play with actresses. Seeing Yifan show up, all the viewers in Su Shishir's livestream immediately went high C. However, Yifan naturally will not bother with them. A group of network spammers, all our mouth cannon party, in reality do not know what kind of goat. Immediately afterward, he casually closed the pop-up, and suddenly the whole world was clear. First of all, I want to make it clear that I am not a trustee of the teeming fish, and the teeming fish are not in a position to ask me to be a trustee. Yifan utilized the emperor's privilege to send the first pop-up, and instantly everyone in the live broadcast saw it. Although he didn't care what happened to the teeming fish, Su Shishir was his woman and he couldn't just ignore it, much less let her be aggravated. There was also no one in this world besides him who could make his woman suffer. Also, this was the first time he had posted a pop-up online since he crossed over. Then he sent a second pop-up. Secondly, those who say I'm a trustee, I'm not going to ask you if you have any proof because I know you don't. I just want to say to you that you can't afford to play by yourselves, but don't think that other people can't afford to play as well as you do. It's a big world out there. Don't take yourselves too seriously. Obviously, he was saying that those so-called teeming fish top tycoons were just a bunch of sitting ducks in his eyes. So when they saw that, someone immediately sat down. Who can't afford to play is still not certain. You say you're not a trustee, have the ability to produce evidence. If you can produce evidence, I from now on quit teasing fish. The one who spoke was diving into the dream with the wind. That is, the dream emperor who was scared away by Yifan's money in Su Shishir's live broadcast. And this same sentence was issued by him using the emperor's privilege in Su Shishir's live broadcast. Unfortunately, at this time, Yifan had already closed the pop-up screen, so naturally he couldn't see his words. But even if you saw it, you certainly wouldn't pay any attention to it, because they're not even on the same level. This what dream emperor was not yet that qualified to talk to him. Besides, what does this dream emperor have to do with him if he quits teasing the fish or not? He doesn't even care about teeming fish. And he cares about you. A so-called dirtbag who's pretending to be in teeming fish? You're not taking yourself too seriously. However, since Yifan had stepped forward, he would naturally produce evidence as well. Lastly, I'll say that I won't be using this number anymore in the future. So those ladies, there's no need to send me those videos and pictures anymore. Yifan sent a third sentence, and then he took a few screenshots with his cell phone, then modified them slightly with PS and sent them to Su Shishir. At the same time, hearing that Yifan was going to slip away, the pop-up screen immediately exploded again. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Knight has wimped out, and you say you're not a trustee, but you end up running away. The dog trust still has the nerve to say that others can't afford to play, but it turns out that he slipped up first. The pop-ups sent by millions of people couldn't be described as dense anymore. They were simply covering the sky, and at this moment, almost all of the pop-ups were saying that Yifan was a trustee, and even those who didn't believe it at first began to waver. However, in the next moment, as Su Shishir displayed a few screenshots in the screen, it was as if she had pressed the pause button, and all of a sudden, everyone was quiet. Chapter 26, True, $10 billion man. What's this, a recharge record? This Knight Extraordinary can't really be a super tycoon, right? I'll go. Besides the first recharge of 1 million, every subsequent recharge will be at least 10 million, and there's also a direct recharge of 100 million. This should be a direct screenshot from the mobile banking app and there are no traces of Photoshop, so it seems to be real. Did you guys notice that the balance inside this screenshot seems a bit off? It turned out that what Yifan had sent to Su Shishir was exactly a screenshot of his recharge record, and every single one of his top-ups at T's has been recorded, with the right amount and time. So as soon as these screenshots were released, everyone was immediately convinced, including those so-called top teaserfish tycoons. There is no trace of fakery to be found on these screenshots, but that's not the point. The point was soon realized that the bank card balances underneath these screenshots seemed a bit off. Because of these screenshots, Yifan painted the balance parts black with PS to avoid trouble. After all, the balance on this bank card of his was a whole more than $90 billion. This would scare these people to death if they just let it out. But he overlooked one thing. Although he had erased the balance, the length of the string of numbers, it wouldn't change. How much is this nifty? Can any of the big boys tell me? Based on the size of the numbers on these recharge records, we can tell that the balance that the Night Chief painted off should be 13 digits. 13 figures? Wouldn't that be trillions? It's not a 13-digit number. It's an 11-digit number because there are 2 more digits after the decimal point. Asterisk. Even if it's 11 digits, that's still tens of billions. So this Night Chief has at least tens of billions of deposits inside his bank card? A tycoon with tens of billions of dollars in savings. I now believe that Mr. Knight is not a trustee. Trust? Tens of billions are just deposits. People with tens of billions of deposits, assets of hundreds of billions of dollars are possible. This kind of too amusing fish can afford to hire? Hundreds of billions of assets are enough to buy several teeming fish. No wonder Mr. Knight just said that teeming fish is not qualified to hire him as a trustee. This nigga is the real big man. Which big shot do you guys think this Night Chief is? Jack Ma, Pony Ma, or our brother Tung? Or is it Mr. Lei? Someone with so many assets is definitely not a nobody. But it's a pity that Mr. Knight is unwilling to show his face, so he can't get a glimpse of the big man. At this moment, there is no longer anyone to take Yifan as a trust. After all, a full 10 billion deposits. It is a little too scary. Even Su Shishir, who knew some of Yifan's details, was similarly stunned. As for those few so-called amusing fish-top tycoons, they were even too scared to even say a word a long time ago. Especially that Dream Emperor, who directly chose to go offline without saying a word. Crap, this is a real $10 billion man with $10 billion in savings alone. The energy of a bigwig of this level was also far beyond what he could imagine. Before he dared to be so arrogant, it is only because he thinks that even if Yifan is really a tycoon, at most he will quit from now on to tease the fishes. In reality, he is still a billionaire tycoon. The day is not too dashing, but it's different now. After offending such a true $10 billion big shot, maybe they can really destroy him in reality. How could he dare to stay with this? Of course he rushed to run away. He now only hoped that the Night General Manager. Can adults do not count the small man? Do not with him this kind of inconspicuous small man general understanding. Mr. Chen. I'm now convinced that he's not the trustee you hired. At the headquarters of Amusing Fish, the operations director looked at his boss, Chen Jie, and swallowed with some difficulty. Before, he had felt that this person was too arrogant because Yifan had ignored him. At least he is a representative of the Amusing Fish. Even if you are angry in your heart, at least give face and say a few words back, right? But now he was completely afraid to have that thought. Nima, this level of big brother, once really angry, not to mention he's a small director of operations. Even the whole amusing fish cannot afford it. At the same time, the teeming fish boss Chen Jia on the side also revealed a bitter smile. It turned out that before, he was thinking of giving this night chief a little bit of compensation, so that he could keep this really big tycoon in the teeming fish. Now it seems that not to mention compensation, he has even the hand of the little shares in his hands to give all the other people. They may not even look at it. Never mind, let's leave this matter at that. Chen Jia sighed and said, after knowing that this knight is always a real big shot, it's not that he hasn't thought of befriending the other party, even if it's just to mix up his face, but after careful thought, he finally chose to give up. After all, this big guy had just been pissed off at their teeming fish, and it turned out that not only did they teeming fish fail to step in, but they also made the big guy take matters into his own hands. If he still had the cheek to stick it on at this point, he really didn't know how to die. In case this general manager of the night really got mad at that time, the consequences would definitely not be something he could afford either. It was good that he didn't know that this night chief's deposits were at the tens of billions level, no doubt, but it wasn't 10 billion, but a whole more than 90 billion. Otherwise he definitely wouldn't have even entertained the idea of befriending, because the levels are so different. Can you, a beggar, befriend the emperor? Even if you wanted to, you'd have to be seen by someone else. Of course, he was even more unaware that this night chief was actually still his boss. Chapter 27, Su Shishir's thoughts. On the second day, the topic of teasing the fish to surprise the $10 billion tycoon has undoubtedly become a hotspot on the internet, and even once on the first vlog hot search. But when curious netizens clicked in and saw those screenshots, most of them chose not to believe it, agreeing that it was a hype from the teeming fish. After all, it wasn't the first time the teeming fish had done this sort of thing, so soon the heat on this story dropped. But not everyone thinks it's fake. For example, those netizens who watched the live broadcast yesterday were convinced that the night manager was a real tycoon. Unfortunately, most of these people are DS or ordinary people, and naturally not many people believe what they say. However, the $10 billion tycoon storyline has been passed down in the teasing fish. Since then, no one dares to call themselves tycoon in the teasing fish, as well as all other live broadcast platforms. A tycoon? Let's see if you have tens of billions in savings first. You're really not going to be an anchor from now on? In the bedroom, Yi Fan, who had just finished an exercise, hugged Su Shishir, who was also sweating profusely from the exercise, and asked, well, inappropriate, Su Shishir said with great certainty. It turns out that yesterday when Yi Fan brightened up the recharge record, she also announced in public in the live broadcast room that she would quit the live broadcasting circle from now on and would no longer be an anchor, because at this time, she was very clear that if she continued to be an anchor, even if she became the top anchor, the gap between her and Yi Fan would become bigger and bigger. After all, even for those top big stars, it's difficult to marry into a rich family. Not to mention she's a network anchor, but it wasn't that she wanted to be Mrs. Yi, and she didn't dare to have that luxury. It was just that she realized that now she had become more and more inseparable from Yi Fan. So even if Yi Fan would have another woman in the future, or even marry another woman, she didn't care. She only hoped that her weight in Yi Fan's heart would be slightly heavier. Then don't be inappropriate. It's not like I can't afford you anyway, Yi Fan said casually. Su Shishir was now his woman, and her favorability had even reached 90, which meant that there was basically no possibility of betrayal. So whatever she wanted to do, Yi Fan would support it. Humph. I don't want you to keep it, Su Shishir instantly ranted. Mind you, she's a rich woman now too, and not just any rich woman. Yi Fan had swiped a total of nearly 300 million in her live broadcast, and even after deducting the tax, her share would be 100 million. However, originally she was prepared to return this money to Yi Fan, but after seeing Yi Fan's real deposit, she immediately fell silent. Fully over 90 billion in deposits. That said, this 100 million of hers is just a few days of interest for him. Since you don't want me to feed you, why don't you feed me? I'm hungry now. Saying that, Yi Fan suddenly revealed a bad smile on his face and then pounced on him again. What happens next? Naturally, goes without saying. Fan, what do you think of this one? In the evening, at the Century House home, Su Shishir kept changing her clothes and had to ask Yi Fan to give her a reference. It's just a classmate's birthday. Do you need to be so grand? Yi Fan was speechless. Luckily, he knew that Su Shishir was going to a classmate's birthday party, or else he would have thought she was going to walk the red carpet. Besides, if you're dressed up like this, aren't you afraid you'll steal the limelight from your classmates? At least they are the birthday girl today, so they should give some face. What do you know? Zhaoya is my best sister. When she has a birthday, of course I have to pay attention to it. And there are so many beautiful girls in our class. If I don't dress up a bit prettier, what if you get snatched up by someone else? Su Shishir pretended to be angry, but this worry of hers wasn't completely unjustified. After all, In their acting department of the Beijing film, almost every one of them was a handsome man and a beautiful woman. But that's not even the point. The key, she had just gotten word that Guan Tongtong would also be attending tonight's birthday party. So how could she not know that Guan Tongtong was actually coming for her? Otherwise, with Guan Tongtong's condescending nature and being a big star, how could she have come to Zhao Ya's birthday party on purpose? You have to know that the relationship between Zhao Ya and Guan Tongtong before was not good. So of course she couldn't be compared to Guan Tongtong. So in the end, she went with the Chanel high fashion gown from that day. Even at this time, she could not wait to know what Guan Tongtong's expression would be when she saw this dress. It's going to be pretty exciting, I'm sure. Star. Chapter 28. You've got a lot of money, right? The location of the birthday party? In a KTV not far from the school. When Yifan and Su Shishir arrived, many of their classmates had already arrived first. Wow, sissy, you look so pretty today. Sure, this is the legendary Mr. Knight, isn't he? He looks so young. Sissy, you guys are really together. Seeing Su Shishir appear, a few female classmates who were relatively close to her immediately surrounded her. At the same time they were watching Yifan. After all, this is the legendary $10 billion tycoon. Anyone else would be curious to see such a big brother in reality. Not to mention that it was a big night and Yifan was wearing such a big sunglasses, so of course they were even more curious. But curiosity aside, they wouldn't really believe that Yifan could have that much money. At the same time, Su Shishir didn't say anything about Yifan. In school, hello ladies, my name is Yifan. I'm Shishir's high school classmate and also her boyfriend. Yifan introduced himself, and he said this to help clarify for Su Shishir that she wasn't with him because of money. While money certainly played a big part in this, at least it wasn't entirely because of money. The bigger reason, still, is that he's good looking. Sure enough, hearing him say that, several female classmates immediately exclaimed again. Wow, so you guys still go to high school together? Doesn't that mean you're just as old as us? I told you. Sure. How come you were taken down so quickly? So it's because you had a Jian love affair earlier. Sissy, be honest, have you guys been going at it since high school? But at the same time, they were also more determined that Yifan was not really a tycoon, but at most a second-generation rich man. Perhaps Yifan's family had a relationship with one of the higher-ups at Teeming Fish, and that's why he was able to get Teeming Fish to use this method to hold up Su Shishir. And at this time, looking at Su Shishir who had a happy face beside Yifan, the heart of the male students on the side, was also very bad. Alas, the man of my dreams finally belongs to someone else. Goddesses end up marrying money. Bull asterisk money. This kid is a rich second generation at best. Only he knew Su Shishir earlier, that's why he got his hands on him. No, I must break down his true colors in front of the goddess later. Forget it, you think Su Shishir doesn't know it in her own heart? But this kid can get the teasing fish to cooperate with his acting. His family's connections must not be simple either. Why do you guys think this kid is wearing sunglasses at night? That goes without saying, he must be ugly. Plus we have so many handsome guys here. How can he show up here without wearing sunglasses? Ha. Hearing you say that really puts me in a much better mood. Not to say what this group of students were thinking in their hearts. At this moment, Su Shishir was in a very good mood. In fact, originally this time when Zhao Ya had her birthday, she wasn't prepared to let Yifan come with her, because she was afraid that Yifan would refuse. However, Zhao Ya insisted that she bring Yifan along, so she had no choice but to try. As a result, Yifan agreed without any hesitation at all, which instantly made her happy for a long time. At this time, Su Shishir suddenly took out a box from her accompanying bag. Yeah, happy birthday, here's my present. With that, Su Shishir handed the box in her hand to Zhao Ya. At the same time, everyone present saw the box. Wow, it's Cartier. Sissy, you're so generous. Cece, in a few days when I have my birthday, are you going to give me a Cartier too? Zhang Ling, don't even think about it. When other people Shishir first started live broadcasting, how much did Zhao Ya help them? Now that Shishir has become a big anchor, it's only right to give Zhao Ya a Cartier as a birthday gift. By the way Shishir, I heard that you're not going to broadcast live from now on. Is that true? Many of them knew that Su Shishir had earned at least $100,000 a month when she was an anchor before, so it didn't bother her too much about her getting a Cartier for her birthday. But a Cartier, even if it's just the cheapest Cartier, costs nearly $10,000, so they are still very curious about what this Cartier really is. So immediately afterward, amidst a sea of anticipation, Zhao Ya opened then Cartier box. Then the crowd realized that inside the box was a very delicate lady's watch, and soon one of the female students recognized the watch and also named the price of the watch. 180, 800. So instantly, everyone looked at Su Shishir and Yifan a little differently. After all, an ordinary birthday, send more than 100. 000 yuan of watches as a gift. This Nima is the family has a mine, right? Or is it that this person in front of her is actually really a tycoon, and all those gifts she gave are real? That's why Su Shishir is taking money so lightly. Chapter 29, The Extremely Unhappy Guan Tongtong. Su Shishir noticed the eyes of the surrounding students, but she didn't care. She just simply wanted to give Zoya a better birthday present, because before, Zoya did help her a lot, and it's a favor with absolutely no expectation of anything in return. So naturally she can't forget her now that she's rich. Count your heart. Zhaoya didn't refuse either, and very happily accepted Su Shishir's gift. She was also the only one among all the people present who knew the real situation of Su Shishir and Yifan, so she naturally knew that this amount of money was nothing to the current Su Shishir. Still, in her heart she was very grateful. By the way, have all the students arrived? Su Shishir suddenly asked again. It had to be said that Zhaoya's popularity was still very good, and it could be said that this time, almost all the students in the class were there. There's still one Quan missing, Joa said with some difficulty. In fact, she hadn't planned to invite Guan Tongtong this time. After all, not only did she have a bad relationship with Guan Tongtong, but almost all the students in the class looked at Guan Tongtong in a bad light. But all the classmates were invited and she was the only one who was not invited, which was more or less unreasonable. Not to mention they were at least roommates in the same dorm room. But the invitation was invited, and in her thought with Guan Tongtong's character, she probably wouldn't come. But who knew that Guan Tongtong would actually agree? Forget it, let's wait a little longer then. Who made them big stars? Su Shishir rolled her eyes and said with a helpless face. But in reality, of course, she knew that Guan Tongtong hadn't arrived, which was why she deliberately asked that way. Why don't you say that the prettier the woman, the better she is at cheating? But at that moment, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and then the crowd saw a beautiful woman, also wearing large sunglasses, walk in. Not only that, but behind her, there was someone else and wearing sunglasses just like her, and even an extra mask. I heard someone bad-mouthing me right outside the door. Su Shishir, don't think that you're great just because you've got big money on your side. A guy who doesn't even dare to show his face. I don't know what he looks like yet. Saying that, he saw that beautiful woman take off her sunglasses. Who else could it be if not Guan Tongtong? I have to say that Guan Tongtong is actually still very pretty. Even if it's not as good as Su Shishir, at least 85 points are still there. The key is that she has a really good body and her family's connections, which is why she is so popular now. But pretty is pretty. This girl's temperament is also really not good. Even if she plays a princess, she looks like a maid, Guan Tongtong said, still looking at Yifan with a displeased face. As for the reason, of course, it was because she was robbed of that dress by Yifan last time, making her lose face in front of Su Shishir. But reasonably speaking, this kind of small matter wasn't even worth a special trip for a big star like her. But who let her be in an extremely bad mood lately? Not only have several roles been turned down, but even shows that were originally talked about have been cancelled. Even some of the endorsements said that they would not renew her contract after it expired. It felt as if she was being targeted by someone, and she couldn't find this person, nor could she remember offending any big shots. So in an irritable mood, she received Zhaoya's invitation and immediately agreed. For the sake of getting back that day so I can feel better about myself. Of course, if Yifan wasn't there, then she would have to find her way back on Su Shishir. For that reason, she had hired a helper today. The next moment, she saw her turn her head to look at the man behind her. The man also immediately understood and took off his mask along with his sunglasses. So when everyone saw who this person was, instantly the whole box was abuzz, especially the female students. Lu Han. It's Lu Han. Wow. I see Luchen's husband. Honey, I love you. Only to see that the female students in the box were all as excited as if they were crazy. There were even several female students rushing up as if they wanted to snatch this Lu Han away. However, when they saw Guan Tongtong in the way, they immediately stopped again. How did Guan Tongtong end up with Lu Han? Looking at Lu Han like this, it seems like he's still here specifically to accompany her. My Lu Han husband isn't chasing Guan Tongtong, is he? How can that be? It's Guan Tongtong who's seducing Lu Han's husband is more like it. Anyway, no matter what, I strongly disagree with the two of them being together. The female students who had just calmed down a bit immediately started talking about the relationship between Guan Tongtong and Lu Han. After all, in the situation at hand, the relationship between the two was not simple at first glance. At the same time, those male students, one by one, also looked at Lu Han with great envy. After all, they were all students of the acting department of the Beijing film. Who wouldn't want to be able to enter the entertainment industry in the future? But let's not talk about whether they could get in or not. Even if they could, it was definitely not an easy thing to become a big star like Lu Han. One could even say that hope and it's slimmer. This was the reason why many of the female students in the class looked at Guan Tongtong unfavorably, because even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that they were indeed very jealous of Guan Tongtong. Even the previous sushi was the same. It was just that Su Shishir knew very well how difficult it was for a girl like her, who had no background, to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. That's why she chose the path of being an anchor. But now, she even gave up being an anchor. Even if she knew full well that with Yifan's support, she could easily become the top anchor in the entire live broadcast circle. But compared to these, she was more willing to stay by Yifan's side and be an ordinary woman. Chapter 30, Guan Tongtong. Who are you saying is afraid to meet people? Guan Tongtong blocked in front of Lu Han, holding her head high with a very smug expression. The big star in your eyes, the husband Lu Han, in her eyes, is just a come at all call Tian dog. That's the difference between you and her. Then she looked at Yifan. This handsome man, such a big star as my Han Han has taken off his sunglasses. Should you also let us see your true face? Don't worry, even if you look ugly, we won't laugh at you. That said, she laughed to herself first as she said it. Obviously, in Guan Tongtong's opinion, Yifan must have looked too ugly. That's why he didn't dare to meet people. At the same time, when she heard Guan Tongtong say my family Han Han, Lu Han behind her immediately showed a happy face. You have to know that he has been pursuing Guan Tongtong for not even a day or two. After all, Guan Tongtong is not only pretty, but also the little princess of the Beijing circle. And although he, Lu Han, was now very popular, he was actually nothing more than a money-making tool. And as he grows younger, his face value is a bit too much to carry nowadays. Plus new fresh meat has popped up in the past 2 years, so it's predictable that his time will soon be over. Even now, his popularity has begun to decline, so if he was able to chase Guan Tongtong, the little princess of the Beijing circle, into his hands, he wouldn't be short of resources for at least the next few years. Unfortunately, he chased Guan Tongtong for most of the year but never succeeded. But this year, Guan Tongtong took the initiative to ask him out, giving him hope again. Even though he knew that Guan Tongtong was just using him, he would still do his best to do his best. It was just that when they heard Guan Tongtong say this, those female classmates immediately quit. How dare she call her husband my family chill? When did my husband become her family? No, definitely can't let her get away with this. A few female classmates looked at each other and immediately understood each other's thoughts. But so what? If Guan Tongtong really got together with Lu Han, there was nothing they could do as long as it was a normal relationship. Besides, even if Guan Tongtong and Lu Han weren't together, could Lu Han be looking at them? Don't dream. So they had no choice but to look at Yifan again. At this moment, how could they not see that Guan Tongtong was precisely rushing towards Su Shishir and Yifan today? If it was before, with their relationship with Su Shishir, of course they would want Su Shishir to win. But now, not only did they want Su Shishir to win, but it would be best if they could also ruthlessly slap Guan Tongtong's face. After all, who let Guan Tongtong steal their husbands? But immediately afterward they shook their heads, punching Guan Tongtong in the face? Even if this Yifan wasn't ugly, or even a big handsome guy, but can he be more handsome than Lu Han? It could even be said that from the moment Lu Han appeared, Guan Tongtong was invincible. Unless this Yifan is really the legendary 10 billion big brother, but that's even more unlikely. And at this time, Yifan also spoke. This pretty girl, whether this watch-a-macalet of yours takes off his sunglasses or not, that's your business. What does it have to do with me? Yifan was speechless. Yeah, what does it matter to him what other people do? He'll wear sunglasses if he wants to. What do you care? Besides, he wears sunglasses for your own good. He is afraid that if he removes his sunglasses, you will all turn into Tian dogs. How can he stand it? Of course, the most important thing was that among all the beautiful women present, except for Su Shishir, there was none that he could look at. If there was a beautiful woman of Mu Qingyan's caliber present, he would have found a chance to take off his sunglasses without you telling him. Granted, nowadays he could just create a whole bunch of beautiful women if he wanted to, but he still prefers the natural ones to the ones he built himself. And even if he built it, he would only be adding to the original. For example, boosting Su Shishir, a beauty who originally scored 88 points, to 90 points, but definitely not wasting attribute points on a 60-point beauty, not even to mention 60 points. He wouldn't be interested at all if his face value was below 80 points. It was just that when she heard him say this, Guan Tongtong, however, suddenly became even more complacent. Che, if you don't dare to meet people, you don't dare to meet people. What excuse are you looking for? Guan Tongtong said with a disdainful face. So this time, Su Shishir, who hadn't said anything beside her, finally couldn't help herself. Guan Tongtong, who are you saying is afraid to meet people? My husband is unwilling to take off his sunglasses. That's to give you face. Do you really think this what's his name Han Han of your family is handsome? Let me tell you, compared to my husband, he's not even a scum. Saying that, Su Shishir didn't ask Yifan whether he agreed or not, and directly reached out her hand. Then she wanted to take off Yifan's sunglasses, and seeing this, Yifan did not hide, because having him wear sunglasses all the time was originally Sushi's idea, so since she wants to take it off now, it's off. So the next moment, when the sunglasses were completely removed from Yifan's face, the entire box was instantly silent. Guan Tongtong's original smug smile was even more directly frozen on her face. Star. Chapter 31, $100 million? That's almost as much as I make in a month of live broadcasting. So handsome. How in the world can there be such a handsome man? Now I know why Shishir was taken down so quickly. Such a handsome man. Even if there is no money for me to fall back on, I'm still willing. Looking at Yifan, who had taken off his sunglasses, all the female students present immediately had countless little stars in their eyes. And unlike the excitement they felt when they saw Luhan just now, everyone was silent at this moment. At this time, they only wanted to quietly appreciate the stunning face in front of them, as if they were having a beautiful dream, not daring to make a little noise for fear of waking up from the dream, including those male students as well. Even at this point they didn't even have a little bit of jealousy in their hearts, because the difference is so great that even jealousy is useless, with their kind of face value, compared to Yifan at this moment. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. At the same time, after taking off Yifan's sunglasses, Su Shishir herself actually regretted it a bit. After all, there was no one here who knew better than her how terrifying the killing power of Yifan's face was. This was also the reason why she kept Yifan wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, as soon as Yifan went out, she might have a whole lot more love enemies. Good for you, Shishir. So Yi is so handsome. No wonder every time I wanted to invite Brother Knight to dinner, you pushed back. The first one to come to her senses was Zoya, but it wasn't that she was immune to this face of Yifan. It was just that from some clues she had long guessed that Yifan might be very good looking, so she was mentally prepared in advance. But even so, she was far from expecting that Yifan was so handsome. It was no wonder that the first time they met, they were able to make Su Shishir stay away for a thorough Yi. She had to know that she had shared a room with Su Shishir before, so of course she was clear about whether Su Shishir came back at night or not. This isn't afraid you'll break the bank, Su Shishir said with a little embarrassment. Unfortunately, this is a reason that even she doesn't believe. It turned out that before Jaya learned that the Chanel dress that Su Shishir gave her was actually paid for by Yifan, swiped with the Supreme Black Card. Although she didn't pay, it was equivalent to Yifan paying for the bill, so she had been wanting to treat Yifan to a meal. As a result, Su Shishir pushed and pushed. At first she didn't know the reason. She only thought it was because Yifan didn't want to see her, or Yifan was really busy. But now how can she not know? The original is her own good sister is afraid that she misses her boyfriend. Humph. Zhaoya suddenly snorted coldly and pretended she was angry. But in fact, she knew very well that in her place, Su Shishir would probably do the same. After all, who made Yifan too handsome? Boyfriends are handsome and do have a long face when they take them out. But if the boyfriend is too handsome, then take it out and think about whether you can bring it back. At the same time, after she said that, all the others present also came to their senses. But even so, the way everyone looked at Yifan was completely different, especially those female classmates. The eyes that each looked at Yifan were all filled with shyness. Even Quan Tong Tong is no exception. As for their old highway cold, it had long been thrown away by them at this point to who knows where. After all, compared to Yifan's face value, even Lu Han, the gap was a bit big. So seeing this, Lu Han, who was on the side, immediately cried out in a dark voice, "This gentleman, I see that you have a good image. Are you interested in coming to the entertainment industry? If so, I can introduce you to a few entertainment companies." At this time, Lu Han finally stood out and looked at Yifan, suddenly smiling, because at this time, he was very clear that if he couldn't take the wind out of Yifan's sails today, then it would only be more difficult for him to pursue Guan Tongtong in the future. And hearing him say that, Guan Tongtong also completely sobered up, to know that she was here today to retrieve the scene from Su Shishir and also Yifan. And now that the scene had not been retrieved, how could she indulge in the enemy's beauty first? Although she also had to admit that Yifan was indeed very handsome, even so handsome that she was somewhat moved at first sight. But even if she was moved again, she'd have to find her way back first. Right, handsome, you're so handsome, it's too bad that you're not a star. And with my family Han's introduction, you can also take a lot less detours. And maybe even in the future you can be like my family Han, with a paycheck of $100 million. Guan Tongtong smiled back. It was just that although she seemed to be praising Yifan, who in the room couldn't hear that she was actually showing off Lu Han. So what if Yifan is handsome? My chill is a big star. The pay for acting in a movie is even $100 million. Is this something you can compare? Sure enough, hearing her say this, a gasp immediately rang out from the box. What? $100 million for the movie? Could it be that those rumors on the internet are true? My husband deserves to be my husband. His worth is different. Ugh. If only I could be such a big star in the future. I don't dare to think of 100 million paychecks. I guess I can wake up laughing in my dreams if I can have 10 million paychecks. The crowd was shocked and obviously also frightened by Luhan's $100 million paycheck. It is important to realize that today, even those top stars in the entertainment industry are only paid tens of millions of dollars at most. So if Luhan's paycheck really amounted to $100 million, then he could definitely be called the highest priced star in the current entertainment industry. However, at this time, just as everyone was still in shock, Su Shirshir, who was on the side, spoke again. Wow, $100 million? So being a star is this lucrative? It's almost as much as what I earn in a month of live broadcasting. Star. Chapter 32, a sports car worth $100 million? Almost as much as a month on the air? Luhan didn't understand what that meant at first, and then immediately froze when he reacted. Live streaming earns over $100 million a month? Is live streaming so lucrative now? Well, should I try it too? Obviously. He is not aware of the $10 billion tycoon incident that took place some time ago. Or maybe he knew, but didn't associate it with sushi. After all, no one in their right mind would believe such a thing. But while he didn't know that, Guan Tong knew it very well. Only she didn't believe it just the same. Su Shirshir, what are you pretending for? Who doesn't know those gifts of yours are fake? Guan Tong immediately said. Although that day, Yi Fan took out a so-called Supreme Black card at the Chanel boutique. But of course she didn't believe in that Supreme Black card that allowed her to buy all Chanel products for free. Or maybe it's really free to buy. But there's actually a limit. Like $1 million or a couple million a year. So in her thought, Yi Fan should be a rich second generation. Even if he was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But to say that Yi Fan was worth tens of billions of dollars at such a young age. No, it was tens of billions of dollars in savings. How could she believe such a thing? So since the tens of billions of dollars in deposits are fake, the alleged swiping of more than $200 million in gifts must also be fake. After all, do not say that the body of hundreds of millions, even if the body of $1 billion of tycoons, but also cannot afford to take $200 or $300 million to reward an anchor, right? Besides, even if you really want to give it up, wouldn't it be better to just give it away? You also don't have to be siphoned off by the platform. And that others were obviously thinking the same way she was. If you say it's fake? Who do you think you are? Su Shirshir said with the same disdainful face. Anyway, today had already been pretending to this extent, so it would be better to just pretend to the end. Well then, since you say it's not a fake, show me the proof. Naturally, Guan Tong would not show any weakness. However, this made it a little difficult for Su Shirshir. Evidence? Of course she did. Just show the deposit inside the bank card directly. But isn't this method too simple and crude? Or would people think she was intentionally showing off her wealth? You should know that she, Su Shirshir, is not the kind of superficial person. Even if she is pretending, she should also pretend to be clear and elegant. But just then, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and then a guy with a big belly walked in. So it's Mr. Lu and Miss Guan. This person saw Luhan and Guan Tong as soon as he entered the door and also immediately recognized them. I have to say that right now Luhan and Guan Tong's popularity is still very high, especially Luhan. The name of the first flow of students is not called for nothing, but Yi Fan, who was a traveler, of course knew that this guy was already close to mush, especially after acting in that what's-his-name Fortress of Mordor, basically saying 88 to top sources altogether. By the way, that said this guy was paid like 100 million for his role in Fortress of Mordor, at least that's how it's advertised. How much he ends up getting for himself though, that's unknown. I, Zhang Dafu, am the owner of this KTV. Boss Zhang continued. Oh, so it's Boss Zhang. I wonder what Boss Zhang wants. Hearing that this guy was the owner of this KTV, Luhan immediately understood his intention, which was nothing more than wanting to take a photo with him and then post the photo in the store, so as to increase the popularity of this store as well as attract his fans to come and spend money. But if it were before, he certainly would not easily agree. But now well, in order to salvage the face he had just lost, he certainly wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to act like a pussy. But apparently this time, he guessed wrong about where his boss was coming from. It's like this. I wanted to ask if that sports car out there belongs to you too? A sports car? Luhan froze, then nodded immediately afterward. Good, it's mine. In order to pick up Guan Tong today, he deliberately drove a Ferrari that had just arrived. And this Ferrari was also customized by him, costing nearly $10 million, which was fully twice as expensive as a normal Ferrari. That's great. Boss Zhang immediately beamed with joy. It turned out that an employee had told him earlier that a sports car was parked outside their store, and as a result, a large group of people had been attracted to gather around and take photos in a while. which would be a problem if the car was accidentally damaged. The employees of the store didn't see which box the owner of the car went into, and only knew that it was a man and a woman and two young people, so that he had asked several boxes before and didn't find the right person. Good to finally find it now. Then please Mr. Lou, can you move that sports car of yours a little bit? There is an underground garage right opposite our store, and then I'll have 2 more security guards to watch over it specifically for you, to ensure that there won't be any problems. After all, your sports car is worth $100 million. If it is really bumped, I just sell this store. Cannot afford to pay. Boss Zhang complained. It couldn't be helped. He had asked several security guards to watch from the side before, but that car was parked right on the side of the road, and with so many pedestrians coming and going, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be an accident. So it's safer to park in an underground garage. The key to that garage belongs to the mall across the street. That way even if something happens, it's none of his business. Only when he heard him say this, Lu Han, who was just about to move the car, immediately stopped. $100 million sports car? How could his Ferrari be worth $100 million when it wasn't even $10 million, even though it wasn't cheap either? But at this time, Su Shishir, who was on the side, suddenly walked over. Boss, you're talking about a silver Koenigsegg 11, right? That's my car. Saying that, Su Shishir also deliberately flashed the car keys in her hand. Chapter 33, does the car belong to Suzu? Yes. It is indeed a silver Koenigsegg 11. Honestly, I've never seen such an expensive sports car in my life. Boss Zhang lamented, then looked at Lu Han. I'm sorry Mr. Road, I was mistaken just now. After all, he is a businessman. And Mr. Zhang voluntarily admitted that he had made a mistake. But all of the people present are not cuties. They can't see that it's Lu Han himself who's made a big mess. However, at this moment, everyone was no longer in the mood to laugh at Lu Han, and all of them were interested by the sports car worth $100 million in Boss Zhang's mouth. A sports car worth $100 million? Is there really such an expensive sports car? Koenigsegg 11? How come I've never even heard of it? Got it. The Koenigsegg 11, known as the world's most expensive sports car, is indeed worth $100 million. The key is that this car can't be bought even if you have money, and it's said that there are only 6 of them in the world. Really? I can't believe Shishir has such an expensive sports car. What Shishir's? It must be that Yi Fan's. That Yi Fan wouldn't really be a $10 billion tycoon, would he? Who knows? But to be able to afford a $100 million sports car, he must not be an ordinary tycoon. Maybe he really swiped more than 200 million gifts for Shishir. Sissy's gone to move the car. Should we follow her out to check it out? Nonsense. Of course I want it. It's $100 million sports car. How can I not see it? So a group of people immediately followed Su Shishir out of the box. At the same time, Lu Han and Guan Tongtong glanced at each other and finally followed together. Apparently they also want to see what a sports car worth $100 million looks like. Immediately after the crowd came to the entrance of the KTV, and sure enough, they saw a group of people were surrounding a silver sports car taking pictures non-stop. Not even if a security guard stops it. There was even one of them that looked like an anchor that was broadcasting live. Brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, Kiki is so lucky today. She met a supercar on the side of the road in her first outdoor live broadcast. And this isn't just any supercar. It's a limited edition global Koenigsegg 11. I guess a lot of brothers and sisters have never heard of this sports car. In fact, Kiki hadn't heard of it at first either, or just found out about it after Googling it. What about this car? I won't talk about the rest. Kiki doesn't know much about cars, so I'll just talk about its price. RMB 100 million. Yes, you heard it right. This car is worth 100 million and is claimed to be the world's most expensive sports car. Let's let Kiki bring you all together to see the world's most expensive sports car worth $100 million. By the way, there's a red Ferrari not far from this car. I'm sure everyone knows about Ferrari, arguably the most famous sports car in the world, and just about any one of them costs millions. But now this Ferrari, compared to this Koenigsegg 11, is simply too different, if not completely different. Only to see that with this anchor Kiki's introduction, the audience in her live room was immediately stunned. At the same time the 2 sports cars, one after the other, appeared on her live feed. 66,666. A sports car worth $100 million. Which Big Brother's car is this? Kiki should be in the vicinity of the Beijing movie right now. It couldn't be any of the stars, could it? Worthy of a sports car worth $100 million. The styling is just awesome. Compared to this car, the Ferrari is like a younger brother. Ferrari, I'm too hard. Kiki is also an anchor of the teasing fish, but is not considered a big anchor. The popularity of the live room is only 200,000 to 300,000 on average, and the number of people is about 5,000 to 6,000. However, with the appearance of these two sports cars, the popularity of her live broadcast immediately began to rise, and there were more gifts of all kinds. After all, even a Ferrari isn't just any sports car, let alone that Koenigsegg 11. Ordinary people will likely not see it more than once in a lifetime. But then, with a beep, the lights of the Koenigsegg 11 suddenly lit up. Wow, here's the owner, Kiki exclaimed, and immediately started looking around for the owner of the car. Then the next moment, she saw a large beautiful woman walking over and holding a very oddly shaped car key in her hand. It looks like this beautiful sister should be the owner of this car. Alas, I can't imagine that Missy is not only rich, but also so pretty. Looking at Kiki makes her inferior. But this beautiful sister, how does Kiki feel? A bit familiar, Kiki said with a puzzled look on her face, seemingly pondering where she had seen this young lady before. However, she didn't realize that the moment this young lady appeared, her live room immediately exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If it isn't little Susu, indeed it's little Susu. I heard that she's a student of the Beijing Shadow. Could it be that the car belongs to little Susie? Little Susu can afford to drive a $100 million sports car? Of course little Susu can't afford to drive it, but other people can afford to drive it. Mr. Knight. Not bad. This car definitely belongs to Mr. Knight. Could it be that Mr. Knight is really a tycoon with a $10 billion fortune? Nonsense. I was there that day. If those recharge records were fake, do you think those tycoons would not point it out? It's only those self-righteous DS that think everyone is AD like them. Not bad. I, Mr. Knight, am just rich and capricious. What's wrong with swiping a few $100 million gifts? It's just a drop in the bucket for others. Mr. Knight is mighty. Mr. Knight is domineering. The Knight Chief is #1 in the world. It had to be said that the commotion Yifan had made that day was just a bit too big. So much so that Su Shirshir was recognized by the vast majority of the people just as soon as she appeared in Chi-Chi's live broadcast screen. At the same time, the news of little Susu's appearance in Kiki's live broadcast room flew throughout the teeming fish. So much so that countless netizens who had gotten the news immediately rushed towards Kiki's live broadcast room. Star. Chapter 34, $10 billion landlord? Who are you insulting? Wow. What a handsome sports car. Is this really a $100 million sports car? I just googled it and it does look exactly like this car. I really envy Shirshir for finding such a handsome and rich boyfriend. Don't be envious. They've been together since high school. Su Shirshir's classmates, when they saw Su Shirshir sitting in that cool silver sports car, immediately all showed a look of envy. This includes male students as well. After all, a sports car can be considered every man's dream. If they had a sports car like that, it would be simply as cool as it gets. Unfortunately, dreams are just dreams, and they can only be thought of in dreams. Kiki, check to see if Mr. Knight is there. Discovering that little Susu had shown up and was also driving a super sports car that was most likely Chief Knight's, meant that that legendary Chief Knight was also most likely in the neighborhood at this time. So Kiki's live streamers immediately told her to look around. Unfortunately, at this time, Yifan was still in the KTV's box and didn't come out at all. After all, moving the car Su Shirshir alone can be, the other people are without wanting to see the car, but the car is his. Wanna see anytime you can see? Of course, will not be with them. Still, Kiki quickly realized what was going on. Wow, so many handsome girls and boys. These should all be little Susu's classmates. I heard that little Susu is still in the acting department of Beijing Film. No wonder. Then wouldn't these people probably be the future big stars? Ha, you guys see if that's Guan Tongtong? Where? It's really Guan Tongtong. I can't believe Guan Tongtong is also little Susu's classmate. Holy, who's that guy in sunglasses next to Guan Tongtong? Why do I feel like Lu Han? What? Lu Han? How old is he? How can he be little Susu's classmate? Silly bar in front. Don't you know there's a rumor that Lu Han and Guan Tongtong are together? No way. This is absolutely huge news. Kiki, go over there and see if it's Lu Han. If it is, you're rich. Kiki quickly noticed what the pop-up said as well, then walked over to see that it was really Guan Tongtong. And the guy next to her wearing sunglasses really did look a bit like Lu Han. Even though it's already nighttime, the lights in front of the KTV are still very bright. And Lu Han was obviously afraid of trouble, so he only wore a modest pair of sunglasses and not a mask. And Guan Tongtong didn't wear sunglasses, so it was easy to be able to recognize it. And at the same time, seeing an anchor coming their way, Guan Tongtong and Lu Han immediately realized that they had been exposed. However, Lu Han only subconsciously wanted to dodge, but in the next moment, seeing Guan Tongtong beside him, he immediately dispelled this idea. If his affair with Guan Tongtong comes out, maybe Guan Tongtong will recognize it. Unfortunately, he had good ideas, or if it was before meeting Yifan today, Guan Tongtong might not mind spreading some gossip with him. Anyway, whether it's true or not, there's certainly no shortage of heat, and even making vlog headlines is a possibility. But now, somehow, even this free heat was a bit unwanted by her, so without thinking, Guan Tongtong turned around and returned to the KTV. Seeing this, Lu Han had no choice but to hurriedly follow. Just his heart but vaguely produced a very bad premonition. But in the end, what premonition? But cannot say. Immediately after watching the silver Koenigsegg 11 slowly drive into the underground parking lot of the opposite mall under Su Shishir's driving, the other students also returned to their previous boxes. Then they saw Yifan sitting alone in the box. At this time, Yifan put the large pair of sunglasses back on, just like what they had seen at the beginning. But at this point everyone was looking at him completely differently. That, you can't really be the legendary $10 billion tycoon, a female student suddenly asked cautiously. This was the biggest doubt in everyone's mind at this time. But who knew that Yifan immediately shook his head. How can that be? I'm certainly not some $10 billion tycoon, Yifan said with a surprised face. When did he become a $10 billion tycoon? Keep in mind he has over $90 billion in the bank alone. And that 90 plus billion wasn't even all of his savings. It was just the pocket money he got directly from the system. The money those companies in his name have made over the years. And the dividends he's gotten from other companies. Can be in other accounts. Add to that all those shares he owns as well as his assets, and to call him a $10 billion tycoon. Who are you insulting? He's at least a trillionaire dirtbag, alright. Star. Chapter 35, Lu Han singing. When Su Shishir returned to the box, she saw her classmates gathered in groups, either chatting or singing. After all, it was Joa's birthday party, and that was the theme. However, there were still quite a few female students who surrounded Yifan and kept asking questions. Fortunately, Su Shishir could see that Yifan was just politely dealing with them and didn't have any thoughts about them. But of course, she wouldn't think Yifan was some kind of decent person. Yifan was definitely not a decent person either. She knew that right now. It was just that Yifan couldn't see them. After all, even for students of the Beijing Opera, not everyone was as pretty as her. It was just that Su Shishir sometimes wondered. It had only been 3 years since she had seen him. How come the honest Yifan back then seemed to have completely changed, as if he was a different person? Not only has the look changed, but even the personality has changed so much. But Yifan does not say. She did not dare to ask his. At the same time, there were many students who were interested in Lu Han, especially the female students. But at this moment, everyone could see that Lu Han only had Guan Tongtong in his eyes, at least on the surface. So after being rejected, it's not a good idea to come up with a deadbeat. It's not like they're really NC fans after all. At this time, when she saw Su Shishir appear, Guan Tongtong immediately let out a light grunt, obviously extremely upset with Su Shishir. Not even a little cover-up. Seeing this, Lu Han, who was a Tian dog, of course knew that it was time for him to perform. Although he wasn't as rich as Yifan and could afford a $100 million sports car, but as the most popular flow boy in the current entertainment industry, he was still more or less capable. Tong Tong, why don't I sing you a song? Lu Han suddenly said. Singing? Guan Tongtong instantly lit up. Yeah, they're stars. What do stars do best? That would be acting and singing. Of course, as a result, they have to compete with others to see who has more money. Isn't it obvious that they are comparing their own shortcomings with others' strengths? Although celebrities were definitely richer than ordinary people, compared to those rich second-generation people, such as that Mr. Wang, it was definitely far worse. At the thought, she immediately nodded. Then I saw Lu Han running over to order a song on his ass. I can't believe this Lu Han can sing quite well. Soon, Lu Han's song sounded, but upon hearing Lu Han's song, Su Shishir first froze, but then suddenly said with a flirtatious face, Lu Han did sing well, at least not off-key. However, in Su Shishir's opinion, this level was just about the same as she had before, equivalent to the top level within the amateurs. But who is Lu Han? That's the most popular flow boy in the country at the moment, still debuting as a singer, but also the lead singer inside the team. In other words, singing was supposed to be his best skill, and this is the level you're at now? No wonder people are so turned off by fresh meat these days. Not to say you're comparable to those top singers, but at least the equivalent of an average professional singer, right? But at this time, this level of Lu Han, not to mention mixing in the entertainment industry, is to be an anchor. It is estimated that it is not necessarily red, but more than her reaction. Those of her classmates were a different story. After all, they were all from the acting department, not the music department, and their singing skills were naturally not good. Even before, Su Shishir's singing was already considered the best in the class. Plus Lu Han is this handsome. So when they heard Lu Han's song, those female students immediately screamed madly once again. Lu Han's husband is so handsome. Hubby sings so well. I love you, Lu Han husband. At the same time, Guan Tongtong once again had a very pleased expression on her face. How's that? my chill sings well, doesn't she? Just as Lu Han finished a song, Guan Tongtong immediately couldn't wait to show off in front of Su Shishir. Not bad, Sushi said casually. If she had seen Lu Han before, she still had that small bit of excitement. After all, Lu Han did look handsome. If we follow the system's scoring, Lu Han's face value is probably almost as much if not 90. Of course, if you replace Lu Han with Lu Yangyang, it would definitely be able to score 90 points. But now, Su Shishir only wanted to say one thing: traffic deserves to be traffic. As long as you are handsome, what else do you need other talents for? What? Still not convinced, are you? Of course, Guan Tongtong could tell that Su Shishir was being perfunctory, so she continued, then why don't you let your man sing a song as well? Saying that, Guan Tongtong even purposely turned her head to look at Yi Fan. At the same time, when she said this, it was also equivalent to a disguised admission of the relationship between herself and Lu Han. Although this was not her intention, as long as she could make Su Shishir and also Yi Fan suffer, she could not care less at this time. Chapter 36, The God of Song. Make my man sing? Su Shishir immediately said with a disdainful face. She didn't know what exactly Yi Fan did, but she had seen with her own eyes Yi Fan's full 90 billion plus deposits, a tycoon with over $90 billion in savings alone. And you, Guan Tongtong, say you want him to sing? It's just a playwright. You really think you're so cool, Mr. Yi? Today is the birthday of your girlfriend's classmate. Singing a song isn't too much to ask, right? Lu Han, who had just finished a song, immediately walked over, and having heard what Guan Tongtong had just said, he was getting excited in his heart at the moment. Just hearing him say that, Zhaoya on the side was immediately speechless. Today was supposed to be her birthday party, but the main attraction turned out to be someone else. But she didn't care. After all, who made people powerful? But it's your business if you have conflicts. Why bring her into it? But after all, she was on better terms with Su Shishir. Not to mention that Su Shishir had given her such an expensive gift earlier, so of course she was on Su Shishir's side. Mr. Lu, although today is my birthday, I mainly want to take this opportunity to get everyone together, and I don't really have any other requests, so whether he sings or not is entirely up to him, Joa said. And with Mr. Lu on one side and Yi on the other, it's self-evident which side to take. However, at this time, Yi Fan suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Lu is right. Today is Xiaoya's birthday. It's only right for me to sing a song to help cheer her up. Of course Yi Fan understood Su Shishir's meaning. One was to defend him, and the other was also afraid that he would lose face if he didn't sing well. After all, Su Shishir had never heard him sing before, but could Yi Fan possibly lose face? It was important to realize that his singing skill was likewise rewarded by the 100-day sign, and while it wasn't at the highest level of 10, it was still at level 9. According to the introduction in the system, a level 9 singing skill was almost equivalent to the top level of this world, also known as the God of Song. As for the level 10 singing skill, that was already beyond the existence of the God of Song. However, having said that, a trace of coldness flashed within his eyes as he looked at Lu Han. How dare an opera singer talk to him like that? He really thinks he's easy to mess with, doesn't he? Just because he'd agreed to sing didn't mean he really didn't care. But teaching a playwright a lesson didn't require him to do it himself. Just a phone call would do, just like teaching Guan Tongtong a lesson before. After all, he had once personally told Guan Tongtong that there were some things that could not be said casually. It was only that Guan Tongtong was still just a little flower and had not been exposed to a high level. Plus Yi Fan had not rushed her to the end, so she now only felt that someone was targeting her. After all, Yi Fan couldn't even let her have that Wall Street Journal ad. Otherwise, Yi Fan would be able to completely shut her down with a single word. But Lu Han was different from Guan Tongtong. With his curiosity, he was already good enough to access some higher-level resources, such as endorsements from some big-name luxury goods. So even if Yi Fan just taught him a little lesson, the consequences would not be something he could bear. Immediately after that, Yi Fan casually ordered a song, then took the microphone and was ready to start singing. At the same time, seeing that this big tycoon of his actually wanted to sing, everyone present immediately became interested. That includes Sushi as well. As for Zoya, not to mention, just now, Yi Fan's sentence Xiaoya simply made her too happy. Even if she hadn't forced herself to hold back, she probably would have laughed outright. But soon, the smile on her face disappeared, and was replaced by a face of shock as well as incredulity. And almost everyone in the room had the same expression as her. How is that possible? How can he sing so well? Wow, this is almost better than the original song. God of Song. This is definitely at the level of only the God of Song. This level simply hangs on to the road chill. Hanging? There's no comparison at all. Okay, rich, handsome, and now he sings so well. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? It's over. I realized I can't forget Yi anymore. Me too. I'm so jealous of Cece. The song finished, but everyone present was still immersed in Yifan's song. It wasn't until Yifan coughed heavily twice that they came back to their senses. Then the next moment, everyone's eyes were once again different when they looked at Yifan. If anything, the previous Yifan had more or less left them with some disdain. After all, in their opinion, Yifan was nothing more than a rich second generation who relied on his family's money. The current Yifan, then, had completely convinced them, especially those female classmates. The eyes looking at Yifan had already become infatuated. It was even more obsessive than before when Yifan took off his sunglasses, including Guan Tong Tong as well. Star. Chapter 37, Responsible Scum. Perhaps knowing that it was impossible to retrieve the scene today, after Yifan finished his song, Guan Tong Tong immediately found an excuse to leave. Lu Han naturally hurried to follow. However, after leaving the KTV, Guan Tong Tong didn't let Lu Han send her home, but took a taxi home by herself. And only until this moment did she try to throw out the figure of Yifan singing in her mind. But immediately afterward, she suddenly remembered something. This Yifan can't really be a big shot, right? So will there be retaliation for offending such a big shot? Plus, the recent string of things that were suspected to be targeted happened right after she offended Yifan that day. Could there be a connection between this? Guan Tong Tong suddenly felt incredibly irritable, even more so than when she came. Meanwhile, the party in the box continued, but before 11 o'clock, the rest of the group left. Since they are still students, most of them are still living on campus, and the dorms might be closed if they go back late. Then Yifan took Su Shirshir and also Xiaoya to have a midnight snack together and also went home separately. Only during this time Xiaoya secretly added Yifan's V-mail. Of course, it's when Sushi wasn't looking. In the next few days, Yifan and Su Shirshir seemed to go back to their previous days, staying at home every day doing a little bit of what they loved to do. It was simply good and uncomfortable. However, Yifan realized that since the party that day, Su Shirshir's mood seemed to have been not very good, as if she had something on her mind. Baby, why does it feel like you've been a little upset the last couple days? On this day, Yifan, who had just finished an exercise, hugged Su Shirshir and casually asked. To be honest, he was really quite fond of Su Shirshir. Not only is she pretty, she has a good personality and, crucially, she knows what she's doing. Is Sushi stupid? Certainly not stupid. From the first time Yifan sent gifts in her live room, she knew what Yifan was thinking. Nothing more than to pick her up. Not to mention that Yifan had been a Tian dog for so long before. So after Yifan gave her a $20 million gift directly, she immediately took the initiative to ask Yifan to meet her. However, it wasn't that she had any thoughts about Yifan, but rather she was frightened by Yifan and decided to reject him face to face. Yes, at that time, Su Shirshir had originally planned to reject Yifan, because she knew that someone who could give out $20 million in gifts with their hands was definitely not someone she could offend. So whether she accepted or didn't accept Yifan's pursuit, she had to tell Yifan about her decision at the first opportunity. Otherwise, in case Yifan felt that she was lying to him or dangling him as a kaiju, the consequences would definitely not be something she could afford. But then why did she change her attention? That's because of Yifan's age. Of course. Anyway, society is so open nowadays. Being with someone who is about the same age, even if you break up later, you can still treat it as if you were in a relationship. But if there's too much of an age difference, then it's kind of a bad thing to spread the word. Not to mention a mistress, but at the very least a lover of vanity is certainly not off the hook. She couldn't get past that threshold in her own heart. Don't think she's realistic. How many girls aren't realistic these days? Not to mention that she was so pretty and had been tempted far more than the average girl since she was a child. So it's been great that she's been able to hold her own. As for why she ended up falling in love with Yifan, does it even need to be said? With Yifan's condition, which girl would be unmoved after spending so much time with him? The lace edges are broken straight for you. Nothing. Sushi shook her head. But how could Yifan not understand her mind? It's nothing more than being envious of Guan Tong Tong. Yes, Guan Tong Tong was jealous that Su Shirshir was prettier than her and now she had found such an excellent boyfriend. That's why she wanted to get back that day and compare Su Shirshir to her. For this reason she even sacrificed her own color, and called the Tian dog Lu Han, who had been unable to look at her. But how could Su Shirshir not envy Guan Tong Tong for becoming a big star? And this was something that Yifan had discovered a long time ago. For example, Su Shirshir was extraordinarily interested in some entertainment news and even subscribed to several fashion magazines. So Yifan pretended to be tentative again and asked, "Baby, then if I promote you as a star, would you be willing?" "Really?" Su Shirshir subconsciously exclaimed, and at the same time completely exposed the deepest thoughts of her heart. Yes, she wants to be in show business. She wants to be a big star. It's been her biggest dream for a long time. Only now there is one more reason for this dream. This reason was naturally Yifan, because the more she got to know Yifan, the more she realized how big the gap between them was. So in order to increase her weight in Yifan's heart, she could only improve herself continuously. And naturally, the only way for her to improve herself is to become a star. That's for sure. When have I ever lied to you? Yifan gently smiled, not caring about the shy expression that flowed out of Su Shishir's face due to the exposure of the thoughts in her heart. Not to mention that this was supposed to be his own plan. After all, he couldn't stay by Su Shishir's side every day, could he? So what's the point of not sending her out to find something to do? Besides, the goddess in other people's eyes is more well-behaved than a kitten in front of you. Doesn't it smell good? This feeling? What? You call him a scumbag? I just got it and I'm sick of people. Oh, when did Yifan say he wasn't a scumbag? It's just that he's a responsible scumbag. Star. Chapter 38, The Man Behind Big Sugar. Since he was ready to make Su Shishir a big star, the next day Yifan brought her to a company called Tianfan Entertainment. This entertainment company was naturally a reward for Yifan to sign up, but it was just the most common daily signing reward, so Yifan didn't take it to heart. Not to mention that with what he learned yesterday, there was only one signed artist under this company so far, so if it wasn't for Su Shishir, he probably wouldn't have come to this company to take a look at it in his life. But when he arrived at the door of the company, he realized that the scale of this company was surprisingly not small at all, occupying an entire floor in the most upscale commercial office building in the entire capital. And it's still the top layer, but it looks like the office building belongs to him too. Ugh, what a waste of resources. If such a floor was rented out, the annual rent would be tens of millions of dollars, but it turned out to be occupied by one of his own Thai companies, and it was even estimated that he would not even be able to collect the rent. But this amount of money was nothing to Yifan, so let's waste it. Immediately after Yifan walked into the company, Li Jia, the general manager who had already gotten the news, immediately welcomed him out. Excuse me, is this Mr. Yi? Li Jia looked at Yifan and asked with a respectful face. He didn't recognize Yifan, let alone know Yifan's identity. But yesterday he suddenly received a phone call from the boss of the head office himself, telling him that a big shot was coming to inspect the company today, and that head office boss also said that this big shot status was even much higher than his, so it was imperative that he be received well. This nasty freaked him out at the time. Okay, it was important to know that in his mind, that head office boss was already a big man who could be called powerful, and there was nothing he couldn't handle, at least in the entire entertainment industry. As a result, the identity of this big shot who was going to come today was even much higher. How high was this Nima? But this is not the key that the boss of the head office also said, today to let their Tianfan Entertainment the only artist to meet the big man together. So Li Jia, who had been mixing in the shopping mall for many years, immediately understood that the one who came today was probably the real boss behind their scenes. It is also that legendary big boss. At the same time, seeing the general manager Li Jia's appearance, all the employees of Tianfan Entertainment were dumbfounded. After all, this was the first time they'd seen a general manager like this. You know that their general manager is notorious for not giving face to anyone in his circle. The only one who was present was a big beautiful woman who looked at Yifan, who was walking over with very complicated eyes, but it was obvious that she was more than pleasantly surprised. Although Yifan was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see exactly what he looked like, he certainly wasn't very old, so she's satisfied with this result. At least it's much better than she thought the old man would be. Aha! Yifan looked at Li Jia and nodded very casually, but immediately afterward when he saw the big beautiful woman standing behind Li Jia, he immediately froze. What's the situation? I'm not mistaken, am I? If it isn't the overbearing, unrivaled Big Sugar? Yifan felt like his mind was a bit messed up, but at least his intelligence was as high as 200 points, so he instantly understood. So my only signed artist in this company is Big Sweet, and she's able to be so great in the entertainment industry because I'm behind her? In other words, I'm the man behind that Big Sweet thing? To say that this world's Big Sweet is even better than on Earth. How awesome is that? The global face of Chanel is her. She is also the face of Burberry for women. The sole spokesperson for LVZ country is still her. There are all kinds of other luxury endorsements, and it's rumored that there's only one she doesn't want to take, not one she can't. When you think about it, he seems to be the only one in the world who has the ability to promote her. At the same time, Yifan also realized one thing, and that was that the rewards he had signed up for, even though he had only obtained them all at once through a replacement sign-up after he had crossed over, these rewards didn't come together, but had been there for a long time. For example, if he remembers correctly, this Tianfan Entertainment should have been acquired more than 3 years ago. So in fact, more than 3 years ago, this company has existed, and already belongs to his name. How else can we explain that Big Sweet, who just debuted 3 years ago, can have so many resources? The so-called supplemental signature was just to let Yifan know that there was this company. But big sweet awesome is awesome. Say as today's entertainment circle first small flower is not too much. Resources is more to all female stars are jealous of her. However, the title of Queen of Bad Movies still accompanies her. And the movies she starred in still flopped. Even pounced worse than Yifan's last life. It was thanks to Yifan's money that he could afford to toss it. If this were any other entertainment company, it would definitely have gone bankrupt a long time ago. Star. Chapter 39, First Meeting with Big Sugar. Wow, it's Sweet Sister. Su Shishir also saw Big Sweetie and immediately couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, because Big Sugar is definitely the biggest idol in her heart. Or more accurately, Big Sweet was the idol of all the Jingying students today. Also a Beijing film student. Guan Tongtong is good enough, right? She is already so famous even before she graduated. And she even starred as the lead actress of a TV series. But these are nothing compared to Big Sugar. Just a sophomore in college, Big Sugar was already the lead actress in a movie. And the co-stars are all the top stars in the entertainment industry. Various big name endorsements are even coming in turn. Who's going to be able to stand up to this nigga? With so many resources, even a pig could probably fly. Not to mention that Big Sugar looks so pretty. Even Su Shishir, who was usually very confident in herself, could not help but feel ashamed of herself when she saw it. Of course, this was more psychological on her part. Although in Yifan's opinion, Big Sweets was indeed a bit prettier than Su Shishir, the difference wasn't that big. Sushi's face value today is 90 and Big Sweet is probably at 92. But Big Sweet's aura is so powerful that ordinary people who see her probably don't even have the courage to look directly at her. It was a good thing that Yifan was not an ordinary person. Not only that, but instead, it was Big Sweetie, who had been sizing up Yifan, who couldn't help but lower her head first. A beautiful face that can be called perfect can't help but quietly redden. But at this time, Su Shishir suddenly reacted. It seems that Yifan told her that this Tianfan Entertainment is his. But now Big Sweetie is here again, and if she remembered correctly, the company that Big Sweet signed with seemed to be called Tianfan Entertainment. Then wouldn't that mean that Big Sweet was probably promoted by Yifan? Her heart suddenly beat 3 times faster at the thought, but her mood was both excited and a little worried. Excited naturally because in the future she would probably become a star like Big Sugar as well. The worry is that with an additional opponent like Big Sweet, she doesn't know if she can win. Nonsense. If Big Sweet was really promoted by Yifan, then of course she wouldn't think that Yifan would have nothing to do with Big Sweet at all. But this was something she had really misunderstood Yifan. Even before today Yifan didn't know about Big Sweet's existence. But after today, I have to say that Su Shishir's worry is still very necessary. At the same time, Big Sweet naturally noticed Su Shishir's presence. She didn't say anything about it though. It even felt normal. After all, she didn't think that the one who held her up would be the only woman in the world. Not to mention the fact that she hadn't even seen the man's face in over 3 years. Li Jie brought Yifan to his office. Yifan explained the purpose of his visit, and Li Jie immediately took Su Shishir down to sign the contract. So there were only 2 people left in the office, Yifan and Big Sweetie. Obviously, this was Li Jie's way of not wanting to be a light bulb, while also creating an opportunity for Big Sweet. Sweetie thanks Yishao for taking care of her these years. The first to speak up was Big Sugar, and at the same time it was kind of a test, because she wasn't sure that the person who was holding her up was the young man in front of her. Of course, in her heart, she still wished it was. After all, Yifan's first impression of her was still very good. Sweetie, you're welcome, as long as you like it. Yifan naturally understand what she means, and did not say anything do not thank you, but a direct sentence you like as long as, indicating that he is indeed for her as a person. In other words, it means that he does crave people's bodies. Immediately after that, Yifan glanced at the boss chair in the office, then directly sat on it, while unobtrusively removing his sunglasses and placing them on the table. So seeing this scene, Big Sweet instantly brightened up and seemed to be in a much better mood than just now. And at this time, she could already be sure that this Yishao in front of her was indeed the one who was holding her up behind her back. Alright, Sugar, even though we've only met for the first time today, I'm a person who is very easy to get along with. You don't have to be so formal. Yifan glanced at Big Sweetie and continued. I could tell Big Sweet was still a little nervous about seeing him. And this girl has obviously been in the entertainment industry for several years, but she still looks like a silly white sweet, with all her emotions on her face. But if this was someone else, Yifan might have thought she was faking it. But if it's a Big Sweet, well, let's just say Big Sweet is too well protected by him. But after all, Big Sweetie had been through quite a few big scenes. So when he said that, Big Sweetie quickly recovered as well. And after chatting for a few sentences, Yifan knew that it was probably just a matter of words if he wanted to take her down. It didn't even require him to speak, just a hint. But for the time being, Yifan is not ready to do this. The reason is, Naturally, because of Su Shishir. After all, even if he's a scumbag, he can't just have a new love and cast his old one aside, right? How can it be more than a couple of days? Chapter 40, Taking Down Big Sweetie. In the next few days, Yi Fan properly accompanied Su Shishir to play in the capital, and then Su Shishir was arranged by Li Jie to go for closed-door cultivation. In the words of Li Jie, this is what all stars have to go through before they make their debut. Of course, Yi Fan could also directly enhance Su Shishir's professional level through the system, but he didn't do that. For one thing, getting it too easily can make people not appreciate it. Secondly, it was supposed to be his arrangement alright. How else would he have a chance to eat Big Sugar? Name Sweetie. Age, 21. Face value, 92. Charisma, 85. Strength, 60. Physical fitness, 70. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 65. Favorability, 98. Skills, culinary skills, level 4. Acting skills, level 2. Singing skills, level 2. After eating Big Sweet's attributes naturally appeared in the system. Only this attribute, well, it really left Yi Fan somewhat speechless. Easily the most magnificent of its own attributes except for a bit of low intelligence. No wonder it looks like a goofy white girl. Girls are supposed to have less strength, so 60 strength is enough for a girl, but that skill level, it's just dismal. I don't know how this girl got into the Beijing film in the first place, but as high as 98 good sense, still let Yi Fan feel that the money spent on her over the years is not a great loss. No wonder she didn't react at all when she saw Su Shishir before, and never asked Yi Fan about any of Su Shishir's affairs. It was important to know that even Su Shishir, who had a good sense of 90, hadn't heard much about Big Sweet's situation from the sidelines in the past few days. Behind his back, he was all kinds of wanting to fight Big Sweet, but in the end it was all cheaper for Yi Fan, that's all. So much knowledge that hadn't been unlocked before was successfully cleared. Of course, the reason why Big Sweet's favorability could be so high was also related to Yi Fan's face value. If this were really replaced by an old, ugly geezer, it would probably be hard to even reach 90, not to mention 98. The other level 4 cooking skill also surprised Yi Fan a bit. Realize that this is the equivalent of a professional chef, so he can finally stop eating takeout or so-called diet regimen meals every day. What? You asked him why he didn't cook for himself with his level 10 cooking skill. Oh, letting the richest man in the world cook for himself? You're being funny. For the next period of time, Yi Fan directly moved into a luxurious villa in the suburbs with Big Sweetie, and then lived a happy two-person life. At the same time, Big Sweetie had put off all her activities and was dedicated to accompanying Yi Fan. But half a month later, Big Sweet suddenly received an invitation to an event. Bazaar charity dinner? Yi Fan froze, because a normal invitation Li Jie must have directly helped Big Sweet to reject it. But soon he remembered that it appeared that the company that was organizing this dinner also belonged to him. In other words, it's a homegrown event, which is why Li Jie asked about it. In that case, why don't you go and join us for a bit? As a vacation for you, Yi Fan said with a bad smile on his face, so Big Sugar's face immediately turned red. Vacation. She does need a good vacation now. Otherwise she was really afraid that her body would not be able to carry. But it couldn't all be blamed on Yi Fan. She herself was also responsible. After all, after longing for her lover for more than 3 years finally appeared in front of her, or such a handsome man, could she not be excited? You know that women are, at times, better SE than men. By the way, would you like me to accompany you? Yi Fan suddenly asked again. After all, this is a star-studded bazaar charity gala. Then when it is not? Of course, that wasn't his main purpose. He was mainly there for Big Sugar. He knew that there had been some bad rumors about Big Sweet out there over the years, so now that Big Sweet had become his woman, her favorability was even at 98, then it's only natural for him to stand up to those people and shut them up. At the same time, he knew that if he didn't say it, Big Sweetie would never say it even if it was in her heart. Sure enough, hearing him say this, Big Sweet immediately showed a happy face. Really? Obviously. She also knew that Yi Fan was doing this all for her, so when she saw Yi Fan's affirmative expression, she immediately got a little excited again. And then what happens next? Naturally, goes without saying. Chapter 41, Hegemony of the Big Sweet. The Bazaar Charity Gala, organized by the fashion group, has developed into a very important event in the entertainment industry, with a degree of grandeur that is not inferior to some movie award ceremonies. 7 o'clock in the evening, the Century Hotel in the capital, one of the few most upscale 5-star hotels in the capital. Outside the hotel, a large number of reporters had already gathered early at this time, as well as countless celebrity fans who had rushed to the hotel. Luchan. Guan Tong Tong. Luhan actually walked the red carpet with Guan Tong Tong. They're not really together, are they? Luhan's husband is mine. Guan Tong Tong, get lost. To say that the hottest topic during this period of time is naturally the romance between Lu Han and Guan Tongtong. The cause? Naturally, it was also the image that was inadvertently captured by Kiki during her live broadcast that day. Along with Su Shishir as well as Yifan's Koenigsegg 1-1 also followed the fire. Unfortunately, that legendary night chief never showed up. But looking at Guan Tongtong's unhappy face at this moment, and Lu Han, who was following her like a follower, it was obvious that the two of them walking the red carpet together had been arranged by the organizers, or the agency behind the two of them. Then after Lu Han and Guan Tongtong walked by, another group of celebrities ascended the red carpet, and the leader was surprisingly Big Mimi, and she was accompanied by an obviously exotic beauty, rumored to be a young flower she had just recently signed. I have to say that now among all the small flowers in the entertainment circle, the best mix should be the Big Honey. Not only the online popularity of the explosion, but also opened their own company. Of course, that's without counting Big Sugar. Although Big Sweetie was now considered a little flower, she was too special, so special that when little flowers were generally discussed, they wouldn't bring her along at all. Otherwise that wouldn't even be a comparison. It would be a downgrade. Then after the Big Nini batch walked by, the red carpet was filled with another batch of big names, and most of them were movie stars. There is a general rule of thumb for walking the red carpet that the further back the star comes out, the bigger the curiosity and the higher the status tends to be. That's why traffic stars like Guan Tongtong, Lu Han as well as Big Mimi, even if they are popular, can only go ahead. Then after the movie stars, it was the turn of the real big boys to make an appearance. For example, a big-name director like Feng Xiaojiang, a top superstar like Chen Long, or an entertainment company owner like Wang Jun. And, hey, isn't that Boss Rattle's family? It's really a loud boss family. I can't believe that this dinner party has invited Boss Rattle's family, the Hong Kong City Ring family. That is definitely a well-known existence in the entertainment circle, and it is not too much to even say that it is the leading boss of the entertainment circle in Hong Kong City. So the ringing boss came out, also with his wife and child together. At once all the reporters were excited. The hands of the camera is clicking and flashing. Just what they didn't know was that this bizarre charity dinner didn't invite the ringers in the beginning. After all, no matter how powerful the Ring family was, with the fashion group's background, they wouldn't be afraid of him, much less flatter him. It was only that the economy of Hong Kong City had been in the doldrums for the past 2 years, especially the movie industry. So in order for the ringers to be able to enter the mainland market, they took the initiative to contact the fashion group, wanting to participate in this dinner. When the fashion group saw that someone was coming to give away money, donations, they naturally didn't say no, and very facetiously, the Rattle Boss family is scheduled to appear at the end. However, at this time, seeing that Boss Rattle's family had already walked to the end of the red carpet, not far away there was surprisingly another luxurious stretch Lincoln slowly driving over. This kind of stretch Lincoln is exactly the kind of car that was used to transport the celebrities to and from this dinner, so everyone knew immediately that another star had arrived. What? Surprisingly, there's someone else who came out behind Boss Rattle? Which big shot is this? Surprisingly, he has a higher status than Boss Loud. It's not the government, is it? How can that be? Even if the officials make an appearance, they definitely won't walk the red carpet. But aside from the government, I really can't think of anyone in the entertainment industry who's better than the ringers. Then the next moment, just as everyone was still wondering, the stretch Lincoln finally stopped. Then the car door opened and a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress stepped out of the car. So seeing this beauty, it dawned on everyone. Who did I think it was? It turns out to be our domineering and peerless Miss Sweet. It wouldn't be surprising if it was Big Sugar. After all, anything can happen to Big Sugar. It seems that this Miss Sugar's background is even bigger than we thought. A group of reporters were talking, and of course, the cameras in their hands were not idle. What surprised them, however, was that after Big Sugar got off the car, she didn't immediately board the red carpet, but kept standing by the car as if she was waiting for something. Then soon they saw that another person had actually gotten out of the car, and a young man wearing sunglasses at that. Not only that, seeing this young man get off the bus, Big Sweetie even gave him a very affectionate look, and then with a stretch of her hand, she took hold of the man. So in an instant, all the reporters went crazy. Chapter 42, Boss Rattle who was publicly slapped in the face. What did they see? Big Sugar is actually reaching out to a man? Is it still Big Sugar? One must know that even Brother Long would not dare to take the slightest offense in front of Big Sweetie. Real bullets are careful even to talk in front of Big Sweet. Big Sweet has been making movies for the past few years, and even more so, no man has ever dared to touch her for a single moment, even if it's a male lead. So what exactly is this man's identity? Could he be the legendary one? The man behind Big Sugar? The crowd was speculating and the cameras in their hands were not stopping at all, but Big Sweetie didn't care at all, smiling while very hotly holding Yifan's arm and ascending the red carpet. Nonsense. This man wearing sunglasses was of course Yi Fan, and he wasn't wearing the big sunglasses that covered most of his face today, just regular sunglasses. So it was still possible to see that Big Sugar was holding a big handsome guy. At the same time, the crowd also realized that it seemed that today's Big Sugar was also a little more beautiful than usual. Is it because of love? Maybe. After all, the change from a girl to a woman is definitely going to be there. But the bigger reason was that Yi Fan had quietly added 3 points to her face value attribute. It is important to realize that the higher the face value, the greater the boost for each attribute point. So at this time the face value reached 95 points of the Big Sweet. Even compared to those generations of the entertainment industry's absolute beauty, I'm afraid that it is not the least bit bad. Almost 100 meters of red carpet, Yi Fan and Big Sweet less than a minute to walk through, and other stars walk and stop. Hate to live here directly is completely different. Immediately after the live host asked a few simple questions and let Big Sweet off easy. So much so that the journalists were once again baffled. Was this presenter blind? Such a powerful news is right in front of us and she doesn't even mention it. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that the hosts have long been informed that they must do the 3 no's for the man who appeared with Big Sugar. Whatever. No questions asked. Not much BB. Then Yi Fan and Big Sweetie walked into the meeting place inside the hotel, which immediately drew another burst of attention. Hey, it's Big Sugar. Is she here tonight too? Why is Big Sugar so close to a man? Who is this man? And how come I've never seen him before? A group of stars from the entertainment industry as well as bigwigs were obviously curious about Yi Fan's appearance as well. After all, for those resources in Big Sweet's hands that could be called the top of the line, who in the room wasn't greedy? So naturally they were very concerned about Big Sweet's every move. Not to mention that always do not with any man, there is any even a little bit sheen secret Big Sweet. At this time even still holding a young man's arm. That's just trying to keep them from paying attention. However, most of the people in the room were just curious and had no ill will towards Big Sugar, because they knew very well that those resources in Big Sweet's hands, even if they weren't given to Big Sweet, it wasn't their turn off. There's not even a Big Sugar, and some of the resources simply don't exist. For example, those movies of Big Sweet are Tion Fan Entertainment own investment, so if Big Sweet does not act, then the project simply does not exist. Naturally, it is not their turn. There are also those world's top luxury endorsements. Even if they don't choose Big Sweet, they basically choose some foreign stars. For them, the domestic stars, people don't even look at them. But soon, as the people present received a message from the agent or assistant outside, they were all immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? Big Sugar actually came out behind Boss Rattle? A Little Flower was surprisingly bigger than Boss Loud. A big shot who had been in the entertainment industry for many years. Was the fashion group mistaken? Or are you deliberately punching the loud boss in the face? So the crowd couldn't help but look in the direction of the ringing boss. Sure enough, he saw that at that moment, the ringing boss was straining his face, and his face was extremely ugly. We should know that today is his first public appearance in the mainland, in order to make a name for himself. That's why this last appearance was something he specifically requested from the fashion group. For this reason he also promised to donate a very sizable amount when he would donate later. As a result, now, he was actually slapped in the face by 2 young juniors in public. How could he endure this? So at this moment, not only did he look at Yi Fan and Big Sweet with very bad eyes, he also held a grudge against Fashion Group as well. Unfortunately, what he didn't realize was that the Fashion Group really couldn't be blamed for what happened this time. It was an order from the head office above to receive Big Sugar and the man who came with her at the highest level, so there's nothing they can do about it. Star. Chapter 43, Big Mimi Hoppa's Table. Yi Fan naturally noticed Boss Loud's gaze. After all, with his current physical attributes, coupled with his level 10 martial arts skills, it could be said that as long as he wanted to, any wind blowing in a few hundred meters in a radius could definitely not be hidden from him. Not to mention this obviously malicious gaze, but he didn't take it to heart. A ring boss only. If not, he gave face to the country. Do not want to make trouble in the country. Want to destroy him simply not too easy. However, he was still very dissatisfied with Boss Rattle's presence here today. A guy who started out as a black man is crowned to come out and do charity work, still on his turf. I don't know how this fashion group works. Although Yi Fan never interfered with the operation of those companies under his name, he had his bottom line that any company had to abide by. That means only making the money you should and never touching the money you shouldn't. Except, of course, abroad. After all, there are places where it's hard to even survive without some special means, such as supporting a new government or getting a local armed force. Meanwhile, while everyone was curious about Yi Fan's identity, 2 people recognized Yi Fan. These 2 people were none other than Lu Han and Guan Tongtong. It's him, Yi Fan. Why is he here? Guan Tongtong looked at Yi Fan, her heart filled with shock. At this moment, she is completely sure that the person who blocked her is Yi Fan. because if Yifan is really the man behind that big suite, then with his ability to promote big suite, it's not just a matter of words to block her, not to mention the fact that she was blocked precisely after offending Yifan. Not only that, after Jiaoya's birthday party that day, within a few days Lu Han also encountered the same situation as her, and it was even worse. Immediately after that, she turned her head to look, and sure enough, she saw that Lu Han was staring at Yifan's direction with a face full of hatred, and it was obvious that he had guessed the truth of the matter as well. Yifan and Big Sweet found their seats, located in the center of the second row of all the seats, and at the same time, it was also the most conspicuous position in the scene. Originally this position was supposed to belong to the Loud Boss family. Then Yifan and Big Sweet sat down, and a beautiful woman next to him thought about it and also took another beautiful woman next to her and sat down. So Yifan turned his head and realized that it was actually Big Mimi and Hataru. Looks like the gang isn't useless. Yifan couldn't help but nod secretly, obviously very satisfied with this arrangement of fashion group, but he didn't think about it. In order to hold up a big suite, he could use so many resources and spend so much money. This if the people below still can't guess his mind, then simply can directly find a piece of bean curd and hit his head. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this wasn't Yifan's intention at all. It was good that they hadn't guessed wrong about Yifan's preferences. He did like beautiful women, especially beautiful women with personality. Hello, sugar, and this handsome guy, I'm Yangmi. I didn't expect the organizers to put me at this table. Big Mimi glanced at Big Sugar first. Obviously they knew each other. Then she said to Yifan. In fact, she had arrived long before, but had been afraid to sit down because the seat was too conspicuous. Usually those who are qualified to sit in this position are also some real big shots. Not to mention that the two sides are also respectively ringing boss as well as Hua Yi boss Wang Zhonglong Jun table. Let her sit in the middle. Would she how dare ah? However, when she saw Big Sweet, and the mysterious man beside Big Sweet sitting down at this table, she immediately chose to follow, because now everyone could see that this mysterious man was probably the man behind that Big Sweet, and with this man's means of promoting Big Sweet, plus the fact that the organizers arranged it this way, it at least meant that this man's background wasn't below that of Boss Rattle or Hawaii, so of course she didn't want to miss the opportunity to meet such a big brother. As for whether or not this would offend Boss Loud or Hawaii, she was a woman anyway, so I'm sure they wouldn't give her a hard time over this small matter. Besides, it was the organizers' arrangement. What did it have to do with her? Hello MS. Yang, I am Yifan. Just call me Brother Yi. Yifan glanced at Big Mimi and said casually. I have to say that Big Mimi is indeed a superb one. Maybe her face wasn't top-notch, at least not compared to Big Sugar before her, and Hataru, who was next to her at the moment, but her temperament and figure are truly alluring, and she also had an extremely special womanly odor that could be called a deadly poison for men. Even to say which female star in the entire entertainment circle Yifan is most interested in, it is definitely not Big Mimi. In other words, he's craving someone else's body. Star. Chapter 44, Nazca and the Fairy Sisters. Hello Yi. Big Mimi immediately barked very nicely, but in her heart there was a pang of slander. It was because Yifan's age looked obviously not as old as hers, but of course she wouldn't say such things. Hello Yi. On the sidelines, Hotba called out after her. This is Hotba, a sister I just recognized. Big Mimi introduced herself. Aha. Yifan nodded, but his attitude was obviously much more casual. I have to say that Reba is indeed beautiful, especially at just 18 years old. Her face value can be said to be at its peak, but Yifan just wasn't a fan of her kind of face value and always felt like a foreigner. And looking at him like this, Hotba immediately didn't dare to say more, while Big Mimi didn't know how to talk to Yifan. After all, she was still not allowed to know what exactly Yifan's identity was. Well, at that moment, two more beautiful women took their seats in the two remaining empty seats. Hello Mr. Yi. Hello Sister Sweetness. I'm Naza. Please take care of me. Naza introduced herself to Yifan and Big Sweetie as soon as she sat down, looking not the least bit as formal as Reba. After all, she and Hataru are both newcomers and the same age, 18, though. However, she has already appeared in several dramas and is still a future flower girl that Tangeran is focusing on. On the contrary, not only has Hotba just stepped into the entertainment industry, the company of Big Mimi has just been established, so naturally, it does not have the same bottom line as Naza, not to mention Naza's already very outgoing personality and bold style. Instead, the other beautiful woman with her just nodded casually to the others at the table and then stopped talking. However, Yifan did not feel surprised. After all, the fairy sister character indifference is notorious. Yes, these two beauties are one of the future three beauties of Xinjiang City, Naza, and fairy sister, Lu Ifei. It seemed that this time, in order to kiss Yifan's big shot's ass, the fashion group had really put in their blood. The fact that the two of them would appear here was obviously with the consent of the agency behind them as well. but I have to say that these two beauties are also really pretty, especially the fairy sister, Louis Fei. To sit there, even if the face value has reached 95 big sweet, are vaguely a bit compared to her, but this is also normal. We must know that this is just 23 years old Louis Fei, although not as full of aura as when she was in her teens, but in terms of face value and temperament alone, the entire entertainment circle can be comparable to her is really not much. It can even be said that she deserves to be the #1 face among her peers. Of course, that's when you're not laughing, and when you do, it falls apart. Or maybe that's why she's aloof, because she can't really laugh. But all the same, Yi Fan had little interest in her, because Yi Fan didn't like her character like this. It was too troublesome. As for face value, well, this really doesn't matter to Yi Fan. Anyway, the face value is no higher than his. Instead, Naza intrigued him, not to mention just 18-year-old Naza. Although the value is not as good as the fairy sister, but also definitely counted on the showbiz industry among all female stars, the top of the group. As the celebrities took their seats, the dinner officially began, starting with the first session where a group of newcomers took the stage. Inside, Yi Fan saw the dung-pulling boy, and a few newcomers who had no impression at all. But that's okay, after all, not everyone in the entertainment industry is famous. Not to mention that this world isn't exactly the same as Earth. But of course he wasn't interested in the performances. Instead he had a great time chatting with Naza. Naza was naturally very happy about it. It was important to know that her manager had already delivered earlier that she must have a good relationship with Yi Fan. Besides, she would have done it even if her agent hadn't said anything. After all, who wouldn't be jealous of those resources in Big Sweet's hands? However, at first she was a little worried about Big Sweet's reaction. But in the end, when she saw that Big Sweet didn't care at all, she was completely relieved. Yi, why do you wear sunglasses all the time? In a short while, Naza became thoroughly acquainted with Yi Fan, and her name changed directly from Mr. Yi to Brother Yi. That's because I'm so handsome, of course, that I'm afraid I'll steal the limelight from everyone else, Yi Fan said very arrogantly. Che, I don't believe it. Naza immediately gave him a big blank stare, but at the same time, she had to admit that even with sunglasses on, Yi Fan still looked handsome. So what do you do for a living, Yi? Naza asked next. And several other beauties in the audience immediately pricked up their ears, including Louis Fei as well. Obviously they are both very concerned about this issue. However, upon hearing this question, Yi Fan suddenly revealed a look of disdain. Work? Do I look like I need work like this? Star. Chapter 45, Big Sweetie Goes Out. Amount. The crowd froze, as if that were true. Although they didn't know what brand of suit Yi Fan was wearing, it looked like it was a high-grade item that was specially ordered. And that watch on his hand, Patek Philippe. It should cost no less than $2 million, and it's certainly not a fake. What's more, Big Sugar was probably promoted by him as well. So what job does someone like that need? But of course Naza wouldn't just die. So what industry is your company in, Brother Yi? Since you don't need a job, you must either run your own company or be a second-generation industry? It was Yi Fan's turn to freeze. Then he thought carefully. It seems like any industry that makes money, I'm involved in, Yi Fan replied, and what he said is also the truth. Like what? IT, finance, Japan, arms, oil. Anyway, as long as it can make money, he has people under him to do. Only to hear him say that, of course the others wouldn't believe it. All the lucrative industries involved? You think you're a penguin or a beaver, but even penguin or beaver wouldn't dare say something like that. Naza, in particular, rolled her eyes again. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that a company of Penguin Beaver's level could only be considered a younger brother at best in Yi Fan's eyes. As for those companies that are not even as good as Penguin Beaver, naturally they are not even a brother. I know now. Yi, your job is to brag, Naza joked. However, she just assumed that Yi Fan was unwilling to reveal his details, so she didn't continue to ask. Then the stage show ended and it was time for the second auction. That is, celebrities put out some of their own small items for auction, and the proceeds of the auction are considered part of the celebrities' donations, and the final price of the auction is a reflection of the value of the body. For example, there was once a diva-level actress, took a pair of earrings they wore out of the auction. The results were originally only worth a few $1,000s of ordinary earrings, but finally even auctioned hundreds of thousands of heavenly price. So much so that every major media outlet picked up the story the next day and the diva's value skyrocketed. But that was years ago, and in the last few years there have been people who have tried to follow suit, but unfortunately the results have not been good. As for why, that's because our big sweetie showed up. Of course, the next moment, we saw that with several celebrities' auction items successfully being auctioned out, it was finally the turn of our big sweet's auction item to come out, and as soon as he came out, the eyes of all the actresses in the room went straight. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This should be the latest limited edition LV bag. Hey, isn't this bag not available yet? What's so strange about that? That woman must have taken it out. Who is that woman? Naturally, it was that big sweet who held multiple global top luxury endorsements and then was unanimously envied and hated by all the female celebrities in China. Even not to mention these domestic female stars. Even if it was female stars around the globe, there were not many who did not envy Big Sweet. But that was just the beginning. As soon as we saw this bag, our sweet missy had already raised the bidding card in her hand and then quoted a number without any expression on her face. $2 million. Yes, you read that right. The stuff was brought out by Big Sugar, and the offer was the first one from Big Sugar. And then there was no more. Hearing this offer, who dares to argue with her anymore? Not to mention if the bag is worth $2 million, but even if it is, can you guarantee that Big Sugar won't keep raising the price? It is said that there was once a first-tier actress who was not accustomed to this kind of profiteering behavior of Big Sweet, had to compare with her who offered a high price, and as a result, since then, as long as there is a place where Big Sweet appeared, she immediately bypassed the way to go, because she couldn't afford to lose that one. Other people's bidding is a little bit up, but the result is that Big Sweet is good. How much you offer? She offers double. That's how she ended up not even being able to top it off enough to keep adding to it. Do you think she'll have the face to show up in front of Big Sweetie like this? At the same time, as the host personally handed over that bag to Big Sweetie, the gazes of all the actresses in the room looking at Big Sweetie once again became incomparably envious. The same goes for everyone else, including the big meanie at the table. After all, it's $2 million, not $200, even for Big Meanie, who was already a boss. This was not a small amount, let alone still being used for charity. I guess in the entire entertainment industry, it's only a master like Big Sugar who completely takes money for granted. Thinking of this, Big Meanie couldn't help but look towards Yifan again. If it is really this man who is behind the promotion of Big Sweet, then how powerful will he be? She can't really imagine it a bit. Star. Chapter 46, The Rattlesnake Family's Counterattack. Then a few auction items later, the on-site host brought out a pair of earrings. It was just a pair of very ordinary earrings though, so people didn't care. However, Yifan noticed that there was something unusual about Naza's complexion. These earrings aren't yours, are they? Yifan asked with some curiosity. Yes, Naza nodded in slight embarrassment. If it wasn't for that $2 million bag that Big Sweet had before, then she certainly wouldn't feel embarrassed. But now Big Sugar was at her side. Even if Big Sugar did have a higher curiosity than her, she was only 2 or 3 years older than her after all. So if the earrings fetched too low a price, she would still feel humiliated. But she was clearly a bit overly concerned, only to see a bid immediately made after the host introduced the donor of the earrings. 20,000. The normal price of these earrings would never be more than 2,000, and someone offering 20,000 is considered very high. Then the crowd looked towards that bidder and realized that it was actually the son of the ringing boss. Ringing left. Not only that ringing left also looked towards Yifan's table and revealed a provocative look. Interesting. Yifan gently smiled. How could he not know that this was Rang Zhua? Or more accurately, the Rang family was targeting him. After all, now Naza and he sat at a table, and he is also so arrogant directly occupy the 5 big beautiful, which if you let their own table beautiful things were bought by someone else, that he still have any face? It was just that if he wanted to make him, Yifan, lose face, then he had to have that ability as well. So the next moment, he similarly raised the bidding card in front of him and then quoted a number. 2 million. Yes, 2 million. It's a 100-fold increase directly on the offer from rattling left. At that moment, all the people present all looked at Yifan with surprised faces, worthy of being with Big Sugar. Even her style is the same. Bull B, not even Boss Rattle is in his sights. This is going head to head with the ringers. Honestly, this kid has dominated 5 golden flowers by himself. If I didn't know I couldn't afford to mess with him, I would have gone to teach him a lesson in the morning. You still know that you can't afford to mess with it. That means your brain isn't broken. I just don't know which one is more powerful, this kid or the rattling family. At the same time, hearing this offer from Yifan, Rang Zhua was also dumbfounded. 2 million? Are all mainlanders so rich now? A broken earring, he didn't even want to give it away. And someone actually bid $2 million. But that little beauty who donated earrings is good looking. If 2 million can take it, or not. You know how he needs to spend any money when he rings the big young man to pick up girls. There were beautiful women who wanted to be famous in the harbor city who came forward to throw themselves at him. So he was reluctant to bid again at once, nor did they dare to bid again. He was afraid that after he continued to bid, what if the kid didn't follow? Does he really want to spend over $2 million on a broken earring? Trying to screw me over? No way. $2 million for a broken earring. Let's see how you regret it later. But that chick is really pretty. It's really cheap for this kid. Rattling left thought viciously in his heart. Unfortunately, he didn't think about it. $2 million might be a lot for him, but it might not be for others. Meanwhile, $2 million to take down NASA is more of a dream. To know that Yi Fan, who had spent more than $20 million in the beginning, if he wasn't handsome enough, it wouldn't have been so easy to take Su Shishir. Of course, even if Yi Fan was average looking, as long as he was willing to put in a little more effort, it wouldn't be hard to take down Su Shishir. It's just that for Yi Fan, it's still more willing to spend more money. Anyway, he already has more money than he can spend, so why condemn himself to be a Tian dog? However, thinking that the people of Hong Kong City have always been so narrow-minded, it is not surprising that Rangzhou would think so. So this earring was naturally bought by Yi Fan for $2 million. So much so that NASA, who was on the sidelines, almost didn't scream out loud in excitement. It is important to realize that this money was not given to her, but it was donated by her. This way tomorrow's story will definitely have her NASA's name inside it, and it will be a highlight story. At the same time, she had her first taste of the great sweetness. It turns out that this feeling of being pelted with money is surprisingly good. Along with her eyes looking at Yi Fan, she also unconsciously brought a trace of eagerness. Ugh, I should have known I'd take an item up for auction too. Seeing this, Big Mimi couldn't help but feel something. Not only that, but even Hataru and even the Divine Sisters beside her were a bit intrigued. After all, anyone could see that Yi Fan hadn't slapped the earrings because of NASA, but rather to counter the ringing family. So as long as it was something they took out from their table, Yi Fan wouldn't let anyone else buy it. This way, even if you can't shoot for a sky-high price like NASA's, the price is definitely not low. This was because there were definitely more than just the ringing family present who looked at Yi Fan in a bad light. Of course, there were definitely more people who wanted to climb up to Yi Fan. Chapter 47, Guan Tongtong who came to the door to apologize. The auction session ended with another performance. Yi Fan was really boring to watch, not as exciting as some of the anchors on the internet. So he stood up and got ready to go to the bathroom. And seeing this, Guan Tongtong, who had been paying attention to him, immediately followed him. It turned out that she had thought about it for half a day before and decided to go apologize to Yi Fan in person. After all, it wasn't like there was any deep hatred between them, and she was so pretty. So as long as she sincerely apologized and pampered herself or something, I'm sure Yi Fan wouldn't bother with her anymore. It was only when she saw the scene that Lu Han, who was beside her, immediately clenched his fists tightly. Of course he knew that Guan Tongtong was going to find Yi Fan. Even he had planned for the worst, but there was nothing he could do to stop it, because Guan Tongtong is not his girlfriend. He didn't dare offend Guan Tongtong either, but it was impossible to make him bow down to Yi Fan like Guan Tongtong. The company mustn't know about this, or they'll make me apologize for sure. Blocking is fine. It's just as well that you can participate in fewer events. Not to mention that most of the money earned is taken by the company, but it's not that easy to block me, even though the endorsements are gone. As long as I wait for that movie of mine to be released, I'll be able to make a successful transition. So let's see who can still block me then. This period of time Lu Han's top endorsements can almost be said to have been completely wiped out. Even because the contract did not expire cannot be terminated, but also his endorsement of all the products off the shelves, and find another spokesman. At the same time, he was no longer invited to programs on major network platforms, so much so that he could only go to some TV shows to appear. But how many viewers are there for TV programs these days? Those top variety shows were even more of a carrot. Even if he wanted to get in, it wasn't that easy. The rest of the movie, not to mention, Yida directly put out the word. All Yida investment in the movie are not allowed to invite him to participate in the movie. The other did not have Yida investment in the movie, but also afraid of Yida lowered scheduling, do not dare to invite him. Not to mention that not many movies could have afforded him in the first place with his current fee. So in a way, he can indeed be considered blocked now. It's a good thing that the previous one he starred in, Fortress of Mordor, has finished filming and post-production is almost complete. So as long as this movie is a hit at the box office, he can make a comeback and even transform from a traffic kid to a movie star. And naturally no one could block him then. As for whether or not this movie will blow up, what's the point? After all, he has a full 100 million fans, and even if only half of them go to the movie theater to support him, that's still 2 billion at the box office, together with other roadies, not to mention 4 or 5 billion, at least 3 billion at the box office is absolutely no problem. Thinking this way, he suddenly felt as if all these setbacks he was now suffering were worth it. Guan Tongtong stood at the door of the restroom and waited for a while. When she saw Yi Fan come out, she immediately stopped him. Yi, Mr. Yi, Guan Tongtong said with some nervousness. What is it? Yi Fan frowned impatiently, but he was not surprised that Guan Tongtong would come to him, unless she really doesn't want to be in the entertainment industry in the future. That, I was wrong about last time. I'm here to apologize. so don't bother with me anymore, okay? Seeing that Yifan didn't seem to want to talk to her much, so she didn't dare to delay and immediately used the tried and true method of pampering. Unfortunately, Yifan didn't eat this at all. I'm not getting on your bad side anymore, Yifan said with a surprised face. Yeah, it's true that he didn't bother with Guan Tong Tong anymore. He just made a phone call at the beginning and did nothing after that. So it couldn't be because of Guan Tong Tong's apology that he would take back what he had said before, or even give those things that originally belonged to her back to her again, could it? He's not that lickspittle of a roadkill. But of course, Guan Tong Tong wouldn't believe it and just assumed that Yifan was still unwilling to forgive her. And what exactly will it take for you to forgive me? Just as Guan Tong Tong suddenly clenched her teeth, as if she had made some sort of decision, she asked in a deep voice. Nuts. Yifan frowned again. He said he didn't bother with her anymore, but this chick is still pestering him. She really thinks he's got a good temper, doesn't she? Not to mention that even though he had made all the companies related to him stop working with Guan Tong Tong, those companies of his were generally higher end. So the impact on Guan Tong Tong wasn't actually that great. Only in the future, it was estimated that she would only be able to maintain her current popularity, and she was afraid that it would be impossible for her to become a real first-tier star. So the next moment, he directly reached out and pushed Guan Tong Tong away from himself. But what he didn't expect was that he was about to leave when Guan Tong Tong suddenly pulled him behind him, and pulled him right along toward the safe passage next to him. Star. Chapter 48, Big Sweet Style. A minute later, Yifan came out from the safe passage. What? How come so fast? Nonsense. That's because he didn't do anything. Of course, he wasn't a fast shooter, as both Sushi and Big Sweet could attest. Only what is he now? There are not too many women who want to voluntarily throw themselves at him, including the whole bunch of actresses out there. Not to mention that he also has the love at first sight skill, so it can be said that as long as it is the woman he sees, it will never escape. So for Guan Tong Tong, he really had little interest. However, seeing as she was so sincere in her attitude, Yifan decided to let her off the hook. However, although the blockade has been lifted, it is up to Guan Tong Tong herself to get those resources. Back in my seat, the show was over, and then came the last and most important part of the program, the donations. When the time comes, the host will point past one star at a time, and basically all the celebrities present today will need to make a donation, equivalent to the admission money for attending this dinner. Of course, this money will not be used indiscriminately by the fashion group. In addition to the necessary expenses, all the other to do charity, and there's generally an unspoken rule about how much to donate. That's $100, 000 for newcomers, $200, 000 for second and third tier stars, $400, 000 for first tier stars, $800, 000 for top stars, and $1 million for superstars, as well as some big-name directors, and those who are really big in the entertainment industry. But if you really want to donate more, surely no one would object. Only very few people do, including Big Sugar, because that's easy to offend. Anyway, she's already spent $2 million ahead of her, and even if she donates less behind her, there's still no one who can top her. The donations start with the newcomers first, and everyone has known for a while how much to donate. Basically 100, 000, including Hotba next to Big Mimi. Then there were the second and third tier stars. Naza donated 200, 000 and Guan Tong Tong donated 200, 000 as well. Then there are the top tier celebrities. While Louis Fei donated $400, 000, Big Mimi donated $600, 000. After all, Big Mimi's status is different now. Not only is she a star, but she also started her own company. So how can she be ahead above other first tier stars? Then came the top stars, with True Bullet donating $800, 000, Huang Bo donating $800, 000, and Lu Han donating $600, 000. Although Lu Han's popularity could indeed be considered a top star, traffic stars were innately inferior, so he wouldn't dare to donate as much as those true top stars. Finally, there are the superstars and the really big guys. Shen Long donated 1 million, Feng Gang donated 1 million, Huayil boss Wang Zhong Wang Jun donated 1 million each, and the ringing boss donated 10 million. As soon as Boss Loud's figure of 10 million was reported, everyone in the room immediately changed their faces. Is 10 million a lot? Not few, but definitely not many. At least the big boys in the room could easily take it. But why haven't they done so? It's not like I don't want to be in the limelight, and I don't have to be. But now that Boss Rattle is doing this, isn't it tantamount to overpowering all of them? $10 million? Boss Rattle is so bold. Feng Gang secretly mocked. As expected of Boss Rattle, it's generous. Wang Zhong Wang Jun sneered. $10 million is amazing. Big Sugar muttered with a grimace, obviously still angry over the fact that Rattling Left had provoked Yifan just now. However, At this time, everyone's gazes suddenly looked toward Yifan's table, because at this point everyone in the room had already donated, except for two people, Yifan and Big Sweetie. And the next moment, sure enough, he heard the host call Big Sweet's name. Next we have our Miss Sweet. I wonder how much Miss Sweet is prepared to donate tonight. Also before that, I would like to replace our fashion group and thank Miss Sweetie again for her previous donation of $2 million, the supporter said, and the room immediately erupted in an unusually loud round of applause, even more so than all the applause before. If there were people who thought that Big Sugar was going a little too far for the limelight before, that's not going to be the case at all anymore, because now there's a loud boss who's even more over the top than she is. Although they didn't dare to say anything wrong about Boss Loud to his face, they could express their dissatisfaction in this way. Of course, they didn't think Big Sugar really dared to offend Boss Rattle. Besides, Big Sweet had always been harmless and never offended anyone, not to mention stealing resources from others. It's just that she has a lot of money and resources and tends to attract jealousy. But this time, they obviously thought wrong. Big Sugar doesn't get offended because no one messes with her. Or maybe it's just the little things in general that she doesn't want to count. But this time, the ringing family dared to provoke Yifan. It was important to know that in the heart of Big Sweetie at this time, Yifan was everything to her. Anyone who dared to offend Yifan would be equivalent to violating the last bottom line of her heart. So immediately afterward, he saw Big Sweet smile softly, and then chimed in with a number. 20 million. Yes, that's the style of her Big Sugar. Either leave it alone or double it. Chapter 49, $1 billion. Hearing that Big Sweet was actually going to donate $20 million, the faces of everyone present changed once again. But for once they didn't have a problem with Big Sugar pressing them, because Big Sugar wasn't slapping them in the face. She was slapping Boss Loud in the face. It's like when you take an exam, the one who hates the first place the most is always the second place. As for the people behind, even if they don't have the first place, it's not their turn to take the first place. As expected, everyone turned their heads to look, and they saw that Boss Rattle's face had become unusually ugly. It was important to realize that taking the opportunity of this charity dinner to make a name for himself could be considered a very important plan for Boss Rattle, because in 1 month, the movie Legend of the Wind God, in which their Ring family has invested a whole $500 million and in which his son, Ring Left, personally stars, will be released, and that $10 million donation is the first step in starting the publicity for the Legend of Wendigo. They even bought tomorrow's news. As a result, now that Big Sugar has stirred things up like this, how are we going to write tomorrow's news? Rattle Boss donates $10 million in strong support of charity? So what does Big Sweet, who donated $20 million, say? No, it's not 20 million, it's 22 million. Thinking of this, Boss Rattle was furious with Big Sweetie, and Yifan by her side. Again, this was only in the mainland. If it was in Hong Kong City and someone dared to call him out like this, he would definitely make him regret coming to this world. But Big Sweetie didn't care about this at all. She only knew one thing: even if she took the initiative to cause trouble, there was no one in this world who could move her except for Yifan. These words were told to her by Yifan, and she believed them 100%, not to mention the fact that someone else is still messing with her first. At the same time, Big Mimi and the others at the same table were also sweating for a while. It was worthy of being Big Sweet. 20 million just for the sake of a fight. At least they would never be able to do it. Especially Hotba, who just entered the entertainment industry. Let alone $20 million. She can't even get $200,000 now. The $100,000 that was just donated is still out of Big Mimi's pocket. Also Naza isn't much better. She's been on the scene for over a year now, but her worth barely breaks 1 million today. So much so that now not only Naza was looking at Yifan a little differently, but even Hotba was the same. But thinking of Yifan's attitude toward her just now, Hotba couldn't help but feel a loss in her heart. Thank you Ms. Sugar for your $20 million donation. The hostess of the scene, Missy, thanked again. Of course she could see the conflict between Big Sweet and Boss Rattle, but what did it have to do with her? She just had to make sure the dinner went on properly, and the more guests donate, the happier she is, of course. Besides, it's obviously the ringing boss who's losing out right now, although Boss Loud was very powerful, but that was in Hong Kong City. If they were in the mainland, their fashion group was not afraid of him. Of course, it would be different if the one who suffered was Big Sweet, because Big Sweet and the one beside her, Mr. Yi, were the most important guests tonight. Even before, the general manager of their fashion group had specifically instructed her to make sure these two were well entertained tonight. Next we have our last guest of the night, Mr. Yi. I wonder how much you are going to donate, Mr. Knight? The hostess looked at Yifan with a smiling face and asked. And so the gazes of everyone in the room couldn't help but gather on Yifan once again. And Big Sweetie had already donated 20 million. While Big Sweetie looked at Yifan with love in her eyes, which was evident to everyone present. So there was a huge possibility that Yifan was the man behind that big suite. So how much will this legendary man with his hands in the air now donate? Everyone was filled with curiosity. Luckily, Yifan didn't let them wait for too long. And the next moment, he was seen speaking out a number without slowing down. 1 billion. Yifan's voice was very soft, but it carried very clearly throughout the dinner hall so that everyone could hear it. But even so, everyone still thought they had heard wrong. A billion? How is that possible? An ordinary charity dinner is just a show. Everyone treats it as a show. Donating a few $100,000 to mean something is enough. Even the top bigwigs only donate $1 million. The ring boss donated $10 million, but only to make a name for himself as well as for publicity needs. So they really couldn't figure out why Yifan would donate so much money. Not to mention it's $1 billion. With that much money it's safe to say that no one in the room could easily come up with it. Even the Wang Zhong-Wang Jun brothers, who were the oldest president of Hawaii, were the same. You have to realize that they are all real big shots with billions, if not tens of billions of dollars. But not only did Yifan take it out, he had to donate it all. That's nifty how rich it is. However, someone soon reacted to why Yifan had donated $1 billion. Just now Naz's pair of earrings, ringing left bid 20,000. The result is that Yifan directly bid 2 million, increased the price 100 times. Now that the ringing boss donated 10 million, Yifan would donate 1 billion, again with a 100-fold markup. So he's telling Boss Rattle that in his eyes, there's no difference between you and your son. They're all worthless. So thinking about this, everyone looked at Yifan differently again. Chapter 50, Gung's Wu Xiaojing. The donations are over and the real dinner is next. But after being stirred up by Yifan and Big Sweet, how could Boss Rattle still have the heart to stay for dinner? Without saying a word, he took his wife and kids and left straight away. And before leaving, he didn't forget to give Yifan a hard stare. But of course Yifan wouldn't care. It was just a ring boss, not even a fly in his eyes. As for the billion, anyway, it was for charity and it was his own company. So of course it didn't matter how much he donated. Immediately afterward, he saw Yifan savoring a French meal while chatting happily with a few beauties, adding a V-mail and exchanging contact information and whatnot in the meantime. And when Yifan 1 billion out, this time even the fairy sister Louis Fei are moved, became slightly more active than just a moment ago, realized that this has been very rare for her. Unfortunately, Yifan really had little interest in her, even if she was beautiful. But the few remaining beauties were a different story, especially Big Mimi and Naza, who were of great interest to him. But in front of Big Sweetie, of course he wouldn't show it. At least it can't be too obvious, even if he knew full well that Big Sugar wouldn't care. Also today Big Sweet's performance made him very satisfied. As his Yifan's woman, she should have this kind of dominance. At the same time, there were quite a few people who came over to greet Yifan, wanting to befriend him. For example, Huai's Wang Zhong-Wang Jun, Director Feng Gang, and even Chen Long ran over. However, other than Chen Long, Yifan's attitude towards everyone else seemed very casual. Nonsense, how could the district Huai boss, who was worth at most $10 billion, be in his eyes? Feng Gang was even more needless to say. Yifan's willingness to take care of him was considered to be giving him a great deal of face. Not to mention that none of these people are of good character. Yifan makes friends without looking at whether the other party has money or not. Anyway, they don't have as much money as he does. But if it's someone he doesn't see, he doesn't care what your status is. As for Chen Long, although the character is not good, but at least in the last life Yifan has seen him a lot of movies, coupled with his previous respect to the Big Sweet as a supporting role, Yifan more or less to give him some face. However, in this way, seeing that these few bigwigs were defeated in front of Yifan, those other actors who had their own intentions didn't dare to bother Yifan anymore. However, at this time, Yifan suddenly realized that another person was walking towards him. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Wu Xiaojing. Wu Xiaojing held a glass of wine and said with an embarrassed face. Obviously he also knew that Yifan might not pay attention to him when he came over to toast. But he thought about it for half a day and finally came over with a thick skin. It's Wu Xiaojing. I've seen your movie Wolf. It was very well made. Yifan glanced at Wu Xiaojing and suddenly said with a smile. So those around him who had been paying attention to Yifan were immediately dumbfounded. What's the situation? The old president of Danghui came over to toast, all of which he rejected outright. There was also a toast from Lung, and he only took a token sip. As a result, now this Wu Xiaojing came over to make a toast, and he had such a good attitude. Is it possible that this Wu Xiaojing has some special background? But if that were true, he wouldn't have to sell his house just to make a movie. Mr. Yi is joking. If it really shoots well, in the end, it will not just barely return to the capital. Wu Xiaojing once again said with some embarrassment, and did not mind Yifan calling him by his first name, even though Yifan looked more than 10 years younger than him. But what he says is also true. This world's warriors did just barely make its money back, and even technically made a loss. After all, the cost of time has to be factored in. Of course, we're talking about Wolf 1 here, not the anticlimactic Wolf 2. But the success of Wolf 1 has also led to Wu Xiaojing's Wolf 2 not starting yet due to lack of funding. He didn't buy back the house he sold. So at this time fan which still do not know the intentions of this guy, nothing more than to find him to pull investment. At the same time also have to admit that this guy's straight. Other people pull the investment will certainly blow to the results of his good. Honestly told Fan Wolf 1 just back to the capital. Is he not afraid of Fan does not invest? However, Fan thought for a second. If it was someone else who knew that Wolf had only barely made its money back, they certainly wouldn't risk investing in Wolf 2 again. But not him. Think about the previous big sweet shoot those movies, which is not a big investment, which is not a loss of a mess, can barely return to the capital estimates can open the celebration. In other words, if anyone in the entertainment industry is most likely to invest in his Wolf Warrior 2, it is definitely Fan Entertainment. It was no wonder that Wu Xiaojing came over with a stiff upper lip to make a toast. The big deal is that when the time comes, we'll just let Big Sweet be the leading lady. It's even said that a number of previous movies that no one invested in were only able to get off the ground using this method. Of course, that's if your script impresses Big Sugar. Star. Chapter 51, Investing in Wolf Warrior 2. Okay, let's get right to it. How much money are you short on making Wolf 2? Fan didn't care if the movie made money or not, except that he appreciated Wu Xiaojing's serious attitude towards making movies. Mr. Yi, so you know all about it? Seeing that his intentions were seen through, Wu Xiaojing couldn't help but feel embarrassed again. But looking at Fan's meaning, it seemed like he was really prepared to invest. At that moment he was excited again. Mr. Yi, I'm not going to hide it from you. I expect to invest 200 million in this Wolf 2, and I can take out half of it myself. Wu Xiaojing thought for a moment, but in reality he only has 80 million, which means he's still short 120 million. And there are all kinds of accidents that can happen during the filming of a movie. So even if there really is $200 million, the movie may not be made successfully. However, he was afraid that if he invested too much, Fan would be scared and not dare to invest. 180 million is almost enough anyway, as long as he saves a little. The big deal is that he doesn't get paid for the movie himself. That is the lack of $100 million? Okay, I'll pay for this, and I'll say hello to Industrial Light and Magic, so you can go directly to them when you do special effects, and you don't have to pay any more money. Fan said, if he did not remember wrong, Wu Xiaojing this Wolf 2 total investment should be 200 million. He personally also absolutely cannot get 100 million, at most only 80 million, and $200 million of investment. And later Wu Xiaojing also said that the funding is not enough, and a lot of places are not done perfectly, so he not only invested $100 million, but also helped Wu Xiaojing with the special effects part as well. So he thought that this Wolf 2 would definitely be even more perfect than Fan's last life when it was made. Sure enough, hearing him say this, Wu Xiaojing was immediately overjoyed. Then thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Saying that, Wu Xiaojing even drank most of the red wine in his hand. This, however, left the others around them dumbfounded once again. What's the situation? That's a decision to invest? It's $100 million investment, and it was decided so easily? And Industrial Light and Magic, that's the #1 special effects company in the world. It's said that they never take special effects under $100 million. Just this one to find them to do special effects. You have to queue up for at least 1 or 2 years. What exactly is this Mr. Yes status? He's not bragging, is he? Who knows? But thinking about all the endorsements Big Sugar's had, maybe they really do have that ability to handle Industrial Light and Magic. The people around him were talking, but Fan just laughed it off. He owns 90% of the shares of Industrial Light and Magic and all the patents in his hands. So it's not just a matter of words to ask them to do special effects for Wolf Warrior 2? Investments are fine, but you know my rules, right? Fan raised his glass and took a symbolic sip. Don't worry Mr. Yi, the female lead of this movie will be Miss Sweetness, and I guarantee that there will be absolutely no accidents. Wu Xiaojing immediately patted his xiong and said, and the so-called accident, which everyone understands, is that Big Sweet absolutely can't have any Qin secret scenes? Even if it's just a little Qin secret. Well, that's good. You can go directly to Fan Entertainment tomorrow to talk to Li Jia about the rest of the things. Also you don't need to worry about normal filming. Sweetie is still very capable of suffering. Although he invested in Wolf 2 because he admired Wu Xiaojing, Fan would definitely not invest for nothing. At most, he would let Li Jia not go too far when he talked to Wu Xiaojing about cooperation. Also most of Big Sugar's movies have flopped though, and even if they didn't, word of mouth is mediocre. But one thing about Big Sugar is that she is really serious about filming and can suffer a lot. It's just bad acting. Okay, Mr. Yi, I'll go find Mr. Lee tomorrow. Of course, Wu Xiaojing knew that the Li Jie that Yi Fan was talking about was Tianfan Entertainment's general manager Li. At the same time, Wu Xiaojing, as well as everyone around him, had finally identified Yi Fan. He really is the man behind that big sweet thing. After all, with Li Jie's status in the entertainment industry, not everyone was qualified to call him by his name directly. Even Hua Yi's old boss, Wang Zhong Wang Jun brothers, had to be polite when they saw Li Jie, so everyone looked at Yi Fan differently again, especially those actresses. Not to mention, one sentence from Yi Fan made Big Sweet become the female lead in a movie with an investment of $200 million. Even if the movie was made at a poor box office, it was enough for all the actresses present to be red in the eyes. That's the beauty of money. Not to mention the fact that this man was not only rich, but also very powerful, to the point where he could even handle a big company like Industrial Light and Magic. The key is that he's so young. If something could happen with him, wouldn't you be able to walk sideways in the entertainment industry in the future? Star. Chapter 52, That Man. Early in the morning of the second day, the news of the ringing boss donated $10 million appeared on the front page of every major website. After all, money has been spent and donations have been made, so it's certainly not a good idea not to publicize it. Incidentally, there is no shortage of mentions of the upcoming movie Legend of Wendigo in these news, especially when it was mentioned that the total investment of this movie was as high as $500 million. It immediately aroused the interest of all netizens. After all, of all the current movies in the country, none of them had invested so much, worthy of being the loud boss. The shot is different. Then taking a look at the cast of this movie, the netizens were once again amazed. Li Lianjie, Fan Xiaobing, Gu Xiaola, Huang Xiaoming, Big Baby, Wen Zhang. What a goddamn lineup this is. Surprisingly, all of them are first-tier stars. Even Lian Qi Li, the emperor of Kung Fu who hasn't made a movie in a while, was brought in. It's damn well worth going to see it just for Lin Li. However, immediately after, with more news exposure, the netizens only then know. The original Yesterday Ring Boss donation 10 million is not the most. Always domineering unparalleled Big Sweet even donated 22 million. And there is even a mysterious person directly donated 10 billion. So the netizens were completely surprised. Ha ha ha, it's really my Big Sweet style. Big Sugar is awesome. Big Sugar is bossy. A ring boss. It's not even a problem if he's powerful in Hong Kong City, but he even dares to run to our mainland to pretend to be a bully. And as a result, he was taught to be a man by Big Sugar. Wasn't he? Well done, Big Sugar. I'm with you on this one. Say, who is that mysterious person who donated $1 billion? You believe this too? This kind of hide-and-seek guy is a fake at first sight. That's right. If you really donated $1 billion, it wouldn't be publicized all over the world. That's true. Look at other people's ringing bosses. They donate $10 million, and they want the whole world to know about it, causing us to almost be cheated by him. After figuring out the specifics of last night's events, the internet was immediately flooded with comments mocking the ringers. After all, how did the Rattlesnake family get started? Who doesn't know that in everyone's heart? A black club? It's fine if you're muffled. The netizens can't do anything to you, but you have the audacity to come out and pretend to be a good guy. Even if I can't do anything to you, I can always spray you twice, right? It's not like you can actually come along the net and cut them anyway. Along with that, Legend of the Wind God has been boycotted by many netizens. So seeing this scene, Boss Rattle was immediately so angry that he wanted to spit out blood. But this was the mainland, not Hong Kong City, so he could do nothing even if he was furious. But that's when Rattletrap finally sat down. When did she ever get this kind of anger? Then in the afternoon, she posted a vlog. Someone is indeed rich and generous, surprisingly donating $1 billion at once. I just don't know if it's real or just for show. The someone she was talking about was naturally Yi Fan. She didn't say Big Sweet because she felt that with her own status, it would be bullying the small with the big if she counted with Big Sweet. And then as soon as this vlog offers came out, the netizens instantly came back with a vengeance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone really donated $1 billion? It must be a fake. Haven't you seen Mrs. Rattle all questioning the showmanship? This is the Rattling family being robbed of the limelight. So they're fuming. Fuming? With his ringing family he deserves it? The bizarre charity gala is organized by the fashion group, and Loud 2 questioned the showmanship. So doesn't that mean the fashion group is putting on a show? Although fashion group is not a listed company, it holds a lot of media under its hands, and even owns shares of vlog. Rattlesnake 2 is afraid that she has kicked the bucket this time. At the same time, Yi Fan also got this news from Big Sweetie. It was only that Rattletrap thought himself qualified to talk to him, but he didn't even bother. But when someone denigrated Yi Fan, of course Big Sweet couldn't stand to watch, so soon she posted a vlog as well. Maybe in someone's eyes $1 billion is a lot, but in our general Ye's eyes, $1 billion is really nothing. Not to mention it's still for charity. The amount of money our Mr. Yi uses for charity every year is more than even 10 ringing homes. Then less than 10 minutes after this vlog was sent out, there were over 100,000 comments under the Big Sweet vlog. Holy, someone actually donated $1 billion? Mr. Yi? Who knows who Mr. Yi is in Big Sweet's mouth? It's said that Big Sweetie doesn't even give face to the old president of Hawaii. So how powerful is this Mr. Yi? The money spent on charity in a year is more than 10 ringing families. Although the ringing families aren't very rich, but at least $1 billion worth of family is still there. Wouldn't that mean that they have to spend more than $10 billion a year just on charity? What kind of family is this, Nima? And you guys, listening to this tone of Big Sweetie's voice, why do I get the feeling that she's not defending this Mr. Yi, but her own lover? Asterisk. It's still true. It's not possible that this Mr. Yi is the man behind that Big Sweetie, right? If that's the case, there's a real possibility of donating $1 billion. After all, this is that man. So the man is finally going to show up. It turns out there's been quite a bit of speculation over the past 2 years about who the man behind Big Sugar really is, but there's been no accurate answer to any of the guesses. However, there is one thing that everyone agrees on, and that is, the man behind that Big Sweetie, or that man for short, is definitely a super person who has his hands in the world. Star. Chapter 53, The Big Boys Go Down. Temptations from the State. Seeing Big Sweet's counterattack, Rattlesnake was of course even more furious, especially when Big Sugar was naming names. How could she stand that? Besides, isn't hype all the rage these days? By tearing into each other with Big Sweet like this, she's also done the equivalent of heating up the conversation. So Boss Rattle didn't stop it. 1 year of charity is equivalent to 10 ringing homes? Talking Big is not afraid of flashing SHE head. Other than that, if you're capable, you should donate those $10 billion first. Obviously she was determining that Yifan was putting on a show, but this time it wasn't Big Sugar who responded to her. It was Fashion Group. After counting, yesterday's dinner collected a total of 1,566,827,800 yuan in donations, of which 1 billion donations from Mr. Yi, Miss Sweet's 22 million donations, as well as Miss Naja's 2 million donations have been on the spot to the account. At this time Shang Group would like to once again thank Mr. Yi as well as Miss Sweet's strong support for the charity of the state of Z. Then when this vlog came out, the whole vlog immediately blew up. It really donated $1 billion? On the spot, that's the attitude of a real charity. Did you guys find out that a total of more than 1,056,000,000 was donated? Not to mention the 1 billion from Mr. Yi, Big Sweet alone donated 22 million, and the rest of the so many stars added together, surprisingly only donated 34 million? Yi and Big Sweet's donations all arrived on the spot. So doesn't that mean that the donations of the remaining celebrities haven't arrived yet? Loud Bosses too? There's also Naza's $2 million that arrived on the spot. I can't believe that Naza, a rookie actress, is so caring. So after talking for half a day, Boss Rattle's own donation hasn't even arrived yet. Is this called a thief calling out a thief? It should be called lifting a rock and stoning yourself. So seeing this vlog, Rattletrap immediately dared not speak. After all, it was a fierce person who could donate $1 billion with his hands. At this time, how could she not know that the ringing family had really messed with someone who could not be messed with? It was important to realize that although the rattling family seemed powerful, all of their assets together were only almost $1 billion or so, and most of them are also some real estate. Plus, they had just invested in Legend of the Wind God, so not to mention $1 billion, it would probably be difficult for them to come up with $100 million right now. But just because she didn't say anything didn't mean the matter was over. Immediately after Big Sugar and Fashion Group had posted their vlogs, to everyone's shock, Yida's old boss, Wang Lin, actually ran out to join in the fun. Miss Sweet is right. Mr. Yi is indeed very passionate about charity. In addition, recently Yida is preparing to invest in a few new movies, looking forward to working with Miss Sweet again, and then immediately after Penguin's pony ran out, it's rare to see Mr. Yi show up. I will definitely pay a visit in person when I have the chance. Then came Beaver. Mr. Yi is still so atmospheric. I, Ma Yun, am ashamed to be inferior as well. So the whole of VB was in complete shock. Yifan exited the vlog and couldn't help but skim his mouth. Of course he knew what these big brothers meant when they came forward, but they were just testing him, or more accurately, someone wanted these big boys to test him, and there is obviously only one person in the world who can command these big boys, the state. However, this was normal. A power that had appeared out of nowhere had unknowingly owned shares of almost every major company in the country, and the percentage was not low. Can this not be brought to the attention of the state? It was all the more strange that the biased country couldn't find out the details of this power after years of investigation. It's also more scandalous. So this time, as soon as Yifan ventured out, he was immediately discovered by the state. I'm sure all the information about him is out there for some people at this point. As for how they discovered Yifan, it was of course because of Big Sweetie. After all, many of the companies in Yifan's hands had been involved in Big Sweet's development over the past few years. It could even be argued that it was because of Big Sweet's appearance that the state determined that the companies that had been inexplicably infiltrated were all the work of the same forces. However, Yifan didn't care, and he never wanted to hide himself. Anyway, with his current power, even if it was the state, it wouldn't be that easy to deal with him. Not to mention that what he was really relying on was actually his own strength. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that right now he was a walking humanoid nuke. And a humanoid nuke that's basically impossible to destroy. Only this was his last card, and he would not expose it easily. Besides, it's not like he's done anything to jeopardize the country, and the country has no reason to deal with him. In addition, at this time the country is not really sure of his identity, so they will let these Big Brother first test. Only these people in the eyes of others is Big Brother. In Yifan here is at most a younger brother, especially Yita's Wanglin, who still owes him tens of billions in unpaid loans, so naturally Yifan didn't bother responding to them. Chapter 54, Technology that's 20 years ahead of the Earth. The louder it gets on the V-blog, the louder the family has been completely afraid to squeal. But no one cared about them at this time. Everyone only cared about what kind of god that Mr. Yi was. Unfortunately there is no one who can give them the answer. Villa on the outskirts of the capital. Big Sugar went to shoot Wolf too. Su Shishir is still in closed-door training. Yifan is ready to let her be a singer in the future. It shouldn't be difficult for him to bring out a world-class singing queen, although Yifan could directly improve Su Shishir's singing skills. But if you want to be a good star, especially a big star, just being able to sing is definitely not enough. There are other qualities that need to be upgraded in all areas. It was a good thing that Su Shishir was a student of the Beijing Film Festival, and her foundation wasn't bad in the first place. Then after chatting with Big Mimi and videoing with Naza, Yifan put down his phone. Ever since all the bigwigs popped up on the V-blog, Big Mimi and Naza have been noticeably more eager towards Yifan. Naza, in particular, had previously shown her face back on the V-blog with Yifan Big Sweetie, so much so that her popularity had skyrocketed nowadays, and she wasn't any worse than some of the first-tier stars. Adding to the previous video with Yifan, after seeing Yifan's real face value, he even completely fell into Yifan's NC fan, but for the time being, Yifan wasn't ready to take her down. After all, since crossing over, he had either been picking up chicks or on his way to picking up chicks, and basically hadn't done anything serious. Although it is inevitable that an ordinary person will indulge a bit after being given extraordinary abilities, there is a limit to everything, so now he's ready to do the right thing. But isn't that a bit too much of a bully? Looking at an extremely beautifully modeled laptop in front of him, Yifan couldn't help but fall into a moment of contemplation. Don't underestimate this computer, and realize that it's a reward you get for signing up for 1,000 days. In other words, it's a reward on the same level as 8th generation fighter manufacturing technology. Even what with the 6G communication technology, the super chip manufacturing technology, and the shares of Beaver Penguin, they were all just rewards for the 100-day signing. It's a full step below this computer. As for how good this computer really is, just look at the description of this computer, always 20 years ahead of Earth's technology. Yes, you read that right, it's always ahead. That is to say, when the Earth's technology continues to progress, this computer will also automatically upgrade and evolve. Immediately after he opened his computer, he saw a very cute little loli suddenly appear in the computer screen, but the little loli's expression was unusually serious. "Master, what is your order?" the little loli said with an expressionless face. "AI, I'm going to make an anime movie and you're going to help me finish it together," Yifan ordered. This little loli named Xiao AI is actually an artificial intelligence program, but it is only a primary artificial intelligence and has not evolved its own emotions, that is to say, an actual toolman. However, Yifan believed that as Earth's technology continued to progress, sooner or later, one day, she would definitely have her own emotions like a real human. Of course, even if she did possess human emotions, AI couldn't possibly betray him. "Yes, master." Then I saw the computer screen change once again, turning into the interface of an anime production software, and it didn't look any different from normal anime production software. Only by utilizing this software, coupled with the help of Xiao AI, Yifan only needed to directly describe what anime he wanted to create in words, and the rest Xiao AI would naturally help him complete, and the speed was very fast. It was seen that Yifan had almost just finished describing it on this side, and the picture had already been produced on that side. Not even to mention anime, even the most complicated movie special effects, AI was able to accomplish them just as easily. It was only that Yifan usually didn't do this because it was too big of a deal. This time, he also used AI to make an anime because he was so bored, and because the behavior of the ringers annoyed him. But after all, he was in the country, and there was no way he could really just take out the ringers over this little matter. But letting him just let it go was impossible. So he set his sights on that Legend of the Wind God from the ringers, though he knows very well that the movie won't do very well at the box office. Even after this movie, the ringers never dared to touch any big investment movie again, and it can be said that they lost a lot of money. Still, he wouldn't have minded making the movie a little lower at the box office. So not only did he give the Yida Cinema side a heads up, he was not allowed to give Legend of the Wind God any scheduling. It was even prepared to get a phenomenal movie to be released alongside Legend of the Wind God. By phenomenal, I mean that when this movie was released, all other movies had to step aside. For example, Yifan's Wolf Warrior 2 as well as Wandering Earth in His Last Life. Unfortunately, this world's Wolf Warrior 2 has only just begun filming, and Wandering Earth is still pulling in investment from all over the place. But The Legend of the Wind God is due in theaters in less than a month. He had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and get a copy of Naja's Descent of the Devil Child out. It just so happens that both movies are on the subject of sealing the gods, so I'm sure this would be great if they were to run into each other. Star. Chapter 55. Watching a movie with Mimi. 1 month later, the official release date of The Legend of the Wind God. After all, there are so many first-tier stars, and the Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianjie, who hasn't made a movie in many years, joins in, plus the total investment is claimed to be $500 million. So this Legend of the Wind God is still very much in the limelight, but it's a far cry from the heat of another movie. What the hell is this Neza's Descent of the Devil Child? Why are there advertisements everywhere? How much money did this nerd smash? And now even Greedy Blue Moon's ads are gone. Aren't you afraid of losing money if you drop so much money on an animated movie? Cartoons? Cartoons are for kids. It turns out that during this half month, as long as you go online, no matter if you are watching a live broadcast, watching a video or browsing a forum, absolutely 100% of you will be able to see advertisements for Naja's Demon Child Descends. Not only that, but quite a few celebrities, such as Big Sweet, Big Mimi, Naza, including Louis Fei and Guan Tongtong, have highly recommended this anime movie on their vlogs. Even the anchors of the major live broadcasting platforms were given the task of not only recommending this movie on the air, but also taking the movie tickets of this movie for a lottery. So much so that for a while, the internet was full of talk about Naja's Demon Child descending, but more still flirting. After all, this some publicity down, less to say several hundred million. This Nima movie box office to reach how much to return to the capital I guess 2 billion won't be enough, and that's not even counting the cost of making the movie. But before that, not to mention 2 billion, domestic animation movies have not even reached 1 billion at the box office. The highest, The Return of the Great Sage, was just over $900 million. For that matter, it's already considered a heavenly miracle of domestic anime. But with such fierce publicity, the effect is definitely still there, and many netizens have decided to go to the cinema to see what it's all about. Then when they opened the ticketing software, they were dumbfounded once again. What the hell? A scheduling rate of 80%? I didn't read it wrong. The Legend of the Wind God is not even 20% of the schedule. Am I, Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianjie, so unlicensed? A bunch of first-tier stars, and Lianjie Li, the Emperor of Kung Fu, can't even compete with an animated movie. Holy, look at Yida. Naja's Descent of the Demon Child has a 100% schedule, and it's the only movie that's showing all day. The producer of Naja's Demon Child Descends is Tianfan Entertainment, which is Big Sweet's company, and the company only has 1 star in Big Sweet, so now you get it, right? Well, I'm out of FUCK to say. I also just want to say that Big Sugar is awesome. Big Sweet Awesome +1, Big Sweet Awesome +2, Big Sweet Awesome +10,086, 8 o'clock in the evening, VIP screening room of Yida Plaza in the capital, only to see that there were only 2 people in the entire screening room at this time, and it was none other than Yifan and Big Mimi. The movie they watched was, naturally, The Descent of Neza the Magic Child, but it wasn't the fact that the movie tickets for Naja's Descent of the Devil Child couldn't be sold, so it was just the 2 of them. Instead, Yifan wrapped it up. Not to say that it's if she's worldly and uninvolved, show her the world. If she's been through the mill, take her on the carousel. Today, Big Mimi is just 23 years old, far from having been through the mill. But she was a child star and has been in the entertainment industry for so long and is her own boss. The insights are naturally not comparable to those of ordinary girls of the same age. But of course Yifan didn't have that mood to take her to sit on any carousel. But it was still possible to charter a theater and watch a movie. I can't believe this movie of yours. It's really on fire. Big Mimi looked at the movie screen in front of her with a confused look on her face. And at this point in time, She had been completely distracted by the content of the movie. An anime movie that just caught fire? You have to realize that it's only 8 p.m. now, but the box office of Ninja's Demon Child Descends is already close to 300 million. What will the first day box office be at this rate? 400 million or 500 million? The key so far seems to be that the movie is also getting very good word of mouth online, to the point where it could be described as an explosion. So how much will this movie end up grossing? Again? Big Mimi simply shuddered to think of the number. But what shocked her more than the movie's hotness was the man's background. The last Ring 2 questioned Yi-fan. The result of a few Big Brother immediately stood out. And even Penguin's brother Ma, also very modest, self-proclaimed little brother. This time it allowed an ordinary anime movie to have more than 80% of the entire network's schedule. And Yida even took down all of its movies and only showed Ninja's Descent of the Demon Child. Whichever of these things is absolutely impossible to do without a heavenly background. So much so that she was a little skeptical that Yi-fan wouldn't really be the child of some elder's family. But even the children of the elder's family wouldn't dare to be so ostentatious. Star. Chapter 56, Taking Down Big Mimi. Yi-fan didn't know what Big Mimi was thinking at this moment. Or else he would definitely laugh at Big Mimi for underestimating him too much. Elder's kid? Even when facing a true elder, he would at best give a slight face. Also, he didn't control the movie's scheduling, but he couldn't help the fact that he had a lot of companies, like Penguins. While he only owns 6% of Penguin, Ponyboy himself only owns 8%. And this 6% is just a direct shareholding. Some other shareholders of Penguin, Yi-fan also owns their shares. So really counting, Yi-fan definitely owns more than 10% of Penguin's shares. More than Xiao Ma. Plus, the country has allowed Xiao Ma to show Yi-fan favor again. So after learning that Nez's Descent of the Devil Child was produced by Tianfan Entertainment, Penguin immediately mobilized all of its companies to publicize it, which led to the spectacle of the anchors of all the major platforms recommending Nez's Descent of the Devil Child together. After all, what live streaming platform doesn't have a stake in Penguin behind it these days? And Beaver too. As for Yida, not to mention, Yi-fan himself owns 50% of the shares of Yida Cinema. Yida's old boss Wang Lin still owes Yi-fan tens of billions of dollars. So much money even if Yida Cinema's remaining 50% of the shares are also sold to Yi-fan. He can't afford to pay back but Ninja's Demon Child Descends is cool at the box office. And it's looking 100% record-breaking at this rate. But Legend of the Windjammer was a disaster. Now that it's been in theaters for half a day, the box office hasn't even reached 20 million. And online word of mouth is completely blown up. You should know that this movie in Yi-fan's last life, the box office on the first day of release was close to 100 million. But from the second day onwards, the box office took a sharp turn for the worse, eventually not even reaching $300 million at the box office. It shows how bad this movie really is. So based on the current box office, the movie will be lucky to end up with $50 million at the box office. This way the ringers can get up to $20 million. And the movie claims to have invested $500 million. And while it certainly isn't that much in actuality, 1 or 200 million should still be there. The key is also hitching out a wave of favors. For example, Kung Fu Emperor Li Lianqi, which is no longer hired with money. It is said that when Lianjie was young, he was making movies in Hong Kong City, and the Loud Boss took good care of him, which is why Lianjie made an exceptional comeback to help the Loud Boss make this Legend of the Wind God and didn't ask for a penny in payment. Otherwise, Li Lianjie's paycheck alone would have been no less than $100 million. I'm afraid, there are a few other first-tier stars, all of whom are the equivalent of friendlies, and none of whom are paid a lot of money for their work. But after this time, I'm afraid it's unlikely that Boss Rattle will ever want to hire them again without paying for it. After all, favors only come once, so this time, Boss Rattle could be said to have suffered a real loss. But that wouldn't be something Yi-fan needed to be concerned about, even if it wasn't for Yi-fan giving face to the country. For someone like him, Yi-fan wouldn't have any mental burden at all to exterminate him. After the movie, it was already after 10 p.m. And Big Mimi was very conscious of not mentioning anything about going home. Or rather, from the moment she promised Yi-fan to come out to watch the movie, she had already made all the mental preparations. Not to mention that Yi-fan's attitude also made her very happy. If this had been someone else treating her to a chartered movie, she would never have been touched, or even found it too pedestrian. But Yi-fan was different. This is the same as Delu personally climbed the stairs to send a snack to Lee Jussin. People takeaway boy to send you every day, and have not seen any big beauty will look at a takeaway. But the identity of the billionaire of the people Delu is there. The same thing by a different person to do out. The effect is naturally very different. Of course, there's also one thing that has to be acknowledged, and that's that Dami is actually a face dog, just like Naza. So the next thing is naturally needless to say. Yi-fan took Big Mimi directly to a new villa in the suburbs, and then smoothly took Big Mimi's first blood. Yes, Big Mimi was still a blood, which Yi-fan had seen a long time ago, or they wouldn't be interested in her. At the same time, Big Nini's attributes appeared in the system. Name, Yang Mi. Age, 23. Face value, 90. Charisma, 92. Strength, 60. Physical fitness, 65. Agility, 60. Intelligence, 80. Favorability, 85. Skills, acting skills, level 3. Singing skills, level 2. Well, it's not bad for a Big Nini. With a face value of 90 and a charisma of 92. Although it was not the highest face value among the beauties Yifan had seen, it was definitely the most charming. At the same time, it is also the only big beauty whose face value and charisma have reached 90 that Yifan has encountered so far. So it is no wonder that it can become the reddest among all the little flowers. Even Big Sweetie, the hungover girl who had Yifan to help her open up, was far from Big Nini in terms of popularity. Only the Big Sweet has always taken the high-end route, which is a little bit like that Fan Xiaoyi. Of course, the Big Sweet is really high-end. Unlike that Fan Xiao master, all touch porcelain touch out. Star. Chapter 57, Return to Magic City. Early in the morning of the second day, Big Nini left. After all, she was still very busy at work. Yifan didn't let her down and gave her 2 endorsements from the world's top luxury brands. It was important to realize that the most Yifan had in his hands were these luxury companies, and most of them were absolutely controlled. So it's not even an exaggeration to say that he's the ultimate godfather of fashion today. In addition, Big Nini's favorability towards Yifan was only 85 points, indicating that it could drop at any time. But it didn't matter. If she really wanted to leave one day, Yifan would definitely not stop her. There were so many beautiful women in the world. He didn't care if there was one more or one less. The only thing he cares about is not doing anything to betray him before he leaves. But Yifan believed that with Big Nini's intelligence, she should know what she could and could not do. Besides, if Big Nini did do it, she would never be able to hide it from him. Meanwhile, yesterday's box office is out. Naja's Descent of the Demon Child broke a number of records by grossing $490 million on its first day. It's more than double the previous first-day box office record of $200 million. Unfortunately, it didn't end up breaking $500 million. After all, it is the summer vacation file, not the spring festival file. National Day file of these big hit stalls. Want a single-day box office broken $500 million or very difficult. But there's one good thing about the summer vacation season, it lasts long enough at the box office. As for the first-day box office of Legend of the Wind God, only a pathetic 18 million, and today's schedule, too, has dropped from 20% to less than 10%. It would be nice to have 30 million at the box office before it goes down in theaters like this, just in time to make back the $10 million that Boss Rattle donated that day. Yi Da Handsome, have you returned to Magic City yet? Not yet, Sister Light Fan. Something wrong? Well, but forget it if you don't come back. It's not that important. Since it's about Sister Light Fan, then I'll rush back even if I'm at the ends of the earth. Looking at the V letters sent by Mu Qingyan, how could Yifan not know what she meant? It was clear that there was something she wanted him to help with. Mu Qingyan, that neighbor of Yifan's in Thompson, is also by far the most beautiful big beauty Yifan has ever seen. It was even prettier than Louis Fei as well as Big Sweetie after her face enhancement. Only after a hasty goodbye that day, Yifan had stayed in the capital, and the two of them had not seen each other again. However, the two have not broken the contact, and from time to time, they will chat on Vmail. Coupled with the fact that both of them are a bit greedy for each other's bodies, it can be said that the wolf is a match made in one shot, and the relationship is naturally progressing by leaps and bounds. Immediately after that, Yifan drove that Koenigsegg 11 out the door without saying a word. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than 10 hours to drive from the capital to Mordor, but with the speed of the Koenigsegg 11, coupled with Yifan's level 10 driving skills, it only took more than 3 hours to reach Mordor. What? Speeding, you say? Oh, that's for ordinary people to care about. Yifan believed that as long as he didn't cause a traffic accident, even if he drove an airplane on the highway, the country would definitely not care about him. However, Yifan did not go directly back to Thompson, but first parked his car in another villa in Mordor. Then from the villa's garage system, he took a Lamborghini Poison out. After all, this car of his had caused quite a stir some time ago, and to this day, the video of Su Shishir driving the car could still be found on the internet. So if Mu Shengyan found out that this car was his, it would inevitably not lead to complications. As a qualified scumbag, this kind of mistake Yifan certainly wouldn't make. At the same time, Yifan finally knew what Mu Qingyan was looking for him for. It turned out that Mu Qingyan actually wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Che, is it necessary to fake it? Aren't you satisfied with a boyfriend like me? Yifan skimmed his mouth, but since Mu Qingyan wanted to play, he didn't mind playing with her. After all, who made the parents pretty? This chick couldn't escape him sooner or later anyway. Immediately after that, Yifan drove directly to the downstairs of Mu Qingyan's company. Then he saw the crowd around him immediately roar as soon as this car of his appeared. Holy, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. It's a Lamborghini by the badge. I just don't know which one. Don't care which one. The cheapest Lamborghini costs millions, let alone a Lamborghini sports car. At least tens of millions. $10 million? Do you guys know what kind of car this is? It's a Lamborghini Poison, known as the most expensive Lamborghini. The most expensive Lamborghini? How much does that go for? This car is limited to 9 units for sale worldwide, each priced at 30 million renminbi, but that's the price abroad. Getting it back home will at least double it, so this car will cost at least 60 million renminbi. Not bad, and 60 million is still just the original price. You can't even buy it at this price now. At least 80 million or more is possible. So hearing that such a sports car was worth at least $80 million, everyone was immediately stunned once again. Star. Chapter 58 Mu Qingyan's Suitor. Yi Fan sat in the car and waited quietly. As a result, he didn't wait for Mu Qingyan, but waited for an annoying fly first. Nice car, my friend. Where'd you get it? Only to see a greasy-headed guy knocking on Yi Fan's car window, then looking at Yi Fan, who lowered the car window, said with a playful smile on his face, "Does it matter to you?" Yi Fan said indifferently, "Just see in front of me, this guy looks pretty good. The clothes on his body are also very high grade. It seems to be the rich and noble family origin, but the face is waxy and the dark circles under the eyes are a bit heavy. Obviously overindulging in you." Plus at this point, he was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, so he was probably eyeing some kind of prey again. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Fan, and he had no interest in befriending this kind of person. At the same time, Yi Fan glanced at this fellow, who was likewise sizing up Yi Fan. Then after seeing Yi Fan's looks, the guy was instantly shocked, because Yi Fan was just too handsome. Even if Yi Fan was wearing sunglasses, he could still see that he was a big handsome man, but that wasn't the key. The key: Yi Fan's temperament was also very good, completely different from a rich second generation like him who only knew how to pick up girls all day long. If I had to compare, then he's one of those country bumpkins. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was one of those true sons of heaven. The difference is literally sky high. So much so that a strong wave of jealousy immediately arose in his heart towards Yi Fan. Not only that, Yi Fan's contempt for him was something he noticed immediately. So on top of jealousy, he added a hint of hatred towards Yi Fan. But Yi Fan was driving an $80 million sports car after all. This car, although he could afford it, at least showed that Yi Fan's identity was not simple. So before he could figure out Yi Fan's identity, he didn't act rashly, but trying to get him to just let it go was impossible. Then he saw his eyes roll and suddenly beckoned to the security guard on the side. Then when the security guard came over, he pointed at Yi Fan's car and said, "Didn't I say that no parking is allowed in front of the entrance of your Dragon Tang mansion? So how come he was able to park his car here?" It turned out that once, in order to pretend to be a bully, he did the same as Yi Fan and parked his car directly in front of the entrance of the Dragon Tang mansion, which resulted in the security guards driving him away immediately. It was useless even if he revealed his identity to the security guards and said that he was the young proprietor of Xincheng Real Estate. However, although he was a second-generation rich man, he was not completely uneducated and knew that the background of the owner of Dragon Mansion was not simple. Besides, it was not good for him, the young proprietor of Xincheng Real Estate, to be bothered with a security guard. So this was something he could only tolerate in the end. At the same time, seeing this scene, many of the surrounding white-collar workers who had just gotten off work immediately stopped in their tracks. "Ha, isn't that the young proprietor of Xincheng Real Estate? Mr. Lin Hao Lin. Dasha Lin is here again to wait for Ms. Mu to get off work?" This Lin Hao is really thick-skinned. Mr. Mu has rejected him so many times, and he still won't die. Dead heart? A stunning beauty like Ms. Mu, in your place would you die easily? That's why I know my condition is insufficient. Otherwise, alas, who says it's not? Not to mention that General Manager Mu looks so beautiful, just her family lineage. Whoever can marry her can struggle for at least 20 years less. It's a pity that General Mu's vision is really too high. Even this Lin Daoxiao can't see it, let alone the likes of us. I really don't know exactly what kind of man can make Mr. Mu look at. Although Lin Hao was not worth mentioning in Yi Fan's eyes, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was definitely already considered a top-tier rich second generation. That's why Mu Qingyan couldn't even look at Lin Hao and didn't even give him the slightest chance. Naturally, they are even less likely to see them. Not bad, this Lin Hao is precisely Mu Qingyan's suitor. At this time he is standing here with flowers in his hands, and it is also precisely waiting for Mu Qingyan to get off work, although he had been rejected by Mu Qingyan for an unknown number of times before. But as the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success, and deadliness is always the best magic weapon to deal with women. Not to mention the fact that a beauty of Mu Qingyan's level was definitely the only one he had ever seen in his life, so how could he possibly give up so easily? At the same time, seeing that security guard running over, the people around them immediately understood Lin Hao's intentions. It seems that this time our young master Lin has been defeated, or else he wouldn't have used this method. People can afford to drive an $80 million sports car? They must come from no small place. It's normal for Lin Hao to be defeated. So, do you guys think this guy who can afford to drive an $80 million sports car can stand up to the security guards at Dragon Mansion? How can that be? Who doesn't know that the security guards of the Dragon Totem Mansion have always given face to no one? That's right. It's said that once a certain leader came to inspect Longting Mansion, and as a result, the first thing he said when he just got out of the car was to ask his men to park the car, so as not to break the rules of Longting Mansion. Obviously, quite a few people here knew about the last time Lin Hao was driven away by the security guards, so they could naturally guess what Lin Hao meant by calling the security guards over. But what they didn't expect was that the next moment the security guard not only didn't drive away the $80 million Lamborghini Poison, but instead looked at Lin Hao Lin Daoxiao with a righteous face and said, "I'm sorry Lin Xiaoxiao, the owner of this car is the VIP of our Dragontang Mansion, so wherever he wants to park his car is where he wants to park it, and no one else has the right to intervene." Chapter 59, remember, don't ever pester my girlfriend again. What? A guest of honor? A commercial office building and a VIP? You think you're a mall doing a campaign? Lin Hao certainly didn't believe this security guard's bull ********. But since the security guard had said so, there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't personally drive Yifan away, could he? That was only if he could beat Yifan. With his body, it's okay to let him pick up girls, but forget about fighting. However, he had memorized this revenge and was ready to find those fox friends to inquire about Yifan's identity after he went back today. Although he didn't know Yifan, with this Lamborghini Poison, he believed that figuring out Yifan's identity shouldn't be a difficult task. It was a pity that at this time Yifan did not know what he was thinking, or else he would definitely send him 4 words unself-conscious. Even the country hadn't figured out Yifan's true identity by now, let alone his foxes and friends. As for the VIP that the security guard had said before, he had not lied to him either, because this Dragontang Mansion in front of him likewise belonged to Yifan's property. Immediately after Yifan waited for a while, he saw a sudden commotion in the surrounding crowd, and then he saw a stunning beauty wearing an OL uniform walk out from inside the Dragon Totem Mansion. It's Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu is still so beautiful. Alas, in the future, I don't know who has that good fortune to be able to marry General Mu. Don't think about it, we certainly don't have that fortune anyway. Just seeing this stunning beauty walking over in style, who else could it be if it wasn't Mu Qingyan? So when he saw Mu Qingyan, Lin Hao immediately greeted him. "Light face, this bouquet is for you. I hope you like it," Lin Hao said with a pleasing face. However, Mu Shangyan just gave him a very casual glance. As for the bouquet of flowers, she didn't even look at it. "Lin Hao, didn't I tell you, we're not right for each other, and I already have a boyfriend," Mu Qingyan said very coldly, not hiding her dislike for Lin Hao in the slightest. Meanwhile, hearing her say that, the surrounding crowd instantly exploded. "What? Mu always has a boyfriend? It's over. My heart is broken. Ugh, looks like this is completely hopeless." On the contrary, the other beauties on the side couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Lin Hao were filled with sympathy. But wouldn't that give them a chance? So the way each one looked at Lin Hao turned back to being like a hunter looking at his prey, pondering in his heart how he could catch this top-tier rich second generation in his hands. But strangely enough, hearing Mu Qingyan say that she already had a boyfriend, Lin Hao didn't care at all, because Mu Shangyan had already told him this more than once before. But according to his observation, Mu Shangyan basically stayed at home every day except for going to work, and she hadn't been in contact with any other men, so he had every reason to believe that Mu Shangyan was lying to him. "Light fan, don't lie to me. I'm not sure if you have a boyfriend or not," Lin Hao said with great confidence. At the same time, when he said this, it was easy for others to misunderstand if there was some kind of ulterior relationship between him and Mu Shangyan. Sure enough, the next moment everyone looked at Mu Shangyan a little differently. "Lin Hao, please watch your words, and also, our relationship isn't that familiar, so please don't call me Light Yen in the future." With that, Mu Qingyan stopped paying attention to Lin Hao, but just as she was about to leave, Lin Hao stopped in front of her once again. "Light Yen, no, Mr. Mu, since you have to say that you have a boyfriend, then fine, as long as you call him over right now. I, Lin Hao, promise that I will definitely not pester you again in the future," Lin Hao said with a sincere face. But what he thought in his heart was that if Mu Qingyan really dared to call that so-called boyfriend over, then he would definitely let that kid know what would happen if he snatched a woman from his Lin Deshao. However, when she heard him say this, Mu Shangyan secretly frowned, because she had just asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend today, even though Yifan had promised and said that he would come back from the capital. However, She didn't know when Yifan would arrive. The key Lin Hao's identity wasn't simple, so even if Yifan arrived, she didn't want Yifan to clash with Lin Hao, lest she invite trouble for Yifan. But what she didn't expect was that just as she was still thinking about how to get rid of Lin Hao's pestering, a lazy voice suddenly came from not far away. Young Lin, didn't you just see me? Or do you think I'm not good enough for Light Yen? By the way, remember what you just said, don't pester my girlfriend in the future. Then everyone saw a super handsome guy getting out of the Lamborghini poison that was worth at least $80 million. Then that big handsome man walked step by step to Mu Qingyan's face under everyone's watchful eyes, and with one reach, he directly held her in his arms and kissed her fiercely. Star. Chapter 60, a woman's third year holds a golden brick. Only after a long time, looking at Yifan and Mu Qingyan who were hugging together and unwilling to let go, did Lin Hao react. How dare someone really steal a woman from him, or grab it in front of him? And looking at Mu Qingyan's reaction, besides being a little shy at first, she surprisingly didn't even resist a little bit after that. Can he tolerate this? Not to mention the way the people around him looked at him. It was nothing like looking at an SB at all. Kid, you're ing looking for death. Lin Hao roared and rushed up to throw a punch, but before he could touch Yifan, he had already been kicked directly by Yifan and flew out, and could not climb up for a while after landing, so scared that someone immediately called for an ambulance. On the contrary, Yifan, who had finished kicking people, acted like he was nothing, still holding Mu Qingyan and continuing to attack the city. Yifan, is he alright? After an unknown amount of time, Mu Shangyan, who had finally come back to her senses, gently pushed Yifan away, then looked at Lin Hao, who was still lying on the ground, and asked with a worried expression. But of course it wasn't Lin Hao she was worried about. She was just afraid that Yifan, who was beating people up, would be in some kind of trouble. Don't worry, it's fine. Yifan had an indifferent face. After all, there were so many people here, and he was still very measured in his strikes, so Lin Hao only looked relatively miserable, but actually didn't have any external injuries at all. But internal injuries were not necessarily. Yifan estimated that it would be a bit difficult for him to pick up girls in the future, because the function of a certain part would get worse and worse, until it completely lost that convenient function. However, it is believed that this kind of internal injury can never be detected, let alone treated, with the current level of medical care. Immediately after Yifan directly wrapped his arm around Mu Qingyan, he got into his Lamborghini poison, but Mu Shangyan obviously didn't recognize the car, so she wasn't too surprised. In her opinion it was very normal for Yifan to be able to afford a 300 million plus Thompson house and drive a sports car, but if she really knew how much the car cost, she probably wouldn't be so calm. It is important to realize that houses are in demand and can also be used for investment, so even the most expensive houses are bought by people, but cars are consumables. As long as you buy them, they will slowly depreciate in value whether you drive them or not. Not to mention sports cars, which are no longer expendable, but a true luxury. So spending $80 million on a sports car is definitely more surprising than spending $300 million on a house. It was also more proof that Yifan was a true tycoon. She herself, for example, will buy a $300 million house, but she can't afford to part with even a $10 million car, let alone an $80 million sports car. At the same time, seeing Yifan and Mu Qingyan leave, the surrounding crowd immediately exploded once again. So handsome, is this Mr. Mu's boyfriend? Handsome and rich. There's no goddamned reason for this. Did you guys notice the kick he just gave Lin Hao? It was just like a movie. I guess only such a man is worthy of Mr. Mu. Ugh, if only I could have a boyfriend like that. As for Lin Hao, compared to other people's Mr. Mu's boyfriend, he was simply far worse. No wonder other people's Mr. Mu couldn't see him. Yifan looked at the long line in front of him with a helpless face. Even if it's poison, it's still heroic in the face of Mordor's off-duty peak. So much so that looking at him in this manner, Mu Qingyan, who still had a taut face on the side, immediately couldn't help but puff and giggle and burst out laughing. Although before in the V-letter chat, she and Yifan has long been hooked into adultery, but after all, has not yet formally determined the relationship. Not to mention that she had asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend this time, showing that she still had concerns in her mind. So being taken away from her first one by Yifan in this unprepared situation, she was more or less a little depressed. However, when she saw that face of Yifan, all her depression immediately disappeared through and through. Immediately after almost an hour, Yifan and Mu Qingyan arrived at the entrance of a Western restaurant. Although Yifan himself does not like to eat Western food, but girls, how many do not like this tone? Even Big Sweetie, who had originally reached 98 favorability towards Yifan, after Yifan accompanied her for a very romantic Western dinner, her favorability was raised by 1 point again to 99. It is very difficult to know that after the goodwill reaches 90, although it will not drop, it is very difficult to raise it, even if it is only 1 point. Then the two were led by the waiter to a private room. Big handsome Yi, didn't you say you were still in the capital at noon? How come you rushed back so quickly? Mu Shengyan looked at the exquisitely styled Western food in front of her, and for the first time, she realized that eating Western food felt surprisingly good. Didn't I say, if something happens to you, light face, I'll rush back even if I'm at the ends of the earth. Yi Fan looked at Mu Qingyan and said with a deep emotion, but Mu Shengyan didn't appreciate it at all. Humph, who allowed you to call light face? Call sister, don't forget that I'm 3 whole years older than you. Mu Qingyan pretended to glare at Yi Fan, but she was still very happy in her heart. However, the matter of age still gave her a headache, and she didn't expect Yi Fan to be so young. Even though women are older, don't men generally prefer to be younger than they are? Star. Chapter 61 Mu Qingyan's concerns. You didn't allow me to kiss you before, and I did just the same, Yi Fan said with a disinterested face. Anyway, the kiss has been kissed. What's wrong with calling you a light face? He was still thinking that he'd get rid of Mu Shengyan tonight. Their families would have lived across the street from each other anyway, so that would save them even the excuse of sending her home. At the same time, this was one of the reasons why he chose to eat Western food today. After all, how could you eat Western food without drinking red wine? And in order to prevent accidents, he had specially prepared 2 bottles of fine red wine in his house, not afraid that Mu Qingyan would not take the bait tonight. What? You say he's in too much of a hurry? Oh, for beautiful women, especially the beautiful women he is interested in. Yi Fan has always believed in striking first and eating into his stomach first. After all, beautiful women are a scarce resource, and if you yourself are late, don't blame it on being snatched away by others. Although Yi Fan was confident that no one would be able to snatch Mu Qingyan away from him, but just like a plate of food, some people will look at the color, then smell the aroma, and finally taste the flavor. For such a person, Yi Fan only wanted to say 2 words, pretending. If it was Yi Fan, he would definitely take a taste before slowly savoring it, assuming, of course, that the food is good, i.e., really beautiful. If it was an ordinary beauty, he definitely wouldn't be like this, and might not even be interested. Humph, you still have the nerve to say, I just let you pretend to be my boyfriend. Who let you really? Seeing Yi Fan bring up the previous matter again, Mu Qingyan's heart was again furious, but more than anything, she was still shy. You know that was her first one, not to mention all the people next to her. How would that make her act all high and mighty in the future? But I have to say, it was a really good feeling, and to this day she kind of misses it. The meal lasted over an hour and a bottle of red wine was pretty much consumed by both of them. Although most of it went into Yi Fan's stomach, Mu Qingyan also drank a lot. It was just that she couldn't see any drunkenness in her body, and it was obvious that this girl's drinking capacity wasn't low either. Then Yi Fan looked at the time. It was just over 8 o'clock, so Mu Qingyan proposed to go to the movies again. Yi Fan naturally had no problem with it, so he bought 2 movie tickets for Legend of the Wind God on his phone. Why Legend of the Wind God and not Ne Zha's Descent of the Demon Child? Because Mu Shengyan was actually a fan of Wen Zhang. It just so happened that Yi Fan hadn't seen this movie in his last life, so he was still a little bit curious about just how bad this movie was. As it turns out, the only thing you can do about bad movies is to never go see them. Even if you don't care about the money for the movie ticket, you're responsible for your mental and physical health. Yi Fan really didn't expect that with his physical quality, he would also develop the feeling of wanting to vomit. As for Mu Qingyan, there was even less to say. After watching for less than 10 minutes, she pulled Yi Fan along and retired. However, her purpose had been achieved, and it was true that even Wen Zhang was not as handsome as Yi Fan. Luckily, Yi Fan didn't know about this thought of hers, or else he would probably have really spit it out. And the kind that spits blood. You're comparing Bun Chan to him? Then why don't you compare Rattle Left to Daniel Wu? It's not even in the same dimension, alright. However, after watching an unappetizing movie, Mu Qingyan's interest was much less, so she asked Yi Fan to send her back. But immediately after that, the thing that made Yi Fan depressed appeared. Tonight Mu Qingyan unexpectedly did not intend to go back to her own home, but to her parents' home. Isn't this a waste of his ing expression? Thanks to the fact that he had been on the highway before, maintaining a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour all the way, he was barely able to make it back to Mordor before she got off work. However, looking at Mu Qingyan's hesitant face, Yi Fan ultimately didn't have the patience to force her. At the same time, Yi Fan had also long investigated Mu Shengyan in secret, so Yi Fan was also very clear about her concerns, which were nothing more than company matters. Don't look at Mu Qingyan's young age. She is only 23 years old now, but people went to college at 16, studied abroad at 18, and graduated from graduate school at 20, so they can be called real schoolmasters. And after graduating from graduate school, she went home to inherit the family business, which is Kawa Industries. It is important to know that at its peak, Jiahua Industry was a large company with a market capitalization of more than $10 billion. The Townsend residence, valued at more than $300 million, was bought by the chairman of Kahwa Industrial to give to his only daughter as a dowry. Only the splendor of Kahwa Industrial was already several years ago. In the past few years, real estate has been on the rise. NK.H. Industries has insisted on doing industry and not touching real estate. So today's Kahwa Industrial has not only seen its market capitalization plummet, it is also heavily indebted. Even if the situation of Jiahua Industry has gotten much better in the past 2 years in the hands of Mu Qingyan, but the money you make each year is not enough to even pay off the interest, let alone the principal. So in this situation, how could Mu Shengyan have the heart to fall in love? Even being able to accompany Yifan out on a date today was already considered very much giving face. It also showed that she really had Yifan in her heart. Chapter 62, The Night Bar. After sending Mu Qingyan home, Yifan looked at the time. It was not even 10 o'clock. Blame the legend of the wind god for not being powerful, or else a movie until 11 o'clock and a snack or something. I guess Mu Qingyan would be too embarrassed to mention going back to her parents' house again. Thinking like this, Yifan's impression of the Loud family in his heart was 1 point worse. Of course, the Ringing family had an even worse impression of Yifan. It can't even be described as a poor impression anymore. It's almost hateful. Unfortunately, even if you hate it, it doesn't work. Then Yifan didn't go home, thought about it and drove directly to the entrance of a bar. The Night Bar, one of the few most upscale bars in Magic City, was just after 10 o'clock at night, which was also the most popular time in the bar. So as soon as Yifan walked into the bar, he heard a deafening sound of music. But in his last life he was at least a small part successful, so he was no stranger to places like bars. Immediately afterward he found a loose table and sat down, casually ordering a cocktail. At the same time, along with Yifan's appearance, many of the surrounding beauties suddenly lit up. Although Yifan was wearing sunglasses and couldn't see exactly what he looked like, he was at least a handsome man. But that wasn't the key. The key was Yifan's aura, the aura of a rich man. Not to mention the fact that his outfit, although he couldn't tell what brand it was definitely not ordinary. And the watch on his hand, many beautiful women recognized it. Patek Philippe. If it was real, even if it was cheaper, it would still be several $100,000. What's a person who can afford to wear hundreds of thousands of dollars of watches that isn't rich? So there's no reason for them to let go of this kind of rich and handsome guy, right? Handsome, how about buying me a drink? Only to see a beautiful woman who was not dressed very demurely, the first to come to Yifan's side, and then said in a coy voice. While saying that, he kept throwing winks at Yifan. Order yourself. Yifan took a look at her. 80 points for makeup. Without makeup there should be a 70 points or so. And her body is not bad, concave and convex, and the aura on her body wasn't very messy. Yifan estimated that the men she had experienced shouldn't be more than double digits yet. This kind of beauty is already considered very high quality for the average receiver, so it's no wonder she dared to come up for the first time. But wanting to hook up with Yifan, that was definitely impossible. But a glass of wine Yifan could still afford. The beauty froze, not understanding what the handsome man in front of her meant. But immediately after realizing that this handsome man merely looked at her and stopped paying attention to her, how could she not know that he didn't even look at her? But since she was being offered a drink, she certainly wasn't going to turn it down. A glass of red roses. Thanks, handsome. The beauty first ordered a cup of red roses and then thanked Yifan. But at the same time the heart couldn't help but be more disappointed. Because at this time, in her heart, she had completely solidified the identity of Yifan's kaiju. You should know that at the night bar, even the cheapest cocktail costs hundreds of dollars, and the expensive ones even thousands of dollars. So Yifan let her order for herself. What is it if it's not a kaiju? However, she didn't go overboard. She just ordered a cup of red roses that was over 200, then smiled at Yifan and left. After all, with her good looks, it's not easy to catch a guy. There was no need to hang on to a tree. Then seeing her leave, a few more beautiful women surrounded her, and none of them were bad looking. But this is normal. After all, is the Magic City's most upscale one of the few bars? Without a little bit of beauty really do not dare to come here to fish for kaiju. Unfortunately, this bit of beauty of theirs was nothing in Yifan's eyes. Don't even say it's bullying them compared to Big Sweet Big Nini and Naza. Even compared to Guan Tong Tong, who Yifan couldn't look at, they were more than a notch behind. However, Yifan still bought a glass of wine for each person. A couple of pretty girls didn't care, as long as there was booze anyway. And after drinking, he left just like the beautiful woman before him. This was what Yifan meant when he invited them to drink. And after the wine was drunk, they would leave him alone. Still, there were a couple of undying reluctance to leave. Handsome, what brand of clothes are you wearing? I'll buy one for my boyfriend someday. A beautiful woman said suddenly with a twinkle in her eye. Isn't it said that a wife is better than a concubine and a concubine is better than a thief? Maybe this handsome guy in front of us has some special hobby? This dress is a Burberry high-definition model. The market price is about $800,000. If you want to buy it for your boyfriend, I can have someone give you a 10% discount. Yi Fan replied with a smile. You know that luxury goods like Burberry have always been non-discountable, even with a membership card. So to get a 10% discount is already a very big deal. But upon hearing his answer, that beautiful woman was visibly flabbergasted. Handsome, did you say RMB? The beauty once again glanced at the unobtrusive jacket on Yi Fan and asked with some uncertainty. That's for sure. Don't worry, it's not a rice cutter. Yi Fan replied with a smile once again. So this beautiful woman was completely dumbfounded. Well, it's not even on the same level. Can't I just admit defeat? At the same time, she finally realized why Yi Fan couldn't see them. Nima, just a piece of clothing is Burberry high fashion. This kind of tycoon, what kind of beauty has not seen? Thanks to her earlier fantasies. Star. Chapter 63, a traitor who deceives his master and destroys his ancestors. It took 10 minutes to finally get rid of all the beautiful women who were pestering him, but at the same time, the news of a tycoon buying drinks for free had quietly spread throughout the night bar, so much so that from time to time, there were beautiful women running over to dilly-dally. Yi Fan didn't care, and ordered any wine under 1,000. As for 1,000 or more, it wasn't a big deal, but he wasn't really a kaiju, so whoever ordered it would have to pay for it themselves. In other words, he was actually using this method to find a target, but unfortunately, amongst so many beautiful women, there was surprisingly none that could interest him. I can't believe I've met an acquaintance? Suddenly, the crowd on the dance floor began to gyrate wildly as the live music got louder again. Meanwhile, more people were joining the dance floor one by one. Then Yi Fan spotted a familiar face within these people, or more accurately, an acquaintance of that Yi Fan from before. Zhongli, my previous co-worker, and at the same time, it's also considered half of my apprentice. But this apprentice was out of the program in just 1 week and has taken my clients along for the ride. And then 3 months later, she went from being a rookie to being the company's sales champion. When Yi Fan first crossed over, he was still an employee of a real estate agency and had been working at that real estate agency for almost 2 years. However, the day after crossing over, Yi Fan directly resigned, not even asking for his salary. This Zhongli is Yi Fan's previous colleague in the real estate agency, and she just joined. Or Yi Fan is responsible for bringing her. Only this Zhongli is not very old, just about the same as Yi Fan, but the heart of the heart can be much more than the previous one. Yi Fan even used the previous one Yi Fan's trust in her. Yi Fan handed all the customers' information to make a copy. Then with this customer profile, she directly scooped up a large portion of the customers that Yi Fan had only accumulated in nearly 2 years. After all, the previous Yi Fan was not only average in looks, but also had a somewhat mute personality, and could be described as a completely honest person. And Zhongli is not only pretty, but also articulate, coupled with the occasional invitation to a meal or something, easily scooped up those customers. So strictly speaking, this Zhongli was not only half of his disciple, but also a rebellious disciple who deceived his master. Thinking of this, Yi Fan suddenly smiled gently before walking over to Zhongli on the dance floor. Although at this time, he had long since not been the same Yi Fan as before, but since he had inherited the memories of the previous one, they were actually still one person. It was only that the consciousness of that previous Yi Fan had completely disappeared, leaving only memories. At the same time, looking at Yi Fan who was walking over, Zhongli couldn't help but be moved in her heart. She had naturally heard about Yi Fan's free invitation for a drink earlier, and was even equally prepared to go over and rub a glass of wine in her face. Of course, it wasn't just to dabble in alcohol, though she came to the bar to hang out purely for relaxation, not to hook up with a hot guy. But if she did meet a young and handsome tyke, she certainly wouldn't want to miss the opportunity. But as she watched from the sidelines for a moment, she quickly gave up on the idea, because she found several beautiful women whose posture was not worse than hers, or even more beautiful than her, were all rejected by Yi Fan. So naturally, she didn't think Yi Fan would look at her. But what she didn't expect was that now Yi Fan had taken the initiative to walk over to her side. How could she not be excited? But on the surface she pretended to not care. Hey, beautiful, alone? Yi Fan walked directly to Zhongli and asked with a smile while swinging his body to the music. Yeah, handsome, what can I do for you? Zhongli forced herself to hold back the excitement in her heart, not realizing that this earthy handsome man was really coming for her. As for why she was so sure that Yi Fan was a tycoon, it was of course because she recognized the watch that Yi Fan was wearing on his hand, Patek Philippe 5002p, although it is also a Patek Philippe. Unlike the usual Patek Philippe price of $1 or $2 million, this watch costs a full $18 million. Yes, 18 million. And she can guarantee that the watch is absolutely authentic, because when she was still in college, She had once worked at a high-end watch boutique and had seen many high-end watches, including Patek Philippe, so although she had not seen the Patek Philippe 5002P with her own eyes, she could tell that the workmanship of this 5002P that Yifan was wearing on his hand at this time was not at all worse than the other Patek Philippe that she had seen. And what is someone who can afford to wear an $18 million watch if not a tycoon? Besides, Yifan was so young and handsome, even without money, she was afraid that she wouldn't mind having something with him. Chapter 64, Easy Takedown. What do you say, beautiful? Yifan looked at Zhongli with a bad smile on his face. Zhongli immediately blushed. Although Yifan didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was already obvious, that he wanted to pick her up, so much so that she immediately got a little nervous. You know, it's not like there hasn't been anyone after her before. On the contrary, there have been many, but the conditions of those people compared to the Yifan in front of her were far too poor, and she wasn't even a little bit moved. So to put it mildly, this was the first time she had ever felt nervous about a man, and looking at her like this, how could Yifan not know that she had already had her heart moved? After all, even Big Mimi and a star like Naza were easily handled by Yifan in their first meeting. A Zhongli, although also very beautiful, but the face value of at most 80 points, makeup can be 85 points, equivalent to Zhaoya that level, and how can resist the charm of Yifan? But of course Jiangli herself would never admit it. At the same time, she obviously didn't recognize Yifan as the foolish master she once had. Of course, it's only normal that you can't recognize it. It's weird that you can. How do I know? Zhongli said unconvincingly, but the next moment, when she raised her head and saw Yifan's bad smile, her face suddenly turned even redder. Why does he look so good when he smiles? It's a shame he's wearing sunglasses so you can't see exactly what he looks like. Zhongli can't help but think this way in her heart. It was said that the eyes were the window to the soul, so Yifan wearing sunglasses was able to at least reduce his face killing power by more than half. But even so, Zhongli could still see that Yifan was definitely a super handsome guy, plus the atmosphere of the bar was already more prone to impulsiveness, so even if Yifan really did something to her now, it was expected that she wouldn't put up any resistance. Yifan, however, just looked at her with a smile while continuing to sway his body to the rhythm of the music, even if there were not a few men and women cuddled up next to each other. But even so, his moves still attracted a lot of attention. It could even be argued that there were quite a few people watching him from the moment he walked onto the dance floor. So when they saw him walking towards Zhongli, many beauties showed jealous or unconvinced looks. After all, many of them felt that they were prettier than Zhongli, or at least not inferior to her. Then when they saw this appearance of Zhongli at this moment, another large group of guys who originally had thoughts about Zhongli became even more upset with Yifan. Although Zhongli was not the prettiest beauty in the bar at this time, her temperament was not the kind of person who often came out to play at first glance. Not to mention that a face value of 85 points with makeup was definitely not low, and with such a beautiful woman and being alone, it was just hard not to let people have thoughts. There had even been several groups of people who had invited Zhongli before, but they had all been rejected by her. This was also in the night bar, where people generally didn't dare to make trouble, or else Zhongli would have dared to come to the bar alone, and there was no telling what would happen. Immediately after the dance music ended and the live music became slightly less intense, Yifan invited Zhongli to join him for a drink on the side. Zhongli naturally wouldn't refuse, but right at this moment, Yifan suddenly realized that a person next to him had crashed into Zhongli, and this person is still obviously doing it on purpose. Is this an attempt to take advantage of the situation? Yifan's gaze condensed and he instantly understood this guy's intentions, obviously wanting to pretend to be unsteady and then take Zhongli down with him, taking advantage of Zhongli while he was at it. This kind of thing happens all the time in places like bars, too. Unfortunately, now that Zhongli was the woman Yifan had his eye on, how could he let him have his way? The next moment he saw Yifan suddenly reach out and hold Zhongli in his arms. Then in the midst of Zhongli's cry of surprise, he took her with him and spun her around, instantly causing the man to pounce. Not only that, I don't know whether it was because the man had drunk too much, or suddenly lost his target and didn't react, but he directly fell backwards and hit the ground head-on, so much so that the guy immediately let out a violent scream. Seeing this, Yifan snorted coldly in his heart, but he didn't bother with him anymore. But just as he was about to leave with Zhongli, he realized that a few more people in the crowd had come out and were in front of him and Zhongli. At the same time, as if they had noticed the commotion over here, the live music stopped and the lights came on all at once. In this way Yifan's few people naturally became the center of attention in the room. Then everyone also quickly discovered the guy who had just crashed into Zhongli, and saw that at this moment, he was still lying on the ground and had blood all over his head. Chapter 65, Tough Guys. What? Your people fell on their own and you want to blame me for it? Yifan looked at these few people with a relaxed face. However, Zhongli in his arms was different. Seeing the appearance of these people, She was so scared that she shrunk back into his arms. After all, not only did these few people all have fierce faces, they also all had tattoos, so they weren't good people at first glance. Kid, you've got nothing to do here. This is the woman who tripped my brother up. She's the one we're looking for now. One of the tattooed men stood out and pointed at Zhongli, but this was obviously planting evidence. Yifan could see clearly that it was the man himself who had slammed into Zhongli, but it was so dark on the dance floor just now, and if the group of people flatly insisted that Zhongli had tripped the man, there was really no way to make it clear. Besides, with Yifan's status, it was impossible to argue with them. It wasn't me. He crashed into it on his own. It had nothing to do with me. At this time, Zhongli also calmed down, and when she heard that these people were looking for her, she immediately defended herself, but it obviously didn't help. Chick, now that my brother has fallen like this, you're just going to say that it has nothing to do with you? And this kid, I advise you to mind your own business, the other tattooed man said. However, on his lips, he said that he told Yifan not to mind his own business, but looking at his provocative eyes, it was clear that he couldn't wait for Yifan to mind his own business. At the same time, everyone present immediately looked toward Yifan, obviously wanting to see what he would do next. Zhongli, in particular, showed a nervous expression. After all, no matter what, she was just a woman, or a woman just in her early 20s. Even if she had more heart, she would inevitably panic in the face of this situation. However, there was one thing she knew. If this matter Yifan really didn't care, then the next fate that awaited her would definitely be very miserable. At this point she was regretting the fact that she had run off to the bar alone to hang out, but she'd been to this bar several times before, so how come this hadn't happened to her? But fortunately, Yifan did not let her down. Minding my own business or not is my business. What do you want? Just say it. Yifan looked at these few people and said with a casual expression. With his vision, how could he not see that these people were actually coming for him? I just don't know who could be behind it. However, Zhongli naturally did not know this, so much so that her eyes were immediately filled with gratitude when she looked at Yifan, and her heart was even more favorable towards him to a point of no return. Kid, it seems you are determined to save the beauty? Then let's do it this way. We won't make things difficult for you today. My brother fell into such a state. You just casually helped this chick to compensate for $1 million in medical expenses. I think for a rich man like you, $1 million shouldn't be too much, right? Another tattooed man stood out and looked at Yifan with a sneer and said. So hearing him say that, the whole room was immediately in an uproar. $1 million? This is thinking about money like crazy. That's it. This is clearly a money grab. $1 million for a broken scalp? There's no such thing in the world. It turned out that the guy who had fallen down earlier had by now been helped up by his companion and was sitting on a sofa to the side, and the guy looked miserable, with blood all over his head. But in fact everyone could see that he wasn't badly hurt. At most he would go to the hospital for stitches and probably not need $1,000, but it was only $1 million. It was nothing to Yifan. $1 million, right? Okay, I'll have someone send it over right now. Saying that, Yifan took out his cell phone unhurriedly and started to make a call, and at the sight of this scene, the whole room was in an uproar again. Meanwhile the tattooed men froze. What? That's a yes? Didn't Lin say this guy was arrogant? It's not going to be an embroidered pillow. It turned out that these were the very people Lin Hao had found. Previously, Lin Hao had been kicked off by Yifan, and then the ambulance came and dragged him to the hospital for a checkup, only to find that nothing had happened, which immediately made him even more depressed. Because nothing happened, it also means that he was kicked by Yifan for nothing. Even if he called the police, it was useless. In favor of him, he lost face again. Under the depression, he called on a group of friends to come to the night bar to drink and pick up girls, but did not want to run into the same to the night bar Yifan. Now the enemy meets of course, so he immediately let a friend of the road to mix, help him call a few tough characters over, ready to teach Yifan a lesson, to get back the scene. And at that moment Lin Hao was with a group of his fox friends, watching everything that was happening downstairs from a box on the second floor. Chapter 66, Isn't there still Brother Wang? Lin Xiao, was it really this kid who made a move on you this afternoon? That's right, this kid is such a wimp. It can't be a mistake, can it? From my point of view, it's still Brother Wang who's powerful, calling a few random people and scaring this kid. In the second floor box of the night bar, a few rich daughters looked at the situation below, laughing and discussing, and at this moment, the Wang brother in their mouths was holding the chick while savoring a fine wine, and the expression on his face was very bland, as if he didn't take what was going on down there at all to heart. But it's true, a little white boy is just a little white boy, just a couple of scares and then he wimped out. It's not really challenging at all. Humph, Lin Hao snorted coldly, but his mood was extremely unpleasant. How could he not hear that these people were clearly laughing at him? But who let so many people be present when he was kicked by Yifan in the afternoon? so much so that this matter had now spread throughout their circle of second-generation people, and even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. But this kid is pretty damn handsome. No wonder even that chick Mu Shangyan was taken down by him, another second generation said. So it seemed that they had thought of something, and everyone present couldn't help but gulp. After all, for a beauty of Mu Xingyan's caliber, who among them, the second generation, wouldn't be greedy? But in the past, they were concerned about Lin Hao's family history, and even if they had any thoughts, they didn't dare to show them, and at most they could only fantasize about it in their hearts. But now it was different. Mu Shangyan was taken by someone else, so if they struck out again, naturally they wouldn't be considered robbing their brother's woman. Even Lin Hao himself didn't dare to say anything, because he could only blame his own incompetence. The only pity was that since Mu Qingyan had already been taken down by this little white boy, and was even hot when with him in public, she was definitely no longer a virgin either. But that's okay, they're just playing around anyway. They don't plan on actually marrying them. These second generation of theirs, all of them are either rich or rich, never lack of women around. Of course they do not want to get married at an early age. At the same time, seeing this expression on their faces, how could Lin Hao not know what they were thinking? There was nothing he could do about it, or else he would have lost face with his brother over a second-hand product, which would have only made him more humiliated. So he had no choice but to settle the score on Yifan once again. I heard that this kid has a Lamborghini Poison. It's not easy to get this car. And this kid just made a phone call. It can't be a call, right? A nearby second generation who hadn't said anything spoke up. But how do the other second generationers listen to this kind of talk? What's wrong with Lamborghini Poison? It's not cheap, but it's only a few tens of millions of dollars. So who among us here couldn't afford it if it wasn't too much trouble? That's right, it's only tens of millions of dollars. How dare you pretend to be a bully in front of our brothers? This kid looks very strange. Definitely not from Mordor. An outsider also dares to come to our Mordor to pretend to be a pussy, but also dares to make a move on Lin Xiao. Do you really think we're vegetarians? These second generation. The family is almost all 10 billion assets to start, especially Lin Hao. The Lin family's Xincheng real estate. Now the market value is more than 50 billion. Of course, the market value of the market value. The Magic City housing prices are so high. Slightly larger real estate companies have a market value of tens of billions of dollars is a very normal thing. But again, these companies often owe the banks a ton of money, but that doesn't stop them, the second generation, from spending their days just like that. Besides, don't we still have Brother Wang? Even if this kid calls someone, so what? In the boundaries of Magic City, is there anyone more powerful than our Brother Wang? A second generation complimented, and the others chimed in, although each of them was a second generation person with a large fortune. In the end, they were just ordinary people, at most richer than the average ordinary person. But this Wang in their mouth is not the same, may not have more money, but people rode wild black and white, under the hands of hundreds of little brother. With this Brother Wang covering them, they can do things more recklessly. After all, they can't get the family to step in for everything. And hearing them say all this, that Brother Wang couldn't help but show a hint of a smile, obviously enjoying their compliments very much. But the truth is also true. In the boundaries of the Magic City, the White Road dare not say, the Black Road. If you really cannot find a more powerful than his Wang Xiong existence. But in the next moment, when he saw the silhouette that suddenly appeared below him, his entire body instantly stood up from the sofa, and the expression on his face completely changed. How is that possible? What's this guy doing here? Is this kid related to him? In an instant, Wang Xiong was as if he had seen some horrifying creature. Not only did his face turn pale, even cold sweat broke out. Chapter 67. I advise you to stay out of it. On the first floor hall dance floor, seeing that Yifan was actually willing to obediently pay the money, those tattooed men couldn't help but be stunned. It was important to know that their mission today was to teach Yifan a lesson, which was why they were deliberately looking for trouble. But now this little white boy is actually willing to pay them $1 million. How can they teach him a lesson? But there was money to be taken, or a whole $1 million, so of course they wouldn't turn it down. Anyway, even if I took the money I could still teach this little white boy the same lesson. The big deal was that I would just go a little lighter when I did it later. Of course, it also occurred to them that Yifan might be calling someone on the phone. But so what? In the boundaries of the Magic City, they, the Angry Bear Gang, hadn't really been afraid of anyone. However, at this time, a group of security guards suddenly walked over, but the leader did not wear a security uniform, but wore a black undershirt with an explosion of muscles. At first glance, he was a practitioner. Now that you've all talked, let's change places, please. The undershirt man came to the middle of the dance floor, glanced at Yifan and the tattooed men, and said expressionlessly, in fact, he had arrived a long time ago, but waited until Yifan and the tattooed men had negotiated a good deal before stepping forward, apparently unwilling to try hand in this matter. That's better. Those few tattooed men were obviously very scared of this undershirt man, so much so that from the moment this undershirt man appeared, they seemed extraordinarily nervous. However, the undershirt man's proposal was just what they wanted, and it was not good for them to make a direct move in this crowded place. But once we get outside and find a dark, deserted alley, we'll still be able to do whatever we want to this little white boy then. But of course Yifan could not agree. It's not that he's afraid of these tattooed men, but what is his status? Does he still need to personally fight with these punks? If that was the case, he would have done it long ago. How would he still be here talking nonsense to them? It's a matter I advise you to stay out of. Yifan suddenly turned his head and stared at the undershirt man and said, logically speaking, as a person from the night bar, it was normal to step in to manage this matter. After all, the conflict between Yifan and these tattooed men had affected the normal business of the night bar, but only if they step up and take charge in the first place. As a result, they were unwilling to come forward before, and only now are they running out, making it clear that they don't want to get involved. In that case, just leave it alone. Yifan had never been a very reasonable person, so others, too, had to be reasonable in front of him. But if someone is unreasonable, then don't blame them for being unreasonable too. I believe that there should not be many people in this world who can withstand the consequences of his unreasonableness. As soon as the undershirt man saw that Yifan dared to speak to him in such a tone, he immediately became angry. It was important to realize that since he had taken over as the security manager of this night bar, it was the first time someone had dared to talk to him like that. Including those tattooed men were very scornful of him, which showed how prestigious he was on the road. And all of this fame was earned by his punches and kicks. But the next moment, when he encountered Yifan's eyes, somehow a strong sense of crisis suddenly rose in his heart. This sense of crisis was even stronger than when he was chased by dozens of people with knives. So much so that his anger disappeared in an instant as his heart fluttered. There's definitely something odd about this kid. And this kid was driving a Lamborghini sports car when he arrived. And it's rumored that it's still worth tens of millions of dollars of poison. So his origins must not be small either. Forget it, it's between him and the Angry Bear gang anyway. There's no need for me to meddle. The big deal is losing a night's turnover. Thinking about it, the undershirt man has already made a decision, and then immediately began to clear the scene, and promised that tonight's consumption is completely free of charge. If you have already paid, then the next time to come can be directly deducted. So upon hearing this news, the surrounding crowd, though regretting that there was no more fun to be had, obediently obeyed and left the bar. After all, the background of the night bar was not something that ordinary people like them could mess with, not to mention they're not losing out. However, just as they came out from the night bar, they realized that at some point there were dozens of cars parked in front of the bar, and then they saw a big man in a black suit walk down from those cars. Asterisk. This isn't going to be a movie, is it? I don't see a camera. Is it something to do with what's going on in there? And who do you say called these people? It must be that handsome guy. Didn't you see him make a phone call earlier? Boy, a phone call called so many people. And these people are not ordinary punks at first glance. This nigga won't be the mafia, right? Bull asterisk mafia. Would there be a mafia in our country? But these guys are certainly not to be messed with. Let's just hurry up and go. A group of guests who came out from the night bar, looking at this formation in front of them, were immediately all confused. Don't think that there are no black clubs in modern society. Even in Z, these black zones will inevitably exist. Only nowadays, the black sharks will rarely fight and kill, but gradually whitewash or engage in some gray industries. But even so, it was still not something that ordinary people could mess with. Chapter 68, The Underground Emperor of Magic City. Master Zhang. Zhangbin got down from the car and carefully organized the clothes on his body before he led a few minions towards the night bar. But don't look at these juniors respectfully in front of him. Their identities are not simple. For example, one of the minions was the property manager of the Dragon Tower, responsible for managing all affairs of the Dragon Tower, big and small. You should know that although the Dragon Tower is not considered the most top commercial building in Magic City, but ranked in the top 10 or no problem, more than 400 meters high, a total of 88 floors, the value of at least $20 billion or more. As for Zhang Bin, there was no need to mention the general manager of Dragon Property. Dragon Property not only owns Dragon Tower, but also owns several other commercial buildings, commercial streets and high-grade apartments, with a total market value of more than $100 billion. Of course, all of these belong to Yifan's assets, and just the assets in the Magic City. Zhang Bin was just in charge of management. Meanwhile, several of Zhang Bin's juniors were confused. They had followed the boss for so many years, and it was the first time they had seen the boss go to see someone so discreetly. And before, on the way here, The boss had specifically instructed them not to be reckless later, so much so that they all became intensely curious about the identity of that person. But if the boss didn't say anything, they didn't dare to ask. The night bar, the tattooed man, the vested man, and a group of rich second generation such as Lin Hao and Wang Xiong in the box on the second floor were all waiting to see what Yifan could actually call in at this time. Then Wang Xiong saw Zhang Bin. The undershirt man also saw Zhang Bin. Those tattooed men similarly saw Zhang Bin. Of course Wang Xiong knew Zhang Bin, and even Zhang Bin was his former idol. Only at that time, Zhang Bin was one of the few most glamorous bosses in the Magic City, while he was just a punk at the bottom of the ladder. Later on, it was Zhang Bin who took the initiative to retire. Only then did they, the punks, have a chance to make a name for themselves. Just after Zhang Bin retired, not only did not disappear, but transformed into a large property group's general manager. Assets over 100 billion. Those who followed him are now successful and wealthy. Plus those bosses who were on par with him back then have fallen one by one over the years. So much so that even though Zhang Bin wasn't hanging out on the Dao anymore, his reputation on the Dao was even more prevalent than it was back then. It was not even an exaggeration to say that he was the underground emperor of the entire Magic City today. That was why seeing Zhang Bin appear here caused Wang Xiong to break out in a cold sweat. Because if he offended Zhang Bin, he didn't even need Zhang Bin to do it himself. A random junior under his command would be able to exterminate him. However, while Wang Xiong recognized Zhang Bin, the tattooed men under him did not. They don't have that qualification yet. However, looking at the aura on Zhang Bin's body at this moment, coupled with the fact that the group of people behind him were not to be messed with at a glance, these few people did not act rashly. But that's when the undershirt man stepped forward. Zhang, Master Zhang, what brings you here? The undershirt man looked at Zhang Bin warily, and even his voice trembled a bit. He should know that he had never been afraid before when he was alone with a knife against dozens of people. But at this moment, he was truly afraid. But this can't be blamed on him. After all, at this time standing in front of him, but the entire Magic City's underground emperor, even if he is arrogant, he wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of this Master Ah. Not to mention him, even if the owner of the night bar was here, he would have to respectfully call out Master Zhang. Luckily, the only thing worth celebrating was that their boss was also considered a junior to this Master Zhang, or else he probably wouldn't even be able to stand up right now. Hearing this Master Zhang, the tattooed men were first stunned, and then immediately realized the identity of the middle-aged man in front of them, because there is only one Master Zhang in the entire Magic City. That is, the old boss of Dragon Property, the veritable underground emperor of Magic City, the most worshipped idol in the hearts of countless punks, Zhang Bin. So much so that knowing Zhang Bin's identity, they behaved even worse than the undershirt man. Not only did their voices start to tremble, even their bodies started to tremble. Then something even more shocking happened to them. They saw that Master Zhang, who was as unattainable as a mountain in their hearts, even came directly to that little white man after walking into the bar, and lowered his head, respectfully calling out, Mr. Yi. What? The boss of Dragon Property with over $100 billion in assets, the veritable underground emperor of Magic City, Zhang Bin, Master Zhang, even lowered his head in front of a young man, and in such a respectful manner? They're not looking at it wrong, so much so that in an instant, not only were the tattooed invested men dumbfounded, Wang Xiong was also dumbfounded. Even those few juniors who had followed Zhang Bin along were completely dumbfounded. However, since their boss was like this, remembering their boss's previous command, they had no choice but to follow their boss, lowering their heads and respectfully calling out, General Yi, Star. Chapter 69, The Reasonable Yifan. Did you bring the stuff? Yifan glanced at Zhang Bin and asked with a casual expression. It was as if what was standing in front of him at this moment was not that legendary Master Zhang, but a middle-aged man who could not be more ordinary. However, it was also true that Zhang Bin was originally no different from an ordinary person in his eyes. Not to mention that everything Zhang Bin had now was from him. The Dragon Properties managed by Zhang Bin was also only a subsidiary of a subsidiary attached to the head office under Yifan. It is also known as a level 4 company. There are at least hundreds of companies of this level Yifan in the world. And it's not like Dragon Property is the most valuable of these companies. Even according to the degree of importance, Dragon Property, which only has some property assets, can definitely only be counted in the bottom of the list. Which of the other companies, such as pharmaceutical companies, media companies, and some machinery manufacturing companies, are not much more important than Dragon Property? It was only before that those villas and residences of Yifan in Mordor were also taken care of by Dragon Property for him, which was why he had contacted this Zhang Bin a few times. It's been brought. Zhang Bin replied respectfully once again before opening a package in his hand, and seeing a stack of RM neatly placed inside. Here's 1,000,000 RMB, Zhang Bin said. At the same time, The tattooed men remembered that Yi Fan had promised to compensate them $1 million for medical expenses before, but how dare they ask for it now? Yi, Mr. Yi, we were wrong. Just now it was us who had the eyes to not recognize him. Tai, please spare us this time. Just as the tattooed men said that, they fell to their knees on the spot. At this time don't say anything about backbone or not, they just want to live. However, Yi Fan was already too lazy to care about them. These 5 people, I promised them $1 million in medical bills before. You know what to do, right? Yi Fan said directly to Zhang Bin. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, $1 million for medical expenses. I guarantee that not a single penny will be wasted. After all, having once been on the road for so long, Zhang Bin immediately reacted. $1 million in medical bills, right? That's fine. None of these people are getting out of the hospital until we spend all of this $1 million. And with today's medical care, an ordinary fracture can be cured for about $20. This way $1 million in medical expenses can cure 50 fractures. Exactly 10 per person. Well, that's a good understanding, but don't go too far. Leave people some money for supplements or something. Yi Fan nodded with great satisfaction and even reached out to pat Zhang Bin's shoulder. He is a very reasonable person, so since he has promised to pay the $1 million medical bill, then he will definitely pay it and will help them put every cent to good use. Got it, Mr. Yi. Zhang Bin immediately revealed a flattered expression. Although he didn't know Yi Fan's specific identity, even the boss of the head office who called him had to respectfully address Yi Fan as Mr. Yi when he mentioned him, so how could he dare to be half-hearted in front of Yi Fan? Of course, what he didn't realize was that so-called head office was actually just a third-level company in Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan owned at least dozens of such companies, and that's not counting the shell companies used as cover. But at this time, Yi Fan suddenly pointed to the second floor of the night bar again. There's a box on the second floor, which should be the mastermind of this matter. And in addition, I just taught that Xincheng Real Estate's young master a lesson this afternoon. He hadn't paid attention to it before, but knowing that these people were intentionally rushing towards him, then trying to discover who was directing them was certainly not a difficult task for Yi Fan. Even what those people in the box had said earlier, he had heard clearly. You guys go get the guys in the box down here. Zhang Bin's gaze condensed and he immediately instructed the junior brother behind him. As for the young master of Xincheng Real Estate, in his eyes, he was not even a fart, including his old man as well. Then in less than a minute, those second generation were honestly called down from the box along with Wang Xiong. What? Why do you think they didn't run? Let's not talk about whether or not they can run away, even if they can, unless they don't hang out in Mordor in the future. It won't be easy for Master Zhang to deal with them. However, in their thoughts, Zhang Bin should not dare to do anything to them, but apparently this time they were wrong. Lin Hao Wang Xiong, and these 5 people, all of them break their limbs, and the rest break their legs. 7 broken limbs, plus 4 broken legs, equals 36 broken bones, so there should be $1 million left over, just enough to buy them some more supplements. Thinking like this, Zhang Bin couldn't help but be very satisfied with himself for handling it like this, and I'm sure that Mr. Yi was the same. As for the fact that each of these second-generation families has an extraordinary family history, so what? In front of the company, these are not even worth mentioning, not to mention that this time it was someone else who had messed with them first, and merely breaking their limbs was already considered light. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had left long ago. This little matter, he was sure that Zhang Bin would be able to handle it, otherwise he wouldn't have been chosen by that butler of his own. You know that for that butler of his, Yi Fan was very trusting, both competence and loyalty, because she's also a system product and a reward for 1,000-day sign, on the same level as 8th generation fighter manufacturing technology and that laptop. Thinking like this, Yi Fan suddenly felt that he shouldn't take some time to meet with that butler of his. After all, that butler was the same as him in all attributes except gender. That is to say, face and charisma are 100. Star. Chapter 70, 2 choices. On the second day, Yi Fan woke up on the chuang of the hotel. This was also the first time since he crossed over that he had brought a beautiful woman to a hotel room. After all, Zhang Li could only be considered to have average posture in his eyes, and he was interested in her solely because of something that had happened before. Of course, there's another reason, and that's because she's the only one of all the beautiful women from last night who still has one blood. Van, what will you do to me in the future? Zhang Li was lying on top of Yi Fan, and when Yi Fan glanced down, he saw that this girl was actually quite material, and the figure is also very good. The height is close to 1 meter 7. The proportion is also very harmonious, convex where it should be convex, thin where it should be thin. The so-called average posture was only relative to Yi Fan's other women. Also at this time, Zhang Li already knew Yi Fan's name, but only thought it was a coincidence and didn't realize that Yi Fan was the same master that she had screwed over in the first place. Yi Fan wasn't going to tell her either. what do you want me to do to you? Yifan didn't answer directly and immediately glanced at the system. After taking the first blood last night, Zhongli's attributes also appeared in the system. Name Zhongli. Age, 20. Face value, 80. Charisma, 80. Strength, 65. Physical fitness, 65. Agility, 60. Intelligence, 75. Favorability, 89. Skills. The face value and charisma were both 80. A proper goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. But here in Yifan it was still a bit worse, and could only be considered barely passable. An IQ of 75 means that at least one of her IQ and EQ is not low. But what surprised Yifan the most was that Zhongli's favorability towards him had reached 89, just shy of 90. It was important to know that even the original Su Shishir had an initial favorability of only 85. And although Zhongli was about the same age as Su Shishir, her social experience was much richer than Su Shishir's, so it should also be harder to handle. Yifan hadn't upgraded Zhongli's attributes. She wasn't qualified for that yet. Van, how do I know? Zhongli pouted. Although she had known Yifan for less than even a day, Yifan was rich and handsome, and even so powerful. This if she could become Yifan's girlfriend, wouldn't that be a direct step to heaven? But most importantly, it was Yifan's behavior of protecting her yesterday that moved her greatly. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that those people were originally rushing towards Yifan, and the reason why they didn't directly look for Yifan's trouble was just because they were afraid that Yifan would become suspicious. I'll give you two choices. First, take a sum of money and leave. Secondly, I can pay you a sum of money every month, but I don't promise to have time for you, and you can choose to leave at any time. Of course he knew what Zhongli was thinking, but so what if it was good since 89? Big Sugar still has a 99 favorability rating today, and Big Sweet is so much better than Zhongli in every way. But even Big Sweetie didn't dare to ask to be Yifan's girlfriend, let alone Zhongli. However, in Yifan's mind, both Big Sweetie and Su Shishir were considered his official girlfriends, so if the two of them wanted to leave, Yifan would never allow it. But after all, he had taken Zhongli's first blood and his good sense had reached 89, so Yifan didn't mind having another lover. At the same time, Zhongli also immediately understood Yifan's meaning, but she hesitated for just a split second before choosing the second one without hesitation. Anyway, she was only 20 years old, the future was still long, and the fact that she couldn't become Yifan's girlfriend now didn't mean that she couldn't in the future. Not to mention Yifan was so generous with his hand. For example, the presidential suite of this 5-star hotel costs $18,888 for a one-night stay, which is almost as much as her 1-month salary. After all, is a real estate agency sales champion. Zhongli every month's salary is at least 20,000 yuan, and more often can even have 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. But that amount of money is nothing in the eyes of a true tycoon. She's also always wanted a rich boyfriend, not too old. That's why she's able to keep one blood to this day. Lastly, and most importantly, she realized that she was now truly in love with Yifan, and if she was allowed to leave, she would absolutely die of heartbreak. Fine, give me your bank account number, and also since you chose the second one, I'll allow you to leave at any time. But before you do, I want you to understand what you can and can't do, Yifan said again. If Zhongli really chose to leave, he definitely wouldn't stand in the way, but if he did anything to wrong him before leaving, then don't blame him. Oh, Zhongli responded with a resigned face. Although she knew for sure that she wouldn't betray Yifan, this attitude of Yifan still hurt her. However, in the next moment, when she saw the money that Yifan transferred to her bank card, all of her grievances immediately disappeared. Along with that, the favorability rating went up a bit again to 90. It turned out that Yifan had actually transferred $1 million directly to her. Don't get too happy, it's for a year. Yifan unceremoniously struck down. Although he could afford $1 million a month to keep him, but Zhongli was obviously not worth the price. But even if it's $1 million a year, that's still almost 100,000 a month. And it wasn't just about the money. It also showed that in Yifan's heart, he still cared about her at least a little bit. Unfortunately, what she didn't know was that $100,000 was equivalent to an ordinary person's penny to Yifan. It may not even be a penny. Chapter 71. Go to Mu Qingyan's house. In the afternoon, he accompanied Zhongli for a shopping session and bought a few Chanel clothes and LV bags, spending another 100,000 or so, then took Zhongli to a different place to stay. But after all, they were just lovers, so the residence that Yifan arranged for Zhongli was also very ordinary, just a slightly more upscale apartment. There are at least dozens of such apartments under the name of Dragon Property, but even that was enough to get Zhongli excited, because this kind of upscale apartment rents for at least tens of thousands of dollars a month. Along with that, his favorability towards Yifan had risen by 2 points again, reaching 92. Then after accompanying Zhongli for a night in the apartment, Yifan left early the next morning. It wasn't that Yifan was heartless, He didn't mind accompanying Jianli for 2 more days. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. It's just that I promised Mu Qingyan to help today. Compared to Mu Qingyan, Jianli's importance that was certainly far less. At 10 a.m., Yifan drove a Lamborghini Poison to a very ordinary neighborhood. This is where Mu Qingyan's parents live. He was here to meet Mu Qingyan's parents today, and still in the capacity of Mu Qingyan's boyfriend. Of course, the boyfriend was pretending, and that was the real reason why Mu Qingyan had asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend to cope with the blind date her parents had arranged for her. However, the boyfriend was a fake, but the feelings were real, and there was no way Yifan would let Mu Qingyan escape from his grasp. So in a way, Mu Qingyan's parents were also considered Yifan's future husband and mother-in-law. Of course, for the time being, Yifan hadn't considered the matter of marriage, and it was even very likely that he wouldn't get married in this life. A so-called marriage license is also not binding on him at all, but the first door, the gift or cannot be less. For this Yifan deliberately on the way to buy 2 bottles of Mao Tai and 2 cigarettes. In addition there is a painting and calligraphy. Anyway, for a family like Mu Qingyan's, it didn't matter how many gifts there were. This way. Yifan had just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood when he saw Mu Qingyan waiting at the roadside, only to see that at this time Mu Qingyan was dressed at home, without the strong female momentum of the past, but added a few points of lovely. This is what a girl this age should look like. Yifan couldn't help but lament. It had to be said that Mu Qingyan was really pretty, even prettier than the prettiest Louis Fei that Yifan had seen so far. If we really want to compare, it is estimated that only Louis Fei, who peaked at the age of 16, as well as that once most beautiful Hong Kong sister, Li Jiasun, are able to compare with her, because it wasn't just looks anymore, it was more of an aura. This is where Big Sugar comes up slightly short, because Da Sweet's temperament is more inclined to a kind of small family, even if later became Da Sweet, but also only obtained a human Richflower title, that is, still on Earth. Compared to Louis Fei's immortal aura, that was certainly a step behind, but that was the last life. This life was naturally different with Yifan, but in general Yifan was not willing to enhance his woman's attributes too much, especially in terms of face value and charm. It's not fun for one thing, and it's easy to expose the system. While he wasn't afraid, there was no need to take that risk. However, although Mu Qingyan at this time was cute, Yifan still preferred her OL outfit, especially in her office. Yifan thinks he must try it when he has the chance. Long wait, Yifan got out of the car carrying the gift and smiled gently at Mu Qingyan. No, I just got here too. Mu Qingyan immediately revealed a hint of shyness because she really liked Yifan in her heart. Even if it wasn't for other reasons, she would have absolutely gone home with Yifan that night without hesitation. At the same time, this scene also happened to be watched by those passing Moncler Jackets outlet. Hey, isn't this Light Fan? When did she get a boyfriend? The young man looks quite spirited. Light Face has a good eye. Alas, I can't imagine that the old Mu family's daughter has a boyfriend so soon. I'm still preparing to introduce my family's boy to this daughter. Just that boy of yours or forget about it. She's Light Yan is beautiful and capable. Why would she look at your boy? What's wrong with my boy? At least he grew up with Light Face. This neighborhood is basically full of acquaintances of Mu Qingyan's parents, and many of them even watched Mu Qingyan grow up. Plus Mu Qingyan was so pretty and her family was rich, so there are not a few who hit on her. Unfortunately, not many actually dared to come to the door to propose marriage. After all, who let Mu Qingyan be too good? But the news that Mu's daughter has a boyfriend and brought him home today still spread quickly throughout the neighborhood. Brother Fan, don't listen to their nonsense. That son of Master Wang's family, I don't know him well. Hearing that she had inexplicably brought out an additional childhood friend, Mu Qingyan hurriedly explained. Don't worry, I know. My family's Light Yan is a good girl who is ice clear. Yifan flirted with a bad smile on his face, and at the same time, he reached out and unceremoniously held Mu Qingyan's small hand. Obviously, he was asserting his sovereignty. Humph. Mu Qingyan immediately glared fiercely at Yifan, but she was still very happy in her heart. At the same time, she didn't refuse Yifan to hold her hand, because at this moment, she had already made up her mind that even if she and Yifan really couldn't come together in the end, she would still leave her most precious thing to Yifan. Then the two of them just like this hand in hand towards Mu Qingyan's home, but wait until Yifan came to the Mu family, only to find that waiting for him not only Mu Qingyan's parents, and 7 aunts and 8 aunts and so on relatives, a glance at a dozen or so, and each one of them looked at Yifan with extremely unfavorable eyes. Then when he saw the Mao Tai and cigarettes that Yifan was carrying in his hand, still in a very simple plastic bag, the expression on his face suddenly added 3 more disdain. Chapter 72, I'm just a hobo. Light Fan. This is Little Fan, isn't it? Come on in. The first to speak was Mu Qingyan's mother, and it was obvious that Mu Qingyan's mother did not have any aversion to Yifan, and was even a bit surprised. After all, Yifan's selling looks were still very good. especially since he wasn't wearing sunglasses today. So much so that even those Mu family relatives who resented Yifan had to admit that based on appearance alone, Yifan was truly impeccable. But this also made them feel even more that Yifan was a soft-eating gigolo. "This is my mom," Mu Shengyan introduced in a small voice. "Hello, auntie." Yifan immediately greeted very politely, but at that moment, a sudden shriek came from the side. "Ah, brother-in-law, you're so handsome, more handsome than Daniel Wu." Yifan turned his head and saw a little beauty, looking at himself with an excited face. However, soon after, when the little beauty noticed the eyes of the others, she immediately shrunk her head in fear and didn't dare to speak. But the eyes still can't help but keep glancing at Yifan, and the small face can't help but quietly turn red. "This is my cousin Zhou Qianxian," Mu Qingyan introduced again. "Hello, cousin." Yifan smiled faintly, so Zhou Qianxian's little face couldn't help but get redder. Immediately afterward, however, another very discordant voice rang out. "Who are you calling cousin? Our Mu family hasn't recognized you yet." Saying that, this person glared at Zhou Qianxian fiercely again. "Little age not study properly, just know what to chase after the stars. Go to your sister's room and stay there." "Oh," Zhou Qianxian responded with a very aggrieved voice, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, who let this person be her mom? That is, Mu Qingyan's aunt. "Alright, since you've come to the door then you're a guest. Yifan, right, come and sit down." Mu Qingyan's father, Mu Haichuan, who was on the side, spoke up while pointing to the sofa opposite himself. "Apparently, it's ready for a triple trial." But of course Yifan wasn't afraid. "This is my dad," Mu Shengyan once again introduced in a small voice, while giving Yifan a somewhat worried look. Obviously, the one who can really make decisions in the Mu family is precisely this Mu Qingyan's dad. However, what Mu Qingyan wants is not for Yifan to be able to pass his dad's test, but for Yifan to be able to muddle through as long as he can. "Hello, uncle." Yifan sat down opposite Mu Haichuan and didn't look too casual, but his expression wasn't a bit nervous either. "Aha." Mu Haichuan couldn't help but nod. At least Yifan's first impression on him was still good. "Since Light Fan said that you are her boyfriend, then I'll trust you to call you Little Fan. In addition, there are some questions. I hope you don't mind. After all, I'm also looking out for Light Fan." While others don't know about Yifan, Mu Haichuan still knows some things, such as Yifan and his own daughter are neighbors. That's why the two of them know each other. This also meant that Yifan was likewise living in Thompson's first, and it was still the topmost floor of the mansion. Then Yifan, who could afford a $300 million mansion. His family lineage must not be simple either. It was no wonder he was so polite to Yifan. "Uncle, please don't worry about asking. I won't mind." Yifan smiled. After all, it was only right for people to worry about their daughters being fooled. But after hearing him say this, the faces of those relatives of the Mu family immediately changed. "You don't mind? Who do you think you are? And big brother too. Why are you so polite to a white boy? Is it just because he's the boyfriend that Light and Face talks about? But apart from his face, what makes this kid good enough for Light Fan?" There was also the fact that although their Mu family wasn't considered to be a powerful family, as the boyfriend of Light Yan's mouth, the first time they came to the door, they were carrying 2 bottles of wine and 2 cigarettes, as well as something that looked like a wall calendar. "You really think this is a New Year's visit?" This was too much to put their Mu family in their eyes. Even Mu Haichuan's heart was slightly dissatisfied, even if Yifan's family lineage was good. But he, Mu Haichuan, was not a vegetarian. Was Yifan talking to him like this? Was he not a bit too unbridled? However, on the surface, he did not move and did not show it, preparing to probe Yifan's bottom first. "Alright, then I'll ask directly. I wonder where your hometown is, Little Fan?" Heroes ask for the origin first, especially at Yifan's age. At a glance it is the 2nd generation, or the 3rd and 4th generation, so it is still very necessary to figure out the origin. "My hometown is in a small county underneath H province, and it's not too famous of a place, so I guess you haven't heard of it either." "Uncle," Yifan replied honestly. However, Mu Haichuan immediately frowned. A small county below H? But the small county, even in the entire province of H, there weren't any families that were too famous. Although the Mu family's assets weren't too much nowadays, it was at least an old family in Magic City, and it still had some knowledge of some of the country's great families. "Then I wonder where your parents are in high places." "Xiaofan?" Mu Haichuan asked again. "I grew up as an orphan in an orphanage." Yifan once again replied honestly. So Mu Haichuan's frown deepened. He even couldn't help but glance at his own daughter. Could it be that she was lying to him? How else could an orphan, who looks like he's in his early 20s at most, afford a $300 million villa in Townsend? You have to know that even he bought that mansion when the Townsend was just built, plus it was to leave a dowry for his only daughter, and that mansion cost just a little over $100 million at the time. But even then, he hesitated for a long time before deciding to buy it. At the same time, those relatives of the Mu family also laughed together. so it's really a white boy. We mustn't let Lightface be fooled by him. Yes, we must break them up today. They didn't suspect Yifan's relationship with Mu Qingyan, because through their observation just now, they found that in Mu Qingyan's eyes when she looked at Yifan, it was obvious that there was a deep love in her eyes. Then I wonder what kind of work you personally do, Fan? Since it is not relying on the family, it can only be their own business. Is not that now the internet entrepreneurship is very hot? What shared bicycle? And what P2P? Although in Mu Haichuan's opinion these are false. Sooner or later there will be a problem, but it did create a large number of young tycoons. There were even people who had made more money in a year or two than their Mu family had made in decades. But apparently this time he was going to be disappointed again. Only Yifan smiled gently before speaking. I myself should be considered a hobo right now. It was true that he had countless companies under his name, but none of them were actually under his name, and he never chaired any of the company's affairs. So it's not an exaggeration to say it's a hobo. Chapter 73, The Lin Family's Wrath. Hobo? Everyone in the Mu family froze at this moment. It was because they hadn't even expected that Yifan would be so honest. It was important to know that originally, in their thoughts, Yifan would have made up a background or job, and they were even prepared to go and check it out. But I didn't expect Yifan to directly say that he was a hobo. The key UTM a hobo also dare to board the door of their Mu family. Really think that they look handsome can do whatever they want, is it? In that case, that's it for today. Mu Haichuan stared at Yifan for a long time, seeing that Yifan was still as calm as he was at the beginning. Although there were some doubts in his heart, he didn't bother to continue asking. In any case, his daughter could not have married a hobo. Maybe it was possible before. Big deal. Just recruit a house son-in-law. But right now, the Mu family was facing such a situation that they desperately needed someone with a strong background to step in and help them. The Mu family's industries are all industrial, which means that the investment is large and slow, and nowadays everyone is busy making money in real estate or on the internet. So how can anyone be willing to help them? So the only thing he could think of was a marriage. He even has a candidate in mind. It's just that this will inevitably have to aggravate his daughter, but for the sake of the Mu family, he can only do this. However, Mu Qingyan was after all his only daughter, so even if it was a marriage, he wanted his daughter to be happy. This was also the reason why he was willing to meet Yifan today. Unfortunately, Yifan had really disappointed him too much, not to mention comparing himself to that person. With that, Mu Haichuan just left straight away, leaving Yifan sitting alone on the sofa. None of those Mu family relatives paid any more attention to Yifan either, as if they were treating him as if he didn't exist. On the contrary, it was Mu Qingyan's mother on the side who kept staring at Yifan. Handsome in appearance, orphaned, and so young. Where can I find such a good son-in-law? However, she was also clear about the current situation of the Mu family. So in the end, she could only shake her head with a look of regret. That's the end of it? And then won't even stay for lunch? Yifan was dumbfounded. This future old husband's temper was too direct, but he didn't care is all. Auntie, then I'll leave first. I'll see you next time. Yifan stood up and said to Mu Qingyan's mother. With his perception, of course he could find out that Mu Qingyan's mother did not dislike him, and although he did not know what the reason was, the proper etiquette could not be missing. As for the others, they treated Yifan as a gigolo who cheated Mu Qingyan, and how had Yifan ever put them in his eyes? Immediately after that, Yifan directly left the Mu family, and Mu Qingyan naturally hurried to follow. Sorry, Van. In the elevator Mu Qingyan gently hugged Yifan's arm and apologized with a guilty face. Of course she knew that everything just now was intentional on Yifan's part, but she didn't blame Yifan because it was their Mu family who was wrong in the first place. Not to mention the attitude of those relatives once Yifan entered. Her father didn't say anything polite and came up to inquire about Yifan's bottom line, which would make anyone else unhappy. Not to mention the fact that her father hadn't had this attitude at all the last time that man had come to their house. But although that person wasn't bad looking and had a good family history, in Mu Qingyan's mind, he was still far worse than Yifan. An apology will do? At a time like this Yifan of course wouldn't say anything about it being okay, although he knew that all of this really didn't have anything to do with Mu Qingyan, and it was estimated that she herself didn't expect this to happen. But how could Yifan let go of such a good opportunity? Besides, even if he really said it was okay, the guilt in Mu Qingyan's heart wouldn't be reduced by half, and might even be more guilty. So what do you want to do? Mu Shengyan pouted her zuaba and asked with an aggrieved face. However, Yifan didn't answer her and just reached out and pointed at his face. So Mu Shengyan blankly glanced at him, but still obediently stood on her tiptoes and moved up. Just what she didn't expect was that the Qin face was just the beginning. The next was the focus. Only after a long time, Yifan was satisfied and let go of Mu Qingyan, once again tasting this chick's flavor. It was not in vain that he had just suffered a bellyful of anger. But of course this matter can't just be left alone. The person who can make him suffer without paying for it in this world probably hasn't been born yet. but now is not the time. It will take a couple of days. But just at this moment, Mu Qingyan suddenly found that at some point next to a large group of grandparents actually surrounded, and her cousin Zhou Qianxian is also in. Qian, what brings you here? Mu Qingyan asked with a red face. I came to see off my brother-in-law, but I didn't expect to see such an exciting picture. You guys are really bold, Zhou Qianxian said with a bad smile on her face. Then with a red face, she looked at Yi Fan. Go brother-in-law. I'm with you. Thank you Qian. Brother-in-law will. Yi Fan's impression of Zhou Qianxian was not bad. Of course, it also had to do with the fact that Zhou Qianxian herself was a little beauty. And here the small refers to Zhou Qianxian's age. Solely on the face value, Zhou Qianxian, even if it is not compared to Mu Qingyan, but compared to the manhwa estimate, is not bad. It just so happened that they were both about the same age. But Yi Fan didn't think much of her, and it wasn't like he had to take down a beautiful woman when he saw one. Okay, stop talking and hurry up. Looking at the surrounding grandparents pointing at themselves, many of whom had watched her grow up since she was a little girl, how could Mu Shengyan still have the heart to continue to stay here? However, Zhou Qianxian had to follow her to send Yi Fan and even took out her cell phone to ask for Yi Fan's V-mail. So much so that Mu Shengyan seriously doubted that this was her true purpose. But thinking of father's attitude towards Yi Fan today, maybe he can't become his bride. Let Qianxian instead is not bad. Mu Shengyan somehow suddenly came up with such a strange thought in her heart. Wow, brother-in-law, is this your car? Suddenly, Zhou Qianxian, who had just sent Yi Fan outside the neighborhood, saw Yi Fan walking towards a very racy sports car. What? Do you think your brother-in-law is a gigolo like them? Yi Fan gently smiled. Then he waved his hand at the two Mu Qingyan sisters, then drove off with the poison and left. He didn't say anything to comfort Mu Shengyan because he believed they would meet again soon. At the same time, inside a very high-grade private hospital in Magic City, Lin Hao's father, Lin Fengxiao, looked at his only son, who was lying on the hospital bed with his limbs broken, and revealed a hideous expression. However, he didn't dare to go to Zhang Bin's trouble, so he could only let others bear his wrath instead of Zhang Bin. The Mu family, for example. After all, this was all because of Mu Qingyan, not to mention that he hadn't been eyeing the Mu family for more than a day or two, and now it was time to close the net. Chapter 74, The Dumbfounded Relatives of the Mu Family. Mu Family, after Yi Fan left, those relatives of the Mu family immediately began to talk. A little white boy who also wants to marry our family's Qingyan is simply delusional. That's right, compared to Lin Hao of the Lin family, this kid is far worse. I don't know what Light Fan thinks, so what if she's handsome? It's not like she can eat. To say that other people, Lin Hao, is not bad looking, how come Light Yan just can't see it? Ha, besides giving away 2 bottles of wine and 2 cigarettes, this kid even gave away a painting. Mu Qingyan's great aunt opened the wall calendar sent by Yi Fan and realized that it was not a wall calendar, but a painting, and someone soon recognized the painting. This is Qi Baishi's Autumn Mountains. The one who spoke was Mu Qingyan's second aunt, Zhou Qianxian's father. A painting by Qi Baishi? That great aunt froze and immediately laughed. I thought it was something, but it turned out to be a fake. Taking a fake as a gift is indeed something only this kind of white boy can do. Obviously, he was saying that Yi Fan had thick skin. You know, if it's an authentic Qi Baishi, it's going to be several $1 million at the very least. And he also knew about this Autumn Mountain picture, which had once fetched a high price of $40 million at an auction back then. Meanwhile, hearing him say this, all the other relatives laughed along with him. Only Zhou Qianxian's father looked at the picture of the Autumn Mountains with a puzzled expression, because he himself has some research on calligraphy and painting, and this painting gives him a very peculiar feeling. Even if it is not Qi Baishi's real handwriting, it is definitely from the hand of a famous artist. However, thinking of his position in the Mu family, he ultimately held back from opening his mouth. But just then, it happened that Mu Qingyan and Zhou Qianxian came back after sending Yi Fan. Mom, guess what I just saw? As soon as Zhou Qianxian entered the door, she bragged to her mother. Couldn't have met any more stars. Mu Qingyan's second aunt couldn't help but frown. This daughter was good at everything, but chasing this star today and that star tomorrow really gave her a headache. After all, in her mind, a bunch of theatergoers were just a bunch of theatergoers. What was there to chase after? Not to mention that their Mu family was at least a family that had been passed down for decades. Che, it's not a star. For your information, I just saw an $80 million sports car, Zhou Qianxian said with a smug look on her face. So much so that everyone present immediately froze. An $80 million sports car? That's enough to buy several school district houses. That's right, having $80 million but using it to buy a sports car. What a loser. I don't know which young master bought it. It can't be Lin Hao, can it? It could also be the young master of the Zhang family. Maybe it's the Wang family. The group of people were once again talking. Although they were all relatives of the Mu family, as well as shareholders of Jiahua Industry, But for one thing, they don't have a lot of shares. And for another, Jiahua industry has been losing money in the past few years. So naturally, they haven't been paying dividends. So in reality they are at best at a modest level of wealth. But immediately afterward, Mu Qingyan's second aunt glared at her daughter once again. What brother-in-law? That's just a little white boy. No yelling. However, Zhou Qianshan suddenly lifted her head up and let out a heavy hum. What a little white boy. You guys would never guess it. That $80 million sports car is driven by my brother-in-law, Zhou Qianshan said with a smug look on her face, as if the car was hers. However, the others no longer had the heart to care about this, but were all dumbfounded by Zhou Qianshan's words. Qian, what did you say? That white boy has an $80 million sports car? Mu Qingyan's great aunt couldn't help but ask. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Brother-in-law drove away in a sports car. It was simply handsome at that time. That's why I've decided to stop chasing after celebrities. Compared to my brother-in-law, they're all far worse. Zhou Qianshan flaunted again. So all of them looked at each other, and then together they looked at Mu Shangyan. I just found out too, Mu Qingyan said expressionlessly, then glared at Zhou Qianshan just as fiercely. She was clearly told not to say anything, and then she turned around and forgot about it. However, she did just know the price of Yifan's sports car, and was told by Zhou Qianshan after checking online. With that said, Mu Qingyan stopped paying attention to this group of relatives and directly walked into her room. After taking over the affairs of the company in the past 2 years, she had also long since seen the Zue face of this group of relatives clearly. Just the fact that she said that, undoubtedly also proved that what Zhou Qianshan said was indeed the truth. So that kid really isn't a gigolo? An $80 million sports car. And didn't he say he was unemployed and an orphan? Maybe he's claiming he's unemployed because he made money from his previous business and then now he's making investments and just throwing money at things? It's possible. I can't believe we were all fooled by him. By the way, if he's not a gigolo, then this painting. Saying that, all of them turned their heads again to look at the picture of Autumn Mountain in the hands of the eldest sister's husband. If you can afford an $80 million sports car, it's not impossible to give away a painting worth tens of millions of dollars. After all, with the condition of their family's light face, it was indeed worth the price. Not to mention anything else, whoever could marry their family's Qingyan, just that mansion in Thompson is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Not to mention that as Mu Haichuan's only daughter, in the future the entire Jiahua industry will surely be all Mu Qingyan's. Ha, you guys, what's this? At that moment, someone suddenly realized that the plastic bag with the cigarettes and alcohol also contained a pamphlet. Then they opened it and it turned out to be a certificate of authenticity from Christie's auctions, and it clearly states that this Autumn Mountains is the very same authentic painting that is worth $40 million. Surprisingly, it's really an authentic copy of the Autumn Mountain drawing. This appraisal certificate shouldn't be a fake, or else it could all be sentenced to jail. I said, why does this painting look a little different? I suspected it was real just now. Then why didn't you just say so? I'm just not sure. A group of people stared dumbfounded at this Autumn Mountain picture in front of them. This is a real painting worth $40 million, but so casually placed in a broken plastic bag? The key people can casually send out the authentic Autumn Mountain drawing worth $40 million, and also drive a sports car of $80 million. This Nima is the real tycoon But at this time, Mu Qingyan's second uncle on the side, Mu Haichuan's second brother Mu Jiangchuan suddenly coughed. So what if it's authentic? Compared to the Lin family's Lin Hao, that kid is still far worse. Don't forget that the market capitalization of Reliance Real Estate today is over $50 billion. So when they heard him say this, everyone's faces immediately changed. Not to mention the fact that things have already been done, and now it's too late to turn back even if they want to. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that the Lin Hao and Mu Jiangchuan's mouth, as well as those young masters of the what's her name Zhang and Wang families, were all lying in the hospital at this time. However, this matter had long been blocked from the news by those families collectively, so it was only natural that they didn't know about it. Chapter 75, Lin Fengxiao, the Debt Collector. On the second day, Mu Qingyan came to the company early. Today is a quarterly shareholders meeting. Not only will all the shareholders be present, even Mu Haichuan, who has seldom shown up, has personally come to the company. But as soon as she walked into the conference room, Mu Shangyan realized that today's atmosphere was a bit different. But she didn't care. She just picked up her report and started reporting on the company for the last quarter. Jiahua Industries was a family business, founded by Mu Qingyan's grandfather and later passed on to his eldest son, Mu Haichuan. Now Mu Haichuan owns 65% of the shares of the entire Jiahua industry, which can be said to have absolute control. As Mu Haichuan's only daughter, all these shares will definitely be Mu Qingyan's in the future as well. So as long as there was Mu Haichuan's support, even if Mu Qingyan did poorly, no one would dare oppose her. Not to mention that in the past 2 years, she didn't think she'd done too badly. But at this time, Mu Qingyan was just halfway through her report when her secretary, Huang Lily, suddenly ran over. Mr. Lin from Xincheng Real Estate is here, saying he has something to discuss with you. Mr. Lin from Xincheng Real Estate? Mu Qingyan froze. Of course she knew that this Mr. Lin was Lin Hao's father, but Lin Hao's previous pursuit of her was a private matter, and they didn't have any business dealings between Jiahua Industry and Xincheng Real Estate. So what was Lin Hao's father doing running here at this time? Besides, she's in a meeting right now. But after all, the other party is the boss of the company with a market value of $50 billion. Since he personally came to the door, she definitely still need to see. You take Mr. Lin to the parlor first. I'll be right behind you. Mu Shengyan was ready to quickly finish her report and then go see the general manager Lin. It was just as well that she was too lazy to get involved with these relatives. The remaining 35% of the shares of Jiahua Industry are almost all in the hands of those relatives of the Mu family. But at this time, Mu Haichuan suddenly spoke. Go invite Mr. Lin here. Ha? Oh, got it. Huang Lily immediately responded. After all, the chairman of the board of directors personally sent word. How dare she not listen? Mu Shengyan once again froze, not understanding what her father meant. After all, they were having a shareholders meeting now, and it was inappropriate to have outsiders present. I'm afraid? Or is father planning to work with that Mr. Lin? But how did she not know? She didn't think much of it though. She should find out in a little while anyway. Then after less than 5 minutes, he saw the door of the conference room being pushed open, and Lin Fengxiao, the old general manager of that Xincheng Real Estate, walked in. Not only that, but there was a large group of people following behind him. So Mr. Mu is also here. That's just right. I think Mr. Mu should know the purpose of my visit today, right? Having said that, Lin Fengxiao was clearly not surprised that Mu Haichuan was also present. A year ago I borrowed 500 million from Mr. Lin with 20% of the shares of Jiahua Industry, and it's due today. Mu Haichuan nodded and said, however, this matter was not known to Mu Shengyan, but that's not the point, and that $500 million did go to running the company, or more accurately, it's being used to pay off debt. Today, the market value of the entire Jiahua Industry is roughly $6 billion, but the various debts add up to more than $4 billion, and that's not even counting the $500 million debt of the Reliance property. That means that today the entire Kiowa Industrial's debt totals nearly $5 billion. The point is that there is simply not much money on the company's books right now. So right now how do you pay off this $500 million debt on the faithful properties? Since Mr. Mu still remembers this matter, it's the best. I'm here to collect the debt today. Lin Fengxiao directly explained his intentions, but Mu Haichuan shook his head. The company doesn't have that much money on its books right now. Oh, then what is Mr. Mu going to do? Is he going to renege on the debt? Lin Fengxiao sneered. This point Lin can rest assured. I Mu Haichuan even if it is all the money will not owe others a penny. Only hope that Lin always can give me another month time. By then absolutely even with the interest a penny not less all back to Lin always. Mu Haichuan said in a deep voice. But how could Lin Fengxiao agree? Otherwise he wouldn't have come to the door to ask for the money himself today. He has known for a long time that Kawa Industrial can't afford to pay back $500 million. No, it should be $600 million to be exact, with $100 million in interest. Then immediately after that he looked at Mu Shengyan again. To be honest, at first, he did want Mu Qingyan to become his Lin family's daughter-in-law, not because of her looks or because of the Mu family, but he saw Mu Qingyan's ability. The Mu family is able to hold on until now without going bankrupt, and there is also a trend of gradual improvement. All of this can be said to be Mu Qingyan's credit, but now, he just wanted to make the Mu family pay. Let's do it this way. I don't want Mu to return the $500 million. Let's just follow the original agreement. How about 20% of the shares of Mu belong to me? Lin Fengxiao suddenly said, but hearing him say this, both Mu Haichuan and Mu Qingyan couldn't help but be startled. Why does Lin Fengxiao want that 20% share? You have to know that the entire Jiahua Industry, 100% of the shares are all in the hands of the Mu family. So even if Lin Fengxiao gets this 20% share, it's not useful at all. Just like the other people in the Mu family nowadays. In the case of Mu Haichuan's absolute holding, they can't hand any of the company's affairs at all, except for the dividends. No, there is another scenario. That is, if Lin Fengxiao gets these 20% shares, plus the 35% shares of the rest of the Mu family, then their combined shares will be 55%, while Mu Haichuan only has 45% shares left in his hands. This way the entire Mu family would become Lin Fengxiao's say-so. Thinking of this, Mu Qingyan immediately looked towards those Mu family relatives, and saw that at this moment, they all had their heads lowered, not daring to speak, linking it to that weird feeling from before. At this point, how could she not understand that all of these relatives had already betrayed the Mu family? Then she looked to her own father again and realized that his face was still calm. Obviously, this is something he found out a long time ago. But what's the point of finding out? In the current situation of the Mu family, it is normal for these people to choose to betray the Mu family, or else when the Mu family is completely bankrupt, the shares in their hands will also become worthless, so might as well sell those shares while they're still worth something. Mr. Lin, we've been friends for many years. My father also helped your Lin family back then. Can't we even give a month's time? Mohachuan asked, seemingly in a final struggle. Mr. Mu, your Mu family was indeed kind to our Lin family back then, or else I wouldn't have been so forthcoming when you borrowed the money in the first place, so I hope you'll be forthcoming now as well. Saying that, a lawyer beside Lin Fengxiao handed a document to Mu Haichuan in front of him, precisely an equity transfer agreement. In addition, I might as well tell Mr. Mu, now I already own 35% of the shares of Jiahua Industry, plus Mr. Mu's 20%, that's 55%. However, Mr. Mu can rest assured that after the Jiahua Industry will be completely merged into the Xinjiang real estate, those factory buildings of Jiahua Industry will also be developed into villas. At that time, Jiahua Industry will definitely be able to develop better, and the remaining 45% of the shares in the hands of Mr. Mu will also increase in value by quite a lot, Lin Fengxiao said again. But that said, once Jiahua Industry really merged into the real estate, then he naturally has ways to make the remaining 45% of shares in the hands of Mu Haichuan become worthless, and he definitely didn't lose anything by doing so. Those plants owned by Jiahua Industry, the land alone is worth at least a few $1 billion. It's the only thing that's still worth anything at Kiowa Industries today. Chapter 76, Chen Xiao vs. Yi Fan. So I have to sign this? Mu Haichuan asked. Either pay back the money or sign it, or after today I'll take the agreement to Faiyuan, and the 20% shares will be mine just the same. When things came to this point, Lin Fengxiao was naturally not afraid to turn the tables on Mu Haichuan, but just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open again, and a young handsome man walked in. So what if I say this doesn't need to be signed? After the handsome man finished his sentence, he looked at Mu Shengyan again. Light face. It's been a long time. Hello, Mr. Chen. Mu Qingyan greeted him in a very flat tone. This Chen Xiao was the very person her father introduced her to on a blind date last time. Only at first Mu Qingyan didn't know. It was only after being called home by her father that she found out it was a blind date with someone. And after that day, she told this Chen Xiao directly that she had a boyfriend. At the same time, this was also the reason why she had asked Yifan to pretend to be her boyfriend. However, when he saw this Chen Xiao, Lin Fengxiao's face instantly changed. Chen Xiao, why are you here? Chen Xiao, real name Chen Hao, known as the first dude in Magic City. Compared to this Chen Xiao, those second generation of Lin Hao could not even be considered as a younger brother. But even if it was a dude, it wasn't something he, Lin Fengxiao, could offend. It was because Chen Hao came from the Chen family, the #1 family in Magic City, and the Chen family held almost the entire financial system of Magic City. So as long as this Chen Hao has a word, there may not be a single bank in the entire Magic City that dares to give them a loan for the Xinjiang property. One can only imagine what happens to a real estate company that does not have a bank loan. Odds are he'll be completely broke in a few months. Since you know me, do you have a problem with me saying that I don't have to sign this? Chen Hao stared at Lin Fengxiao and asked. No, of course not. Lin Fengxiao held back the anger in his heart. At least he was the boss of a company with a market capitalization of $50 billion. When had he ever been insulted by a junior like this? But he really didn't dare to offend Chen Hao. That's good. Chen Hao nodded in satisfaction. It was just that this made things difficult for Lin Fengxiao again, because Mu Haichuan doesn't sign and doesn't have the money to pay it back. Can't he just forget about his 500 million? Although he is the old president of the Reliance Real Estate, but the company is not his alone. All of a sudden an additional 500 million shortfall. He cannot afford Chen Xiao, the word can be unsigned. But what about my $500 million? Didn't I just say that after a month, you won't lose a single penny with interest? Chen Hao waved his hand impatiently, but whether or not he could pay it back a month later was none of his business. Anyway, with a month's time, with his means, he would definitely be able to take down Mu Shengyan. At that time, the Mu family will have him to cover them, and I believe Lin Fengxiao will not dare to do anything. Even with Lin Fengxiao as a threat, it was rather easier for him to act. But Lin Fengxiao wasn't a cutie pie either, which doesn't know that he's being perfunctory. But right now there was nothing else he could do except wait another month. But just then, as he was about to leave, surprisingly, another handsome man pushed his way in, and as soon as this handsome man appeared, he flashed a big smile at everyone. Yo, there are quite a lot of people, so I wonder if I can join in the fun? Yifan looked at everyone in front of him and said with a smile, not bad. The handsome man who appeared at this moment was none other than Yifan. Not only that, but there was a big beautiful woman by his side, so seeing Yifan appear, Mu Haichuan was dumbfounded, Mu Qingyan was dumbfounded, and Lin Fengxiao was dumbfounded. Even that Chen Xiao was dumbfounded, because Yifan was just too handsome, more handsome than any star he'd ever seen, so much so that even Chen Xiao, who had always been very confident in his appearance, couldn't help but feel a strong jealousy towards Yifan. "Who are you?" Chen Xiao couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he was the only one here who didn't recognize Yifan. As for Lin Fengxiao, although he had likewise never met Yifan, he more or less knew Yifan because of his son Lin Hao. However, just because he couldn't afford to offend Zhang Bin, much less Yifan, didn't mean that he was afraid of Yifan. At least he was the boss of a company with a market capitalization of $50 billion, and it wasn't easy for Yifan to deal with him. Unlike Chen Hao, dealing with him might only require a greeting. This is the difference between the government and the people. "Who am I?" Yifan turned his head to look at this Chen Xiao, then after a long time, but suddenly his face turned cold. "You're not qualified to ask me to my face." Indeed, even the entire Chen family Yifan did not place in his eyes, let alone a Chen Hao. With that, Yifan no longer paid attention to this Chen Hao, but instead glanced at the big beauty beside him. That big beautiful woman also immediately understood, and then walked over to Lin Fengxiao with a thick stack of documents. "Mr. Lin, I'm Mr. Ye's personal attorney. Here are the acquisition documents about Xinjiang real estate. Nowadays, we, Mr. Yi, already owns 51% of the shares of Xinjiang real estate, so from now on, all matters of Xinjiang real estate will be decided by Mr. Yi." So hearing the words of this great beauty, everyone was once again dumbfounded. No, it could no longer be described as dumbfounded, but utterly confused. What? Yifan acquired 51% of the shares of Reliance Real Estate? Reliance Real Estate is a listed company with a market capitalization of over $50 billion. Yifan said he acquired it? So nowadays, Xinjiang Real Estate belongs to Yifan? Those relatives of the Mu family immediately talked again. This short 10 minutes, for them is simply more exciting than riding a roller coaster. At first, they sold their shares to Lin Fengxiao, thinking that after Lin Fengxiao took down Jiawa Industry, they could also make a big profit. As a result, I don't know where Mu Haichuan invited the Chun family to stir up this matter. This has naturally dashed their dreams of getting rich. There is even the possibility of retaliation, because according to their agreement with Lin Fengxiao, they must pay for the shares in their hands only after Lin Fengxiao gets those 20% shares. So if Lin Fengxiao can't get these 20% shares and they can't sell their shares, when the time comes, Mu Haichuan will definitely not let them off the hook. You have to know that although they couldn't cha-cha hand in the company's affairs before, but each of them hung a position inside the company, and the monthly salary was quite a lot. But it is estimated that after today, not only will their dividends be gone, but probably even their usual salaries as well. It's good that this Chen Xiao said that he would pay back the money after a month. So if Jiawa Industry still can't get 500 million after a month, then what happened today might happen again. The shares in their hands can naturally still be sold as well. But now, another Yifan had popped up and said that he had acquired the Xinjiang property. Is it that easy to acquire a public company with a market capitalization of over $50 billion? If they had known this, they would never have dared to treat Yifan with that attitude yesterday. But it's too late for regrets. At the same time, they also knew that with Yifan's relationship with Mu Qingyan, if he really acquired the Reliance Real Estate, then he would definitely not think of annexing the Mu family again. The shares in their hands are naturally completely unsellable. Chapter 77, $10 billion just for pretending? This can't be right. It was only after half an hour that Lin Fengxiao finished reading all those documents, but even with the facts in front of him, he still couldn't believe it was all true. His Reliance Realty just got bought out? Or was it acquired by the enemy who injured his son? The key is that as the chairman of Xinjiang Real Estate, he didn't even notice it beforehand. No, it's not completely unnoticed. The share price of Reliance Real Estate has risen by a full 30% in the past month or so. The market capitalization went straight from $40 billion to $50 billion. It's amazing to think now that someone is buying up the company's shares in bad faith, and that's what's causing the stock price to soar. However, Yifan just had someone acquire 21% of the shares of Reliance Real Estate on the stock market, and the remaining 30% were bought from the other shareholders of Reliance Real Estate. In other words, using the same method as Lin Fengxiao's annexation of the Mu family. Even easier. This is because Lin Fengxiao only has 25% of the shares of Xinjiang Real Estate in his hands, unlike Mu Haichuan who owns 65% of the shares of Jiawa Industry. So if Mu Haichuan didn't use his shares as collateral to find Lin Fengxiao to borrow money, then even if Lin Fengxiao was even richer, as long as Mu Haichuan wasn't willing to do so, he wouldn't be able to annex the Mu family. It turns out that as early as the first time he met Mu Qingyan, Yifan let Zhang Bin investigate her situation, and as a result, he accidentally found that Lin Fengxiao was secretly acquiring those shares in the hands of Mu's relatives. So Yifan let Zhang Bin also use the same method to acquire the shares of Xinqing Real Estate. For this day, when Lin Fengxiao wanted to annex the Mu family, he would ruthlessly pretend in front of Mu Qingyan. Yes, all Yifan had done was to pretend in front of Mu Qingyan, even if he had spent more than $10 billion in order to pretend this. But is it worth it? It's certainly worth it. Can't you see everyone's dumbfounded right now? Especially Mu Qingyan. Her mind must be filled with, I'm sure it's all in her head, but after spending more than $10 billion, Yifan was certainly not losing out as all. You could even say it's earned, because no one knows better than him how far the domestic housing prices can rise in the future, especially with the prices in the Magic City. Even though the price of housing in the Magic City is now very high, it is still far from the end. Just originally in Yifan thought, even after the acquisition of Faithful Real Estate, it will still be handed over to Lin Fengxiao management. After all, Lin Fengxiao's ability was still very good. The annexation of the Mu family is also just a very normal business behavior. But now, because of his son, this chairman of the board must have been out of his league as well. Alright, there's nothing more for you here. Go back and pack up your things and wait for someone to come and hand over to you. In addition, that 25% of the shares in your hand. If you are willing to do so, you can likewise sell them to me, and I'll give you the original price. The original price, or $40 billion market value. But after removing the more than $30 billion owed to the banks, the actual value of the remaining Reliance properties is less than $10 billion. That's 25%, or about $2 billion. That's why Yifan used just over $10 billion to acquire 51% of the shares of Xinqing Real Estate, which has a market value of over $50 billion today. Of course, which Zhang Bin, the Magic City Underground Emperor, also played a big role. Otherwise those shareholders of the Xinqiang Real Estate may not immediately sell the shares in their hands, but even $2 billion is a lot of money for the average person. Unfortunately, if he didn't have that precious son of his, Lin Hao, it wouldn't be impossible for this $2 billion to become $20 billion or even more in the future. After all, as long as he obeyed, Yifan would never mind if others followed and drank soup even if he ate meat. Humph. Lin Fengxiao snorted coldly. He understood what Yifan meant, but how could he sell his shares for $2 billion? Immediately after that, he turned around and prepared to leave, but in the next moment, he realized that none of those who had originally followed him here were willing to leave with him. Nonsense. Now the entire Reliance Real Estate are going to change ownership, and the new owner is in front of the eyes, or 51% absolute control. They are Reliance Real Estate employees, not Lin Feng Tsunami employees. How to choose that still need to be said. So Lin Fengxiao snorted coldly once again and then just left alone. After all, with such a big change happening, there were still a lot of things he had to hurry up and arrange, or else it might be too late. However, this was certainly something Yifan knew, but he didn't care. In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming could only be futile. Then Yifan looked at those relatives of the Mu family. Are your shares still for sale? Yifan asked. Sold, of course. Mu Qingyan's second uncle, Mu Jiangchuan, was the first to say. However, it was no wonder he was in such a hurry, because he was the one who contacted Lin Fengxiao in the beginning, and then the rest of the Mu family were all contacted by him for Lin Fengxiao. So if these shares can't be sold, then the first one to go down next will definitely be him as well, and he had the most shares in his hands, a full 15%, enough to get away with the rest of his life if he could sell $175 million. All of it. Yifan suddenly reported a number. What? Didn't we agree on? Mu Jiangchuan was first stunned. Then immediately his face changed drastically. The original Jiahua industry today's market value is $6 billion, but owed outside a total of more than $4 billion. So Lin Fengxiao in accordance with the actual value of $1 billion to acquire the shares in their hands. So the total value of the 35% shares is $350 million. But now Yifan wanted $175 million to acquire all the shares, which was equivalent to half of the original price. That would cost $75 million for Lin Fengxiao alone. The others hadn't lost as much as he had, but just as much. However, looking at the expression on Yifan's face at this moment, none of them dared to say no to selling, even if they knew full well that Yifan was retaliating for what happened yesterday. However, this is not to say that Yifan is forcing them to sell, but the shares of Jiahua industry are really not worth much nowadays. It could even be said that apart from Lin Fengxiao and Yifan before, no one would buy it at all. Otherwise they would have sold it long ago, or it would be better than becoming worthless by then. Not to mention that if they don't sell now, what awaits them will also be Mu Haichuan's revenge. So even if the price was reduced by half, they still had no choice but to sell to Yifan, so that each person can get at least 1 or 2 million, more such as Mu Jiangchuan can get 75 million. Save a little, spend the same enough to get away with the rest of his life, but also do not have to worry about Mu Haichuan retaliation. Why not? So soon after, that beautiful personal lawyer of Yifan signed an equity transfer agreement with each of them, so that 35% of the shares of Jiahua Industry belong to Yifan. But that's not enough. So Yifan walked over to Mu Haichuan again, then picked up the share transfer agreement that Lin Fengxiao had left behind earlier. Chapter 78, is it all about the girls? Van. Looking at Yifan's move, although Mu Qingyan's mind was still a bit confused, she was very clear about what Yifan wanted to do. He actually wanted to annex the Mu family just like Lin Fengxiao. Yifan glanced at Mu Qingyan and did not explain, then continued to look over the equity transfer agreement in his hands. This agreement is for Mu Haichuan to transfer 20% of his shares to Reliance Real Estate, not Lin Fengxiao himself. So Yifan once again put the agreement in front of Mu Haichuan. The implication is clear, either sign or pay back. Mr. Yi, this. Mu Haichuan looked puzzled. He was very clear that this was Yifan taking revenge for his behavior yesterday. Yifan is Mu Qingyan boyfriend. The first time on the woman's home, not only was he made to look like a triple trial, and then even more so, Yifan directly hung out to dry, and even lunch is not left. That would certainly upset anyone else, but even if it's clear, so what? Yifan was able to acquire 51% of the shares of Reliance Real Estate, not to mention his means, but the funds used alone were at least over $10 billion. And nowadays, the entire Mu family's assets were actually only $1 billion or so, and Yifan couldn't even compare. However, he wasn't completely unsupported, and seeing that Yifan wasn't moved, he had no choice but to ask Chen Xiao for help once again. This Mr. Yi, right? I can't imagine that Mr. Yi is really young and talented. He acquired a listed company like Reliance Real Estate without saying a word. But is Mr. Yi clear about the actual situation of Reliance Real Estate? Chen Xiao held back his anger from being ignored by Yifan earlier. After all, in front of Mu Qingyan, the proper demeanor was still necessary. However, he realized that since Yifan appeared, Mu Qingyan's eyes had never left this kid's body, so he had vaguely guessed Yifan's identity, which was the boyfriend that Mu Qingyan was talking about. Only at first he thought it was Mu Qingyan who was perfunctory and deliberately said she had a boyfriend. After all, before, he had only heard that Lin Hao was pursuing Mu Qingyan, but he had never heard that there were other men around Mu Qingyan, daring to steal a woman from this young master. You simply don't know how to die. So what if you're rich? Pinching you to death is just like pinching an ant to this young master. And this Mu Qingyan originally thought that she could be a lover, but now she seems to be a plaything at best. Thinking like this, Chen Xiao's eyes couldn't help but look at Yifan with jealousy. After all, Mu Qingyan could be said to be the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered in so many years, and even if it wasn't for the fact that her family lineage was too common, he would have kind of wanted to marry her home. As a result, he was now robbed by Yifan. How could he stand this? Chen Xiao, right, I know you're a member of the Chen family, but this matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Or are you prepared to help the Mu family pay back the money? Yifan once again looked at this Chen Xiao with a disdainful face. The actuality of Reliance Real Estate? Isn't it just over $30 billion owed to the banks? What a big deal. You, Chen Xiao froze, not expecting Yifan to know that he was a member of the Chen family and still dare to speak to him in such a tone. But although he was a dude, he was not a cutie. Knew that Yifan must have something to rely on when he said that, so he's actually backed off a little bit in his mind. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he was prepared to go back and figure out Yifan's bottom line before cleaning him up. Anyway, Yifan had just acquired Xinchang Real Estate and wasn't afraid of him running away. As for helping the Mu family pay back the money, let's not talk about whether or not he can come up with the 500 million. Even if he can, he won't be willing to do so. These dudes, are the best at empty gloves, and they only go in and out, letting them pay money out of their pockets. That's not killing them. Besides, today's Mu Shangyan was not worthy of him, so the next moment, he stared at Yifan for half a day, then said good 3 times in a row and directly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Mu Haichuan hesitated for a while, and finally could only sign his name on that equity transfer agreement. After all, even Chen Xiao had left. What capital did he have to call Yifan's bluff? Besides, it was only natural that debts should be repaid, so he had nothing to say. In this way, 55% of the shares of Jiahua Industry fell into Yifan's hands, and from then on, the entire Mu family had to look at Yifan's face. No, it is Mu Haichuan Mu Qingyan. The father and daughter have to look at Yifan's face. As for the rest of the Mu family, at this time there is no relationship with Jiahua Industry. Immediately after the matter was finished, Yifan was also ready to leave. Just this way Mu Haichuan and Mu Qingyan were both dumbfounded again. That, Mr. Yi, I don't know what arrangements you have next. Mu Haichuan opened his mouth. The situation was stronger than the people. and he couldn't care less about Yifan's relationship with his own daughter right now. He even couldn't wait for his daughter to be with Yifan, so that he might be able to keep the Mu family's family business. You know that although he still has 45% of the shares of Jiahua Industry in his hands, but Yifan, who has the absolute controlling right, wants to play him to death not too easy. Other than that, just don't pay dividends like you did before, or merge the profitable industries into other companies and leave the unprofitable ones behind. Then his 45% share would amount to nothing. For example, back then, SoftBank took a stake in Beaver and became the first major shareholder, but immediately after Mayun set up ZFB and transferred Beaver's core industry away, leaving SoftBank with an empty shell, powerful as SoftBank. In the end, it is still only self-defeating, so much so that at this moment, Mu Haichuan had an urge to sell all the remaining 45% shares to Yifan, but he also knew that Yifan would never want. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Yifan didn't want to buy the remaining 45% Ofi shares, not because they weren't worth anything, but because they weren't necessary. Anyway, these shares of Mu Haichuan will be Mu Qingyan's in the future, so as long as he takes Mu Qingyan, it is also equivalent to taking these shares. Not to mention the fact that he took these shares originally for Mu Qingyan. Arrangement? What arrangement? Just do everything as usual in the future, but let Light Yen be the chairman of this board. Yifan suddenly winked at Mu Qingyan and said with a light smile. So this time everyone was finally completely dumbfounded. What? Mu Shangyan is chairman? So what's the difference between this and before? Or is it that all this kid does is just to pick up chicks? But that's too big a price to pay. Chapter 79, Money is Meaningless. Yifan left Jiahua Industry, still followed by that big beautiful private lawyer Zhou Lin. As for those people brought by Lin Fengxiao, Yifan had long ago directly told them to get lost. Mr. Lin, there's something I don't know if I should say. Sitting on the passenger side of Lamborghini Poison, Zhou Lin hesitated for half a day, but still opened her mouth. Since you don't know whether to say it or not, don't say it, Yifan said indifferently. It had to be said that this private lawyer that Zhang Bin had arranged for him was still very pretty. Even if it wasn't as good as Mu Qingyan, her face value was at least above 90 points. However, this beauty was too serious, and was obviously somewhat disgusted by the dude-like temperament Yifan displayed, so Yifan had no intention of provoking her. But as your personal attorney, as well as an employee of Dragon Property, I feel that as long as it's a favorable suggestion for the company, I should put it forward whether you like it or not, Zhou Lin said again. After all, besides being Yifan's personal lawyer, she was also the head of the legal department of Dragon Property, and she was an orphan just like Yifan. If not for the financial support from Dragon Property, she might have dropped out of high school as early as she could. That's why the Dragon Property was like her own home to her. And this time, all the funds for Yifan's acquisition of Xincheng Real Estate and Jiahua Industry came from Longting Properties. Zhou Lin, as head of the legal department, was also involved throughout the process. In this way, for some of Yifan's behaviors, she would naturally look down on them. Okay, so tell me about it. Yifan didn't care. Just think of it as chatting with a beautiful woman. First of all, I think there's no problem for Mr. Yi for you to acquire Xincheng Real Estate. The house price in Mordor will only get higher and higher in the future. So it's impossible to lose money on this deal even if you don't make a profit. But you shouldn't have acquired Jiahua Industry afterward. Jiahua Industry is in a very difficult situation nowadays, and its own industry doesn't have any advantages, so it is doomed to be eliminated in the future, and even bankruptcy is possible. Otherwise those shares of Jiahua Industry wouldn't have been unsold. Finally, I think the last thing you should do, Mr. Yi, is to offend that Chen Hao, who is a member of the Chen family, and with the Chen family's influence in Mordor. Not only might it cut off future loans for Xincheng Real Estate, but even those owed before might come ahead to call in the debt, which will be very unfavorable for the future development of Xincheng Real Estate. Zhou Lin finished in one breath, without a single pause. Obviously these words had been hidden in her heart for a long time. Still, there was one thing she hadn't said, and that was it worth it for a woman? Even if the woman is beautiful. So what? Men, it should still be career-oriented. But even though she didn't say it, how could Yifan not hear it? However, Yifan didn't explain anything, because the heights they stand on are inherently different. They naturally see things from different angles. For example, the Mu family's Jiahua Industry has no value in her eyes. Not only does it owe so much money, it may even go bankrupt at any time. But not in Yifan's case. Jiahua Industry is in the textile business, and it just so happens that Yifan has a lot of luxury brands in his hands, such as Chanel, Burberry, Louis Vuitton, Versace, etc., etc., etc. Only the really high-end products of these brands are manufactured abroad, while other low-end and mid-range products are basically found to be OEM by domestic companies. This way he only needs to give some of these orders to Jiahua Industry. Then Jiahua Industry can immediately come back from the dead. Of course, If it wasn't for Mu Shengyan, he wouldn't have done this, but he's definitely not losing money by doing so is all. Immediately after sending Zhou Lin back to the dragon property, Yi Fan left. Zhongli over there is still waiting for him to have lunch with him. Although Zhongli was only in the capacity of a lover, it had to be said that she was still very competent as a lover. Very competent in at least one way. So much so that Yi Fan almost had a feeling of joy in these 2 days. Just what he didn't notice was that watching him leave, Zhou Lin, who was standing on the side of the road, immediately revealed a sultry expression. Although Mu Qingyan was indeed beautiful, she wasn't bad alright. How is it that this guy has no interest in her at all? At this time, Zhou Lin already knew from Zhang Bin that the person who really funded her was none other than Yi Fan, and all the impoverished students sponsored by Longting Properties over the years were also under Yi Fan's orders. Only what she didn't know was that even Yi Fan himself didn't know that he had ever given such an order. But those companies in his hands, especially the domestic ones, put a lot of money into charity every year. True charity. For him anyway, the amount of money was really meaningless anymore, so it might as well be used for something meaningful. Half a month later, Jiahua Industry was gradually on the right track, and Dragon Property also provided Jiahua Industry with a low-interest loan of up to $5 billion, which was used to pay off all of Jiahua Industry's debts, as well as to expand production. Perhaps the value of Dragon Property is not the highest within those companies in Yi Fan's hands, and the degree of importance is even less to talk about. But the one good thing about the Dragon Property is that there is enough cash. It is important to realize that all of the assets of Dragon Property are not loaned, and all rents are collected in advance. And some are collected for 6 months and a year at a time, and there are no delinquencies at all. So even if it's also a $100 billion company, it's definitely not even close to Dragon Property. After all, what company, nowadays, isn't out there in debt? Yida Wang Lin, who is known as the richest man in the country, still owes Lin Fan tens of billions. However, Yi Fan is not in a hurry to let him pay back, ready to wait for him to be sanctioned from above and then sell his foreign assets, and then take the plunge and slaughter him. Who let that Wang Gongzi be the first to jump out and taunt him when he smashed his money to promote Su Shishir at T's Fish before? Although that Mr. Wang was also doing it for his own live streaming platform, he had to pay the price for offending Yi Fan. Yi Fan never considered himself a generous person either, but Jiahua Industry is getting better and better, and over there, Xinjiang real estate is a bit miserable. By more than a dozen banks collectively door-to-door debt collection, and the stock price is also in the doldrums. Even scared Lin Fengxiao have taken the initiative to find a door to sell their own hands of shares, otherwise it is estimated that in a few days, these shares will really not worth a penny. However, all of this was within Yi Fan's calculations. Chapter 80, Take Down Mu Chongyan. Early in the morning, on the top floor of the mansion of Thompson, Yi Fan looked at Mu Qingyan, who was still sleeping in his arms, and couldn't help but smile gently. A full month has passed since the last acquisition of Xinjiang Real Estate and Jiahua Industry. He also finally found a chance to eat Mu Qingyan completely. At the same time, after being taken a blood, Mu Qingyan's attributes appeared in the system. Name Mu Shengyan. Age, 23. Face value, 96. Charisma, 95. Strength, 65. Physical fitness, 70. Agility, 65. Intelligence, 88. Favorability, 95. Skills, management skills, level 6. It had to be said that Mu Qingyan was really pretty, with a face value of 96, even 1 point higher than Big Sweetie after adding 3 points to her face value. Yi Fan estimated that in the entire entertainment circle today, there should be no one with a higher value than Mu Qingyan. If she went to be a star, even if she didn't know anything, she could definitely catch fire with just that face. But she's not going to be in showbiz either is all. Charm 95. This point last night, Yi Fan has been deeply experienced, but for some reasons inconvenient to say more. Everyone experience it yourself. In short, then the day of the big honey feeling more cool, and then an IQ of 88, which is definitely already a genius among geniuses. If it could reach 90, it would be the equivalent of a demonic existence. However, Yi Fan thought about it and still didn't help her raise it. After all, it's not good for women to be too smart. There's also the favorability rating, which is a whopping 95, which is the highest besides Big Sugar. There was also a whopping level 6 management skill at the end, but this was something that Yi Fan had helped her raise up. But before that, she had originally reached level 5 in her management skills. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan didn't wake her up, but took out his cell phone and started browsing the news. If we talk about the hottest topic in the country in the recent month, then apart from The Descent of Nez's Magic Boy, which grossed more than $5 billion and became the highest grossing movie in the country, it is estimated that it is going to be the first listed company in China to voluntarily delist. Yes, Reliance Properties delisted, or in one of the most direct and brutal ways possible, bankruptcy delisting. In other words, today's Reliance Real Estate no longer exists. and those who bought Reliance Real Estate stock shareholders, but also blood money. However, Yifan did not sympathize with them at all, and even this was originally something he did on purpose. It turns out that with the news of the bank's door-to-door debt collection, Reliance Real Estate's stock price fell again and again, from more than $50 billion to less than $10 billion in less than a month. It was even warned that if Reliance Properties didn't find a way to remedy the situation, there was a risk of delisting. However, by this time, the ordinary stockholders had basically run out long ago, but some of the remaining funds not only did not run out, but also bought up all the shares of those ordinary stockholders. And then that Chen Xiao also finally appeared, and the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted 30% of the shares of Faith Property, or else Faith Property would wait for delisting. So at that time, Yifan immediately knew that those funds that had purchased shares of Reliance Real Estate were arranged by this Chen Xiao, because before, Reliance Real Estate had a total of 45% shares in the stock market. 21% was acquired by Yifan, leaving 24%. Now that the 24% shares are all in the hands of these funds, then if Chen Xiao can get another 30% shares, it will add up to 54% shares. In this way, the entire Shunchang Real Estate will also completely fall into the hands of this Chen Xiao. However, since he had discovered this, Yifan naturally could not let him have his way. Not only that, he chose the most direct method, bankruptcy and delisting. This will also make the Reliance Real Estate shares acquired by those funds worthless for pennies on the dollar. Even before that, Yifan had released that 21% of the shares he had acquired again, earning almost $2 billion back from those funds. Although the money was nothing to him, why not take it for nothing? Not to mention from the enemy. In other words, in order to get the control of Reliance Real Estate from Yifan, Chen Xiao has mobilized nearly $4 billion, and as a result, $2 billion is cheaper for Yifan, and $2 billion is completely wasted. Although the money might not have come from that Chen Xiao himself, it was thought that the blow to him was definitely not small. But although Reliance Properties is bankrupt, the $30 billion owed to the bank still has to be paid. The good thing is that Yifan is not a loss. After paying back the $30 billion, those assets that originally belonged to Xinqing Real Estate, but also absorbed by the Dragon Property, the future resale, at least a few tens of billions of dollars can be earned. Snap! Chen Xiao slammed a teacup hard on the ground, and a small starlet next to him immediately trembled in fear. This little starlet was the one he had just gotten his hands on, and although it was not as good as Mu Qingyan, it was still quite a bit of good looks. Of course, there was no shortage of money to spend. Even if he was the young master of the Chen family, it cost money to pick up actresses. After all, their Chen family didn't have much influence in the entertainment industry. But originally, in his mind, as long as he could take down Xinqing Real Estate, what was this small amount of money? But I didn't expect that Yifan even did so absolutely. Another can let the letter sincere real estate bankruptcy, also not willing to let the shares out. So much so that not only did he fail to take down the Reliance Property, he lost $4 billion for nothing. Although the money wasn't his, those people weren't to be messed with. Forget it, whatever. They wouldn't dare to do anything to me anyway. If you want to blame me, just blame that Yifan. Thinking like this, Chen Xiao decided to go out for a walk, and just so happened to be able to bring this little star with him. After all, how can you not have enough fun when you've spent all your money? Then that night he took the little starlet and boarded a plane to Australasia. It was important to know that Ao Chang had always been known as a man's paradise, not to mention that his biggest hobby in general was to gamble a couple of hands. Only what he didn't expect was that just as he had boarded the airplane, Yifan over there had also received the news. Although Yifan did make a lot of money this time, it didn't mean that the matter was over. He, Yifan, had never been a generous person. Star, Chapter 81, Guantongtong vs. Li Xin, Magic City Airport. Guantongtong walked into the waiting hall with her head held high, followed by a full 3 assistants. The passers-by she met along the way also gave her sideways glances, and many of them even took out their cell phones to take pictures of her. She was enjoying the feeling of being a star. Since Yifan lifted the block on her last time, her popularity had completely recovered. Even picked up 2 nice endorsements. But Lu Han was miserable, having not appeared on the show for a long time, and his popularity was even in decline. Now I guess I'll just have to turn around with that Fortress of Mordor. But these would have nothing to do with her. Although Lu Han was once her Tian dog, but have you ever seen any goddess who really cared about the feelings of a Tian dog? The only shame is that she's still a second-tier star. It would be nice to be a top-tier, or even super top-tier star someday. Then these people in front of us must be even crazier. Guantongtong couldn't help but think this way. But if you want to become a first-tier star, or even a super first-tier star, then you have to have someone to hold it up. Otherwise, with her acting and singing skills, it would probably not have been possible in her lifetime. She still knows herself very well, but with her family's resources, being able to make her a second-tier star is already the limit. Ha, is that him? Suddenly, Guan Tongtong saw a familiar fellow on a seat next to the waiting hall. She recognized the guy instantly, even though he was wearing a particularly large pair of sunglasses. Who else could it be if not Yi Fan? Big Sugar was made famous by him. Big Mimi just recently picked up 2 top international luxury jewelry endorsements, so I guess it has something to do with him too. So if we can take this guy down, no resource will be a problem. Seeing Yi Fan again, Guan Tongtong's heart could be described as incomparably excited. Even though she had taken the initiative like that last time, Yi Fan was still not moved in the slightest. But that's okay. What man in the world doesn't cheat? Not to mention she's not bad looking. The body is even better than Su Shishir, I don't know how many times better. She just couldn't believe that Yi Fan really didn't have any thoughts about her at all. It was only that she didn't have Yi Fan's contact information, so even if she wanted to hook up with Yi Fan, she couldn't. But now that she had actually encountered it at the airport, she certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Immediately after that she looked around. There weren't many people because it was a VIP waiting room. She then asked her assistant to wait at a distance and double-checked her outfit before she walked over to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, you're here too. What a coincidence. Guan Tongtong came in front of Yi Fan and revealed what she thought was the best smile she had ever seen. After all, she had once been blocked by Yi Fan and knew how powerful Yi Fan was, so at this moment, she could be described as both scared and nervous, but for the sake of her own future, she was giving it a go. It's quite a coincidence. Yi Fan couldn't help but gently smile as he looked at Guan Tongtong who was walking over. But when he said coincidence, it wasn't a coincidental encounter, but he just happened to be thinking about who he would find to accompany him to Auschwitz. Although Aussie City was known as a man's paradise, he was certainly not interested in those women. However, he could not bring Mu Shengyan to go. Jian Li's face value and temperament was still poor, but as a result, he did not expect Guan Tongtong to send himself to the door. It just so happens that I heard that Chen Xiao is also carrying a little star by his side. I wonder which one has better posture compared to Guan Tongtong. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to be in a good mood and even smiled at himself, Guan Tongtong's guts immediately grew. Getting ready to go to Aussie Town for a couple days, Yi Fan said casually. Aussie City? Guan Tongtong's eyes lit up. Of course she knew that Aussie City was a man's paradise, and men went there to either gamble or piao, but it didn't matter, as long as Yi Fan was there to have fun, and it still looks like a person. Then are you going alone? Mr. Yi? Guan Tongtong asked with a nervous face. What? You want to go too? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and asked in return. Aha! Guan Tongtong immediately nodded. However, Yi Fan didn't agree and instead looked at the 3 assistants behind her. I'm going to tell them. Saying that, Guan Tongtong immediately ran over and told those 3 assistants to go back to the capital by themselves first, and then made another call to her manager, saying that she was with Mr. Yi. The agent over there heard that Guan Tongtong had actually met that mysterious Mr. Yi. This once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity could really be a direct head-on collision if he missed it. At that moment, she immediately instructed Guan Tongtong to be sure to accompany that Mr. Yi, and as for any activities and programs, then of course she pushed them all away. Anyway, as long as you hugged this generally as Big 2A, you would still be able to go on any program you want at that time. After all, this Mr. Yi, but even big names like Big Horse Pony and Wang Lin have to give him face. Immediately after dismissing the 3 assistants, Guan Tongtong once again returned to Yi Fan's side and was ready to book a ticket to Australasia. No, come with me. With that, Yi Fan stood up and headed for the boarding gate. Guan Tongtong was stunned, but still immediately followed. Then the 2 had just stepped out of the gate when they saw a huge airplane parked outside the gate, and there was a flight attendant standing on each side of the plane's boarding rack. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Li Xin, the stewardess of your private jet. I'm glad to serve you. Seeing Yi Fan walk over, one of the flight attendants immediately greeted him. At the same time, Li Xin's heart could be described as unusually excited. You know, it was the first time since she became the stewardess of this private jet that she had met the real owner of the plane. Li Xin? Yi Fan took a closer look at this big beauty, and it was really somewhat similar to a certain star from his last life. She just didn't realize that in this world she didn't enter the entertainment industry and instead became a stewardess on her own private jet. If I had known, I wouldn't have had to bring Guan Tongtong. Immediately, Yi Fan looked at another stewardess, also very beautiful, face value of at least 80 points, but compared to Li Xin is obviously still quite a bit worse, and also not a familiar face that Yi Fan has seen in his last life. It's true that men don't know enough. Yi Fan shook his head with some self-deprecation, but he was already satisfied to have met a Li Xin. It was important to know that Li Xin could definitely be considered one of his a few favorite actresses in his last life. Just looking at him in this manner, a strong sense of crisis immediately rose in the heart of Guan Tongtong on the side. At least she was a star. but this random air hostess came out prettier than her. So what kind of face does that give her? The key to this stewardess is still Yifan's private jet's crew chief, which in the future, as long as Yifan takes the plane, won't she be accompanied by her side? Add to that the intimate setting of an airplane, and it's not uncommon for something to happen. On the contrary, she didn't find it strange that Yifan owned a private airplane. Isn't it normal for a tycoon who can donate $1 billion at the drop of a hat to own a private jet? Chapter 82 The Complaining Guan Tongtong. Private airplanes are not uncommon. When Uncle Benson bought a private airplane, he spent just $1 billion. But when Guan Tongtong boarded the airplane, she was immediately blinded by what she saw. What did she see? It's full of gold all over the place there. Mr. Knight, this airplane of yours wouldn't be made of gold characters, would it? Guan Tongtong asked with a confused look on her face. Ms. Guan, all the decorations inside this plane are made of 24K 1,000-foot gold. Li Xin, who was on the side, smiled as she introduced herself. So Guan Tongtong was immediately dumbfounded. 24-carat 1,000-piece gold? It's an airplane. Or a large airplane. How much money does this nigga have to spend? Even if she was a star for the rest of her life she wouldn't make that much money. Nope. Even if she was a star for the rest of her life, she probably wouldn't even be able to afford a regular private jet. Immediately after that, she followed Yifan to visit the airplane. After all, it was also the first time Yifan boarded this private airplane of his. Also, private jets are definitely different from regular airplanes in that they don't have those seats in them. Instead, they are more like a small villa. Then Guan Tongtong saw that the living room was gold, the bedroom was gold, and the dining room and gym were also gold. Even the toilet in the bathroom as well as the bathtub in the bathroom is ing gold. That's nifty. Trenchless trench. Guan Tongtong was completely speechless, and for the first time, she had truly seen Yifan's trenchancy. Compared to this private jet made of pure gold, the last donation of $1 billion was not worth mentioning at all, but at the same time, it also strengthened her idea of hugging Yifan's big 2A. This Nima is the real big 2A even if it is a 2A hair, it is too much thicker than the average tycoon. On the contrary, Yifan couldn't help but skim his lips as he looked at the golden piece in front of him. You should know that this airplane is a reward for the 100-day signing, which is the same level as the Penguin Beaver shares, so even if it doesn't reach the level of 100 billion, at the very least, it should be worth more than 10 billion, and that's it? So what if it was made of pure gold? He didn't lack that much money, but then, by interrogating the system, he realized that the plane was not as simple as it seemed. The airplane looks trenchant and it is, but its true value lies not in the gold of these decorations, but in the performance of the airplane itself. To put it simply, this is an airliner, but in terms of performance, you could well think of it as a fighter jet. It's just a fighter jet disguised as an airliner. According to the system, this is actually a 6th-generation fighter jet, except that the system has transformed it into an airliner look-alike. Thinking like this, Yifan suddenly developed an urge to try out the real performance of this airplane. It is important to realize that the best performing aircraft in the world today is only the 5th generation, but after thinking about it, he eventually gave up. Otherwise there's no telling what kind of stir it would cause. Immediately afterward, Yifan sat down on the sofa in the living room, then picked up a tablet and started surfing the internet. There was definitely no signal on normal airplanes, but this plane of Yifan's was certainly different. Meanwhile, Li Xian was also left in the living room by Yifan. Although Yifan's private airplane was large, there weren't many staff members on the plane. Other than the 4 flight attendants, there was also a captain and 3 chefs. After all, the system produces no glitches at all, so naturally, there's no need for any logistics. The previous 4 stewardesses as well as the 3 chefs Yifan had seen before, they were all beautiful women. But compared to Li Xian, they were obviously far worse. It was the captain who never showed up. However, Yifan knew that the captain was actually a member of a mysterious organization under his hand, and it was usually inconvenient to show his face in front of other people. In addition, these flight attendants and cooks are also the people that Yifan's company used to subsidize, not to mention the loyalty. At the very least, they will not talk nonsense outside. Yifan was surfing the internet while chatting casually with Li Xian, leaving Guan Tongtong out to dry. Guan Tongtong was obviously a bit upset and looked at Li Xian with very bad eyes. After all, if there was no Li Xian present, then she and Yifan would be the only 2 people left here, and with the plane having to fly for almost 3 hours, it was enough for her to do something. Well, at this time, Yifan suddenly stood up and then walked in the direction of the bathroom. Immediately, Guan Tongtong's eyes lit up, followed by a very pleased look at Li Xian, and she unabashedly followed. Of course, Li Xian understood what she was doing by following her up, but her eyes didn't change in any way. But the heart is inevitably some pity. If Guan Tongtong is not here. Half an hour later, Yifan walked out of the bathroom with a relaxed face. but of course he didn't eat Guan Tong Tong, and half an hour wasn't nearly enough for him. He just took someone's first time in another place first. 3 hours later, the plane landed at Oching Airport, and Yifan took Guan Tong Tong off the plane with him. Well, at least just took someone's first. That Yifan is not good to immediately abandon her, but how far it will go subsequently, that's something we'll have to see how she does before we say anything. At the same time, Guan Tong Tong's expression was very grim, obviously blaming Yifan for not eating her completely, but Yifan just pretends not to see it. Thereupon, Yifan first took Guan Tong Tong for a stroll in Ao City. In fact, there was nothing much to stroll around. It was not as interesting as some small counties in the mainland. Then the two of them went straight to the Venetian, the largest casino in Aussie City. It's not just a casino, it's also a large hotel mall shopping center complex that looks very luxurious as well. Of course, it was still far worse than Yifan's private jet. Immediately after that, Yifan directly exchanged 10 million chips, and at the same time, he also gave Guan Tong Tong a task. That's losing money with him, and every day for the next one, they have to lose all $10 million to do it. Chapter 83, a new exciting way to play. Early in the morning, on the big chuang of the Venetian's top-floor luxury suite, Guan Tong Tong, who had just woken up, only felt a burst of dry mouth. She dry, and her hands were also weak. It couldn't be helped, she was so tired last night. Favorably, it was all like this, but Yifan was still unwilling to eat her. At this time, 3 days had passed since they arrived at the Venetian, and Guan Tong Tong had performed very well in these 3 days, helping Yifan lose $30 million. Of course, in some ways she did equally well, and although she was still raw at first, she soon got the hang of it. It wasn't until noon that Yifan and Guan Tong Tong reappeared in one of the VIP lounges in the casino and immediately caught the attention of the other gamblers around them. After all, $10 million is not a small amount, let alone losing $10 million a day. Not to mention that Yifan had Guan Tong Tong by his side. At least Guan Tong Tong was a star and her popularity was still not low. This kid is really rich. He lost $30 million in 3 days without blinking an eye. It's good to be rich. You can pick up stars if you want to. Nima, even if he is rich, the key is still so handsome. Does this still let people live? A group of gamblers whispered. Yifan heard it but didn't care. The same goes for Guan Tong Tong. Even she couldn't wait for others to see her with Yifan. It was a pity that the casino couldn't take pictures. Otherwise it would have been better if someone had taken pictures of her and Yifan together and exposed them. With her understanding of Yifan, she would definitely not leave her alone when the time came. Of course, provided it was taken by someone else. If she dared to play any tricks herself, Yifan would definitely not let her go. Immediately after that, Yifan once again exchanged 10 million chips, but at this time, a young man suddenly walked over, accompanied by a small star. It's that Chen Xiao. I can't imagine that Mr. Yi also has this hobby. When Chen Xiao saw Yifan, he immediately showed an expression of hating each other, as if he had really met a confidant, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards Yifan once again. After all, who let Yifan look really handsome? Not seeing this little starlet beside him, his eyes hadn't left Yifan since he saw him. There was also Guan Tong Tong by Yifan's side. The little star beside him is not much worse looking than Guan Tong Tong, but the fame is far worse. Everyone is picking up celebrities, so of course, whoever picks up a celebrity with more fame has more face. It's rather secondary to whether it's pretty or not. Just playing a couple random games out of boredom, Yifan said with a casual expression. But for him, $30 million was indeed just a couple of random games. At the same time, he also knows that this Chen Xiao not only likes to gamble himself, but also often brings some friends to gamble, and then draw water from it. That is, a partnership with the casino to slaughter pigs. So for this Chen Xiao to find himself, Yifan didn't feel strange at all. Then I wonder if Mr. Yi would be interested in playing a different game? Chen Xiao added. The usual way of playing in a casino is nothing more than baccarat, blackjack and betting on craps. There's also stud Texas Hold'em and such, but stud and Texas Hold'em have to be played with a full complement of people. Unlike baccarat and blackjack, you can just find a table and sit on it, and you can play anytime you want. But obviously baccarat and blackjack are nowhere near as exciting as stud poker or Texas Hold'em. A different play? Yifan pretended not to understand what Chen Xiao meant. It's just pokies or Texas Hold'em. How about I get the guys? Chen Xiao explained, and fearing that Yifan was worried that he was committing fraud, he continued, please don't worry, Mr. Yi, we'll play here, and we can ask the casino people to supervise at that time. That's a good offer. It's true that we haven't had enough excitement in the last 2 days, but it's fine for you to come and find someone. But I have one condition. Yifan thought for a moment and said, so those gamblers around them were speechless. Losing $30 million in 3 days isn't exciting enough. What is? On what terms? Chen Xiao immediately asked. It's not too difficult a condition. It's just that with my status, I wouldn't be interested in betting with him in general. So if you want to get on the table, you have to have at least $100 million in capital. Yi Fan's meaning was obvious. If you want to bet with him you can. First take out $100 million of capital before you say. Otherwise you don't even have the qualification to go to the gambling table. So hearing him say that, those gamblers around him were once again speechless. $100 million of principal to qualify for the table? That's still hundreds of millions of dollars to win or lose in the end. But compared to this, $30 million really isn't exciting enough. Chen Xiao was also stunned, not expecting Yi Fan to make such an offer. However, he was supposed to ruthlessly slaughter Yi Fan, so of course the bigger the bet the better. Yeah, no problem, Chen Xiao immediately agreed, but at that moment, another young man came up next to him. Young Chen, I'm afraid this is a bit unorthodox of you, isn't it? He only saw that this young man didn't look very old, but his aura was very formidable. So much so that the little starlet beside Chen Xiao immediately shrank back in fear when she saw him. On the contrary, Guan Tongtong didn't care at all, because she had already met this person before, and it was the person in charge of this VIP lounge, Knife Boy. The Venetian casino belonged to the River family of Australasia, but some of the VIP rooms inside were rented out to outsiders by the River family, such as this Knife Boy, who was the person in charge of one of the VIP rooms. And before that, Yi Fan had been playing in this VIP hall. And the $30 million he lost was also lost to the owner of this VIP hall, not the River family. So the Knife Boy naturally cannot look at others in front of their own Yi Fan such a big customer to dig away. Then I wonder what you mean, Blade? Chen Xiao obviously also knew Knife Boy and knew that the other party was not to be messed with. The point is that it does seem a bit unorthodox for him to do so. Since you guys want to play, I won't stop you, but I also have two conditions. Firstly, you have to play in my hall, and I have to draw 5% from the final winner. And secondly, after seeing you guys play so excitingly, I'm a bit itchy too, Knife Boy said. So Chen Xiao immediately understood that it was this Knife Boy who also wanted to rip off a fortune on Yi Fan. Star. Chapter 84, winning $100 million in one hand. Yi Fan followed Knife Boy and came to a small hall at the innermost part of the VIP hall. Then soon after, Chen Xiao also came over with two middle-aged men who looked like thugs, along with a whole 300 million chips. Obviously they were prepared. And for this kind of gambling, the casino will also send gambling experts to supervise the scene in order to prevent someone from cheating and tarnishing the reputation of the casino. Not only that, but there are high-definition cameras installed in every corner of this small hall. That's why it's arguably impossible to cheat. Not long after, the betting game began. There were 5 people on the table, namely Yi Fan, Chen Xiao, Knife Boy, and the 2 middle-aged men. There were also 4 other people in the room, namely Guan Tongtong by Yi Fan's side, that little starlet by Chen Xiao's side, as well as the legendary beautiful Lauder, and the gambling expert who was in charge of supervision on the side. Among them, the beautiful Lauder and that gambling expert were both from the casino. That is, from the River family, so they will never take sides, or else they will smash the River family's signboard for this amount of money. Then the annual loss will not be a few hundred million, but billions or even tens of billions. That River gambling king would never let them go either. The betting began, and as promised, everyone played pokies with a $100, 000 bottom and a $100, 000 minimum bet, with no cap. I saw a pile of chips in front of all 5 people at the table, the smallest of which was $100, 000 and the largest was $10 million. Immediately after that, he saw 5 people each throw a 100, 000 chips into the center of the table, and then the beautiful dealer began to deal the cards. The first hand Yi Fan was lucky, got an ace on the open hand and the biggest in the house. So he didn't look at the other bottom card and just threw a 10 million chip up. $10 million. Yi Fan said indifferently. Mr. Yi is really generous. My little bit of wealth is not comparable to Mr. Yi. The one who spoke was Knife Boy, who was sitting under Yi Fan, and chose to fold directly. Then it was the turn of one of the middle-aged men, who, after some thought, also chose to fold, even if he is dealt a king on the open card and a queen on the bottom card. But the bottom line is only $100, 000. And to gamble with $10 million for that $100, 000 just doesn't add up, unless he's a pair of Ks is more like it. Then it was the turn of Chen Xiao and another middle-aged man, who also chose to fold. This way the first hand is Yi Fan won, but only won a bottom money, which is $400, 000. Afterwards, the beautiful dealer threw away the used old cards and opened a new deck of cards to start shuffling. So in an instant, only to see the 2 middle-aged men and the Knife Boy, all looking toward the cards in the hands of the beautiful dealer. But apparently this beautiful dealer shuffled the cards so skillfully that they weren't able to see anything, so they quickly gave up. Then on the second hand, Yifan's open card was a 10, but there were 2 open cards outside that were bigger than him, so that when it was his turn, he didn't even look at the bottom card and just chose to fold. Then on the 3rd hand, Yifan folded. On the 4th hand, Yifan folded again. On the 5th hand, Yifan still folded. All the way to the 6th hand, Yifan once again got one of the biggest bright cards in the house. Although it was just a jack, he still didn't hesitate to throw 10 million chips up. And again, not looking at the undercard. So this time the crowd which still do not understand Yifan's strategy. As long as the first bright card is the largest, no matter what the bottom card is, directly shout 10 million. That way if everyone doesn't call, he wins $400,000. If someone calls, he has the biggest bright card anyway, and as long as he can make a pair behind him, the odds of winning are still good. But if the first bright card isn't maxed out, then just fold, and you're only losing $100,000 bottom dollar anyway. But while this strategy may seem great, it's not good if you run into whichever starter gets a pair. After all, stud uses 52 cards, and it's still difficult for a single card to make a team. For example, in this hand, as Knife Boy folded, the middle-aged man under him thought about it and actually chose to call for 10 million. And since his open card is a 10, it's basically a safe bet that his bottom card should also be a 10, making it a starting pair of 10s. Then Chen Xiao, who was under him, as well as another middle-aged man, also chose to fold. It wasn't explicitly stated, but the 3 of them were clearly in cahoots. But so what? They thought about slaughtering Yifan as if he were a pig, but why wouldn't Yifan hold the same thought? So don't say that the 3 of them were a group. Even if there were 3 more, Yifan wouldn't mind as long as you can come up with $100 million in principal anyway. It was a pity that Yifan knew that these people didn't have that much money. Otherwise he would have really wanted to raise the principal a little more. Then the dealer continued to deal. Yifan's second open card was a 9, and the middle-aged man was an 8. At the same time Yifan finally picked up his bottom card for the first time and looked at it. And he's so amateurish that at this point, if there's someone next to him, they can see his bottom hand just as well. Luckily, Guan Tongtong beside him was very self-conscious and didn't stick her head out to look. After all, with such a big bet, she was afraid that if she knew the bottom card, she would be seen by others who could tell something from her expression. On the contrary, that casino's gambling expert saw Yifan's bottom card at a glance. But naturally, he wouldn't say anything and didn't even change his expression in any way. $20 million. After looking at the bottom card, Yifan gently smiled and threw 20 million chips up again. I follow. The middle-aged man chose to call with almost no hesitation. You have to know that nowadays Yifan's bright cards are J and 9, and his bright cards are 10 and 8, but his bottom card is 10. That meant Yifan could only win against him with a pair of Js. But could Yifan's bottom card be a J? He didn't believe it anyway. Then the dealer started to deal the 4th card. Yifan was a 7 and the middle-aged man was a 6. But this time Yifan pushed all the chips in front of him. Stud, Yifan said with a casual face, as if what was in front of him was not 100 million chips, but $100. Followed. The corner of that middle-aged man's mouth twitched and hesitated for a moment, but still chose to follow, because he definitely didn't believe that Yifan's bottom card was really a J. Not to mention that even if it really was a Jack, he still had one last card left to deal, and could still win if he made 2 pairs. Then the dealer started dealing the 5th and final card. Yifan's was a 5 and the middle-aged man's was a 4. This way Yifan's open hand is 5, 7, 9, J, and the middle-aged man's open hand is 4, 6, 8, 10. Neither side can make a straight, nor do they have a pair. But the middle-aged man's bottom card is a 10, which means he actually has a pair of 10s. In other words, the only thing that Yifan could win against him was the bottom J. I'm a pair of 10s, so unless your bottom card is a Jack, you can't beat me at all. Since they had all been studded, there was no need for the middle-aged man to cover up anymore, and he directly lifted his bottom card. But although he looked calm, his trembling fingers as he lifted the bottom card still revealed how nervous he was at that moment. After all, there are 200 million chips on the table at this time. If he wins this, he can win 100 million. Winning $100 million in a single hand was definitely the most brilliant record at the gambling table in his life. So besides being nervous, he was more excited, because with his years of experience in the casino, he knew he had at least a 90% chance of winning this hand. But the next moment, as Yifan gently lifted the bottom card in his hand, his entire body was immediately stunned. The bottom card in Yifan's hand was actually really a Jack. That means this hand was won by Yifan. The person who won $100 million in one hand naturally turned out to be Yifan as well. But losing $100 million a hand is a pretty brilliant record all the same. After all, not everyone can afford to lose so much money. Chapter 85, The Red-Eye Chin Xiao. No, it can't be. The middle-aged man looked at the J in Yifan's hand in complete disbelief. Obviously at the beginning, Yifan did not look at the bottom card, which means that the possibility of Yifan's bottom card being a J is not even 1 in 10. But on the contrary, Yifan's bottom card was a Jack. Just luck. Yifan smiled, and others actually believed it. Otherwise it's simply unexplainable. In fact, from the first day Yifan lost $10 million, Chen Xiao and these two middle-aged men noticed it. Then after observing Yifan for 2 more days and determining that Yifan was indeed a rookie who didn't know how to gamble at all, they decided to go for it. Not to mention that something like gambling requires constant practice, not to mention Yifan's age. Let's just say that he was able to come up with more than $10 billion to acquire a listed company and still come up with $30 billion to pay back the bank. Does such a tycoon still need to practice hard at gambling? Just like that king of river gamblers. Although he is called the king of gamblers, he himself does not know how to gamble at all. Alright, nor do we need to. But no matter what, this hand was won by Yifan, which meant that this middle-aged man had lost all his capital. Yeah, Guan Tongtong, who was on the side, immediately let out a cry of joy, and directly pounced on the table, holding those chips in her arms. That's a whole 200 million in chips. It wasn't hers, but she was still very excited. Does the gentleman wish to proceed with additional chips? The beautiful Lauder glanced at the middle-aged man and asked with an expressionless face. Of course she knew this middle-aged man, because this middle-aged man was none other than the gambling master of the casino's other VIP hall's town hall, and he usually didn't do this kind of pig killing. But as long as there's no cheating, the casino doesn't care. After all, if you are willing to gamble, you have to have this realization since you are on the gambling table. I just didn't expect to kill a pig for 1,000 days, but today I was slaughtered by a pig instead. It's still a vicious slaughter. She didn't suspect anything, though, because she had dealt the cards and she hadn't done anything to tamper with them. So it was indeed Yifan's luck that he was able to get that J, including that gambling expert from the casino off to the side who thought the same thing. I'm going out to make a phone call. The middle-aged man immediately hurried out, for the money was not his, but instead of making a phone call, he took the elevator to the hotel above the casino immediately afterward, and then knocked on the door of a hotel room. Soon the door of the room opened, revealing a fierce face. It was none other than that Hong Kong City's loud boss. The bet is over? Boss Rattle looked at the henchman in front of him, and a bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. Not bad. This middle-aged man, including the other middle-aged man, were all gambling masters under Boss Rattle, usually holding down the fort in that VIP hall owned by Boss Rattle. However, they usually do not show up, and only when some big clients come, such as some mainland tycoons brought by that Mr. Chen, will they come out. Then together they will make a game to rip off those mainland tycoons, and so far they have never missed a beat. Kung, I've lost all my chips, the middle-aged man said honestly, and then repeated the situation of that hand of cards to Boss Rattle. So that kid did get lucky? Boss Loud asked with a frown. Yes, of that I am certain, the middle-aged man assured, not to mention that he had just lost $100 million. If he didn't say so, how could Boss Rattle continue to provide him with the capital to turn over his money? Okay, then you go to the hall and get another 100 million chips. As expected, Boss Rattle hesitated for a while and finally decided to give him another chance. After all, after losing $100 million, how could he not be heartbroken with all this money? Not to mention that with Yifan's fortune, casually slaughtering a little, not to mention getting 100 or 80 billion, getting a few hundred million is definitely not a problem. It's just as well to get revenge for last time. You should know that the box office failure of Legend of the Wind God made a full loss of more than $200 million, and even more so, his status in the mainland entertainment industry was in tatters. He had put all the blame on Yifan. After all, that the Descent of Nez's Devil Child not only chose to be released on the same day as The Legend of the Wind God, it was also the same subject matter, so to say that Yifan didn't do it on purpose, he was also absolutely unbelievable. Then very quickly, the middle-aged man returned to the table with $100 million in chips once again, but just after seeing him leave for such a short while, there was another person on the gambling table who had lost all his capital, and it was none other than that Chen Xiao, and all the money Chen Xiao lost was his own, and at the same time it was almost equivalent to his entire fortune. Although he has partnered with the Loud Boss in the past 2 years and slaughtered a lot of mainland tycoons, he is a dude with a lot of usual expenses, and it is already very good to be able to accumulate $100 million. In other words, at this point in time, he can't get any more capital to flip, but it was impossible for him to just admit defeat, because according to his agreement with Boss Loud, the portion he lost Boss Loud would return all of it to him, and the rest of the two middle-aged men's winnings would also be given to him at 30%, but only if those two middle-aged men win money. But now that one has lost everything, and the other has lost nearly half, the pact naturally cannot be counted. but it doesn't matter if he doesn't have money. He can borrow it. Brother Blade, can I trouble you to lend me 100 million chips? At this moment, Chen Xiao only felt that his face was as if it was on fire. And that feeling was even more unbearable than when he had just lost that hand of cards, especially with the slightly contemptuous look from the starlet beside him. Thinking about him, Chen Xiao, for so many years, how has he ever been so humiliated? But at this time, he, who was red-eyed from losing, couldn't care less. No problem, but you know my rules, right? Knife Boy also did not refuse. After all, open casinos, since ancient times, will take into account the release of printed money, also known as loan sharking. I get it. Chen Xiao nodded. So Knife Boy called a little brother in and asked Chen Xiao to write a note. The amount of the note is $130 million. Knife then ordered $100 million from his own chips directly to Chen Xiao. It turned out that Chen Xiao's $100 million was exactly what he had lost to him earlier. But just because the note was for $130 million didn't mean that Chen Xiao had to pay back that much. If he pays back the money immediately after the gambling game is over later, then he only needs to pay back $100 million plus a little bit of interest. It's usually 2%, or $2 million interest. But if he can't pay it back after it's over, then it's still $110 million in 1 month, $120 million in 2 months, and $130 million in 3 months. More than 3 months, Knife Boy will send someone to collect his debt, and gambling debts in Aussie Town are protected by law, so you can't even think about reneging. Chapter 86, The Xing Sensual Dealer Deals Online. In less than 2 hours, the bet was over, or more accurately, a little over an hour. 2 gambling masters under Boss Loud. One lost 200 million and one lost 300 million. That's 500 million in total. But Chen Xiao is even worse. In addition to the 100 million he lost at the beginning, he still owes Knife Boy a whole 500 million. Of course, the note is for $650 million. Are the three of you going to continue? Yifan asked with a smile on his face. Having won a whole $600 million, he was in quite a good mood at this time. But when he heard him ask this, no one answered him. Those 2 gambling experts looked at each other, both seeing a deep helplessness in each other's eyes. They'd like to continue, but they don't have the money. The key lost $500 million. With Boss Loud's temper, will he let them go? As for Chen Xiao, not to mention the $500 million he owes, he still doesn't know how to pay it back. But he wasn't afraid is all. He just didn't believe that this Knife Boy really dared to go to their Chen family to ask for money. At best, he'll lose some face when the word gets out. But at this point in time, how could he care about face? So seeing that they didn't say anything, Yifan couldn't help but smile gently before standing up. In that case, let's call it a day. And please ask this pretty lady to change my chips for me. Saying that, Yifan flexed his fingers and a chip worth $1 million flew out. Then it was impartial and landed right in the groove exposed by that beautiful dealer. The Xing Sensation Dutchman deal online. And they really live up to their name. Thank you, Mr. Yi, but due to the large amount of your chips, you may need to wait a few more days. The beautiful lotter didn't bother with the chip in front of Xiong and smiled. At the same time, he didn't feel angry at Yifan's molestation. Just the moment Yifan popped out the chips, both her and the gambling expert from the casino not far away all couldn't help but light up, because Yifan's hand had proved that he did know how to gamble, or else he definitely wouldn't be so accurate. Those 2 gambling experts under Boss Loud also immediately revealed a bitter expression once again. I can't imagine they've really looked the other way this time. Then Yifan took another 10 million chips from the pile and handed it to Guan Tongtong beside him. So much so that Guan Tongtong immediately surprised him by giving him a hard kiss on the face. And the little bit of aggression that she had just felt because Yifan had molested the Lotus officer had completely disappeared. However, this scene, in the eyes of that little starlet beside Chen Xiao, could be completely different. The eyes that looked at Guan Tongtong were also filled with envy once again. Unfortunately, she knew that Yifan couldn't look at her. Otherwise she would have dumped Chen Xiao long ago and went up to hook up with Yifan. After the gambling game ended, Yifan took Guan Tongtong shopping again. Usually the entrance to the casino is some kind of restaurant or snack bar that allows gamblers to eat their fill before entering the casino. The exit is a variety of luxury stores and jewelry stores, especially the top casinos in Aussie cities like the Venetian, where basically all the top luxury brands in the world can be seen. As for the nearly $700 million in chips, Yifan wasn't worried. He believed that with the reputation of the River family, he wouldn't fail to pay. And don't dare not pay. Meanwhile, the king of river gamblers over there also quickly learned about this. Within 3 days, get the ringers to transfer the money, the river gambler king ordered after listening to his men's report, and then hung up the phone. It turned out that the 600 million in chips that Yifan had won, in addition to Qin Xiao's 100 million, the remaining 500 million were all borrowed from the casino by the Ringing family. Because the Ringers own a VIP lounge in the casino and need to pay $50 million in rent to the casino every year, The casino also gave the ringers a $500 million line of credit. But credits are credits. You still have to pay when you lose, and the casino isn't likely to help the ringer give that money. Then very quickly, the people from the casino relayed the River Gambling King's order to Boss Rattle. Snap! The ringing boss, who put down his cell phone, directly pinched a teacup in his hand and crushed it, and blood immediately flowed down his fingers. But more than the pain in his hands, his heart ached. It was a whole $500 million. How could he not be heartbroken? The key to this money is that he simply can't get it. Boss, why don't we? One of the minions beside him suddenly reached out and gestured at his neck. Boss Rattle's heart fluttered. It wasn't like he hadn't thought of this method, but immediately afterward, he shook his head. After all, times are different nowadays, not to mention that this is not a harbor city. He wouldn't dare mess around in the River Gambling King's territory. Even though he thought he wasn't a small fry, he was still far from a real big shot like River Gambling King. Besides, Yi Fan's identity wasn't simple, but it couldn't really do anything to Yi Fan. But it was still possible to scare him. You go ahead with this, but no one gets hurt. Boss Rattle thought about it and finally decided to take the plunge. Although he knew the consequences of this could be severe, there was no way around it. And if he couldn't get the money, the consequences would only get worse, because what he owed now was not Yi Fan's money, but the River Gambling King's money. For the sake of the casino's credibility, the king of river gamblers would never let him go either. So compared to the River Gambling King, of course it was still easier for Yi Fan to solve. Chapter 87, The Boss Who Rushed to His Death. That night, Yi Fan finally ate Guan Tongtong completely. After all, he was still very satisfied with Guan Tongtong's performance over the past few days. And after taking the first blood, Guan Tongtong's attributes appeared in the system. Name: Guan Tongtong. Age: 20. Face value: 85. Charisma: 88. Strength: 60. Physical fitness: 70. Agility: 70. Intelligence: 65. Favorability: 95. Skills: singing skills, level 2. Acting skills, level 2. With a face value of 85, it really wasn't high, at least among all of Yi Fan's women. It was just a little higher than Zhongli, who was his lover. However, she was better at being young, and with her star status added on, she still made Yi Fan that much more interested. In addition, I have to say that Guan Tongtong's body is really good. Tall, 2A long, if not less flavor. The charm is definitely not in the big honey below, but even so, her charisma reached 88 points, even higher than Su Shirshir's at the time. Of course, this was also related to Yi Fan's diligent teaching over the past 2 days. She should know that Yi Fan had taught her a lot of new knowledge in the past 2 days. Too bad it's just missing a Cheongsam. Then intelligence: 65. Okay, maybe this chick has a normal IQ, but definitely not a high EQ. On the contrary, the 95 favorability makes Yi Fan a bit surprised. It seems that this chick is determined to hold this big 2A of his, but Yi Fan doesn't care. Anyway, his big 2A is thick enough. It's okay to hold more people. Finally, acting and singing. Looks like Big Sweet is at that level. Yi Fan didn't raise Guan Tongtong's attribute. Anyway, this attribute is already enough for her. The next day, after recovering from a long day in the hotel room, Guan Tongtong suddenly suggested that she wanted to see the night view of Ao Chang. Yi Fan, of course, had no problem with it, so he took her along for a stroll through the streets of Ao City. But there really wasn't much to see in AOC. Even the pedestrians on the road were few and far between. But Guan Tongtong was happy and looked exactly the same as a young girl in hot love. Kid, stop. Suddenly, only 2 burly men stopped Yi Fan. Then 3 more big men followed behind. And one of the big men even pressed an iron lump against Yi Fan's waist. Surprisingly, it was a gun. Kid, if you know what's good for you, keep quiet and follow us obediently. The pugilistic man continued. Meanwhile, looking at the scene in front of her, Guan Tongtong had been completely stunned, especially when he saw the gun behind Yi Fan. He was trembling with fear. On the contrary, for the sake of Yi Fan's safety, she didn't dare to call out. Did Boss Rattle send you guys? Yi Fan was also stunned, but of course he had already found out about these people. It was just that he didn't think that the loud boss would actually dare to lay hands on him. You don't have to care about that, but don't worry, as long as you behave yourself, we won't do anything to you, the pugnacious man said again, and immediately after that, he saw a black van drive over from a distance. And then the 3 big men behind him were ready to escort Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong into the car. However, at this time, Yi Fan suddenly moved. In an instant, everyone only felt a blur before their eyes, and then before they could reflect on it, they had completely lost consciousness. There wasn't even time for a scream, including the driver who was driving the car. What happened to them? Looking at the group of pugilists lying on the ground, for a moment Guan Tongtong was still a little confused. How is it that the last moment this group of people were fierce and vicious, and in the blink of an eye they were lying on the ground? It's nothing, They're just asleep, Yifan said with a relaxed smile on his face, as if this group of people had really fallen asleep all of a sudden. But that's true, except that it's going to be a little harder for this group to wake up again. I'm afraid. However, Yifan didn't kill them. After all, he didn't want to see blood, much less dirty their hands with this crowd. He's just severed the connection between the nerves in these people's brains and their bodies. In other words, from then on they could think, but it was impossible for them to move at all, except for their body's instinctive reactions, also known as the living dead. Of course, if there's no one to take care of them, they'll still starve to death. But this would not be something that Yifan needed to be concerned about. To have a headache was also to ring the boss to have a headache, if he could still have a headache. Originally, I didn't intend to clean you up this time, but as a result, you had to rush up and send yourself to your death. So I have no choice but to fulfill you reluctantly. Yifan snorted coldly in his heart. This time he came to Ao City. Naturally he came for that Chen Xiao. After all, the Chen family's power in the country is not small, and Yifan does not want to turn against the country. So if he wants to deal with Chen Xiao, he naturally needs to have a legitimate excuse. Even though he could take out Chen Xiao without saying a word, he certainly wouldn't do that, because it wasn't just this Chen Xiao who had truly offended him. There was also the Chen family behind him. Without the Chen family, it would be impossible for a mere Chen Xiao to possess such a large amount of energy. As for the Ringing family, to be honest, they hadn't really offended Yifan. Last time, when Rattling 2 disliked Yifan on the V-blog that incident, Yifan had kind of taught them a lesson. For this reason, he also dedicated most of the day to getting that Nez's demon child descends. But who let them be in league with Chen Xiao? And Yifan also see them not good eye, so by hand a piece of clean up. But if the ringers were willing to pay up obediently this time, he wouldn't bother with them again. He just didn't expect that loud boss to have the guts to let his men come and clean him up, or even to point a gun at him. That's just asking for death. Oh, then let's hurry back. Guan Tongtong also reacted at this time, but of course she didn't believe that these people would fall asleep for no reason. But she didn't ask much at all. At this point she just wanted to hurry back to the hotel. It would even be nice to be able to just leave Aussie Town. But of course Yifan wouldn't leave. After all, since Boss Loud had dared to do so, it would be more or less unjustifiable if he didn't return a little something, right? And the money he won yesterday, he hasn't gotten it yet, either. And don't forget, this is Aussie Town, so none of that is the point. The point is that he's being held at gunpoint on the streets of Aussie Town or because he won money at a casino. So shouldn't that river gambling king show the same? Or is he not going to continue to be the king of gamblers? Star. Chapter 88 King Gambler's Favorite Daughter. On the second day, 6 pugnacious men whose lives and deaths were unknown were found on the side of the road, and instantly became the most sensational news in the whole Australian city. After all, the security in Aussie Town has always been very good, not to mention that 3 of them had guns on them. However, Yifan didn't care. There was no surveillance around the place of yesterday's incident, which was obviously carefully chosen by those few people. Besides, he wasn't afraid even if he was found out. He dared to kidnap him and deserved to be killed. But unexpectedly, the matter was quickly squashed. Then at noon, Yifan received an invitation from that river gambling king. We're really going to meet the king of river gamblers. Guan Tongtong looked shocked. After all, that was the king of river gamblers, an existence on the same level as Superman Lee of Hong Kong City. Compared to these real big brothers, Ringing the old man is not even a younger brother, at most a grandson's generation. At this time, Guan Tongtong already knew that those people yesterday were sent by Boss Loud. But Boss Loud was also vigilant enough to run back to Hong Kong City at the first time after realizing that his men were lost. It's just a river gambling king. I'm giving him face by going to see him. Yifan skimmed his mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that the river gambling king had to give him an account of what happened yesterday, he wouldn't have bothered to meet a bad old man. But Guan Tongtong obviously didn't believe it, because in her consciousness, the likes of the river gambling king was already considered to be the topmost of bigwigs. The only big shots bigger than the river gambler king are probably those who are true elders. But Yifan was too lazy to explain to her is all. Not to mention that this was never a world she was qualified to touch in the first place. Immediately after that, Yifan and Guan Tongtong were brought to the river family's villa. But Yifan had been waiting in the living room for quite a while, but he didn't see that river gambling king come out. This is getting ready to hang me out to dry, isn't it? Yifan felt a bit amused at once. Obviously this was river gambling king treating him like those second generation guys. In that case, he would just wait. And anyway, this account would be settled with him together at that time. But then, suddenly a little beauty appeared in the living room. Handsome, I heard you won $500 million from Boss Rattle the day before yesterday? As soon as the little beauty appeared, she immediately looked at Yifan with a curious face. Yeah, it's a shame the money hasn't gotten there by now. Yifan's eyes lit up and at the same time, he spread his hands and said with a series of helplessness, only to see that the young girl in front of her was about 18, 9 years old and looked more energetic than Guan Tongtong. The looks are also extremely beautiful, at least 90 points or more, and her body is not lost Guan Tongtong, even to a longer, to be more thin, Xiong. Well, there shouldn't be much difference between the two at this point. All in all, compared to this teenage girl, Guan Tongtong is behind on all fronts, so much so that as soon as this young girl appeared, especially after realizing that Yifan still seemed to be very interested in this young girl, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but feel a strong sense of crisis rise in her heart once again. The eyes that looked at the young girl were also wary, but this time she had misunderstood Yifan. Yifan was indeed interested in the young girl in front of him, but not just because she was pretty, even more so because of the identity of this young girl. At this moment, this young girl was able to appear here so graciously, as if this was originally her home, so her identity was already calling out. It was that River Gambling King's most favored and youngest daughter, River Lin Lin. It is even said that the king of river gamblers favors this youngest daughter above all other children, so if we can pick her up, I'm guessing that River Gambling King's face will be pretty awesome. Don't worry about that, since you won the money at our River family's casino, you certainly won't be shortchanged. River Lin Lin frowned, clearly hearing Yifan's dissatisfaction with the River family, but at the same time, she had to admit that the man in front of her was just too handsome, even more handsome than any celebrity she'd ever seen. Then she glanced at Guan Tongtong beside Yifan and instantly revealed a smug look. So what if she's a star? She's not even close to her. At the same time, Guan Tongtong immediately understood what she was thinking. After all, when it came to comparison, women had always been very sensitive, so she couldn't help but glare at River Lin again. That's good. Yifan nodded casually, then leaned towards the sofa and with another reach, wrapped Guan Tongtong beside him in his arms. I wonder what Ms. River wanted to see me about? Yifan then asked. Humph, a dude indeed. Seeing Yifan in this state, a kind of dissatisfaction immediately rose in He Lin's heart. You know, this is the River House. In the past, those who came to visit the River family, which one was not careful and trembling? As a result, Yifan was good. Not only could he not see any nervousness at all, but he was also openly cuddling with his woman. This was simply not putting their River family in their eyes at all. So much so that the little bit of good feelings towards Yifan that had just popped up in her heart had disappeared for the most part all of a sudden. Still, she had to admit that this man was really too handsome. I don't know how it grows either. I heard from senior brother Zhou yesterday that your gambling skills are very good, so I want to bet with you. As the youngest daughter of River Gambling King, River Lin Lin had been very fond of gambling since she was a child, and had even once studied under a very powerful gambling expert. As for the senior brother Zhou she was talking about, he was the gambling expert of the casino that oversaw the gambling game the day before yesterday. Since Miss River has opened her mouth, then of course I wouldn't dare to disobey, but since you know so much about me, then you should also know my rules, so if the stakes are too small, I'm not much interested. Yifan didn't refuse either, not to mention that he had no reason to refuse either, didn't he? After all, he was in possession of a level 10 gambling skill, and he just didn't believe that there was anyone else in this world who could gamble higher than him, even the legendary god of gamblers. Then I wonder what kind of bet would interest you, handsome? But first things first, I don't have $100 million, He Lin said with a delicate smile on her face, and even threw a wink at Yifan. That look was probably something that any normal man would not be able to help but be moved. On the contrary, Yifan was still a man who couldn't be more normal. Then he was seen smiling slightly, talking about money in front of a great beauty like Ms. River. How vulgar would that be? How about this? If you win, I'll stay with you for a night. If I win, you'll stay with me for a night. What does Ms. River think? At the same time, along with these words from Yifan immediately felt that in one of the rooms on the second floor of the villa, there were two old guys whose breathing instantly became a few points sharper, obviously pissed off at him. Chapter 89, Yifan's gambling skills. River Lin gasped for a moment. She didn't expect Yifan to be so bold as to dare to molest her, the favorite daughter of the River Gambling King. In the River House, the key is still in the context of holding another woman. At the same time, the two old guys in the house on the second floor of the villa had very ugly faces. One of the old guys even almost couldn't help but go out and teach Yifan a lesson, but it was stopped by another old guy. What? Miss River doesn't find this bet satisfactory? That's fine. You can also change the bet. Yifan laughed. He originally wanted to flirt with He Lin, and didn't expect He Lin to really agree to this kind of bet. Unless she's a nymphomaniac almost. Since you're so interested in me, so what if I lose and accompany you for one night? But if I win, then the $500 million you won from ringing the boss will all belong to me. River Lin thought about it and said very seriously. It turned out that yesterday she knew from her own old man that although Boss Rattle had lost $500 million, He simply couldn't come up with that much money. Then for the sake of the River family's reputation, the money would need to be advanced by the River family first. So that's how she tried to avoid the loss of the River family. Of course, the most important thing was still that she didn't think she was going to lose. She just didn't think about it. With the status of the king of river gamblers, even if Boss Loud really couldn't get $500 million, would he still dare to renege on his debt? If he dared to renege on his debt, it was estimated that he would end up paying more than $500 million. As for her thinking she can't lose, well, that's just what she thought. Okay, I'll take this bet. I wonder how Ms. River is going to bet? The beautiful woman who sent herself to the door and was of interest to him. Of course Yifan had no reason to refuse. Then let's bet on the draw. A deck of cards. Whoever draws the biggest card wins, River Linlin said, and without waiting for Yifan to refuse, she had already taken out a brand new deck of playing cards, then unwrapped them and began to skillfully shuffle them. And while shuffling the cards he didn't move a single ace off spades, quietly hiding it in his sleeve. However, at first she thought that Yifan would definitely stare at her, but it turned out that Yifan didn't even look at her shuffling the cards. Instead, he turned his head and flirted Ching with Guan Tongtong as if no one else was there. Humph, really a shameless person. Let's see how you lose later. He Linlin let out a cold snort of great dissatisfaction in her heart, and she didn't know if it was because of Yifan's belittling or because of the smug look that Guan Tongtong showed her. Immediately afterward, she placed the shuffled cards on the table, and then with a quick swipe of her hand, they were laid out in neat rows. Since I shuffled the cards, you draw first. In order to show fairness, he Linlin let Yifan draw first. However, Yifan did not draw one himself. Instead he asked Guan Tongtong to draw one for him. I smoke. Guan Tongtong was stunned. After all, this was a bet with stakes as high as $500 million. Yeah, but if you lose, you'll have to sell to me later, Yifan threatened. It had to be said that Guan Tongtong's performance was still very good these days, and could even be said to be the most obedient of all his women. Then I won't smoke it. I sold it to you a long time ago anyway. Guan Tongtong immediately curried favor. However, what she said was also sincere. After seeing Yifan's real trenchant chi, at this time, even if Yifan drove her away, she wouldn't go ah. Not to mention Yifan was so handsome. She was already fond of handsome men, or else she wouldn't have looked at that road maiden in her last life. It was important to realize that Lady Lu was a full 7 years older than her, and they were together when the popularity of the road maiden was already going downhill. Even until Niang Lu dropped out of the top tier of stars altogether after Fortress of Mordor, no signs of a breakup were exposed between them. Of course, it's definitely going to break up eventually. It's just a matter of sooner rather than later. Don't worry about smoking. You won't lose. Yifan smiled. Oh, Guan Tongtong answered. But to be honest, she herself didn't know if she wanted Yifan to win. After all, if you lose, you'll lose $500 million. But if she wins, won't she have another competitor? Even Guan Tongtong seriously suspected that this big miss of the Yi family must have her eyes on her man, which was why she had proposed such a bet. Still, she obeyed and drew one from the pile. My turn. With that, River Linlin reached out and drew a card just as quickly, then carefully picked it up and glanced at it, followed immediately by a look of surprise. Yay! Ace of Spades. I won! River Linlin slapped an ace of spades on the table and shouted with excitement. You're not cheating, are you? Yifan asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. How could it be? Am I, River Linlin, that kind of person? You can't be losing and not wanting to admit it. River Lin denied without blushing. She would never admit it anyway as long as she wasn't caught red-handed. Even when she drew a card just now, she made a show of it and didn't really draw a card. So even if Yifan counted the cards left in the pile at this point, it was useless. I'm just asking, what are you so nervous about? And besides, who told you that you win when you draw the ace of spades? Yifan suddenly revealed a light smile. The ace of spades is already the biggest card, and drawing the ace of spades certainly wins. Riverlin had a matter-of-fact look on her face. Indeed, in this kind of betting where you draw a card to compare the size, the biggest card is the ace of spades, and whoever draws it wins straight away. But the next moment, when Yifan asked Guan Tongtong to reveal the cards in his hand, He Linlin was instantly dumbfounded. It is true that the ace of spades is the biggest card, but it does not mean that there are no cards bigger than the ace of spades. For example, the king of size. Seeing what Guan Tongtong was holding in her hand at this moment, it was none other than a big king. Impossible. I clearly took out both of my trump cards just now. River Lin immediately exclaimed. Since the two trump cards were usually rarely used except in landlord fights, she habitually took the two trump cards from inside the other playing cards and left them in the box containing the playing cards. Immediately after that, she picked up the box that contained the playing cards before, and saw that there was no such thing as a big or small king inside. Then I turned over all the remaining playing cards in the pile. and saw that the small king was really in there at that moment. In other words, before Yifan had used some method unknown to her, and still without her noticing it at all, he had mixed the 2 trump cards into the pile as well. No, I should have mixed up the little king, but the big king was in his hands the whole time. He then not only replaced the card in Guan Tongtong's hand with a king, but also put the card Guan Tongtong had drawn into the pile again. Thinking about this, River Linlin was instantly and completely confused. Because of this, Yifan needed to steal the cards first, then release them, then change them, and finally release them again. The whole process can be very complicated, and it had all happened on her watch and in such a short period of time. But she didn't notice a thing. Even if she knew now, she could not imagine at all how Yifan actually did it. In other words, Yifan's gambling skills were actually high to a realm that she could not imagine at all. Chapter 90, The King of Gamblers and the God of Gamblers. Do you see it? One of the old guys asked another old guy in the second floor room of the villa, but the other old guy didn't say anything, just shook his head slowly. Although what he had just watched was only the surveillance footage, with his eyesight, he couldn't see how Yifan had cheated at all. This was evident of how brilliant Yifan's gambling skills were. His gambling skills shouldn't be below mine, the old guy said with a stony face, and so the old fellow who had asked the question at the beginning was immediately startled, for this was the first time in all these years that he had heard such words from the mouth of this old companion. It's important to realize that this old partner of his is not a simple man. Even the fact that he was able to become the king of gamblers today, at least half of the credit goes to him. His old partner, not bad, he was that river gambling king of Australia City. As for this old partner beside him, no one might know his name, but when it came to his nickname, it was absolutely unknown to anyone. It is because he is the legendary god of gambling, the god of gambling. In that case, let's go meet this kid, River Gambler said. After all, if they didn't get out, it was expected that his favorite little daughter would be abducted. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor, Yifan was looking at He Linlin with a light smile on his face. I wonder if Ms. River has any more questions? Yifan asked with a smile. Willing to bet? I have no doubts, River Linlin said with a depressed look on her face, but immediately afterward, she suddenly spread a smile. But although I said I'd spend the night with you, I didn't say what time. Obviously, she's ready to play hard to get, although Yifan's gambling skills and high, and so handsome, can be called the most ideal boyfriend candidate in the heart of River Linlin. So even if something did happen with him, she didn't mind so much, but she was only 18, after all, and had never had a boyfriend before. Some words are naturally too embarrassing to say, not to mention that there was also a Guan Tongtong by Yifan's side at this time. But just when she thought that Yifan would be angry because of this, Yifan didn't care at all. That too doesn't matter, as long as Ms. River remembers that she owes me a night, Yifan still said with a smile. Of course he didn't care, it was just one River Linlin. It was too easy to get rid of. If that's not possible, doesn't he still have the bug skill of love at first sight? Although he didn't want to use this skill in general, but she herself had said she was willing to gamble, so don't blame Yifan for opening up. However, this matter was not urgent for the time being. After all, that river gambling king had not even shown up until now, but think it should be soon. Sure enough, the next moment he saw 2 old guys, surrounded by a group of people, walking down from upstairs. One of the old guys was none other than that river gambler. After all, this river gambling king's information could be searched on the internet, and Yifan had also seen his picture. As for the other old guy, Yifan didn't recognize him, but if he was not wrong, this old man who seemed to have the same status as the river gambling king should be the legendary god of gambling Gao Jin, or more accurately, the prototype of the movie God of Gamblers Gao Jin. Mr. Yi, river gambling king and high gambling god sat down on the main seat in the hall. Looking at Yifan, River Gambling King was the first to speak, and seeing the River Gambling King appear, Yifan hadn't stood up since the beginning. Even Guan Tongtong, who was in his arms, wanted to stand up to greet him, but he stopped her. River Gambler. Yifan met the River Gambling King's gaze, still smiling lightly. It's just that this scene inevitably looks a bit licentious in the eyes of others, but it had to be said that the quality of these men of River Gambling King was still very high, so there wasn't any ungrateful one who jumped out to provoke Yifan. Not bad. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like that. The river gambler suddenly smiled, only whether it was a compliment or meant something else, that was unknown. Mr. Yes, 700 million, I've already had someone transfer it to Mr. Yes' account. The river gambler continued. After all, he had called Yifan to come today because he had something to say, not to talk about family matters. So naturally, he didn't want to talk too much. Even if it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups had asked him to test Yifan, he might not have personally stepped in for such a small matter. However, hearing him say this, Yifan was not moved in the slightest, and didn't even show any indication. Nonsense. The $700 million was originally Yi-Fan's. Yi-Fan won money in the River family's casino. Now the River family gave him the money he won. Isn't that the right thing to do? And what the Rattling family did this time? I'll also make the Rattling family give Mr. Yi an explanation. The River gambler continued. Boss Loud dared to make a move on Yi-Fan in AUS City, and it definitely wouldn't do to not give an account of this matter. But this time Yi-Fan shook his head. It's not necessary. The River gambling king immediately frowned, somewhat not understanding what Yi-Fan meant. What do you mean you don't have to? Is he not going to pursue this matter further? Or is this a matter that doesn't need someone else's cha-cha and he can solve it on his own? The River Gambler King felt that given Yi-Fan's previous performance, the latter was definitely more likely. But the Rattle family, though not much, had been operating in the harbor city for decades and could be considered deeply rooted. Even if he, the king of river gamblers, wanted to deal with the Loud family in Hong Kong City, it would not be that easy. So he didn't know where Yi-Fan got so much confidence. As for that huge power that might exist behind Yi-Fan, he had also heard of it. It was just that he had been so focused on running AUS City all these years that he didn't really care much about the outside world. Naturally, it was not clear how powerful that power was. Immediately after things were said and done, it was time to send the guests off, even though Yi-Fan's reaction was a bit different from what he had imagined. However, Yi-Fan looked like he had no intention of leaving at all. I wonder what else Mr. Yi has to do? The River Gambler asked again. It's not anything too important. It's just that last night I was held at gunpoint on the streets of AUS City, and AUS City is River Gambling King's territory. So shouldn't River Gambling King give me an explanation as well? Yi-Fan still said with a light smile. Only as his words came out, all the faces of everyone in the room suddenly changed. Even the king of river gamblers and that god of gamblers were included. Getting River Gambler to give him a piece of his mind? This is an Aussie town. To make the River Gambling King give an account in the boundaries of AO City, it could be said that Yi-Fan was definitely the first person ever to do so. The first person to die. Chapter 91, $20 billion for nothing. Unbridled. A middle-aged man behind the high gambling god bellowed out. The very same gambling expert from that casino the day before. It was also the senior brother Zhou that River Linlin had mentioned earlier, also a disciple of the high god of gamblers. River Linlin is the close disciple of the god of gamblers. However, Yi-Fan didn't even look at him at all. It was just a passerby. Yi-Fan didn't bother. Then I wonder what Mr. Yi wants me to give you an account of? The River Gambling King said with a calm face. However, if it was someone who was familiar with him, such as the high gambling god, they knew that at this moment, the River Gambling King was afraid that he had really moved. I did want River Gambling King to give me an account, but seeing this Mr. Gao, I suddenly changed my attention. Yi-Fan suddenly smiled. It was true that he did come to the door today because he was prepared to ask the River Gambling King for an explanation, but after seeing the high gambling god, he changed his attention. At least this high god of gamblers was considered his idol in his last life. Wouldn't it be a pity not to cut a deal when he saw it now? Oh, could it be that Mr. Yi wants to bet with me? The high gambling god smiled similarly and was not surprised that Yi-Fan would recognize him. And to be honest, he had a very good impression of Yi-Fan. But this is normal. He is called the god of gambling, whether he wants to or not. The word gambling has been firmly tied to him. He naturally had an obligation to pass on the gambling way. Otherwise he wouldn't have taken on so many disciples. As for whether the bet itself was good or bad, that was not his concern. Does it mean that without him, the god of gamblers, the world will stop gambling? So seeing a young gambling expert like Yi-Fan, whose gambling skills might not even be below his, it was like seeing his own juniors. So of course he would have a few moments of appreciation. Not to mention the fact that what Yi-Fan won was Boss Loud's money, not his, so he was even more guilty of making things difficult for Yi-Fan over this point. If Mr. Gao is willing, then of course it would be best. Yi-Fan admitted. Then I wonder what the stakes are. The high god of gamblers continued to ask. Even if it's a bet, even if it's just a sparring match, there has to be a bet. That's the rule. And given their status, the stakes would certainly not be low. Let's bet on the casino I'm staying at right now. It's the only casino that's not bad after the past 2 days of shopping in Aussie town. Yi-Fan said directly. The implication is clear. He's got his eye on that Venetian casino. So the moment he said this, everyone in the room was immediately startled once again. Venetian casino? You know that's one of the biggest casinos in Aussie town. Not to mention the plot of land it occupies. It cost no less than $20 billion just to build this casino in the first place. The key to this casino can be said to be one of the most representative symbols of the River family. If this falls into the hands of others, then what face will the River family have? Good boy. Even looking at my River family's casino, then I wonder what you're prepared to bet with me. This time, without waiting for the others to speak. The River Gambler King laughed first, but anyone could see that this time the River Gambling King was truly angry. So much so that not only were those River Gambling King's men agitated one by one, but even the eyes of River Lin Lin on the side looking at Yifan were also very unfavorable. Even Guan Tong Tong, who was in Yifan's arms, was even starting to tremble a bit. If it wasn't for Yifan holding her, she probably wouldn't even dare to continue sitting. But at the same time, they also wanted to see what kind of stakes Yifan was prepared to take out to bet with the River Gambling King. But immediately after, they saw Yifan gently smile. How about taking the bet I just won over MS? Ho, a bet? What's the bet? Those River Gambling King's men were all dumbfounded. After all, they didn't know about what happened between Yifan and He Lin Lin before. But the River Gambling King and the High Gambling God knew it all in their hearts. Yifan was preparing to use the night that River Lin Lin owed him as a bet with them on a casino that was worth at least $20 billion. In other words, Yifan was simply wasting his money with empty gloves, because the bet, originally, was his to win. Not to mention that just now, River Lin Lin was ready to renege on her debt, and he didn't say anything. Besides, even if River Lin Lin didn't renege on her debt, at most, she would just stay with him for one night. It's worth more than $20 billion in one night, and you really think it's, cough cough cough. After all, one of them was River Lin Lin's dad and the other was a master, so there were some things they really weren't too comfortable saying, but the meaning is just that. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that at first Yifan had intended to force the Venetian casino. He was threatened with a gun on River Gambler's turf, and it wouldn't be too much for River Gambler to pay out a $20 billion casino to his family, would it? It was only after meeting the High God of Gamblers that he temporarily changed his mind, from asking for it by force to betting against it. So technically, River Gambler should still be thanking him. It was only in this way that the eyes of He Lin Lin looking at Yifan suddenly became even angrier. However, the River Gambling King was after all the River Gambling King, and when he heard this bet from Yifan, he first froze for a moment, but then smiled instead. The bet is fine, but how about we switch it up? The River Gambling King said with a smile, and his previous anger had completely disappeared. So much so that everyone in the room was once again confused as to what was going on. What way? Yifan was also stunned. The bet remains the same. If you win Mr. Yi, that Venetian casino you can just take it. But if Gao Shang loses, that casino will still be Mr. Yes, but at the same time, Mr. Yi must marry my daughter, Lin Lin, back home, the River Gambler said very seriously. So this time everyone was even more confused. At the same time the eyes that looked at Yifan were filled with envy. After all, according to this way of the River Gambling King, win or lose Yifan could get a luxurious casino worth more than $20 billion. What's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? Even if you lose, you will be able to become the son-in-law of the River Gambling King and marry the king's favorite youngest daughter. If it were up to them, they'd definitely lose on purpose. But even if they wanted to, they couldn't win is all. But that was for them. It was different for Yifan. This old man is trying to recruit me. After all, he was a supreme demon with an intelligence of up to 200. And Yifan understood the River Gambling King's meaning almost instantly. And at the same time, it was clear why he did what he did. Because the River family does need to have a master gambler like him in their corner. Especially now that the River Gambling King and the High Gambling God are both getting old. Otherwise, when the day they left, that would be the time when the River family would completely collapse. Chapter 92, I'll lose if it's a tie. The High Gambling God also immediately understood what the River Gambling King meant. This was because he was likewise very clear about everything that the River family was facing today. There is another reason why Macau City can become the second gambling city in the world and the #1 gambling city in Asia. Apart from having a huge mainland market, that's with his High Gambling God. When Ao Cheng first started to dabble in the gambling industry, it wasn't as if there weren't experts to pick the field, especially those gambling masters from the world's #1 gambling city, Las Vegas, although the casino could ban them from entering. For one thing, it was inevitable that there would be a leakage, and for another, if it stayed like this, it would be laughed at when the word got out. Not to mention the fact that there were some masters who would squarely challenge them at their doorsteps, a situation that they simply couldn't refuse either. After all, one can't help it. But in the end, the vast majority of these gambling masters were dispatched by his disciples. A few of the more powerful ones, such as some gambling kings and whatnot, were also taken care of by him personally. So even if they are reluctant, eventually Las Vegas will have to recognize the existence of Aussie City and then get a share of at least a few tens of billions in profits every year. What? You say it's too much? Oh, and keep in mind that back in the day, those small countries in Southeast Asia banded together to form a casino alliance that included almost all of the large casinos in those countries, and the price they offered to get him, the god of gambling, To sit on the floor was 30% of all casino proceeds. This incident was also made into a movie by that fatty Wang from Hong Kong City, but in the end he refused and chose to stay in Auschwitz. However, the river gambling king didn't treat him poorly at all, and nowadays all the river family's casinos, he also owns 30% of the shares as well. In other words, if he and the river gambler left one day, then it was guaranteed that someone would come to his door the next day to challenge him. These people could be Las Vegas gambling experts, but more likely, it will be from some of the neighboring countries. By that time, if there was not a great gambling expert sitting in their place, once they lost, the status of a US city as the second gambling city in the world would surely be lost as well. So when the river gambling king learned that Yifan's gambling skills might not be below those of the high gambling god, recruiting Yifan became inevitable. Not to mention that Yifan was still so young. Once Yifan was really able to be recruited by their river family, or even directly become his river gambling king's son-in-law, then even if he left one day, the river family would still be able to stand. It's not even out of the realm of possibility that it will prosper for a few more decades, because at that time, no matter who the country sent to take over AO City, Yifan's help would definitely be indispensable. Meanwhile, Yifan will become the next god of gamblers. River Linlin looked at her dad with an unbelievable face. Although River Gambler's age was definitely enough to be her grandfather, her was indeed River Gambler's own daughter, so she couldn't figure out how her own dad turned around and sold her out. Was this the same dad who usually loved her so much? However, the River Gambling King had absolute authority in the River family, and there was no one who dared to oppose what he said. Besides, Yifan was so handsome, so good at gambling, and so good at making girls happy. It seems nice to have a husband like this. As for the fact that he had other women, River Gambling King himself owned several aunts, so River Linlin, who had grown up in such an environment, didn't care that much about such things. Thinking like this, the impression of Yifan in He Linlin's heart immediately made another 180-degree turn, or more accurately, she hadn't really disliked Yifan in the first place. At most, she was just playing some small temper. Since the River Gambling King is so polite, then I'll be respectful. Someone giving himself money for nothing. Of course Yifan wouldn't refuse, but trying to recruit him, well, forget it. The River family isn't qualified for that yet either, even if the River Gambling King gave him the entire River family. So this is a bet he still has to win. Gao Gambling God is the senior, so let Gao Gambling God come first. Yifan continued, meaning to let the High Gambling God decide how to bet. Then I'll be polite. Let's bet on the dice. Since he understood the River Gambling King's meaning, the High Gambling God also knew that this bet had to be won. Not to mention that the River Family Casino he also owns 30% of the shares. He and the River family can be said to be both glory and loss. The River Gambling King can be successful in recruiting Yifan. On their high family is also very significant. Immediately after that, River Forest senior brother Joe brought over a dice cup as well as some dice. 9 dice. Let's guess the number of points. I'll shake first, you guess, then you shake. I guess. Whoever guesses the closer number of points, whoever wins. If it's a tie, then we'll change the betting method again. The High God of Gamblers added. It means that he shakes the dice first and Yifan guesses the number of points. Then he switches to Yifan to shake it and he guesses. This way whoever guesses the more accurate number of points wins. But if it's a draw, then they keep betting another way. In any case, there must be a winner and a loser. But after hearing him say this, Yifan shook his head. If it's a tie it's my loss, Yifan said with a casual expression. So in an instant, everyone present immediately became angry once again. Even the High God of Gamblers was no exception this time, and couldn't help but frown, because those words were exactly what he had said to that Sakura Nation gambling king back then. And this same plot was featured in God of Gamblers. Almost everyone here has seen the movie God of Gamblers and naturally knows the stunt. And the reason why the God of Gamblers said that in the movie was because he didn't give that Sakura Nation gambling king a second thought. In other words, at this time, Yifan similarly did not place the High Gambling God in his eyes, but the God of Gambling was the God of Gambling after all. And in just an instant, his face regained its calm. In fact, when he had said that to that Sakura Nation gambling king, it was purely for the purpose of destroying the other party's state of mind. After all, at that time, his gambling skills were far from great. So in his thoughts, Yifan must have said this for the same purpose. Then he naturally couldn't let Yifan have his way. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Yifan said this simply because he liked the words. A draw counts as a loss for me. How nifty and pushy is this? When Yifan saw this in his last life, he simply had a tiger's body shake. As for destroying the High Gambler's state of mind, he had neither thought about it nor would he do that, because there's no need for that. Chapter 93, The Stupid God of Gamblers. The betting game soon began, only to see the High Gambling God holding a dice cup in his hand while looking at the 9 dice on the table in front of him with a grave expression on his face. In the next moment, With a wave of his hand, the 9 dice had disappeared onto the table. Then there was a crackling sound of shaking dice. However, when they heard this voice, both River Linlin and that senior brother of hers, Zhou, all frowned. They were all expert gamblers and were naturally very proficient in the art of listening to dice. But now, they couldn't hear what was going on in their master's dice cup at all. Yes, every time the 9 dice touch the dice cup, it's a corner, not a face, so naturally you can't hear the points. That senior Zhou immediately understood, and at the same time, he had even more respect for his master's gambling skills. However, this method has a drawback. That is, the moment the dice cup falls, the dice will eventually touch the table. At this time some powerful gambling experts, still able to hear the dice points, but the next moment, with a loud bang, the dice cup in the high gambler's hand landed heavily on the table, but no sound could be heard of any dice touching the table. In other words, the moment the dice cup fell, the 9 dice also touched the table together, in perfect timing. That's why the sound of the dice cups falling muffled the sound of the dice. Worthy of being the god of gambling, this hand of the Milky Way falling to the 9 heavens is truly exquisite. Yi Fan immediately couldn't help but marvel. Even if he was allowed to come, he could probably only do this much. In other words, the gambling skills of the high gambler in front of him were actually not below his. However, he had relied on the system to cheat in order to be able to have such gambling skills, whereas the other party had relied entirely on his own talent and hard practice. So even Yi Fan had to admire him. The name God of Gamblers is indeed well deserved. But even so, Yi Fan still heard the number of points in his dice cup, 9 points. That's 9 1 points, but it's not actually 9 o'clock again. This was because when the dice were shaken just now, the insides of those 9 dice had actually been shattered by the high gambling god. And it's the crushing kind. Only 6 sides are intact. So later on, all he had to do was to use a little bit of force when he uncovered the dice cup. Then all 6 sides of each dice would come off and become 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6, which was blackjack. 9 dice is a total of 189 points. But if Yi Fan guessed 189 points, then all he had to do was to be careful when he uncovered the dice cup and not let the dice shatter open. Then it would still be 9 points. In other words, no matter how Yi Fan guessed, the final error would be as much as 180 points. That way when Yi Fan shook it later, even if he guessed a random number of points, as long as the error did not exceed 180 points, he would win. I can't imagine that an ordinary gambling expert would be able to achieve this. This is something that even if you let an ordinary Huanjing martial artist come, he might not be able to do. Yi Fan couldn't help but marvel once again in his heart. Although the high god of gamblers was the god of gamblers, the way of gambling was ultimately only a small way, not even a middle way, let alone a great way. So in the eyes of some people, he's still just an average gambler, too. And what is the middle way and what is the great way? For example, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song, these belong to the middle way. For example, the way of ruling a country, the way of military tactics, the way of teaching and educating the world, these belong to the great way. In a word, the middle way is for the cultivation of the body, while the great way is for the sake of the world. Whether it's blowing awesome or not, that's the idea anyway. But there is one Tao that is very special. It focuses only on self-improvement, but is ranked among the great roads. This, the way of the martial arts. No way. Who let people fist bigot? Martial arts practice to the extreme. A person can enemy a country, regardless of what you avenue in the road, small road, through a fist knocked down. Just ask you afraid of not afraid. The martial arts are further divided into 6 realms: Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Huan Jin, Dan Jin, Gang Jin, and ultimately, the 6 realms of seeing God unbreakable, like the high gambling god, shattering the inside of the dice without damaging the outside in the slightest, a tactic that could only be possessed by a proper harmonized power realm. However, the high gambling god himself had only cultivated to the peak of Ming Jin at best, and also because of his age, he had suffered a serious loss of qi and blood, and nowadays it would be considered good if he could have the strength of a middle Ming Jin. On the contrary, he was able to perform the means of the Huanjing realm. This was perhaps the so-called different paths. It is said that in ancient times, there were readers who abandoned their pens and joined the military, and in a short period of time they could become masters of martial arts, and it is presumed to be for this reason. Unfortunately, even a true harmonized power was still a disciple within a disciple in front of Yi Fan, not to mention a pseudo-harmonized power like high gambling god. According to the division in the system, a level 10 martial arts skill was also equivalent to the realm of seeing God unbreakable. Coupled with Yi Fan's current physical attributes, it was estimated that even if Wang Wuxi regenerated, he wouldn't be a match for him. It was only that the martial arts in this world had long since fallen out of favor, and it would not even be an exaggeration to say that it had been lost. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan flicked his finger and then spoke. 189 points. So hearing that number, Everyone in the room was once again confused. There are 9 dice in total. Even if all of them are 6 points, it's only 54 points. How can there be 189 points? Those river gambling king's men couldn't help but murmur, looking at Yifan as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like, including River Lin and that master chow of hers as well. But immediately afterward, they remembered that even if Yifan lost, he wouldn't lose anything. Instead, it would be more cost-effective than winning. After all, River Lin was not only the river gambling king's most beloved youngest daughter, but also a super beauty herself, which who wouldn't want to marry So much so that they agreed that this was absolutely intentional on Yifan's part, especially River Lin, who showed a pouty expression. Keep in mind she just turned 18 this year. She also never wanted to marry so early in life, but it wouldn't be impossible if we got engaged first. Only none of them noticed that the high gambling god's face had changed a bit. Since Yifan had guessed the 189 point, it also meant that Yifan had discovered his intentions. However, he didn't care, because it wasn't that easy to shatter all 9 of those dice, and he still needed to use a special technique to do so. Therefore, he believed that Yifan would never have imagined that although these dice were shattered by him, they didn't really break apart. But the next moment, when he confidently unveiled the dice cup, he was immediately dumbfounded. And not only was he dumbfounded, everyone in the room was dumbfounded, only to see that in the dice cup, the original 9 dice had all disappeared, and instead turned into a pile of white powder, as well as a neat 54 pieces of dice. Also on each dice fragment is a point count of 9 1 points, 9 2 points, 9 3 points, 9 4 points, 9 5 points, and 9 6 points. It adds up to exactly 189 points. Star. Chapter 94, Special Functions. How? The high gambling god was filled with shock. It was important to realize that these dice wouldn't break open easily, and his special techniques had to be used to do so. And this technique was no longer a mere gambling technique, but rather, it incorporated some of the martial arts techniques he had once learned into the gambling technique. Of course, those martial arts techniques of his were literally not even skin deep. However, as the saying goes, one method leads to all methods, and his cultivation of the gambling path to the extreme would be equally beneficial to martial arts cultivation. Even if it wasn't for the fact that he was getting older, he might not be unable to achieve something in martial arts in the future, provided that he was able to obtain an authentic martial arts inheritance. Thinking of this, the high gambling god suddenly had a change of heart. Obviously, these dice could only have been shattered by Yifan, so there was only one possibility. It was likely that Yifan had similarly practiced martial arts, so much so that in an instant, the way he looked at Yifan was completely different. After all, compared to martial arts, the status of gambling is still far inferior. It's not even an exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference, even if he is the god of gamblers. Not to mention that Yifan was most likely still a martial arts expert. At least the 5th brother who had taught him martial arts training at the beginning couldn't do it from such a distance and quietly shatter the dice in his dice cup, even if the inside of these dice had been shattered by him long ago. Mr. Yi is so tactful. It's Mr. Ye's turn next. After all, he was the god of gambling. The high god of gambling quickly calmed down, then handed the dice cup in his hand to Yifan. But at this time, the feeling in his heart was very bad. It wasn't because of the loss. He was so old that personal fame and fortune had long since been put aside. Not to mention that he wasn't very attached to fame and fortune in the first place. It was just that even if he was able to guess Yifan's points next, he would at most tie with Yifan. At that time, even though Yifan's phrase, a draw counts as a loss for him, he had actually lost. Because there is only one god of gamblers and only one. He can't win them all. So he doesn't deserve to be called the god of gamblers. So the most correct thing for him to do at this point was to just admit defeat. Otherwise it would have gotten out and been absolutely laughed at. But after all, this was a major event that concerned the fate of both the River family and their Gao family. So he didn't dare to act recklessly. Even if his reputation was ruined, he could only continue to gamble with Yifan. Yifan smiled gently and took the dice cup from the high gambling god, took 9 more dice and casually put them into the dice cup. Then he was seen gently snapping the dice cup towards the table. Please. Yifan signaled high gambler that he could guess, but others were dumbfounded again. You don't even shake it? If they didn't know that Yifan was a great gambler, they probably would have thought that Yifan was joking. Only the high gambling god's face became grave all of a sudden, because when the dice cup fell just now, he clearly did not hear any sound of the dice touching the table. There was no sound, and the art of listening to the dice naturally could not be used. So how could he guess? I heard from 5th brother that true martial arts experts are not only very precise in their control of themselves, but also in their control of the outside world. And it's obvious that this Yifan is using martial arts techniques to control these dice. Gambling alone could never do the dice fall without a single sound. Even if that voice is small, it's still there after all, because it's a natural phenomenon that no one can change. Martial arts techniques, however, can keep sound from traveling by blocking the air. Of course, this was something the high gambler didn't know, but he just needed to know that he couldn't do it, so Yifan must have used other means. But just because he couldn't hear the dice didn't mean he couldn't really guess the points in the dice cup. In the next moment, he could only see that he suddenly closed his eyes while his whole body relaxed as if he was seriously feeling something. So seeing this scene, Yifan immediately smiled. If he hadn't been able to determine whether the high gambling god's gambling skills were truly not beneath him before, at this point then, he was already certain that the high gambling god's gambling skill had definitely reached level 10, just like him. Why? Because there is a very big difference between skill level 9 and level 10. Let's put it this way, a level 9 gambling skill can still only be called a skill, but once you get to level 10, it's all about the Tao. Gambling, it's just a lower 9th rate contraption, not even a sideline, but betting on the Tao, even if it's only a small one, is ultimately entering the Tao, and once you're in the way, there are some magical changes. For example, when Yifan won $600 million from Chun Xiao and Boss Loud before, was it really luck? Of course not. Rather, he cheated, only he didn't use any tricks, but just replaced the cards in his hand. Just like in the movie where you rub the cards and there's a card exchange. You can think of it as a special ability, so even the most advanced technological equipment can't detect it. And since changing cards required the consumption of mental energy, and on the contrary, Yifan's mental energy was so powerful that it was perverted, so changing cards was as simple as eating and drinking for him. In other words, at this moment, the high god of gamblers was exercising this supernormal ability. Although he couldn't hear the sound of the dice and didn't know anything about penetrating eyes, he was just able to know the number of points in the dice cup. It's a spiritual sensation, too esoteric to explain. Only of course, his mental power couldn't be compared to Yifan, the hangman. So the spell casting time was a bit long and the consumption was also very high. Just like that, almost 10 seconds later, the high gambling god opened his eyes again. 9 o'clock. At this moment, the mental state of the god of gamblers was obviously much worse than just now. But he finally saw the points in the dice cup clearly, and it was exactly the same as the 9 points that he had just seen. And since Yifan hadn't shaken the dice, it was naturally impossible to shatter these dice. But the next moment, as Yifan gently uncovered the dice cup, he was immediately dumbfounded once again. Just see that the dice in the dice cup are indeed all 1 points, but there are only 8 of them, not 9. There was one remaining grain, which had completely turned into a pile of powder. That is, not even 1 point. This made the number of points Yifan shook out 8. The high gambler naturally guessed wrong. Star. Chapter 95 King of River Gamblers is scared. I lost. The high gambling god laughed bitterly. At this moment, how could he not know that Yifan's martial arts cultivation was far higher than what he had imagined, and that he was able to directly shatter an intact dice through the dice cup? And it was done in the moment of unveiling the dice cup, so as to be able to fool his special ability. Understood. Yifan smiled and looked at the river gambling king again. Mr. Yi is indeed a good tactician. From now on the Venetian casino will belong to Mr. Yi, and Mr. Yi can have someone take over at any time. The river gambling king secretly sighed with great regret in his heart, but not for losing. It's just a casino. He can still afford to lose this amount of money. He regretted not being able to recruit Yifan. At the same time, the others present were all dumbfounded. The god of gamblers lost? You know this is the god of gamblers. Maybe the god of gamblers in the movie is good enough, but they know that the real god of gamblers is actually even better. River Lin, in particular, was dumbfounded. Master, his old man lost just like that? How is this possible? The key Yifan won. Doesn't that mean Yifan doesn't want to marry her at all? Even though she didn't really like Yifan anymore. It was only because she didn't dare to disobey the river gambling king's order. But this attitude of Yifan still hurt her. Then looking at Guan Tongtong beside Yifan, could it be that she, the daughter of the He family, was still no better than a small star? Not to mention she thinks she's much prettier than Guan Tongtong as well. No need. The casino will just go straight to Knife Boy. Yifan waved his hand very casually. However, upon hearing him say this, the river gambling king and the high gambling god immediately all froze. Immediately after that, the two men's faces changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Yifan, as if they had seen a ghost. There was also that senior brother Joe as well, because he had also heard about the origins of that Knife Boy from his own master's mouth. Knife Boy, the manager of the casino's VIP lounge before. But of course, a small VIP lounge manager couldn't possibly make the river gambling king and the high gambling god so afraid. But that horrible force behind Knife Boy is a different story. Dawn's Gate, a power that had only just risen in the last decade or so, yet it was hailed as the #1 power of overseas Chinese. No one knew just how powerful this force was, or how many people there were in this force, but everyone who knew about this power was very jealous of it, including the heads of those great nations. even M, has nothing to do with this power. And before the return of Australasia in '99, King River Gambler was actually considered an overseas person and made friends with many overseas Chinese bigwigs. For example, many of the patriarchs of the once one overseas Chinese gang, the Hung clan, were on very good terms with the king of river gamblers. So through Hong Men, the river gambler king more or less knew about Tang clan. In short, the Tang sect was not something that he, the king of river gamblers, could afford to mess with, or else even if he had the state to protect him, it would be as easy as a slap in the face for the Tang sect to kill him. And it definitely doesn't raise any suspicion. I can't believe Mr. Yi is from over there, River Gambler King said with a bitter smile on his face. He only knew before that Yi Fan's power in the country was not small, but he didn't realize that Yi Fan was a member of the Tang sect. Otherwise, he would never have thought of recruiting Yi Fan, not to mention the fact that Yi Fan was no ordinary minion at a glance, and might even be an important figure in the Tang sect, related to that legendary mysterious and unpredictable Tang sect master. If that was the case, then even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to recruit Yi Fan unless he's tired of living pretty much. Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything, but he was actually surprised himself. It was unthinkable that that power under him was so powerful that even a bigwig of the level of the River Gambling King was so afraid of it. However, thinking about the things that power usually did, it was not surprising that the River Gambler King had this reaction. What? You ask him what that power has done? In fact, there is nothing. It is usually selling oil and arms, or helping people to fight and rebel, and then occasionally take a little assassination and other small jobs. It only makes a few tens of billions of dollars a year, but when the market is good, the revenue can break into the hundreds of billions. But the money earned was fortunate money, and it was still far worse than the financial firms he had under his command. Yi Fan returned to the casino with a dumbfounded Guan Tong Tong, and everything was still the same as before. The only difference was that the entire casino now belonged to Yi Fan. The handover of the casino also went smoothly. The people were still the same anyway, except that the casino manager became Knife Boy. Knife Boy naturally knew Yi Fan as well, and everything he had done before was just acting in conjunction with Yi Fan. However, he didn't know Yi Fan's true identity and only knew that Yi Fan was a high-ranking member of the Tang sect, and it's the high kind. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan stayed in AO City for another 3 days before he was ready to leave. Yet it wasn't because he had any interest in Aussie Town or the casino. What about a $20 billion plus casino? Even if it can bring him more than $1 billion, or even a few billion, in profits every year, it's just a hair's breadth to him. It was only on the very night he left the river house that River Linlin took the initiative to come to the door. It just so happened that at that time he was just getting into the swing of things, but Guan Tong Tong was a bit overwhelmed, so it was only logical to let River Linlin honor that bet. That said, this is the first time he tried 3 people together. It does feel much more interesting than 2 people. It seems to advocate more in the future. Meanwhile, after taking River Linlin's first blood, her attributes naturally appeared in the system. Name, River Lin. Age, 18. Face value, 90. Charisma, 86. Strength, 75. Physical fitness, 75. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 80. Favorability, 70. Skill, gambling skill, level 6. Well, River Lin was sent here by River Gambler, not very willingly herself. In her thoughts, even if Yi Fan really wanted to pick her up, he would have to take the initiative. Where would she send herself to the door? So it's not unusual for good feelings to be low. This is because Yi Fan is handsome enough, or else he probably wouldn't even be 70. But this couldn't be blamed on the River Gambling King. After all, Yi Fan was being held at gunpoint on his turf, or because of his winnings, so he definitely had to give an account. Although he had already lost a casino to Yi Fan, it was a loss and could not be considered a delivery. Not to mention that accompanying Yi Fan for one night was originally a bet that Lin herself had lost to Yi Fan. As for why he was so eager to curry favor with Yi Fan, it was of course because he was afraid. It turned out that just less than an hour after Yi Fan left the river house, River Gambling King received a message from Hong Kong City. Boss Rattle hung up in his own house due to a heart attack. But Boss Rattle clearly didn't have a heart attack before. Chapter 96, the authorities have finally shown up. On the private airplane, Yi Fan leaned his back against the sofa made of some material and crossed his legs, then hugged Guan Tong Tong with his left hand and Li Xian with his right hand. That's nifty to live with. Although in his last life he was considered half successful, and had experienced a lot of all kinds of beautiful women, but compared to today, it was still far worse. Unfortunately, the flight time was less than 3 hours, plus he had eaten Guan Tong Tong and Lin consecutively in the past few days, so he wasn't in a hurry to eat Li Xian, but that's okay, there's plenty of opportunity later anyway. Immediately after the plane arrived at the capital airport, Yi Fan, in the eyes of the other 3 stewardesses who were extremely envious, hugged Li Xin for more than a minute before letting her go. Unfortunately, it's useless for them to envy, who made them not as beautiful as Li Xin. Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong then walked off the plane together. It was good that they took the special VIP channel, so they didn't worry about being seen, not to mention that there would be no paparazzi taking pictures. Otherwise there's no telling what kind of news will come out of this. However, at this time, Yi Fan had just walked to the exit of the passageway when he was suddenly stopped by a group of people. Mr. Yi, we have something we want to find out from you, and we hope you can cooperate. The lead guy showed his credentials. Some special department, the legendary department in question. So much so that when Guan Tongtong, who was on the side, saw it, she immediately shivered in fear. It was even more frightening than when she had met the River Gambler King before. But that's normal. It's a country. After all, even if Yi Fan was more powerful, could he still be more powerful than the state? But after spending these few days together, she had long been completely conquered by Yi Fan from top to bottom, inside and out. She didn't even mind if Yi Fan had other women, and don't dare mind. So even in the face of this group of cold-faced staff of the relevant part, she still didn't let go of Yi Fan's arm. No problem, but let her go back first. Seeing that the attitude of these few people was quite polite, Yi Fan did not refuse to go with them. Besides, he had known for a long time that the state would surely be looking for him. That's for sure, the leader said again. After all, they had already investigated Guan Tongtong before and knew that she was just an ordinary star that Yi Fan had picked up, and didn't know anything else about Yi Fan. But even so, he was still a little upset. This was because Yi Fan had told Guan Tongtong to go back, using a commanding tone rather than a request. Well, at least they're a legendary authority on the subject. Usually when those people see them, no matter how big an official or how rich a tycoon they are, which one of them is not careful and polite? There was even someone who fainted outright from fear, which would be like Yi Fan, who not only looked very calm, but also seemed to not put them in his eyes at all. When he came over, the leader had especially confided that his attitude must be good, and even more so, he could not let Yi Fan have any dissatisfaction, so even if he was upset, he could only keep it in his heart. Immediately after Yi Fan comforted Guan Tongtong for a few moments, he let her go home. After all, Guan Tongtong's previous performance still made him very satisfied. If Guan Tongtong really wanted to clear the air with him just now, then this would definitely be the end of their relationship. Almost an hour later, Yi Fan followed those few staff members to their headquarters. The attitude of those staff members along the way was also very polite. Then very quickly, Yi Fan met a leader and looked to have a pretty high status. Hello, Mr. Yi, my surname is Wang. You can call me Director Wang, or Old Wang. I hope you don't mind if I take the liberty of inviting you here today. Director Wang sat down facing Yi Fan and said with a smiling face, but to be honest, even though he had only really met Yi Fan for the first time today, he had already read the information about Yi Fan for who knows how many times before. A teenager who could say that everything was ordinary before the age of 20 had gotten involved with a superpower overnight. Even his appearance had changed drastically, as if he was a completely different person. This puzzled them greatly, but what Yi Fan did after that was nothing but picking up girls, not caring about anything else at all. Plus Yi Fan is an orphan, so much so that they quickly came to the conclusion that Yi Fan must be the offspring of some big shot among that power. It was precisely because of this that they had not been in contact with Yi Fan, choosing instead to continue observing in the shadows, because in their thoughts, even if they made contact, Yi Fan would definitely not know too much about that power. Instead, he might cause that power to resent him. But all of this was completely different from the time Yi Fan made a trip to Ao City. First, he won the Chen family dude and the ringing boss a whole $1,100 million. It wasn't a secret that Knife Boy was from the Tang sect, so naturally they knew that Knife Boy and Yi Fan were actually in cahoots. Then in a very short period of time, one could even say an instant, he personally took out those 6 henchmen of Boss Rattle. This was the conclusion they came to after investigating the scene. The other few of Boss Rattle's men, although they didn't really hang up, they couldn't wake up in this lifetime. And there was no difference between them and hanging up, even if it wasn't for the fact that they wanted to work out exactly what Yi Fan had done to those few people. With all the things those people had committed before, they would have been too lazy to care. In the end, he even won a casino worth over $20 billion from the River Gambling King. The key was still winning the high gambling god with his gambling skills. All of this was enough to prove that Yi Fan was not a simple dude, and might not even be the offspring of any big shot at all. Rather, his own position in the Tang clan was not low. As for the loud boss being taken out in his own home, instead it's not a big deal, regardless of whether Yi Fan was a dude or not, as long as he was a member of the Tang sect. If Boss Loud dared to lay his hands on him, he was looking for death himself. But after all, Hong Kong City also belongs to the territory of the country. Ringing the boss like this without saying a word to be killed, Tang sect must also give the country an answer. At the very least, This kind of thing should never happen again in the future. Or else I don't know how many people in the country will have trouble sleeping and eating. This was the most important thing they were looking for Yifan for today. Of course, it was important to figure out Yifan's true identity. Director Wang, if there's anything you want to ask directly, as long as it's something I know and can answer, I'll try to answer you, Yifan said with a casual smile. He had long ago thought that there was no harm in cooperating with the state. After all, an individual's ability is ultimately limited. Not to mention that he was, after all, a native of Z, even if he was a traveler. So it's only right to make a contribution to the country if you can. Besides, it's not like he wants to rule the world when all he wants to do is live happily ever after. But there were some things that could be said, and some things he certainly wouldn't, like the whole thing about him being a traveler and the existence of the system. So hearing him say this, although Director Wang wasn't very satisfied, he also knew that it was already very good for Yifan to have this attitude. Then immediately after that, I heard him ask, then I wonder if Mr. Yi, could you have met the Tang Sect's master, Yi Qingge? Chapter 97, Cooperation with the State. Yi Qingge, the Tang Sect master, came out of nowhere 10 years ago and single-handedly established the Tang Sect. However, apart from the true core of the Tang Sect, very few people had seen Yi Qingge in person, and very few even knew the name. So Director Wang coming up and asking Yifan if he had seen Yi Qingge was actually a test. If Yifan had really seen Yi Qingge, or just knew the name, then it was basically certain that Yifan's status in the Tang Sect was definitely not low. At the same time, Director Wang was carefully observing Yifan's expression. Sure enough, the next moment he saw Yifan's expression freeze. Ha, I can't believe you guys know about Haruka. Yifan was slightly stunned, knowing that over the years, M had lost at least hundreds of its top agents in order to investigate the Tang Sect, yet it still didn't even know Yi Qingge's name. After all, even among the Tang Sect, only the true core disciples had seen Yi Qingge, and all of these people could be considered loyal to the Tang Sect, basically impossible to betray. However, thinking that Yi Qingge had personally visited the Hongmen once, it was not surprising that the country would receive the news. But after hearing him say this time it was Director Wang's turn to freeze. Haruka? Yifan dared to address the Tang Sect master in this manner. It was important to know that before, in their thoughts, Yifan was most likely the disciple of the Tang Sect master, because it was said that the true core of the Tang Sect were all disciples personally taught by Yi Qingge, and Yi Qingge was best at martial arts. In turn, martial arts cultivation to a certain level possesses the effect of shedding the body. This also explained exactly why Yifan suddenly seemed like a different person. There was even a possibility that Yifan was actually Yi Qingge's real brother. Why else would all the other disciples be abroad working for the Tang Sect, and only Yifan be able to enjoy his life peacefully at home? Not to mention the fact that Yifan had nearly $100 billion in deposits in his bank card alone, and all of Tang Sect's resources in the country were at his disposal. But now it doesn't seem to be the case. Then I wonder what is the relationship between Mr. Yi and Sect Master Yi? Director Wang asked again, and at this point he was completely confused, because Yifan's age they knew, just 20 years old. That meant that when Yi Qingge established the Tang Sect, Yifan was only 10 years old, but at that time, Yi Qingge was at least in her early 20s. Therefore, Yifan could only be Yi Qingge's junior in any case, and naturally, he could not address Yi Qingge as Qingge. But immediately afterward, Director Wang thought of another possibility. Could it be that this Yifan is actually Yi Qingge's adopted gigolo? Then he looked at Yifan's face that was handsome to the extreme. Maybe it's still possible. However, this time Yifan did not answer him, because he didn't know how to answer that either. Was it possible to tell him directly that Yi Qingge was actually just his personal housekeeper? Yi Qingge established the Tang Sect, and it was only to better help him take care of those assets. After all, those assets of his were so huge that it was inevitable that someone would get their head around them if they didn't get a more violent organization. Not bad. Yi Qingge was the same housekeeper that Yifan had gotten from the system rewards, and it's still the first 1,000-day signing bonus. In other words, as early as when Yifan was 3 years old, Yi Qingge appeared. However, the Yi Qingge that had just appeared was still very weak, and it wasn't until later that the system rewarded her with more and more attribute points and skill points that she slowly became stronger. This was because all of her attributes and skills were the same as Yifan, her master, and she could also add her own points. Then 10 years ago, Yifan already had quite a lot of assets, so in order to protect them, she established the Tang Sect. The core disciples of the Tang Sect were also hand-trained by geniuses she had selected from orphans all over the world. For example, the knife boy from before, although he was not considered to be the core of the Tang Sect, he was still considered to be Yi Qingge's registered disciple, and what he had learned was the skill of gambling. That's a question I can't answer. Yifan shook his head. It's okay. Director Wang couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. but he couldn't do anything if Yi Fan didn't say anything. However, he wasn't completely unproductive. At least it was certain that Yi Fan's status in the Tang sect was indeed not low. It may even be very high. Then I wonder if the Tang sect is willing to cooperate with the country. Director Wang continued to ask. That was his most important task this time. After all, no matter what, most of the people in the Tang clan were Chinese and had never harmed the country's interests over the years, which naturally led to a basis for cooperation. Not to mention all those oils and minerals held in the hands of the Tang sect, which were also very much needed by the country. That's certainly no problem. This time Yi Fan had agreed very quickly, but since it was a cooperation, naturally both parties should be on equal footing, but we'll have to decide how to cooperate. Yi Fan said. What way? And can Mr. Yi make the call on this matter? Director Wang asked. This point Wang director, please rest assured. A little thing I can still make the decision. As for the cooperation mode, well, you need, as long as the Tang men can provide. But the first, the need for equal exchange. The second, the Tang men is not responsible for the transportation. That means the country wants those minerals and the oil. Tang sect can sell them. The country is not short of money anyway, but it's up to the country to figure out how to get it back into the country. But that was normal. If even the country couldn't do anything about it, then the Tang clan could do even less. The strongest of the Tang sect was actually Yi Chinga herself, and whoever offended the Tang sect, Yi Chinga could completely make him disappear without a trace. It was as if what Yi Fan was really relying on wasn't actually how much money he had or how much black technology he had in his hands. Rather, it was his own strength. Otherwise, even if the money is great, it's just a number. As strong as the black tech is, he has to be able to get it to work. For example, if he could get an 8th generation fighter now, it would definitely be enough to unify even the Earth. But is it possible? Definitely not possible, at least with the current level of technology on Earth. However, this is not a problem for Director Wang. After all, the strength of the country today is not vegetarian. So immediately after Yi Fan gave Director Wang a contact information of the Tang sect, or more accurately, Yi Chinga's contact information, he was sent out of the door of the headquarters of the department in question by Director Wang respectfully. After all, Yi Fan didn't want to be annoyed by these people from the relevant departments every day, so he simply left it directly to Yi Chinga to deal with. However, before leaving, Yi Fan handed Director Wang a USB flash drive. It's not like there's anything particularly important in there. It's just a manufacturing technology for a 6th generation fighter jet. I believe that with the country's capabilities today, it should be able to get it out in 3 to 5 years at the earliest. Chapter 98, Everyday Life. After leaving the department, Yi Fan came to the mansion of Century Mansion, which was the place that was rented to Su Shishir. After 3 whole months of closed training, now Su Shishir had finally come out of the gate. However, when Yi Fan arrived at Century House, he realized that Su Shishir wasn't the only one. Jiaoya will be my assistant from now on, Su Shishir said. She already couldn't wait to jump into Yi Fan's arms, then took the initiative to offer a hot one. Not seeing Yi Fan for 3 whole months was simply a heavenly torment for her. At this time, she was completely inseparable from Yi Fan. Okay. It was hard to appease Su Shishir's enthusiasm. Yi Fan estimated that if this continued, he would have to directly turn on the live broadcast. Then he looked at Zoya. Then I'll trouble you to take care of Shishir from now on. Jiaoya was Su Shishir's classmate and roommate. Her relationship was very good, and when Su Shishir did live broadcasting before, Jiaoya helped her a lot. It was only that although Jiaoya was also a beautiful woman with a face value of at least 80 points, she was still inferior to Su Shishir. Plus, she didn't have much of a background, so she knew very well that it would definitely be very difficult for her to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry in her condition. And even if you do get out someday, the price you pay will be very high. So when she thought about it, she might as well just work as an assistant for Su Shishir. After all, Su Shishir now had Yi Fan to hold her up, and becoming a big star in the future was almost 100%. You know that even Big Sweet is held up by Yi Fan. Holding up a Su Shishir is not a piece of cake. At that time, if Su Shishir casually lifted her up, wouldn't it be much better than her making her way in the entertainment industry alone? More importantly, being Su Shishir's assistant would also allow her to come into contact with Yi Fan often. Not to say that Yi Fan is rich and powerful, just based on Yi Fan's looks, she is willing to let her fall back on her awe. As for whether or not this would be a way to apologize to your best sister, this is nothing. It was because she knew that Yi Fan was not the only woman in Su Shishir, and it was still Su Shishir who had told her this, so much so that she had a vague and bold suspicion. Shishir is my good sister and now my boss, so she should be the one to take care of me from now on, Jiaoya said, and secretly surveyed Yi Fan. Then she saw that Yi Fan was also staring at her, and immediately her whole face reddened. I'm not the boss, he's the boss, so shouldn't you? As a maid, Show it? Su Shishir immediately snickered, but Zoya wasn't a vegetarian either. I'm not going to show it. If I want to show it, it's you who will show it. I as a maid won't be here as a light bulb. With that, Zoya headed straight for the front door. Su Shishir immediately wanted to stop, but Yifan didn't give her a chance at all. To be honest, after not seeing her for 3 months, Yifan also missed her a little. After all, Su Shishir was the first woman he came to this world with, not to mention that the memory of that previous Yifan had more or less influenced him, so naturally what followed was a lot of that. For the next few days, Yifan spent most of his time with Su Shishir, occasionally taking time to meet up with Guan Tongtong and Big Mimi. However, they are stars. It is not convenient to meet in a place with too many people, so the location had to be chosen in Yifan's villa. These Su Shishir also knew, but didn't say anything, clearly having acquiesced. So to reward her, Yifan silently raised her singing skill to level 6. This is basically equivalent to the top level of singing among professional singers, and further up, it's the King of Songs level. At the same time Yifan had plans for her future, which was to be a singer, and in order to make her a hit, Yifan not only let her participate in Mango Channel's singer program, but also personally wrote a few songs for her. Of course, these songs were all from Earth, and the lyricist was not Yifan's name. After leaving the capital, Yifan came back to the Magic City. The flight was only 2 hours long this time, so he still hadn't eaten Li Xin, but of course he had to take advantage of what he needed to take advantage of. Li Xin was also like Guan Tongtong before her, and was taken by him for the first time in her little zue, only this time it's in the bedroom, not the bathroom. Then after accompanying Mu Qingyan for a night, Yifan drove to the place where Jiang Li worked. It seems that sometimes too many women are not a good thing, and thanks to the fact that he is not an ordinary person, his physical quality is dozens of times stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise it is really a little bit unable to cope with it. Today was Jiang Li's last day at work. Yifan had arranged a position for her at Dragon Property, and even if she didn't do anything, her salary wasn't lower than her previous one, so of course she resigned without hesitation. But when they found out she was leaving, her colleagues at the company had to hold a farewell party for her, but this was normal. After all, once Jiang Li left, the resources in her hands could be theirs in the future, so of course they were happy. This farewell banquet was also held so that Jiang Li would be embarrassed to come back in the future. After all, Jiang Li before a month commission of at least 20,000 to 30,000, more often than 50,000. In their minds, Jiang Li where can find a better job. I'm sure I'll come back later if I don't do well. Of course, there is also a part of it that is rushing to Jiang Li's posture, thinking to try one more time before parting. Maybe it will be successful? Jiang Li, take my car. I just bought it. Only to see Jiang Li's company entrance. A guy in his early 20s pointed to a Porsche Macan that he had just bought and said to Jiang Li, although the Porsche Macan is a lower version of the Porsche Cayenne, commonly known as the Little Cayenne, it is a Porsche after all, with a minimum price tag of $500,000 or more. So when they saw this car of his, the other co-workers immediately talked about it. It's Zhang Hao. I can't believe this guy is still a rich second generation. I heard earlier that this kid seems to be a relative of a certain vice president of the head office, so it seems to be true. No way. Then aren't we out of luck now? Jiang Li is at least a beauty with a face value of 80 points, so there are not a few male colleagues in the company who have ideas about her, but when they saw Zhang Hao's Porsche Macan, they immediately all backed off. Not to mention that Zhang Hao is also likely to be related to the vice president of the head office, which if they offend Zhang Hao, might make them leave in minutes. For example, before that Yifan inexplicably resigned from the company, and now it seems that 1089 also because of Zhang Hao. It was because Yifan happened to offend Zhang Hao before he resigned, and the two even almost fought on the spot. Star. Chapter 99, The Best Boyfriend in the World. No need. Zhang Hao, my boyfriend will come to pick me up later. Jiang Li shook her head and refused. To be honest, Zhang Hao is not bad looking, and he is a rich second generation, and he is also a local of Magic City. This condition is already very good. Unfortunately, Jiang Li had a higher vision and couldn't even look at a rich second generation like him. She likes the kind of people who are capable on their own. Of course, it would be different if one could be rich to the extent that Yifan was, and drove an $80 million supercar instead of a $600,000 Porsche Macan. Or maybe it's okay to be as handsome as Yifan. In a word, this Zhang Hao is not rich enough. It's also far from handsome. What? You have a boyfriend? Zhang Hao was immediately startled. How could Jiang Li have a boyfriend? How does he not know? You should know that for this Porsche Macan. He had been grinding with his family for a little more than half a year before they finally agreed, for the sake of picking up Jiang Li. In fact, he didn't really like Jiang Li that much. It was just that Jiang Li's repeated refusals made him very annoyed. Ever since he was a kid, He had been picking up girls almost without fail due to his good looks and his family's money. So when have you ever been so angry? But at the same time, it made him want Jiangli even more. You know what they say about not getting what you can't get. At the same time, a few female co-workers on the side were also surprised. But more than that, it was a surprise, because Jiangli has a boyfriend. Doesn't that mean they have a chance? Although Jiangli couldn't look at Zhang Hao, it didn't mean they couldn't look at him either. Lily, when did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't you tell us? A female co-worker who was closer to Jiangli asked. Just the last month or so. Jiangli smiled. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to say it, it was that she was embarrassed to say it. After all, she was just a lover that Yifan had adopted, and she was also afraid that if she said it, it would make Yifan unhappy. But since Yifan said that he came to pick her up today and also attended the farewell banquet that her colleagues organized for her, she naturally did not have this concern. So, then you should have told us too. Thanks to me treating you as a good sister. The female colleague suddenly realized that, in her thought it should be Jiangli and her boyfriend had just confirmed their relationship, so they hadn't had time to tell everyone yet. But at this time, another female colleague beside her spoke up. Jiangli, it can't be that your boyfriend is in average condition, so you're too embarrassed to introduce him to everyone. This female colleague named Xiaoyan, the posture of the general, at most 75 points, but very good at dressing up. After dressing up probably have a look of 80, before Jiangli came to the company, is considered to be the first beauty in the company. But ever since Jiangli came, she was immediately compared to her, and even Zhang Hao, whom she had been chasing backwards, began to take the initiative to pursue Jiangli. That's why her relationship with Jiangli has also never been good, and it wouldn't even be wrong to say that they're arch rivals. If it wasn't for Zhang Hao today, she definitely wouldn't have attended Jiang Li's farewell banquet. But hearing her say that, Jiang Li wasn't angry at all. I'm sorry Xiaoyan, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The boyfriend that Jiang Li, picks, that's certainly the best in the world. Jiang Li said without pride. If it was someone else, she probably wouldn't have said this. But this Xiaoyan was always targeting her openly and secretly, and often badmouthed her behind her back, so she didn't mind showing off in front of her before leaving the company. Besides, what she said was true, not to mention Yifan's other conditions. Just Yifan's looks alone were not comparable to any other man she had seen, even though stars on TV were far less handsome than Yifan. But having said that, Xiaoyan certainly didn't believe it either as all. The best in the world? Jiang Li, you are not afraid of saying big words and flashing SHE head. There are so many men in the world. Who are you to say that your boyfriend is the best? In my opinion, it's not bad if your boyfriend is half as good as Zhang Hao. Xiaoyan mocked. While not forgetting to please Zhang Hao, she was already interested in Zhang Hao. And now that Zhang Hao had just bought a 500,000 plus Porsche, that was certainly even more so. Zhang Hao on the side also immediately revealed a smug expression. Apparently he didn't believe that Zhang Li, either, would be able to find a boyfriend with better qualifications than him. But it wasn't that he was so confident in himself, it was that in his mind, if Jiang Li's boyfriend's condition was really that good, she would have flaunted it everywhere a long time ago. After all, don't women love to show off? Then very soon, all the other co-workers also knew about Jiang Li having a boyfriend, and at the same time, they were also very curious about what kind of man could make Jiang Li praise him so much. It was important to know that in their eyes, Jiang Li was definitely already a goddess-level super beauty. But Jiang Li didn't say anything. Right, just now Jiang Li did not say that it is her boyfriend will come to pick her up. Then when the time comes to see what kind of car her boyfriend drove not know, a colleague said, and the others immediately nodded in agreement. Although the price of the car is definitely not expensive compared to the price of the Magic City, but having a good car, especially a luxury car, can definitely reflect a man's status. Why else would those celebrities be so into luxury cars? I don't see them driving a Cherry QQ either. So if Jiang Li's boyfriend's car is not as good as Zhang Hao's Porsche, then the condition is definitely not as good as Zhang Hao's. But just then, only to hear a female co-worker suddenly shriek, "Wow, look at that guys, what kind of car is that? It's so cool, looks like a Lamborghini by the badge." That's Lamborghini Poison. Lamborghini Poison? I heard that an $80 million Lamborghini Poison appeared in Mordor some time ago. It can't be this one, right? That should be right. There are only 9 of these cars in the world, and only one has appeared in our country so far, so it should be the one that appeared before. What? This car is worth $80 million? A group of people looked at each other in disbelief. A sports car worth $80 million was far beyond their imagination. Keep in mind that many of them are still worried about the hundreds of thousands of dollars down payment on a house. That's why Zhang Hao's ability to afford a car that cost more than $500,000 made them so envious. Hey guys, look, that car seems to be coming our way. Suddenly another said. Then they saw that Jiang Li, not far away, was actually waving at the car, and immediately after that the car actually stopped next to Jiangli. Put it this way, that car wouldn't be Jiangli's boyfriend's. Thinking about it, all of Jiangli's co-workers were immediately dumbfounded, including Zhang Hao and Xiaoyan as well. After all, this Porsche Macan of Zhang Hao's was not even in the same class compared to others' Lamborghini Poison. Even the whole car might not be as expensive as one of their wheels. You're damn well asking him to compare his head to someone else's. Star. Chapter 100, Punish Yourself with 3 Cups. In the box, a group of people looked at each other. Earlier, in order to trample on Jiangli, they chose a very upscale restaurant near the company. The money is all out of their pocket too, because those customer information left by Jiangli is enough to increase their salary by at least 1 or 2,000 per month. More can even add 4 or 5,000. That's why they're afraid that Jiangli will come back later and ask them for those customer information back. But after inviting this meal, even if Jiangli asked them for it in the future, they could justifiably refuse. But now, they finally realized that Jiangli wasn't jumping ship at all, but had found a thieving rich boyfriend. Who in the hell would ever come back to sell a house again? What do you guys think this boyfriend of Jiangli's does? That goes without saying, he must be a rich kid. Or maybe they started their own business. Start your own business? That would be internet finance, not just a loan shark. There was a lot of talk, but none of them were envious of Jiangli and her boyfriend. So what if you're a loan shark? In this day and age, if you can make money, that's what you can do. Yet no one suspected that Jiangli was working for someone as a lover or a mistress. Although Yifan hadn't shown his face before, those who drove sports cars were usually young, or at least not very old. So even if Jiangli did work for someone as a lover or a mistress, she might not have no chance of being turned around in the future. In short, it's a time to laugh at the poor. At this time, Jiangli and Yifan pushed the door and walked in. Before Yifan parked the car and delayed some time, and after entering the door, Yifan also took off his sunglasses. So in the next moment, the box immediately resounded with an intake of breath. So handsome. This nigga don't even let people live. That's right, rich and so handsome. Just don't give a damn. No wonder Jiangli says her boyfriend is the best in the world. Everyone once again revealed envious eyes. And as for Zhang Hao and Xiaoyan, it was even more so. At this moment, Zhang Hao only felt like a clown. No wonder Jiangli couldn't look at him before. After all, as long as a woman is not blind, then put him and Jiangli boyfriend together. All know how to choose. Xiaoyan was the same. Thanks to her mocking Jiangli like that before, saying that it would be good if her boyfriend's condition was half as good as Zhang Hao's. It turned out that other people's boyfriends were not only stronger than Zhang Hao, but even more than 100 times stronger. And in the face of Zhang Hao's conditions, she dared to pursue backwards. But facing Yifan, she didn't even dare to have the slightest thought. It was because she knew that Yifan couldn't possibly look at her. By the way, Lily, you haven't introduced your boyfriend. The female co-worker who was on good terms with Jiangli before asked again, while looking at Yifan with glowing eyes. Obviously she was also very interested in Yifan, but like Xiaoyan, she didn't think that Yifan could look at her. Even her good sister Jiangli, she felt a bit unworthy of Yifan. Hello everyone, my name is Yifan. I'm Jiangli's boyfriend. Without waiting for Jiangli's introduction, Yifan had already opened his own mouth, and so everyone froze again. Yifan? What a coincidence. We had a co-worker earlier who was also named Yifan, but although that colleague has the same name as Mr. Yi, he's far from Mr. Yi in every aspect. Obviously, no one would connect this Yifan in front of them with that D-Silk Yifan, who was so ordinary that he couldn't be ordinary anymore. It's a coincidence that Lily told me about this before, too. Of course Yifan would not say that he was that Yifan. It was not that he was afraid that they would know his identity. It was just that it was not necessary, or else he would have to go through the trouble of explaining again. These people don't have that qualification yet. Brother Yi, I'll drink to you, the female co-worker said again. Although she knew that Yifan would definitely not be able to look at her, being able to have a drink with such a handsome man would be enough for her to brag about in the future. Yifan didn't refuse either, while raising his own wineglass and clinking it with her. This female colleague of course he recognized, called Li Qian. Not only with Jiangli very good relationship, with the previous that Yifan relationship is also very good. Unfortunately, the looks were average, barely 70 points, and naturally could not attract Yifan's interest. Immediately after that, there were a few more female co-workers who toasted to Yifan, and Yifan also came to the table, including Xiaoyan as well. Although Xiaoyan didn't have a good relationship with Jiangli, her relationship with that Yifan from before was not bad, or more accurately, it was that Yifan from before who had a good relationship with all his co-workers, except for Zhang Hao. Immediately after the female co-workers finished their toasts, the male co-workers began theirs. After all, Yifan had picked up their goddess, so of course they had to show it. Moreover, Yifan is not an ordinary person at a glance. If they can get on good terms with Yifan, and when Yifan slightly promotes them, won't they be rich? though they themselves know that this is not very likely. But what if? Just like that, soon everyone except Zhang Hao toasted Yifan. Seeing this, Zhang Hao, who originally did not intend to make a toast, unexpectedly raised his glass as well, and poured himself a full glass of white wine. It wasn't a big glass, but it was at least 2 taels. Obviously, he was trying to get Yifan drunk. Zhang Hao, what do you mean? You want to spar, right? I'll accompany you. Jiang Li naturally understood what Zhang Hao meant and immediately said, drinking is a man's business. You women had better stay out of it. Don't you think so, brother Yi? Zhang Hao didn't care about Jiang Li at all and just looked at Yifan with a provocative face. However, Yifan gently shook his head. I would agree with that statement, but you're wrong about one thing. What's the word? Zhang Hao could not help but ask. I agree that men drink and women should stay out of it, because when a man drinks, he often has a reason why he has to. Hearing Yifan say this, the other male colleagues present couldn't help but nod their heads in empathy. This even includes some female co-workers as well. Who of them would want to get drunk every day if they had a choice? However, in the next moment, Yifan suddenly smiled gently with great disdain. But what you're wrong about is that you're not my brother, and you're not qualified to be my brother. But seeing as you're so sincere in your toast to me, you can punish yourself with 3 cups, and I'll forget about what happened before. Chapter 101, The Greatest Use of a Sports Car. What Yifan said was naturally the matter between that Yifan and Zhang Hao before, but it wasn't a big deal. It was just a little conflict, so Yifan let him punish himself with 3 cups and it was fine. However, the others would not think so, and only thought that it was because Zhang Hao's pursuit of Jiang Li had made Yifan, his boyfriend, unhappy. Let me punish myself 3 times? Zhang Hao froze, followed by a sudden laugh. It was definitely the funniest joke he'd heard all year. It is not just the pursuit of Jiang Li. How big he is the pursuit of the open and clear, and did not use any dirty means. Yifan can put him how? It's a law and order society now. Okay, so even if Yifan was rich and powerful, he wasn't afraid. With that, he sat down and stopped paying attention to Yifan. After all, he wasn't afraid of Yifan, but if he was told to provoke Yifan, he would definitely be even more afraid. Yifan didn't care. It was just a little conflict anyway, and that Yifan didn't suffer in the first place. He couldn't really do anything to Zhang Hao for this small conflict, though he's perfectly capable of it. Besides, he had helped the Yifan from before by picking up Jiang Li. If that's not enough, then continue tonight. The meal was followed by almost an hour of eating. Originally, everyone was prepared to go singing, but considering Yifan, no one mentioned this. It was important to know that with Yifan's status, being able to have a meal with them was already considered very much giving face. Can you drive if you've been drinking? In the car, Jiang Li asked. Unfortunately, although she had enrolled in the driving school a long time ago, she was too busy at work and never had time to practice. Otherwise she could have driven for Yifan. Don't worry, it's fine, Yifan said casually. With his current physical quality, the alcohol stuff simply had no effect on him at all, even if he wanted to get drunk. Seeing this, Jiang Li didn't say anything else. However, just as Yifan started the car, he saw a car drive past him, and it was Zhang Hao's Porsche Macan. Not only that, when passing by Yifan's car, Zhang Hao also deliberately honked the horn heavily as if he was provoking. Interesting. Looking at Zhang Hao on the driver's seat as well as Xiao Yan on the co-pilot, Yifan gently smiled. If I remember correctly, this Zhang Hao also drank a lot before. The kid was a good drinker, though, so it didn't seem to have much of an impact. No wonder he dared to dunk him before. Thinking of this, Yifan immediately followed quietly. Zhang Hao, why don't you find a chauffeur, or let's go to a hotel? In Zhang Hao's car, Xiao Yan said with a worried face. Trying to hook up with Yifan was definitely impossible. He simply didn't even look at her squarely, let alone ask for contact information. It was good that Jiang Li had Yifan, so Zhang Hao was naturally dead. So she hinted a little and got into Zhang Hao's car without any problems. We're all adults and we all know what's going to happen next, so she has nothing to worry about when she speaks. It's okay, this drink is nothing. Zhang Hao had an indifferent face. This wine is nothing to him. Of course, when he used to go to nightclubs, he drank much more than this, and still did not make those chicks a whole lot of trouble. But just then, he suddenly heard a roar. Then he saw a silver and black sports car that instantly overtook him. You again? Zhang Hao immediately changed his face. Needless to say, this car was none other than Yifan's Lamborghini Poison, and it was important to know that originally, in Zhang Hao's plan, he should be the one to drive Jiang Li home in his newly bought Porsche. Of course, it would be nice to take Jiang Li down directly in the car. In other words, he had originally planned to have a Tarzan with Jiang Li. After all, if you've just bought a new car, you have to have a celebration, don't you? Unfortunately, now that Jiang Li had been taken down by Yifan, he could only change his target to Xiao Yan. But Chezhen's plans were not cancelled. That's why he didn't call a valet before. Only how could Xiao Yan compare to Zhongli? What's more, he had inquired before and Zhongli had never had a boyfriend. That means Zhongli is most likely still a Chu. The thought of it caused another twinge in his heart, because whether or not Jiangli was a Chu before, she certainly wasn't anymore. Damn Yi Fan, I chow your whole family. Zhang Hao cursed fiercely in his heart. Immediately afterward, he was seen slamming his foot on the gas. While the Porsche Macan is certainly nowhere near the performance of the Lamborghini Poison, this is the streets of Mordor and it's not a professional racetrack. With his familiarity with the Magic City and so many cars on the road, he might not be unable to compete with the $80 million Lamborghini Poison. By then, in case he won, not only would he be able to take a breath of fresh air, but it would also be capital for him to brag about in the future. So what if it's an $80 million sports car? Still lost to him, so soon. As the Porsche Macan got faster and faster, the distance between him and Yifan got closer and closer. However, the next moment, when he was about to catch up with Yifan, he suddenly felt a violent shock in his entire body, followed by a daze in his head, and he had lost consciousness, so much so that even Yifan, who saw the scene through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but stare. You know that originally he just wanted to stimulate this kid, the best way to let him ride with him, and then attract the attention of the traffic jing, check him for a DUI, suspend a license or something. The result is that before the traffic police can be mobilized here, he crashed into the railing. Now, not only did you get a DUI, but you caused a series of crashes involving at least a dozen cars, which is a lot more than just a license suspension. Also, insurance doesn't seem to cover damage caused by a DUI. Luckily, none of the other cars were going very fast except for him, so there were no casualties except for himself, who was a little badly hurt. But even so, to accompany the money is definitely not a small amount. Just do not know that his family's several sets of demolition house enough. If Yifan remembers correctly, this Zhang Hao family is actually not particularly rich. Just good luck. Demolition of a few suites only. But this is not something that Yifan needs to care about. Who let him pretend to be a bully himself, drinking and wanting to go to Karzan? What? You're asking how Yifan knew? Oh, there's a saying, heroes see eye to eye. You know? Although Zhang Hao was not considered a hero, he did think of the same thing as Yifan this time. Besides, isn't the biggest use of a sports car to shock? So immediately afterward, he saw Yifan drive the car towards the countryside. Chapter 102, Collecting Debts from the Chen Family. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Yifan left Zhang Li's apartment in a refreshed state of mind. And then next he had to go and do something serious. This was the real reason why he was in such a hurry to return to the Magic City from the capital. Previously, Chen Xiao had borrowed 500 million from Knife Boy, which was equivalent to owing Yifan 500 million. Of course, the note is for 650 million, but after returning to Mordor, that Chen Xiao seemed to have completely disappeared, and his cell phone was directly turned off. That's why today Yifan is ready to personally collect the debt at his door. Yifan thought that he was never a stingy person, not to mention to his own woman, even to those of his men, he was very generous. For example, Zhang Bin of Dragon Property has almost close to $200 billion in assets at his disposal today. Although these assets were all Yifan's, but with so many assets in his grasp, it was too easy for Zhang Bin to make money. His personal fortune today is also at least $10 billion, and also owns 1% of the shares of Dragon Property. It is important to know that this 1% of shares can be passed on all the time, as long as Dragon Property does not fall, or more accurately as long as Yifan does not die, then Zhang Bin's offspring can at least be a rich man in peace. It's basically not that far off from the ancient hereditary princes. As for Yifan's lifespan, even now, he could live for at least several hundred years, not to mention in the future. But at the same time, Yifan was definitely not a generous person. If anyone offended him, especially those who deliberately targeted him, he would definitely not let any of them go either. For example, this Chen Xiao, at first let all the banks in Magic City door to door to find him to call for debt, although ultimately steal the chicken did not succeed but also eat the rice. But this revenge Yifan is remembered, so today he's going to go and collect a debt from Chen Xiao. Immediately after that, Yifan came to the Chen family. The Chen family is known as the first family of the Magic City, but also has the name of the Emperor of Shanghai. But today he came to collect the debt at his door as a debtor. It is only right to repay the debt, no matter what first family you are. It is useless. However, the Chen family's status was unusual after all, not to mention that there were quite a few guards at the entrance alone. Well, it was not difficult to defeat Yifan, and came to the entrance of the Chen family like nobody's business. And coincidentally, today happened to be the 70th birthday of the Chen family's old man, so a lot of people came from all over the Chen family. Naturally, that Chen Xiao was also missing from the list. 8 o'clock in the evening, the Chen family villa. In the hall, the Chen family's old master sat on top of the main seat. looking at each and every one of the Chen family's children who paid their birthday greetings. This time when Elder Chen celebrated his birthday, the Chen family didn't make a big chow, and those who came were basically the Chen family's own people. But even then, there were dozens of people, filling the entire hall. To be honest, for the Chen family to be called the #1 family in Magic City, the status was not too high and the family was not too honorable. But at this time, as the birthday boy, Elder Chen did not have much of a smile on his face. This was because he was very clear that although the Chen family seemed powerful today, it was in fact in crisis, and there were already quite a few people up there who had begun to be dissatisfied with the Chen family. However, this was normal. As the Chen family was able to rise to prominence, it was bound to offend quite a few people. Not to mention that nowadays the entire economy of Magic City is almost all in the hands of the Chen family. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a large piece of fat meat? The good thing is that with his age, living another 1 or 2 decades shouldn't be a problem, and as long as he's still around, the Chen family can't fall. Thinking of this, Elder Chen's mood was finally a bit better. Zhang governance, often is to compete with who live longer. Throughout the ages is no different. Grandpa, this is the calligraphy of Master Gongqi that I specially found for you. Wishing Grandpa good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain, and good health forever. At this time, it was finally the 3rd generation of the Chen family's turn to wish Elder Chen a happy birthday, and Chen Hao, that Chen Xiao, spoke up immediately after his own several cousins. He was certainly not the only young master in the Chen family, but the one with the biggest name was undoubtedly none other than him, Chen Hao. After all, the legendary one dude of Mordor was not just a name for nothing. However, Chen Hao during this period of time was not having a good time at all. First, he lost a whole $2 billion in the stock market. Although the money wasn't his, quite a few of those funds were their Chen family's small treasury, so quite a few people in the Chen family had a lot of opinions about him nowadays. Fortunately, his father's status in the Chen family was not low, so these people only dared to say a few words about him behind his back at most. Then he lost another $600 million in Australasia, not only losing all his savings for the past few years, but also owing the casino $500 million. So much so that after this matter spread, he immediately became the laughingstock of the entire 2nd generation circle in Magic City, and was even confined by his father. If it hadn't been for his grandfather's birthday today, he'd still be locked up in a small dark room, and it was all because of Yifan, coupled with the previous account of Yifan snatching away Mu Qingyan, so that at this time, he had already hated Yifan to the extreme, but at the same time he was scared to death, because the day after he returned to Mordor, the news of Boss Rattle's accidental death came. If we talk about the hottest thing in the entertainment industry in recent times, it is undoubtedly none other than the matter of the death of Boss Rattle. After all, no matter what, Boss Rattle was once the biggest bigwig in Hong Kong City's entertainment industry. However, the outside world only knew that Boss Rattle had died of a sudden heart attack, but Chen Hao was very clear that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Yifan. You think he'd stay home in the dark otherwise? He was clearly afraid that he would end up like Boss Rattle, although he didn't think Yifan had the guts to do so. But what if Yifan really dared? Well, good. Elder Chen looked very happy as he looked at the piece of calligraphy in Chen Hao's hand. But of course it wasn't because of this character. Although Master Gongqi's character was rare, it still wasn't hard to get with Master Chen's status. Today he has several of Master Gongqi's characters in his study. He was happy because this grandson of his had been doing very well lately, or at least hadn't been going around getting into trouble like before. After all, Chen Hao could be said to be one of his few favorite grandchildren. But right at this moment, before Elder Chen could be happy for long, he heard a voice suddenly come from outside the hall. Young Chen is indeed filial. This piece of Master Gongqi's calligraphy is worth millions at least. Since this is the case, why don't Chen Xiao settle my side of the bill, so that I don't ruin the old man's fun? Chapter 103, The Chen Family's Reaction. Who's talking there? Get out. Hearing this voice, everyone in the Chen family was immediately startled. This was the Chen family, or Elder Chen's 70th birthday. But someone dared to come to the door and cause trouble. It was simply audacious. Then they saw an unusually handsome-looking teenager walk in. Who are you? Chen Hao's father asked with a displeased expression. After all, the other party was here for his son, so of course he had to step in. At the same time, he knew why the other party had come. After all, it wasn't a secret that his son had lost $500 million in Australia City. It could even be said that in the entire Chen family today, there was no one who didn't know about this matter other than Elder Chen. However, he didn't recognize Yifan and just thought that he was sent by the casino to collect the debt. But to ask for a debt to the Chen family, this is really bold. It's not important who I am. What's important is that Chen Xiao owes me $650 million. How is this money going to be calculated? Yifan said expressionlessly, not caring about the threatening eyes of the surrounding Chen family members. At the same time, although the news had been known for a long time, but at this time, when it came out of Yifan's mouth, it still made everyone in the Chen family unable to help but be shocked. After all, it was $650 million, and it was still lost at the casino. This woe was definitely not small even for their Chen family. However, having said that, most of the Chen family members had already begun to secretly laugh in their hearts. Even if it's a disaster, it's still him, Chen Hao, the young master of Chen, who broke out. And the unlucky ones are also their father and son. What has it got to do with other people? We can't involve all of them, or even the entire Chen family, just because of this, right? When Chen Hao's father and son were unlucky, the others would naturally be able to obtain more resources from the Chen family. The reason why they didn't tell Elder Chen about this before was only because they were afraid that Elder Chen would get angry and break his body. But even so, they were still very angry at Yifan's behavior of not putting their Chen family in their eyes. So you're here to collect a debt? Elder Chen suddenly spoke. He didn't doubt whether what Yifan said was true or not, because he knew that if it was false, Yifan would never dare to go up to the Chen family and ask for money in such a blatant manner. What's more, the expressions on the faces of the rest of the Chen family and his good grandson, Chen Hao, already said it all. Grandpa, they set me up on purpose, and it's the casino's money I owe, not his Yifan's, Chen Hao immediately shouted. At this time he didn't know that Knife Boy was actually Yifan's man, not to mention that the entire Venetian casino was now owned by Yifan. However, hearing him say this, Yifan didn't explain anything, even though it was actually this Chen Xiao who wanted to set up a trap to slaughter him in the beginning, and ended up being slaughtered by him instead. But even if he did, what good would it do? No matter what, the Chen family would never listen to his explanation. Of course, he wasn't going to explain. He's here today to ask for money. No one in the world could owe him money and not pay it back, whoever it is. Elder Chen frowned, not only because Yifan came to his door to ask for money, he considered more, or whether there were any other conspiracies behind this. Otherwise, why would such a young man dare to go up to their Chen family and ask for money? After all, he didn't think that a tiny casino in auspicious city would dare to offend their Chen family. As for whether Chen Hao owed the casino money or the young man in front of him, it didn't matter. And, of course, this was money he certainly wouldn't give, much less could give. Granted, 500 million is nothing to their Chen family, not even to mention 5 billion, even if it was 5 billion, their Chen family could still take it out, but that money is out of sight. Once their Chen family really took out $650 million to pay off Chen Hao's debt, then it was guaranteed that someone would come to investigate their Chen family the next day, not even if someone else pays it back for them, or it's a bribe. It's not without a solution though. It's only right to pay what you owe, but there's nothing you can do if you don't have the money to pay it back. For example, Yida's Wang Gongzi owes more than $4 billion. Other people go to sue him, and in the end, the court at most sentenced him to restriction of consumption, not even jail. So even if Chen Hao really didn't pay back the money, others couldn't do anything about him. It was just that in that case, Chen Hao would be miserable, and in the future, he could only honestly be an ordinary person, and along with that, the entire Chen family would lose face, but it was the best that could be done. This Mr. Yi, right? You claimed that my family's Hauer owes you 650 million. That's not a small amount. Do you have any proof? At this time, Chen Hao's father once again stood out. It couldn't be helped. His own son had gotten into trouble, and if he didn't handle it well, he didn't know if others would be implicated, but he would definitely be affected. Here's the note, with his signature and handprint on it. Yifan took out 5 IOUs, each of which was $130 million. But these IOUs alone are certainly not enough. Other evidence is required. But those evidences Yifan didn't carry with him, door to door to ask for money only, which is so troublesome. The Chen family is willing to give money to give, not willing to give him also have other means. Even he couldn't wait for the Chen family not to pay. After all, he had wasted so much effort, not just for these few $100 million. So can I see these IOUs? Chen Hao's father said again. Take that. Yifan didn't care and casually handed over those IOUs. Then Chen Hao's father took a look at the note and immediately showed a happy face, because surprisingly these IOUs are originals, not copies. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy these IOUs? Chen Hao's father couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. You have to know that in this way, the casino won't be able to ask Chen Hao for money anymore. Whatever, since I dared to give you the IOU, I naturally have my backing. Yifan gently laughed with a disdainful face, but immediately afterward, he saw Chen Hao's father suddenly turn cold. Guards, arrest this trespasser of the Chen family. Saying that, he also quickly tore the IOU in his hand into pieces. Chapter 104, Who the hell have you gotten yourself into? Elder Chen watched this and didn't stop it. Dare to go directly up to the Chen family to ask for money, or gambling debts. IOUs torn also torn. This is also the best solution. If you're not convinced, you can go back to the Chen family and argue with them. But when the time comes and there are no IOUs, their Chen family won't need to have any more scruples. At the same time, the Chen family's guards arrived, a full 8 of them, and all armed with guns. Then they saw Yifan and immediately their faces changed drastically, because they had no idea how Yifan had gotten in. If this is pursued, they will definitely not be able to eat. The next moment, they were ready to take down Yifan, but right at this moment, only Yifan suddenly raised his foot, and then the 8 of them just flew straight out, and it still flew out almost simultaneously. Luckily, Yifan was merciful and only used less than 10% of his strength, but even so, all 8 guards were unconscious, so much so that instantly everyone present was stunned. What? Superman? Or martial arts? What the hell is this guy doing here? At this moment, the Chen family's people finally realized that the young man in front of them didn't seem to be as simple as a casino debt collector. To know that these 8 Chen family guards, although not what the legend of the king of soldiers, but also all are special forces inside the good hand. The result is even a photo was this young man all knocked down. The point is they don't even know how this young man did it. As members of the Chen family, they naturally knew that some strange people existed in this world, including some martial arts experts, but they never thought that martial arts could be so powerful. Even Elder Chen was no exception. As for Chen Hao, there was no need to mention that the eyes looking at Yifan at this moment were even more filled with panic. If he had only guessed before, the death of Boss Rattle had something to do with Yifan. At this moment, then, he was already completely certain that the death of Boss Rattle was definitely Yifan's doing. It was even likely that Yifan did it himself. However, he had wronged Yifan. The ringing boss was indeed ordered to be killed by Yifan, but a mere ringing boss was not worthy of Yifan's personal action. Chen Hao's father also some regret, but IOUs are torn. Do you want him to write another one? Besides, so what if a martial arts expert is better than an airplane cannon? But having said that, Yifan's performance just now was still a bit too amazing. Do you realize what you're doing? Chen Hao's father said with a nervous face. Of course I know what I'm doing. Yifan once again smiled gently before turning his head to look at Elder Chen. Thus instantly, even if Elder Chen could be considered to have experienced many great storms, he could not help but feel a palpitation. He knew that with the ability Yifan had just shown, if he really wanted to make a move on him, he would definitely not be able to resist. There's no one here who can protect him either. It was a good thing that Yifan didn't mean to make a move. But do you realize what you have just done? I hope you won't regret it. Yifan went on to say. Then the crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and they had lost Yifan's figure in front of them, as if he had never appeared. So everyone was stunned once again. What kind of people did their Chen family mess with this time? At the same time, the news of Yifan's trip to the Chen family was passed on to the several elders by the relevant authorities at the fastest speed possible. The next morning, the Chen family finally figured out Yifan's identity. Billionaire tycoon. It is suspected that the real power behind Dragon property, there's an unknown relationship with Penguin's pony, Beaver's big horse, and Yida's Wang Lin, worthy of being the #1 family in the Magic City. He had found out so much information in just a Yi time. However, looking at the information about Yifan in his hands, Elder Chen always felt that this was not all, especially when he had people contact Big Horse Pony and also Wang Lin. But the other party were all very jealous of Yifan's identity and were not willing to disclose more at all. It also made him more worried. At the same time, he also knew why Yifan had targeted their Chen family. It turned out to be his good grandson who had offended Yifan by first letting those banks go to Xinqing Real Estate to collect debts, but now Xinqing Real Estate has gone bankrupt, and all the money owed to the bank has been paid off. So even if he wants to settle with Yifan, it's impossible. However, he was only a little worried because as long as he was around, he believed that absolutely no one would dare to touch the Chen family. To just at that moment, he saw the Chen family's butler suddenly run over in a hurry. Master, it's not good. A large batch of news unfavorable to young Master Hao has appeared on the internet. If it was before, this kind of small matter they would never dare to say to Elder Chen. For one thing, I'm afraid that Elder Chen will be angry and get angry. Secondly, I'm also afraid of offending people by snitching. But after Yifan made such a mess yesterday, Elder Chen had already ordered that anything about the Chen family in the near future must be told to him first, especially about that good grandson of his. Have they not been notified of the deletion? Elder Chen immediately asked. Although he didn't surf the internet very often, he wasn't an old fart, and he still knew a few things about the internet. Then he turned on his computer and saw that there were many websites with news about his grandchildren, and all of them were about insider trading. For example, Chen Hao disclosed some insider information about finance to some funds, and then harvested shareholders' money together with the funds. The point is that these news stories are not just empty rumors, but they are all based on real evidence. Seeing this, Elder Chen immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. After all, how did Chen Hao get this inside information? That was naturally obtained from the Chen family. and there are at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, of stockholders nationwide combined. If this causes public anger, when the time comes, their Chen family will not let these shareholders tear them apart. Notified. But those sites say they didn't put the news up and can't even remove it if they want to, the butler said, sweating profusely. It turned out that as early as the first time he saw these news, he asked people to notify these websites to delete these news, but the replies he got were all the same. That is, they could not be deleted. That's why he ran over in such a hurry to report to Elder Chen. So hearing him say this, Elder Chen's heart immediately sank. Since such a thing as not being able to delete it certainly doesn't exist, then the only possibility is that someone won't let it be deleted. And this person's energy was still above their Chen family. Chapter 105, The Council of Elders. In a conference room, several elders were meeting, and today they have only one topic, or more accurately, a person, a young man called Yifan. However, they only thought that Yifan was just the spokesperson of the Tang sect in the country, but they could not even imagine that the Tang sect itself belonged to Yifan, including Yi Qingge, who was treated by them as if she was in control of the Tang sect. She was actually just a housekeeper for Yifan. This Yifan looks completely different from what he was before. It's said to have changed in a very short period of time. The information says it's because of practicing martial arts, but is the effect of practicing martial arts really that great? The seventh elder was the first to say. Obviously, he was suspecting that this current Yifan, and the previous one, were not the same person at all. If that was the case, then this Yifan's origins and motives would need to be re-examined. Even though that Yifan before was just an ordinary person, he was after all a Z countryman. If this Yifan now is really not the same Yifan as before, then it means that the previous Yifan, 10 have 89 been killed. A Z national was killed for no reason. This matter must be pursued, and a guy who would victimize the Zs for no reason definitely needs to be guarded against as well. Seventh elder is right. This is indeed not a trivial matter, so we have collected some other evidence before. This time, the one who spoke was the second elder, who then gave a wink to the secretary next to him. Seventh elder, and all the elders, this is some evidence collected by the relevant departments. Please take a look, the secretary said, picking up the remote control, and then an image immediately appeared on the projector at the side. It was the very same image that Yifan had last night when he sneaked into the Chen family. Then came the image of Yifan as he left the Chen family. So seeing these two images, all 7 elders present were shocked. Is this kid still human? Is this footage sure it's not edited? A gentle leap over a wall several meters high, a single step is a dozen meters, or even tens of meters. What kind of martial arts can achieve such an effect? A few elders debated, but if martial arts could really achieve this kind of effect, then it would not be surprising to change the appearance. Elders, these 2 footages above can be guaranteed that they have not been edited in any way. In addition, we have also made an NDA comparison between this current Yifan and the one from before, and have determined that it is the same person. Just as the image on the projector changed again, a DNA certificate appeared. The previous Yifan often participated in blood donation without compensation, and the last time Yifan was invited to the headquarters of the relevant department. Before leaving, Director Wang purposely asked him to leave 3 hairs behind, and at that time Yifan didn't refuse, so there was this identification. The secretary was introduced again, but what he didn't say is that one of the 3 hairs was used for DNA identification, leaving 2 that are now being sent to the nation's most advanced biological labs for research. At the same time, the several elders no longer doubted Yifan's identity, and they can't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. This kind of powerful to perverted non-human is certainly better than a foreigner Z country people. Besides, they didn't seem to be enemies at the moment. Alright, since Yifan's identity is fine, let's discuss the Chen family's matter this time, the second elder said again. At the same time, several other elders immediately knew that the main event of the day had come. What do you guys think this kid is targeting the Chen family for this time? 3 Zhang Lao then asked. Anyway, it's definitely not just about Chun Hao, the fourth elder affirmed. Nonsense, if it was purely to deal with Chun Hao, with Yifan's ability, did he need to go through so much trouble? Don't forget that the ringing boss who also offended Yifan was directly killed without a word, but they wouldn't bother with Yifan because of this matter is all. For one thing, there is no evidence, and for another, it is also the ringing boss who seeks death by himself, looking for someone to kidnap Yifan in the first place, and also used a gun. Lastly, and most importantly, Boss Rattle's own bottom was unclean, but for some reason they couldn't be bothered to move him directly. So Yifan had helped them solve a small problem by taking out the loud boss this time. As I see it, this kid's true purpose this time is neither Chen Hao nor the Chun family. The fifth elder also spoke, so immediately following the turn of the sixth elder, his heart could not help but immediately burst with slander. A bunch of old foxes who know the answer in their hearts, but just won't say it. After all, Which one of them is not a human being to be in their position? As far as Yi Fan's little mind was concerned, who among them couldn't tell? However, the sixth elder also knew that the several elders did not have any malicious intent. They were just habitually unwilling to make things too clear. I think this kid is demonstrating with us. The sixth elder thought about it and decided to pick his words apart. Sure enough, hearing him say this, the other few elders immediately all nodded. This kid gave us a lot of favors before, but he was afraid that we'd give an inch, so he took this opportunity to flash his muscles as a kind of warning. The second elder said with a bitter smile on his face. It turned out that when those online news first appeared before, he had also ordered them to be deleted. After all, whether those news were true or not, the impact was not good. But after that, the Chen family would definitely have to give him an explanation for this incident. As a result, to his surprise, he got the same answer as the Chen family, that it could not be deleted. But unlike the Chen family, Elder Chen thought that someone from above was helping Yi Fan. But as an elder, of course he didn't think so, because is there anyone else in the entire country of Z with a higher status than them? The elders? So there's only one possibility, and that's that those news really can't be deleted. And it was obvious that this matter could only be done by Yi Fan. But the unexpected thing was that at this moment, the second elder's mood seemed to be very good, and he didn't feel annoyed at all by this behavior of Yi Fan. So seeing him in this form, the other few elders immediately brightened up. So that thing that kid left behind earlier really worked? An elder immediately couldn't help but ask. As for what's what? It's that flash drive. Of course, that is, 6th generation fighter jet manufacturing technology. Compared to this thing, what is a mere Chen family? Star. Chapter 106, Pacifying Yi Fan. The Chen family's demise. In a day's time. No, just half a day. Chen Xiao was completely on fire. Even more so than the hottest stars. Posts discussing Chen Xiao can be seen all over the internet. So loud that even Zhou's release from prison can't compare. There was no way around it. Who made it so that if everyone opened their cell phones or computers, they would definitely be able to see news about Chen Xiao in the first place? Not to mention the fact that the stockholders in Z were already losing a lot of money, and had long accumulated a great deal of resentment in their hearts with nowhere to vent it. Then when Chen Xiao's background was exposed, the Chen family was also immediately implicated. This Chen Xiao is awesome. He has so much insider information. Nonsense. The Magic City Chen Xiao. In fact, a false name? So it's someone from the Chun family in Magic City. So what if it's the Chun family? A prince who breaks the law is as guilty as the common people. This time when the news is exposed, I see that the Chen family is afraid of pills. Pills +1, pills +2, pills +10086. Netizens are not little cuties. This kind of news involving the Chen family, or such serious negative news. But the website has not deleted the post until now. What this means is already more than obvious. It's clear that someone from above wants to move the Chen family. Unfortunately, what they don't realize is that it's not that the site doesn't want to delete the post. It really can't. The account that posted the news, and I don't know what happened to it, had higher permissions than the highest permissions on their backend. So unless they shut down the site, or that account deletes the posts themselves, these stories will be around forever. It's a good thing the above didn't continue to let them delete posts after they knew this. Otherwise I guess they would really have to shut down the site to do it. At the same time, a consensus was quickly reached on how to handle the Chen family. It is dealt with seriously and is not tolerated. In other words, this time the Chen family was really pill-popping. Not to mention that the Chen family was not clean at the bottom. If it were not for Master Chen, the above would probably have already taken action against the Chen family. But this time, the Chen family had messed with Yi Fan. And even if it was Elder Chen, it didn't work. Because by cooperating with Yi Fan, the country was getting real benefits. First of all, those oil and minerals abroad. These are very much needed by the country. Secondly, Tang Clan also owns shares in a number of large foreign companies in their hands, and can provide a lot of the latest foreign technology and intelligence. These latest technologies and intelligence can definitely save the country a lot of trouble. Lastly, and most importantly, was the flash drive that Yi Fan had left behind, the 6th generation fighter jet manufacturing technology. It has now been confirmed that this technology is definitely real and definitely achievable. By that time, the fighters made by our country could even be more advanced than M. Of course, it takes time, as short as 3 to 5 years, and as long as 10 years or more. But even so, in the process of researching this technology, the country's military level can still be improved by leaps and bounds. It was precisely because of this that everyone unanimously decided to investigate the Chen family thoroughly. At the same time, the Chen family also finally realized the seriousness of the matter, and then immediately began to inquire all over the world for Yi Fan's contact information. However, both Zhang Bin and Mu Qingyan ignored them. In desperation, they went so far as to send someone directly to Auschwitz to look for Knife Boy, saying that they wanted to pay back the money. As a result, Knife Boy said. Paying back the money is fine, but first bring me the IOUs. It must also be the original IOU. The poor Chen family knew for the first time that not only do you need an IOU to find someone to ask for money, but you even need to pay back the money. But the IOUs had been torn up long ago, and afterward they had been completely burned to ashes, so where were they going to find them? It wasn't until this moment that they remembered that Yifan had once said in person that they should not regret it. Unfortunately, it's too late for them to regret it even if they want to. Immediately following the next day, Chen Xiao took the initiative to turn himself in, wanting to take all the blame alone. But the state moved faster than he did, and before he could get to the place, he was already under the control of the authorities. Then in less than 3 days, the entire Chen family of dozens of people, large and small, were all taken down. Even Elder Chen was hospitalized due to a brain bruise. It couldn't be helped. The news about Chen Hao on the internet had been hanging around for days. If they didn't hurry up, they didn't need to be blamed by the top. The netizens would be able to spray them to death. Good thing there's a lot of evidence right here in these news stories, and it saves them a lot of work. Chapter 107, The Four Little Kings, Luo Xiang, AI. Pull those news. Yifan put down the phone and said casually. Just now is that Director Wang's phone. Told him the Chun family things have all been investigated clearly. Chen old man is now in the hospital in a coma, so naturally there's no need for those stories to continue to hang around on the internet. As several elders had guessed, there was indeed a demonstration in dealing with the Chen family this time. After all, he was now in a cooperative relationship with the country, so it was necessary for him to show his strength before he could do so. That way both parties are on equal footing. Just at this time the Chen family sent themselves to the door. Such a good target if you do not make good use of it. Then it is not a failure of people's good intentions? Yes, Master. Still a voice without any emotion. It seems like AI still has a long way to go if she wants to evolve true intelligence. Immediately after that, almost instantly, all the news about Chen Xiao and the Chen family on the internet disappeared, and all the websites immediately returned to normal. After all, with technology that was 20 years ahead of the planet, the entire network was like its own backyard for AI. Shutting down the computer, Yifan put it away in the system space again. This system space was likewise a reward for the 1000-day sign, and it was even capable of storing living things inside. That is, it's livable. As for the size, it wasn't very big right now. It was only as big as a building, but as Yifan's attributes continued to improve, the size of the space would continue to increase. Yifan came to the suburban villa and retrieved the Koenigsegg 11, then drove directly to his private jet. Look around at the other people who are getting ready to board the plane. And drive on an airplane? They're private jets. Okay. Driving a sports car and flying in a private jet. Awesome big time. I wonder what family's second generation. Too bad they didn't take a picture. A group of people shook their heads very sadly. This would definitely attract a lot of eyeballs if they took a picture and then uploaded it to the internet. The private jet took off immediately afterward and landed an hour and a half later in City C of Province H, where Mango Station was located. Today Su Shur is recording the singer program here. Then half an hour later, Yifan drove his car and appeared outside the main gate of Mango Stage. Sure, let's go get something to eat together later. It just so happens that I have a few friends I'm meeting, so I can introduce you to them then. Su Shur, who had just stepped out of the Mango Channel building, was pestered by a male celebrity. This male star is also a singer who participated in Singer, called Luo Xiang, is a Bay City star, and once also burst into flames for a period of time, also very handsome, but that was years ago, and nowadays Luo Xiang is not to say he's over the top, but he's definitely not as hot as he used to be. The looks hadn't changed too much, just two deep dark circles under the eyes that even makeup couldn't hide. Obviously not as simple as liking to stay up all night. Plus, Luo Xiang's reputation wasn't very good in the circle, and he had been pestering her during the recording of the program before, so how could Su Shur not know what was going on with this guy? It's obvious that he's been picking up too many girls to the point where he's even physically weak. I'm sorry Mr. Luo, my boyfriend will come to pick me up later, and please don't call me Shur. We don't know each other that well, Su Shur said expressionlessly. Even before, it was impossible for her to look at this Luo Xiang, let alone now. It turns out that MS poetry, Su already has a boyfriend, Luo Xiang said, but the expression on his face didn't care at all. So what if you have a boyfriend? As long as the hoe is waved well, there is no wall corner that cannot be dug down. Digging the foot of the wall, this kind of thing. He is the most skillful. Besides, he had known before that Su Shur had the support of a gold master behind her, or else why would she, a newcomer who hadn't even made her debut yet, be able to make it to the stage of singer? Even though the singer is not as influential as it used to be, not just anyone can be on it, and Su Shur was originally an anchor. Then she was rewarded by a tycoon for more than $200 million. and then she just disappeared. This matter is also easily accessible online, so it doesn't take much thought to realize that she must have something to do with that tycoon for her to be on Singer this time. But in Luo Xiang's impression, the tycoons were basically middle-aged men with big bellies. Even if there were the occasional okay-looking ones, they certainly didn't compare to him. So he believed that with his conditions, it was definitely not difficult to take down Su Shishir. Not to mention that he had more or less some contacts in the entertainment industry. Su Shishir wanted to mix in the entertainment industry in the future. Not to say that she would actively throw herself at him. At the very least, she would not reject him. Of course, if it was an ordinary beauty, knowing that there was a gold master behind her, he definitely wouldn't easily mess with it. But who made Su Shishir really look too pretty and a newcomer? So much so that he couldn't care less. Then why don't we add a email first? Saying that, Luo Xiang took out his own cell phone, but it wasn't the one he usually used, but a cell phone that was specially used to pick up girls. Apparently he thought Su Shishir was afraid of being seen by the gold master, so she refused him. This way just add the email and wait for the next time the gold master is not there. But what he didn't expect was that this time, before Su Shishir said anything, her assistant stood out first. Adding email is not necessary. And Mr. Luo, I'm warning you, don't harass our family Shishir again, or the consequences are not something you can bear. Su Shishir's assistant stared at Luo Xiang and warned with a serious face. She was an employee of Tianfan Entertainment, and even more so, she was one of Big Sweet's assistants before, so not to mention Luo Xiang, who was once one of the 4 little heavenly kings. Even if it was the 4 heavenly kings who were here right now, as long as she dared to harass Su Shishir, she would still not give face to her all the same. But of course Luo Xiang would not believe her when she said so. How dare a little assistant threaten him? You think he doesn't want to lose face? Besides, he was from Bay City, so even if something happened, no one else could do anything to him. Still really think you're Big Sweet? If the gold master behind Big Sweet, of course I can't afford to mess with it. But the general tycoon, in addition to having too money, but I may not put it in my eyes. Thinking like this, Luo Xiang was really interested in that boyfriend Su Shishir was talking about. He wanted to see what kind of tycoon could make a tiny assistant have the courage to say such words. Then immediately afterward he saw a domineering, pure black sports car slowly drive up to him. Chapter 108, King's 5 Row. Seeing the Koenigsegg 11 that drove by, Su Shishir immediately brightened up and then ran over quickly. At the same time, Luo Xiang couldn't care less about beautiful women anymore. He had been completely mesmerized by the car in front of him. As a celebrity, there are only 2 things he loves more than anything else: beautiful women and sports cars. Even the love of sports cars is above beauty, especially some limited edition sports cars. After all, beautiful women are encountered all the time, not to mention the sheer number of beautiful women in the entertainment industry. But a limited edition sports car is a different story. Not to mention the Koenigsegg 11, the world's fastest ultra-luxury sports car, which is limited to 6 units. Yes, as a sports car enthusiast, Luo Xiang certainly recognized this car, and it was instantly recognizable. Unfortunately, not to mention the rarity of the car, the high selling price of 100 million renminbi was not something he could afford. At the same time, Yifan naturally saw Luo Xiang, but at first he wasn't going to bother with this guy. A small star who has gone out of fashion is just a small star who can only rely on some of her past fame to pretend to be crazy and make a living. Moreover, this guy's appearance, at a glance, is the longitudinal U more degrees? The yuan qi is overdrawn all the light. So don't look at him now. His appearance hasn't changed much, but in a few years, he will definitely age very badly. However, all these originally had nothing to do with Yifan, but good grief, this guy dared to harass Su Shishir, which was not something Yifan could tolerate. Did you just harass my girlfriend? Yifan stepped out of the car and gently embraced Su Shishir, who ran over into his arms before turning his head to look at Luo Xiang. To be honest, among all of Yifan's women nowadays, perhaps Su Shishir wasn't the prettiest, but she was definitely one of Yifan's favorites. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Su Shishir enter the entertainment industry because of her dream, much less write songs for her, even though those songs were copied. But not everyone deserves him. Man, that's a nice car you got there. Luo Xiang obviously hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter, or in his opinion, a woman is just a woman, not to mention harassment, even if it's really that, as long as you are willing, it's not a big deal. But the next moment, he only felt a sharp pain in his heart, and then he realized that his entire body flew straight out. A gasp immediately rang out around them, and even though it was already after 9 o'clock at night, the lights in front of the Mango Tower building were still on, so they saw very clearly that a man kicked Luo Xiang out. And almost all of them were the staff of the Singer program. So when they saw Su Shishir beside that man, how could they not know what the reason was? After all, They had all seen when Luo Xiang harassed Su Shishir earlier. Now Luo Xiang has kicked the bucket. Just a Bay City man. He still doesn't know how to restrain himself when he's on the mainland. Do you really think it's still the old days? It's rumored that this Su Shishir got into Singer this time because the station manager personally greeted her. More than just the station manager greeting. Do you guys know which company Su Shishir signed with? Tianfan Entertainment. What? Tianfan Entertainment? That's the company behind Big Sweet? Then there's still a fake? And Tianfan Entertainment only has 2 artists so far. One is Big Sweet and the other is Su Shishir. Tianfan Entertainment's background is not ordinary. In the entertainment circle almost walks horizontally. This time Luo Xiang is miserable. What do you care if he's miserable or not? It's hard to see what you think when you look at someone handsome. There's no such thing as an idea. This kid looks like he's had too much fun with women, and I'm not interested. I'm just worried about our show. Luo Xiang struggled to get up from the ground. After all, Yifan's kick was just to teach him a lesson, so he didn't use much force. Meanwhile, his makeup artist and assistant ran over. But in the next moment, when they heard the chatter around them, they were all instantly dumbfounded. Skyfan Entertainment? Big Sugar's company? So this man in front of me, he can't really be the gold master behind Big Sweet. And then think of Big Sweet once and a mysterious handsome man together to attend the bazaar charity dinner. That mysterious handsome man is even Big Horsepony, and Wang Lin is big as the face. The two people are even more scared of a shiver. This is because they know very well that with the energy of the gold master behind Big Sugar, with just one word, then it is estimated that none of them will be able to make money in the mainland again in the future. There were even rumors that the reason for Boss Rattle's sudden death was also because he had once offended that mysterious man. Then they took a closer look at the man beside Su Shishir. Wasn't it a young handsome man? Thinking of the possible downfall, Luo Xiang immediately wanted to go over and apologize. Even at this moment, he didn't even have the idea of explaining, because he knew very well that in front of such a big brother, explanations were of no use at all. However, Yifan didn't even give him this chance and directly drove away with Su Shishir. Then Su Shishir's assistant followed along. Yet that doesn't mean this is the end of the matter. Apparently Luo Xiang also knew this, so much so that he looked at the departing Koenigsegg 11 with a look of despair. Still, he hadn't expected things to come faster and worse than he had anticipated. Early the next morning, a breaking news shocked everyone. Luo Xiang's girlfriend surprisingly revealed on Vlog that Luo Xiang cheated on her many times behind her back and showed a lot of evidence. So the general eating public immediately got a high C. I can't imagine that Luo Xiang is such a man. The kidneys are not right. The empty sun is really famous. Those 2 dark circles under your eyes are almost like national treasures. And I can't believe someone told me before that it was from staying up all night. It's just staying up all night. But why exactly? That's unknown. Time is not how much you have, but how you use it. Time assassin. Ro. Ike. Xiang. How could I lie to you? Lying to you is piggy. Luo Xiang teaches you how to become a relationship expert by managing your time. There are people who are ostensibly actors but are actually athletes behind the scenes. Multisport. King 5 rows. Extreme challenges by day. Extreme challenges by night. Girls should remember to protect themselves and boys should remember to protect their cell phones. Star. Chapter 109 The Bastard. Early in the morning of the second day, it wasn't until noon that Yifan and Su Shishir left the hotel. Also the assistant from yesterday had long been sent away by Su Shishir. Nowadays, Su Shishir had 2 assistants. One was Zhao Ye, and the other was Big Sweet's assistant from before. But since it was the 11th day of the month and Zhao Ye had something going on at home, Su Shishir gave her a vacation. It's all your fault. We had arranged to have lunch together at noon and then visit the teacher in the afternoon. But it turns out what time it is now. Su Shishir rubbed her still somewhat soft double 2A and complained. It turned out that this time Yifan came to pick her up, mainly because their high school homeroom teacher was sick. So they decided to visit the teacher together. It just so happened that Yifan and Su Shishir were both from H province, and their hometowns were not far from C city. Che, that's your appointment. It's none of my business. Yifan skimmed his zue and said with a disdainful face. It turned out that this time, the news of the class teacher's illness was notified by their class president in high school inside the class Vmail group. But that Vmail group is a small one, with less than 20 people in it, all of whom are students who got into major universities in their classes. Yifan didn't even go to an ordinary university, so naturally he wasn't qualified to enter that group. But Yifan didn't care as all. Humph, I think you're clearly jealous. Su Shishir was nonchalantly sarcastic. After getting along with Yifan for a long time, she was no longer as formal as she was in the beginning. But this happened to be Yifan's favorite thing about her, because only in Su Shishir could Yifan find a feeling of being truly in love. And in comparison Big Sweet is too obedient and Mu Qingyan is too career-oriented. As for the other Big Mimi, Guan Tong Tong, He Lim Lin, and Zhang Li, Their position in Yifan's heart was naturally far less than Su Shishir's. By the way, should we tell them who you are later? Su Shishir asked again next, because she remembered that Yifan in high school didn't seem to have a very good relationship with the other students. No need. Yifan shook his head without hesitation. Although he was awesome now, he really didn't have the idea of pretending in front of those classmates, because it's not necessary, and they're not qualified for that yet. Although Yifan never thought of himself as a low-key person, but even if he was pretending, it had to depend on in front of whom he was pretending. Pretending to be in front of a beggar and pretending to be in front of a big brother at the level of big horse little horse are of course completely different feelings. Don't worry, old Wang is fine. Taking a look at Su Shishir's somewhat worried expression, Yifan comforted. Lao Wang was their homeroom teacher in high school, with a cold face and a warm heart, who was very nice to every student, especially the previous one, Yifan, because he was an orphan. Although the school fees are completely free and there is also a subsidy of $200 per month, but that little money can just barely fill up his stomach, so Lao Wang often used the name of tutoring Yifan. Not only did he not charge any money, but he also kept Yifan to eat in his house. Oh, Sushi answered, although she didn't know why Yifan was so sure, but since Yifan said so, it shouldn't be wrong. She didn't doubt Yifan's ability in the slightest. Just like that Luo Xian yesterday, Zhou Ming also called for everyone to donate together. How much do you think it would be better for me to donate? Do you want to help you donate as well? Sushi asked again. Zhou Ming was the former class president of their class, and he was the one who organized the visit to Lao Wang together this time. At the same time, she also knew that Lao Wang had treated Yifan very well before. Even the class at first suspected that Yifan was actually Lao Wang's illegitimate son. Donate yourself. You don't have to bring me along, but don't donate too much, just a couple $1,000. Yifan said casually. Even if he wanted to donate money, he would give it directly to old Wang. How could he go through someone else? Not to mention this guy Zhou Ming. Not to mention this guy's character. If Yifan remembered correctly, this guy had always had thoughts about Su Shishir, and taking advantage of this visit to old Wang together, this guy didn't miss out on chatting with Su Shishir. Even last night, after 11 o'clock, this guy sent a V-mail to Su Shishir, but at that time Su Shishir was in the middle of her errand with Yifan, so of course she wouldn't pay any attention to him. As for asking Su Shishir not to donate too much, that was of course to let her keep a low profile, so that she wouldn't be envied by those classmates or gossip behind her back. He certainly didn't care himself, but he didn't want his woman to suffer. Besides, those are his classmates. Even if the relationship is not good, he can't do anything to others just because they say a few words. And one thing he didn't say was that Lao Wang might not accept their donations, because Yifan, who had just crossed over, transferred $100 million to old Wang's card at the very first moment. Plus, what Lao Wang got this time wasn't too serious a disease. As long as he recuperated for a period of time, he would be fine. That's why he said old Wang was fine before. Chapter 110, Old and Ugly Old Man Yifan. Why isn't Su Shishir here yet? In front of the hospital, a group of students waited anxiously. They were all Su Shishir's high school classmates, almost close to 20 of them. That meant that almost all of that small group, except for Sushi, were there. It was also evident that Lao Wang usually treated them really well. Of course, they were here more for Su Shishir. After all, a former classmate turned star is still very much a novelty. Not to mention that Su Shishir was a great beauty herself. She's a star now. Of course she has a big rack, an average-looking female classmate said sourly. In the past, Su Shishir was the prettiest girl in their class, and many young girls were very jealous of her. And now that she had become a star, it was even more so. Zhang Lin, we're all classmates. How can you talk about other people's Shishir like that? She must have something to do to be late. Zhou Ming, who was the class president, immediately stood out and defended Su Shishir. He had liked Su Shishir since his first year of high school, but because he was a bit timid at that time, he had never dared to confess his love. But it's different now. He's got a really good job today before he even graduates because he studied hard in college, and he's making over $100,000 a year. And this is still the internship salary. He believes that with his ability, in a few years this salary can be at least several times. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that through chatting with Su Shishir over the past few days, he realized that Su Shishir seemed to have a very good impression of him as well. Plus, he thought he was also very handsome, definitely worthy of Su Shishir. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Su Shishir was only so polite to him because of the old Wang thing, plus the fact that after becoming a star, she was afraid that her former classmates would say that she was putting up a front. Yo, still poetry. Zhou Ming, you can't really not know how Su Shishir became a star. Seeing Zhou Ming defend Su Shishir, Zhang Lin was immediately unhappy in her heart. Zhou Ming likes Su Shishir, but she has always liked Zhou Ming, and even confessed her love to Zhou Ming more than once before. but they were all rejected by Zhou Ming. Because of this, she was also more cynical towards Su Shishir. At the same time, hearing her say this, the faces of the other students all showed a hint of an unnatural look, including Zhou Ming as well. Even some of the female students laughed outright. Obviously they all understood what Zhang Lin meant, but this was normal. After all, when Yifan rewarded Su Shishir, it was a very sensational thing, so how could they not know about it? Then just a few months later, Su Shishir entered the entertainment industry and went straight to the program singer as soon as she debuted, so there was no need to think about it to know that there must be a gold master behind the scenes holding Su Shishir up. But why would they want her? It wasn't because of the way she looked at her body. Cece isn't like that. Maybe she made it to singer with real skills. Zhou Ming forced a defense, but that's something even he doesn't believe. He had his own ideas, though, because in his opinion, the gold master behind Su Shishir must be just trying to figure out her body, not true love. Even that gold man is likely to be an old, ugly geezer, so in a couple years at most, they'll be separated. And Sushi, who had been a star for a few years at that time, must have been worth a lot of money. After all, being a star is very lucrative. Then at that time, as long as he was able to take down Su Shishir, wouldn't he be able to gain both money and people? As for the fact that by that time Sushi had been played by an older man for years, so what? How many people nowadays have wives whose first time was for their husbands? If you really can't accept it, the big deal is that you can just dump Su Shishir after you've swindled your way to the money. Don't look at the fact that he had refused to accept Zhang Lin. That was actually because he was afraid that Zhang Lin would affect his image in front of Su Shishir. But he hadn't had a lot of girlfriends in school over the years. But facing Zhang Lin who liked him so much, he certainly wouldn't let go easily. Although Zhang Lin wasn't as pretty as Su Shishir, she could still be called a beauty when dressed up. Not to mention that Zhang Lin's family history is also very good. Unfortunately, their place is only small after all, and Zhang Lin has an older brother. So even if Zhang Lin's family is rich, it won't be his turn to inherit in the future. But in case he changed his mind someday, or was hanging out in general, being with Zhang Lin would be a very good choice. In other words, he was actually treating Zhang Lin as a spare tire, and still the poor last spare tire. Being on singer with real skill? Zhou Ming, do you believe such words yourself? And if I remember correctly, it seems like Su Shishir went to the acting department of Beijing Film, so it's okay to say that she's a good actress. But when did the acting department even teach singing? And I've seen Su Shishir's live broadcast. Isn't that gold master called Knight Extraordinary? That name doesn't seem to be a decent person. Maybe it's still an old and ugly old man. Zhang Lin was full of mockery, and the other students obviously didn't believe that Su Shishir had made it onto singer with real skills, because quite a few of them had likewise watched Su Shishir's live broadcast. They were also very clear about Su Shishir's singing ability. Not to say it's bad, but definitely not good enough to be on the singer. Not even the average professional singer. But they wouldn't just say it outright like Zhang Lin did is all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys, look at that sports car. It's awesome. Suddenly, one of the students shrieked when he saw a sports car slowly pulling up to the curb not far away. Isn't that the sports car Su Shishir drove on the video? It seems to be called some kind of Koenigsegg, and it's said to be worth $100 million. Another student said, it's the Koenigsegg 11, known as the world's most expensive sports car. Indeed worth 100 million RMB, one student affirmed. So all the other students were immediately shocked. After all, seeing it on a video and seeing it in person in reality are definitely two different feelings. Then immediately after, they saw a person getting down from that sports car. Who else could it be if not Su Shishir? Wow, sure enough, it's Sushi, worthy of being a big star. The aura is different. Ha, Sushi is coming down from the passenger side, so there's someone else with her. It can't be. Although this classmate didn't say it explicitly, but how could everyone not know what she meant? Obviously saying that the person who was with Su Shishir was that gold master behind her. So everyone's curiosity immediately rose, wanting to see what this gold master really looked like. But one thing is for sure, this gold owner is definitely not the old and ugly old man as Zhang Lin said. Because the old man would never drive a sports car like this, or he wouldn't be afraid of a sudden blood vessel bursting halfway down the road. But even if it's not an old man, it could be a middle-aged man. But the next moment, they saw a young man with a perfect body, getting out of the driver's seat of the sports car. And although this man was wearing sunglasses, it was still evident that he was definitely a super handsome man. Star, Chapter 111, Tragic Zhou Ming. Wow, so handsome, looks like he's about our age. Shishir really picked up a treasure. Not only is she rich, but she's also so handsome. I'd be willing to have such a gold master even if he's being adopted. Don't even think about it. This kind of extremely handsome guy wouldn't be your turn even if he didn't have any money. Not to mention he's so rich. Ugh, I'm just thinking about it. Can't I even think about it? Seeing Yifan and Su Shishir who walked over hand in hand, All the students were dumbfounded. What kind of old and ugly old man is this? It's obviously the best diamond bachelor. Long time no see, old classmates. This is my boyfriend Yifan. Su Shishir introduced everyone with a happy face. She certainly knew what these students were thinking, including the previous news that she was going to participate in Singer. After it was released by Mango Channel, the same number of students in Jing'ing were talking about her behind her back. And then there are those online, not to mention the netizens. But so what? Yifan is her boyfriend. Even if Yifan had another woman, he was still her boyfriend. Not to mention that she knew very well that those who were talking about her behind her back were actually envious of her more than anything else. At the same time, Yifan nodded to them but didn't speak, appearing very high-strung. However, when they heard his name, they couldn't help but stare, because before they had a classmate who was also named Yifan, but that Yifan and this Yifan in front of them were obviously not the same person. Sissy, your boyfriend is so handsome. Seeing Su Shishir, Xiao Qian, who was her high school classmate and good sister, immediately greeted her and hugged Su Shishir tightly. At the same time, she didn't forget to praise Yifan. That's for sure. I've never had a bad eye, Su Shishir said with a smug look on her face. But I remember there was also a male student in our class at that time called Yifan, Xiao Qian said again. But this time her voice was smaller, as if she was afraid that Yifan would hear it. Su Shishir also understood what she meant, because that Yifan had been secretly in love with her back then. So Xiao Qian was afraid that Yifan would be unhappy in his heart if he knew. But of course, Su Shishir wouldn't worry about it, because that Yifan back then and this Yifan now were originally the same person. I remember that too, but that's just a silly boy. How can he compare to my boyfriend? Su Shishir once again said triumphantly, but in her heart, she was secretly snickering. Let you make me late. Let you do not want to reveal your identity. I'll say you're a stupid boy, what's wrong with it? If you have the ability to yao me. At the same time, by saying this, she completely dispelled the suspicions of the others. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Yifan didn't care at all. Anyway, she was talking about that Yifan from before, not Kim. Besides, Yifan felt that she was right. As for causing Su Shishir to be late, that was of course also his intention. In high school, these students looked down on that Yifan. Nowadays, although he wouldn't bother with them for this small matter, but letting them wait a little longer didn't seem to be too much, right? So it's the boyfriend of poetry, Su Shishir's classmate. But today we are visiting our former homeroom teacher, so I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for you, an outsider, to be with us, right? At this time, Zhou Ming stood out and said with an embarrassed face. After all, just now he had acted so familiar with Su Shishir, even calling her Shishir with such enthusiasm. It turned out that people came with their boyfriends when they turned around. At the same time, looking at Yifan, who was more handsome than himself, richer than himself, and no older than himself, Zhou Ming's heart was even more incomparably jealous. But to say that the most awkward at this point, of course, is still Zhang Lin. But compared to that embarrassment, she was happier, because Su Shishir had a boyfriend. Wouldn't that mean that Zhou Ming no longer had a reason to reject her? Zhou Ming, right? Don't worry, I'm just accompanying my girlfriend this time. But I hope that you won't harass my girlfriend in the future. Especially don't send messages to my girlfriend even after 11 o'clock. Yifan said with a cool face, but in the next moment, he felt his arm being viciously twisted. It didn't matter though, with his physical attributes. It was just a minor point, but this trend should never be fostered. So he decided to go back tonight and continue with the family law. Humph. Su Shishir gave him a hard blank look. Isn't Yifan saying this clearly telling everyone that the two of them were still together after 11 o'clock last night? Although in this day and age, it's really more normal for men and women to sleep together. Still, saying it in public like that made her stifle a pang of shyness. This guy must be getting revenge for calling him a stupid kid earlier. After spending so much time with Yifan, how could Su Shishir not be clear about his character? He definitely had an axe to grind, but she didn't care at all. Instead she felt very secure, because she knew very well that if someone messed with her, Yifan would avenge her just the same. For example, that Luo Xiang yesterday. That said, why are we talking about this guy again? Well, then, only Zhou Ming's Zui corner jerked viciously. At this moment he hated to have a hole in the ground for him to drill into, because it's just so embarrassing. The eyes of the surrounding classmates looking at him were also filled with strangeness. Luckily, he thought Su Shishir had a good impression of him before, but it turned out that people were simply treating him like a monkey. Unfortunately, what he doesn't know is that in Su Shishir's heart, he's not even interested in playing him. Immediately afterward, in order to ease the embarrassment, Zhou Ming greeted everyone and went in to visit the teacher. But at this time, Xiao Qian suddenly opened her mouth. Zhou Ming, didn't you call on everyone to donate to Old Wang before? I'm going to donate too. 000. This is my money. Here. With that, she saw her take out $2,000 from her accompanying bag. and then handed it to Zhou Ming. However, although she acted very naturally, Yi Fan could still tell that she was definitely doing it on purpose. Interesting, it seems like this Zhou Ming must have offended Xiao Qian before. Yi Fan's heart was clear. Xiao Qian's intentions were not difficult to guess, not to mention that his current intelligence was as high as 200. Even with his pre-crossing IQ, it would not be difficult to guess as long as he analyzed it a little. Obviously before Zhou Ming was planning to take the lead in donating, and the donation should be quite a lot, and then use this to pretend to bow in front of Su Shishir, to win Su Shishir's favor. But now that he saw Yi Fan, he naturally knew that it would be useless to donate any amount of money, so he immediately never mentioned the donation and wanted to save the money. Only a pity that this idea of his but by Xiao Qian see through, and then the tragedy. Star. Chapter 112, the name is also Yi Fan. Zhou Ming, this is mine and 2,000. After all, I can't compare to you and still make money during school. Another student said with some embarrassment, since it is a donation, we must have discussed how much to donate in private. For example, Zhou Ming had previously said in the group that he was prepared to donate $20,000, and that all of this money was earned by himself during his college years, but the other students were not as rich as he was and had to donate less. Immediately after that, everyone took out their money and gave it to Zhou Ming, a little less than 1 or 2,000, and a lot more than 5,000. That includes Sushi, too, who donated $5,000. That adds up to about $30,000 or $40,000. Then everyone all looked at Zhou Ming again. To be honest, although we often talked about old Wang behind his back at that time, each of us actually appreciated him very much, or else we wouldn't have all come back to visit this time when old Wang was sick. So I decided to take all the $20,000 I earned during my college years, Zhou Ming said, but his heart was dripping blood. Originally, when he said that he would donate $20,000, he wanted to prove his ability in front of Su Shishir, and for that he fought, realized that this $20,000 is almost all of his current savings, but who let him say the words had already been said, and to back out at this time would not be hitting himself in the face. Squad leader is all about atmosphere. If only I were as good as the class president. That's right, unlike some people who are so rich that they donate so little. Obviously, this was talking about Su Shishir. However, Su Shishir only frowned and didn't say anything, but in her heart, she knows that if she donates less, someone will say it, and if she donates more, someone will say it. Sure enough, Yi Fan was right on the money. Alright, everyone, don't stand around here. Better hurry in and see old Wang. It was Zhou Ming who stepped forward again. There was no way. Even though Su Shishir had a boyfriend, he still hadn't died. So in his opinion, if he was so relieved for Su Shishir would definitely be grateful to him in her heart as well. Why don't you go in first? I'll wait outside, Yi Fan said to Su Shishir. Okay, then wait here for me. I'll be out soon. Su Shishir nodded, and at the same time, she finally understood why Yi Fan was unwilling to reveal his identity. Several of her classmates were sour on her for donating money before. If they knew that the poor boy they used to look down on had not only become handsome, but also so rich, they would all turn into lemonade. A group of students entered the hospital immediately afterward and quickly found the ward of their former homeroom teacher, Lao Wang. Meanwhile, Lao Wang's wife, their teacher's mother, was also tending to the ward. Why did you guys come here? And you didn't know to notify us in advance, making a surprise attack. Right. Seeing the students he had once taught appearing in front of him, even though he hadn't seen them for years, Lao Wang still recognized everyone at once. Old Wang, it's not because we know you're sick, so we all discussed coming to see you, one of the classmates said playfully. In the past they didn't dare to call Lao Wang to his face, but now of course it was different, and looking at this state of Lao Wang, it was obvious that he had recovered well. What's there to see? I'm not seriously ill. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Also, I appreciate the sentiment, but take everything back. Don't you see I can't even put it here anymore? Old Wolf suddenly blushed, then pointed to the side and said, just next to his sick Chuang, there were all kinds of gifts placed, which were almost piled up into a small mountain. Apparently, these were from those other students who came to visit him. That's not good. You can take others. Why can't you take ours? Aren't you favoring one over the other? And old Wang, why do I feel like you're showing off? Another student said, while still placing the gifts he was holding next to the small mountain of piles. Other students naturally followed suit. Never mind, it's a piece of the kids' minds. Seeing this, Master Mother couldn't help but advise from the sidelines. So old Wolf could only sigh, and then shook his head helplessly. But he also knew that even if he said anything else, these students wouldn't take their stuff back. Teacher, before we came to see you this time, we also organized a donation, a total of $55,000. I hope you can accept it. At this time, Zhou Ming suddenly opened his mouth and took out a paper bag containing a thick pile of money. At the same time, seeing this scene, the other patients in the same ward, as well as their relatives, immediately all froze. They were already surprised to know that students had been visiting Lao Wang every day before. It's amazing that a student has now donated over $50,000 to him. You should know that for ordinary people, this $50,000 or so is definitely not a small amount of money anymore. This old Wang is really a good teacher. I can see that these students are genuinely here to visit him. It's the same old honesty and responsibility. Some young teachers nowadays just know how to shirk their responsibilities and leave everything to the parents. If I could do a good job, what do I need you teachers for? The other people in the ward were talking, but when they saw the money Zhou Ming handed over, the teacher's mother immediately pushed it back. No, we're guilty enough of accepting these gifts, but we definitely can't take this money. The teacher's mother said very firmly and was adamant that she would not take the money. So much so that for a while Zhou Ming didn't know what to do. But in fact, he was thinking in his heart that if this Qian Lao Wang didn't say anything, then of course it would be better. But of course he couldn't have said this. Teacher's mother, just accept it. The big deal is that when the teacher is discharged from the hospital, we'll just rub a meal together at your house, and you'll have to treat us well then. This time, the one who spoke was Su Shishir, and while saying so, she also directly took the money from Zhou Ming's hand and shoved it into the hands of the master's mother. You kids! Senior mother immediately glared at Su Shishir, but of course she didn't really blame Su Shishir. Within these classmates, other than Zhou Ming, the class president, the one she was most familiar with was Su Shishir, so she had to look at her husband again for an idea. And to be honest, their family really needs the money right now. At the same time, the mouth cannot help but say, speaking of rubbing rice, I remembered Yifan, that child again. He is also in your term. Right, I do not know how it is now. She only said that and shook her head with a regretful expression. It was important to know that the previous one, Yifan, although his grades weren't top-notch, it was still not a problem to get into a second university. Unfortunately, in the end, he did not choose to continue his education, but chose to work part-time. Even if Lao Wang is willing to finance his college education, it's useless. However, it was obvious that no one here knew about Yifan's situation except for Su Shishir. After all, Yifan didn't even go to college and was still an orphan. Not to mention that originally they didn't have a good relationship with Yifan. Even if they had a good relationship, it was estimated that no one would care about him. However, at this time, a classmate who used to have a fairly good relationship with Yifan suddenly spoke up. We don't know about Yifan's situation. We haven't been in contact for a long time, but coincidentally, classmate Su Shishir has made a boyfriend whose name is also Yifan. Star. Chapter 113, Identity Exposed. Yifan? Old Wolf's heart suddenly stirred and he seemed to realize something. Really, that's quite a coincidence. His wife couldn't help but stare. In fact, when Lao Wang often brought Yifan home to dine with her, she had a very strong opinion. After all, their family wasn't rich, and they had children of their own to support. Not to mention that later Lao Wang had to finance Yifan's college education, so much so that even she was a bit skeptical that Yifan wouldn't really be her husband's illegitimate son outside. But with this old Wang suddenly fell ill, she suddenly realized that the money this thing really does not come to death. The only feelings in family is the most important. Along with that, he also felt very guilty towards Yifan in the beginning, because there was a time when she and old Wang argued over Yifan, and it happened to be overheard by Yifan, so she had always felt that it was her fault that Yifan didn't choose to go to college. Yeah, isn't it just a coincidence? But although Shishir's boyfriend is also called Yifan, he's rich, handsome, and drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so he's a rich second generation at first glance, a female classmate said, but immediately realized something and immediately apologized to Su Shishir. I'm sorry, Shishir. I didn't mean to say that. It's okay. Su Shishir smiled, although she was a little unhappy in her heart, but it was normal for Yifan to be misunderstood when he was so rich at such a young age. Hundreds of millions of dollars worth of supercars? The teacher's mother was also stunned, but she had vaguely heard before that this former student of her husband in front of her seemed to be a star now, but when she asked her husband about it at the time, he seemed a little reluctant to mention it, and even a little upset. But at this time she finally understood why her husband was reluctant to mention this matter. It seems that Su Shishir can become a star. Her boyfriend contributed a lot of effort, but since it was a rich second generation, then this Su Shishir's boyfriend was definitely not the same Yifan who often dabbled in their home. Sissy, is your boyfriend here today too? Unexpectedly, all of a sudden, the old Wang lying on the sick Chuang opened his mouth and asked, so much so that his wife, immediately, looked at him with a strange look on her face. Yes, teacher, Sissy's boyfriend is waiting for her outside right now, a female student immediately replied. Then when you guys go out later, have him come to my place for a bit. After all, you're still students now. I won't say anything about male students. but female students looking for a boyfriend. It's better to be cautious, old Wang said again, but his gaze was fixed on Su Shishir. The meaning was obvious. He was trying to keep a good eye on his students, so much so that the rest of the students, especially the women, immediately couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. You have to know that Su Shishir is not the only one who has a boyfriend here. It's just that their boyfriends didn't come along this time. Old Wang, you are really two people Shishir looking for a boyfriend. What do you chow about? Sifu immediately objected, and in her thoughts, when Su Shishir's boyfriend came later, old Wang would definitely not give him a good look either. But Su Shishir is different. At this time she has vaguely guessed that old Wang should have already known the identity of Yifan. Oh, I know, teacher. Su Shishir pretended to have a difficult face and agreed, followed by the classmates who stayed in the hospital room for a while and then left. After all, it's not convenient for so many people to stay here. Then Su Shishir saw Yifan and immediately told him about old Wang wanting to see him. Yifan didn't refuse, so he followed Su Shishir back to the ward. Although he didn't want to expose his identity, he was just afraid of trouble, and there was nothing unseemly. Even if it was exposed, it was nothing. But most of the students didn't think about it that way, and only a few of them looked like they suddenly realized something and showed a hint of puzzlement. In the ward, the teacher's mother, who was taking care of her husband, immediately couldn't help but light up when she saw Yifan and Su Shishir who appeared together. What a golden couple. At first, like her own husband, she also thought that Su Shishir had found a greasy-headed rich second-generation boyfriend, so her heart was inevitably still a little unhappy. But at this time to see Yifan she realized, which is what oil head and powder face of the rich second generation, is clearly a handsome and upright sunshine big boy. At best, the family is richer, but it wasn't that she was a snob, or because Yifan was handsome. Good looks are one thing, but a person's demeanor is also very important. At least Yifan's aura gave her the feeling that he was definitely not that kind of treacherous person, not to mention that Yifan wasn't too old, so he could be considered a very good match for Su Shishir. Her greatest fear was that the boyfriend Su Shishir found would be too different in age from her, or simply a middle-aged uncle. Then she would probably have to say a few harsh words about her even in front of Su Shishir. But what surprised her was that after this Su Shishir's boyfriend entered the hospital room, he even directly greeted them with a smile. Good teacher mother. I was going to come back later to visit the teacher, but I didn't expect to be recognized by the teacher. Humph, you brat, where did you run off to these years? Not even a little news. Is there still a teacher like me in your heart? Old Wang immediately sank his face and chided. Obviously, he was inferring Yifan's identity through his name, and the sports car that was worth $100 million. After all, Yifan had transferred an entire $100 million to him before, but in doing so, his wife on the sidelines was immediately dumbfounded, but reacted immediately afterward. You're Xiaofan? Are you really Xiaofan? How did you become like this? It can't be plastic surgery. I had worshipped a master before and learned some martial arts. Then I became like this after I finished. Yifan said the excuse he had used on Su Shishir before again. Of course, at first, Su Shishir didn't believe it, but as Yifan taught her to practice martial arts and secretly upgraded her martial arts skills, after feeling the changes in her body, she immediately believed it. I'm glad it's okay. Old Wan looked at Yifan and whispered under his breath. To be honest, although Yifan was not his illegitimate son, in his heart, there was actually no difference between him and his own son. So much so that after receiving that 100 million from Yifan last time, it immediately scared him half to death and he thought Yifan had done something illegal. Together with the fact that he kept calling Yifan later on but could never get through, this idea became even more certain. And because of that $100 million he has not moved, and even did not tell anyone about this matter, including his own wife. But in reality, it was Yifan who had changed his number after transferring money to him and sending him a message, which was why such a misunderstanding had been caused. Meanwhile, seeing his appearance, how could Yifan not understand what he was worried about? So he immediately took out a document from the system space. This document was handed over to him by that director Wang himself when he left the relevant department before, although it wasn't of any great use. But the average person would certainly not dare to do anything to Yifan when they saw this document. Of course, Director Wang is actually afraid that some ungrateful guy will mess with Yifan and then be killed by Yifan in passing. And at this time with this document, just to dispel the old Wang's doubts. Chapter 114, if Su Shishir wasn't a backdoor person, I, Zhang Lin, would have crashed my head into the ground. Sure enough, when he saw the documents handed over by Yifan, all of Lao Wang's doubts immediately disappeared. After all, that big red seal on it was definitely not fake. Then he asked some more about Yifan's situation in the past few years. So Yifan answered that he had opened a few companies and made some money, and that these were all allowed by the state. And it was only at this point that the teacher's mother realized that Yifan had actually transferred $100 million to her husband's bank card before. So much so that while being scared silly, the little bit of small dissatisfaction in his heart for Yifan had all disappeared. After all, other students came with gifts, and although she said she wouldn't accept them, they at least represented a gesture from someone else. Only Yifan came empty-handed, and previously, her husband had treated Yifan much better than he had treated other students. "You've been hiding something so big from me." It was hard to calm down, but the master teacher's mother immediately looked at old Wang with an angry face again. "Shoo, it's crowded here. Let's talk about this at home." Although they had pulled the curtains next to them closed when they were talking just now, Yifan and Su Shishir were just too eye-catching. Other than that, in such a short while, there were already several small nurses who ran over in the name of checking on Lao Wang's condition. But in reality, they were looking for Yifan to ask for a V-letter. "Humph." Sifu instantly grimaced, but knew that now was not the time to talk about it. Immediately after that she took out those donations from her classmates earlier. "Fan, what do you say about all this money?" In fact, they really needed the money before, which is why she took it. As for old Wang, he was definitely unwilling to accept it originally, but because Yifan's matter distracted him, he forgot about it. "This money is all from the classmates' hearts. Just accept it, senior mother. The big deal is that I'll treat them to a rub in the evening," Yifan casually said, then looked at old Wang again. "And the money from before." "Teacher, don't push back. Honestly, 100 million may be a lot for ordinary people, but for me, it's not even a drop in the bucket." Saying that, Yifan didn't talk nonsense and directly took his hand out, then opened the bank app. So when Lao Wang saw the $90+ billion balance on it, he immediately stopped talking. Immediately after that, Yifan personally helped old Wang write a prescription. With his current level 10 traditional Chinese medicine skill coupled with his level 10 martial arts skill, it was too easy for him to tell how old Wang's body was doing. He could even say 100% that there was absolutely no doctor in the world today who could be more skillful than him. Both Chinese and Western medicine. Even some diseases that cannot be cured by Chinese or Western doctors, he can cure them just the same. After all, martial arts skills paired with Chinese medicine skills as well as Western medicine skills was never as simple as 1 + 2 is equal to 3. But this time, although Lao Wang is not too sick, but it is caused by long-term labor, so that want to cure it is still a little difficult. But this was of course a trivial matter for Yifan. Just a few pairs of potions and a few times of acupuncture for old Wang by him personally, and the disease would be cured. Meanwhile, while Yifan was chatting with Lao Wang in the ward, as well as incidentally dispatching some of the little nurses who ran over and wanted to hook up with the handsome man, those students outside, however, were also talking about them. "Humph, isn't it just evening a rich second generation? What's the big deal?" Seeing that everyone was discussing Su Shishir and her boyfriend Yifan, Zhang Lin immediately couldn't help but snort coldly. She was already upset when Zhou Ming defended Su Shishir in the beginning. Later, when she learned that Su Shishir had a boyfriend, but Zhou Ming had to help her out, she was even more upset. As a result, just now Su Shishir and her boyfriend went in to see old Wang, but Zhou Ming said that he had to wait until they came out and we all said our goodbyes together before leaving. How could she hold back any longer with this? "Zhang Lin, what do you mean? Where did Shishir offend you? It's your business if you like Zhou Ming. What does it have to do with Shishir?" Xiao Qian, who was Su Shishir's good sister, of course would not allow her to denigrate Su Shishir so much, and immediately counterattacked. Meanwhile Zhang Lin likes Zhou Ming, something everyone knows. Xiao Qian, then what does it have to do with you if I say Su Shishir? Zhang Lin, who had been told what was in her heart, was immediately enraged, but she wasn't one to be messed with. "Yes, I do like Zhou Ming, but isn't it also true that Su Shishir is dating a rich second generation? Otherwise, you tell me how she, a small anchor, made it onto the singer." Zhang Lin went on. Although Shishir was an anchor before, she is also a student of the acting department of Beijing Film, so she will definitely be able to enter the entertainment industry in the future. So what's so rare about appearing on The Singer? Xiao Qian said with a face that took it for granted. What's wrong with the acting department of Beijing Film? Every year, the acting department of Beijing Film recruits so many students, and how many of them can become stars in the end? Not to mention the fact that they debuted on a program like Singer. If it wasn't for the back door, I, Zhang Lin, would have just crashed my head into the ground. Zhang Lin said with a cold smile on her face. Although the influence of Singer is not what it used to be, don't forget that they are all from Province H. Whenever people from Province H turn on the TV, they almost always choose to watch Mango Channel. That's why the program Singer is still very influential in H Province. However, when she said that, she was more or less belittling Su Shishir too much. People's Beijing Film Acting Department each year, nearly 10,000 people enrolled in the final acceptance of only 30 people. visible competition is how fierce, but it's also true that only a few of those 30 ended up becoming stars. At the same time, hearing her say this, Xiao Qian didn't know how to retort, because she was equally unconvinced that Su Shishir had made it onto the singer entirely on her own, even including other students as well. It's just that they don't dare to say it outright. Quick, everyone look at the group. Su Shishir said she'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, still at the Tianjin Hotel. Tianjin Hotel? That's a 5-star hotel. The spending is high, so what if the spending is even higher? She's a star now. Besides, you guys don't really think that this meal is paid for by Su Shishir, do you? Who cares who pays for it, as long as there's food? That's right, it's not in vain that we're waiting for her here, as well as being late in the afternoon, making us wait so long. How can we not slaughter her? I saw a group of students pick up their cell phones and start speaking to the group, but at this time, Zhang Lin laughed once again. Oh, if I remember correctly, the first installment of The Singer is going to be aired tonight, and it will naturally be revealed whether the singer will be on the singer based on his ability or through the back door. Although Su Shishir had just recorded Singer on Mango yesterday, that was the second installment. The first installment of the show had been recorded long ago and would be officially aired this evening. Star, Chapter 115 Angry Su Shishir. In the Tianjin Hotel, in the box, other than Zhou Ming and Zhang Lin, everyone else looked a little excited. You have to know that the Tianjin Hotel is a 5-star hotel. Not only is it the most upscale hotel in their small place, even in the entire province of H, it is very famous. Although everyone was a bit surprised that such a luxurious to the core 5-star hotel was built in their small place. However, it was undeniable that in their place, anyone who could set up a table at the Tianjin Hotel would definitely be a very honorable thing. But after all, they were all students from major universities, and after spending more than 3 years in the big city, they had seen some of the city, so this excitement quickly passed. Immediately afterward everyone started talking about gossip, and to talk about the hottest gossip on the internet today, it certainly has to be the Law Chun's multiplayer campaign. Did you guys watch the news? According to the staff of Mango Channel, this time Luo Xiang's matter is because he offended another young female singer when he was recording Singer. And last night Luo Xiang was also beaten up and hospitalized. Young female singer? It seems like the only one who meets the qualification of a young female singer in Singer this time is Su Shishir. So that means Luo Xiang offended Su Shishir when he was recording the program. Then he was beaten into the hospital by Su Shishir's boyfriend, that Yi Fan, and then exposed today's incident. How could it be? Even if Luo Xiang was really beaten into the hospital by Yi Fan, it's impossible for those black materials to be exposed so quickly. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Anyway, no matter what, Luo Xiang did it himself, and he has to be responsible for the consequences. That's right. Anyway, I resolutely won't watch any program with Luo Xiang in the future. Guess you won't be seeing his show either. This is the entertainment industry. I really can't understand why so many people are still desperate to squeeze into it. The last sentence was said by Zhang Lin, and it was obvious that she was talking about Su Shishir again, but this time the rest of the class didn't agree with her. At least the vast majority didn't agree. Showbiz is messy and dirty. Everyone knows that. But in your place, if you had the chance to get into show business, would you get in? Not to mention the entertainment industry. Any circle, as long as the two things fame and fortune stay the same, want to stay pure and clean are absolutely impossible. Not to mention that once you become a star, you get all the fame and fortune. Meanwhile, as everyone gossiped, Yi Fan and Su Shishir finally appeared. Earlier, Su Shishir accompanied Yi Fan around and made a trip back to the orphanage where Yi Fan had lived as a child. But now that orphanage has disappeared, turned into a large orphan education institute. Not only the area expanded dozens of times, all kinds of facilities are extremely perfect, and even not inferior to some big cities' high-grade private schools. So much so that there are many parents today who want to send their children to this academy as well. Needless to say, Su Shishir knew that this matter was definitely related to Yi Fan. Sissy, hurry up. The show's about to start. Sissy, I just saw you on TV. Sure. I heard that Luo Xiang was exposed because he offended you. Is that true? Seeing Su Shishir appear, a few female students immediately shouted loudly, and the male students were also very excited. After all, a star appeared inside his classmates. Even if he went out to brag with people later, it would be a capital ah. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were all drawn to Yi Fan. Wow, so handsome. This is too damn handsome. Not only is this guy rich, he's also so handsome. There's no justice. I'm now certain that Shishir is definitely not evening out the rich second generation. She's craving someone else's body. That's right, such a handsome man. Even if there's no money to make me backward, I'm still willing to When they met before, Yi Fan had been wearing sunglasses, so they only thought Yi Fan was handsome. But at this moment, after Yi Fan took off his sunglasses, they realized that a man could be handsome to this extent. So much so that for a while all the students all looked dumbfounded. This includes Zhou Ming and Zhang Lin as well, especially Zhang Lin. At this time, comparing Zhou Ming and Yi Fan, suddenly felt that she was simply a big stupid bee before. How could she like Zhou Ming for so long? It's not even worth it, alright, because there are too many better men in the world. For example, this Yi Fan in front of him, but because of this, she instead became even more jealous of Su Shishir. Why should all the good things in the world go to you alone? Sure, what place did you get tonight? And what did you do with that Luo Xiang? Yi Fan and Su Shishir had just sat down when a female student immediately asked. The rankings can't be told to you guys for the time being, you'll just see for yourselves later. But I was notified by the program team earlier that all the footage of Luo Xiang has been completely deleted. Su Shishir smiled. In fact, the crew originally wanted to have all the singers re-record some of the footage, but they had to give up because they couldn't make it in time. So hearing her say that, many of the students agreed with the program's decision. For those tainted stars, they should all be banned. As for Su Shishir's unwillingness to disclose her ranking in advance, they just took it as Su Shishir's ranking was not high and was too embarrassed to say so they didn't ask any more questions. At least this meal is also Su Shishir's treat, isn't it? Besides, it's better to stay out of trouble when the boyfriend looks like he's not to be messed with. But while they didn't want to cause trouble, not everyone was afraid of Yi Fan. Che, what can't you tell us? It's just that you can't sing well and your ranking is too low, Zhang Lin said without a care in the world. So Yi Fan immediately frowned. At the same time, Su Shishir couldn't help but feel a little angry in her heart. Not to mention that before, Xiao Qian had told her all those words that Zhang Lin had directed at her. It was just that she was afraid that Yi Fan would be unhappy, so she didn't say anything to him. Then the next moment, he heard Su Shishir speak. Zhang Lin, since you said I don't have a high ranking, how about we make a bet? Chapter 116, A Song Little Luck. Su Shishir is completely on fire. A bet? What kind of bet? Zhang Lin asked. Let's bet on whether or not I can place in the top 3 this term. If I can, I win. If I can't, you win. And the loser has to apologize to the winner in front of the class. Sushi replied. But Zhang Lin suddenly laughed. He, the fact that you dare to say this means that you can definitely make it into the top 3 in this installment. But so what? It's not impossible for you to make it onto Singer through the back door, and then make it into the top 3 through another back door, Zhang Lin said with a sarcastic face. Well then, since you say so, we won't talk about the rankings. Later on we'll let the students here judge. If they think I got this ranking by strength, count me as the winner. If they think I got it by the back door, count me as the loser. And all the students won't be allowed to favor anyone. What do you think? Su Shishir said again, obviously really moved this time. Good, then it's settled. All the students are not allowed to favor anyone, or else they are not giving face to me. Zhang Lin immediately agreed. The other students had wanted to persuade them, but since Zhang Lin had said so, they had no choice but to give up. Besides, even if you lose, it's just a public apology. It's nothing. Okay, we promise not to favor anyone, the students immediately assured one another. And at the same time, the dishes from the Tianchen Hotel came up, so the students took a look and gasped again. Is that a king crab? Or 2, this is abalone, or the best dry abalone. Such a big one should be several thousand. And this lobster, it's so damn big. This is, and this, You guys, look at this bottle of red wine. It's an 82 Lafite. Only to see all the students all dumbfounded. According to the price of these dishes, at least 100,000 or more a table. Not to mention that there is that 82 years of Lafite. It is said that a bottle will be 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, a total of 2 tables, 2 bottles per table, which will be almost 300,000 yuan. Is this the life of a rich man? It's pretty damn extravagant. The students were so dumbfounded that they were even a little afraid to move their chopsticks. It was only after Su Shishir's greeting that one by one began to move. Seeing this, Yi Fan gently smiled, but did not say anything. All along he had kept his distance from these students. This time, I invited my classmates to dinner simply to repay some favors for Lao Wang, not even to mention these classmates. While enjoying his life as pleased, Yi Fan also kept a certain distance from the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Maybe he wasn't a god today, but he had long since ceased to be an ordinary man. At least his lifespan is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Of course, as long as he was willing, those women whose attributes appeared in the system could likewise have the same long, even endless lifespan as he did, but only if the first time was given to him, and only if he liked it. So far there were only 3 people who fit the bill, and those were Su Shishir, Mu Qingyan, and Big Sweetie. For the rest of Big Nini, Guan Tong Tong, He Lim Lin, and Zhang Li, That would have to depend on their performance in the future. At this point in the program, it was finally Su Shishir's turn to appear, and she was the last singer to appear tonight. So all the students all looked toward the huge TV screen in the box. Then in an instant, everyone was shocked once again. It's beautiful. So classy. Is this the star? So the difference between reality and TV is surprisingly big. Hey, in reality Shishir is pretty too okay. It had to be said that the real Su Shishir was indeed beautiful. Originally her face value was 88, and then Yifan helped her raise it by 2 points to 90. But originally her charisma was only 80, not even as good as Guan Tong Tong. But after this period of time Yifan's continuous development, as well as those 3 months of closed-door cultivation, nowadays her charisma had similarly reached 90. It definitely looks a whole lot prettier than before. Then the show was all stage makeup, plus all those lighting effects, and a Versace couture gown designed especially for her. So much so that the TV sushi is a whole lot prettier again than the real sushi. And before that, Su Shishir, who had a face value of 88 and a charisma of 80, would have been able to compare Guan Tong Tong as the Beijing Film School flower. That's why today's TV sushi is even more so. And it's never too much to say that it's a fairy who has descended from the earth. Immediately after that, Su Shishir's song rang out. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the school bell ringing in the distance. But I didn't hear you. Seriously, call me by name. Yes, Su Shishir sings this installment, the song Little Lucky, a song that suits her perfectly, and now her singing skills had reached level 6, with Yifan's help and her own hard work, and a level 6 singing skill is already equivalent to the top level among professional singers, and further up is the Song King level, so even compared to the original singer of this song in Yifan's last life, Su Shishir's level was definitely only higher. The song was still continuing, but all the students, however, were all attracted to Su Shishir on the TV. Even the delicacies on the table in front of him were temporarily forgotten. The only one whose gaze was on Yifan was Su Shishir. It was at this moment that Yifan, with the same face of intoxication, looked at Su Shishir in the TV. Although the eyes were very clear, the admiration and the little bit of love in them were not hidden at all. So much so that when she discovered this, Su Shishir immediately burst into a flurry of joy. She didn't care what other people thought of her. The only thing she cared about nowadays was what Yifan thought of her, including her desire to become a star. It was only to make herself more significant in Yifan's mind. Obviously, she didn't make the wrong choice. Then soon, as Su Shishir finished her song, her score came out, first in the field, and it's a big jump ahead of a singer-songwriter in second place. You have to know that the previous singer at the king level was recognized as the strongest singer in this session. As for Su Shishir, she was considered by everyone to be a round tripper, coming up to brush her face. As a result, the first installment gave everyone such a surprise. The key to this achievement everyone did not have the slightest doubt, and even the negative impact caused by Luo Xiang before, was also eliminated. In a word, with the song Little Luck sung, Su Shishir, who was appearing as a singer for the first time, was completely on fire. All kinds of news about her on the internet are extremely hot. Star. Chapter 117 Aggrieved Zhonglin. Okay, I'll show my cards. I won first place in this installment, so anyone who thinks my singing doesn't deserve it can speak up, Su Shishir said proudly, obviously very confident in her singing. At the same time, the students in the audience also thought so, because Su Shishir's singing in this installment was indeed too outstanding. On the contrary, the performance of those Su Shishir opponents was a bit poor, so Su Shishir, the first place, was well deserved. But everyone looked at me and I looked at you, but none of them spoke first. After all, supporting Su Shishir would mean offending Zhang Lin. Sissy, is this a new song for you? Why haven't I heard it before? Xiao Qian, who was on the side, suddenly asked. Yeah, new song, first time on the show, Su Shishir said with a happy face, and at the same time, she also sneaked a look at Yifan, because this song was written by none other than Yifan. However, Yifan didn't sign his name. It wasn't that he wasn't thick-skinned enough, it was just that he didn't care about the fame. Really, but as good as the songs are, I think the best one is Shishir. She sings much better than the other singers. What do you guys think? Xiao Qian said again. Others were afraid of offending Zhang Lin, but she wasn't. Not to mention that she had almost gotten into a fight with Zhang Lin earlier. So with her taking the lead, the others immediately spoke up in support of Su Shishir. I think Sissy sang the best too. Sissy definitely took this first place on her own merit. MS. Su Shishir deserves her name. In this way, the previous bet was naturally won by Su Shishir as well. Zhang Lin, willing to gamble, apologize. The one who spoke was still Xiao Qian, or how to say that it is easy not to offend women. But of course Zhang Lin could not apologize. She had never been so wrong since she was a child. Humph, I think you've all been bribed by a meal from her. Saying that, Zhang Lin suddenly stood up, then walked directly outside. Only when she said this, the other students' faces immediately all changed. Wasn't Zhang Lin clearly satirizing them for being too poor to have eaten these good things? Though this is true, this Zhang Lin is just too much. It's just an apology. We're all classmates. What does it matter? That's right, she still thinks she's a big lady, and everyone has to spoil her. It can't be helped. Who let their family have money? At this point, everyone stopped themselves. Although they didn't know exactly what Zhang Lin's family did, they must be very rich as all. So there was no need and they were unwilling to offend Zhang Lin. But it was good that Zhang Lin was gone now, so as to save them from being disturbed from enjoying their feast. Only Zhou Ming was a little hesitant to go after him. After all, Zhang Lin was one of the spare tires anyways. Not to mention that it was clearly impossible to hit Su Shirshi's idea nowadays. But looking at this table meal in front of him, he was really a bit reluctant to give it up. After all, there's no telling when you'll want to have it again next time. Besides, he believed that with Zhang Lin's fondness for him, it wouldn't be hard to coax it. Zhang Lin walked out of the box, getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, but she could do nothing about it. But just at that moment, she saw a burly man coming her way. At the same time that burly man was followed by several hotel attendants. Brother! Zhang Lin immediately called out. Lin, what are you doing here? The burly man, Zhang Chang, Zhang Lin's brother, asked with some surprise. He knew that this time his sister had come home. She had made a special appointment with a group of classmates to visit her teacher and to stay with them in the evening instead of going home for dinner. But how did their classmate get-together come to the Tianchun Hotel? You have to realize that the spending here is not something that the average student can afford. Had dinner here earlier with some classmates. Zhang Lin pointed to the box behind her and explained. Ha, I can't believe that Lin, your classmates really have hidden talents inside. Zhang Cheng immediately smiled. It turned out that he was the sales manager of this Tianchun Hotel, and he had previously heard that someone had booked 2 tables of the most upscale banquet, spending nearly $1 million, so he was ready to come over to toast and get to know each other. At this time, oh look, that booked 2 tables of the most upscale banquet box. Is not it in front of the eyes of this his sister's classmates get-together box? That guy isn't even my classmate. He's just the boyfriend of one of my classmates. Zhang Lin naturally understood her brother's meaning and immediately said with a resigned face. What's wrong? Someone bullied you? Is it that boy Zhou Ming? Seeing Zhang Lin in this state, Zhang Cheng immediately raised his eyebrows. Since he was a child, the one he loved the most was this sister. And if anyone dared to bully his sister, he would definitely not spare him. And he also knew about Zhang Lin's fondness for that high school classmate of hers, Zhou Ming. It's surprising that that boy can't even look at his sister. So in his heart, he had actually long wanted to teach Zhou Ming a lesson. It's not Zhou Ming, although I'm indeed disappointed in him this time. He doesn't have the guts to bully me yet. Zhang Lin shook her head. Who's that? Zhang Cheng's face became even more ugly. With his sister saying this, wouldn't it confirm that there were indeed people bullying her? It's the boyfriend of that classmate of mine. Brother, you must help my sister out this time. Saying that, Zhang Lin even hugged up Zhang Cheng's arm and made a strong effort to spread her breath. Although the one who bet with her just now was Su Shirsher, but in her mind, without Yi Fan backing Su Shirsher up, who was Su Shirsher to dare to call her bluff? So this account, she naturally counted on Yi Fan as well. This, Zhang Chang was a bit hesitant at once. After all, people were able to spend nearly $1 million on a dinner, and this kind of person was not someone to be messed with at first glance. Not to mention the fact that people drive a supercar. Now the supercar was parked outside the hotel, and he'd seen it when he'd passed by earlier. Although he didn't know much about sports cars, he did know that that sports car was definitely not cheap. But looking at the pitiful look on his sister's face in front of him, he finally decided to help her out of this. So what if you're rich? Bullying his sister will pay just as much. Besides, although he was only a sales manager of the Tianchun Grand Hotel, the Tianchun Grand Hotel was a property belonging to the Tianchun Group, backed by $100 billion company like Tianchun Group. He naturally had nothing to fear. Chapter 118, Get Out. In the box, everyone enjoyed a large meal while discussing the previous program. If people had said that Su Shirsher was a star before, they were more or less joking. After all, there's a huge difference between a star and a celebrity. A third-rate star is a star, but can it be the same as a top star? But now, everyone's attitude is completely different, because everyone knew that Su Shirsher could surely catch fire. Still, everyone was more envious and had no other ill will. Not to mention Su Shirsher was so polite and treated everyone to such a luxurious meal. But Zhou Ming was different. Looking at Yi Fan and Su Shirsher who were constantly frowning over there, it was as hard as eating sure. Even the lobster in my hand didn't feel good anymore. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open, and then everyone saw that Zhang Lin, who had just left, had unexpectedly returned, and strangely enough, it was followed by a man as well as 2 waiters. Hello, Mr. Yi, I, Zheng Chang, would like to thank you for your support of our hotel this time. With that, the man took a glass of wine from the waiter, signaled, and drank it down. However, Yifan just glanced at him without the slightest intention of raising his glass. What else is going on? Get it together, Yifan said indifferently. At this time, anyone could see that this Zhang Chang had a shallow relationship with Zhang Lin, and was obviously the helper that Zhang Lin had found. Since Mr. Yi said so, then I'm not polite. Sure enough, I saw Zhang Cheng faintly smile, and then continued. Once again, I introduce myself. I, Zhang Chang, in addition to being the manager of this Tianchen hotel, is also Zhang Lin's own brother. So before Mr. Yi, you bullied my sister. Shouldn't you also give me a statement? At the same time, hearing him say that, the students in the audience were immediately startled. What? Zhang Lin's brother is the manager of the Tianchen hotel? It was important to realize that the Tianchen hotel was not only a 5-star hotel, but also the property of the Tianchen group. So don't look at this Zhang Chang as just a manager. But even if an ordinary director meets him, he has to be courteous, and in their little place, the chief would be considered a very big deal. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Zhang Lin's brother wasn't very old, 23 or 24 at most. What does that mean? It shows that Zhang Lin's family's background is definitely not simple. Previously, they only knew that Zhang Lin's family was rich, but they didn't realize that her family wasn't just rich, and it looked like their energy was equally not small. Especially Zhou Ming. If he had known that Zhang Lin's family was related to Tianchen Group, he wouldn't have been dangling Zhang Lin as a spare tire. He couldn't look at Zhang Lin, mainly because he thought that her family was just a small local landlord, and it wouldn't help him much in the future. But it would be different if he could enter the Tianchen Group through his family. But that's okay, it's not too late to find out. At the same time, he also wanted to see how Yifan was going to deal with this brother of Zhang Lin. Don't look at this Zhang Chang as just a manager of Tianchen Hotel, but if not handled well, the one who will be offended can be the whole Tianchen Group, and the background of the Tianchen Group could be described as extremely deep, which was something that everyone knew, and it wasn't just him, but almost all the other students were thinking the same thing. However, they were more worried for Yifan. But the next moment, only Yifan suddenly frowned. Get out! Yifan's voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present, so much so that they all thought they had misheard. Get out? Getting a manager of the Skystar Group out of here? Or is it on the territory of the Tianchen Group? This Yifan's guts were too big. Ho ho ho! Zhang Cheng froze, followed by a sudden laugh. Mr. Yi, if my little sister offended in any way just now, I'm here to apologize to you, but for you to tell me to get out, I'm afraid you've forgotten that this is the Tianchen Hotel, the territory of the Tianchen Group, not your home. Mr. Yi, don't look at Zhang grew strong. That's because of regular exercise, but he himself is not stupid at all. On the contrary, he is very smart. Otherwise he wouldn't be so young to be the manager of this Tianchen hotel. There was certainly a family history involved, but he wasn't bad in his own right. He knew very well that Yifan dared to be so arrogant even in Tianchen Group's territory, so he must have something to rely on. Not to mention that the aura that Yifan displayed just now was definitely something that only those who had been in high positions for a long time could possess. Although he didn't understand how this kind of aura could appear on such a young man, it didn't stop him from being wary. So he immediately took the initiative to apologize on behalf of his sister. That is, to clear this matter with Zhang Lin beforehand, before moving the Tianchen Group out. In this way, if anything happened later, it would be Yifan provoking the entire Tianchen Group. He just didn't believe that no matter how big Yifan was, he could still be bigger than the entire Tianchen Group. Yifan certainly understood what he meant and immediately frowned again. Are you holding the Tianchen Group over me? Yifan asked in a deep voice. It was you, Mr. Yi, who looked down on our Tianchen Group first. Zhang Cheng continued to steal concepts, but this time it was Yifan's turn to laugh. You're right, I really don't look at a mere Tianchen Group in the eyes. Saying that, Yifan suddenly took out his cell phone and made a call. Then there was a beep, and almost instantly, the phone was connected. What are your orders, master? An unusually cold voice came through the cell phone, very similar to AI's voice in Yifan's computer, without any emotion, but it sounded much more pleasant than AI's voice. Xinga, have the head of the Tianchen Group call me, Yifan commanded. Not bad, the Tianchen Group was likewise an asset that belonged to him, and that person in charge was just an agent just like Zhang Bin, only this agent Yifan had never seen before, and there's no need to see it. A head of a $100 billion group is just that, managing another hotel as well as some chain assets, and not really useful for anything other than making some money. Only his call scared everyone else silly. What's the situation? Getting the head of the Tianchen Group to call him? What is this guy's background? The key listening to his tone, that head of the Tianchen Group seemed to be nothing at all in his eyes. Yes, master, Xinga, also known as Yi Chinga, Tang Sect, the Grand Steward of all of Yifan's assets, immediately answered. Immediately afterward, Yifan hung up the phone, then after less than a minute, his cell phone rang again, and it was an unfamiliar number. Needless to say, it was naturally that the person in charge of the Tianqian group who was calling. Chapter 119. I told you to get out. Didn't I hear you? Yifan pressed the answer button and didn't bother to talk nonsense. He directly told the matter and then hung up the phone. He didn't bother to blame the man in charge, and he was generally reluctant to get his hands on any company business. Naturally, Yi Chinga had helped him with these small matters. However, that Tianqian group's head was scared half to death because that previous call had actually come from the headquarters, and it's still the gate master himself calling. One must know that he could only be considered a peripheral member among the Tang sect, and was not even qualified to see the face of the sect master. At the same time, with this call from Yifan, the others in the box were completely dumbfounded. That's nifty too. It can't really be a call from the president of Tianqian Group, can it? Most people are still a little unconvinced. Though, after all, he's the boss of a $100 billion group. Only Su Shishir didn't doubt it at all, because after Yifan had taught Luo Xiang a lesson yesterday, he had similarly made a phone call. Then the next day Luo Xiang's scandal came to light. But soon, he saw the door of the box being pushed open once again, followed by a middle-aged man, probably in his 40s or 50s, hurriedly running in. Dad! Seeing this middle-aged man, Zhang Cheng and Zhang Lin were immediately taken aback. At the same time an unsettling feeling rose in their hearts, because their father is none other than the general manager of this Tianqian hotel. Zhang Jin glared fiercely at his son and daughter. Just now he received a call from the group's boss, but it scared him half to death. But now he no longer have the heart to educate their children. He must hurry to apologize, so that the general manager Yi's satisfaction. Otherwise he would have made it to the top as GM. Excuse me, which one is Mr. Yi? Zhang Jin bent over and asked with a humble face. In fact, he noticed Yifan as soon as he entered the door. After all, Yifan's aura was too unique. There was also Su Shishir beside him, who was equally very striking, but he still had to ask, or what if he got it wrong? And the attitude must be sincere as well. After all, this Mr. Yi was someone that even their group's boss was afraid of, but whether he was sincere or not was his business. But Yifan might not buy it. Get out! It was still 3 light words, but once again, it made everyone dumbfounded. That, Yi, I'm Zhang Jin, the general manager of this Tianqian hotel, and I'm here specifically to apologize to you, Zhang Jin once again said with a humble face, and it would not even be an exaggeration to say that it was lowly. But so what? I told you to get out. Didn't I hear you? Yifan said again, and this time it was obvious that there was some anger. In fact, when Zhang Lin had targeted Su Shishir before, Yifan had been a bit unhappy, but after all, he was once a classmate, and with Su Shishir taking the initiative to make a bet, he didn't say anything more. As a result, even if Zhang Lin didn't apologize for losing, he even beat up the little one to bring out the old one. This is really think that he is easy to bully, is not it? But of course, Zhang Jin couldn't just go out like this, knowing that just now he had begged so hard to get a chance to explain to Yifan. Otherwise that group's boss would have almost fired him outright, and he had only climbed to this position after more than a decade of hard work, and once he was fired, he would really only be able to go home and become a landlord. More importantly, he was genuinely afraid. With the energy Yifan had shown before, if he held a grudge because of this incident, it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to be a landlord. However, Yifan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore, and seeing his hesitant appearance, he directly stood up and walked outside. Anyway, now that the meal is also invited, Old Wang's favor is also considered to be returned, and it is meaningless for him to continue to stay here. Su Shishir naturally followed along. Seeing this, Zhang Jin subconsciously wanted to stop him, but when he was glared at by Yifan's eyes, he immediately didn't dare to speak. After all, Yifan's aura, that was not something that anyone could resist, so Zhang Jin immediately knew that he was afraid that it was really over. But just at this moment, Zhang Lin, who was on the side, suddenly shouted, Yifan, and the next moment, everyone only saw Zhang Lin flopping, but directly fell to the ground on his knees. Yifan, I was wrong just now, I apologize to you, and sure, I shouldn't have targeted you like that, please don't blame my father, okay? Zhang Lin cried. With that series of changes just now, she had long been scared silly. At first she just wanted her brother to help her out, but she didn't realize it would end up like this. So as the culprit for all of this, she could only think of begging Yifan in this way. At the same time at this time, she had already regretted to death. Had she known this, she might as well just apologize directly just now. Lin, seeing his sister actually kneeling down, Zhang Cheng immediately ran over to try to help her up. However, Zhang Lin was dead set against it, so Zhang Chang had no choice but to forcefully pick her up. Just like this, the surrounding students were once again dumbfounded, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel that Yi Fan had gone a little too far. Even Su Shishir almost couldn't help but plead for Zhang Lin. After all, no matter what, they had been classmates before, and Zhang Lin hadn't really done anything excessive, just targeting her with her mouth. In the end, though, she held her tongue, because she knew that Yi Fan definitely had his own ideas. She didn't want to affect Yi Fan because of herself. Yi Fan gave Su Shishir a very satisfied look. This was how his favorite woman should behave. As for Zhang Lin, it was her own business to be willing to kneel, and it wasn't him who made Zhang Lin kneel. However, he also knew what Zhang Jin was really worried about. It was just that he wasn't going to do anything to him in the first place. He was a man who never held a grudge, because if there was a grudge, it was avenged on the spot. Zhang Jin, right, you go and resign the general manager yourself. This matter will end here. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, I know, thank you Mr. Yi, Zhang Jin said with a bitter face, but the general manager's seat is gone. Right, at least Yi Fan will not continue to bother with him, so he can still be a landlord in peace. All these years relying on this general manager's seat, he hadn't made a lot of money. Nowadays his fortune wasn't too much, but tens of millions of dollars were still there. Plus the contacts he had accumulated over the years were enough for him to start some small business. Just later want to now this kind of scenery. I'm afraid it's impossible. Chapter 120. A popular man is a man of many rights and wrongs. Yi Fan drove his car and sent Su Shishir home. Since she had gone back to her hometown, Su Shishir definitely had to go home and stay there as well. But at this time, Su Shishir on the co-pilot suddenly cursed. This Zhou Ming is really something. What's wrong? Yi Fan was a little curious. Chanqian said in the group that Zhou Ming's $20,000 was not earned by him at all. It was cheated from his girlfriend. Su Shishir explained with an exasperated face. It turns out that before Zhou Ming made a girlfriend, not really a girlfriend, just have a good feeling about each other, not yet formalized the relationship, and that girl heard that Zhou Ming went home this time in order to raise medical expenses for his former class teacher, so she took out all the $20,000 she had saved during her college years. It so happens that this girl is a distant cousin of Xiao Qian, learned that their boyfriend in cousin's hometown is a place, asked the cousin recognized Zhou Ming. As a result, it was realized that Zhou Ming's $20,000 was actually his own initiative to donate, and lied to his classmates that he earned it himself. But if that was the case, it would still be fine. Xiao Qian only thought that Zhou Ming was trying to save face. In the afternoon, Yi Fan said that Zhou Ming harassed Su Shishir in the middle of the night. So this time Xiao Qian, which still do not know, Zhou Ming donated $20,000, clearly is to pretend in front of Su Shishir. However, although she knew Zhou Ming's intentions, she did not point them out on the spot, but waited for him to donate the $20,000 before saying so. Obviously, when she went back, she would definitely ask her cousin to find Zhou Ming to pay back the money as well. I can't imagine that this Xiao Qian is quite scheming. Yi Fan smiled and praised. It's not scary for a girl to have a heart, as long as she's not a heartbreaker. Instead, it's the goofy girls that are a headache, because there's no telling when they'll do something stupid. What? You have thoughts about her? I remember when I was in school, you seemed to have a pretty good relationship with her. Su Shishir immediately blanked him. Yi Fan was speechless. After all, he couldn't say that he approached Xiao Qian at that time, but it was actually for Su Shishir. Besides, this was originally something that Yi Fan had done before. What did it have to do with him? But Su Shishir didn't look deeper is all. Or more accurately, she had confidence in herself. Besides, Yi Fan originally had more than one woman. One more is nothing. Little Susu is awesome. I can't imagine that even though little Susu isn't an anchor anymore, she's mixed into the entertainment industry. So this Su Shishir used to be an anchor. What's wrong with anchors? Look down on anchors. Not every anchor is Little Timo. There's one thing to be said for Little Timo, singing is actually pretty good within the anchors, but compared to Little Susu, it's nowhere near as good. People's Little Susu is a serious acting student of Beijing film. Can't she be compared to Little Timo? Say, isn't it because of that Mr. Night that Little Susu suddenly stopped broadcasting live? That's right. Who doesn't know that Little Susu is being adopted by that night chief? Last time, Little Susu also drove a Koenigsegg 1-1. It must be the Night Generals. As well as this time, Little Susu can be on the singer. Maybe it is also the Night General's effort. Su Shishir was on fire. Completely on fire. And as soon as the program ended, countless comments about Su Shishir appeared online. By the time the next day rolled around, Su Shishir's name had even made it to the top 10 of the V-Blog hot searches. The song A Little Luck also appeared on Penguin Music's new songs chart. I have to say that Sushi's performance on the show was nothing short of perfect, so much so that most of the comments were positive. Some people even predicted that she will become the next Chinese music diva. Of course, the identity of the acting students of the Beijing film department in this case also added a lot of points to Su Shishir. Otherwise, if it were any other netizen, the netizens would not be so easy to accept. But as the saying goes, there are many right and wrongs. With Su Shishir's sudden popularity, her previous work as an anchor, as well as those things with Yifan, were also raked up by netizens. Van, my parents want to meet you. Early in the morning, Yifan received a message from Su Shishir. Apparently Su Shishir's parents, too, were affected by those comments online. No problem, be right there. Yifan immediately returned. It's not just meeting your parents. It's not like you're getting married right away. It's a big deal. Besides, he didn't believe that with his conditions, Su Shishir's parents could still pick anything out. Immediately after that, Yifan began to freshen up and organize. In fact, nowadays, he had long since stepped into the immaculate realm, which meant that his entire body would not produce an ounce of dirt or be stained by a single speck of dust. But bathing can be just as great a treat as sleeping. What? You said you don't like baths? Still like to stay up late? Then you must be a single dog, no doubt. Immediately after that, Yifan began to pick out the gifts. The last time I went to Mu Qingyan's house, Yifan gave a picture of autumn mountains worth 40 million, and that was still pretending to be his boyfriend. Now that he was visiting Su Shishir's parents as his official boyfriend, the gift naturally couldn't be worse than last time. And before, he had heard Su Shishir say that her father's favorite calligraphy, and it just so happened that there was a suitable one in the system space. Then there was Su Shishir's mother, a teacher of classical music, best at guzheng and guqin, so Yifan was going to give her a guqin. Immediately after Yifan opened the door, he saw a naive fat man standing outside the door. Mr. Yi, you're awake. When Fatty saw Yifan, he immediately said with a respectful face. He was the deputy general manager of the Tianquan Hotel, and Yifan stayed at the Tianquan Hotel yesterday. After all, this is Yifan's own assets, and the most upscale hotel in this place. Don't live here, where to live? Aha! Yifan nodded. Now the general manager, Zhang Jin, had resigned, so it was this fat man in front of him who was temporarily acting as the general manager. At the same time, he understood what this fat man meant, which was nothing more than wanting to turn the tables. However, this kind of thing Yifan was too lazy to hand. Go and wrap these two things for me, then prepare some tea. I want to give a gift, Yifan commanded. The cigarettes and alcohol he bought on the way to Mu Qingyan's house the last time he went there were randomly purchased because he already knew that Mu Qingyan's family wouldn't welcome him. But this time, of course, it can't be so casual. Chapter 121, The 9 Heavenly Rings. Yifan came to Su Shishir's house, and as soon as he entered, Su Shishir's parents immediately brightened up. This kid is so handsome. The temperament is good again. It's literally the nemesis of all women. No wonder it mesmerized their daughter. What they were most satisfied with, however, was not Yifan's appearance, but Yifan's age. Being about the same age means it's a serious relationship. Otherwise, the age difference of 5 or 6 years is not a big problem. If the difference is 10 or 20 years, then it is not looking for a boyfriend. It is looking for a father. This is a situation they will never allow either. Although I had known long before from my daughter that this boyfriend of hers was actually her high school classmate, but without seeing it with their own eyes, they were still a little uneasy. And of course, the money bit is important. At the very least, because of their daughter's relationship, the conditions of their family today could be a lot better than before. It's little Fan, isn't it? Come in and sit down. Su's mother was obviously quite satisfied with Yifan and greeted him very warmly. Well, nice lad. Su's father also couldn't help but nod his head, although he was a little heartbroken that the daughter he had raised for many years had finally been cheapened to someone else's brat. But the worry that had been in my heart was finally put aside. Hello uncle, auntie. Yifan greeted very humbly and then put down the gift in his hand. Just come and bring a gift, Su's mother immediately said, and it wasn't at all polite of her, because her daughter had already gotten a lot from Yifan before. Not to mention that nowadays Yifan is also his daughter's boss. They are not cuties. Knowing that right now my daughter has a great future ahead of her. In the past, they didn't let their daughters enter the entertainment industry. That was because they were afraid that the entertainment industry was too dark and their daughters would suffer. But now that their daughters' boyfriends have shown up on their doorsteps, their daughter must have been eaten up long ago as well. So it's useless even if they're worried about it. It's just a few little things. No need to be so polite, auntie. Yifan smiled. Let's see what it is. However, it was Su Shishir on the side who suddenly snatched these gifts away. You child, why are you like this? Su's mother immediately reprimanded. But Su Shishir didn't care at all. But seeing this, Su's mother instead put her heart down, because from this scene, it could be seen that his daughter and Yifan were very casual with each other, which was a normal couple relationship. and not the kind of relationship as rumored on the internet. Ha, what's this? Su Shishir first took out the tea leaves from those gifts. She had told Yifan before that her father liked tea the most, so it was normal that Yifan would send tea. It was only that although all of these teas were of the finest quality, she knew that they were nothing to Yifan. Immediately after she pulled out a large, heavy, and beautifully crafted gift box and asked. Of course, it wasn't that she cared about these gifts, but she wanted her parents to pay more attention to Yifan, because she knew very well that what could make Yifan take out a gift was definitely not an ordinary gift. Wouldn't you just open it and see? Yifan sold the story, so Sushi really opened it. Then she saw an ancient zither with a purple-red color, and at first glance, it's some years old. This is the 9 Heavenly Rings piano. Su's mother froze, and immediately exclaimed in shock. As a teacher of classical instruments, she was of course familiar with some of the famous ancient instruments of Z. One of her favorite musical instruments was the 9 Heavenly Rings piano. There was even a time when she went to the Forbidden City Museum just to see the real appearance of this 9 Heavenly Rings pegged zither with her own eyes. Jiao Xiao Hu Pei Qin, one of the 10 most famous ancient qin in Z. It was made by Lei Wei, the first generation master of Lei's qin-making family in Sichuan during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, and was used in the succession ceremony of the third son of Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, and was regarded as the most important thing in the Tang dynasty as well as the immortal product. Currently there are a total of 4 copies of the 9 Heavenly Rings piano in circulation around the world, which are in the National Palace Museum, the National Museum of History of Z, the Provincial Museum of L, and in the hands of a private collector. And the external valuation of the 9 Heavenly Rings piano is at least 400 million renminbi or more. It can be considered a true national treasure. However, this 9 Heavenly Rings zither in Yifan's hand was not any of those 4, but was of better quality than those 4. And national treasures cannot be taken out of the country, but private transactions are allowed, so it is no problem to give gifts. It can't be true, can it? I only saw Su's mother looking around this 9 Heavenly Rings piano for half a day, and the more she looked at it, the more wrong it became. Originally, she thought it was just an imitation, until she found a certificate of authenticity in the gift box, and realized that it was an authentic piece that was truly inherited from the Tang dynasty. It's a superb guqin worth over 400 million renminbi, so much so that Su's mother was momentarily a little stunned. From Van, of course it's real, Su Shishir immediately said with a smug look on her face, though she had just googled it and was shocked by the price of the violin, but after following Yifan for so long, she had received enough scares and had long gotten used to it. No, this gift is too expensive, we can't accept it. Su's mother glanced fondly at this exquisite to the core guqin, and finally shook her head. Auntie, it's not that I'm talking big, this violin may be precious to you, but it's not only useless to me, it also takes up space, so I might as well give it to someone who really likes it. Yifan said. He knew that being polite didn't help. Instead he acted like he didn't care so that Su's mother could take it. Sure enough, after hearing him say this, Mother Su hesitated for half a day and finally accepted this 9 Heavenly Rings piano. But of course she wouldn't think that Yifan really didn't care at all about this zither. After all, it was worth at least $400 million, but it was fine for the qin to be placed in her place. The big deal was that when Yifan wanted it back in the future, he would just give it back to him. If you can't, you can use it as a dowry for your daughter. However, such a precious zither must be kept well, not to mention that it must not be leaked to the wind. Otherwise it's not good to be targeted by thieves. So immediately afterwards she was seen hurrying to load the piano and put it away in her room. It's just that in this way, Su's father, who was on the sidelines, had some bad feelings in his heart. He had a hand in raising his daughter so well, but how is the difference in treatment so great? Although the several pots of tea that Yifan had brought with him were also very good, but compared to that 9 Heavenly Rings piano, they were far inferior. It wasn't eye-rolling on his part, it was just a simple unbalance in his heart. But just then, Su Shishir opened another gift box. Then he saw Su's father's eyes immediately light up again. Star, Chapter 122, Live Again. Good word. Looking at the scroll gradually unfolding in his daughter's hands, Su's father's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This is Song Huizong's thin gold script 1000-character essay. It can't be real too, can it? At this time, Su's mother also came out of the room, looking at the calligraphy in front of her and marveled. Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, the 8th emperor of the Song dynasty. The ability to govern the country is not, but the self-created thin gold-style calligraphy is a masterpiece. If this Song Huizong's 1000-character essay in front of us is authentic, then it is worth at least $100 million. Although it was not as good as the previous one, the 9 Heavenly Rings piano, it was absolutely priceless for calligraphy lovers. Of course it's authentic, Sushi said again, but in fact, she didn't need to say anything. Su's father had already seen that appraisal certificate in the gift box. Although he didn't see the content, The appearance was exactly the same as the previous appraisal certificate of the 9 Heavenly Rings piano. So this 1000-character essay in thin gold style, 1089 is Song Hwaesong's real handwriting. This is too expensive. Sue's father immediately said, a little trinket, as long as uncle likes it, Yi Fan said casually. So Sue's father didn't make any more pretense and accepted the generous gift. After all, this authentic copy of Song Hwaesong's 1000-character essay was too attractive to him. At the same time, what he wanted was to accept it first. The big deal was to return it to Yi Fan after viewing it for a while. However, being able to casually give out 2 thick gifts that could be considered national treasures also made Su Shirshir's parents have to re-examine Yi Fan. What kind of family is this? So much for being the richest man in the world. It's a good thing that they know that Yi Fan is an orphan. Otherwise they really have to doubt that their daughters can match Yi Fan. Then for the rest of the afternoon, Yi Fan stayed at Su Shirshir's house and chatted with Sue's father and mother. So Sue's father and mother realized that whether it was calligraphy or classical musical instruments, Yi Fan was surprisingly very proficient. So much so that they had almost forgotten that Yi Fan was their daughter's boyfriend, and simply treated Yi Fan as a confidant in general. Little Fan. Sure, she has a bad temper sometimes, so just take it easy on her, Sue's mother said in a serious tone. Older brother. In the future, if this girl doesn't listen to you, just tell old brother, and old brother will help you teach her a lesson. Sue's father even directly called Yi Fan his brother. Looking aside, Su Shirshir was jealous. Dad, Mom, it looks like I'm your daughter, Sushi protested, but of course she was more than happy to have such an awesome boyfriend in her heart. Immediately after dinner, Su Shirshir then had the time to lead Yi Fan to his room. I regret that I should not have brought you home, and now my parents are turning toward you. Su Shirshir pouted her zue and said with a dissatisfied face, don't worry, girl, you still have me. Uncle will cover you from now on. Yi Fan returned in a serious manner. Q. Su Shirshir gave him a blank look, but in the next moment she suddenly blushed, because just now her parents said they want to stay over tonight. Yi Fan. It just so happens that there are only 2 rooms in their house, one for the parents and one for her. That is to say, by the way, you haven't been live in a while, have you? Yi Fan looked at the computer in Su Shirshir's room and suddenly asked. Yeah, I haven't been on the air since the last time I said I was quitting. What happened? Su Shirshir couldn't help but be a little curious. Then why don't we make an exception and go live tonight? It's still early anyway. Yi Fan revealed a bad smile. Humph, just think bad thoughts. Su Shirshir pouted. But in fact, she quite wanted to herself, even in your own home. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a while before. Besides, her parents had already approved of Yi Fan anyway, or they had taken the initiative to offer to let Yi Fan stay over. Immediately afterward, she turned on her computer and began to debug the equipment. She's also live-streamed from her home before, so she's well equipped, but only after she tuned in did she realize that Yi Fan hadn't even left. What? Are you going to accompany me on the air? Sushi joked. In the past, when they were in the capital, Su Shirshir live-streamed Yi Fan to avoid it. Su Shirshir also knew that in general Yi Fan didn't like too much attention, but this time, Yi Fan actually did nod, so much so that Su Shirshir was instantly stunned, followed by an immediate cry of surprise. Really? No wonder she was so excited, because she knew very well that Yi Fan was doing this all for her, including today's visit to her house as her boyfriend, to assuage her parents' suspicions, and now Yi Fan was willing to accompany her on the live broadcast, just to clarify those rumors online to all the netizens. They were in a proper couple relationship, not a so-called lover's relationship, so from this it could also be seen that Yi Fan really cared about her. At 8:30 p.m. Little Timo's livestream. Since Su Shirshir's appearance on The Singer caught fire yesterday, there were obviously a lot more people with rhythms in her live room today. After all, it was after piking her that Su Shirshir announced that she was leaving the live streaming industry, and she has always been the most eager to enter the entertainment industry among all the anchors. Favorably, she had tried so many times, but each time ended in failure. It even attracted a large group of black fans. Little Timo, people's little Susu is on fire now. Do you have any ideas? Little Timo, hasn't it been rumored on the internet that you're going to be on The Singer? How come little Susu stole the show? The other little Susu that is a serious acting student of the Beijing Film Academy, and Guan Tong Tong are classmates. This point is not the general net red anchor can be compared? That's right, at that time I watched The Singer. When little Susu came out, that momentum was stronger than the stars. Not like an anchor at all. Indeed, that's where little Timo comes up short. And little Susu's vocals are amazing. I've had that song Little Lucky on a single loop all day. If you don't say they're professionals. Little Timo looked at the pop-ups and was simply annoyed. Ask her what she thinks. That's jealousy, of course. But other people's little Susu had the Knight General to hold. But what about her? All of her tycoons put together were no match for a Knight General. However, not all the pop-ups were praising Su Shirshir. After all, this was her live room, and there were still quite a few netizens defending her. Of course, a lot of them were her house managers or sailors. What's so great about little Su? It's not because someone is holding it up. That's right, poor Timo in my house is all on his own. Who doesn't know that little Susu was able to be where she is today because of Mr. Knight? But just then, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the live stream. Brothers, big news, shocking news, little Susu even opened another live broadcast. Everyone go and see Star, chapter 123, of which, are you guys that curious about me? Little Susu is on the air? No way, people are stars now and they're still live? This is called a slap in the face, you know? When you guys said she faked her PK, now that she's proven herself with her strength, of course she has to come back and show off. Bah! I didn't say she was faking in the first place. You guys were the ones who said that I've always been a staunch supporter of Mr. Knight. That's right, he is a super tycoon who can afford to drive a Koenigsegg 11. How can he fake it? Shay, a bunch of horseplay. That said, is little Susu really being raised by Mr. Knight? Who knows about that, but they definitely have a 2A-ish. Mr. Knight spent so much money on little Susu, it would be strange if he didn't have a 2A. What do you guys think Mr. Knight is really? It can't be a 70 or 80-year-old man. Who do I ask if you ask me? It must be a rich man anyway. The news that little Susu was going to start broadcasting again after almost half a year instantly spread throughout the teeming fish. Countless netizens also immediately, in the first instance, rushed to little Susu's live broadcast room. Even this matter has alarmed the official amusing fish, and then gave a site-wide recommendation. After all, little Susu's identity now can be different. That is a real star who has stepped into the entertainment circle, completely different from those net stars. You've seen top brands get celebrities for endorsements, but when have you ever seen top brands get Netflix for endorsements? It doesn't matter how popular that Netflix is. That's the gap. Wow. I can't believe it's really little Suzu. I love you, little Susie. Little Susie, I want to hear Little Lucky. So little Susu's real name is Su Shirshir. Little Susu seems prettier than ever. Only to see that just opened the broadcast less than 10 minutes. Su Shirshir's popularity in the live room directly broke 5 million, and is still growing rapidly. At the same time, the pop-ups as well as the various GIFs also covered the entire live broadcast screen tightly. Hello everyone, I'm Su Shirshir. It's a pleasure to meet you all again. Here's a song called Little Lucky for you all. Su Shirshir smiled, then found Little Luck from Penguin Music and started singing it. Now Little Luck has reached the top of Penguin Music's new songs chart and is #1 on the Hot 100 list, making it a huge hit. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the school bell ringing in the distance, but I didn't hear you. Seriously, call me by name. Su Shirshir sang very casually, but with her singing skills nowadays, even if she sang 2 lines casually, it still sounded very good. So as she sang, the pop-ups on the live stream blew up again. That's nice. Professional level. This is definitely professional level singing. That's a real star. Open Niels. Real Open Niels. What the hell are the other anchors singing about compared to little Susie? I now realize where the real gap between anchors and stars lies. No wonder so many anchors want to be stars but none of them succeed. Little Timo quits the airwaves. Little Nerd quits the live stream. Small group exits live. I don't know if the other anchors exited the live room or not, but little Timo had already exited the live room when Su Shirshir was halfway through her song. Little Susu resumed broadcasting. Of course she had to come to support the scene, which could also appear to be her atmosphere. Even before that she sent a special rocket, but in fact, she is still a little unconvinced in her heart, because in the past, she has seen the live broadcast of little Susu, and her singing skills are much worse than her. Okay, so in her opinion, little Susu was just lucky to have met a night manager who had the ability to hold her up, and then the good fortune to come across the song Little Luck to be able to hit the ground running on the singer. She even seriously suspected that when the singer was on the air, the program team must have helped little Susu fix her voice. Otherwise, with little Susu's vocals, it would have been nice not to spoil the song, not to mention a hit. But just now, after listening to little Susu sing half of the song Little Lucky, she immediately knew she was wrong, and very wrong. It's only been a short time since this nigga saw her. How was she able to improve her vocals to such an extent? That's the average professional singer. I'm afraid they can't even compare to her. So halfway through hearing it, little Timo hurriedly exited little Susu's live broadcast. Otherwise, if I continued to listen, I guess her fans would have pretty much run out by the end of the song. Meanwhile, there are many other anchors who think like her. There were more anchors, however, who were captivated by little Susie's song, and openly watching little Susie live in her own live room. Anyway, they weren't the music area anchors. and it wouldn't affect them if little Susie sang as well as she did. Along with that, the popularity of little Susu's live broadcast room also skyrocketed again, and by the time a song was finished, the popularity had directly exceeded 10 million. All kinds of gifts are even brushed up. There is no shortage of airplane rockets and even super rockets. Thank you all for the gifts. They are much appreciated. After the song was finished, Su Shishir looked at the pop-up screen and said very calmly, if it was in the past, seeing so many gifts, she would definitely have to thank them one by one, especially the dirtbags who give away rockets and superfires. Will you at least pronounce the name of the tycoon? Otherwise, not only would the tycoon who sent the gift be unhappy, but the audience in the live broadcast room would definitely bring up the tempo, saying that she looked down on tycoons, but now it's not necessary, because she's a completely different person. So even if she didn't pronounce the names of these tycoons, no one would say anything. Even the more she did, the more the tycoons swiped instead. It's like the ancient G women and purser. The same is for sale, but the difference can be very big. Of course, she's certainly not selling this. Even if it was for sale, it would only be for Yifan alone. Her entire being nowadays had been completely bought by Yifan, but at this time, a group of guys with rhythm suddenly appeared on the pop-up screen. But that's normal. After all, whether intentionally or unintentionally, as long as it is a more popular anchor, there will be people in the live room to bring the rhythm. Little Susu, I heard that you were raised by Mr. Knight, is that true? Little Susu, may I ask what exactly is Mr. Knight's status and how come he's so rich? Little Susu, is it because of Mr. Knight's relationship that you appeared on The Singer? Little Susu, you talked to Mr. Knight. Little Susu, the Knight General, to say Su Shishir's only black spot. Maybe the original and big tycoon Knight Extraordinary, those things. So if someone was going to target her, they were bound to not let that go either. But just when everyone thought that little Susu would get angry at these guys who were bringing up the tempo, she suddenly smiled slightly. Since everyone is so concerned about Mr. Knight, why don't I call him out and you guys ask him in person, okay? Saying that, the next moment everyone saw that a face that was too handsome for words suddenly appeared on the live broadcast screen. Say, are you guys that curious about me? Just saw Yifan said with a light smile, and then the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room first gave a start, followed by an instant and complete explosion. Star. Chapter 124, I really don't care about money. So handsome. This is Mr. Knight? No way. Mr. Knight is so young? That guy who said that the knight is always a 70 or 80-year-old man, come out and see if I don't beat you to death. Mr. Knight, look here. May I ask if you still lack a girlfriend? Or Xiao San Xiao Si is fine. I don't mind. You don't mind. But Mr. Knight does. Not only is Mr. Knight handsome, he's also rich, so how could he lack women? The pop-up screen was frantically swiping the screen, and everyone, male and female, was stunned by Yifan's overwhelming face value, especially some female netizens, as well as some female anchors, are all completely crazy. Thanks to Little Nerd for the 10 rounds of Superfire. Thanks to Fifi for the 20 rounds of Superfire. Thanks to Little Finfin for the 50 rounds of Superfire. Thanks to Little Group for the 99 rounds of Superfire. Su Shishir read the gifts from the live broadcast quickly. Her own gifts could be left unread, but these gifts were obviously all for Yifan, and the vast majority of these gift givers are some of the female anchors of the Teeming Fish, and all top female anchors. For example, some time ago just show face live small group. Now the popularity of the hidden trend has exceeded the small Teemo, known as the new session of the Fish One Sister. However, Su Shishir was not jealous at all, but rather quite proud. 66,666. Knight always powerful. The first time to see the anchor to the tycoon to send Superfire, but also all female anchors. Mr. Knight, why don't you just become an anchor? It's guaranteed to be a hit. Nima, this really is a world of faces. Even if he's rich, he's so handsome, there's no justice. Shocked. Teeming Fish female anchors collectively bow support handsome men, whether it is the moral degeneration, or the distortion of human nature. Looking at these gifts, Yifan let out a bitter smile. It is true that looking handsome is sometimes a kind of trouble. Ladies, please no more gifts. Really, I'm not short of money. Yifan smiled. As it turned out, it was fine if he didn't smile, but when he did, the gifts turned out to be even bigger. At the same time, there were finally viewers who realized something was wrong. Why do I think this room of Little Susu's looks a bit familiar? I thought it looked a little familiar too. Asterisk. Isn't this Little Susie's own house? It's really Little Susu's house. Last year during summer vacation, Little Susu was live streaming in this room, and at that time, Little Susu's mom even sent her fruit. So Mr. Knight has already met Little Susu's parents, and stayed at Little Susie's house? Not already married, are you? In my opinion even the baby is probably there. It had to be said that the netizens did have a rich imagination, but of course Yifan wouldn't let them lead the rhythm. Okay, everyone stop guessing. Shurshur and I are currently just an ordinary couple. Also the gifts should stop being swiped. Even if you swipe more, it's meaningless with me. I don't care about money at all. I'll sing a song at the end, just as a thank you for all the love. Yifan said indifferently. His main purpose tonight was to clear up some rumors for Su Shurshur, and now that his purpose had been achieved, there was naturally no need to continue the live broadcast. Immediately afterward, he grabbed the microphone on the table, then picked a random song from Penguin Music and started singing. It was a very ordinary song, and the singer wasn't famous, but with the boost of Yifan's level 10 singing skill, it became incredibly good. 66,666. Mr. Knight is awesome. The vocals are simply superb. King of songs? No, God of songs. This song of Mr. Knight is definitely enough to seal the gods. I now know why little Susu's singing skills have improved so quickly. So it was all taught by Mr. Knight. Ugh, rich, good looking, and now he even sings so well. To be honest, I was feeling bad for little Susu before, but now I realize that it was little Susu who earned it. If I had a boyfriend like that, I would definitely wake up laughing in my dreams. Don't dream ahead. You don't even have a boyfriend. At the same time, there were more gifts on the air than before, especially those female anchors who swiped gifts as if they didn't want money. Even crazier than the dirtbags who used to swipe gifts for them. The craziest of them all, the little Tuan Tuan, had been brushing 999 ultra flames before stopping. That's a full 2 million RMB, but Yifan didn't even look at it, and after finishing a song, he directly closed the live broadcast. So looking at the darkness of the live room, all the audience of The Amusing Fish seems to have heard the sound of countless heartbreak. The next day, Sushi was on fire again, but what's even hotter is still her boyfriend, Mr. Knight Extraordinary Knight, a super tycoon who combines beauty and talent, a stunningly handsome man who sings better than the god of song, a domineering president who drives countless female anchors crazy and breaks their hearts. Especially his line "I don't care about money at all" has been ranked as the 5th most pretentious quote after "I don't know if I'm pretty." I'm not interested in money. A small goal and an ordinary family. I'm not interested in money. A small goal, an ordinary family after the 5th largest pretentious quotes. It's a shame that the founders of the top 4 pretentious quotes didn't know this, or they would have been absolutely terrified to death. After all, they were all just wage earners under Yifan, usually pretending to be a pussy, even if it is not enough, but also to be used to put together with their own boss to compare. That is not looking for death, especially a small goal Wanglin, but also owes Yifan tens of billions of dollars to pay it back. In addition, according to incomplete statistics, the total value of the gifts brushed by all the tycoons in Su Shurshur's live room last night was at least tens of millions. One of the newest sister of the teeming fish, little Tuan Tuan, swiped 2 million by herself. Of course, it was swiped for Sushi's boyfriend, so after seeing this news, Su Shurshur immediately got angry and sent out a vlog to counterattack at the first opportunity. No matter how many gifts I received last night, I will personally donate all of them and make up the $20 million. I thought you said she gets tens of millions of gifts a night, so she's just going to donate 20 million out. She didn't mind how many girlfriends Yifan had, but if you wanted to steal a boyfriend from her, then you had to have that ability. Star. Chapter 125 A rich girl who likes to make trouble. Su Shurshur this gambling, capricious behavior, naturally have to pay the price. So in the morning, it was another good meal by Yifan. At 11 o'clock noon, the two men got up. As soon as they walked out of the door of the room, the two of them, Yifan and Su Shurshur, were greeted by the strange gazes of Su's father and mother. Su Shurshur was so embarrassed that she could only pull Su's mother and hide in the kitchen under the pretext of preparing lunch. As for Su's father, looking at the spirited Yifan, could not help but lament inwardly, young is good can be so tossed. It had to be said that after this meeting, Su's father and mother completely took Yifan as their future son-in-law. Otherwise, they wouldn't have purposely kept him overnight. They were doing this for no other reason than to facilitate a good thing between their daughter and Yifan as soon as possible. After lunch, Yifan continued to stay at Su's house, but Su Shurshur went out with her mother to buy food. Doh! Just then, Yifan's cell phone rang. Pulling it out, it turned out to be a V-mail from Mu Qingyan's cousin, Zhou Jianlian. It's a photo, not just any photo, of course. Instead, it's kind of a cool photo. There is also a line of text underneath, brother-in-law. This is my recently purchased new dress. Does it look good? Yifan was speechless. Although, Zhou Fianchen's face value was not bad, and her body was great, but it was not a bit worse than Mu Qingyan. Of course, the most crucial thing was that Zhou Fiberglass was not her cup of tea. He didn't have much goodwill towards this bratty and capricious rich girl who also liked to make things happen. If it wasn't for Mu Qingyan's sake, he probably would have deleted her V-mail long ago. However, although Yi Fan was not a fan of Joe Fiber, he found that in the background of this cool photo, that is, behind Joe Fiber, there was also a wonderful young girl who was organizing books. It could be seen that this cool photo was taken by Jo Jianlian in her college dorm room, so it was possible that her roommate was accidentally captured in the photo by her and became the backdrop. If it was an ordinary girl, naturally she couldn't enter Yi Fan's eyes, but this girl is really too pure. The face value is not low, 85 on the upper side, even if it is not comparable to Mu Qingyan, Su Shishir and other big beauties, but it definitely hangs Jo Jianlian. In particular, she has that inner innocence, not just on the outside, that adds greatly to her face value. That was why it made Yi Fan pay more attention to her. But that's about it. After this, Yi Fan turned off his cell phone. What are looking at? Coincidentally, at this time, Su Shishir, who had returned from buying food, happened to appear behind Yi Fan. Nothing, just a V-mail from a friend. After all, after the so-and-so incident, he had long ago learned a lesson. Girls need to protect themselves and boys need to protect their cell phones even more. Oh, Su Shishir sniffed and just answered. In fact, with an IQ of more than 80, she had long vaguely guessed in her heart that it was probably another lonely beauty who had sent a V-letter to find Yi Fan, but she didn't make any statement about it. A man like Yi Fan who could almost be said to be perfect, even if he loved her more, it was impossible for her to be the only woman around. She had known this for a long time, and had decided to stay with her, so naturally she was prepared for anything. Of course, that being said, a little jealousy like in the morning would still be in order. After all, women, that's how this thing went down. After that, Yi Fan stayed at Su Shishir's house for one more day, and on the next day, Yi Fan used his private jet to send Su Shishir to see City of H Province to attend the filming of the third installment of Singer. Instead, he took another private jet and returned to Magic City. The reason why it was another private jet was naturally because Yi Fan had left a private jet for Su Shishir, making it convenient for her to go home after the recording of the program or come to him in the Magic City. What? You said that Yi Fan didn't only have one private jet. Where did he get another private jet? Does that even need to be explained? There's money to be made. Yi Fan also arrived at the airport, only to find that the domestic several big airlines seem to have his shareholding, so to get a few private planes is not just a matter of a phone call from him. All in all, the life of the rich is so plain and unassuming. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening when we returned to our Magic City residence. When he returned home, the first thing Yi Fan did was naturally go next door to find Mu Qingyan. Who knows, but ate a closed door, knocked for half a day, and no one responded. Yi Fan was now in the immaculate realm, so how could he not know that there was someone in the house? Which meant that Mu Qingyan was at home. It was only 8 o'clock now. There was no way she would go to bed that early. In other words, for some reason, Mu Qingyan was unwilling to go out to see him. There was no other way. Yi Fan could only return to his residence, and Mu Qingyan's matter would be discussed tomorrow. Early the next morning, as soon as Mu Qingyan went out, Yi Fan happened to go out as well. You're talking about coincidence. I don't know if it was coincidental or not, but Mu Qingyan knew that Yi Fan definitely did it on purpose. Good morning, light face. Are you going to the office? Yi Fan asked with concern. Chapter 126, Lu Tianxian Louis Fei sends a V-letter. Who expected that Mu Qingyan ignored even a glance at Yi Fan, turned around and got on her own elevator and was about to close the door. Wait, my elevator is broken. I don't know. Yi Fan directly used the same excuse that Mu Qingyan used in order to get acquainted with him when he first met with her. Who knows? Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Qingyan coldly came. Sorry, my elevator can only accommodate one person. Please also ask Mr. Yi to call the property. After saying that, Mu Qingyan pressed the door closing button of the elevator. Yi Fan was immediately embarrassed. It had only been a few days since he had seen Mu Qingyan's attitude towards himself was so cold. Yi Fan didn't need to think about it to know that something must have gone wrong. Fortunately, the moment the elevator door closed, Mu Qingyan still told Yi Fan the answer. Is Sushi pretty? She's really her little lucky to have met you. Humph. Mu Qingyan coldly skimmed off a sentence and took the elevator down. Yi Fan sniffed and came to a realization. So someone was jealous. It's also true that seeing the man she's fallen in love with, blatantly on air, admitting that he's another woman's man, it's a wonder she's not jealous. Especially Mu Qingyan, a strong woman in the workplace, was even more sensitive to this. She also knew that a perfect man like Yi Fan must have quite a few women around him. As long as he didn't say anything, she could completely pretend that she didn't know. But the problem was that Yi Fan, in the live broadcast, directly confessed that he was Su Shishir's man. In that case, it was no wonder she was so angry. It seems that this matter must be explained to her properly. Yi Fan muttered. Of course he was in no hurry to go after her and retain her like a licking dog. After all, From the last words of Mu Qingyan before she left at the end, it could be heard that she was just jealous. She still loved him deeply and did not wish to leave her. How else would she have volunteered to tell him the reason for her anger? But then again, yes, a perfect man like Yifan is unique in the world, so where can you find him if you miss him? Unless Yifan had really broken his heart, how could she leave him? Yifan knew that this was the time to give Mu Qingyan a period of time to calm herself down, and it would not be too late to find her to explain later. Of course, it wouldn't do to really not bother with girls at all. Therefore, after Mu Qingyan left, Yifan immediately took out his cell phone and sent 2 V messages to Mu Qingyan. Maybe I'm a little lucky for sushi, but you, Mu Qingyan, are definitely my Yifan's little fortune. In terms of picking up girls, Yifan is still high. Mu Qingyan, who was still angry, the moment she received these 2 V letters, her entire body trembled, and a tear almost came out of her eye. Her feelings at the moment were very complicated. Jealousy, anger, disappointment, touching, but in the end, it all turned into a guffawing smile. Flirty born, stunning to the core. Mu Qingyan might still be a bit angry, but she knew that her following Yifan was definitely the best thing she had ever done in her life. Yifan would have many women, but she would always be in his heart, the irreplaceable one. Since he wasn't in a hurry to find Mu Qingyan to end it, Yifan didn't have anything important to do for the time being. Simply go home and play the game. That said, gaming on a laptop that's 20 years ahead of modern technology is just a big deal. It's the same as hitting a mosquito with a cannon. This caused AI, the little lowly, to complain. Master, since you're using people for your game, you're simply too big for your britches. Saying that, AI even took the initiative to switch the game out. AI, stop it. The promotion match. Yifan said this on his lips, but in reality, he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Xiao AI now is getting more and more understanding of the human condition. Fingers crossed, it might not take that long for her to evolve an AI. After saying that, Yifan manually switched to the game League of Kings. Xiao AI was also very understanding and no longer interfered with Yifan playing the game. Returning to the game, Yifan realized that his teammates were already interacting with each other in the game and were hungry. How is it that I, a diamond boy, can meet an opponent and still be a member of the YMCA team? What? It's true. The opposite side are all YMCA members. It's over. 15 pitches. What else? What else can we do? Look at our AD. He's all self-conscious and hasn't moved in half a day. But I thought I was unlucky enough to lose 3 games in a row. But I can't imagine that this one is even worse. The Masters Advancement Tournament met the youth training team. That's right. The promotion. Can the AD not be autistic? There's no way. Single row can meet 5 rows. What can you do? 15 cast it. As soon as the team started, they were already clamoring for surrender. But 10 minutes later, AD awesome. AD 666. The AD gods. Hug a thigh. I was wrong. I thought AD had met the YMCA and gone autistic, but I didn't realize that it was the YMCA that had been beaten by the AD gods and gone autistic. That's awesome. AD, can you take me next? After 12 minutes, Yifan led his teammates to overthrow the opponent's high ground, ending the tasteless carry game. The game was so tasteless that Yifan naturally didn't continue to play, directly closing the game and putting the laptop back into the system space. Just as Yifan was worrying about what to do with the rest of his time to amuse himself, the beep of his cell phone's V-mail suddenly rang. Could it be that Lightface's anger has subsided? Yifan's first thought was Mu Qingyan, but when he picked up his cell phone and took a look, Yifan was a little disappointed. The one who sent the V letter over, of course, was not Mu Qingyan, but Lu Yifei, Lu Tianxian, who she had met at the Bazaar Charity Gala. Yifan did not expect that this unearthly fairy would take the initiative to send a V letter to himself. Although Lu Yifei was not Yifan's cup of tea, out of curiosity, he still clicked on the V-mail. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Lu Yifei who had a chance to meet you at the Bazaar Charity Gala last time. The message was followed by an emoji picture of a cute dog. Adorable. Something? Yifan directly said back. However, he knew very well that Lu Yifei must have something to ask for when he suddenly sent a V-mail over, so he didn't bother to beat around the bush. Chapter 127 Lu Yifei who comes to the door. Another moment of hesitation. After a long time, Yifan Fan received Lu Yifei's V-mail again. Mr. Yi is quick to speak, so there's nothing for me to wriggle out of. It's like this. May I ask if Mr. Yi is free? How about we come out and meet? What? Is this Lu Tianxian looking for a date with me? Yifan returned. Mr. Yi. This time, Lu Yifei only sent 3 words plus an exclamation mark. It was obvious that her cold personality didn't like it when people made jokes that would lead to misunderstandings. There's no way around it. Being in the muck that is the entertainment industry, It's not so simple to come out of the muck and clean yourself up. No date? Okay then. Bye. Louis Fei guessed that she thought that if she had a tougher attitude, Yi Fan wouldn't dare to catmeal her. But she was wrong. Yi Fan had a tougher attitude than her. Don't. Wait. That. Well, about. But before we make the appointment, I have one thing. Hey. Never mind. Can we meet and talk? Yes. If you're asking, how can you ask without meeting? Next. Louis Fei should have eaten her weight and quickly sent a hotel's location to Yi Fan. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan's figure appeared in one of the most upscale and luxurious hotels in Mordor, the Mordor Peace Hotel. Since its opening in 1929, the Peace Hotel has been a legendary landmark in the Magic City, experiencing the rise and fall of the 10-mile ocean palace. Meeting at a place like this is the only way to show off the grandeur of a big star. Soon, Yi Fan and Louis Fei met at the head of the Peace Hotel. Mr. Yi, this way. Louis Fei stood up from her seat and greeted Yi Fan. For some reason, she looked a little nervous or uncomfortable. What kind of person was Yi Fan? He naturally caught this at once. And then, after keeping an eye out, he discovered something very interesting. That is, at another chapter of the wine table next door to the one where Louis Fei was sitting, sat a middle-aged woman dressed in fashionable clothes. The middle-aged woman wore sunglasses and protected herself well, but Yi Fan could tell at a glance. Wasn't she Louis Fei's mom and manager? Ms. Lou? In that case, it was understandable that Louis Fei would look a little uncomfortable. Even Yi Fan had already guessed that this time, their meal was probably still arranged by Louis Fei's mom for her. At first, Yi Fan wondered how Louis Fei, who had such a cold personality, would take the initiative to find himself. It seems that there is a reason for that, but since the two of them, mother and daughter, were seated at separate tables, there was naturally a reason. Therefore, Yi Fan was also very sensible and did not reveal them for the time being. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry for taking the risk of asking you out. Oh, after stealing a glance at Ms. Lou next to her, Louis Fei forced a smile and said to Yi Fan, Ms. Louis Fei, let me put it to you this way. I'm pressed for time, so I have something to say. I still have to do my business after saying it. Yi Fan said nonchalantly as he sat down. Tight schedule? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's obviously got nothing to do. Okay. At this, Louis Fei was helpless and could only say, in fact, I'm asking you to come out to meet me because there's something I want to ask Mr. Yi to help me with. In the middle of her sentence, Louis Fei paused for a moment. It was obvious that it was difficult for her to say the words that a fairy like her begged for. However, after glancing at Ms. Lou next to her, and after seeing Ms. Lou's strong attitude, Louis Fei could only continue to speak with a hard head. It's like this, Mr. Yi, you don't think that I'm a glamorous big star on the surface, but in fact, Louis Fei quickly told the whole story. It turns out that for some reason, Louis Fei seems to be very popular, but in fact, she does not have much resources. She has not been on the street for a long time to shoot film and television works. Even the advertisements and endorsements are few and far between. She's already a star who's gone downhill in spite of her glamorous facade. Ever since the last time she had met at the Bazaar Charity Gala, she had been keeping an eye on Yi Fan, seeing that he had successively promoted Big Sweet, and Su Shirshir, especially Su Shirshir, who had become an overnight sensation after almost appearing on the program Singer. So, she sought to beg Yi Fan to help her get some resources, advertising endorsements or whatever, anything to make her pop again. Yi Fan listened carefully to Louis Fei's words, but didn't state anything. This time, Louis Fei was a bit anxious. She didn't expect that she, as a big star, would pull down her face and beg Yi Fan for help, but the other party appeared to be indifferent. This made her a little angry at Yi Fan's arrogance as well. In desperation, Louis Fei could only look to the side of the neighboring table of Ms. Lou, seemingly confirming something with her old mother. There was still a glimmer of hope in Louis Fei's heart, and that was the hope that her mother could shake her head, even if it only took a moment. However, Ms. Lou disappointed her by nodding heavily, her face expressionless. For a while, Louis Fei's mood fell to the bottom, and in the end, she could only use a bitter voice and said to Yi Fan, Mr. Yi, as long as you can get me resources and make me popular again, I, Louis Fei, am willing to do anything for you, even if, yes? Yi Fan coldly said. In fact, he hadn't been in a hurry to state his position just now because he wanted to see what kind of medicine this Ms. Lou was selling in her gourd. Now, he sort of understood. You heard right, Mr. Yi, the rooms are all ready for me, Louis Fei said, taking out a room card for the Tiandi Hotel from her high-end handbag. Only, for some reason, she looked at Yi Fan, and in her trembling eyes, there appeared to be a hint of expectation. She was expecting something. In that case, what are we waiting for? Louis Fei may not be Yi Fan's cup of tea. Cold personality is just a matter of fact, or a mama's boy, and nationality is also criticized. But it didn't mean that Louis Fei wasn't beautiful enough. On the contrary, she was truly as beautiful as heaven. Such a great beauty like the heavenly fairies herself took the initiative to send to the door. How could Ji-fan have the reason to refuse? If he refuses, is he still a man? Oh, Louis Fei sniffed and completely despaired in her heart. Yeah, even her old mom let her down. Why should you let her give you expectations from a stranger you've met only twice? Louis Fei staggered up from her seat, and under the watchful eye of her old mom, also known as Ms. Lu, led Ji-fan to the head of the room that had been booked in advance, and then the head of the room. What exactly happened is unknown, but the little cutie, all know that it can't be as simple as the fact that it's daytime and the light is too bright and, therefore, you have to close the door to the room to see the glow-in-the-dark hand. A few hours later, Ji-fan took one blood from Louis Fei. Similarly, Louis Fei's personal information appeared in his mind. Chapter 128, Name a price. How much will you pay to get out? Name, Yifei Lu. Age, 23. Face value, 93. Charisma, 89. Strength, 50. Physical fitness, 60. Agility, 70. Intelligence, 80. Favorability, 69. Skills, acting skills, level 3. Singing skills, level 2. Well, even if Louis Fei wasn't Yi-fan's cup of tea, he had to admit that she was worthy of being Lu Tianxian, and could be said to be higher than many women in the entertainment industry in terms of face value. It was even just 2 points worse than Mu Qingyan, the beauty with the highest face value that Ji-fan had seen so far. Only, what Ji-fan didn't expect was that Louis Fei's strength and physique was much lower than all the other females by quite a bit. It could be said to be weak. No wonder on screen. She always looks unearthly and I feel sorry for her. That being said, it was precisely because she still had more or less some of her former immortal aura left in her, coupled with the fact that he had seen her last time and knew that she was an original, that Yi-fan didn't mind taking her in. If it wasn't for the fact that Louis Fei's physique was too weak, Yi-fan was even thinking of playing for a few more hours and letting someone next door wait patiently for half a day and a day. Piss her off. As for good feelings? Surprisingly, it was only 69, 1 point lower than the reluctant He Linlin at first. Of course, these were not things that Yi-fan would bother with. After putting on his clothes, Yi-fan left behind the mournful Louis Fei and walked out of the room. Then, walked straight towards the next room and knocked on the door. Ms. Lu, have you had enough of eavesdropping? Come out. Yi-fan said nonchalantly. As soon as Yi-fan finished his words, both Louis Fei, who had been tossed around for hours, and Ms. Lu, who was hiding in the next room to follow her daughter's and Yi-fan's movements, were immediately dumbfounded. Ms. Lu, the mastermind of it all, was especially surprised. Had she known that Yi-fan had already recognized her, then she would have been in the next room, suffering for hours. Wouldn't it have been better to just show your cards when we first met? In desperation, Ms. Lu could only come out hard, but she was also thick-skinned enough that she didn't feel weak after revealing it, but instead, she just showed her cards. Mr. Yi, you did such a thing to my daughter Fifi, how can you be responsible for her? However, she was smart enough not to threaten Yi-fan by saying that she would expose the matter to the media. Otherwise, Yi-fan would probably just turn his head and leave. He also definitely had the ability to pat his ass and walk away after eating Louis Fei, not having to be responsible at all. And even the media didn't dare to have the slightest report on this. Yi-fan didn't leave, but that didn't mean he had a crush on Ms. Lu. On the contrary, he was quite disgusted with this kind of powerful person who would not hesitate to use any means in order to be able to make his daughter popular again, even if it meant destroying the image of the pure fairy that Louis Fei had been operating for many years, even if she was Louis Fei's real mother. Of course I will be responsible for her. I don't need Ms. Lu to remind me of that. Yi-fan didn't give Ms. Lu a good look in the slightest. However, once the words were said he still took out his cell phone and directly called Chen Jie of Tianfan Entertainment. After the phone hung up, it didn't take long for Ms. Lu, who was Louis Fei's agent, to receive 2 calls in a row on her cell phone. Separately, 2 internationally recognized luxury brands called, saying that they wanted to ask Louis Fei to be the spokesperson of their brands. This time, both Ms. Lu and Louis Fei were completely dumbfounded. They knew how much energy Yi-fan had in the entertainment industry, but they didn't expect that he had so much energy. It had only been a few minutes, not even 2 minutes, right, before Louis Fei had gotten 2 endorsements, and they were also endorsements from internationally recognized luxury brands. There's just no one else. After answering the phone, Ms. Lu, in shock, could not help but cast a glance toward her daughter with a smug look on her face. It was like saying, Fifi, how about it? Listening to your mom is right, isn't it? I told you, it's never wrong to come to Yi-fan for help. If this thing ends here, it's over. However, Yi Fan's next sentence completely shattered the trace of complacency on Ms. Lu's face. Ms. Lu, name your price. How much will it cost you to get out? Yi Fan was unapologetically straightforward. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? The smugness on Ms. Lu's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by anger. Is he treating her daughter like a commodity? When Lu Yifei heard this, she was also angry, but it was because Yi Fan had actually spoken to her old mom in such a way. What do you mean? Do I have to spell it out for you? You went out of your way to instigate your daughter to throw herself at me. What do you want? Just a few endorsements? Not necessarily, Yi Fan coldly said. Then, adding, the paparazzi you've arranged for downstairs. Hurry up and tell them to disperse. Or else, how do you know? Ms. Lu was surprised. These reporters and paparazzi were the ones she called after Yi Fan and Lu Yifei entered the room. But now, it seems not to be surprised at this time. Right, was revealed to her, finally is the heart of the week. But still for their own sophistry, I do this, but not for Fifi good. For her future? Whatever your sophistry, you want Tianfan Entertainment to sign your daughter. You can, provided you get the hell out. Otherwise, you mother and daughter will get out together. I'm Fifi's agent. Tianfan Entertainment will reassign her agent. Seeing that Yi Fan would not relent, in the end, Ms. Lu had no choice but to bite her tongue, and in the end, could only offer 100 million, and she would transfer the rights of Lu Yifei's agent to Tianfan Entertainment. Hearing Ms. Lu's opening price of 100 million, Lu Yifei was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that her old mother, whom she had always respected so much, would sell herself for 100 million? Yi Fan seems to have expected this. What nonsense did not say. Directly let Ms. Lu reported the bank card account, and then transferred 100 million in the past. After the money was transferred, Yi Fan couldn't help but come at her. Ms. Lu, you're right to do this, don't you think about it? You've been Lu Yifei's agent for so many years. Have you ever given her any help? After dropping these words, Yi Fan took Lu Yifei's hand as if it was his personal belongings and left without looking back. Ms. Lu could only look apologetically at Lu Yifei, but unfortunately, her daughter was completely desperate for her, and probably wouldn't even want to see her in the future. After buying, letting Tianfan Entertainment sign Lu Yifei, Yi Fan naturally couldn't abandon her. He asked Chen Jie to arrange some activities for Lu Yifei, to appear on a variety show or something. As for the back, it's up to her to perform if she can burst into flames again. The matter of Tianfan Entertainment signing Lu Tianxian Lu Yifei naturally spread very quickly, and at one point it became #1 on the V-blog hot search list. Star. Chapter 129, Zhou Jinlian's late night call. The outside world had speculated that Tianfan Entertainment had even signed another actress within a short period of time. Moreover, this time the one who had signed was also a first-tier actress Lu Yifei who had been very famous before. Did it mean that Tianfan Entertainment was going to expand its scale? Although, it would have been big enough. After arranging for Lu Yifei to meet with Chen Jie, Yi Fan arranged another villa in the suburbs for her. After settling the matter of Lu Yifei, Yi Fan returned to his residence in Thompson. Look at the time. It's 11 o'clock at night. Yi Fan estimated that Mu Qingyan, who lived an extremely regular life, was probably asleep, so he didn't bother her. He was about to go to bed after washing up. Yet just then, his cell phone rang. Who's calling me this late? Yi Fan was a little curious. Picking up the phone, it turned out to be Mu Qingyan's cousin Zhou Jinlian calling. Anyways, for Mu Qingyan, his cousin, Yi Fan also had some headaches. Originally, the first time she went to Mu's house, she was quite fond of this lively girl, but she is too quirky. Every now and then, she sends a cool photo or some neat pictures to him as a brother-in-law, making him laugh and cry, remembering that she was, after all, Mu Qingyan's cousin, and that, calling over to him so late at night, there must be something going on. Yi Fan still answered the phone. Brother-in-law, help, I'm being harassed by a bunch of dudes. Brother-in-law, come and save me. Hearing Zhou Jinlian's anxious voice, Yi Fan's heart thumped. Harassed by a dude? If it was any other girl calling, Yi Fan would have believed it, but it's Fanny Cho? With his understanding of Zhou Jinlian, even if a dude did molest her, it would probably be those dudes who would be unlucky. Oh yeah? Yi Fan said nonchalantly. Yes, brother-in-law, come over here quickly and save me. I'm in Pudong Lingang, at the Two Harbors Boulevard. Brother-in-law, you quickly come over to save me. Late, your sister-in-law I'll be innocence will not be reported. Oh, perhaps hearing that Yi Fan on the other end of the phone was surprisingly not in the least bit of a hurry. Zhou Jinlian even turned on her crying spell. However, this came as a confirmation of what Yi Fan had in mind. Pudong Lingang, 2 Harbor Avenue. Usually less cars and less people, but the road is good. There are 8 lanes. Magic some like to play exciting, like racing young people. Usually nothing like to run to that. Zhou Jianli and a girl family. In the middle of the night to run to that kind of remote place. There must be something fishy in it However, on account of Zhou Jianlian being his sister-in-law after all, Yi Fan still decided to make a trip. After deciding, Yi Fan then responded, "Okay, I'll rush over immediately. Wait for me." Yi Fan even deliberately aggravated the word immediately, but as to whether it will really immediately, I guess it is very suspenseful. Well, okay, you come soon. Oh yeah, and don't tell my cousin about this. I know, you guys have been living together for a long time. He. Bye. Then, for some unknown reason, Zhou Jianlian hurriedly hung up the phone. Hanging up the phone, Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. What else could be the reason? It was just a slip of the tongue. After going downstairs and driving a $30 million Ferrari Laffa, Yi Fan went straight to the location Zhou Jianlian had mentioned. The reason why I didn't drive the Koenigsegg 11 or Lamborghini Poison was naturally to keep a low profile. Although, on the phone, Zhou Xiangxian said that she was being harassed, but Yi Fan was not stupid. Through the conversation between the two, he knew that this was just an excuse Zhou Xiangxian made in order to make him show up. The actual situation as well. It is estimated that she about a group of rich second-generation Fox friends. In the 2 Hong Kong Avenue racing, it is estimated that the loss of unconvinced, and thought of her brother-in-law, that is, Yi Fan has a bright handsome and windy Lamborghini Poison. In order to show off and to save face, she then called Yi Fan. After figuring this out, Yi Fan naturally didn't want to be too high profile, so he simply drove the Ferrari Laffa, which he usually seldom drove, and rushed over. Half an hour later, in a roar of an engine, Yi Fan drove a Ferrari Laffa and appeared on the Two Harbors Boulevard. Two Harbors Boulevard. Somewhere along the way, a group of rich youngsters who looked, not very old, at most 18 years old and out of age, parked their sports cars on the side of the road and chatted arrogantly. I say, Zhou Jianlian, that brother-in-law of yours, will really come? It's been half an hour of waiting. Why hasn't he arrived yet? A rich second-generation man who looked a little bit handsome, but had earrings, said to Zhou Xianlian. His eyes, however, were always fixed only on the girl that Zhou Xianlian was pulling. If I say he'll come, he'll naturally come, Zhou Jianlian said arrogantly. I don't think so, the other rich kid said. That's right, your brother-in-law wouldn't be afraid to come when he hears he's going to race us, would he? The hot girl in a very revealing leather jacket and pants that the other rich kid was holding, spoke up. Their dress, so to speak, was clear and very non-mainstream, except, of course, for Zhou Jianlian and the girl she was holding in her hand. Who said that? My brother-in-law will be back, Zhou Jianlian immediately retorted, even a bit angry. Of course she was angry when she dared to question her most admired brother-in-law. Slim, why don't we go back? The girl behind Zhou Jianlian, who appeared to be scared, spoke while hiding behind Zhou Jianlian. Don't be afraid, Song Jia, with me, Zhou Fiber, Li Xiang, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Zhou Jianlian patted Song Jia's arm and said to Song Jia, look carefully. This girl called Song Jia turned out to be the pure girl who appeared in the background in the cool photo Zhou Jianlian sent to Yi Fan last time. It had to be said that she was a few points prettier in person than she was in the photo, and it was no wonder that the rich second-generation guy named Li Xian wanted to plot against Song Jia. Having said that, this group of non-mainstream rich second generation, each one of them was presumably a flirtatious seed, and almost every one of them had a girl in their hands. There was also only the one called Li Xiang, as well as Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia who were single. It was no wonder that Li wanted to get Song Jia in his hands so next. It's also true that everyone has a hot girl in their hand and he doesn't. It's so humiliating. Zhou Fiber, what kind of sports car did you say your brother-in-law drove here? Lamborghini Poison? You're not bragging, are you? Leather-clad hottie, Zhou Kier, couldn't help but open her mouth again. That said, she hooked up with the rich second generation, named Chen De. He was looking at the original as Zhou Fianqian. Naiha, Zhou Fianqian simply ignored him. No way, he hooked up with Zhou Kier. Therefore, how could Zhou Kora not inevitably harbor hostility towards Zhou Jianlian? Bragging? What kind of person am I, Zhou Jianlian, to make the mistake of bragging with you guys? Zhou Jianlian disdainfully said. Star. Chapter 130, is this Lamborghini Poison? Egu, our Miss Zhou is so majestic? Speaking of which, your Zhou family, you're only relying on the light of your cousin, the Mu family. I've heard that the Mu family has recently been screwed over, and the Mu family's splendor is long gone, so what else do you have to be arrogant about? Chen De coldly grunted, because he hadn't chased after Zhou Jianlian, he was now treating her badly. Asterisk 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 Q. Chanda, Zhou Jianlian said angrily. Chen De might be talking. What about you, Zhou Jianjian? What time is it now? Why hasn't your brother-in-law, who you say is handsome, rich, and drives a Lamborghini Poison, shown up yet? It's not possible. Are you farting too? Zhou Qier and Chen De were colluding to deliberately come to anger Zhou Jianlian. Zhou Jianlian was originally a pampered rich girl. Where had she received this kind of anger? Being so angry that she almost exploded. However, there was nothing that could be done about being even more angry. Who made Jifan just delay in showing up? Fortunately, Song Jia, a good girlfriend on the side, saw Zhou Jianlian almost exploding with anger and rushed to comfort her. Otherwise, there was a real possibility that Zhou Jianlian would have exploded on the spot. Piss me off. Badass brother-in-law, promised me to rush over. Why haven't you shown up until now? Zhou Jianlian was so outraged inside that she almost cried with anger. What she didn't know, however, was that Yifan had actually arrived long ago, and from a distance, he had also spotted the figures of their group chatting idly by the side of the road. But he was in no hurry to show himself. Who let Zhou Jianlian trick him over? What's wrong with letting her suffer a little? After hearing the car in the center of the road and finishing a cigarette, Yifan then started the engine again and drove the car over. Sure enough, Zhou Fiber is just bragging. How can she have any handsome and golden brother-in-law who also drives a Lamborghini Poison? Oh, laugh it up. Zhou Qier was still taunting Zhou Jianlian. Slender, as an old classmate. I know you love face, but bragging is wrong. That's right, Fiber Cho. The other rich kids chimed in. That's enough of you. Zhou Jianlian was really going to cry with anger, but just at that moment, an attentive roar suddenly sounded. The crowd turned around in a hurry, only to see, on the far side of the driveway, a sports car coming from a distance. Although they were separated by a long distance and couldn't see it too clearly, they who played with cars could still see at a glance that these two sports cars must be very luxurious and expensive. At least, it's a lot better than these $1 or $2 million sports cars they drive. And the most expensive is a $5 million Ferrari. Who's coming? Is it? Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through the minds of the rich daughters who had been mocking Zhou Jianlian just a moment ago, while Zhou Jianlian spoke up in triumph. What did I say? I said my brother-in-law must come back. Right. This time, it was the turn of this group of rich kids to not look too good. Soon the sports car rushed in front of them and stopped. Zhou Jianlian was right. Her brother-in-law had indeed come. Only, looking at what was parked in front of them, although it was a super luxurious, $30 million sports car Ferrari Lafa, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, it was Zhou Qier, who was on a tit-for-tat with Zhou Fianchan, who was the first to speak up. But, Zhou Fianchan, do you take it as if we all don't know sports cars? Is this Lamborghini Poison, Ferrari Lafa and Lamborghini Poison? The price difference isn't normal, okay? Chanda also picked up the conversation. How do I know? Zhou Jianlian said. The bottom of the air suddenly not so full. She was going to be pissed off at her own brother-in-law, even if he was so late. He didn't drive over in his Lamborghini Poison. Instead he drove over in some crappy car. The Ferrari Lafa worth $30 million was a broken car. This if Yifan knew what she was thinking, he was probably going to laugh miserably. At this time, Yifan also opened the car door and walked out from the inside. So handsome. Zhou Qier was the first to open her mouth and call out. Holy, there are still such handsome men in this world? It's so cool. Zhou Jianlian, is he really your brother-in-law, not an international star? The rich second generation and others who were originally still mocking Zhou Fiberglass sighed after seeing Yifan show up, especially the few girls who revealed a flowery look in their eyes. Zhou Jianlian sniffed, and that was triumphant. Although Yifan was nothing more than his brother-in-law, she was as smug as if she had heard someone praising her boyfriend. The little tail was going up to the sky. Yes, he's my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, what took you so long to get here now? And, brother-in-law, why don't you drive your Lamborghini Poison? If it wasn't for the presence of so many classmates and foxy friends, under the excitement of Zhou Jianlian, she probably would have disregarded her image and jumped into Yifan's arms. Didn't you say you were being harassed by a pervert? I got the call and rushed here full of it, so naturally I didn't have time to change cars. Also, you don't look like you've been molested by a pervert to me, do you? Yifan was sure that Zhou Jianlian was really not being harassed. At best she was being pissed off, so she opened her mouth. Who said I wasn't harassed? The one who harassed me is him, Li Xiang. Zhou Jianlian pointed at Li Xiang who was sitting in the Ferrari and said slyly, me? This time, it was Li's turn to be confused. Miss Shou, please wake up, will you? I, Li Xiang, would harass a bratty young lady like you? Li wanted to point to his nose. Harassing my good girlfriend Song Jia is harassing me, Zhou Jianlian said with strong words. When Yifan heard this, he sort of completely understood what was going on. It is also true that Li wanted to have a sentence right. Like Zhou Jianlian, such a bratty and quirky rich lady, there are really not a few punks who dare to unknowingly go to harass her. The person being harassed, as it turns out, is not Zhou Jianlian, but her best friend and roommate, Song Jia. Li Want is also Joe Fiber's classmate. He wanted to pursue Song Jia. Song Jia is not willing. He stalked her. Joe Fiber did not see eye to eye to help Song Jia out of the head, hence the farce. As for Song Jia, even if Yifan had only glanced at the photo, he still wouldn't forget such an innocent girl. However, Yifan also realized that this Song Jia seemed to be very introverted and spoke very little. A group of young people, noisy, you talk, I talk, but she from the beginning to the end, almost do not talk much, but more likely, she was intimidated. And the person who scared her, who else could it be, was naturally the one Zhou Jianlian spoke of, Li Xiang. Li wanted to guess that soft didn't work and wanted to play hardball with Song Jia. Therefore, in desperation, Zhou Jianlian called Yifan for help. In that case, Zhou Jianlian wasn't lying when she said that a pervert was harassing them. At best, this pervert, she knew. Chapter 131 Li Xiang's Proposal. Thinking about this, Yifan naturally did not have a good feeling towards this group of rich second generation. Get lost and don't let me see you again. Considering that Li Xiang and the others were Zhou Jianlian's classmates, Yifan didn't bother too much with them. Rolling? Are you talking to us? Upon hearing this, Li Xiang and the other rich second generation, however, were exasperated. Old man, do you know who we are, talking to us like that? Who are you guys? A bunch of punks in $1 million beat-up sports car? Yifan disdainfully said. The rich daughters were once again exasperated. However, Yifan was right. He was driving a $30 million supercar Ferrari Lafa. Compared to these $1 million sports cars they were driving, weren't they just a bunch of rags? The rich second generation were all furious. However, what made them the most angry was that even though they felt that the other party's attitude was extremely arrogant, they couldn't refute it. And this was the most infuriating. Driving a $30 million luxury sports car is amazing. Chen De coldly grunted. He was extremely dissatisfied with Yifan because he could clearly see that Zhou Jianlian's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Yifan. Is this the way a girl should look at her brother-in-law? That's right. It's just a $30 million sports car. Who can't afford it anymore? The question is, do you drive such a nice sports car and dare to compare it with the crappy sports car we drive? If you win, Joe Fiber and Song Jia, you can take them away. But if you lose, the two of them must stay. Li wanted to be a bit of a brain, since he used the agitation tactic. I don't think he'd dare, would he? That's right. I've heard that usually the ones who look like little white boys don't have any balls. A group of rich kids followed suit. Originally, Yifan thought of just letting it go. But naturally, this group of rich second generation was so insensitive. It seems that if he didn't give them a little painful lesson, they wouldn't know how to restrain themselves. A match is fine, but what kind of bet is this? Yifan coldly grunted. So what do you want to bet? Li wanted to stare at the Ferrari Lafayette behind Yifan, saying on his lips that the Ferrari Lafayette was nothing great, but in his heart, he was probably already salivating. So did other rich kids. They were all car players, so how could they not be moved when faced with a superb supercar like the Ferrari Lafa? Let's do it this way. Yifan saw through their minds at a glance. If I lose to any of you in this match, my sports car goes to you, but if I win against all of you, simple. Just smash your broken sports cars all by yourselves. The rich second generation drove over a total of 7 sports cars, considered the most expensive 5 million Ferrari, the total value of no more than 10 million. This bet, no matter how you counted it, it was a big profit for them. What's more, he was one man against a group of them. You have a big mouth. One person comparing with our 7 sports cars. Don't you think you are too arrogant? Li wanted to grunt coldly. What? You don't dare to compete with me? Let's compare. Who's afraid of who? However, we are present with exactly 8 sports cars and 16 people. Just about half men and half women, so we can't leave the girls in the middle of nowhere. I propose a group of 2, which means that each person must take one person for the race. Li wanted to propose. Of course, the reason why he proposed this was of course not really a concern for the girls' personal safety. It was nothing more than to create an opportunity for himself and Song Jia. To create an opportunity. His foxy friends, the ones who each brought a girl over. That is, the ones who were paired up. For the rest, there were only 2 males left, him and Yifan, and 2 females, Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia. He is very shrewd, early to see. Zhou Jianlian is extremely worshipful of Yifan. Of course, Zhou Jianlian will definitely grab to sit in Yifan that car. Then, the remaining Song Jia, naturally, could only ride in his car. The plan, it was perfect. Chen De and the others, who were Li Xiang's fox friends, would not know the purpose of Li Xiang's such a proposal, and Chen De even intentionally bumped into Li Xiang. Secretly, he praised Li Xiang for his good plan. Yes, no problem. Yifan saw through that little bit of Li Wan's plan almost at a glance, but he didn't reveal it. Instead he immediately accepted his offer. Well then, Ladies, pick your favorite vehicle and get in, Li thought with a clap of his hands. Everything up to this point has gone very well. However, in the next second, Li Xiang and a few rich daughters were completely dumbfounded, because it was seriously different from what they expected. All the girls, including Zhou Kor who had hooked up with Chende, all walked towards Yifan's car. Chende and the others who felt their heads turning green were almost spitting out blood from anger. Is this a woman? See a handsome man and a sports car and run off with someone. Handsome, can you take me? Zhou Kor even took the lead in speaking and threw an eyebrow at Yifan. Zhou Kor, don't be shameless, he's my brother-in-law. Zhou Jianlian disliked it and made a disgusted expression. He's your brother-in-law, that's why you didn't get a chance to have something with him in the car. Instead of wasting such a great opportunity, why don't you let the rest of us have it? Don't you think, sisters? Chocobo shot back. Yeah. Several other girls chimed in. In this regard, Yifan was nothing. After all, he knew that his face value was there, and that girl would not be deeply fascinated after seeing herself. But what he found interesting was that Zhou Kier and the other girls were just fine. After all, it was obvious that they were watery. But Song Jia, Zhou Jianlian's good best friend, even though she didn't make a sound, she also nodded her head silently. That's kind of interesting. Fortunately, Zhou Jianlian was only focused on fighting with Zhou Kor and didn't notice Song Jia behind her. Otherwise she didn't know if she would have been angry and cried by this plastic sisterhood. There was no way around it, since the rule was to bring one girl each, and the girls all ran to Yifan's side. Naturally, Yifan could only pick one. Brother-in-law, take me. Relying on the fact that she had a great relationship with Yifan, Zhou Jianlian was a force to be reckoned with and directly sat in Yifan's sports car. But what she didn't know was that Yifan would accept Li Xiang's offer and actually had a candidate in mind already. Of course the candidate was not Zhou Jianlian, but Song Jia. Che, saying we're shameless. You're the one who's shameless. Zhou Kor and the other girls scoffed. Brother-in-law, leave them alone and get in the car. Zhou Jianlian watched Zhou Kor get defeated, but instead, she was even more pleased. Slender, brother-in-law wants to take you too. But think about it, if I take you, then who will take your good girlfriend Song Jia? Yifan opened his mouth. This, Zhou Jianlian sniffed and was also in deep thought. Star, Chapter 132, I'll let you run for 5 minutes. Yeah, if Yifan takes her, then who will take Song Jia? Chen de they that is a carrot. Then in the end, the person who took Song Jia, only Li want. It's not like she doesn't know that Li wants to have bad intentions towards Song Jia. In doing so, wouldn't she be pushing her best friend Song Jia into the fire? The most crucial thing was that this time, it was still her who encouraged Song Jia to come out and play. Otherwise, Song Jia was reading books in the library tube, being her good girl and third-grade student. No, brother-in-law, you mean you want to take Song Jia? But, people also want to ride in your car. Brother-in-law, Zhou Jianlian was instantly displeased, and was even a bit jealous of her best friend. Why, didn't you rush me over here in the middle of the night so that I could help your best friend out? Yifan asked rhetorically. That's true, but, no buts. If you don't want to harm your best friend by letting her ride in a car with Li Xiang and be bullied by him, then you should let her ride in my car, Yifan said and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had no choice. But in order to not let Song Jia be bullied by Li Xiang, he could only let her ride in his car. As for whether Zhou Jianlian would be bullied by Li Xiang when she sat in his car, this was something that Yifan wasn't worried about in the slightest. The fact that Zhou Fiberglass was able to protect Song Jia's safety when she was alone against so many people like Li Xiang and others proved that she wasn't a good bully. If Li wanted to bully her, he'd probably have to eat his words. Besides, Yifan could see that Li wanted to like a gentle, innocent girl like Song Jia, and was not interested in the bratty and capricious Zhou Jianlian at all. But, Zhou Jianlian felt that what Yifan said made sense, but she still felt that something wasn't right. Do you want Li to get his way? Yifan made his final killer move. Okay then, as expected, Zhou Jianlian sniffed and immediately compromised. Nonsense, of course she couldn't let Li think get away with it. In the end, for the sake of her good girlfriend's safety, Zhou Jianlian still gritted her teeth and got down from the Ferrari Lafa. Then, of course, she wouldn't give Zhou Kier and the others a chance, and directly pulled Song Jia, who had been standing at the end of the line, into Yifan's sports car. After this, she also deliberately waved her small fists and demonstrated to Yifan. Brother-in-law, I'm giving you my best BFF. You can't let her be bullied. Of course, you can't bully her either. Otherwise, I will definitely tell my cousin. Don't worry, Yifan promised on his lips, but when he got on the car, he couldn't help but look at the pure and lovely Song Jia one more time. On the side was recognized to break the scheme Li want. See, Song Jia got into Yifan's sports car. That is angry and gnashing teeth, but the offer was his, and it was too late for him to back out now. Seeing this, the other girls knew that after Zhou Jianlian had stirred things up so much, they had no chance at all. So, they stopped staying and each returned to their respective rich kids. After Zhou Jianlian got into the sports car of Li Xiang, who looked at each other unfavorably. This racing competition, too, was announced to start. 8 sports cars, 8 lanes, just right. There's no referee. I'll sound the horn 3 times and we'll all just get going together. After each of them was ready to take their place, Li wanted to give orders. No problem. Yi Fan nodded, and the other rich kids who were on the same line as Li Xiang naturally wouldn't object. So, after Li wanted to sound the horn 3 times, with the roar of the gusty engines, the 8 sports cars, almost at the same time, rushed out. After all, we all play with cars and we all have skills, so the cars started at almost the same time, almost in no particular order. But, hey, Zhou Jianlian, what are you doing? What are you stepping on the brakes for? What are you shaking the steering wheel for? Zhou Fiber, don't be too shameless, even if you mess up. Your brother-in-law can win over me, there's no way he can win over chatting about Chende and the others. I didn't mess up. You hit the gas on the 3rd honk. You cheated yourself. Auntie, I was wrong. You let go of the steering wheel or you're going to hit a pole. Humph. The race had only just begun when a heated brawl broke out from Li Xiang's car. It ended, of course, with Li wanting to apologize in horror. After this, the game continued as usual. Since it is not a formal racing competition, the rule is simple. Whoever is the first to complete a lap around the 2 Harbors Boulevard will be considered the winner. In order to win the race, to win the $40 million worth of Ferrari Lafa, Chen De and other rich kids also put up a fight. Aside from Li Xiang, who had been messed up by Zhou Fianshan, who was slightly behind, everyone else, almost all of them, raced out furiously at the first time. Instead, it was Yi Fan who was lagging behind. Oh, what a $40 million Ferrari Lafa. It's still far behind me. The performance of the car is of course important, but more importantly, is the skill. De has a point. That little white boy, he can't really think that just because he has a high-end sports car, he can beat us. How can that be? You know, we've raced on this track 300 times if not 500. Never seen him before. He probably doesn't even race. That's right, a layman wants to win against us. Dream on. Seeing that one by one they had left Yifan far behind, the rich second generation naturally couldn't help but be complacent. Being pleased with himself, he naturally couldn't help but taunt Yifan. Similarly, Li Xiang, who was far behind, and Chende are certainly really a smelly bunch. After he initially fell behind, he immediately accelerated and quickly caught up with Yifan and left him behind. After this, he opened his mouth to taunt. What's the matter, Zhou Fiber's brother-in-law? Isn't your Ferrari Lafa worth $40 million? How come you can't even outrun my crappy sports car? Is it a disgrace? Shut up, Li Think. You cheated. You're the one who's a disgrace. Zhou Jianlian, who was sitting beside Li Xiang, immediately spoke for her most admired brother-in-law. Oh, is it a shame that I saw your cars in disrepair and let you run for 5 minutes before catching up with you and winning over all of you? Yi Fan sneered. Let's run for 5 minutes first. You're bragging. Li wanted to sniff and was upbeat. How many minutes does it take to run around Twin Harbors Boulevard? 7.5 minutes faster, 8 minutes slower. And it's not bragging that he's going to let them run for 5 minutes first. Let them run for 5 minutes. They're almost at the finish line. Why would I brag? This beautiful and moving mess. Song Jia next to me can testify for me. Yi Fan said, and even, let go of the gas, letting the car move forward automatically. Chapter 133, Song Jia's tangled up. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Seeing this, Zhou Jianlian immediately became anxious. Li Xiang also looked at Yi Fan with surprise, but soon, he came back to his senses and continued to sneer. Needless to say, your brother-in-law thinks it's impossible to win over all of us, so he's giving up on himself. Let's go for 5 minutes. Ha! I'll run the whole thing in 7.5 minutes. You think in 2.5 minutes your brother-in-law can catch up with us? For Li wants cynicism. Yi Fan did not put it in his heart at all. He saw Song Jia beside him like a frightened bird, and did not say a word to himself from the beginning to the end. So, in order to make the whole match more interesting, Yi Fan suddenly proposed. How about this? Li Think, between the two of us, how about a bet? I'll let you guys have 5 minutes. If I win against you, oh no, against all of you, you'll transfer the 5% of Li's group's shares that you hold to me. As for if I lose to you guys, you can make a condition. I'll agree to you no matter what the condition is. How about it? Do you dare to bet? When Yi Fan said this, not only did Li Want get scared, even the two girls, Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia, were also shocked. I'll give you whatever you want? That's too arrogant. You know who I am? When Li wanted to hear this, he was even more surprised how Yi Fan knew that he was the identity of the Li group's youngest master. He also knew that he held 5% of Li's group's shares in his hands. It was a gift from his dad for his 18th birthday. Did Zhou Jianlian tell him? But it couldn't be. Zhou Fiber only knew his identity and didn't know that he had a shareholding in Li's group. You don't have to worry about that. I'm just asking if you dare to bet. Yi Fan didn't want to bother with Li think too much at all. Seeing how arrogant Yi Fan's attitude was, how could Li think endure it? Moreover, looking at Song Jie, who was sitting beside Yi Fan and whom he had coveted for a long time, he had a bold idea. Just bet. Who's afraid? If you win, 5% of the shares of Li Group in my hand goes to you. But if you lose, I want Song Jie to be my girlfriend. Saying that, Li Xiang added, how? You won't be unable to do it, right? He had that owlish look on his face, as if to say, don't forget, you said you'd agree to me on any terms. Li think, you idiot. As soon as Li Xiang said this, he was immediately met with Zhou Jianlian's disdain. Anyone could hear that Yi Fan meant that he could agree to any conditions within the scope of his ability. Song Jie is a woman. Moreover, is not Yi Fan's woman. How can he agree to such ridiculous conditions? Even Song Jie, who had been sitting rigidly in her seat like a frightened bird, not speaking or moving, was shivering with fear when she heard this. Then, a look of help was thrown towards Yi Fan. That poor child's helpless eyes were obviously begging Yi Fan to never bet on such a ridiculous thing. No problem. However, Yi Fan didn't even think about it, but he agreed in one breath. Brother-in-law. At this, both Zhou Jianlian and Song Jie looked at Yi Fan with a surprised face. They really couldn't figure out why Yi Fan would agree to such a ridiculous thing. That's what you said. If you lose but can't make Song Jie my girlfriend, then you'll be in for it. Li wanted to throw down a harsh sentence, then kicked the gas and roared off, leaving Yi Fan and his slowly moving Ferrari Lafa far behind. Yes, no matter what, he had to win this match and embarrass Yi Fan. Of course, the most important thing was to win Song Jie, and the Ferrari Lafa that was a valuable supercar. As for whether or not winning the game that way would be dishonorable, he didn't give a damn. Let them have 5 minutes, and it wasn't their suggestion, it was his own. Li Xiang, don't go too far. Where did I go overboard? It was your brother-in-law himself who said that he could agree to any conditions. Also, this is an official match, so you are advised to stop messing up. Otherwise, even if I lose, your brother-in-law won without honor. You think I'm you? As long as you don't cheat, I naturally won't mess up. Humph. Li Xiang's Ferrari sports car had better performance than Chendi and the others after all. So even though there was a delay of about half a minute at first, it was still very quick and caught up with Chendi and the others. Chenda and the other rich kids. In order to win the race, oh no, to win their heart-stopping Ferrari Rafa, also disregarded the brotherhood, and one by one, they tried their best to rush forward. On the contrary, Yi Fan was still slowly driving his Ferrari Lafa and loitering at the back, as if he hadn't put this race in his mind at all. At this moment, the most anxious person would of course be Song Jie. After all, if Yi Fan lost this match, Song Jie would have to be Li Xiang's girlfriend, but she was so introverted that she just sat in her seat like a frightened bird, and still didn't say a word from start to finish. Seeing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but raise the thought of wanting to molest her. Song Jie student right? Hello, my name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan extended his hand and said to Song Jie, you, hello, Mr. Yi. Song Jie finally spoke, but didn't dare to shake hands with Yi Fan. This time, Yi Fan became a bit displeased. Faking it, of course. What's the matter? Student Song Jie, riding in my car, seems to be very upset. Song Jie heard the words, more like a bird of prey, and quickly shook her head like a rattle, her long single ponytail, but also swinging, very cute. No, I'm glad, but, you're the Slim's brother-in-law. Well, Song Jie's face turned redder and redder the more she spoke. She felt like her head was a mess and she didn't know what she was talking about. Obviously people were just asking him if he was upset about sitting in his car. How did she get into the matter of people being Slim's brother-in-law? Looking at Song Jie's appearance, Yi Fan's mouth smiled slightly. With his face value, and how many young girls in love can be able to resist him? Besides, wasn't the purpose of him deliberately sidestepping Zhou Jianlian and driving Song Jie by himself to create an opportunity to be alone with her? So, it's because of my status as Slender's brother-in-law that you don't like me, right? Yi Fan once again opened his mouth to molest. I didn't dislike you. No, I mean, was not hating you la. Song Jie didn't know that she had unknowingly been led into a pit by Yi Fan. Since you like me, you can be my girlfriend. Yi Fan spoke out of turn. Star. Chapter 134, The Rush of Life and Death. Song Jie was instantly baffled. No way, Mr. Yi, can we trouble you to focus on driving the race? We're going to lose if this keeps up. Ryoko. Song Jie finally came back to her senses. She was being molested/teased by Yi Fan. Whether it was because of her status as Zhou Fianchen's good best friend, or because Yi Fan already had a cousin Zhou Fianchen, she couldn't be Yi Fan's girlfriend. Therefore, she righteously refused. Sure enough, it's dabbling college girls. Yifan sniffed and in turn became more interested in Songjie. Obviously she is so timid, so delicate, but when faced with something, she has her own principles. Nowadays society, such a girl, not many. It's okay if you don't become my girlfriend, then I'll lose this game on purpose. I don't care anyway. Yifan shrugged and said, Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to be like this. Songjie felt like she had just gotten out of the tiger's den and had fallen into the clutches of the devil. What kind of people? People who take advantage of people. No matter what you think, if you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I'll lose the match on purpose. I'm only afraid that Li wants to beg for it. Yifan continued. Songjie's face turned white when she heard this. How could she not have expected that Yifan, who was so well-groomed and handsome, would have such a gangster and rogue side? However, if he really lost the match on purpose, then wouldn't she be even worse off and be forced to be Li Xiang's girlfriend? Instead of becoming the girlfriend of this uneducated dude, Li Xiang, she might as well become Yifan's girlfriend. It was just that if she became Yifan's girlfriend, then how would she explain this to her good girlfriend, Zhou Jianlian? For a while, Songjie was in agony. Jie, have you thought about it? Will you be my girlfriend or Li Xiang's girlfriend? Yifan almost didn't give Songjie any chance to breathe/rest and continue to pursue. How could he not see Songjie's mind? In fact, she was willing in her heart, only, because he was Zhou Jianlian's brother-in-law Sake. So, it was embarrassed to say. So, he had to push her a bit. Otherwise, with her introverted personality, it would be absolutely impossible for the two of them to go with the flow. This was also the reason why Yifan intentionally poked fun at Songjie frequently in the car. To take Songjie, he had to take the initiative. Sure enough, under Yifan's repeated pressures, Songjie still faltered. Why do you have to make me your girlfriend? Do you like me? If I don't like you, why would I make you my girlfriend? There are plenty of women who have thrown themselves at me, like that Jo Kor. Have you seen me look at her? Songjie sniffed and actually had some joy in her heart. Indeed, Yifan didn't lie. Before that Jo Kor took the initiative to throw herself at Yifan, she was decisively rejected by him. So, could it be that he really likes me? Thinking of this, Songjie, who was originally still a bit annoyed because of Yifan's unreasonable request, actually had some joy in her heart. After all, if you put aside her identity as Zhou Jianlian's good best friend, if Yifan asked her to become his girlfriend, she would definitely be 100 times willing to do so. Okay, I can promise to become your girlfriend. However, you have to win this match. I don't want to be pestered further by Li Xiang. For some reason, Songjie, who was originally an introvert and had never dared to speak her heart, actually spoke her heart out to Yifan. That's right. Hearing Songjie agree to become his girlfriend, Yifan smiled and said to Songjie, a girl as pure and lovely as you should say more. Ha! When she first heard the first half of the sentence, Songjie thought that Yifan was talking about the fact that she agreed to be his girlfriend, but after hearing the second half of the sentence, she froze. Seemingly, the qualified and handsome man sitting next to him who had been flirting with her was not really flirting with her, but leading her step by step to the point where she came out of her inner inferiority complex. It was only at this time that Songjie somewhat understood Yifan's good intentions. Yeah, now that I think about it, she'd said more in those few minutes in the car than she usually did in a week. Of course, this can actually be regarded as Songjie's wishful thinking. After all, the lover's eyes out of the west. Yifan did have the intention of intentionally letting her talk more, but the main reason was just for Songjie. It's that simple. How about? Yifan suddenly had a bold idea. In the end, however, Yifan dismissed the idea. As it happened, 5 minutes had passed, and now, it was time for Yifan to get ready. Jade, sit tight, it's going to speed up. Before accelerating, Yifan reminded Songjie. Then, a foot on the gas, with the ear-splitting roar of the engine, the Ferrari Laffa sprinted off as if it were a cannonball. Ah! Songjie was startled. Just when Yifan was worried if she couldn't stand such a speed of eating chicken, Songjie suddenly called out again. Yummy chicken! Needless to say, she would have been the good girl type who was experiencing the chicken feeling of drag racing for the first time. Right. Yifan saw that Songjie was just excited, so he had nothing to worry about and directly stepped on the gas. Rampage is done. 70 miles an hour. The mood is free and easy. I hope it ends at the Aegean Sea. Running on all cylinders and dreaming on the other side. Running with the wind and freedom is the way. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Stirring vagueness, and just in time. In short, everything can only be described in one word. Burn. Li think, you're telling the truth. Did he really say he'd let us have 5 minutes before he chased us? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Fiberglass Joe beside me. But, give us 5 minutes. Who does he think he is? A car god? 5 minutes. We're going to be almost at the finish line. Zhou Jianlian, Your brother-in-law is afraid that he's not a cutie. Right. The performance of the car of the rich second generation, in addition to the Lee want, although they are almost the same, but drag racing technology after all, there are high and low. So, their respective distances at the moment, has been pulled a little far away, but they usually just like to play with cars after all, and naturally their cars are equipped with walkie-talkies that can be easily contacted at any time. Star, Chapter 135. What the hell is this? The moment, they were communicating with each other on their walkie-talkies, flirting with Yifan who was always missing. Lee think, you really deserve to be our military advisor. If he loses, he'll let Song Jie be your girlfriend. This bet is a loss for you to come up with. Chanda, who was still in the lead, patted his ass. That must drop. Lee, who was temporarily in second place, said triumphantly, completely ignoring the black-faced Zhou Jianlian beside him. Their conversation, Zhou Jianlian listened to every word in her ears, daring to denigrate her most admired brother-in-law like this. She couldn't wait to tear all of them who didn't know any better to pieces. But, Lee, your 5% holding in Lee's group is no joke. It's worth $50 million at least. If a rich kid wants to talk, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. With our drag racing speed, is it possible for him to beat us if he lets us go for 5 minutes? So, for this race, we're bound to win. Also, you guys, you need to cheer up, especially Chenda who is leading right now. Otherwise, the scented cars and beautiful women, all belong to me, Li Xiang said with a loud laugh. How can that be? The Ferrari Rafa is mine, Chanda said unconvincingly. Little man, how dare you disobey? Watch this and catch up with you. Saying that, Li wanted to rely on the advantage of the car's performance, accelerated again, and gradually, had caught up with the Mercedes-Benz where Chenda and Zhou were. Li Xiang, the new Ferrari has good performance, but can you beat me in driving? Seeing this, Li Xiang sneered. How do you know if you don't compare? Just compare. Listening to the two of them conversing as if no one else was there, it seemed as if, between the two of them, one of them must be the first place winner and the other the second place winner. Just as well. After all, third place got away from them. As for Yifan, joke, they ran in the last head of the rich second generation. Did not see the figure of Ferrari Rafa? Yifan car skills against Super God, and how can in just 2 minutes less, catch up with them? However, just when both of them were thinking so, thinking that Yifan's Ferrari Rafa was already in their possession, suddenly, there was a scream from the rich second generation who was running at the very back. Holy, what the hell is this? Scud rockets? The girl sitting next to him was also screaming in terror. What's the situation? Dog, what happened? By the rich second generation nicknamed Dog, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath and tensed up. Did he really catch up? How is that possible? Absolutely not. Li Xiang and Chenda have been reluctant to believe it. It's not a Scud rocket. It's a supercar. He's catching up. It was only after a long time that the dog responded again. As for who he meant by him, we all knew it. What? Dog? You mean, he's going to catch up with you? Ha, I told you so. My brother-in-law is omnipotent. You guys have never died when you compete with him in drag racing. It's not about catching up with me. It's about having amount far surpassed me. The dog responded. What? Li wanted to believe it 100 times over. Of course he didn't want to believe it. Yifan had let them go for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You're 5 minutes behind in a car race. Can you get it back if you say you want it back? However, Yifan had actually done it. Damn it, Chen Da. No matter what, we can't let him win. Even if the first place is given to you, we can't let him win. Li wanted to fume. Understood. If you want to win the match, ask me over Chenda first. Chenda sneered. It could be heard that among this group of rich second generation of theirs, it was estimated that Chenda's car skills were the best. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to stay ahead until now. However, just as Chenda hadn't finished blowing his bull, there came the screams of another rich kid. Holy, what the hell is this? Did he have nitrous acceleration in his sports car? Brother Li, Brother Chen, I've been overtaken. That car speed of his is just too fast. The penultimate rich kid exaggeratedly exclaimed. This time, the faces of both Li Xiang and Chenda became even more ugly. Chenda is just a matter of losing the race. At most, no relationship with the Ferrari Rafa, plus smash his $1 million Mercedes-Benz, but Li Xiang is not the same. You know, if he loses the race, what he loses is not just a $5 million Ferrari, but also 5% of the shares of the Li Group. And, Song Jie, damn it, I won't lose. Thinking so, Li wanted to step on the gas even more desperately and hard. However, even then, bad news came one after another. Li Xiang, he's already passed me. Holy, that's too much. Does he take corners without slowing down at all? He's not afraid to die if the car is going that fast. The two rich kids in the third and fourth from the bottom screamed almost at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You two were passed over too? Chenda sniffed and couldn't help but spit. Yes, Chanda, now we can only rely on you and Ideal. His car speed is too exaggerated. 300. No, 400 are there. What? 400. You're kidding. Chenda sniffed and couldn't help but speak. Chen, I'm not kidding. He's starting at least 400. I can prove this one too. Chenda and Li Xiang's faces changed when they heard this. What's the concept of 400 kilometers per hour? The top speed of a Formula 1 car can only reach 350 kilometers per hour. So he's going faster than the top speed of a Formula 1 car? How is this possible? Is he going over the top here? However, what they didn't realize was that Yifan was a level 10 car driver. He was originally a car god. Why else would he offer to let them run for 5 minutes first? He's not even interested in racing these amateur drivers if he doesn't let them run for 5 minutes first. After all, the strength gap was there. Even if Yifan didn't drive a Ferrari Lafayette and drove a Wuling Hongguang, they still couldn't win against him. However, how could Li think of these rich kids and how could they possibly know this? They are pressed to believe this. But even if they were 10,000 times unwilling to believe it in their hearts, it was useless. After all, facts are facts. Chendi and Li think also know that those two rich second generation, like them, play with cars all the time, presumably, will not get it wrong too much. Put it this way, at the thought that a Ferrari Lafa with a speed of up to 400 kilometers per hour was chasing them behind them, Chenda and Li Xiang were not in the best of moods. He's so far behind us, so what if he's faster? It may not be possible for him to catch up with us and win first place in the race. Of course Li wanted to not be willing to give in. Chapter 136, unless it's the god of cars. That's right. Besides, Wang Ba, who is in third place right now, he hasn't even caught up yet. So if he wants to catch up with us, he probably won't be able to do it that fast. Besides, we'll be at the finish line after one more turn. Chanda concurred. That's right. Li thought that what Chenda said made perfect sense. However, as soon as their words fell, they heard Wang Ba's voice coming from the intercom. Li Xiang, Chenda, that one, he's already passed me. I was so shocked that I forgot to turn on the intercom for a moment to tell you guys. What? Li Xiang and Chenda exclaimed. Put. After holding her tongue for half a day, Zhou Jianlian finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Just you yellow-haired brats, still want to race with my brother-in-law. You are too tender. Che, you're not much older than we are playing. Zhou Kier, who was sitting next to Chenda, disliked her discontentedly. However, her bottom line was clearly lacking. When she thought that, if Zhou Jianlian hadn't messed up, she would have had the chance to ride in that handsome guy's cool sports car. She became even more dissatisfied with Zhou Jianlian. Li Xiang, you have a good car. Don't slow down when you take the last corner. Charge hard. The finish line is just around the corner. You may not be unable to win. As he was worried that Yifan would really win this racing competition, Chenda couldn't help but open his mouth to guide the ideal. Okay, Chanda. Li wanted to ignore Zhou Jianxian, who was laughing like crazy beside him, nodded and said, indeed, the finish line was just around the corner, and he might not fail to take first place if he pushed harder. At this moment's situation, Chenda and Li Xiang were two people, one in front of the other, separated by no more than 100 meters, and the two of them, two cars, are just one last turn away from the finish, less than 500 meters. In other words, the race had entered its most white-hot stage, while the figures of Yifan and his Ferrari Rafa were still slow to appear. That said, they still have a good chance of winning this game, as long as there are no surprises. Please, no accidents. Li wanted to pray. Yet again, he didn't want an accident, and accidents happened. Boom! There was a roar of an engine, coming from behind. Li wanted to glance at the rearview mirror and was stunned. Yifan, who had been nowhere to be seen, had, at this moment, rushed up in his Ferrari Lafa at an extremely fast speed. Looking at that incoming momentum, I'm afraid that it won't be a matter of seconds before he surpasses him. Damn it, I won't let you win. Li wanted to be furious, and he was fuming to win the match. No, to win Song Jie. When he entered the curve, instead of following Chenda's advice and not slowing down in any way, he, on the contrary, accelerated with a hard kick of the gas. 275, 280, 300. Looking at the speedometer, the needle slowly veered towards the number 320. Li Xiang's heart contracted. He got nervous. Yeah, they traveled drag racing and were only going 280 miles per hour or less, and, going through corners, even less. But now, in order to win the race, he actually increased his speed to 320 while going through the corners. Holy, Li think, what are you doing? Chen Da, who was still in the lead for the time being, was startled when he saw that Li Xiang even accelerated after entering the corner. but he knew that behind him Yifan had caught up and was biting hard, and this was probably the only way to win the race. I just hope Lee wants to improve his driving skills and won't have an accident. That way, he definitely has a chance to win the game. However, not wishing for anything, in favor of saying very much so. Squeak! With an ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing against the asphalt, Li Xiang's car went out of control. The tires even met the ground, rubbing out a trail of black smoke. Li wanted to do his best to hold the steering wheel and control the car, but where could he do that? Seeing that, the car lost control, quickly deviated from the lane, towards the roadside iron railing crashed, about to be destroyed. Sitting on top of the Zhou Jianchen, could not help but let out a terrified scream. It was nice that she was usually quirky and bold, but she was a girl's family after all. How could she not be afraid in the face of death? Seeing that the car was about to be destroyed, just at this time, a blue car shadow suddenly rushed out. Dang! The blue sports car slammed hard into the rear of the out-of-control Ferrari, surprisingly hard enough to knock the Ferrari back into its original lane. Z. Immediately after that, there was a burst of emergency braking, and finally, the car came to a stop, avoiding the fate of the car destroyed. Silly fork, you can die if you want to, but don't involve my family fiber. The blue car shadow, naturally, was the Ferrari Lafa that Yifan drove. With him around, there was no way he would naturally let Zhou Jianlian get into a car accident, not even if she was injured. The stunned Li wanted to watch the Ferrari Lafa rush past him, and Yifan in the car cursed at him, but now, having just risen from the dead, how dare he retort? Sister, brother-in-law, learning that she was saved, and hearing Yifan's address. Yifan is treating her as a family? Zhou Jianlian was witch-touched. Tears almost fell. Nope, and so on. Zhou Jianlian back to God. Brother-in-law's hand just placed where? Ferrari Rafa car speed is too fast. Zhou Jianlian naturally did not see clearly, but she saw clearly. Yifan is one hand holding the steering wheel, that is to say the other hand. At the thought of this, Zhou Jianlian was instantly jealous. Damn, it looks like it's still up to me, the car god, to win the race. Chen De was startled by the sudden loss of control of Li Xiang's Ferrari, and was relieved to see that he was fine. He saw that Yifan was in hot pursuit, and now the only one who could compete with Yifan was him, and for a while, he actually had a feeling of being spirited and that the heavens were about to descend on him. He felt that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was now the savior of their group of rich kids. However, just as Chen De thought so, whoosh, he saw a blue shadow of light that suddenly appeared on his right side. A mere second's time wasn't even barred, half a second at the most, and Yifan, in his Ferrari Lafa, had actually caught up with him. How is this possible? Chanda was confused. He subconsciously glanced at the car's speedometer. 310 kilometers per hour, 100 meters in half a second to catch up? What exactly was the speed of his car? Surely it's more than 400? 500? Thinking about this, Lee wanted to be simply scared silly. Over the curves, racing to 500 kilometers per hour. Is this humanly possible? No professional rider can do that, right? Unless it's a car god. Star. Chapter 137, Zhou Core's Fury. The shock of the crowd. Chengde was completely stunned. The speed difference of 200 kilometers per hour. Over the curves, he still barely slowed down. How powerful is this car skill? What's the point of this? Compare hammers. Zhou Core, who was on the side, was also startled when she saw that Yifan's figure had only just appeared, and in just a few seconds, he had already overtaken the first place Chengde. However, she wasn't a fan of drag racing, so she didn't really care about that. Instead, another thing that she cared more about, Zhou Qier clearly saw that Yifan's hand had just rested on Song Jie's body. This time, Zhou Qier's bottle of vinegar instantly overturned. Chen De, what's the matter with you? Are you giving up this time? Step on the gas and I'll do the rest. Chukul was fuming. Chen De was confused. Zhou Qier's body was perfect hot, but her character, was she also that hot? But for some reason, he listened to the hot girl next to him and stepped on the gas. As for Zhou Core, she took over the steering wheel. Front. Yifan looked at the finish line right in front of him, enjoying the worshipful gaze cast by Song Jie beside him. At this moment, he only felt that this race, simply win don't be too boring. However, in the next second, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Chen De, who had originally given up after being overtaken by him, suddenly drove his Mercedes and accelerated up, and unlike Li, Mercedes showed no signs of losing control. What's the situation? Yifan found it unbelievable. Although he had only exchanged hands, he still knew very well that Chen Da's car skills were not that high. After glancing at the rearview mirror and seeing that the one controlling the steering wheel at the moment was actually Zhou Qier, Yifan came to a sudden realization. So it's a change. Kind of. Yifan said and gave another kick to the gas. Boom! The Ferrari Rafa, transformed into a blue sprite, crossed the finish line faster than a cannonball. Squeak! After Yifan crossed the finish line, he heard the sound of emergency brakes coming from behind, almost just 0.5 seconds apart. Chanda's Mercedes, too, crossed the finish line and came to a halt at the end. Snap! Jokir slapped the steering wheel fiercely. If she knew that Chenda was so useless, she should have switched to her to drive a long time ago. Chenda, on the other hand, had been scared silly. For a moment, he was a little unsure. Was this really the Jokir he knew? His classmates? The game is over. The one who won the first place was naturally Yifan, who was the first to cross the finish line. Moreover, it was still on the premise that Yifan had let them go for 5 minutes, after the other rich kids slowly drove their cars over. Only then did Yifan drive the car over. Once the car stopped, Yifan realized that a pair of clear gazes were staring hard and gawking between him and Songjia. This gaze, naturally, was that of Zhou Jianlian. Zhou Jianlian confirmed a few times to make sure that Yifan's hand wasn't on her good girlfriend's waist // and couldn't help but beep her mouth. Maybe the car was going too fast and I was mistaken? Zhou Jianlian skimmed her mouth, comforting herself. The jealousy in his heart was also greatly reduced. Yifan ignored Zhou Jianlian. She was like that anyway. A shock. His gaze landed on Li Xiang and Chen Di and the other rich second generation, and he spoke in an extremely arrogant tone. So, you guys lost. Then according to the agreement, you guys have to smash all the crappy cars you drive in front of me. As for you, Yifan's gaze landed on Li Xiang. Young master of the Li family, please fulfill your promise as soon as possible. After Yifan's words fell, Li Xiang and the other rich second generation, however, fell silent. What? Willing to gamble and lose? You guys still want to cheat? Hurry up and smash your crappy sports car. Zhou Jianlian coaxed. She was purely watching the fun. The rich daughters looked at each other, and in the end, it was Li Xiang who spoke up. What a willingness to bet. Someone said they would give us 5 minutes and then didn't. He was the one who didn't keep his word in the first place. Li wanted to grunt coldly. That's right, if you gave us 5 minutes, how could you possibly catch up with us? It only takes 7.5 minutes to run around Twin Harbors Boulevard. And the fact that you let us go for 5 minutes and still managed to catch up with us can only mean one thing, and that is, you didn't let it all. Or rather, didn't yield enough for 5 minutes. That's it. Besides, there's no one to time you, so you're in the back, chasing us whenever you want. There's absolutely no way you can win first place if you really let us have enough 5 minutes. A group of rich kids, indignant and revitalized, said. In fact, they didn't care if Yifan had let enough 5 minutes go by. They were just going to use this as an excuse to invalidate the outcome of this match. Bull ********. Who said no one timed it? Song Jia didn't just time her in his car. Zhou Jianlian immediately defended Yifan. Yo, really? Then why don't you let Song Jia say it herself? Is it true that he started chasing us after 5 minutes? If it's Song Jia's word, we'll believe it. Zhou Kier coldly grunted. With her understanding of Song Jia was a timid and introverted girl, usually, not saying a word all day. At this moment, how was it possible for her to stand out and defend Yifan? She felt that even if Yifan did let enough for 5 minutes, with Song Jia's cowardly character, she wouldn't dare to come forward and testify. That's why she said those provocative words. The other rich kids who knew Song Jia a little bit, as well as the girls, felt the same way. If Song Jia wasn't so timid, she wouldn't have been bullied by Li Xiang and had to have Zhou Jianlian, her good best friend, stand up for her. You guys, Zhou Jianlian sniffed and was once again infuriated. As Song Jia's good best friend, how could she not know how shy the girl was in front of outsiders, and now asking her to come forward to testify for a stranger? Wasn't that making things difficult for her? However, this time, Zhou Jianlian was wrong. I can testify that he did let enough for 5 minutes before he started chasing you guys. Song Jia unexpectedly stood out, even stopping in front of Yifan and speaking for him. Ha! Everyone was shocked. Was this the same Song Jia they knew who was so timid that she even shivered when she spoke? In just 10 minutes of absence, she completely seemed like a different person. Even had the courage to stand out and testify on behalf of others. Jade, are you okay? The one who was most shocked was naturally none other than Zhou Jianlian. Chapter 138. Li Xiang and the others are trying to cheat. Slim, I'm fine. Song Jia shook her head, sheepishly. This one made everyone even more puzzled. They just couldn't figure out how such a girl, who was more scared than a bird, had changed so much all of a sudden. Of course they couldn't possibly understand that it was all thanks to Yifan, who had properly enlightened Song Jia in the car, before letting her out of her inner inferiority complex. It's still cowardly, but at least it's not even getting up the courage to stand up and testify for someone else. Besides, the person she wanted to testify against was still Yifan. How about this? Now, you guys concede defeat, Yifan coldly said. Song Jia had come forward to testify on his behalf, so he wanted to see what else they had to say. Since you let enough for 5 minutes, we are naturally willing to gamble. Lee wanted to mouth off, but it's too much of a hassle to smash a car here, and then call a tow truck to come and haul it away in the middle of the night after you've smashed it. I suggest, drive to that auto repair shop nearby and smash it again. Is that okay? Lee wanted to look at Yifan, gritted his teeth and said, whatever. In this regard, Yifan did not object, as long as they were willing to gamble, smash their car, and never harass Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia in the future, and then, handed over the shares of Lee's group. Then it was up to them where they wanted to go to smash their car. Good. Everyone get in the car, Lee wanted to say, and with a wave of his hand, he told everyone to get on the car. What? You're not getting in? Lee wanted to say to Zhou Jianlian, who was originally sitting in his sports car, in a good-natured manner. Damn it, who wants to get in your car? I want to ride in my brother-in-law's car, Zhou Jianlian said disgustedly, did not look back and ran towards Yifan and Song Jia, and then very nonchalantly jumped into the car, and her wife crowded together, sitting in a seat. What could Yifan say about this? Fortunately, the two of them, Song Jia and Zhou Jianlian, seemed to have a really good relationship. Seeing that Song Jia didn't mind the two of them squeezing into one seat, Yifan was lazy. The interior of the Ferrari Rafa was still quite spacious anyway, and the two girls were petite enough that it wasn't hard to squeeze them together. Li Xiang and Chen De drove ahead to lead the way. The others drove close behind. Yifan drove a Ferrari Rafa, while following at the end. Brother Li, Brother Chen, are you really going to smash your cars? A rich kid, heartbroken about his newly purchased sports car, was the first to speak through the intercom. Smashing the car doesn't matter. Anyway, I've long wanted to get a new one. But Brother Li, 5% of your Lee's group's shares are worth tens of millions of dollars. Do you really want to give them up? Yeah, Lee wants to. Is that okay? Brother Li, Brother Chen, do we really have to be willing to gamble? The other rich kids chimed in. Willing to gamble? Ha, you guys are silly. Use your brains to think about why I had to propose to smash the car at the garage instead of smashing the car at the scene. Lee wanted to sneer and said, could it be that the garage Lee is taking us to is? That's right. Lee wanted to not let the man finish his sentence. Holy, Lee is awesome. Brother Lee is worthy of being our warlord. Li Xiang, okay, Brother Lee, that little white boy would never have imagined that he would be teased by you. The rich kids sniffed and slapped their asses. When we wait until we get to the garage, we're going to get back all the anger we suffered from racing just now. Humph, Joe Fiber's brother-in-law is it? Just wait and see. Yi Fan, who was following behind without slowing down, naturally could not hear the conversation between the rich second generation. 5 minutes later, 7 sports cars appeared at the same time in a large garage. When Li Xiang and the others saw that Yifan hadn't followed them yet, they gave Chen De a wink. Chen De nodded, then said to Zhou Kur by his side, Kur, please go and call Brother Wang out. Just say, we're being looked for trouble. Zhou Kier, who was chewing gum and had an indifferent face, sniffed and nodded before leading the way. The others, on the other hand, stayed where they were and waited for Yifan to arrive. Soon, the figure of Yifan driving a Ferrari Rafa appeared. After the three of them got off the car, Yifan coldly said to the rich second generation who were leaning against the sports car and were indifferent, what are you still standing there for? Start smashing your sports car. Li wanted to sniff, but he was happy. Sorry, we suddenly changed our minds and don't want to smash our sports car. Li wanted to grunt coldly. You guys are trying to cheat. Yifan despised. So what if it is? One by one, the rich second generation copied the car repair tools from the garage, wrenches, pliers and whatnot, and coldly stared at Yifan. It looked like they were planning to lay hands on Yifan. Li think, don't be too shameless. Zhou Jianlian was furious when she saw this. Where, brother, you be careful. Song Jia also whispered with concern for Yifan, saying, Clam? Zhou Jianlian sniffed and looked incredulous. You're calling me brother Fan now. Are you still the Song Jia I know? How far has your relationship gotten? For a moment, Zhou Jianlian's anger was replaced by jealousy. Seeing that Song Jia was so concerned about Yifan, and even called him Brother Fan affectionately, Li wanted to be furious. Do it! Li wanted to believe. They are so many people. There is that Brother Wang cover. Yifan alone can beat them. However, in the next second, he knew he was wrong. Dead wrong. Bang! With a loud bang, a rich young man who was holding a wrench and took the lead in rushing towards Yifan was kicked away by Yifan. It's a real kick in the pants. He was in the air, slicing through a perfect infinity, then smashed hard into a pile of abandoned cars. After landing, his entire body curled up into a ball and rolled around on the ground, screaming miserably. The look of pain on his face was numbing to watch. The rich kids were all confused. Holy, is this guy so fierce? On the contrary, Zhou Jianlian, the jealousy in her heart disappeared when she said it did, and she became a cheerleader girl, cheering and jumping up. Ha ha ha, I told you guys earlier that my brother-in-law is very powerful. You don't believe me. Now you're out of luck. Zhou Jianlian was smug. Now, what else do you have to say? Yi Fan coldly said. Step by step, he walked towards the rich kids, intending to leave a little bit of care for these rich kids that will never be forgotten. However, the rich daughters were all guys who were afraid of bullying, and when they saw how powerful Yi Fan was, how would they dare to make a move on him? But even so, the rich second generation did not plan to run away. It would not be too humiliating, and they believe that soon Zhou Qir will bring the Wang over. Star. Chapter 139, You're not qualified to talk to me. Call your boss out. You said you let us have 5 minutes and let us have 5 minutes? Song Jia is on your side. How do we know she didn't perjure herself for you? Li wanted to make an excuse and said, that's right, so this racing match, the ending is null and void. Exactly. Song Jia and you are in cahoots. Who would believe her words? The other rich kids, too, chimed in. In fact, each and every one of them actually knew in their hearts that a good girl like Song Jia would never lie, but they had made up their minds to play tricks, so naturally they could find any excuse. Is this what you have to answer for? Letting them argue however they wanted. Yi Fan did not intend to let them off so easily. However, just as Yi Fan was about to make a move to clean up these few rich kids, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. If it's what Song Jia says, I believe it. Immediately afterward, a girl with cool attire and a hot body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, before her, there was already a large group of people, one after another, fishtailing out. A few meters away from Yi Fan, it stopped. Young Li, I heard that you guys were bullied. A big man dressed as a mechanic and a tiger grinned as he grasped a huge wrench in one hand and slapped it against his other big, empty, rough hand. You could tell by the guy's big rough hands that he wasn't one to be messed with. I guess the palms are so rough from doing a lot of fighting and copping a lot of course, that's in other people's eyes. In Yi Fan's opinion, this guy is just a minion. Besides, he was really a minion, at best the head of this large group of car mechanics, the leader of the group. However, made a slow entrance at the end, along with Zhou Qir. The big man's deck is in full performance. That's right, Tiger, it's this guy. He cheated at racing to win us, and he wants us to smash the car. Li Xiang pointed at Yi Fan and opened his mouth. Seeing Brother Tiger, the rich daughter's bottom spirit, immediately returned. They felt that Yi Fan was no longer powerful. So what? He was only one person after all. Could he, still, not be able to deal with so many people brought by Brother Tiger? Tiger, fix him up for me, and you'll get all the benefits. Li wanted to show even more of his wealthy and generous side as the young master of the Li family. The other rich second generation also yelled that they would use how many millions of theirs to buy Yi Fan a hand, a leg, or whatever. Stop. Tiger stopped the noisy scene and opened his mouth to Li Xiang. No way. Young Master Li, this many of you are being bullied by one person? If I had known that it was just one person, I wouldn't have had to bring so many brothers to cop over. When Tiger's words came out, Li Xiang and the others were that embarrassed. It was also true that 7 or 8 of their young men had been bullied by a single person, which was simply humiliating to say. But do they have a solution? Tiger, as you know, we usually just play with cars and don't fight. Li tried to weasel his way out of it. Tiger thought about it. After all, even if a group of rich second generation who only bully the soft and fear the hard, if they really have to meet a tough character, they are a bunch of goons. Immediately, that Tiger ignored Li Xiang and the others, but turned around and walked over to Yi Fan and spoke. Kid, are you the one who bullied young Li and the others? Then you're out of luck today. Yi Fan knew that Tiger was nothing more than a minion and didn't even bother with him. You're in no position to talk to me. Call out your bosses. Tiger sniffed and was furious. Am I not qualified to talk to you? Then are the hundreds of brothers behind me qualified to talk to you? He didn't brag about it. The brothers he brought with him, not hundreds, but 70 or 80. He didn't believe it. With so many people present, this guy in front of him, still dared to be arrogant. Who knows? Yi Fan sniffed, still looking disdainful, as if 70 to 80 people, in his eyes, were nothing more than 70 to 80 ants. Call your boss out. Yi Fan was still the same. At the end of the head, has not been revealed. Wang brother heard, worthy of the boss, not angry but happy. Ha, doesn't this guy even know whose chassis this is until now? But he still wasn't going to show up. Stay back, play with hot chicks, and it wasn't cool? Just leave the fighting to your little brother. He planned that after his men had taught that screaming guy a hard lesson, he would show up and let that guy feel what was meant by despair. In this regard, Tiger is obviously not as good as Wang. He was instantly enraged by Yi Fan's arrogant attitude. Idiot, if you want to see our boss, you can. Let me waste your 2 legs before you do. With that, Tiger swung his big wrench and ruthlessly knocked it down towards Yifan's legs. It had to be said that this tiger was a ruthless man, and there was no mercy in his hands. If this wrench really hit the legs of an ordinary person, that person's legs would be disabled for life if not crippled. Brother-in-law, Fan, watch out! The two girls behind Yifan screamed in shock. However, their fears were redundant. In the next second, Tiger was kicked away by Yifan just like the rich kid before him. Tiger was no match for the scrawny rich kid from before. Li Xiang and the others, looking at the volume of such a big tiger, was also kicked up by Yifan, suddenly scared silly. This nigga, is he still a human being? It's Superman, right? For S sake, don't you dare make a move on Tiger. The group that came with Tiger was enraged when they saw this. Without saying a word, they copied their guys and rushed towards Yifan. However, this time, Yifan was indifferent. He didn't fight back at all. What's the situation? The rich kids were confused. It's not like he's scared silly, is it? It's possible. What's possible? For sure, as powerful as you are in single combat, you won't be scared silly when you meet so many people together. The rich kids took it for granted and thought. Van Gogh. Song Jia was simple-minded, and when she heard Li Xiang and the others say this, she naturally believed it, and in her heart, she was worried for Yifan. On the contrary, the quirky Zhou Jianlian didn't think so, and on her face, a sinister smile appeared instead. Oh, there's a good show. Jia's wife, come here, don't worry, my brother-in-law will be fine. Saying that, Zhou Jianlian pulled Song Jia to the side to avoid being caught in the group fight. Bang! Just as the dozens of people from the garage rushed to Yifan's body, Tiger, who had been kicked away, this was before he fell to the ground. Moreover, the location of the fall is very coincidental, just fell to the side of Brother Wang. Chapter 140, Kneel down and say Grandpa. Wang, who was about to do something to joke here, was startled by Tiger, who fell off his feet. However, true to form, he was their boss and frowned at the sight of Tiger, who lay dying at his feet. Good guy, this is again to my Wang Xiong provocation well? Good. I'd like to see what kind of you are that you dare to come to my Wang Xiong's chassis to cause trouble. Wang Xiong finally bullied Li Xiang and their men with a hint of interest, and at that moment, stood up from his wheelchair and shouted, "Stop!" As soon as Wang Xiong's words came out, the dozens of people who were planning to make a move on Yifan, although they felt it was strange, but they still didn't dare to disobey their boss's order, so they all stopped. Immediately afterward, Wang Xiong was assisted by Zhou Kur, leaning on his crutches, one street at a time, and walked up from the back. Along the way, the minions had very consciously made a path for him. I have to say, his big old card face is really adequate. Looking in the eyes of Li Xiang and other rich second generation, they were envious. They all lamented, is this the boss? It's pretty damn cardboard. Indeed, it was very poker-like, a point that everyone present, including Yifan, had to recognize. However, Wang Xiong, who was so card-carrying, walked up and, after finally getting a good look at just who it was that was messing around in his chassis, was stunned. You, are you? Wang Xiong looked at Yifan in shock, his face filled with horror. What, the boss of the card face? Long ago I do not know by him thrown into the clouds outside the 9 clouds which nooks and crannies to go. Ha! This sudden change caused everyone present, whether it was Li Xiang and the others, or Wang Xiong's minions, to be confused. Only Zhou Jianlian, who had long guessed the ending, still had a smug smile on her face. Is this the old King Bear they knew? Where's his dominance and poker face as a boss? Where is it? How is it that before you even make a move, you're directly in front of you, trembling with fear? What the hell is going on here? Naturally, they don't know what's going on. It turned out that this Wang Xiong was the brother Xiong who was invited by Lin Hao to help teach Yifan a lesson in the bar that day. None of them were in the bar anymore that day, so naturally they didn't know what was going on. It can only be said that everyone who was present that day, except Wang Xiong, others now, are still lying in the hospital bed. Only Wang Xiong, because when he was young, he had learned some fake tricks, the most introductory moves of martial arts, so his physique was even stronger than Lin Hao's and theirs. It's only after such a short period of time that you've recovered, on crutches, barely able to walk. However, after seeing Yifan, the walking stick in his hand, had long since fallen off in fear. Ha, King Bear, Yifan was happy to see Wang Xiong instead. He didn't expect that the backer behind Li Xiang and the rest of them would be this trashy punk. Brother Wang, what's wrong with you? Brother Wang, as long as you can teach this guy a lesson, I can give you $50 million. Li wanted to not believe that the boss of the underground world of Mordor would be afraid of a little white boy who was just handsome and didn't look strong. However, what Li wanted to not know was that the boss of the Magic City underground world was nothing compared to Zhang Bin, the emperor of the Magic City underground world. Not to mention, Zhang Bin was just a tiny henchman of Yifan. Puff, Wang Xiong, who only wanted to live. didn't even bother to take care of Li Xiang, and since his crutches had fallen off anyway, he went along with the situation and begged for mercy as soon as he knelt on the ground. That, Brother Yi. No, Master Yi, my Wang Xiong is wrong. You are generous. Spare my Wang Xiong's life. So you're saying that you're just going to let it go that you let your men do this to me? Yi Fan coldly said. In his opinion, this Wang Xiong was tired of living. No, misunderstanding. I didn't know it was Master Yi Yu who came to visit. If I knew it was Master Yi, then give me Wang Xiong 100 guts. I wouldn't dare to let my men make a move on you. Wang Xiong even used honorifics. He can mix the position of the boss, that he is not stupid. If Zhang Bin knew about this matter, he would not be split up and skinned, and then thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. This time, Li Think and the others were completely dumbfounded. They really couldn't figure out for a while what was the origin of this Zhou Jianlian's brother-in-law. It was surprising that Wang Xiong was so scared and fearful of him that he even kowtowed to him and called out Grandpa. Indeed, Master Yip does sound like Grandpa. Oh, Yi Fan didn't comment on this and just said lightly, then let me ask you a question. Master Yi, you said, Wang Xiong said in a hurry, the current him, which still has the hegemony of a mob boss, properly a terrified jumping clown. You don't know the Zhou family's Zhou fiber? Recognize. Wang Xiong answered truthfully. In front of Yi Fan, he didn't dare to lie in the slightest. He knew Li Xiang and the others, and naturally, he also knew Zhou Jianlian who was playing with them. Then you don't know Fiber Zhou's cousin? Recognize. Mu Qingyan, the object of Lin Hao's pursuit. Wang Xiong knew better. Oh, since that's the case, it's strange that you don't know who is Zhou Fiber's brother-in-law. Yi Fan's tone became cold as he spoke at the end. Yi Fan's meaning is not obvious. Looking to know Zhou Fianchan. Know Zhou Fianchan's cousin. In that case, he will not know who Zhou Fianchan's brother-in-law is? Wang Xiong is lying. No, it's not like that. When she came to me, she didn't say that you're Zhou Jianlian's brother-in-law. Wang Xiong was still smart and immediately comprehended it, and hurriedly explained. And you didn't ask. Zhou Kor, who was beside Wang Xiong, hurriedly brushed aside her relationship. So, Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Wang Xiong had been scared out of his wits. What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Master Yi? Wang Xiong roared almost hysterically at the group of juniors who had just tried to make a move on Yi Fan. The little brothers looked at me and I looked at you, although they felt it was too unbelievable, but how dare they not listen to the words of the boss. The next second, puff, puff, 70 to 80 people, in front of Yi Fan, all knelt down. The mouth even shouted, Grandpa, we were wrong. Grandpa, we were wrong. The scene was, let's say spectacular, hilarious. Li Xiang and the other rich second generation were completely dumbfounded. What had happened tonight had completely upended their view of things. Pust, the timid Song Jia has not yet come back to her senses as to what is going on. On the contrary, it was Zhou Jianlian who finally couldn't help but laugh out loud with a pft. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Laugh me to death. Star, Chapter 141, I'll wait for your graduation. Brother-in-law, what exactly are you from? So powerful that you made Wang Xiong and his minions kneel on the ground and call you Grandpa. Zhou Jianlian said while patting Yi Fan's arm. Tears were falling from her eyes as she laughed. I don't want this kind of grandson, Yi Fan coldly said. Even though Wang Xiong and the others had all knelt down and admitted their mistakes, Yi Fan did not intend to let them off the hook. You each break a finger as a lesson. Yi Fan spoke out of turn. Sizzle, Li Xiang and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. They didn't expect Yi Fan to be so ruthless as to make 60 or 70 characters, each with a broken finger. Master Yi, Wang Xiong was also shocked. He knew that this time, it was not as simple as a broken bone, but a real broken finger. What? Yi Fan coldly looked at Wang Xiong. Yes. When Wang Xiong saw Yi Fan's cold and merciless face, he knew that if he didn't break a finger today, he was afraid that his fate would only be worse. At that moment, he grabbed a knife from the little brother beside him, and with a clench of his teeth and a ruthless heart, he chopped down at the tail finger of his other hand. Stop! Yi Fan, however, called out to him, of course, not because he was suddenly moved with compassion. Who told you to chop it now, after we leave? Yi Fan coldly said. It turned out that he was thinking for Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia who were beside him, not wanting the two of them to see such a bloody scene and be frightened. As for you, now, immediately, get your hands on your broken car. Yi Fan turned his head to Li Xiang and the few of them. Li Xiang and the few of them had been completely stunned. Plus, Wang Xiong glared at them fiercely. How could they dare to play tricks anymore? They came to their respective cars and smashed their sports cars, one at a time, with the repair tools in their hands. In response, Yi Fan naturally wasn't in the mood to appreciate it, but turned around and said to the two girls, Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia, let's go. Of course, before he left, Yifan also said to Li Xiang, "Young Li, what you owe me, please also send it as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will end up like Wang Xiong." After this, Yifan Fong drove his Ferrari Lafa, carrying the two sisters, and sailed away. Not long after Yifan left, in the garage, there was a burst of miserable screams. Among them, there were also the screams of Li Xiang and other rich kids who were frightened. It doesn't take much thought to realize what's going on in the garage. Yifan, who was in the car, naturally heard everything. Moreover, he also knew that the reason why Wang Xiong was in such a hurry to cut off their fingers and didn't wait a little longer, presumably, it was so that he could hear it. They did as they were told and he stayed out of their way. The two girls, in turn, didn't hear the gut-wrenching screams. Still, what happened tonight was definitely shocking enough for them, especially Zhou Jianlian, who was now looking at Yifan with adoration emanating from those big bright eyes. "Brother-in-law, I've decided that, in the future, I'll never follow a star again. Brother-in-law, from now on you're the only person I'll worship," Zhou Jianlian said cheerfully. "Indeed, so what Wu Yanzu? What Peng Yu banquet? No matter how handsome they look, are they as handsome as her brother-in-law? And, moreover, as domineering? If Jie said that, my brother-in-law would probably believe it. As for you," Yifan shrugged and said deliberately, "Humph." Hearing Yifan call Song Jie Xiao Jie, Zhou Jianlian's jealousy came back. "Xiao Jie's wife is mine. Brother-in-law, don't you dare try to steal it." Zhou Jianlian protected Song Jie behind herself. Slim, Song Jie's face was red with shame. Yifan, who knows that Zhou Jianlian can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth, doesn't care about this. A few minutes later, "Brother-in-law, that's not right. Why are you going this way? It's obviously closer to the school. You should send Xijie back to school first, then send me home." Zhou Jianlian realized that something was wrong and opened her mouth. Zhou Jianlian and Song Jie were in the same dormitory, and naturally lived on campus, but because Zhou's family was unwilling to leave the university she attended, it would be nice for her to live on campus for 3 days out of 7 a week. Tonight, Zhou Jianlian naturally chose to go home to stay as well. Therefore, Yifan decided to send Zhou Jianlian, the quirky girl, home first, so that she wouldn't disturb his good deed with Song Jie. It's not safe to take the path at this late hour. It's safer to take the main road. Yifan had guessed that Zhou Jianlian would ask this and answered as a matter of course. Oh, Zhou Jianlian didn't suspect anything, but she didn't notice that Song Jie, who was sitting with her, sniffed, but her pretty face turned red, and her heart, moreover, was throbbing. Zhou Jianlian didn't know that Song Jie had already agreed to become Yifan's girlfriend, so naturally she couldn't guess what Yifan was thinking. But Song Jie was a girl with a good mind. How could she not guess what Yifan was going to go? Presumably, it was planning to send Zhou Jianlian home before taking her to a hotel and taking her first time. At the thought of this, Song Jie was surprisingly a bit nervous and uneasy. After all, since she was a child, she rarely even had close contact with girls. Of course, Zhou Jianlian, her good best friend, was the exception. It made her suddenly, with Yifan, a big handsome man, she was still a bit scared. Although, after experiencing these things tonight, she had long been completely moved towards Yifan. Soon, Yifan sent Zhou Jianlian back to the Zhou family. Then, this drove Song Jie in the direction of the Magic City University where she was studying. However, just as Song Jie expected, Yifan didn't send her back to school. Instead, he opened a room in a luxurious hotel nearby. After arriving at the hotel room, Song Jie was nervous, a fangirl, almost jumping out of her skin. Will I regret it? Song Jie suddenly thought of such a problem. She was even a year younger than Zhou Jianlian, and was now only 17 years old. At 17, she was no longer a girl, and whether she would regret it later. Song Jie was a little confused. No, I won't regret it, because it's him. Song Jie shook her head and thought so. Go take a shower, Yifan said to Song Jie. How could he not see Song Jie's nervousness? Moreover, through Zhou Fiber's big mouth, he had already learned, without having to ask, that Song Jie was only 17 years old. Aha! Song Jie was red in the face, but still obeyed and did as she was told. 20 minutes later, Yifan came out of the room, not because he was short, of course, but because he didn't do anything. At the head of the room, Song Jie looked incredulously at Yifan who, after patting her little head, left a promise and turned away, incomparably moved. I'll wait for you to graduate. This was the promise Yifan had made to give her. Star. Chapter 142, Handsome, can you give me a ride? It was not until this moment that Song Jie realized how different this man in front of her was from other men. It's a world of difference. Well, I'll be waiting, Song Jie said silently in her mind. Yifan certainly wanted to take Song Jie's first blood, but he was in no hurry. And, more than that, he had a more important thing to do. In the car, Yi Fan took out his cell phone and made a call to Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin, look up someone for me, his name is. After saying that, Yi Fan hung up the phone. If, on the other hand, someone else might think that everything that happened tonight was normal, but it was just a rich dude harassing girls and Yi Fan stepping in to teach them a lesson. The dude plays a trick and calls in a mobster to help. Then the mobster was given another hard lesson by Yi Fan. It's that simple. But who is Yi Fan? 200 IQ. Is that a joke? It would not be an exaggeration to say that he is now the smartest man in the world. So, even if it was just a mere hint, he could detect something. Yes, what happened tonight was not normal from the start. First of all, why did Zhou Jianlian call him? Even if she and Song Jie were really bullied by Li Xiang and the others, she could have gotten the Zhou family to help her out. The Zhou family might not be comparable to the Mu family, but in the nearby area, it was also very famous. Even the Li family didn't dare to offend the Zhou family. Besides, when Yi Fan arrived at the scene, he found that Zhou Jianlian didn't look like she was being bullied either. Secondly, after Wang Xiong was given a hard lesson by Emperor Zhang Bin, who was called by Yi Fan to the Magic City underground world last time, don't even say you dare to mess with him. It's good that you didn't take a detour after seeing him. But Wang Xiong was partial, and still messed with him. It was as if someone was stirring up the relationship between him and Wang Xiong. According to Wang Xiong himself, he had caused the misunderstanding because he didn't know beforehand that it was Yi Fan he was going to deal with. But Wang Xiong can become the position of the mob boss. Is he really that stupid? As the saying goes, you learn from your mistakes. Wang Xiong is even more stupid. Before agreeing to go out and help Li Xiang's group of rich kids to teach someone a lesson, he should at least find out the identity of the other party. But he didn't do that. That's odd. Certainly not surprising. It was obvious because, among other things, some of them deliberately hid the most important piece of information from Wang Xiong. That's why Wang Xiong didn't know that the person he was dealing with was surprisingly Yi Fan. But if he heard even a hint of news about Yi Fan, for example, that the person he was going to deal with was Zhou Jianlian's brother-in-law, he probably wouldn't dare to bring anyone over. However, he still brought people over and indiscriminately let his man Tiger make a move on Yi Fan. That's why the party made a big mistake and paid the price of a broken finger. Everything seems normal, but it's not. Is someone targeting me? Interesting. In response, Yi Fan felt interesting instead. And who that person was, Yi Fan had actually guessed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called and asked Zhang Bin to help check on this person. As for who that person is, and then there's the claim that it's the only one who's ever had direct contact with Wang Xiong. She is handsome. Mind giving me a ride? Zhou Qir's figure, appearing before the Ferrari Rafa, looked at Yi Fan and revealed a charming smile. Do. At the same time, Yi Fan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Zhang Bin. Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Qir and ignored it, directly answering the call. Mr. Yi, I've checked the person you asked me to check. Magic City University. There is no girl named Zhou Qir, but there is a girl called Zhou Qirson, who is in the first class of the law department. This is her picture. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan's cell phone received a photo of an extremely puffy-looking girl with almost no features. And this girl, obviously, didn't have the slightest relationship with the hot-bodied Zhou Qir in front of her. The first class of the law department was the very class that Zhou Jianlian and Song Jie were enrolled in. I see. You did a great job, Zhang Bin, Yi Fan said and hung up his cell phone. What? You won't give me a ride on the first floor even though I've asked you twice? Yeah, fun. Zhou Qir turned to Yi Fan and said with a grudge. Not bad. A deep hide. Yi Fan had long guessed that the person who was up to no good was Zhou Qir, so he didn't feel surprised. But the fact that Zhou Qir dared to take the initiative to show up to look for her was out of his expectation. I'm even more deeply hidden, but I've still been recognized by you, Mr. Yi, Zhou Qir said, opening the car door and sitting in the car without the slightest bit of politeness. Can you take a floor? To Mordor University, Chaco said. Still going to college? I'm guessing you can't stay there. Yi Fan opened his mouth. That's okay. Zhou Qir shrugged her shoulders with a disinterested expression, but she suddenly spoke. Yi Fan, I won't beat around the bush. I know, you're from the Tang sect. Oh, in that case, it turns out that the target you want to deal with is not me, but the Tang sect. Yi Fan figured out that what Zhou Qir wanted to deal with was actually the entire Tang sect. Tang clan is so big, it's not easy to deal with, so that's why I found you. Zhou Qir did not deny it. Only, after saying that, she added another sentence. However, don't get me wrong, I grew up being a great admirer of the Tang sect's master, Yi Qingge. It's just that you know, sometimes the more you admire someone, the more you want to beat her. So, Yi Fan continued to watch Zhou Qir perform. He had already guessed that this Zhou Qir probably just knew that he was related to the Tang sect, but didn't realize that, in fact, he was the man behind the Tang sect. She guessed that she was just like the people in a certain department who thought that Yifan was a member of the Tang sect and was of a very high status. So, be kind enough to contact your sect master, Yi Qingge, for me and tell her that the one who is going to surpass her is here, Zhou Core said. Her gaze even revealed a hint of longing and yearning. It was obvious that she really wanted to surpass Yi Qingge, but Yifan was right in his expectations. Zhou Core was treating him as Yi Qingge's subordinate. If Yifan told her that Yi Qingge, in fact, was nothing more than one of his housekeepers, moreover, he had more than one housekeeper. I don't know, this arrogant Zhou Core will be scared silly. However, Yifan was worried about having no more fun. When a Zhou Core suddenly appeared, it was just the right time to have some fun with her. So naturally, he didn't reveal his relationship with Yi Qingge. This is not a good one even for me. Yifan deliberately said so. Chapter 143, Chloe Chow, Clown Girl? Don't worry, you don't have to do it because, well, you already have. Mordor University is here. Let me off, Zhou Core said, showing a big flirtatious smile towards Yifan. Yifan didn't keep her, and after parking the car, let her get off and leave. Interesting. Yifan looked at Zhou Core's figure, which disappeared into the night almost instantly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Some people are already looking for the Tang clan. How could Yifan sit back and watch? Perhaps it was time for Yi Qingge to make an appearance. Only, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Yifan decided that he would play with this Zhou Core first. After this, Yifan picked up his cell phone again and called Zhang Bin. Yes, how could Yifan not know the meaning of Zhou Core's last pretense of those words? She could be said to be very smart, and through Yifan's call to Zhang Bin, she had already guessed that Zhang Bin, the emperor of the Magic City underground world, was Yi Qingge's direct subordinate. So now, she was going to go find Zhang Bin. She wanted to uncover Yi Qingge through Zhang Bin. She guessed that she thought that if she dropped a sentence in such a headless manner, Yifan would probably have to think for half a day. But how could she have known that Yifan's IQ was as high as 200? And he instantly figured out the meaning of her words. Of course, Yifan didn't let Zhang Bin deal with Zhou Core. It only reminded Zhang Bin to be careful. Especially, watch out for women. Because women, they're very deceitful. On the way back, Yifan still couldn't help but think back to Zhou Core. This Zhou Core can be said to be very mysterious, regardless of whether the name Zhou Core is her real name or not. But at least one thing is certain. That is, she posed as Zhou Fiver's classmate Zhou Kerson's identity and mixed into the Magic City University. The reason why she did this was probably to facilitate her own investigation into the forces in the Magic City that were related to the Tang sect and Yi Qingge. Of course, the most direct reason was to get close to Zhou Jianlian, who was related to Yifan. It was now October, and it hadn't been long since Magic City University had started, so it was normal for freshmen not to recognize Zhou Core. But Yifan didn't believe that the person in charge of enrollment at the admissions office, as well as the teachers, tutors, and homeroom teachers of the first class of the law department, would not know that Zhou Core was a fake Zhou Kerson. The reason why Zhou Core wasn't uncovered must be that someone helped her hide it from the world. In other words, Zhou Core was not alone. There was presumably an organization behind her. Moreover, through the name Zhou Core that she gave herself, Yifan easily associated it with an English word, joker. Joker. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Core, wearing short leather pants and a short leather jacket, still really had a bit of clown girl flavor in it. A person from Z, even if he gives himself a name, he shouldn't take an English harmonic word. So, it's very likely that this Zhou Core infiltrated Z from abroad. The organization behind her is an offshore organization. This organization, since it dared to confront the Tang sect, it meant that its power was definitely not small. Of course, Yifan didn't want to think too much about Zhou Core. This is the kind of game that is only fun if you take your time deciphering it, isn't it? 2 minutes later, Yifan returned to the Thompson residence. After all this fuss, by now, it was slightly cooler. After Yifan returned to the mansion, he immediately felt a hint of something wrong. The mansion could be said to be almost exactly the same as when he left it. Not a single thing was missing or had been moved around. However, even a hint of a trace of change was still noticeable to Yifan. Yifan noticed that the door to his originally hidden first floor room was, at the moment, tightly closed. Could it be that Chukul came before me? If that was the case, then he had really underestimated this Zhou Core. But soon, Yifan dismissed this idea, because the only person who could enter his mansion in Townsend so easily was one. That is, Mu Qingyan, who has the key. Opening the door to the room, as expected Yifan, it was Mu Qingyan who was lying on the bed. Her languid beauty sleep was simply overwhelming. Has her anger subsided? By the looks of it, I guess it is. Ha! Yifan smiled faintly and walked over to Mu Qingyan and gently kissed her on the cheek. However, this also woke up Mu Qingyan. Why didn't you come back until now? Mu Qingyan was a little angry, but more than that, she was aggrieved. What? Not mad at me anymore? Yifan avoided the question and didn't answer Mu Qingyan's question, instead asking in return. Otherwise, how do you want him to answer? In the middle of the night, running off to meet her cousin, or saving her from a hero? Who says I'm not angry? It's just that. The latter words, Mu Qingyan did not say, but Yifan understood that it was just that she realized that she couldn't leave him anymore. It was also true that, after all, Mu Qingyan's favorability towards him, which was as high as 95, actually said that she could leave him if she wanted to. Yifan knew that at this time, he shouldn't talk much, but should try to create romance. Thus, Yifan gently gathered Mu Qingyan into his arms. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that Mu Qingyan got up to go to her company. Before leaving, Yifan also assured her that he would give her a surprise, so that she could look forward to it again in the company. Mu Qingyan naturally didn't feel skeptical about this. After Mu Qingyan left, Yifan turned on the 98-inch wall-mounted television in the living room. The third installment of Sushi Singer has already been recorded, which means that the second installment of Singer came out last night. Regarding Su Shishir's performance in the second installment of Singer, Yifan naturally wouldn't miss it, since she was the winner of the first installment. According to the rules of the competition, she was allowed to choose the first one to sing. It would have been in the best interest to sing last. After all, people are always more impressed with the last song. However, Su Shishir eventually chose to sell the previous singer's face, and sang fourth, in the middle of the line. By doing so, Su Shishir had undoubtedly won the favor of other singers, who had praised Su Shishir, a rookie singer, in their behind-the-scenes interviews. It certainly earned her so much audience appeal. Yifan didn't skip around, but watched the singers in front of him. After watching the three singers in front of him sing live, Yifan knew that for this installment, it was estimated that Su Shishir would be in first place again. When it was Su Shishir's turn to appear on stage, the 500 spectators on stage were excited. It was also evident from this that just from the first installment, Su Shishir had already gained a lot of popularity and fans. Soon, Su Shishir began to sing, performing, as usual, a new song that no one else has heard before. Lillian. Star. Chapter 144, Lillian the Miracle Worker. We all know that the variety show The Singer has a rule that you can sing any song for the first time, but starting with the second installment, you can only cover other people's songs. Of course, it's possible to make adaptations to cover songs. Would it be foul for Su Shishir to sing, but a new song that no one else has heard at all? Of course not. Yifan had long anticipated this, so he took on the identity of a newcomer ballad singer, Song Wilderness, in the online platform, and released quite a few new songs. It's worth noting that in this world, there is no such person as the folk singer Song Wilderness. So, naturally, the world doesn't exist regarding the ballad songs he wrote. Yifan had easily created all his songs through AI's help. In other words, in this world, the folk singer with the stage name Song Wilderness is actually Yifan. But it's a good thing that the world doesn't have a character like Song Wilderness. At least Song Wasteland won't have that happen, sucking to you, or break the hearts of his fans who love him. Because Yifan has long released these songs on the internet as Song Wilderness, so Su Shishir is considered to be a cover of someone else's song. Naturally, it is not a foul. She found the lonely man ready to move, and so prayed Twilight, until the night she turned her head and heard a sad whimper. When the intro came out, all the audience, including the singers and the hosts, were all shocked. This is too good to be true, especially the lyrics, which are so beautiful and full of light sadness, along with the faintly sad tune. It instantly captured the hearts of everyone on the scene, not to mention the people at the scene. Even Yifan, who was listening in front of the television, couldn't help but be captivated by the beautiful singing. Although the stereo in the living room, worth a small $1 million, is really tops, but it still gave Yifan the idea that he must go to the singer's site when he had the chance and listen to Su Shishir sing. That would definitely be absolutely shocking and mind-numbing. Soon, the main part of the song ends, ushering in the chorus, which can be interpreted as the high sea part section. A long way from here, there's a beach. The lonely man, he is at sea holding the sail. If you see him, back to the coast, just please tell her your name. My name, Lillian. The whole room roared. People's heads tingled and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Meanwhile, the camera in front of the TV set fell on the faces of the audience. Only the camera swept by, and at least half of the audience, surprisingly, cried, really crying, simply because within their hearts, one of the softest strings was plucked. Like Yifan, the vast majority of viewers were also watching the singer in front of their TV sets. They were also shocked when they saw the audience, most of whom were crying. It turns out that listening to songs can actually bring tears to one's eyes? Seriously, this phenomenon, too, has caused a huge backlash on the internet. Listen to the song and cry. These actors and actresses' audience. How much money Mango Channel spent to invite ha, that's what I thought when I saw that scene last night. But, U1S1, there's one thing to say. Goddess Sue's song is really good. So good. So good. Ha ha ha. For those of you who didn't cry your eyes out, you don't have to be there for the next installment. Director, did not cry those actors. Also too unprofessional. Who invited? Although, it was just an internet banter by netizens. Sue sure did create a new controversial topic through the song Lillian. That is the live audience of Mango's singer a specially hired actor for this program? In this regard, the head of the Mango station's singer, Hong Tao, said he was helpless. They really didn't hire any actors. Of course, such a controversial topic would bring traffic to the program, and Hong Tao naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to specifically have the PR team clarify the matter. Indeed, this controversial topic has undoubtedly brought huge traffic and attention to the variety show. The singer, Hong Tao, was even more pleased in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't reject that person's request and through his right, arranged Sue Sure, such a newcomer, into the singer. Otherwise, not to mention the fact that it would offend that person. Most importantly, without the huge traffic and attention that Sue Sure brought to the singer wouldn't be so hot. It dominated the #1 spot on all the variety charts at the same time. The ratings, even, have caught up with Mango's veteran variety shows, Happy Camp and Everyday Up. A variety miracle was created. Yifan was very pleased with Sue Sure's near-perfect performance. True to form, the man he had trained did not disappoint. Sue Sure's huge success also made more stars in the entertainment industry break their heads and want to sign under Tianfan Entertainment, especially after hearing that Tianfan Entertainment had recently signed 2 artists in a row. It had attracted a large number of second and third tier, and even first tier stars, scrambling to call Chen Jie, the head of Tianfan Entertainment. This gave Chen Jie a big headache, but fortunately, Yifan gave him a bit of advice. That is, some nonchalant second or third-rate stars call. He can completely ignore them and just reject them. This came as a relief to Chen Jie. Of course, Yifan didn't forget to give him a word of explanation that if there were artists who were hardly famous, but in the entertainment industry, had an excellent reputation, he could pay more attention to them. After noon, Yifan did have an arrangement. That is, to personally go to the airport to meet Sue Sure. Although Yifan had left a private jet for Sue Sure, even the roof of the Thompsons building did not support the landing of a private jet. Private jets can only be parked in the Magic City airport. Therefore, Yifan naturally had to personally pick up Sue Sure. After picking up Sue Sure, the two of them got into the Koenigsegg 11 sports car. 1 hour later, the sports car squared off and left the airport. After this, Yifan drove Sue Sure and didn't go directly back to the villa where Sue Sure lived, but instead went to Tianfan Entertainment. It just so happened that Big Sweet was also in Tianfan Entertainment. However, there was no sign of Louis Fei, who was said to be running a variety show. When she saw Yifan straddling Sue Sure's small waist and entering the Tianfan Entertainment building, Big Sweetie was a little dissatisfied. She recently, naturally, had paid attention to Yifan's news. Knowing that he had even shown up in the live broadcast for Sue Sure's sake, he had clarified the scandal for her. Star. Chapter 145, It's only $50 million. Big Sweetie was so concerned about Yifan. Therefore, even though her favorability towards Yifan was extremely high and close to the capped value, she would still be jealous. It's just that she doesn't play with her temper when she's jealous like Mu Qingyan. At most, he coldly looked at Sue Sure, the little sister. This was also a place where Yifan appreciated Big Sweet. As for Sue Sure, she didn't care about Big Sweet's icy gaze. Instead, she was still a little proud. Yeah, after all, so far, the only woman Yifan had disclosed to the outside world was her. This was her proud capital in front of Yifan's other women. Next, Sue Sure was naturally taken to an office upstairs by Chen Jie, under the pretext of helping her arrange the choice of songs for the 4th installment of the singer competition. Leaving behind the two of them, Yifan and Big Sweet. Yifan and Big Sweet are delightfully warm. 2 hours later, Big Sweetie had to say goodbye to Yifan and leave the company early because she had to film Wolf 2, which she was working on hand in hand with Wu Xiaojing. Yifan looked at the time. It had been 2 hours, and Sue Sure surprisingly hadn't chosen a song yet. Obviously, something must have gone wrong. Just as Yifan was planning to personally go upstairs to see what had happened, his cell phone suddenly rang. Taking out his cell phone to take a look, surprisingly, it was another call from Zhou Jianlian. This time, however, Zhou Jianlian hadn't come to cause him trouble, but she really had something to look for him. It turned out that it was Li who was anxious to transfer the 5% of Li's group shares he held to Yifan as agreed, but did not know Yifan's consecutive ways, so he had to look for Zhou Jianlian, who was studying in the same school. The reason Li wanted to be so obedient and well-behaved that he sent the shares to the door himself. The reason, of course, is because last night, Wang Xiong and other 70 characters, together with the bloody scene of broken fingers, he was completely scared silly. He knew that if he still wanted to live, it would be best if he didn't mess with Yifan. That's why he was on fire the next day to find Zhou Jianlian. After Yifan listened to Zhou Jianlian's words, he reported a trading account to Zhou Jianlian, so that Li wanted to take the shares he held and just transfer them under this trading account. After making sure that Li wanted to transfer the shares, only then did Yifan call his personal beauty lawyer, Zhou Lin again. Let her run some errands on his behalf. Manhwa Industrial. The team led by Mu Qingyan was in the middle of an intense negotiation with the people from the Li Group. With Yifan's help, manhwa Industry was naturally expanding its scale. To expand, it is natural to annex other businesses. This is one of the essential ways to grow and develop your business. Li's group had the same idea. That's why the two sides are sitting at the negotiating table. This scene could be said to be very similar to the one that happened earlier at manhwa Industry. Only this time, unlike the last time, manhwa Industry was clearly in the upper hand this time. Even so, it still wasn't that easy to take down Li's group. Especially, the head of Li's group, Li Changfeng, repeatedly demanded that Li's group must be more controlling. They put before they are willing, merged into the manhwa Industrial banner. Otherwise, they have better partners. This, in turn, made Mu Qingyan, a strong woman in the workplace, a little difficult. By giving Li's group more holdings, then manhwa Industry would not be annexing Li's group but cooperating with Li's group. But if you reject the bar, Li's group does have better options. For example, choosing to work with a wealthy foreign company. Just when Mu Qingyan was in a dilemma, a person appeared. That's right, it was none other than Yifan's personal beauty secretary, Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin is with a legal document that has come into effect, and this legal document, it is clearly written, Li wants to hold 5% of the shares of Li's group, has been transferred to the name of manhwa Industry. Originally, manhwa Industry had already controlled 47% of the shares of Li's group, but even so, the power of words was still on Li Chengfeng's side. But with this official approval it was different. Together with this 5% of Li's group shares that Li wanted to transfer out, manhwa Industry owned 52% of Li's group shares. Now, Li's group is spoken for by Kiowa Industries. All of a sudden, the situation was reversed. Now, it's Mu Qingyan's turn to take control of sovereignty. Either Li's group is merged under manhwa Industry or off. Li Chengfeng confirmed the legal documents that Zhou Lin had brought over and over again, and in the end, he almost didn't spit out blood from anger. But now, Li's group has been decided by manhwa Industry. He doesn't want to sign, but he has to sign. The Li Group, which was very influential in the Pudong area of the Magic City, just like that, became a subsidiary under manhwa Industry. As for who Li Changfeng is, what does he have to do with Li Xiang? He's Li Xiang's dad. Of course, Li wanted to never expect that he was just transferring out the 5% of shares he held in Li's group, but it caused a big disaster and almost made his old man die alive. Mu Qingyan looked at Li Changfeng, who was high and mighty 1 second, and had to obediently sign the contract line in the next second, and on her absolutely beautiful face, a hint of a smile appeared. Is this the gift Yifan said he would give her? It's not much more expensive though, it's only worth $50 million, but the gift doesn't care how light or heavy it is. The most important thing is whether it is of great use and timely. After all, it's always a million times better to send charcoal in the snow than to put out a fire with a paycheck, right? Yifan had delivered this gift so promptly, which happened to help her take down the Li Group. It's not too much of a stretch to say that it's a snow job. In this way, the only trace of anger Mu Qingyan had towards Yifan had completely disappeared, and moreover, the favorability had risen. And now, it had reached 96. After hanging up Zhou Jianlian's phone, Yifan saw that Su Shishir still hadn't come down, so he had no choice but to personally go upstairs to find her. Arranging the choice of songs for the singer competition doesn't take too long, usually, an hour or two, to decide. But today, for some reason, Su Shishir never chose the song she was going to sing next on the singer. This forced Yifan to intervene. When he arrived upstairs, Yifan realized that, originally, it was Su Shishir and Chen Jia who had a little conflict, as Chen Jia was the head of Tianfan Entertainment, and Su Shishir was an artist under Tianfan Entertainment. He naturally hoped that Su Shishir would win all the way with the #1 ranking. In this way, it would bring Su Shishir a great deal of popularity, making her truly, completely burst into the limelight. But Sushi thought otherwise. Chapter 146, A Very Helpless Yangbin. Su Shishir felt that she had already won the first place in the singer competition for 3 consecutive installments, including the unaired 3rd installment, and if she also won the first place in the singer competition in the 4th installment, it would be too noticeable. It will give the audience a feeling that she is actually a trust arranged by the program. The reason why she won the first place in a row was merely a deliberate arrangement by the show's organizers, not something she fought for by her strength. Therefore, Su Shishir felt that she would not use the song that the company had chosen for her this time. She would pick a song herself, make her own adaptation, her own creation, and as for the end, how the ranking would be. It would depend on fate. After hearing Su Shishir's words, Yifan immediately understood what Su Shishir was thinking. In fact, what she called fate can be replaced by a more appropriate term. That is, strength. Yes, Su Shishir has her own stubbornness. She wants to prove to the audience with her own actions that she can get a good ranking, not the program group, not to mention the company's arrangement. Rather, she earned it through her own hard work and strength. Chen Jie of course will not agree with Su Shishir. This seems to be some capricious decision. In case, Singer the third period, she took a last place. That is not a moment. Will destroy her future? It will also have a huge negative impact on Tianfan Entertainment. But Su Shishir was adamant about it. Having no choice, Chen Jie could only turn to Yifan. Yifan understood Su Shishir's inner stubbornness and knew that she was an unconquerable girl who wished to prove herself with her own strength. So how could he refuse? It's okay, Chen Jie. For the third installment of Singer, let Su Shishir make her own decisions. The big boss had spoken. What else could Chen Jie say? One can only nod in agreement. When Su Shishir heard this, she was ecstatic, and on Yifan's face, she kissed him fiercely. How lucky she was to have met a man who understood her feelings so well. He was her little piece of luck. The matter of Su Shishir was decided. Before leaving Tianfan Entertainment, Chen Jie also told Yifan a piece of news. Basically, he had put off all the celebrity artists that had called recently, but there was still one that she hadn't put off. That would be Big Mimi. However, it wasn't that Big Mimi didn't want to start her own company anymore and was planning to sign up under Tianfan Entertainment. She was recommending another person to come over. The person recommended by Big Mimi, whom Yifan recognized and had even met, was none other than the newcomer signed by her studio, Hotba. Big Mimi felt that a newcomer with as much potential as Hotba was simply burying talent in her studio. She felt that if Hotbar could sign under Yifan's Tianfan Entertainment, it would definitely be able to develop better, and maybe, without having to stay up for 3 years, in a few months, or even a shorter period of time, she would be able to explode in popularity. Yifan did not refuse to Big Mimi's request. For one thing, after all, the two have that kind of relationship. For another, Hotba is indeed a very promising newcomer. Moreover, Yifan had recently prepared a new script for Big Mimi, the absolutely wonderful script 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms, and the main character was going to let Big Mimi play the role. As for the second female role, naturally, it's Hotspur's to play. Yifan is very clear that through this drama Jihu, Hotba will definitely burst into flames. So, by signing Hotba, not only did she give Big Mimi a huge favor, she also signed a newcomer with unlimited potential for Tianfan Entertainment. So why not? When he left Tianfan Entertainment, Yifan only brought Su Shishir. On the way back, Yifan stopped his car in front of a large supermarket. He asked Su Shishir to stay in the car while he went to the supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Entering the supermarket, Yifan was surprisingly recognized. Hey, isn't that the night manager? Really, yeah, it's that Mr. Yi behind Su Shishir. So handsome, 100 times more handsome than what we saw on the livestream. Aha, my heart's in the right place. Yifan didn't expect that he was still recognized in the supermarket even though he was wearing such a big sunglasses. Is this what they call a man's fear of fame and a pig's fear of strength? But, that, Mr. Knight, can you get me an autograph from Goddess Su? I'm her die-hard fan. Amount. Yifan ignored them and left the supermarket after selling his stuff. Although, what happened in the supermarket was a trivial and insignificant incident, but it still made Yifan realize that he was probably famous now. At least, it's famous on the live circuit. Now in the live broadcast circle, who doesn't know that there is such a mysterious and young handsome Knight general manager, who once threw away a lot of money for Goddess Su? It's a $200 million drop. Today, this incident has become a beautiful story in the live broadcast circle. For the next few days, Yifan stayed with Su Shishir, and of course, he didn't forget to take time to go back and accompany Mu Qingyan. These two girls, along with Big Sweetie, were considered the most important girls in his life, and he naturally didn't mind taking more time to spend with them. Yifan's cell phone suddenly rang. This time, the one who called was finally no longer Zhou Jianlian and Yifan's other women, but Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin rarely took the initiative to call Yifan, and this time, he took the initiative to call. So something important must have happened. Before Yifan answered the phone, he had already guessed that it must have something to do with the mysterious girl Zhou Kur. Fruity, Mr. Yi, you reminded me earlier to pay attention to a woman, and I feel that I, as well as Dragon Property, have already incurred her. When Zhang Bin spoke, he was originally bottomless, but from Zhang Bin's voice this time, Yifan could hear that he was even a little helpless. Zhang Bin, the emperor of the Magic City underground world, would be helpless because of a woman, so it could be seen that this woman was estimated to be very difficult to deal with. Oh, Yi Fan didn't comment, just letting Zhang Bin continue. Mr. Yi, can I make a move? She's already messed with me, Zhang Bin suddenly said. This time, Yi Fan is considered to understand. Is not Zhang Bin really take this joke here cannot help, but, because Yi Fan last time deliberately explain a bit, let Zhang Bin mistakenly think, joke here and Yi Fan relationship is very shallow. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to take a chance on Zhou Kor and tolerated Zhou Kor in every way, so he would be made somewhat helpless by Zhou Kor. Otherwise, with his strength and ability, if he really wanted to get real, to take down Zhou Kor, it would not be a matter of hand-to-hand. I can't imagine that the titular emperor of the Magic City underground world would also have such a helpless moment. Alright, if she really goes too far, it's fine for you to take her down, but remember, don't hurt her, Yi Fan explained to Zhang Bin. Chapter 147, Yi Fan, it's perfect. For Zhou Kor, Yi Fan still had a hint of interest. Okay, Mr. Yi, Zhang Bin sniffed, and only then did he hang up the phone. However, before hanging up the phone, Yi Fan also heard him let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that he was really made very helpless by Zhou Kor. With this, Yi Fan became even more curious. A little girl would make Zhang Bin feel helpless and even have a headache, so it seemed that she really had something to offer. Of course, Yi Fan just had some interest in her and didn't really have her on his mind. After all, this Zhou Kor, up until now, didn't even know that he was Yi Chinga's master, and she thought that he was merely one of Yi Chinga's disciples. The fact that Zhou Kor viewed Yi Chinga as someone she wanted to surpass meant that she was nowhere near Yi Chinga. Since it was far worse than Yi Chinga, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't put it in his eyes too much. It was fine to just let Zhang Bin take her down and hand her over to himself, and then, when the time comes, let her know who's really behind it all. Mr. Yi, Hotba called out to Yevon in a good-natured manner. After a few days, Big Mimi finally personally sent Hotba to Tianfan Entertainment and got Hotba to sign a contract with Tianfan Entertainment. Moreover, she also specifically explained to Hotba that she had to follow Yi Fan's arrangements and everything, and that she would do whatever Yi Fan told her to do. Big Mimi was the equivalent of Hotaru's mentor, her boogeyman. So naturally, she did whatever Big Mimi said, though, she was uncomfortable and a little nervous about being in a new environment. Aha, Hotba, welcome to Skyfan Entertainment. Yi Fan nodded to Hotaru in response. Yi Fan naturally didn't let Big Mimi make a hard trip for nothing. He didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Shinjie to take out that script he had written and give it to Big Mimi. 3 Lives and 10 Peaches? Seeing the name of the script, Big Mimi was instantly intrigued. The title is so beautiful, so it's obvious that the plot of the script must be beautiful too. However, Big Mimi was even more startled when she saw the script's byline. Yeah, did you write the script? Big Mimi was shocked. She had long heard that Yi Fan was multi-talented, could write and compose songs, and his singing was comparable to that of the god of songs, and even that not phenomenal animated film, Nez's Descent of the Devil Child, was hand-drawn by him, but she never expected that Yi Fan would even write a script. God, this man, just don't be too perfect. Big Mimi's infatuation with Yi Fan was one more point. She felt that she was absolutely right in entrusting Jiba, an extremely promising newcomer, to Yi Fan. Aha! Yi Fan didn't deny it. Such a thick script. You must have written it for a long time, right? Soon. I don't believe it. It was a really short time, but there was one thing that was really long. Yeah, Hotba is here. Big Mimi and Yefon interacted intimately. Big Mimi pouted at the end. The world-weary Hotba, naturally, was a dork. She is not yet able to appreciate the vastness of Chinese culture. The words came, but Yi Fan didn't talk nonsense. It really didn't take him long to create the script for 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms, which was only 2 hours. After all, he was aided by AI, a laptop that was forever 20 years ahead of current technology. Unlike other writers of web novels, Yi Fan didn't have to knock down this script word by word on the keyboard. He just had to put on his headphones and have a thought in his head. His brainwaves, then, are automatically translated into words. Moreover, AI would even automatically help him transform some words into the most relevant and beautiful words. Therefore, this script of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms, which was created through the hands of Yi Fan, was even more beautiful than the language and vocabulary of the original, even more beautiful. Indeed, the whole thing was very shocking after Big Mimi had read the script roughly. The script, it's too well written. If this script is made into a TV series, it can definitely be a big hit. It didn't catch fire, and she, Big Mimi, has since retired from showbiz. Seeing that Big Mimi had finished roughly reading the script, Yi Fan then gestured to Chen Jie who was beside him. Chen Jie understood and immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Ms. Yang, what do you think of this script? It's like this. We, Tianfan Entertainment. Want to use the script to make a TV series. As for the hostess to choose, of course it's you, Ms. Yang. This script, it's so well written. Big Mimi doesn't mince her words of praise at all. After all, the script is really well written. And naturally, it goes without saying how important a good script is to an actor. Are you guys really planning to let me be the female lead of this drama? Big Mimi was still a bit incredulous. With such a good script, shouldn't Big Sweet be the #1 female lead? Yes. Chen Jie saw the doubts in Big Mimi's mind and explained. Our Big Sweetie, recently, is working hand in hand with Wu Xiaojing to film Wolf 2 and has no schedule. That's why, for the female lead of this drama, Mr. Yi would want you, Ms. Yang, to take the role. Chen Jie said, very much doing his job, handing the words back to Yifan and not clamoring for attention. What? Is Big Mimi not liking the script? Yifan saw that Big Mimi was a bit tongue-tied and opened his mouth to ask. No, I love this script so much. It's just that I wanted to let Hotba be the second female lead. Feng Jiu, right? Yifan followed up on Big Mimi's words and said, Brother Yi, you really do know how I feel. Big Mimi didn't care that Hataru was there anymore and stole a flirtatious look like Yifan. The one who knows me is also Yefan. It's settled. For this drama, the #1 female lead, Bai Xiao, will be you, and the #2 female lead, Feng Jiu, will be Hotba, the male lead, to be determined. Yifan was not a man of ink, and directly clapped his hands. You take the role of the male lead, Yi. Big Mimi gave a wistful look. This is better. Yifan already knows the pain of being famous, but I don't want to be famous again for something unrelated. That's too bad. Big Mimi was a little lost. Yeah, she really wanted Yifan to be the male lead. After all, with such a big handsome guy who was so handsome to be the #1 male lead, which female celebrity wouldn't be happy about it? After that, Big Mimi and Chen Jie, both of them were very sensible and successively found excuses to leave, leaving time and space for Yevon and newcomer Hotba to be alone. Suddenly came to this, although Hotspur has long been prepared, but still nervous a heart is going to jump out. Star, Chapter 148, Crash Operation. Yifan was still a gentleman when he saw that Hataru was so nervous. After chatting with her about a few parental matters, she was ready to leave. However, when Yifan was about to leave, Hotba took the initiative to hug Yifan. Mr. Yi, I am willing, Hotba said both nervously and petulantly. The whole little face was red, but she always remembered Big Mimi's words. She would obediently listen to Yifan. Stop calling me Mr. Yi and call me Brother Fan, Yifan said to Hataru. Since Reba herself was willing, then Yifan naturally wouldn't refuse. Name, Dejiba. Age, 18. Face value, 90. Charisma, 83. Strength, 75. Physical fitness, 77. Agility, 80. Intelligence, 78. Favorability, 89. Skills, acting skills, level 2. Singing skills, level 2. Variety skills, level 4. After taking Hataru's first blood, Hataru's data information appeared in Yifan's mind. I have to say, she really is a promising newcomer, with pretty high stats in all categories, even in the two weaknesses of almost all female celebrities, strength and fitness. She is as high as 75 and 77. As for the acting and singing skills, it's a bit of a sloppy job. After all, I'm new to the industry, so it's normal to need time to polish. However, Yifan still noticed one of Hataru's flashpoints, which was in the area of variety skills, which was surprisingly as high as level 4. That said, she is still extremely talented when it comes to variety. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's a variety genius. Yifan thought about it. The Earth that Hotba, the real fire, was after participating in the Run for It Brothers and Extreme Challenge. And this is a world that doesn't have the up-and-coming variety shows of Run for the Hills and Extreme Challenge. That is to say, after a little thought, Yifan still decided to slightly modify the data of the hot bar. The three stats of strength and physique, as well as intelligence, were raised to 80 points respectively. In doing so, all of Thermobar's base stats, all of which are 80 points or more. As for the other data, it was already high enough, so Yifan didn't bother. In addition, he also hoped that Hataru, a newcomer, would go through more trials and tribulations, so that he could grow up quickly. On the outskirts of Magic City, in a certain and used factory building, a group of guys in suits and sunglasses, guys who look like they're in the gang, are urgently looking for something. The person who led the way was surprisingly Zhang Bin, who was known as the Emperor of the Magic City underground world. That's right, this large area of factory buildings are all assets under the name of Dragon Property. Only today, however, someone else has come along to mess with it. Get her. Zhang Bin sank his face and said angrily. There weren't many people who could make him angry, and Chukul counted as one. Yes, the one who ran into the factory building under the name of Dragon Property to make trouble was none other than Zhou Kier. Yes, the men in suits, however, had just finished speaking. Bang! With a loud explosion, the dozen or so men in suits who rushed ahead were blown away by the explosion, their lives and deaths uncertain. It was estimated that even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Ha, that's it? Zhang Bin, you're an outer disciple of the Tang sect anyways, aren't you? And that's all the men you've taught are capable of? It seems that the Tang sect is nothing more than that. Zhou Qir's mocking voice came out from the smoke of the explosion. When the smoke cleared, people could only see that a teenage girl of 17 or 18 years old at most, dressed in a very revealing way, squatting on a high piece of concrete wall that had been blown away, blowing bubblegum on her mouth while looking at Zhang Bin and the others with playful eyes. It simply doesn't put all of them in their place. Go! Among the men in suits, one of them took the lead, and without even having to be instructed by Zhang Bin, with a command, all the men in suits rushed towards Zhou Qir at an extremely fast speed. The situation could not be more aptly described as a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. The aggressive men in suits were the hungry tigers, while Zhou Qir, who was alone, was the weak sheep. However, when the men in suits pounced on Zhou Qir, things took a 360-degree turn. Snap! Zhou Qir kicked a suited man in the face, directly shattering the sunglasses on his face and leaving a deep shoe print on his face, then used the force of the rebound to jump away toward the inside of the factory building. The remaining men in suits were also victimized. Her strength does not seem to be big, but her body style is extremely flexible. Moreover, she also brought a stun gun. 100 shots. Several men in suits, just after being hit by the stun gun, was electrocuted outside the scorched, smoking, and collapsed to the ground with a bang. The remaining dozen or so men in suits didn't retreat and were still chasing after Zhou Qir. Zhou Qir appeared to know deep down that she couldn't beat these big and thick-suited men in a head-on hard fight, so she led them to the dimly lit factory room. Clunk! The clash of steel. Ah! Immediately followed by the screams of the man in the suit indeed. Zhang Bin took the two men in suits around him and, with a sullen face, walked into the plant. It was seen that several men in suits were directly knocked out on the ground by the steel pipes that were tilted down. Inside the plant, a layer of gray dust filled the room, greatly limiting the view. In the dust, the remaining men in suits were covered in some kind of paint, splashed with red and green. They couldn't see anything but keep waving the batons in their hands, pumping the air. It was evident that Zhou Qir was extremely good at utilizing the things around her, with steel, paint, and even cement powder stored in the plant. Zhang Bin's face was getting worse and worse, but who was he? Even so, he was still composed. Bam! The sound of something falling. Over here, a man in a suit called out in alarm. Immediately afterward, a group of men in suits swooped in. Of course, it just flopped. No, not a punt, but a punt on top of an already lit firework. Next, bang! An explosion went off. A few men in suits reacted extremely fast and immediately backed away, but they were still blown up and drenched in blood. But each of these men in suits were also tough characters. Even if they were blown up, they hardened themselves and didn't let out a single scream. However, pop, pop, snap, after a few sounds, the men in suits, trembling, fell down, stunned by the stun gun. A bunch of rice buckets. Zhang Bin finally lost his composure and cracked out a curse. His martial arts cultivation was not low. He had already reached the peak Dan Jin realm, 2 realms higher than King Gambler. An expert whose martial arts cultivation had reached the Dan Jin realm would easily not get angry, but he was still thoroughly enraged by Zhou Qir. It was evident that this Zhou Qir was indeed tricky. Chapter 149 Yifan, what do you mean? Get out of my way. Zhang Bin took 3 steps and rushed forward. Then, at a wall inside the factory, he violently blasted his fist. Zhou Qir likes to use the sound of the east to attack the west, but so what? Just now when she used the stun gun to stun a few men in suits, Zhang Bin has long been through the method of listening to the sound to distinguish the location, to hear her real location. At the moment, she was hiding behind a wall, variously sneaking up on the man in the suit. Bang! With a deafening muffled sound, the entire wall, surprisingly, was shattered by Zhang Bin's punch. That's too fierce, isn't it? Even Zhang Bin's men, the group of men in suits, were completely stunned when they saw Zhang Bin shatter a wall with a single punch. And those with sharp ears could hear a feminine yelp interspersed with the sound of the wall crumbling. Humph! Zhou Qir was injured by Zhang Bin's move of hitting a bull across the mountain. Zhang Bin was worthy of being an expert at the peak of Dan Jin, and the moment he struck, he was able to distinguish between high and low. Damn it, I was gullible. I'll let you off this time, but next time, it won't be so simple. Zhou Qir thought in her heart, and with a clench of her teeth, she pulled out one of the steel bars that had penetrated her shoulder, and then took a step into the shadows of the factory building. Bam! When the man in the suit rushed behind the wall, he only saw the bloodied steel bars that had fallen to the ground, and as for Zhou Qir, she was not even visible. Yifan received a call from Zhang Bin. after learning that Zhou Kor was injured by Zhang Bin's punch, but Zhang Bin, a large group of people, failed to catch Zhou Kor and was given a run for her money. Yi Fan did not accuse Zhang Bin. It was because he had long known that this girl, Zhou Kor, came from an uncomplicated background. There was even a huge organization behind Zhou Kor that was supporting her, and it was an organization that wouldn't be too far behind Yiching's Tang sect in terms of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to provoke the Tang sect. Of course, for Zhou Kor, Yi Fan did not intend to take care of too much. After all, she couldn't even beat Zhang Bin, so she was not qualified to draw his attention at all. And, right now, he didn't have time to bother with her. No, after accompanying Mu Qingyan at night, in the morning, he had to go and accompany Su Shishir, and in the meantime, instruct her to practice her songs. At noon, went to Tianfan Entertainment to visit Hatba, the newcomer the company had just signed. By mid-afternoon, Zhang Li and River Lin called. That's what happens when there's a lot of women. But fortunately, each and every one of them were very good at serving people, and with Yi Fan's physique, running back and forth was a piece of cake. However, it was worth mentioning that when River Lin came to call, she didn't come looking for Yi Fan to do that, but rather, she had business. It turned out that after Yi Fan won the Venetian casino, although the River Gambling King tried to block the news as much as he could, news still spread. For a time, the reputation of the River Gambling King and the High Gambling King in the Australian city was naturally greatly affected. Originally, those small Southeast Asian countries that were afraid of the fame of the River Gambling King and the High Gambling King, and easily did not dare to come to Australia City to challenge the casino alliance that had been jointly established, also saw the opportunity and declared war on the River Gambling King. No, on all the casinos in Australia City. They want to make a name for themselves with this opportunity. Thus, it ranks as the second largest casino in the world under Las Vegas, the world's #1 casino. Yes, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance wants to take this opportunity to squeeze Aussie Vegas and make them the #1 casino in Southeast Asia. What they did was, how shall I put it, a little bit of taking advantage of the situation and bullying, but when it made sense. If you don't take advantage of your life, do you still come after you when you're at your strongest? Therefore, Yi Fan had actually known that after he took over the Venetian, the people from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance would definitely come to find trouble with the casino. And, believe it or not, that news, it was Yi Fan himself who put it out. The purpose of his doing so was that instead of slowly waiting for the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance to send people to find trouble with the casino after they had heard the news through various means, it would be better to, instead, directly lure the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance's gambling experts over, pack it up again to avoid worries. This time, Yi Fan was still hailing from his private jet to go to Australasia. On the way, it was not uncommon to warm up to Li Xin. After arriving in Ao Chang, River Lin had long been waiting for him in the airport with her limousine. After picking up Yi Fan, Lin drove him directly to the River House. The two didn't interact much along the way, even though River Gambling King had long had the intention to betroth his most beloved youngest daughter to Yi Fan. And River Lin also knew her dad's mind. Her favorability towards Yi Fan was not high after all, and it was normal that she didn't have any close interaction with Yi Fan. After arriving at the River family, the only person who greeted him was the River Gambler, and the High Gambler wasn't there. According to the River Gambling King, the High Gambling King was the one who washed his hands of the world after losing to Yi Fan last time, and found a secluded place to live in seclusion. Also, if the King of Gamblers is still in town, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance would not dare to declare war on all the casinos in Australia in such a hurry. After exchanging pleasantries with the River Gambling King, Yi Fan spoke quickly. He didn't hide it, and directly told the River Gambling King that he was the one who put out the news. What? So you put out that message? As expected, River Lin had a hard time accepting the news for a while after learning that it was Yi Fan who had put it out. Yi Fan, what do you mean? What's in it for you if you do this? I think you're just trying to discredit my dad's. Before the word honor could be uttered, the furious River Lin was interrupted by the River Gambling King. Shut up, what do you know? This is what makes Mr. Yi so brilliant. River Gambler reprimanded. Ginger was indeed old and hot. The River Gambler King had actually guessed that Yi Fan was doing this for a purpose. River Lin was aggrieved. Since she was a child, her dad, who treated her like the apple of his eye, had never reprimanded her like this, but she had the good sense to shut up. After this, Yi Fan inquired about the current situation in the Aussie Vegas. Without asking, he realized that the current situation appeared to be somewhat urgent. All the casinos in Aussie City, with the exception of the Venetian, have all lost. The Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, right now, is demoralized, while the Aussie City casinos are demoralized. Venetian Casino, or was it because Yi Fan, the new boss, wasn't there, so that's why they put in the last challenge. Otherwise, with their condescending character, they must be the first to challenge the most famous casino Venetian. Humph, that's the situation anyway. Now that you've taken over the Venetian, you'll have to take responsibility for this matter yourself. We, the River family, will not help you. River Lin snorted coldly. In front of her dad, she deliberately tried to gamble with Yifan instead. Chapter 150, River Lin's favoritism soars. The River Gambler King is a man of the past. How could he not understand that the more some little girls say this on their lips, the more they actually care in their hearts? In other words, arrogant. Mr. Yi, don't mind me. My little daughter is spoiled by me. If there's anything you need help from our River family, just ask. The River Gambler King laughed, diffusing the embarrassment before saying, okay, if there's anything I need from the River family, I'll ask. The River Gambling King was courteous to himself, so naturally Yifan wouldn't give anyone a hard time. Because of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, the Venetian will not be challenged until tomorrow. So, for dinner, Yifan ate at the River House under the warm invitation of the River Gambling King. For the night, naturally, they stayed at River's house as well. That night, River Linlin knocked on Yifan's room door again. There was no doubt that she didn't want to come either. Nay, the River Gambler King had insisted that she do so. Me, I'm not going to just take it from you, unless you beat me to it. River Lin was as arrogant as ever. Of course, in terms of gambling, it is still not very good, so the defeat came down quickly. This time, even if she wanted to disobey, she could only obey Yifan. The next day, Yifan found that River Lin's favorability towards him had actually skyrocketed too. It skyrocketed straight from 70 to 85. According to reason, this shouldn't be It wasn't the first time that River Linlin had her first time with Yifan, so how come her goodwill hadn't skyrocketed before? But this time it had skyrocketed instead? This was actually quite understandable because this time, Yifan didn't have another woman by his side, and Linlin wouldn't be jealous. After a night together, the goodwill naturally rubbed off. Miss, the master asked me to come and wake you up. Also, remember to wake up Auntie as well. Outside the door, the servants of the River family had come to call. Hearing the maid people outside the door, letting out a snicker, River Lin's pretty face suddenly turned red. Who said he's your aunt? No name calling. River Lin is still as arrogant as ever. In her mind, however, she called it done. It's over. Now everyone in the River family knows that I'm having sex with this guy. The River family's 3 great aunts are probably going to talk a lot about this matter again. The thought of it bothered River Lin. Too big a family and too many family members can be a pain in the ass, can't it? What's the matter? Looking like you're going to cry. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but flirt. No, it's fine. Although River Lin's tone was still this arrogant, when she went out, she couldn't help but take Yifan's arm. The king of river gamblers, who had been waiting downstairs, was very satisfied with the situation. This precious little daughter of his did not disappoint. As long as she was able to get on with Yifan, a big shot, even if she couldn't be a big one, being a small one would be enough to ensure that their River family, after he was 100 years old, would still be standing in AUS City. If it wasn't for the fact that the time agreed upon with the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance had already passed, he wouldn't even have let his servant bother the two. After this, it's breakfast. The River family was no less than a large family, and just one breakfast alone was enough to feed an average family for months. After breakfast, it was time to get down to business. Accompanied by River Gambling King and River Linlin and several others, Yifan arrived at the Venetian casino. Chen Dagger Boy had long been at the casino entrance, respectfully waiting for them. His face, however, was as ugly as if he had eaten shang. What's the matter, Chen Dagger Boy? Zhou Chuanfu, who was following Yifan, opened his mouth. Zhou Chuanfu was the same Zhou senior brother of Linlin, the favored disciple of the king of gamblers. When Yifan wasn't around, this guy was responsible for helping assist Chen Dagger Boy in taking care of the Venetian casino. No, it's fine. Chen Dagger Boy held his tongue. It's just that the people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance are just a little too arrogant. What? In the Venetian, they dare to be so licentious? Zhou Chuanfu sniffed and became angry. Dagger Boy Chan wanted to say something, but anyone present understood what Dagger Boy Chan wanted to say. That is, Yifan and the others did not show up at the scheduled time for both parties, and it was no wonder that the other party wanted to embarrass Chen Dagger Boy. But Yifan just intentionally wanted to be late. Otherwise, that breakfast is fine if he doesn't eat it. He just wanted to put these gambling masters that the Southeast Asian casinos had sent in a row through the ringer. Let them know that they had dared to challenge the Aussie City Casino, and that they had been playing the wrong game to begin with. As for using this method to destroy the other person's state of mind, this point, on the contrary, was secondary, because with Yifan's gambling skills, There was no need to destroy their state of mind before opening the bet. He simply wanted to piss them off. Okay, cut the crap and take us in. Yifan interrupted the conversation between Zhou Chuanfu and Chen Daggerboy and said to Chen Daggerboy, Mr. Yi, please follow me. Chen Daggerboy hurriedly led the way ahead. Once inside the casino, it was already packed. When people heard that a battle of the century with the honor of the Australian city at stake was about to take place at the Venetian casino, who didn't arrive at the Venetian casino early in anticipation of witnessing the scene? So, whether it's the other casinos that have already been defeated by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, or the tourists visiting the Australian city, at this moment, all of them have come to the Venetian casino. The number of people is not usual. While in the dense crowd, there was a place that was forcibly cleared by a few bodyguards to vacate an open space. In the empty place, there were a dozen people standing, the very gambling experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Among them, there were islanders, sticks, san, and even blonde Europeans and Americans. They come from different regions, different countries, different colors, different languages, and even different races though. But there was one thing in common, and that was, all of them had a condescending look on their faces. Press didn't even look at the other casino gambling masters on the scene. That's for sure. After all, these gambling masters, earlier in the day, had been defeated by them. Where would they even go so far as to put them in their sights? See the Venetian head, Daggerboy Chan, entering the casino with the father and daughter of the River Gambler King, and a young man. Among them, an old man with gray hair who looked like he was leading the group couldn't help but open his mouth. River Gambling King, you guys have a big rack, to make us wait for half an hour. Is this the hospitality of Aussie City? It's too disappointing. The old man, known on the road as Master 8, was a Chinese from the Malay country, and it was normal that he could speak Chinese. What? Could it be that the gambling masters of your Southeast Asian Casino Alliance are also indolent that they can't wait even half an hour? The River Gambler King opened his mouth. Chapter 151, Don't You Dare Hit Me. Shocked crowd. As soon as the King of River Gamblers opened his mouth, he and this 8th master went toe-to-toe with each other. As you can imagine, the two must have had a lot of grudges and entanglements in their early years. The two old foxes secretly battling it out was indeed wonderful, but Yifan was not interested at all. There were also people on the opposing team who were completely uninterested in this, while the River Gambling King and the 8 masters were courteous to each other. Among them, an Asian man who didn't look too different in age from Yifan and River Linlin walked towards them. Of course, his goal was clear. He hadn't come for anyone else, but for River Lin, MS, River Drench. Since Chong, from the last time I kicked, fought you, I've been thinking about you, and I look forward to the day when I'll be able to fight you again in the Tide Day. The Asian man spoke in broken Chinese. His hair, dark and rubbed, and I don't know how much hair oil he's dropped and touched. The smell of cologne was also very pungent. Yifan looked down at the nationality symbol pinned on the Asian man's chest. It was obvious that he was from an island country. No, Inoue-san, I'm not interested in fighting your favorite loser. It was obvious that River Lin didn't even want to talk to him more than once. It could also be heard from her tone that she had little affection. One could even say disgust for this Mr. Inoue, who was browbeating and currying favor with her. MS. River Lin, Inuyasha said as he tried to continue pestering River Lin. Off. Yifan took a step forward and stopped between him and He Lin, ordering him in an icy tone. If Yifan's memory was correct, Japanese surnames were usually wherever the child was born. For example, Matsu A, Yamamoto, Tanaka, down the well. Can't tell. This guy's parents, they're still a fierce pair. Not bad for a fine island tradition. Behind her, River Linlin's hands, which were holding onto Yifan, trembled slightly. Obviously, she was moved by Yifan's move. The original feeling of being protected. So happy. Who are you? Inuyasha was a bit annoyed, but when he saw River Linlin holding Rifan's hand, he immediately knew that he understood. I see, you're the one who defeated the High Gambling King and took over the Venetian casino, right? Now it seems that the rumors are mostly untrue. You didn't win the Venetian by defeating the High Gambling King at all. Inuyasha sneered. In fact, he presses on without knowing the inside story. Only, seeing Yifan look so handsome, almost attracted the eyes of all the women in the room, especially the eyes of He Lin from the beginning to the end of his body. Anyone can see, He Linlin's heart has long been tied to the body of Yifan. Therefore, in order to target Yihan, he just casually spouted nonsense. He wasn't afraid that he would attract retaliation by blurting out random nonsense. After all, he had come as a representative of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. He didn't believe that Yifan would still dare to make a move against him. Why? Is there a hidden agenda? I knew that there was no way that the high gambling king would lose to an unknown young man. Now it seems that there is really a hidden agenda. I wonder what the hidden agenda is, and if it will be a bombshell." The people around them sniffed and whispered. There were a number of media reporters in the crowd. Of course, it was all brought in from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance side to document the fight of the century. They felt that without the high king of gamblers, they were bound to win this battle in the Aussie Vegas. So naturally, the more international reporters they invited, the better. "Mr. Inoue, it's best to keep empty words to yourself, or else." Yi Fan coldly grunted. "Or what? You dare to hit me? This kid, he's just arrogant as hell. To put it bluntly, you're nothing more than a little white boy who has flattered Ms. River Lin Lin. That's why the high gambling king surrendered the Venetian gambling to." Seeing that the crowd was showing curious expressions because of his words, Inoue had the shelter of the crowd, and he became even more reckless. Not only did he spout nonsense, but he also intentionally increased the volume of his voice. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Bang! There was a heavy, muffled thud. No one saw Yi Fan make any movements. However, Inoue's entire body flew up high as if he was a kite with broken strings. Then, it fell hard onto a gambling table, directly smashing the table into two halves. Because the table gave a little cushion, Inuyasha didn't pass out straight away, and was even able to speak. I'm a representative of the island. You, how dare you make a move on me? Move." However, before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted and he fainted completely. By the looks of it, it's half crippled if not dead. However, everyone could hear that the last thing Inoue wanted to say was that Yi Fan dared to make a move on this international friend of his, and that no matter what his origin was, he would have to suffer today. Everyone present, on the other hand, was directly stunned by this sudden arrival of Yi Fan. Even the high gambling king and the 8 masters, who had been going toe-to-toe when they met, had, for a moment, actually stopped communicating. Everyone looked at Yi Fan. Seemingly, he is expected to give an account of the matter. "Yeah, they came to compete with you on behalf of the Southeast Asian casinos in the well, and the competition hasn't even started yet, and you're beating them up without killing them or half-mutilating them. If we don't give an explanation to the Southeast Asian Casino Union, how can the Southeast Asian Casino Union lose face in the future?" However, Yi Fan simply ignored it. By the looks of it, he had completely disregarded the matter of his hands injuring the gambling expert sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. "What? You hit someone and you don't even have an explanation?" San screamed in English. "That's it. Is this how Aussie City Casino treats their challengers? For fear of not being able to match us, in terms of gambling skills, so, directly use force to settle us challengers. What a good way. If you don't give an explanation, don't blame us for going to the International Gambling Association to sue you." The other gambling masters of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, also in English, opened their mouths. Yi Fan knew all the languages of all the countries in the world, which was the reward of the system's 100-day sign. So, it's simply not too trivial to understand the English that comes out of their mouths. Moreover, compared to their broken English, Yi Fan's English, that one, was called fluent. "Man, I fight. The match. Are you guys going to compete or not? If you do, you can start right now. If you don't, please hurry up with your tails between your legs and go back to wherever you came from," Yi Fan said arrogantly. Now that's called arrogance. Compared to Yi Fan's arrogance, that well just now was a small fight at best. Sizzle. Everyone in the casino sucked in a breath of cold air, including the gambling experts from the other casinos present. They were also shocked by Yi Fan's arrogance. Chapter 152, Yi Fan must pay the price? They never expected that this young man who came out of nowhere would be so arrogant. This, of course, pissed off the group from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance even more. What did this guy say? Asshole, this kind of match. No match. Deceiving, 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 deceiving. Gambling masters from a small neighboring country, the Philippines, even jumped to their feet. The reason why he feels that Z is too bullying is probably because the Philippines has been severely taught a lesson by Z on a certain C issue. However, it was useless for them to jump on their feet anymore. Shut up and stop it. This match, we will continue to compete. Mr. Yi Fan, right? I still hope you won't let us down. The 8th master suddenly spoke up. The 8th master had opened his mouth, and the rest of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, naturally, didn't dare to let out another fart. But they did not say it on their mouths, but in their hearts. They were incredibly curious about how their 8th master did not even ask for an explanation from others, and just compromised like this, which was not in line with the strong 8th master they knew. There is, naturally, a reason for this. Things happen. The eighth master then glared at the king of river gamblers. The river gambler king saw that the eighth master was glaring at him, obviously asking him to give him an explanation on the matter. He wasn't in a hurry, he just whispered in the eighth master's ear. At that moment, the eighth master's face changed drastically. So, he has the Tang sect behind him. No wonder. After learning that Jifan and the Tang sect had a great relationship, the eighth master could only hold his tongue for the time being, even if the person he brought with him was knocked unconscious by Yifan. After all, even if he had the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance behind him as a backer, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance was nothing in front of the Tang sect. Besides, this Inuyasha, the eighth master knows very well. His gambling skills were the worst of all of them, but he had connections in the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, so he was forced into this team. Now, if he's injured and can't compete, so be it. Anyway, he's just here to make up the numbers, so it wouldn't hurt to have one less. Most importantly, win the last game. One of the largest and most prestigious casinos in the city is the Venetian Casino. Without winning the Venetian and going back, no one will recognize that they, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, are the second largest gambling city in the world. That's why the eighth master compromised. And it didn't end there. The eighth master has secretly explained to the gambling masters he brought with him that there is no need to show any mercy in this competition, and that they can win as hard as they can. He wanted Yifan to pay for his recklessness. No one who dared to injure the people brought by his eighth master had ever been able to walk away in one piece. A city across the sea from Auschwitz, but not too far away. Harbor City. Not long ago, a funeral service of unparalleled splendor had just come to a close. The original lively and incomparable funeral site, at this moment, is also empty, leaving only a lone mother and son, 3 people. Yes, that's right, this unbelievably grand funeral, naturally, was the funeral of Boss Rattle. Poor ringing boss. Hong Kong City ringing a figure. So died in vain. It can't be helped. Who made him offend the wrong people? Mom, the people have dispersed, let's go too. Rattle left said to Rattle 2. Yeah, Mom, why don't you guys go ahead and let me spend some more time with your dad? Mrs. Rattle shook her head and just let her 2 sons go first. Rattling left and Rattling right had no choice but to leave forlornly. The 2 of them had only just left not long ago when a slender figure walked out of the darkness of the spiritual hall, but no face could be seen. Rattletrap boss, this matter, you're just going to let it go? The man suddenly spoke. The sound is crisp. Who are you? Rattletrap was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man. You don't have to care who I am, but I can tell you one thing. The man who killed your husband is now at the Venetian Casino in Aussie Town. The man spoke again. So what, Mrs. Rattle still spoke as forcefully as ever, but her voice could hardly hide her despondency. After this incident, she already knew that the man who killed her husband had the backing of the state behind him. It was good enough that people didn't continue to come after their ringing family. Then you must not know that he is now fighting with the gambling experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Mrs. Loud, the chance to avenge your husband's death is just this once. Don't blame me for not coming to warn you, the man said, turning to leave. Wait, Rattletrap suddenly called out to the man. You're saying, take this opportunity to kill him, then frame the people from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. And at that time, even if the country traces it, it will be traced back to the gang sent by the Southeast Asian casinos? No, it's simpler and cruder. Kill with a borrowed knife. Rattlesnake tie. Lend me a few men and I'll finish off Yifan for you. And, of course, the guys from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. The man finished and then silently spoke in his mind. There was no way around it. Who made it her mission this time? Rattletail sniffed in shock. She looked at the man in front of her incredulously, reason telling her that what this man said might not be believable. But, why has she ever not wanted to take revenge for the ringing boss in her heart? Other people only know the greatness of the Ring family's ring boss, and it's easy to overlook the woman behind him. Rattling too, not just any woman. It could be said that Boss Rattle would not have been able to achieve so much without Rattle 2's secret assistance. Whether it was from being a punk, to being the boss, to successfully clearing his name, Rattleshirt was instrumental. Okay, I'll lend you a few. Rattling 2 tapped his spiritual platform and made a decision. She would never let the man who killed her husband get away with so much. She wanted Yifan to pay the price. Venetian Casino. The curtain has risen on the battle of the century between Vegas. The battle that will decide the honor of Vegas. Mr. Yifan, tell me, how do you want the bifa? 3 out of 5, or 2 out of 3? As soon as he came up, the 8th master spoke. Whether it was 3 out of 5 or 2 out of 3, the 8th master didn't care at all. Of the 11, 10 gambling masters he brought with him, all of them were masters of all different kinds of gambling techniques, so no matter how many games or what they compared, he felt that they would definitely not lose. The people in the casino, as well as those reporters, were also very curious about this issue and looked at Yifan curiously. Yifan didn't answer the 8th master's words, he just sat on the gambling table, flirting with River Lin Lin, a great beauty, while faintly shaking his head. Such an arrogant attitude, at once, displeased the people of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Chapter 153, Lose One, Lose Me. The 8th master, in the entire Southeast Asian gambling circle, was a resounding figure, and his reputation was not in the least under the high gambling king. Yifan had even treated him in such a manner, so it was no wonder that they were displeased. However, before they could lose their temper, they were stopped by the 8th master's cold stare. You're going for one game? The 8th master was surprised. What kind of bold person would have to be to dare to decide the fate of the entire Aussie Vegas with a single game? Yifan still shook his head. So it's not. The 8th master heart cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. He said, Yifan seems to be just a young man in his early 20s. Understand that he does not have the courage. However, he hadn't finished letting go of this breath when Yifan suddenly opened his mouth. What he said next shocked everyone in the room. There are 11 of you in total, so I'll bet with you for 11 games. Yifan opened his mouth. 6 out of 11? The 8th master froze. No, I'll bet with each of the 11 of you, but whenever I lose to any of you, it will be counted as my loss. Yifan didn't make a sound, but he made a sound. What? Yifan's words had indeed caused everyone in the casino to be shocked, including River Gambling King and River Lin Lin. River Lin Lin's hand holding Yifan's hand directly stiffened. Don't mess around. You're gambling with the reputation of the entire auspicious city with others. River Lin whispered. Yifan might not care about Ao Chang as a gambling city, but she had grown up in Ao Chang, and Ao Chang was her root, and the honor of Ao Chang was the honor of their river family. Don't worry, just trust me, Yifan said chestily, and took the opportunity to touch a hand on He Lin Lin's small savage waist. Since Yifan had said so, He Lin Lin could only believe him. Besides, River Lin Lin knew that Yifan did have real talent. The fact that he dared to make this decision proved that he was certain that he could win the entire gambling experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance all by himself, including that 8th master. However, not everyone thinks like River Lin. Inside the Venetian casino, there were a lot of people from other casinos in AUS City, who had lost miserably to the gambling master brought by the 8th master only a short while ago, and even that 8th master hadn't even made a move yet. They knew how powerful those gambling masters that the 8th master had brought to the land were. So, when they heard Yifan boast about it, in almost everyone's mind, the same thought arose, which was, it's over. Vegas Aussie, 100 years of reputation, is going to be ruined. Isn't this nonsense? It's over. It's over. What the hell is wrong with River Gambler King? To put the honor of Vegas in the hands of such an ungrateful young man. Could it be that Inuyasha was right? That this Yifan took over the Venetian by relying on a handsome face and browbeating the River Gambling King's precious little daughter? Of course, in front of the River Gambling King, they would never dare to say these words in their hearts. But apart from these people who didn't think highly of Yifan, there were still a very small number of people who were acquainted with King of River Gamblers and King of High Gamblers, who knew the character of King of River Gamblers, who wasn't someone who was messing around. And since he would entrust the Venetian to this young man, Yifan, that meant that this young man wasn't simple. Now, hearing him come up with a downward spiral, he directly bluffed the 8 masters. And how can these people not know better? Good. A young man should be frivolous when he is young. Mr. Yifan, you must take back the face for our AO City. Yes, Mr. Yifan, AO City's 100-year reputation depends on you. Mr. Yifan. Those who opened their mouths to speak were the older generation of the casino, the true masters of gambling. The crowd nodded in agreement. It was also true that now that all the other casinos in Australasia had lost to the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, now, they could only hope on this young man in front of them. The 8th master was also shocked by Yifan's words. On the contrary, the 10 people he had brought with him, sniffing, let out a cold laugh, thinking that Yifan was being foolish and ignorant, making a fool of himself. Any one of them could have beaten him. One person against 11 of us. You lose if you lose one person. Are you sure? The 8th master opened his mouth to inquire, but in his heart, he actually couldn't wait for Yifan to be sure. The sea mouth was boasted by Yifan himself, and they wouldn't be dishonored if they won. Blame it on his own arrogance. Cut the crap and start the competition. I will defeat all 11 of you, including you. Yifan's tone, as usual, was arrogant and cocky. Even the 8 masters, who had always been calm and collected, were enraged by him at this moment. Okay, let's start the competition then. As for the competition program, the 8th master is asking which side of the race program comes out first. After all, every gambling expert, who specializes in gambling, is different. According to international practice, for the sake of fairness, both sides decide on the competition items successively. But since the system generally adopted is 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5, it is, of course, more advantageous for the person who makes the questions first. The 8th master had thought that since Yifan dared to challenge everyone present, there was no harm in him letting him make the first move. In this way, they can also show the outside world that the atmosphere of their Southeast Asian casino alliance. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yifan. We're guests from afar, so you'll be paying for all of the contest items. Yifan was arrogant all the way to the end, not giving the 8th master a chance to catch his breath. This time, the entire casino, even more shocked. They felt that Yifan was either really a deep-seated gambling expert, or he was just a pure cutie. The 8th master was also exasperated. Good boy, you're so arrogant, but when the time comes to lose, I'd like to see how you'll cry. Thinking so, the 8th master simply didn't retort, but only gestured to a Filipino gambling expert beside him. The Filipino gambling expert would understand, and immediately stepped forward. I'm going to play poker with you, size for size. The Filipino gambling expert, because of the territorial dispute between the Philippines and Z, regarded Yifan as an enemy even more, and came up and decided to zoom in. But, instead of comparing the size of a card drawn, it's like a deck of cards. The crowd sniffed, not understanding at first. It wasn't until the explanation from the beautiful dealer that they all came to their senses. It turns out, is a deck of cards discard the size of the king? The remaining 52 cards, 2 people successively draw cards, until all the cards, and then add up the points of the cards drawn. Whoever has a large number of points, who wins? Okay, let's get started. Yifan didn't care how the other party was going to compare. Anyway, he knew he was going to win. Next, 2 beautiful lotteries made their appearance. Star, Chapter 154, ******, issued by the audience. 2 beautiful lotteries. One from the Southeast Asian Casino Federation and one from the Venetian Casino. Each side sent a beautiful dealer. Naturally, for the sake of fairness, it had to be said that Chen Daggerboy had put his heart and soul into it, and the beautiful Lady Lotion sent by the Venetian was the same one who had entertained Yifan last time. Next, the beautiful dealer on Yifan's side first examined and shuffled the cards, and then, it was handed over to the beautiful dealer on the 8th master's side to cut and shuffle the cards once again. Everything, it seems usual. However, when Yifan saw the beautiful lotter on the 8th master's side cutting and shuffling the cards, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. The smile flickered and no one could see it. Turns out, this guy is the real deal. Not only can she listen to the cards, but she has a knack for shuffling and cutting them. After a deck of cards had been shuffled by her, the ordering that had originally been disrupted was, surprisingly, given according to a certain pattern. As for the Filipino gambling expert, as long as he does his job and draws cards according to the laws he knows, this match, he is bound to win. It's no wonder that almost all of the other casinos in Aussie Town are finished. It was estimated that there were quite a few of them who had fallen into the hands of this beautiful lotter. The beautiful lotter on Yifan's side couldn't even be compared to her, but even though Yifan had seen through it, he didn't say anything. It's useless to talk through it. Gambling, to put it bluntly, is 1,000 tricks. To compare gambling skills is to compare who is more skillful in the art of gambling. Since people aren't cheating on the props, it's not a foul. Moreover, Yifan planned to make good use of this beautiful Lotus officer. Soon, the beautiful lotter finished shuffling the cards and listed them on the table. Please, Yifan didn't even bother to pay attention to the Filipino gambling expert, and after saying something arrogantly, he continued to be with River Lin Lin. The Filipino gambling expert was once again infuriated by Yifan. Ignoring me? Good. I wasn't going to be so cruel to you, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to draw all the big cards and make your boy a hand of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, losing the match straight away in the first round. When the time comes, I'd like to see how you'll cry. With this in mind, the Filipino gambling expert reached out, and directly took the card that he had decided in his mind was the old king, and simply drew it away. It's Yifan's turn. Yifan didn't even look at it as he casually grabbed a card while flirting with River Lin Lin. What's he doing? It's too much child's play. Is he making fun of the whole casino? It's over. The 100-year reputation of Aussie City is ruined. For a while, those who didn't think highly of Yifan couldn't help themselves. However, the River Gambling King merely gave those people a wink, letting them comprehend it on their own. Ha, sure is an idiot. The Filipino gambling expert sneered and continued to draw what he thought was the biggest card. Soon, all the shots were drawn. Next, it's time to verify the results. Winning. The other 9 people brought by the 8th master thought so. They were aware of the laws of ordering, and naturally could see that their companion had drawn all the big cards, and that Filipino gambling expert was probably trying to follow Yifan's example of being arrogant for a round as well. He didn't wait for the results. He just stood up and came in with no one in sight. The game is over. I've won. Aussie City is ready to step aside. Now, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance is the second largest gambling city in the world. This statement naturally caused the entire room to be shocked. Those who were not optimistic about Yifan in the first place, seeing the chesty look of the Filipino gambling expert, also felt that Yifan was expected to lose. At once, the faces of these people, one by one, became incomparably ugly. Some of them even glared angrily at Yifan, feeling that, if AUS City was no longer the second largest gambling city in the world, it must be Yifan's responsibility. They themselves hadn't never thought that if they didn't lose the match, they wouldn't have to put their last hope on Yifan. Yes? Yifan was happy. How can you be happy at this hour? Those gambling experts brought by the 8th master felt that Yifan would definitely cry when the results came out. MS. River Lily, could you please open the license for me? Yifan ignored those guys and asked River Lin Lin, who was beside him, to open the cards for him. In the next second, when River Lin Lin turned over the card Yifan drew, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, there was a unified shriek from the room. At this moment, they don't know what else they can say other than the word asterisk 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 asterisk. Just see Yifan's cards. 4 old kings, 4 queens, 4 jacks, all clear are big cards, and the order of the cards is neat and tidy, not messed up at all. All the big names were surprisingly all on Yifan's side. What? That's impossible. The Filipino gambling masters were shocked. How is this possible? These cards should clearly be on his side. How did they get to the other side? That's not possible. The Filipino gambling expert, in a hurry, opened the cards in front of him. In the next second, his face went straight to white. Only the card with the smallest number of points, 123,456, was on his side. Don't even need to add up the points. Cootie. One glance could tell that it was Yifan who had more points and he won. What's going on? This time, those gambling experts brought by the 8th master were all confused. Everything, it's not at all what they thought it would be. The 8th master also couldn't help but glance at their beautiful Lauder, a true master of the art of gambling. However, the beautiful Lauder just shook her head slightly, indicating that there was nothing she could do. This time, it was a real encounter with an expert. As for how Yifan did it, at first, Master 8 felt that it was Yifan who exchanged the cards he drew with the cards drawn by the Filipino gambling expert at the last minute. If that's all it is, so be it. At best, it's just fast hands. But soon enough, the bastard realized that wasn't the case, because Yifan's order of cards was neatly arranged, even in the order of spades, hearts, clubs and diamonds. The Filipino masters, they don't blow off their cards and sequence them so beautifully. In that case, there is only one explanation. That is, the moment Yifan finished shuffling the cards and put them down, he had already put all the cards in reverse order. Then, he could follow the law of the Filipino gambling masters in drawing rows, and draw them the other way around. Then all the big cards would all fall on his side. In full view of everyone, he actually lined up an entire deck, 52 cards, backwards. That's more than fast hands. This time, the 8th master finally realized that they had really met the master of masters. He is a veritable master of the gambling class. No, it's the god of gamblers. Star. Chapter 155. Luck is also a form of gambling. The god of gambling. To be able to make even the 8th master recognize that he is the god of gambling, there is only one in this world. Yifan. He also finally knew why King Gambler would wash his hands in gold after gambling with Yifan once. He felt that these gambling experts that he had brought, including him and that deep-voiced beautiful dealer, were not Yifan's opponents at all. Nah, just win one game, and we win. With 10 of us left, there's no way we can't win a single game, right? Thinking of Yifan's previous boast that if he lost one round, it was his loss, the 8th master felt that there might still be a chance, although, he knew that he didn't have much of a chance. For the honor of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, he could only hold his head and continue to compete with Yifan. As for those who had previously looked down on Yifan, at this moment, each and every one of them was ashamed. It seems that they were the ones who looked the other way. This young man in front of me was a deep-seated expert. As for those few guys who glared at Yifan, they were quickly invited to other places by Chin Dagger Boy with his men. After a good beating, he was thrown straight out of the casino. People like that have no business remaining in the casino and watching the rest of the game. The next 3 games were compared to roulette and Texas Hold'em, and blackjack. Without a doubt, these 3 matches, in the end, were all taken down by Yifan in an extremely magnificent manner. Even though, the gambling masters sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Union had a lot of tricks up their sleeves, rubbing cards, switching cards, using Qigong to control the direction of the marbles or whatever. there is even a secret help from their beautiful lotteries. However, they were still all defeated under Yifan, defeating 4 gambling masters in a row and winning 4 matches. Instantly, made the entire casino people boil over. This is too much. His name is Yifan, right? The new generation of the king of gamblers. What king of gamblers? He's the god of gamblers. The honor of Aussie City relies on god of gamblers Yi to defend it. Don't worry, god of gambling Yi will definitely beat the crap out of those people from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. For a time, people were full of confidence in Yifan. All the people present, especially the women, one by one looked at Yifan with adoring gazes. They couldn't wait to replace Yi Linlin and sit beside Yifan. The gambling experts from the other casinos in the Australian city, at this moment, were even more emotional. They thought they were good at gambling. Now, compared to Yifan, they don't mean, Mr. Yifan, truly a hero. Awesome, awesome, losing 4 games in a row. The fact that the 8th master could still keep his composure showed that his attainment in gambling was not normally high. However, after finishing his compliments, he immediately glanced towards the other beautiful Vietnamese woman beside him, who had fair skin and a somewhat plump figure, but was absolutely beautiful. The Vietnamese beauty nodded her head and stepped forward, showing a faint smile to Yifan, saying, I want to compete with you for the old machine. It seems that the 8th master is really a smart person. He knows that the ordinary gambling method simply cannot win Yifan, so, immediately changed the sword, hoping to win the game by comparing the slot machine. This kind of comparison method. Gaming machines like slot machines and slot pullers are found in every casino. The Venetian is naturally no exception. However, the statement of the Vietnamnet over the beauty immediately caused controversy. What? A slot machine? Then what the hell is a slot machine? Can slot machines be used to compare gambling skills too? Dice, poker, roulette, so many that can be compared not to the slots? Yeah, isn't that purely more than luck? For a while, people were talking about it. People feel that slot machines, which are based purely on luck, cannot be considered a competition for gambling at all. The Vietnamese beauty sniffed, not at all in a hurry. Isn't luck one of the gambling arts? As soon as Yifan's words came out of his mouth, all of the people present were, at once, speechless. The Vietnamese beauty opposite him, on the other hand, glared angrily at Yifan, as if to say, damn, you brat, how did you snatch what my mom was going to say? Seeing this, River Linlin beside Yifan also glared angrily at the Vietnamese beauty. This girl, she's not a little jealous, since Yifan himself, who was competing with the UN nation, didn't object to this kind of betting. There was naturally nothing for the others to say. The second game begins. As a rule, each person can try the game 10 times, and on the 11th, press the bet again. A coin with 10 points. 10 points you can press the same one or separate them. Finally, the winner is determined based on the number of points earned. If neither one presses, it's a tie, and the game is played again. Again, Yifan still let his opponent make the first move. The Vietnamese beauty, who has obviously studied things like slot machines in depth. Even, she is a PhD in probability herself. After 10 tries, she had used her expertise in probability to determine that the next hand, there was a greater probability that those would come out. 5x apples, 10x oranges, and 30x watermelons, respectively. If she was being safe, she should have pressed her points evenly on all 3. But, the Vietnamese beauty didn't do that. She put 10 points, all on a 30x watermelon. She felt that in order to deal with a gambling expert like Yifan, only an absolutely high score could guarantee a win. Though, doing so, the stakes are high, but she believed in her luck. After all, her luck had never been bad, or else she wouldn't have dared to propose to compare slot machines with Yifan. All pressed watermelon? This is too bold. What the Vietnamese beauty did naturally drew comments from people who thought she was too reckless. However, when the results came out, everyone shut up. Surprisingly, she pressed it. 10 points became 300 all of a sudden. The only chance for Yifan to win over the beautiful women of UN is to open a 777 jackpot 120 times. Otherwise, even if the great watermelon is opened again, it will at best be a tie with the Vietnamese beauty. This time, the people in the casino were not calm. How is that possible? Seeing this, the 8th master was very satisfied, and towards the beauty of the UN country, he cast a look of praise and goodness. Your turn. The Vietnamese beauty was very pleased with herself and arrogantly came at Yifan. The crowd had thought that Yifan's face would probably look very embarrassed this time, but who knew? It wasn't so. Yifan even came up with a sentence. The demo is waived. I'll just press the bet. Saying that, Yifan pressed all of his only 10 points on top of the 777 jackpot. What? It's outrageous enough without trying to play it. And he also put all 10 points directly on the jackpot. Who doesn't know how low the odds are of a slot machine hitting a 120x jackpot? Isn't that, like, The equivalent of admitting defeat? Star. Chapter 156, can it be smaller than midnight? However, after experiencing the previous few matches, now, no one would doubt Yifan in the slightest. Instead, because Yifan pressed all 10 points on the 777 jackpot, the entire casino, once again, boiled over. No way. Mr. Yifan is simply too handsome. He's so driven. Some of the rich women, looking at Yifan obsessively, were even going high C. After that, Yifan pressed the start button. The red dot began to turn up, and people even held their breath. For a moment, tick-tock, drip, drops. When, at last, the red dot stopped, the entire casino, once again, boiled over. Wow! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bingo! It really opened the 777 jackpot. Really hit it. That's awesome. It's awesome beer. People were shocked, and they, at the moment, had long since stopped caring about how unscientific the jackpot coming from the slot machine was in this situation. All they knew was that with Yifan, the god of gamblers, what couldn't possibly happen? As for the Viet Nguyen beauty, a doctor of probability, she also looked at the score of 1,200 in amazement. 1,200 points to 300. She lost completely. You win, Mr. Yifan. The Viet Nguyen beauty said bitterly and then retreated. Yifan didn't say anything. However, he silently said in his heart, thanks, AI. Yes, naturally, the 777 jackpot was opened because AI, a laptop that is always 20 years ahead of current technology, was secretly working on it. Of course, Yifan was not afraid that things would be exposed. After all, with the current science and technology, it was impossible to find out that Yifan had cheated anymore. Technology that is always 20 years ahead of current technology is no joke. The Viet Nguyen beauty also lost, clearly delivering a heavy blow to the 8. He really didn't know what to do to win against Yifan, but for the sake of the honor of the Southeast Asian Casino Union, he could only keep his head up and carry on. In the next match, Yifan still won all the way to the end. On the other hand, on the 8th master's side, there were a lot of tricks to win. For example, there was an open-minded San brother who wanted to compete with Yifan in guessing beans. It's a matter of grabbing a handful of beans, shaking them in a dice cup, and guessing how many beans are in the dice cup. There are such ratios, but they usually involve guessing how many dice there are. The beans are so much smaller than the dice. It must be 100 times harder. There was also a Chinese descendant who wanted to compete with Yifan in the classic 3 Immortals Return to the Cave. However, no matter what the comparison is, no matter how strange the comparison is, it is useless. Yifan Tong won the match easily. Finally, the 10 casino experts sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance were defeated, and in the end, only the pale-faced 8th master was left. Ha, 8th master, you're the only one left now. The king of river gamblers was naturally in a good mood when he saw the 8 masters embarrassed. However, this 8th master was still a character, and even so, he didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. He didn't compare with Yifan's strange ones, he just compared with Yifan in a dignified manner. I can see that as a gambling king, he still has his pride. What the 8th master was going to compete with was the same as what the high gambler king had competed with Yifan before. It was all dice. Only, it's not bigger than big, it's smaller. Also, there is only one dice. A dice, the smallest number of points, of course, is 1 point. That's what the audience thinks. The smallest number of points is 0 points. This was the thought of River Lin, river gambler and other gambling masters who knew the art of gambling well. This is because a true gambling expert definitely has the ability to use Qigong to completely shatter the dice inside the dice cup when shaking the dice cup. Not even points. In that case, isn't it midnight? The high roller can do it, and the 8 masters can obviously do it too. As always, it's still the other team that makes the first move. The moment the 8th master finished shaking the dice and lifted the dice cup, the whole room was shocked. Inside the dice cup, there are no dice, just a bunch of powder. It's 0 points, whether those present admit it or not. This is 0.0 points. That's no, so it must be the smallest. Could it be that Yifan could still shake out negative points? Negative numbers exist, but negative points do not. This game is, at best, a draw. Here's the question, how does a tie count? People are a little curious. A tie counts as my loss. Yifan once again uttered those words. Riverina, who was leaning in his arms, shuddered at the sound. For a while, touched, shocked, adored, all kinds of feelings came in piles. She looked at Yifan incredulously. Is this her man? Yifan? Only someone like that was qualified enough to be her man. A tie counts as a loss for you? This, however, made it even more difficult for those present to understand. The 8th master has shaken out 0 points. The most you can do is to be in the same as him, shaking the dice into powder. Everyone is 0 points, both sides are tied, but a draw counts as a loss for you. With this, people became even more curious about what points Yifan, in the end, would have to shake out in order to win against the 8 masters. With incomparable curiosity, people held their breath and looked intently at Yifan shaking the dice cup, and then, covered the dice cup on the table. However, just as people dared not utter a single breath, Yifan was a bit distracted. He even looked to the casino entrance. If it isn't Zhou Ke, Yifan discovered Zhou Ke's figure, which had unexpectedly appeared in the casino and, moreover, came directly towards his side quickly. Zhou Ke, is not Zhang been seriously injured? How can you still be here? For a while, Yifan was also a bit curious. We can't let him shake it any longer. If he does, you'll lose. Master 8, Zhou Ke said. Her body nimbly passed through the dense crowd of onlookers and arrived in front of Yifan. Then, with a hand, she grabbed Yifan's wrist and snapped it down. Snap! The dice cup falls on the table and the game is set. What are you, come to make trouble? Seeing this, River Lin couldn't help but snap. When she saw that Zhou Ke had a hotter body than her and obviously knew Yifan, her tone was a bit unhappy. Chuckle. Yifan didn't expect that Zhou Ke had come to cause trouble. Drive on, Yevon, Zhou Ke said, unveiling the dice cup. The crowd was shocked when the dice cup was revealed. Inside the dice cup, there's nothing. There were no dice, not even the powder from the dice being shattered. Where are the dice? Just as people were wondering, countless white powders fell from the sky. It turned out that Yifan had not only shattered the dice, but had also utilized an undetectable and highly skillful technique to throw the powder out of the dice cup. In this game, there is only powder left in the 8 Masters dice cup, which is 0 points. Yifan's dice cup, on the other hand, had nothing in it, not even powder. The outcome of who loses and who wins is already in everyone's mind. I'm the one who lost. The 8th Master conceded. Star. Chapter 157. A Zhou Ke was killed in the middle of the road. The 8th Master conceded. Regardless of what the outcome was in everyone's mind, since the 8th Master had opened his mouth to admit defeat, the person who had won was undoubtedly Yifan. As a member of the Tang sect, you won. However, while the 8th Master had conceded defeat, Zhou Ke didn't think so. She threw the dice cup in her hand, directly towards Yifan. Then, grabbing the plate containing 500 million chips on the gambling table, he pointed his toes on the ground and surprisingly jumped backward. For this tournament, the stakes were naturally not only the honor of the 2 major gambling cities, but also $500 million in gambling money. The people present never thought that this young girl who suddenly appeared to make trouble was a female thief, aiming at the $500 million of gambling money. Even Chen Daizai and Zhou Chuanfu, 2 experts with not bad martial arts attainments, for a moment, did not react. However, what kind of person was Yifan? Wanna go? Yifan slapped his palm toward Zhou Ke. Zhou Ke hurriedly launched her palm to meet her, but she was not Yifan's opponent at all, and was directly slapped by Yifan, flying high as if she was a kite with broken strings. However, in the air, she did a flip and landed firmly on the railing of the 2nd floor of the casino. Hands on the plate, not a single chip dropped. What is it? Is this Z Kung Fu? It's too strong. For a while, the crowd was amazed. Especially those foreign journalists invited by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance were all dumbfounded. River Gambler King isn't lying. He's really a member of the Tang sect. On the contrary, the 8th Master was actually a bit glad that he had lost. Yifan, I'll take this small gift of $500 million. Zhou Ke was very proud of herself. You think you can take it? Yifan clapped his hands and several fierce men appeared on the 2nd floor. They were all Zhou Chuanfu's senior disciples, so naturally their hands wouldn't be too bad. Soon, a few fierce men forced Zhou Ke from the 2nd floor down. Then, before Zhou Ke could hit the ground, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yifan rushed to Zhou Ke's side at an extremely fast speed. Yifan slapped his palm on Zhou Ke's shoulder and grabbed the silver plate in her hand in the process. Pust! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Zhou Ke, and by the looks of it, she was internally injured by Yifan's slap. No, it can't be. How could you be so powerful? Chuckle was stunned. Aren't you just a Tang sect disciple? Why are you so strong? I'm the one who's going to surpass Yi Qingda. There's no way I'm not a match for you? Zhou Ke was dead set against admitting that Yifan was stronger than her. Don't joke, Zhou Ke, you can't even beat me, let alone trying to surpass Yi Qingda. I don't think you can even walk out of the casino today, Yifan said indifferently. The flatter Yifan's tone was, the more furious Zhou Ke became. He's not taking her seriously at all. Obviously, she was the one who didn't put Yifan in her eyes much before. But now, all of a sudden, the roles were swapped. Whoever else, it was hard to accept for a while. Really? Then stop me and see. Zhou Ke gritted her teeth. With that, she took a backward leap and retreated backward. In the process, in an attempt to vent her anger, She also kicked a rich woman who was blocking her retreat to the ground. Her stance, it was so flexible. She was like a fish, swimming through a sea of people. Protect Mr. Yi. Catch the lady thief. The security guards in the casino were out in force. But where could they stop Joe Kier? They were fooled by Joe Kier's playfulness. And when they came back to their senses, Joe Kier had already arrived at the doorway. And, as they watched, they were about to make a smooth escape. However, in the next second, Joe Kier was shocked to find that Yifan had, at some point, arrived behind her and stopped her from going. Joe Kier was once again shocked. What she was most proud of was her stance, otherwise she wouldn't have slipped out from under Zhang Bin's hands unharmed last time, but never thought that she was fast and Yifan was even faster. How is it possible that I'm even inferior to a Tang sect disciple? Joe Kier, who had vowed to surpass Yi Qingge, was confused. Could it be that the gap between her and Joe Kier was really so great? However, just as everyone thought that the female thief had been stopped by Yifan, it was probably too late to cry. Who knows? The next second, Joe Kier suddenly revealed a big smile. Ha ha, Yifan, you fell for it. She was really smiling, and it was still the happy kind, temperamental, and really quite the clown girl. Seeing this, Yifan said silently in his heart. However, Yifan's next words once again caused Joe Kier's smiling face to freeze once again. Your target, it's the 8 masters and the others, isn't it? Otherwise, you wouldn't have to deliberately lure me away from the 8 masters. Yifan suddenly spoke. Joe Kier was not happy. She never thought that Yifan had guessed from the beginning that her target was not him, but the 8th master. Indeed, the 8th master was the target of Joe Kier's mission this time. As for Yifan, it was an extra target at best, but she never expected that she deliberately pretended to rush towards Yifan, but she was still recognized by him at once. This guy, is his brain a computer? Thinking so clearly, so fast. At the same time, 6 experts, appearing beside the 8 masters and the others, were about to make a move on them. These 6 experts. Of course Yifan had the impression that they were the ones who appeared in the casino at almost the same time as Joe Kier. Since you guessed my true goal, don't stop me. At best, I won't kill you, Chaco said. That won't do. In my casino, I won't allow things to happen where people are killed. Yifan didn't even think about it and directly refused. The 6 experts had already made a move on the 8 masters and the others, and as they watched, their lives were in danger. However, right at this moment, Chen Daggerboy and Zhou Chuanfu, however, suddenly appeared beside the 8 masters with their men and fought with the 6 experts. Since Yifan had guessed Joe Kier's true goal long ago, how could he not take countermeasures? Therefore, before going after Joe Kier, he had long arranged for Chen Daggerboy and Zhou Chuanfu to protect the safety of the 8th master and the others. Joe Kier didn't expect Yifan to keep a hand and was infuriated. Why? Are you helping them? They're clearly the ones who are here to deal with you. Still, I won't allow anyone to die in my casino. That's not necessarily true. Bang! A gunshot. On Joe Kier's face, a cold smile appeared. Z has strict gun control, but that doesn't mean she can't get a gun. Besides, the organization behind her is so powerful that it's not easy to get guns, bombs and other arms. Ah, she's got a gun. Shots fired. Murder. There was a panic in the crowd. Yifan. Riverlyn screamed even more. Chapter 158. I just caught the bullet. The sound of gunfire caused a stir in the casino crowd. Many people thought that Yifan was estimated to have been shot by Joe Kier. After all, you can't dodge a shot at such a close range, no matter how good your kung fu is, right? However, just this? Yifan's voice suddenly rang out. He was so close, and Joe Kier suddenly shot him, but he was fine. Everyone was shocked, especially Chukul. How did you dodged the bullet? Joe Kier looked at Yifan with disbelief. I didn't dodge it, I just caught it, Yifan said, extending his right hand. What's that? If not a bullet, clutched in the index and middle fingers of your right hand? How is it possible? How can someone catch a bullet with their empty hand, and at that close of a distance? Joe Kier was shocked. However, in the next second, she suddenly felt her head shake, her eyes went black, and her entire body fainted. Take her. After knocking out Joe Kier with a hand slash, Yifan coldly said. Then, a few casino security guards who rushed over took the unconscious Joe Kier away. As for the 6 people brought by Joe Kier, they were indeed experts. If Yifan hadn't arranged for Daggerboy Chan and Zhou Chuanfu to secretly protect the 8 masters and the others ahead of time, it was estimated that they would have already been gotten by those 6 experts. But even if you're an expert, you can't beat the crowd. Besides, Chen Daggerboy and Zhou Chuanfu are also masters. Soon, the 6 were taken down by Chen Daggerboy and Zhou Chuanfu without even needing Yifan's hands. A farce. And that was the end of it. Aussie City. Somewhere in a dimly lit basement. Tell me, who the hell sent you here? Chen Daggerboy viciously tortured the 6 masters who were tied up. This was the task given to him by Yifan, to torture out the forces behind these 6 experts. Yifan is a person who is vindictive. These 6 experts dared to commit murder in his casino. The forces behind them, Yifan will definitely want to uncover them. Ask the King of Hell. 6 masters. The one leading the group suddenly came with such a headless sentence. What did that mean? The few juniors who followed Chen Dagger Boy didn't get it for a moment. However, what kind of person was Chen Dagger Boy? He had never done such things as severe torture. As soon as he sniffed, he immediately knew something was bad. No good. They tried to kill themselves. Chen Dagger Boy shouted and was about to have someone stop the 6 experts from committing suicide, but it was already too late. The guy leading the group showed a smug smile to Dagger Boy Chen, and then, a trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, followed by his head turning, and he broke off. With the other 5, the situation was the same. They actually committed suicide by taking poison, and, moreover, the poison was hidden in their mouths. It was obvious that for the 6 of them, this mission was all or nothing. Venetian Casino. Inside the surveillance room, Yifan answered the phone before turning around. Mr. Yi, what should we do with this female thief? Zhou Chuanfu opened his mouth to inquire. Yifan, I was careless this time, I admit it. Zhou Qier had already come to her senses, and hearing Zhou Chuanfu open his mouth, he opened his mouth to come up with this sentence. What to do with it? Yifan mused. He looked at Zhou Qier's hot body and an impish smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Zhou Chuanfu and the few bodyguards around him naturally understood Yifan's thoughts. What do you want? Don't you dare. Zhou Chuanfu and the others understood Yifan's. How could Zhou Qier not understand? Yifan, presumably, wanted to die // finger her. Seeing the stubbornness on Zhou Qier's face, Yifan confirmed his earlier thoughts even more. Chaco was definitely a Chu. Her earlier appearance was all deliberately put on. After all, her identity in Magic City University was all fake, and she was with Chen De, presumably because she wanted to get close to Zhou Jianlian through him. Then, approach him through Zhou Fianchan. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhou Chuanfu, you first send her to the hotel and get a room. Later, I'll let her know what it means to be a real man, Yifan said, and with a wave of his hand, he asked Zhou Chuanfu to bring someone to take Zhou Qier away. He, on the other hand, went ahead and took care of another matter. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was careless. I didn't realize that they had poison hidden in their mouths, Chen Dagger Boy explained. There was some panic in his voice. Seemingly, it was very afraid that Yifan would get angry because of this. It's fine, dead is dead. However, their identities and the mastermind behind them, no matter what method you use, you must find out for me, Yifan coldly said. Yes, Chen Dagger Boy dares to say 2 words. Venetian Casino entrance. After Zhou Chuanfu let his 2 senior sisters rack Zhou Qier into the car, he asked them to step back, and he drove himself alone, sending Zhou Qier to one of the most luxurious hotels in the neighborhood. The car drove halfway, but Zhou Qier, who was originally tied up with her hands and feet, suddenly reached out and patted Zhou Chuanfu's shoulder. At first, Zhou Chuanfu didn't think anything of it, but suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Zhou Qier's hands, weren't they tied behind her back? How could she use her hands to slap his shoulders? Zhou Chuanfu hurriedly turned back and saw that Zhou Qier had already used her hands to untie the rope binding her feet. How did you do that? Zhou Chuanfu was surprised and hastily slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The wheels were on the road, rubbing a dark trail, nearly collided with a large truck ahead. Zhou Chuanfu was shocked, before he had time to celebrate his escape from death. Suddenly, a pink fist had heavily smashed on his face. Zhou Chuanfu only felt his eyes go black and he directly fainted. However, before passing out, he still saw Zhou Qier's smiling face. Your chief he made a mistake? That is, he underestimated me too much, Zhou Qier said, and did not care whether her last sentence Zhou Chuanfu heard. And then, like a loach motion, she nimbly scurried to the front row and opened the car door. Then, with a kick, Zhou Chuanfu kicked out. Immediately afterward, she drove off in her car, whistling. The reason why Zhou Qier was in such a good mood was because she had figured out one thing. Although Yifan was frighteningly strong, it was evident from this incident that he was not omnipotent. I just don't know, who is a bit stronger, him or Yi Qingge? Mr. Yi, aren't you letting the tiger out of the bag? After all, Dagger Boy Chen couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. What do you know? Mr. Yi doesn't call this releasing a tiger to the mountain. This is called releasing a long line to catch a big fish. However, that female thief is really ruthless, Zhou Chuanfu said while rubbing the black eye and waste on his face. That punch and kick, even if he was a practicing martial artist, he couldn't stand it. Star, Chapter 159, who's the writer? Call him out. What is it about letting the tiger return to the mountain? What is it about letting the long line catch the big fish? Chen Dagger Boy and Senior Brother Zhou. What are you talking about? River Lin Lin, who was sitting next to Yifan, had a confused look on her face. If you don't know, don't ask. Yifan came to this. Oomph. River Lin let out a disgruntled snort, but the person was still quite honest and snuggled into Yifan's arms. River Lin Lin didn't know the task that Yifan had explained to Chen Daizai and Zhou Chuanfu, so naturally, she didn't know what the conversation between the two of them meant. In fact, the two of them were discussing the matter of Zhou Qir's escape. Yes, that's right. The reason why Zhou Qir was able to escape so easily turned out to be that everything was Yifan deliberately letting her go. Zhou Chuanfu was right. Yifan was using a long line to catch a big fish. From the moment he received the call from Chen Daggerboy and learned that the 6 experts had actually committed suicide by taking poison, Yifan knew that the organization behind Zhou Qir was indeed powerful. Zhou Qir had suffered a big loss in Yifan's place, and Yifan didn't believe that Zhou Qir would not seek the help of the organization behind her if she got away with it. Yifan intends to pass Zhou Qir this line. After all, her behind that mysterious organization, the hole to pull out. That was why Yifan deliberately let Zhou Qir go. Poor Zhou Qir. She thought she had gotten her way. After settling things on the AO City side, Yifan stayed in AO City for 2 more days. Every day, it's all about doing indescribable things with River Lin, as well as being in the casino, or walking down the street, getting all the attention and admiration, and not having a good time. Look, it's the hot man who saved Aussie City's honor of being the 2nd largest gambling city in the world. He is the savior of Aussie City. His gambling skills, surpassing the high gambler and rivaling the god of gambling. He is the idol of all of us in the casino business. The people of AO City praised Yifan so much. It was on the 3rd day that Yifan took his private jet and returned to Magic City. The reason why he was in such a hurry to return to the Magic City was naturally because he had something to do. Previously, the script 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms, which was shown to Big Mimi, was ready for shooting after Chinjia's tight arrangement. With funds in place and actors in place, the shooting of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms has begun, and Yifan intends to visit the office. The main purpose of this visit was to visit Big Mimi and Hotba. Ancient dress dressed in the Big Mimi and Hotba is not generally beautiful. It is not an exaggeration to say that the beauty of a fairy. Yifan has long wanted to go to the scene to personally see a little. It would be quite nice to be able to do something with Big Mimi and Hotba in their old costumes. Yifan's arrival on the set was arranged by Chinjia himself, so after arriving at the set, not many people knew of his arrival. Seeing the huge scale of the crew, the director, makeup artists, lighting artists and so on, all of them were hired to be the top ones in the country. Yifan was very satisfied. After this, Yifan was led by Chinjia to the shooting site. Quite unexpectedly, the crew that was originally scheduled to start shooting at 9 in the morning. At this moment, it was already 11 in the middle of the day, but it hadn't even started shooting yet. What's going on? Chinjia was about to pull over one of the crew's leaders and ask what the situation was. However, it was stopped by Yifan. As soon as Yifan arrived at the filming site, he already knew why there was no TV series that had started filming yet, only to see that several crew members, who were surrounding a man who was still quite handsome in appearance, were trying to persuade him. In the hot day, the crew, one by one, caused a sweaty back. He was good, lying on the beach chair, head above the sunshade fan. Beside him, there is also an assistant holding a small electric fan to blow the wind for him. The man's attitude was very arrogant, paying no attention to the bitter persuasion of the crew, saying arrogantly, "I don't care. If the script is not modified according to my requirements, I won't start shooting. Brother Zhao Ting, please sympathize with our staff. In the beginning, after you got the script, you didn't say that there was a problem with the script. Now it's all about to start filming, and you just temporarily asked to change the script. Isn't it difficult?" Towards the end, the female crew member lowered her volume, obviously afraid of offending Zhao Ting. It was also true that he, Zhao Ting, was a big star in Bay City, and could not be offended by a small staff member like her. "What do you mean? I'm embarrassing people?" Zhao Ting sniffed and was very angry. "You're not making things difficult for people. Look at what time it is now. Because of you, hundreds of people in the crew have wasted 2 hours with you for nothing." Dami Mimi, who was dressed in ancient costume on the sidelines, was disgruntled. "I have to say, the fixing of Dami White Shallow is nothing short of amazing. An ancient white dress, plain, but not too noble. Like a fairy, beautiful. I'm not being difficult. Big Mimi, I'm not doing this for the sake of this drama. You've read the script, the entire drama, between the male and female leads. Surprisingly, nothing happened, not even a little intimacy. Let me just ask, will anyone watch such a drama when it's made?" Zhao Ting defended himself. If it was unknown, it might have made sense to hear him argue that way. However, falling into the ears of certain people who know what is going on. Where do they not know that this Zhao Ting is just being sophomoric? What for the sake of the drama? To put it bluntly, he just wanted to use the excuse of filming a drama to have some intimate contact with the female lead, Domnini, or even, to subvert the heroine. Also, no wonder Zhao Ting so strongly demanded to modify the script. After all, the ancient costume-dressed Domnini is too beautiful, the man present, not to her heart. Only the other men in the room, all of them, had the self-awareness to know that there was no way Big Mimi could look at them. Only Zhao Ting, relying on the fact that he was a big star and, as the male number one that the crew had paid a lot of money for, played the big game. Either the script is changed to add a scene where he and Big Mimi get intimate, or he doesn't do it. Spend time with the crew and see who wears out. You have to know that a crew of several hundred people, even if they don't start shooting, a day's expenses, can be not under $1 million. He didn't believe that the crew could afford to spend time with him. Timothy Zhao, the director who had recommended Zhao Ting to be the male lead in the first place, was also a bit unable to hold back and wanted to open his mouth to persuade a few words. Director, don't say anything, don't you see? What the hell is this script written? Where's the screenwriter? Staff, call the screenwriter out. The culprit is the screenwriter who wrote this script. I don't think he even understands what the audience wants to see. What the hell is he writing? Star, Chapter 160, I am the scriptwriter. Zhao Ting even puts all the fault on the screenwriter who wrote this script. That is, on Yi Fan's body. It wasn't his fault, because, except for the one that Big Mimi had gotten, which had Yi Fan's signature, all the other actors had gotten copies of the scripts that didn't have Yi Fan's signature. In other words, only Chen Jie, Big Mimi, Hotbutt and a few others at the scene knew that the script of the play was written by Yi Fan. Not to mention the cast and crew. Even the director didn't know who wrote the play. The cast and crew sniffed and were in a quandary for a moment, because they don't know who the writers of the script are, either. Who do you have them looking for? However, just when that female crew member was in a difficult situation, Yi Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Why? I heard that Zhao Demingxing is looking for screenwriters to write scripts. As soon as the words fell, Yi Fan brought Chen Jie and walked in front of Zhao Ting. As soon as Yi Fan appeared, he immediately drew a lot of gasps from people. Oh my god, is he Mr. Yi, the big boss behind Tianfan Entertainment, the sole investor in this drama? So handsome. I thought that it was someone else who said he was the most handsome man in the world just to brag about him, but I didn't realize that he was really handsome. Rich and handsome. Where to find such a boss? Oh my god, I think I'm in love with him. Everyone on the scene, agitated. Especially those actresses and female crew members were staring at Yi Fan with unblinking eyes. Yi Fan had long been accustomed to this feeling of 10,000 people being in the spotlight, so naturally, he would not feel uncomfortable in the slightest, and even enjoy it somewhat. Mr. Yi, Mr. Chen. The cast and crew members had the sense to get out of the way at Chen Jie's gesture. Zhao Ting, who was still playing a big game, saw that the visitor was Chen Jie from Tianfan Entertainment, and behind him, there was also Yi Fan. As a big star, he naturally attended the Bazaar Charity Gala that day. Therefore, not only did he know Yi Fan, but he also knew that he was the real big boss behind Tianfan Entertainment, an extraordinary big shot. At that moment, Zhao Ting didn't dare to play a big game and hurriedly climbed up from the beach chair. Mr. Yi, you're here too. It's like this. Mr. Yi, there are indeed problems with that script. I asked for the script to be revised, also for the sake of the ratings of this drama. Even if Yi Fan came, Zhao Ting wasn't afraid, and even explained the reason why he asked for the script to be revised. For the sake of the drama's ratings, he felt that Yi Fan couldn't blame him for this. At most he felt that he was playing a big game, but there are a few big stars who don't play a big game. If you don't play big, the media has no hype for you. Without the media to hype you up, you'll just go out of style faster. So, you want to call the writers in? Yi Fan didn't bother to listen to Zhao Ting's explanation and just coldly said, yeah, I think there's something seriously wrong with the writers who wrote that script. Zhao Ting spoke quite politely in front of Yi Fan. Only, what he didn't know was that at this very moment, he was talking to the writer of the script. I am the screenwriter, Yi Fan said coldly. At once, it made Zhao Ting fall like an abyss, and his entire body was directly dumbfounded. Not only Zhao Ting, but everyone present, including the crew members, as well as the director, and actors large and small, were shocked at the news. Earlier, they had been discussing the script 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms, and felt that the screenwriter who had written it had very deep writing skills. They never expected that the one who wrote the script would be Yi Fan. They, more or less, knew where the Yi Fan came from, handsome and rich, and, behind them, there seemed to be state support. But they never thought that Yi Fan was so talented that such a good script would come from him. unlike the other people's shock, Zhao Ting, who was still playing a big game just a moment ago, at this moment, his entire body was bad. That, Mr. Yi, I didn't know that you wrote the script. Actually, the script is good. It's perfect. It's just that I want to make this drama's ratings a little higher. It's better to change it. Of course. It's okay not to change. Zhao Ting even spoke with a voice that was a bit trembling. Where was the arrogance that he had just played the big game with? Can he not be afraid? Back then, at the Bazaar Charity Gala, Boss Loud offended Yi Fan. And then not even after that, Boss Loud died a violent death. He didn't want to end up like Boss Rattle. Besides, Boss Rattle was in his 70s and had lived long enough, but he was still young. However, Yi Fan simply didn't listen to his explanation. Since you think the script I wrote is bad, there's no need for us to work together. Chen Jie, terminate Zhao Ting's contract, and the male lead will be found again. At Yi Fan's order, Chen Jie, who was on the side, immediately took out his cell phone and called the lawyer in charge of this drama, asking him to cancel the contract with Zhao Ting. Everyone at the scene was surprised when they heard this. They didn't expect that Yi Fan acted, but he was so thunderous. Zhao Ting is a big star. How many theater groups spend a lot of money to hire? And this is the termination of the contract? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. A mere playwright is nothing compared to Mr. Yi. He deserved it. Let him play the big game and cause all of us to accompany him for 2 hours in the sun. Since you dislike the script personally penned by Mr. Yi is bad, isn't this lighting a lantern in a thatched pit looking for death? What for the sake of the drama ratings, but not salivating over Big Nini's beauty? Toad wants to eat swan meat. It's so relieving, just a Bay City star. How dare you run to the mainland to play big names? Serves him right. Better yet, the mainland has completely shut him down. From the whispers of the people at the scene, one could hear how much Zhao Ting had made people upset with him by playing a big game. When Zhao Ting heard Yi Fan's words and then heard the whispers of the people around him, immediately, his face turned white with fear. Puff! He even disregarded his status as a big name star and knelt down in front of Yi Fan. General Manager Yi, I was wrong. It was me who shouldn't have played the big game. It was me who was stupid. Mr. Yi, please, give me another chance. Zhao Ting actually knelt down to beg Yi Fan for mercy. By doing so, he simply refreshed the third view of everyone present. Is this the people of Bay City? Where is the backbone of being a Yankee? It's no wonder that netizens often flirt with a phrase when they mention Bay City. Get out! Yi Fan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. The sensible Chen Jie hurriedly led a few security guards, directly racked Zhao Ting out, and then drove out of the shooting site. Chapter 161, The New Leading Man? It wasn't until he was thrown out of the theater that Zhao Ting snapped out of his panic. Seeing that Yi Fan simply didn't bother to pay attention to himself, Zhao Ting knew that his little name was probably saved. It was also true that a big shot like Yi Fan wouldn't even put a small person in his district in his eyes. Of course, it was not safe to continue to stay on the mainland. Zhao Ting hurriedly asked the assistant who was kicked out together with him to hurry up and book a ticket at noon, and fled back to Bay City in a grayish manner. A dog's life is important. Having ended the farce, it was 12 o'clock noon. Moreover, the drama naturally couldn't be filmed without the male lead, so Yi Fan asked Chen Jie to let everyone go to lunch first, and then start filming after entertaining the replacement new male lead. At noon, under Chen Jie's arrangement, all the actresses in the crew who had some good looks stayed behind to eat with Yi Fan. There are some very good-looking actresses among these actresses. For example, Huang Mengmeng, who plays Su Jin, and Zhu Dan, who plays Shen Nu, but with two stunning beauties in the form of Danini and Jiba. The other actresses, how can I put it, have the feeling of being overshadowed. They're more like green leaves that are used to accompany the two flowers, Big Mimi and Hotba. After lunch, Yi Fan let the other actresses leave, leaving only Big Mimi and Hotba behind. Now that the male number one, Zhao Ting, has been kicked out by me, do you guys have any suggestions for a new male number one? Yi Fan opened his mouth and inquired. Zhao Ting, he deserves it. Hotba, who was sitting on Yi Fan's right-hand side, grabbed the lead. I do have a candidate. Big Mimi, who was sitting on Yi Fan's left-hand side, said with a slight thought. Oh, tell me about it. Yi Fan let Big Mimi continue. I think Huge is good. I've worked with him on a couple of dramas before and he's not the type of guy to pull a fast one. Big Mimi was in the middle of her sentence when Hataru cut her off. Hugua, I also think he's good. He's very nice. And the key thing is that he's a decent guy, unlike someone who goes through all the trouble of trying to have a makeout scene with Sister Honey as well. He. At the end of her speech, Hotba even spat out her little pink tongue, which was very cute. Big Mimi gave Hataru a disgruntled glare before the latter had the good sense not to continue. Hugua, not bad. Let's decide to have him as the male number one. Hugo was one of the few male stars that Yi Fan liked in his last life. Not only was he a good actor, He had a good personality and a better character. Therefore, when Yifan heard that Big Mimi had recommended him, he immediately made a decision. With Huge as the male lead? That's great, but I heard that he's a hot big star with a full schedule. Will he have time to film this drama? Hotba snaps. On the sidelines, Dami Mimi looked at Hataru in surprise. This girl, today, is too lively, said everything she wanted to say. Indeed, the reason why she proposed to use Hugo as the male lead after some thought was not because she was afraid that Yifan would be jealous. After all, Hugo really wasn't that kind of person. She was just concerned about whether Hugo would have the time to take on this drama. A big, hot star like him, I guess, doesn't always have the time. Yifan knew Big Mimi's worries and smiled faintly at her, saying, "It's okay, I'll take care of this matter." Then, Yifan dialed a call to Chenjie. A few minutes later, Chenjie called and said that Hugo had agreed to be the male lead in this drama. When Yifan told Big Mimi and Hotba about this matter, the two looked at Yifan with an unbelievable face, especially Big Mimi, who had only casually mentioned Hugo, and to her surprise, Yifan had really invited Hugo to be the male lead in this drama. Of course, what Yifan didn't tell them was how much work and travel Hugo had backed out of in order to become the male lead in this drama. But Huge is a smart man, and he knows that it's worth it, even if he puts off that much work and traveling. The person who let him make this drama was Yifan. Hugo is not only a smart person, but also very good at doing people. After agreeing to this matter, the same afternoon, on fire on the airplane to come over, not a moment's delay. In this way, 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms was able to catch up with the scheduled date and start filming. Despite going through the matter of changing the male lead, Huge is even shouldering the burden of reading the script and filming the movie at the same time. But after all, people are veteran actors. Acting skills, memorizing line skills are also very good, so rushed to shoot the scene, surprisingly played very well. In this way, it made Yifan feel even more that the decision to have Hugo as the male number 1 of this drama was definitely the right choice, since filming has just started. So, at the beginning, Hotspur doesn't have much of a part, only one scene. Instead, it's Big Mimi and Huge that have a pretty big part. Van, are you thirsty? Drink my water? Fan, are you hot? Let me fan you. There was nothing to do anyway, so Hotba simply followed Yifan around, offering all sorts of attentions. She didn't mind in the slightest, sharing a water bottle with Yifan to drink from, and didn't care about the gazes of the people around her. Of course, which one of the people on the scene didn't know where Yifan came from, and they chose to turn a blind eye to this. On the contrary, it was Big Mimi, who, after finishing a scene and taking a break, saw Hot Bar being so attentive to Yifan, and a wave of jealousy actually rose up in her heart. She wondered, the Hot Bar was obviously handed over to Yifan by herself, so how could she still be jealous when she saw the two of them making out? It can't be helped. Who made her a woman? Van, Honey and Huge's acting, it's so good. Well, when will I ever be able to act like them? Phoenix 9, she said, cocking her head. That look, to say how cute the motor oil is. Looking at Hotba, who was wearing an ancient red dress and had a delicate and beautiful flower pattern printed in the middle of her forehead, Yifan finally failed to hold back. He stood up, took Hataru's small hand, and headed for one of the actors' changing rooms a short distance away nearby. The changing room was of course empty at this time, and after the two of them, Yifan and Hotba, went in, the door to the room was unlocked. What happened next? No one knows. Of course, someone should know. It's just that no one dares to think either way is all. Big Mimi had a hard time shooting the last scene, and next, it was just the rest of the cast. Can get off work? Big honey mood. The first time is to go to look for Yifan. However, when she looked towards where Yifan was, she realized that Yifan had long since disappeared, and Hotba, who had been glued to his side, was also gone. Star. Chapter 162. A surprise from Big Mimi. Where's Yi? Big Mimi hurriedly asked her assistant, a chubby-looking fair woman, he went over to, with Hotba. When the fat assistant said this, 2 blushes couldn't help but float up on her fair face. Big Mimi looked in the direction the fat assistant was pointing, and instantly realized why the assistant was inexplicably blushing. Big Mimi was in a bad mood. All of a sudden, I'm working hard on the movie. You two are good. You've been kissing me just like that. And now, even. At the thought of this, Big Mimi was so aggravated. She even regretted a bit why she had personally handed over Hotoraba to Yifan in the first place. Isn't that making things difficult for yourself? It just so happens that after the Big Mimi scene is shot, it's time for a scene change. Everyone else went to the next venue, and soon, only 2 people, Big Mimi and the fat assistant, were left at the scene. Big Mimi told her assistant to get off work first. As for her, of course she was going to stay and wait for Yifan. Big Mimi had thought that it should be soon, and that Yifan and Hotba would come out. Who knew that the wait would be a full hour? Big Nini thought about it. As far as Yifan's ability was concerned, an hour was considered short, but she was aggrieved in her heart. How can she say that now? She is also considered Yifan's woman, or a big star. Surprisingly, she was asked to stay here and wait for Yifan to make out with another woman for an hour. Also, this woman is the same woman she brought out as Hot Barb. However, Omimi had overlooked one thing. It was clear that she had volunteered to stay and wait. So when Yifan and Hotba came out from the changing room, Big Mimi, who was being jealous and tight, opened her mouth and said, "You two, what are you doing in the changing room?" Ah, honey, Hotba, who was caught on the spot, was shocked. On the contrary, Yifan, not caring at all, casually answered Big Nini's question. "What else can you do in the changing room?" Hotba's makeup fell off a bit. "I'll help him fix it." Nini glanced at Reba and saw a panicked Reba, her clothes disheveled, and the delicate flower emblazoned on her forehead had withered. It was obvious that Yevon was in love with Hotba. "That's a great makeup fix." Big Nini came on sourly. "What? Are you jealous?" Yifan said, pulling the small hand of the still panicked Hotba, and ignoring Big Nini, he directly left. That said, he didn't like women who were that jealous. It's okay to be jealous of his woman, but it's not okay to play with her temper. Seeing Yifan coldly turn around and leave, Big Nini realized that she was wrong. "No, it seems, I have to do something about this." Big Nini knew very well that Hotba was younger than her. Her face value was not worse than hers, and only her acting skills were not as good as hers. If she didn't take some action, sooner or later Yifan would be farther and farther away from her. "Hey, Sister Jia from the costume department? Yes, this is Big Nini. It's like this. I want to borrow a few sets of costumes from the theater. The ones you showed me this morning. The ones that are very fairy and beautiful." Yes, I just intend to try it on, see if it fits. Also, you tell the makeup artist who set my makeup, wait for the next drama to finish shooting. Come over and find me a trip. After explaining everything, Big Nini Fong hung up the phone. It turned out that she had known for a long time that Yifan appeared to be very interested in ancient beauties. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to resist and pulled Hot Bar directly into the changing room. So, she was prepared to give Yifan a big surprise tonight. It had to be said that Big Nini had indeed given Yifan a big surprise. Let him linger and be happy. The only thing that Yifan was a bit sad about was that, at first, he shouldn't have let Hataru leave first. If there were two ancient beauties, then, presumably, his pleasure must be doubled. Given Big Nini's good behavior this day, Yifan was very satisfied with her and didn't intentionally go out of his way to leave people out. The next day, both Big Nini and Hotba, naturally, made up. This was all due to Yifan's good intentions. The next few days were uneventful. Yifan then lingered between a few women, taming them one by one. Of course, the three women that Yifan accompanied the most were Mu Qingyan, Su Shishir and Big Sweetie. A few days later, Yifan personally took a private airplane and picked up Su Shishir from CS City, H Province, back to Magic City. After returning to Tianfan Entertainment, Chen Jie and Su Shishir's manager, Zhao Ye, were all in the company. So, how did the race go? As soon as they saw Su Shishir, they immediately asked about the results of the fourth installment of the singer competition with concern. It was no wonder that they were so worried. After all, in the fourth installment of Singer, instead of choosing the song that the company had selected for her, Su Shishir picked one herself, adapted it and sang it. This can be said to be a great test for Su Shishir's singing prowess and arranging ability. Both Chen Jia and Zhao Ye were very concerned about the results of this singer competition. If she was in the bottom, it would be fine. It could only be said that she didn't choose the right song, but if she was in the last place, it would probably have a great impact on her singing career in the future. On the contrary, Yifan, who had personally picked up Su Shishir and returned, had never opened his mouth to inquire about this matter, because he was quite confident in Su Shishir. It was also true that Su Shishir was, after all, the woman he had built, and now, after some refining, her singing skills had even been raised to level 6, a professional level among professional singers. So, she won't place too badly even if her song picks are bad and she doesn't play well live. What's more, Yifan knew that the song she picked was actually very good and very suitable for where the competition was coming from. The song that Su Shishir picked herself was a Cantonese song, a song by Bayang called Like You. It was not too much to say that this song was Yifan's favorite song. No, it's all of Bayang's songs that Yifan likes. Not really, Su Shishir said to Zhao Ye with some aggression. When Zhao Ye heard this, she immediately felt that, and hurriedly comforted Su Shishir. Sure, it's fine, as long as you're not the bottom one, even if you're the bottom two. With your strength, in the next match, you'll definitely play even better. Put. Su Shishir sniffed and couldn't hold back her laughter. What's second to last? It's second to last. but it's a shame that we didn't win first place, Su Shishir said triumphantly. What? Sure. How could you do this? I'm your manager, yeah. How could you even lie to me? Ha ha ha. The two girls fought. Star. Chapter 163, Nazca's Heart. Chen Jia on one side was also taken aback by Su Shishir's joke, but was relieved to learn that she had achieved a good second place. Our goddess Su is just awesome. That's for sure. We, sure, are powerful. Yeah, let's see in the future. Who dares to say that our sure is a vase? A few small assistants in the company, sniffing, also lamented. It was obvious that Su Shishir had indeed been recognized by the entire company through her own efforts and also her strength. After that, Su Shishir and Xiaoya, two good girlfriends, went up to the second floor to catch up. Watching the two of them, Su Shishir and Xiaoya, jostling while going up to the second floor, Yifan then opened his mouth and said to Chen Jie, "What's the matter, Chen Jie? What's there to say directly?" In fact, Yifan had long since seen that Chen Jie appeared to have something to say to him, but in front of Su Shishir, it was not good for him to open his mouth. Mr. Yi, you're really good. You can even tell that there's something to say. Chen Jie immediately patted Yifan's ass, but seeing that Yifan didn't seem to like these asses, he hurriedly said what he wanted to say. Ahem, it's like this, Mr. Yi, that, Naza came over to look for you, as if she wants something urgent. I arranged for her to wait for you in the conference room, Chen Jie said. It was no wonder that Chen Jie did not bring this matter out in front of Su Shishir. He knew that Su Shishir had an important position in Yifan's heart. Unlike Big Mimi and Lu Yifei, if Su Shishir knew that there was a beautiful star waiting for Yifan, who knew? Would Su Shishir be jealous because of it? And when that happened, the two females would fight over their jealousy. Wouldn't that make it difficult for Mr. Yi to be in a dilemma? Aha! Yifan nodded appreciatively to Chen Jie, indicating that in this matter, he had done the right thing. After this, Yifan went to meet Naza in the conference room. At the head of the conference room, Naza appeared to be in a bit of a downturn, with her head bowed, not knowing what she was contemplating. However, after seeing Yifan arrive, a smile immediately appeared on her face. It was a genuine smile, as if, as soon as she saw Yifan, all the troublesome things in her heart had dissolved into smoke. Naza also didn't understand why Yifan had this ability. Seeing him could make her forget everything that bothered her. Could it be because, cool, Naza and Yifan hadn't seen each other since they met once at the last Bazaar charity gala, but, usually, Yifan didn't miss out on V-mail, video chatting with Naza. In his impression, Naza is a lively, sensible beauty who is good at dancing. When video chatting, she would not be shy about showing off her beautiful dance moves, but this time when I saw her again, she seemed to have grown up quite a bit, and, probably because of something troubling her mind, her whole person looked, well, melancholy. This made Yifan realize that Naza was afraid that she had really encountered something very bad this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to personally run to Tianfan Entertainment to look for him. Mr. Yi. Naza stood up excitedly and was close to throwing herself at Yifan. Fortunately, she still held her reserve as a star. This was also one thing that Yifan saw in Naza. If it was any other female, it was estimated that at this time, she would have already thrown herself at him. What's wrong, Naza? So anxious to come personally run to Tianfan Entertainment to find me, even in the V letter are not communicated in advance or not matter what is important. Yifan opened his mouth and inquired. Of course, not forgetting to add, in the future, don't call me Mr. Yi, call me Brother Fan. Being asked by Yifan, the smile on Naza's face, who was once again reminded of her annoyance, suddenly disappeared. Still, she commiserated. Who says I didn't contact you ahead of time on V-mail, but never waited for your response? That's why people come straight to you. Yifan pulled out his cell phone to take a look, and realized that, originally, a few hours ago, Naza had sent him several messages on V-mail. However, he was taking a private jet to pick up Su Shishir at that time. After picking up Su Shishir, on the private plane, naturally, he did serious things with Su Shishir. How could he have time to look at his cell phone? Only a beggar would go all day, without leaving his cell phone. Looks like you're in a real hurry. Yifan knew that Naza was a very understanding girl. If it was a general thing that she could carry, she would carry it hard on her own and wouldn't run to trouble him. Yi, Brother Fan, it's like this. Naza knowingly changed her words. Then, only then did she tell what was bothering her. As it turns out, Nadia did recently experience something that really messed her up. It was a big-name star named Zhang Han who fell in love with Naza after seeing her beauty on the set one time and went on a wild goose chase. But in Naza's heart, she had already had Yifan, so without even thinking about it, she decisively rejected him. What's more, Naza also knows that Zhang Han, at this time, still has a girlfriend, who is also an actress. This made it even more unlikely that she would accept Zhang Han's advances. But who knows? Zhang Han didn't stop there and pestered Naza again and again. Naza took the matter and told her agent. Her manager learned about this and initially suggested for Naza to date Zhang Han. For one thing, Zhang Han was a big-name star and they couldn't afford to offend him. Secondly, Zhang Han has been in the industry for many years and has a lot of resources at hand to help Naza. Thirdly, a bit of scandal with Zhang Han can also make the freshly minted Naza fire up more quickly. Of course, even with the agent's kind words, Naza is adamant that she won't agree. The agent saw that Naza was adamant and had no choice but to do so, and it just so happened that she knew that Naza and Yifan, the big boss of Tianfan Entertainment, were in constant contact, so she suggested that she ask Yifan for help. That's why there was this matter of Naza personally running to Tianfan Entertainment and meeting Yifan. After listening to Naza's account, Yifan didn't say anything at first. Turns out, it's Fishpond Pond's owner, who's annoying his precious Naza. On Earth, Fishpond Advocate Han was pretty good, and it was after a peaceful breakup with his girlfriend, Young, that he and Naza announced their romance. But even then, the incident brought a lot of hurt to Naza. Xiao Zhang's fans even used this matter to attack Naza, saying that it was because of her that Xiao Zhang and Zhang Han broke up. They even slandered her as a mistress. Yifan certainly wouldn't let the same tragedy happen to Naza again. To steal a woman from him, Yifan, this Zhang Han, I'm afraid he hasn't died before. Besides, the Zhang Han on Earth's character was pretty good, but this world's Zhang Han's character was not so good. Star. Chapter 164, it's him, the legendary man. Therefore, Yifan didn't mind letting Zhang Han disappear in this world. Of course, disappearing here means not just blocking, but actually disappearing. Brother Van, if this matter is giving you a hard time, then forget it, I'll find a way to fix it myself. When Naza saw that Yifan hadn't finished, she opened her mouth. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, Yifan said and took Naza into his arms. Naza was instantly shy, but didn't refuse. It was obvious what she wanted. Of course, Yifan wasn't in a hurry to do something to Naza. After all, Su Shishir was still upstairs and could come down at any time. Yifan just told Naza to go back first, and the next day, he would bring her along to find Zhang Han and settle the matter face to face. After getting Yifan's reply, Naza breathed a sigh of relief, and even took the initiative to give Yifan a kiss on the cheek before. Shyly, she got up and left. However, coincidentally, when Yifan sent Naza away from Tianfan Entertainment, Su Shishir and Jiaya happened to come down from the second floor and saw the scene. When Su Shishir saw that there was always no shortage of beautiful women around Yifan, her little mouth pouted, very aggrieved. But jealousy was jealousy. She wouldn't mess with Yifan because of it. That's what Sushi knows how to do. After sending Naza away, Yifan treated himself and took the two girls, Su Shishir and Jiaya, to the most upscale 5-star hotel in the neighborhood for a big meal. During the meal, Jiaya couldn't help but tease, it's good to follow the right boss. Every day big fish and meat, mountain and seafood. Less, eat, Jiaya. If you keep eating and drinking, you'll really become a fat agent. Su Shishir couldn't look away and couldn't help but open her mouth to say something about Jiaya. Anyway, I'm not an actress, so why do I care so much about my figure? On the contrary, it's you, Su Songxing, you can only look, you can't eat. Are you jealous of me? Ha ha ha, look at this shark fin, it's long and wide, Jiaya said, and deliberately picked up a bowl of shark fins to show off in front of Su Shishir. Angry Su Shishir, that's what her teeth were itching for. She was actually a foodie too, alright. With so many mountainous delicacies, she also wanted to eat. Unfortunately, when she became a star, she was destined to keep in shape in order to keep her body in shape, so she couldn't just eat randomly anymore. There was no way around it. It was her choice. If you make a choice, you have to pay for it. After that, Yifan personally drove and sent Jiaya home first before sending Su Shishir to the villa in the suburbs. That night, Yifan naturally stayed over at Su Shishir's place. The two tossed and turned all night, unlocking a number of new positions. It was not until the early hours of the morning that the two men fell asleep. At 8 in the morning, Yifan, who had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, woke up. Although he had only slept for 3 or 4 hours, he was still in high spirits with his physique. In fact, he was fine with not sleeping for a few days and nights, but after all, he was used to sleeping every day. Looking at Su Shishir, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Yifan secretly gave her a kiss on the lips, but did not wake her up. Then, he washed and changed into his formal clothes and left the villa. The reason why he got up so early was naturally because, yesterday, he had promised Naza that he would go to her this morning. So how could Yifan go back on his word? Going to see Naza, Yifan didn't show off too much. It's just driving his Koenigsegg 11 though. Soon, It was time to arrive at the upscale neighborhood where Naza lived. The upscale neighborhood where Naza lives can be described as a celebrity neighborhood with a lot of celebrities living there. Because the residents are either rich or celebrities, there are a lot of high-end cars parked in the neighborhood. But high-grade car again high-grade. Still can high-grade over Yifan open Koenigsegg 11 not? When Yifan drove his Koenigsegg 11 into the neighborhood security guards do not even dare to block a bit, directly let the car pass. Even after entering the neighborhood, along the way, it still drew a lot of gasps from people. Asterisk 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 what kind of sports car is this? It's so cool and racy. Which big stars ride? It should be. That's the great thing about living in a celebrity neighborhood. No matter how big the name, you can meet them in the neighborhood. Wait, it's a Koenigsegg 11, $100 million supercar. What? Worth $100 million? Can the average star afford to drive such an expensive sports car? It's possible. I've heard that Lu Han, just for making one movie, his paycheck is over $100 million. Lu Han, didn't that guy cool off a long time ago? It's not cold yet. After all, I heard that in the near future, the one he made, Fortress of Mordor, will be released. Also, it's rumored that Fortress of Mordor has an investment of $360 million alone, so it's going to be great. It might be able to usher in the future of sci-fi movies in Z. Is that so? I'm not looking forward to this kind of movie that utilizes a traffic star for the lead role instead. Soon, the Koenigsegg 11 came to a stop in front of the building where Naza lived. When the car door opened and Yifan stepped out from inside, everyone, whether they were ordinary residents or second or third-rate celebrities living here, couldn't help but let out a gasp after seeing Yifan wearing sunglasses. Oh my god, so handsome. Who is he? Some big star? Don't recognize it. Not one of the stars I know. Anyway, star or not, he's too handsome. Our entertainment industry, when did we have such a so handsome star? Why didn't I know? Wait, I remember. Isn't this the one who showed up at the Bazaar Charity Gala? The old boss of Tianfan Entertainment. The man behind Big Sweet Senior. It's him. The man who made Big Horse, Little Horse, and Wan Lin all kiss his ass. What? He's that my goddess Sue's boyfriend. Mr. Knight. Finally, I've met a real person. I'm going to take a picture and show it off to my friends later. Strange, what's he doing in our neighborhood? As I recall, Big Sweet doesn't live in our neighborhood. It should be here to look for a certain big star. I wonder which big star it will be that can get the favor of the legendary Night Chief. Presumably, this big star's worth won't be lower than Big Sweetie's. Otherwise, it's impossible for Mr. Knight to personally come to find her. The crowd murmured. Especially in the crowd, there were quite a few second and third tier starlets, and they were even more determined at the moment that the star that Yifan had come to find was probably some big star. Even if her value was not comparable to Big Sugar, at least, her fame was not far from Big Sugar. In order to satisfy their curiosity, for this reason, some people even followed Yifan into that building. Of course, they didn't dare to enter the elevator with Yifan, but they still saw the floor Yifan pressed. 12th floor, star, chapter 165, Yifan strikes. Does any big star live on the 12th floor of this building? People have been curious. Soon, a resident of this building came forward. I'm a resident living on the 13th floor. If I remember correctly, the resident living on the 12th floor should be Naza. There is a real estate big boss. Naza, isn't that the newcomer who just debuted not long ago? I've seen the drama she acted in. Her acting skills are good. Ahem. And of course, the key thing is, she's very pretty. Could it be that Mr. Yi is here to find her? Naza is at most a third-tier star in the circle. How could the person Mr. Yi came to find be her? So, he's here to see that big real estate boss? It's possible. It's said that among generally as investment projects, there's real estate. There was much speculation, but whoever thought that the person Yifan had come to find would be a third-tier star who had just made her debut not long ago? Naza. Just then, however, the elevator doors hit open. Descending from the elevator was the same big real estate boss that people were talking about, and his rebellious daughter who was in high school, only to see that the rebellious daughter of the real estate big boss had changed her normal state, and this time, instead of being rebellious anymore, she behaved like a good girl, and her eyes were glittering with light. Daddy, it's Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. I never thought that in reality, I could see my idol one side. I can't believe that General Yi knows our neighbor, Sister Naza, and he personally came over to meet Sister Naza, the daughter of a big real estate boss, not to mention the excitement. It's also true that her age is not much different from Joe Fiber. It's the age when girls like to chase stars. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made her dad specially move to this star community to live. There was only one idol in her heart now, and that was the one that made the three tycoons, Big Ma, Little Ma and Wan Lin, all kissing their asses. Yi Fan. It was no wonder that she was so excited after meeting Yifan for a while, and even changed her normal state and stopped being rebellious. What? Her words, however, surprised the people who had gathered around the elevator entrance and were slow to disperse. It turned out that they were wrong through and through, and this legendary Mr. Yi was really here to find Naza. Naza is a third-tier star like me, and I'm confident that I don't look any worse than her. This is an opportunity. I should take this chance to get acquainted with this Mr. Yi. In the audience, several second and third-tier actresses had already made up their minds to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make friends with Yifan. It's just that they've been waiting downstairs for most of the day. After Yifan arrived at Naza's place, he found that she lived in a place that was not as big and luxurious as several of his villas, but it was decorated in a unique way. The walls of the interior were covered with green vines, not plastic green vines, but real green vines. In addition, in the hall and several rooms, there were bookshelves filled with all kinds of books, ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. There were all of them, quite a few books, and all original editions. That means foreign books, many of which are available in purely foreign languages. The reason why the shelves are full of books is so that, anytime you reach out, you can pick up books and read them. It is evident that Naza is a girl who is not satisfied with the status quo and tries hard to improve herself by learning knowledge. Moreover, the interior can be decorated in a way that shows her intellectual feminine side. Van, you're really here. Yifan's arrival surprised Naza. This was enough to show that she still had a certain status in Yifan's heart. Knowing this, Naza couldn't have been more relieved. She knew that there were quite a few women around Yifan. Su Shirshir, Big Sweetie La. She had thought that she was insignificant in her heart, but now it seemed that it was clearly not the case. It was no wonder that after seeing Yifan actually come to her, Naza would be a little moved. Brother Fan, Zhang Han is from Skytalk Entertainment. This matter, will it be too much trouble for you? Even if Yifan promised to step in and help her with Zhang Han, Naza was still a little worried. It was not surprising that Naza would be worried. After all, Skytalk Entertainment was one of the three major entertainment companies in the entertainment industry. As for Zhang Han, as a signed artist of Tianyue Entertainment thought highly of Zhang Han. This was also the reason why Naza's manager didn't dare to offend Zhang Han. Naza was worried that Yifan would offend Skytalk Entertainment because he was trying to settle Zhang Han's entanglements for her. Of course, Naza knew that Yifan was not a small person, and he might not put Tianyue Entertainment in his eyes, but if he had to offend Tianyue Entertainment because of her, she would still feel bad about it. Baby Naza, are you worried about me? Seeing Naza with a straight face, Yifan couldn't help but want to flirt with her. Of course I'm worried. People are discussing serious matters with you. Naza bit her lower lip and pouted .. But in her heart, she was still secretly happy that Yifan called her Baby Naza. Don't worry, I came over this morning just to come and tell you that Zhang Han's matter, it seems, doesn't need me to personally step in and help you out. When Yifan said this, Naza froze. Ha? What do you mean? Naza froze. Seeing Naza's dumbfounded appearance, Yifan didn't continue to tease her, but took out his cell phone and showed her one of the most explosive news stories this morning. The big star under Tianyue Entertainment, Zhang Han, cheated behind his girlfriend's back, had a one-night fling with 4 beauties, overindulged, and died a violent death. Naza was stunned to see this shocking news. Naza was stunned as she looked at Yifan incredulously. She is not stupid. Vaguely, feel that this matter in Yifan cannot get out of it. Otherwise, she did not look for him before. Zhang Han how to be good and alive at all. Once she looked for him, Zhang Han died violently. Granted, Zhang Han was usually very flirtatious / fluid, and it had long been rumored that he often went to certain establishments and, moreover, would raise his prices. In response, Yifan neither denied nor admitted it, but shrugged his shoulders at Naza and said, "Look, I'm not making this up. Zhang Han won't be able to come back to pester you in the future, and even if I wanted to help you, you wouldn't need me to do so." Yeah, Naza was very understanding and didn't pursue whether this matter had anything to do with Yifan. She just glanced at Yifan gratefully to show her appreciation. Chapter 166, River Linlin's Call. Baby Naza, look, I was so worried about you that I ran over to you early in the morning. Now, the matter is also resolved. Even if I don't have the credit, I still have the hard work. So look, shouldn't you compensate me a little? Yifan once again spoke out to flirt with Naza. He came here with the intention of taking Naza down. Then, treat you to a breakfast I made as compensation. Naza sniffed, mischievously. Seeing that Naza didn't directly refuse, Yifan that still didn't know what people meant. She was willing, but just didn't want to be in such a hurry. She didn't want Yifan to think that she wasn't a reserved girl. Knowing Naza's heart, Yifan was in contrast not in a hurry. It was his anyway, sooner or later. After this, Yifan had a beautiful breakfast in the company of Naza. Naza's cooking, I must say, is quite good. It's just a simple poached egg, but it's full of color and flavor. During this time, the two also fed each other. So sweet. If the other women around Yifan saw it, they would definitely be jealous. Doh! 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 A call was made to Yifan's cell phone. Yifan, who was wrapping his arms around Naza and watching soap operas on the sofa, took out his cell phone to see that it was surprisingly He Linlin from the Australian side of town who was calling. Yifan knew that River Linlin would normally not call him if she was fine. This made Yifan even more curious. What was He Linlin calling for? What's going on? How long has it been? Less than a week, right? Is it possible that, again, someone has come to challenge the Aussie City Casino? It really let Yifan guess. Now, the one who came to challenge the Aussie City Casino was actually someone sent by the world's #1 gambling capital, Las Vegas. What exactly was going on? Yifan wasn't sure. However, listening to River Linlin's words, it probably meant that the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance was very unconvinced after losing face to Yifan last week. The other people from the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance were fine. After all, they knew, after listening to the words of the Eighth Master, that Yifan was not only superb at gambling, but also, he was a member of the Tang sect. They wouldn't dare mess with it. However, the eldest uncle of that islander who had been seriously injured by Yifan's direct kick before the match had even started, one of the heads of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Where would he be willing to leave it at that? As it happens, he knows several of the bigwigs in Vegas. So, in order to avenge his nephew's death, he personally made a trip to Las Vegas, the gambling capital, and met with those bigwigs to personally persuade them to send someone to challenge Aussie City. As for his reason, naturally, it is that there are recent rumors that Auspicious City has already surpassed Las Vegas and become the #1 casino in the world. Those bigwigs in Las Vegas sniffed at this, and it could be tolerated. Moreover, that islander wasn't talking nonsense. Since last week, Yifan had won all 11 battles and defeated the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. He had instantly made Ao Cheng famous, especially that time when war was declared against Aussie City. The Southeast Asian Casino Alliance also did something that lifted a stone and smashed its own foot. That is, invited a lot of international media. This incident has been exposed by the international media, and publicized time and time again. What's more, it has made Aussie City famous, and vaguely, it does have the momentum to surpass Las Vegas and become the world's #1 gambling city. In this way, Las Vegas, the casinos are in jeopardy. Casino business, and therefore affected. Traffic than usual, at least 15% less, 15% patronage. That's not just millions or tens of millions, it's hundreds of millions. What do businessmen, especially those in capitalist countries, value most? It's profit, it's money. Several bigwigs, one after the other, have lost a lot of money because of this, because of some persuasion by the islanders. All of a sudden, there was a flurry. They had decided that they would make a move against Ao Cheng. However, instead of sending people to Ao Cheng, they would, instead, invite Ao Cheng's gambling masters to come over. Yes, those bigwigs decided that they would team up to organize a God of Gamblers competition in Las Vegas, and at the same time announce to the world that they would grandly invite the Aussie Vegas to send their representatives to compete. If Aussie City refuses, it is actively conceding defeat and admitting that Aussie City is nowhere near as good as Las Vegas. Of course, if Aussie City sends a representative forward to compete, then Las Vegas will send their best gambling masters to meet them. By doing so, for one thing, it will suppress the recent arrogance of Aussie City and bring in huge traffic for Las Vegas, knowing that Las Vegas will host the God of Gamblers competition in the near future. As a gambler, who would run to Aussie City? But of course, they would run to Las Vegas in droves. Secondly, as long as we beat Aussie City and win the God of Gamblers crown, by then, no one will dare to deny that Las Vegas is the world's #1 gambling city. As for what happens if you lose? Joking aside, a few of the bigwigs were unanimous in their decision that there was no way they were going to lose. They don't have many other things in Vegas, just a lot of gambling kings. Aussie City, although it is known as the second largest gambling city in the world, but what can we compare with them? The only one who can take it is the high gambler, I think. Oh, and, of course, there's the recent rumor of the God of Gamblers. However, regarding the so-called God of Gamblers, several bigwigs feel that the rumors are just exaggerated. In reality, how could it be possible that someone has that godly gambling skills? Figuring out that River Linlin was planning to invite him to Las Vegas to participate in some King of Gamblers competition as the representative of AUS City, Yifan naturally had no interest, so without even thinking about it, he declined decisively. Come on, he's not from Auschwitz. Can you Auschwitzers defend the honor of Auschwitz on your own? Last time, The reason why Yifan had personally stepped in and answered the battle against the people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance was because the people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance had declared war on his casino, the Venetian. The Venetian casino was now his after all. And how? It was important to maintain the Venetian's reputation, wasn't it? But what does the reputation of Aussie City have to do with him? River Lynn sniffed and almost gasped, but she couldn't do anything about it. Yifan was right. He wasn't from Ao Chang. Why did he keep helping to defend Ao Chang's honor? Your Ao Chang's honor. Can't you Ao Chang people defend it yourselves? Indignant, River Lynn hung up the phone. Only then did she turn to her father, the king of river gamblers, and exasperatedly said, "See, I told you he wouldn't agree to go to AUS City to participate in some king of gamblers competition. I know his arrogant character best." The river gambling king sighed, but there was nothing he could do if Yifan was unwilling to participate. "There's no way. You tell your senior brother Zhou, and the representatives of the other casinos, to get ready. We'll rush over to Las Vegas now." The river gambling king opened his mouth to River Lin. "Well, okay, that'll have to do." River Lin led the way and went to inform the others. Chapter 167, to Las Vegas. Over here, after Yifan hung up the phone, he didn't directly put away his cell phone, but instead used his cell phone to check online the time when the Las Vegas God of Gamblers competition was held. It's being held, surprisingly close, and surprisingly opens tonight. Although Yifan didn't intend to compete, he didn't say that he wouldn't be there to watch it. Anyway, it would be better to take Naza to Las Vegas for the next 2 days to watch some kind of God of Gamblers competition. Only, if it did, the intended takedown of Naza tonight would probably be postponed. Of course, Yifan knew how Naza felt about him, so there was no rush. "What is it?" Seeing Yifan hang up the phone, Naza, who was leaning in his arms, couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, it's just that Las Vegas is hosting a God of Gamblers tournament tonight, and someone called and asked if I wanted to go over to watch. By the way, Naza, how about it? Are you interested in accompanying me to Las Vegas to watch the God of Gamblers competition?" Yifan smoothly inquired. Yeah, Naza had wanted to say that she had to start work tomorrow, but after thinking about it, she still felt that, what's so important about starting work or something? Accompanying Yifan was the most important thing. So, Naza called her agent. Her agent sniffed and naturally agreed. Not only did she tell Naza not to worry about tomorrow's schedule and work schedule, she would help her put it off through and through, but also, she repeatedly reminded Naza that she must try to handle the relationship between her and Yifan, because as long as she got Yifan's favor, then it was highly likely that she, Naza, would be the next big sweet and goddess Sue. Naza already liked Yifan, so she naturally kept in mind her agent's words. After this, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11 and drove Naza to the airport. After arriving at the airport, Naza saw that Yifan drove directly and took the special channel at the back of the airport and entered the airport. Before she realized what was going on, she couldn't help but come up with that, "And we haven't bought the plane tickets yet." Yifan turned his head to look at the dumbfounded Naza and couldn't help but be happy. "What airfare to buy? We're taking a private jet." With that, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11 and directly got on the private jet amidst Naza's astonished expression. On the other side of the airport, there was a natural gasp from the passengers who were checking in. "Is this the world of the rich? Straight out of a sports car and onto a private jet. This is too handsome." Naza was in the sports car, pestle and mortar for a long time before she came back to her senses. However, looking at the interior of the private jet made of pure gold, she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes without Yifan's knowledge. "What is this? There's gold everywhere. This is so tacky. Have some class. Okay, no one doesn't know that you, Mr. Yi, are rich and powerful, richer than the richest man in the world." Naza thought that Yifan didn't see it, but how could Yifan not notice her small action of rolling her eyes? What else could Yifan explain about this? He was able to say that the interior of the airplane, in fact, really wasn't the way he was going to build it. But since this private jet was an item given to him by someone, the system, there was nothing he could do about it. Even with that explanation, I guess Naza won't believe it. "What? Questioning my taste?" After turning off the engine, Yifan spoke to Naza, who was still looking around like a curious baby. "I don't. Well, a little. Your taste. He. Naza didn't deliberately flatter, which made Yifan quite satisfied. And, he had to admit, the smiling Naza was truly beautiful. Soon, Li Xian brought a few other flight attendants over and opened the car door for Yifan and Naza. For them, looking at Naza who came down from the car, "Is so beautiful," Li Xian on this, but did not feel anything. After all, she had long been used to the fact that Yifan had brought all sorts of beautiful women onto her private jet. Before that it was Guan Tong Tong, then there was Sushi, and now it's Naza. However, Naza never expected that in the private jet. there was such a beautiful flight attendant as Lee Xin, to which she lost her mind for a small moment. Of course, she wasn't that unintelligent girl, Vuan Tong Tong, and didn't deliberately oppose Lee Xin. Lee Xin was also very understanding, and after serving, she left silently, and didn't intentionally stay and disturb the two of them, Yi Fan and Naza, as they exchanged feelings. A direct flight from Mordor to M usually takes 13 hours. This is something that Naza, who is an actress and often needs to fly to various events, knows all too well. However, what surprised her was that this time, it took less than 6 hours to fly from Magic City to Las Vegas, the M country. The time has been more than doubled in a whole. This inevitably surprised Naza, a girl who didn't know anything about the military. It seems that this gilded-looking private jet is not only expensive, but its performance is much higher than that of a civil airplane. Of course, Yifan was not going to tell Naza that this private jet, which was actually a 6th-generation fighter jet, was just disguised as a private jet. Because of the time difference, when Yifan and Naza came to M over, it was but just noon. That means they still have several hours to do what they like before the Gamblers Championship, which opens at 7 p.m. sharp. When Yifan brought Naza to his mansion in Vegas, Las Vegas, Naza was once again shocked. Brother Van, this villa is yours. Ha? Naza was a bit dumbfounded as she looked at the villa, which was more than 3 times larger than the apartment she lived in, and had 3 floors above and below it. No. Yi Fan, however, opened his mouth and waited for Naza to reveal an expression of disbelief before Yi Fan continued. Not only this villa, but all the villas in this villa area, are all mine. Naza was completely convinced. No wonder, no matter if it was Jack Ma or Pony Ma or Yida's Wanglin, they all wanted to kiss Yi Fan's ass. It couldn't be that he had more assets than the 3 of them put together, could it? Naza had a horrible thought. Country M, Las Vegas, an airport. Phew, finally arrived in time. It's a good thing I got there in time. Otherwise, those guys in Las Vegas would have made a big deal out of this, River Lynn said with a long sigh of relief as she got off the plane. She, the River Gambling King, and a number of other representatives of the competition, such as Zhou Chuanfu, obviously flew in earlier than Yifan and Naza. However, it was not until the evening that the party arrived in Las Vegas. But even so, with 2 hours to rest and eat, they were satisfied. There was no way around it, after all. It wasn't a 6th-generation fighter they were flying. Star. Chapter 168, Opening of the God of Gamblers Competition. Welcome Ito. Welcome to Las Vegas. At 7 p.m. In one of the largest casinos in Las Vegas, the God of Gamblers Tournament opened on time. Gambling masters from all countries gathered together in order to win the God of Gamblers crown. Casinos from all countries sent their national gambling experts, as many as a dozen or as few as 7 or 8. However, it was strange that the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, which claimed to be the 3rd largest casino in the world, had sent nothing more than 2 people. The 8 masters, who were very famous in the gambling world, were not even here. But come to think of it, the 8 masters and those gambling masters led by him had lost to a young man who was unknown in the gambling world in the Australian city. They were probably feeling disgraced, and there was a fear that those international journalists would ask questions, so they simply didn't come. The 2 people sent by the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance this time. One was Mr. Inoue of the island country who hadn't even had the chance to show his gambling skills before he was kicked unconscious by Yifan, and the other one was the beautiful dealer with a deep secret. This time, however, she no longer appeared as a lotter, but as a gambling expert. For this beautiful Lotus officer, Yifan had done some research on her afterward. Her name was Wu Miaochan. She was of Malaysian Chinese descent, and the favored disciple of the 8 masters. It could be said that her gambling skills were higher than everyone else's except for not being as good as the 8 masters. But the 8 masters, in order to ensure that the challenge of the casino in Macau, there is a greater put me to achieve the odds of victory, so she posed as a lottery officer, secretly cheating. This approach could be said to be very good, and under her covert operation, the team led by the 8th master almost finished off the other casinos. It was only a pity that later, they met Yifan. It couldn't be helped. Under Yifan's 10th level gambling skills, she was no match for Yifan even if she used all her strength. After the opening ceremony, the game didn't start immediately, but, instead, there was an hour of preparation time. It seems that the various casinos in Las Vegas value this God of Gamblers competition very highly. The various casinos have even sent out their king of gamblers to compete. What valuing this God of Gamblers competition? They obviously want to use this way to tell the world that they, Las Vegas, are the world's #1 gambling city. Las Vegas has fought hard for their honor of being the world's #1 gambling city and to suppress our Aussie city. Yes, look, isn't that the son of Anthony, the God of Gamblers back in the day? Anthony too? Yes, it's really him. I didn't realize that they even invited Anthony too. The representatives of the various casinos participating in the Australian city are talking about it. What son of the god of gamblers? Anthony too. Ha! In front of our Mr. Yi, it's still a crushing defeat. Hearing this, Dagger Boy Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help but open his mouth. Indeed, if the god of gamblers Yi was around, not to mention Anthony too, even if Anthony, the god of gamblers, was alive, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for the god of gamblers Yi. People echoed Chen Dagger Boy. It's just a pity. People aren't interested in participating in any gambling competition. River Lin rolled her eyes and spoke up. She was still a little angry now that she thought about it. He was so polite, inviting that guy to come to the god of gamblers competition, and he had nonchalantly refused without even giving a reason. You say it's infuriating. The other side, even the son of the god of gamblers, Anthony too, was sent to compete. Our side, Yi god of gamblers is not here. I'm afraid, is not related to the championship. Yes, I wonder what the media will do after we lose to Vegas this time. Probably, it will vilify us, Aussie City, severely, that's for sure. Have you ever seen the M media? The one time they don't blacken our Z country? It's only a pity that god of gambling Yi didn't come. Otherwise, let those M country media see what is called the real god of gambling, and also let Las Vegas, which looks down on us, know how powerful our Aussie City is. Yeah, what a shame. People have sighed in dismay. It's a pity that their god of gambling Yi didn't come to compete. Otherwise, he must be able to beat the crap out of whatever king of gamblers and son of the god of gamblers Anthony 20, right? However, just as people were lamenting the situation, some people, however, are in the casinos of Las Vegas, calling the shots. Bagger, it's you, brat, you bastard. You had a great time with that kickback then. Let me run into you here today. Count yourself unlucky. I'm going to return the humiliation you put me through that day tenfold. The crowd sniffed and looked, and found that the person who shouted, they knew, was none other than Mr. Inoue of the island nation. However, this time, when he was screaming, he was using Japanese, so they didn't understand what exactly this was screaming. What's this idiot up to again? River Linlin couldn't help but skim her lips even more when she saw that he was the one who had called out, expressing her great displeasure at this. This idiot seems to be so obnoxious no matter where he is. Just as people were wondering who had caused this to be so angry, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. It seems that some people just don't have a long memory. Haven't they remembered any of the lessons from that day? Yi Fan's voice coldly rang out. Beside him, another beautiful woman took his arm, none other than Naza. Other people might not understand Japanese, but he, Yi Fan, was well versed in the official languages of all the countries in the world, so how could he not understand? This ability was a reward from one of the system's 100-day signatures. This reward, naturally, is far worse than other 100-day signing rewards, such as the 6th-generation fighter jets Zhongli, but is one of the more practical rewards. Now that Yi Fan wants to travel around the world, he doesn't need to bring an interpreter with him. I just don't have a long memory. What? Could it be? Do you still want to teach me a lesson like the last time in Aussie City? You have to know that this is no longer your Aussie City, but Las Vegas. The well turned to Yi Fan and said to him in an extremely arrogant tone. Wu Miaochan behind him tried to persuade him not to cause trouble in Las Vegas again, but he simply ignored it. He basically believed that Yi Fan dared to cause trouble in Las Vegas. Even if he dared, he wasn't afraid, because he had brought his bodyguards with him this time. Although, the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance only sent him and Wu Miaochan to participate in the King of Gamblers competition, it didn't mean he couldn't bring his own bodyguards over. Behind him, at this moment, were standing 2 rows of bodyguards, 6 in each row, a full 12. The reason why he brought so many bodyguards was naturally because he had learned his lesson after the last time. He felt that if Yi Fan dared to make a move on him without saying anything like he did last time, then the bodyguards he brought with him would definitely him up with him first. Idiot. However, Yi Fan only coldly uttered 2 words. Then, a kick. Star. Chapter 169, River Linlin's jealousy spill. Snap. A muffled sound. No one saw how Yi Fan made his move. They only saw that Inoue flew high as if he was a kite with broken strings, and then, ruthlessly smashed down on a gambling table. This scene seems like déjà vu all over again. Is this history repeating itself? Of course, unlike the last time. This time, after Inuyasha smashed the gambling table, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and without uttering a single word, he completely passed out. Wow! The whole room was shocked. A lot of people didn't even, understand what was going on. But, they knew that this young man with a beautiful woman by his side was definitely not a guy to be messed with. Nonsense! A guy who can kick a man with a casual kick. You think he's something to be messed with? The key thing was, with so many people present, no one could see how exactly he had thrown this kick. The contestants from AO City were even more shocked when they saw this scene, especially River Lin Lin. She originally thought that Yi Fan was not coming back, but she did not expect that he had come. And, when he came out, he made such a big scene. There's really no one else for this. It wasn't until Inuyasha passed out completely that those bodyguards he brought with him reacted. Wait, the 12 bodyguards, who were about to take action and strike at Yi Fan, were stopped by Wu Miaochan. Looking at the completely unconscious Inuyasha, Wu Miaochan was also speechless. This guy really doesn't remember or doesn't have a brain? Originally, the league had sent him over, in fact, to give him the opportunity to show off his gambling skills. For this reason, that eldest uncle of his, he even bribed the casino management, and asked them to arrange a few small casinos with less skilled contestants for him to be his opponents, for the sake of, hit his fame in the gambling world. Later, when his successor, to take over, management of Southeast Asian casinos too able, but he was so good that the Gamblers' Championship hadn't even started yet, and he just waved himself to death again. Mr. Yi Fan, you're doing this. Wu Miaochan looked at Yi Fan, and did not know what to say. Called him to give an explanation for this. It seems that the well himself first clamor, but if they don't, she and Inuyasha are coming together again. Now that Inuyasha had been knocked out by him, she was the only contestant left in the Southeast Asian Casino League. Besides, it would be hard to go back to the well and explain to my eldest uncle if I just ignored it. Just when Wu Miaochan was in a difficult situation, Yi Fan spoke up. Ms. Wu Miaochan, right? It must be difficult for you to be a partner with such an idiot. Yi Fan opened his mouth. You know my name? Wu Miaochan was surprised. Yi Fan did not answer her question, but said, Ms. Wu Miaochan, you are a rare talent in gambling, and my Venetian, most of all, needs talents like you. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to work at my Venetian. As for the salary, don't worry, it's guaranteed that it will only be higher than what the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance offers you. Yi Fan said with great bravado. Let's talk about this matter. After the gambling god competition is over, suddenly receiving Yi Fan's invitation, Wu Miaochan's heart was happy. After all, after experiencing what happened last time in Aussie City, she had long been impressed by Yi Fan's superior gambling skills. And of course, the kicker is that he's so handsome. It must be 100 times better to work under him than under those mean old guys. However, considering that she was now representing the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance to participate in the King of Gamblers competition, Wu Miaochan did not give Yi Fan an answer immediately. Besides, this is something that really needs to be thought through. That's fine, I'll wait for your reply. Yi Fan gave Wu Miaochan a smile. Naza, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but pout her little mouth. Yi Fan. It was a long time before River Lin was the first to call out, Ye gambling god, he's actually here. After the others reacted, they were also very curious about the fact that Yi Fan had actually appeared in a casino in Las Vegas. Didn't he say he wasn't going to participate in the God of Gamblers competition? Then what's he doing here? However, what they were more curious about was who the big beautiful woman following Yi Fan around was. Who's that pretty girl beside God of Gamblers Yi? She's too pretty. It seems to be some star. By the way, I remember. It's a new star who just started her career. I think her name is Naza. God of Gambling Yi is really windy // fluid, and there's never a lack of beautiful women around him. It's said that the first time he showed up in Vegas, the beauty he brought along with him was also an actress, named Guan Tongtong. These words, in River Lin Lin's ears, instantly made her jealous and hateful. If that's all it was, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, just at this time, I don't know which ungrateful fellow suddenly asked, Ms. River Lin Lin, I thought you said he wasn't coming to the God of Gamblers competition. So what's this all about? How do I know? River Lin huffed. The crowd then realized that they appeared to have said the wrong thing and hurriedly shut up obediently and stopped talking. Looking at River Lin Lin again, she could only see her glaring angrily at Naza beside Yi Fan with hostility in her eyes. It looked like a complete vinegar spill. Seeing this, River Gambling King could only pat his daughter's shoulder, signaling her to be calm. Of course, in response, he was too embarrassed to accuse Yi Fan of anything. After all, didn't he himself have a few aunts? However, the River Gambler's reassurances did not help. River Lin Lin suddenly stood up and huffed as she walked towards Yi Fan. Mr. Yi Fan, I didn't expect to be able to meet you in a casino in Las Vegas. It's really what a coincidence. Lin Lin looked at Naza, who was holding Yi Fan's arm, with hostility while speaking. Of course, she intentionally emphasized the word coincidental to express her dissatisfaction with Yi Fan for not participating in the God of Gamblers competition, but then bringing another beautiful woman here. Ms. River Lin. Wu Miaochan greeted Lin Lin. However, Ha Lin, who was in the midst of jealousy, simply ignored her. I only said I wouldn't participate in the God of Gamblers competition, but I didn't say I wouldn't come back to watch the competition. What? Are you disgruntled? Yi Fan naturally knew that He Lin was saying something. How dare I be dissatisfied with you, Mr. Yi Fan? River Lin said coldly. Her eyes, however, were always looking at Naza with hostility. Van, who is she? Naza opened her mouth to ask. Of course, she did it on purpose. Chapter 170, can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? When Naza saw that River Lin was hostile towards herself, she had long guessed that she was probably one of Yi Fan's women. Otherwise, where did she get such hostility towards her? So, in order to show his sovereignty, Naza Fong had asked this on purpose. At this, River Lin was instantly infuriated. Who am I? Of course I'm Yi Fan's woman. Rather, it's you. Who are you and why are you calling my man so affectionately? I know, you're Junior, right? River Lin said, even purposely holding onto Yi Fan's other arm and glaring angrily at Naza. At this, the whole room burst into a frenzy. Whether it's Naza or Rivera, they're both big beauties. Even in the eyes of Westerners, the two of them were rare Oriental beauties. To say that the two of them were the center of attention in the room would be an understatement. But now, two stunningly beautiful women were fighting over a guy. How could this not cause the whole room to stir? The males in the crowd looked at Yi Fan with jealous eyes. As for the females, looking at Yi Fan, the absolute handsome man, more often than not, they showed a face of infatuation. This guy is so handsome too. I can't imagine that Oriental men can be so handsome. I'm a junior, aren't you? You're Junior. Junior. Two girls, still fighting for their lives. That's enough. River Lin, two stunningly beautiful women, fighting over themselves. How many men's hearts dream? However, Yi Fan doesn't like to hear the word junior in the mouth of River Lin. Thus, Yi Fan severely reprimanded He Lin among others. Before that, he added, you know, I don't like unreasonable women. Me. River Lin was suffocating, but she really didn't dare to be unreasonable any longer. She just behaved herself very well and took Yi Fan's hand and stood by her side. Is that okay? The crowd looked stunned. Isn't she the daughter of the king of river gamblers? Not only is she the river gambler's daughter-in-law, she's also the river gambler's favorite youngest daughter, Miss River Lin. My god, the river gambling king's daughter is actually sticking it to a man, being reprimanded and not daring to retort. The point is, as Miss Harina's man, he's holding another beautiful woman in his hand, and Miss Harina is jealous because of that. Is that considered unreasonable? As if the king of river gamblers didn't say anything about it, either. What exactly is this guy's origin? Not to mention daring to beat up someone in a casino in Las Vegas. Surprisingly, he even made Ms. River Lin so submissive that she didn't dare to retort even after being reprimanded. People were in awe. That's right, if it were them, blessed that the daughter of the king of gamblers could look at them, they would probably be eager to kneel and lick her. Where would they dare to reprimand him? But this man in front of him was good. In public, he even reprimanded the daughter of the king of gamblers in such a way. Is it true that being handsome, you can do whatever you want? With such a mess, the people in the casino became even more curious about Yi Fan's identity. Could it be that he's the man who alone defeated the Southeast Asian Casino Union's Department of Gambling Masters, including the 8 masters, and made Ms. River Lin fall in love at first sight? He's the god of gambling Yi who's been rumored lately. The media reported that he has a face that is more handsome than little Li Zi when he was young, and I thought the media was exaggerating, but I never thought that it was true. No, he is much more handsome than little Li Zi when he was young. God, if only I could gain his favor too. People were talking about it. You can hear it now. The media coverage, there's quite a bit of exaggeration, but there's no way around it. This is the media. Naza, let's go. Yi Fan broke away from River Lin's arm and took Naza with him, preparing to leave. It's also a little punishment for River Lin. However, Yi Fan brought Naza with him, and before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by someone. What? You want to leave just like that after injuring someone? Do you really take this place as your Z country AO city? Just then, a middle-aged man, with casino security, rushed over. In addition to the casino security guards, he was accompanied by several suited and booted characters who looked to be of great importance. The middle-aged man and the guys in suits were all Asian faces. Yes, they're islanders. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, was Inuyasha's eldest uncle, one of the heads of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance. Mr. Yanagawa. What's Mr. Yanagawa doing here? Does the idiot who just got kicked out of the sky have something to do with him? Definitely. Can't you see they're both islanders? Wow. If that's the case, I'm afraid this big handsome guy is going to have a hard time today. There's no good results for those who offend Mr. Yanagawa. From people's conversations, it could be heard that this Mr. Yanagawa, even in Las Vegas, had a notable reputation, and many people even knew him. After arriving in front of Yifan, Mr. Yanagawa asked the two security guards to take Inuyasha down for treatment, while the rest of the security guards lined up behind him, ready to take down Yifan. Yifan scoffed at this. Don't look at the bodyguards who are all European and American faces, and one of them is tall, but when dealing with these minions, seriously, he doesn't even bother to make a move. Just as Yifan was about to make a phone call and solve these problems, River Gambling King chopped out with the other contestants from AUS City. What? Mr. Yanagawa, are you bringing so many people with you, planning to outnumber them? The River Gambling King glared at Mr. Yanagawa and said coldly. Obviously, there was still a good deal of bad blood between the two of them, so it's the king of river gamblers. When Mr. Yanagawa saw the River Gambling King bring his men forward, he even gritted his teeth and said to the River Gambling King. However, seeing that there were quite a number of participants from AO City, and one of them was glaring at him angrily, for a while, Mr. Yanagawa did not dare to act rashly. Both sides, just facing each other. Just then, the men in suits behind Mr. Yanagawa finally stepped forward. I've heard for a long time that the people of Z, who are overseas, are very united, and today I've finally seen it. River Gambling King, we are the ambassadors of the island country's consulate in M. I can understand your feelings of wanting to defend this kid, but he hit someone first. This matter, no matter what, he has to give an explanation before he can do so. River Gambling King, it's best for you to stay out of this matter. Otherwise, it'll be bad if it causes a dispute between the two countries, Island and Z. Turns out, the guys in suits were from the island consulate. Chapter 171, Escalation of Events. As soon as they came up, they were aggressive, and even, they took a simple little matter and brought it to the national level. The king of river gamblers is indeed a big shot in Aussie City, but when the issue comes to the national level, it's not good for him to take a personal stand, right? After all, in case he really handled it poorly and triggered a dispute between the two countries, then he, the king of river gamblers, would not have to do it again in the future. As he watched, Mr. Yanagawa and those island ambassadors got their way, while the River Gambling King suffered a defeat, and the rest of the casino was ready to watch the jokes of Yifan and the others. Just then, another person stepped forward. What? Could it be that this ambassador of the island nation is thinking that we, the Z Congress, will be afraid of starting a dispute with your island nation? The person who spoke, a suit that character with glasses, also Asian face. However, from the accent in which he spoke, he was, obviously, from Z. The man brought two people in the same suits, and after coming to Yifan's side, he respectfully spoke to him. Mr. Yi, my name is Huang Kai. I'm the ambassador of the Z country's consulate in M. You don't need to worry about this matter. Leave it to me to deal with it. This ambassador called Huang Kai obviously received the news from the country and knew the importance of Yifan to the Z family. Therefore, his attitude towards Yifan was very respectful. Aha! Yifan nodded. That's why, when he clearly has the ability to do so without relying on the state, why he is working with the state, with the country as his back. A lot of troublesome things will be solved by someone who will help him out, without him having to do it himself at all. So it's Mr. Huang Kai, the ambassador of the Z consulate. The ambassador of the island country never expected that there was also an ambassador of the Z country at the scene, and, moreover, had come forward to stand up for Yifan. However, even so, the ambassador of the island country did not intend to stop there, but said to Huang Kai in a conspiratorial manner, Mr. Huang Kai, it seems that you are really not afraid of causing a dispute between the two countries, but even if you put that aside, he injured our island nation's people. This your country Z has to give an explanation. He started it, he deserved it, Huang Kai coldly said. The ambassador of the island had thought that he could take this matter and make a big deal out of it. Who knew that the Z ambassador, Huang Kai, had such a strong attitude? And the people in the casino nodded their heads at that. Everyone saw that it was the well that started the fight, and everyone present could testify for Yifan. When the island ambassador saw this, his whole body was bad, but he still said resentfully, true, it was Inuyasha-san who started the fight, but it's always wrong to hit someone with your hands, isn't it? According to the meaning of your statement, ambassador of the island country, it means that as long as you island countries don't make a move, you can launch an aggression, while other countries, however, can't fight back, right? When Huang Kai opened his mouth, he hit the nail on the head. It goes straight to the World War II, Black history of the island. At once, the faces of many people from countries that had once been invaded by the island nation became not so good. They glared angrily at the island country's ambassador and the others. What did you say? I didn't say that. The island ambassador was immediately choked by Huang Kai. Ambassador, don't talk to these savages about this. Mr. Yanagawa couldn't help but open his mouth. And then, he instructed a security guard beside him. And that security guard nodded and left. A few minutes later, the security guard brought in a chubby man. Moreover, many of the people present knew this countryman, who was a high official of the city of Las Vegas. No way. After the ambassadors of the island country and Z country came out one after another. Now, the country officials have also come out? People are even more excited to see things escalate again and again. The country officials stepped in this time, naturally to help Mr. Yanagawa and his side, because the island country is a traitor to the country, and the political winds of the country have always been black to the Z country. So, in the spirit of political correctness, this country official, naturally, had to come forward to defend Mr. Yanagawa and the island country's ambassador. Z ambassador right. This matter, I don't care who is right and who is wrong, but whoever hit first, whoever saves is not right. This gentleman hit the well, that's a fact, so he has to give Mr. Yanagawa an explanation. Mr. Ambassador of Z, you don't intend to offend us, the country, for this, do you? The country official said arrogantly, not putting Huang Kai in his eyes at all. No, he's disregarding all the Z's. You want to give an explanation, don't you? Okay. Yifan looked at the ugly face of the country official and said coldly, then, took out his cell phone and made a call. After hanging up the phone, Yifan coldly looked at the country official. What? A phone call and that's it? You haven't given an explanation as to how this matter is going to be resolved. The country officials, who still didn't know that they were in big trouble, continued to be aggressive towards Yifan. Yifan pressed on, just flirting with Naza, angry at the country official. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still the Z country ambassador on the scene, he would have hated to personally teach Yifan a lesson. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man from with a couple of guys in the same suits, arrived at the casino. After seeing this middle-aged man from the country, the country official, his face suddenly changed. Mr. SHI Chief, what brings your old man here? Country officials rushed forward to flatter. However, the middle-aged man from country simply ignored him and instead walked straight to Yifan's body. And then, with an even more respectful attitude than how Huang Kai had treated Yifan earlier, he said respectfully to Yifan, Mr. Yifan, I didn't expect you to personally come to Las Vegas. Please forgive me if I've missed your welcome. That's not respectful. That's not polite. That's just a low blow. For a while, everyone on the scene was a bit confused. This middle-aged man from the country is the sure chief of the city of Las Vegas. Is it necessary for him to treat a young man so respectfully? This young man, how in the world did he come to be? Naza, River Lin Lin, as well as River Gambling King, Chen Knife Boy and others, were also very surprised to look at Yifan. They knew that Yifan was quite vocal in the country, but they never thought that he would be so vocal in foreign countries as well. Even the sure chief of the city of Las Vegas is treating him respectfully. No, practically whispering. Even Huang Kai looked at Yifan with a surprised face. He finally realized why the country was paying so much attention to this young man, because his identity was really too mysterious and unpredictable. On the contrary, the country official who stood up for Mr. Yanagawa, the ambassador of the island country, at this moment, his face was as ugly as if he had eaten. He had thought that political correctness was always right, especially when it comes to the treatment of Z, but he never expected that their sure chief, for a young man from Z, would be so respectful. Chapter 172, The God of Gamblers competition begins. Chao Chen Fuk fails miserably. City, sure Mayor Mr. This matter, you listen to my explanation. The official attempted to explain. However, the sure chief simply didn't want to pay attention to him, just coldly said to the two bodyguards beside him, drag this guy down to me, and find out which department he is from. In the future, he doesn't have to work in any department. In a matter of 3 words, a high-ranking official, just like that, was fired. Wouldn't this also be a little too hasty? But no matter what, the people in the casino sort of understood one thing, that is, this handsome young man in front of them did have a great deal to offer. At the very least, make the sure chief of the city of Las Vegas have to treat him with respect. Mr. Yanagawa, Island Ambassador. What? This matter started because of you. Won't you give Mr. Yifan an apology? It was only after this that the sure chief turned to Mr. Yanagawa and the Island Ambassador and spoke. At once, the faces of Mr. Yanagawa and the ambassador of the island nation became ugly. Originally, they wanted Yifan to apologize to them. Who knew that the mess would end up with them apologizing to Yifan? Is there any justice in this? However, The Sure Chief had already said this. If they were not sensible, I am afraid that in the future, the city of Las Vegas would no longer welcome them. Yes, this matter is our fault. Mr. Yi Fan, right, we apologize to you. The island's ambassador spoke up in a hurry. In fact, as the ambassador of the island's consulate in M, there was absolutely no need for him to look at the face of a Sure Chief. But it can't be helped. After all, there are some countries where people are used to being traitors to people. Even if it was just a Sure Chief of M country, they would never dare to offend. Not only did he not dare to offend, but even, he pulled Mr. Yanagawa and apologized to Yi Fan. Seeing that several island ambassadors, as well as the reluctant Mr. Yanagawa, had bowed 90 degrees and apologized to Yi Fan in turn, the crowd could not help but erupt in a burst of ridicule. The ambassador of the island nation and Mr. Yanagawa, at once, were red in the face. After apologizing, how could they still have the face to remain in the casino and directly fled in disgrace? After that, because the Sure Chiefs were all here, the host of the God of Gamblers competition hurriedly invited the Sure Chiefs to come up to the stage to give their speeches. Chief SHI went up, made a few casual remarks, and then left. However, before he left, he still respectfully told Yi Fan that if he encountered any troublesome things, he must look for him. He would help solve it. Yi Fan didn't care much about it. Seeing that Yi Fan had such a surprising attitude towards the Sure Chief of the city of Las Vegas, people were once again convinced. It seems that this young man is really coming from a lot. 8 p.m. The Gamblers Championship, starting on time. In the beginning, it was a battle between some small countries and casinos. These matchups, none of them were exciting, and Yi Fan didn't even have the heart to watch them. So, he simply took Naza and wandered around the casino, even teaching her to gamble. Even though it was during the God of Gamblers tournament, the casino was open for business as usual. Moreover, since most people had gone to watch the Gamblers Championship, the venues were not crowded. This, on the contrary, made it more comfortable for Yi Fan to take his sister gambling. River Lin Lin, who was sitting on top of the player's seat, was envious and jealous when she saw Naza having such a good time in Yi Fan's company. It was just a pity that she was also here as a contestant this time and could not just leave. Otherwise, she really would have preferred to go and accompany Yi Fan, and not be far from the top of the player's seat, watching this boring and tedious match. Indeed, the first half of the game was still boring, because none of the true masters of the art of gambling have made an appearance. It was not until the latter part of the night, that is, at 10 o'clock in the evening, that the masters of the art of gambling appeared one after another to compete. The Gamblers Championship, that's when the excitement started. But even so, Yi Fan still didn't go over to watch the match, but continued to bring Naza around. It wasn't until 11 o'clock in the evening, when it was the turn of the battle between the Aussie City Gambling Masters and the Las Vegas Gambling King, that Yi Fan appeared in the audience with Naza. It may have been deliberately arranged by Las Vegas that the first match of the contestants from Aussie City was against a certain gambling king from Las Vegas. To open the door, River Gamblers sent out Zhou Chuanfu directly. Chao Chen Fuk, the close disciple of King Gao of Gamblers, the senior brother of Ho Lin Lin. Gambling, naturally, is very skillful. People are saying that he will be the next king of gamblers to succeed King Ko. However, even after fielding Chao Chen Fuk in the first match, it didn't change the fate. The player sent by Las Vegas was a veritable gambling king, and the gap between Zhou Chuanfu and him was still very obvious. It didn't take long to get on the field before he lost the battle. Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head as he watched Zhou Chuanfu, surprisingly, lose to the Las Vegas gambling king at dice. It seems that Aussie City is, indeed, not very good without the king of gamblers. Of course, even so, Yi Fan had no intention of making a move. Anyway, he wasn't interested in participating in this kind of what's-his-name gambling competition. After Zhou Chuanfu came down in defeat, those people who had long been waiting for Ao Cheng to fail miserably sneered. Is this the gambling master of the world's second largest gambling city, Aussie City? Gambling is too bad. Pressing is no match for the king of gamblers. No wonder it's 1,000 years old. Zhou Chuanfu, who had come down from his defeat, listened to the people's taunts, and his face became which was ugly. However, he didn't refute anything either. After all, that's what gambling is all about. Winners get to talk, losers don't. Tonight's Gamblers Championship also came to an end with Aussie City's first loss. The Gamblers Championship will continue to be held for the next 3 days, until finally, a God of Gamblers is contested. Aussie City just lost the first game, not the whole game. However, for the other contestants in Aussie City, Zhou Chuanfu's defeat to one of the many Las Vegas gambling kings would mean that they would definitely have no chance with the championship. After all, among them, apart from River Linlin whose skills should be able to match those of Zhou Chuanfu, the other contestants sent by the casinos in terms of their gambling skills, couldn't compare to Zhou Chuanfu at all. Even if it was Dagger Boy Chan, his gambling skills were nowhere near as good as Zhou Chuanfu's. Among them, Zhou Chuanfu, who was arguably the best gambler, had lost in the first match, so one could imagine how much of a blow this had brought to the others. As well, right now, the only one who could give them hope was perhaps Yifan. However, they also knew that since Yifan had said that he wouldn't participate in the God of Gamblers competition, he definitely wouldn't. Chapter 173, Take Naza. That means they really don't have a chance to win the title. Possibly, even the runners-up were handed over. At the thought of this, the participants from AO City, one by one, didn't look too good, especially when they heard the cynicism of others around them. They lost their fighting spirit. Seeing this, River Linlin was also quite annoyed that they were so unambitious, not as good as a girl like her. Looking at Yifan, who was about to leave with Naza, River Linlin finally couldn't help herself and chased after him. Why, don't you have anything to say about that? River Lin spoke up. What can I say? A loss is a loss. Yifan shrugged and said, indeed, senior brother Joe lost. That's because he's not as skilled as he should be. But didn't you hear how the others mocked us? What they're mocking, even though it's Australia City, isn't Australia City representing country Z? As a Z countryman, are you so indifferent when you hear your own country being mocked? In one breath, River Lin said a whole lot of things. Yifan looked at He Lin Lin. Not that he was really moved by her words, but he didn't expect that this girl turned out to be so concerned about winning or losing this match, or that she cared so much about the honor of Aussie City. On a larger scale, it's a national honor. Do you want to win so badly? Yifan opened his mouth and asked, who wants to lose when you can win? River Lin didn't deny this. Well then, I can help you win this match for the championship, but I have one condition. Yifan suddenly spoke. On what terms? Hearing that there was a chance to win this match, River Lin lit up. Well, we'll talk about that tomorrow. After Yifan finished speaking, he took Naza and left. After returning to the villa, the two of them, Yifan and Naza, shared a room, so naturally something indescribable was going to happen. That night, Yifan took Naza's first blood. Similarly, Naza's data, too, appeared in the system. Name, Naza. Age, 19. Face value, 92. Charisma, 88. Strength, 65. Physical fitness, 65. Agility, 75. Intelligence, 83. Favorability, 92. Skills, acting skills, level 3. Singing skills, level 2. Variety skills, level 2. After looking at Naza's data, Yifan couldn't help but compare her to a newcomer who had also just started her career. Hatba. In terms of face value, the two are equal, both 90. However, in terms of physique and strength, naturally, Hataru was in the lead. After all, the weird girl on the variety show wasn't called the weird girl for nothing. But in the charisma and intellect lines, Naza is again ahead of Hatba. This, I'm afraid, was the reason why Yifan was more favorable towards Naza. After all, a person's face value and charisma determines the first impression others have of them. As for favorability, probably because Yifan had helped Naza solve a troublesome matter, so her favorability towards Yifan was, surprisingly, as high as 92 points. In the end, what surprised even Yifan was that Naza's performance skill level was actually level 3. It's on the same level as Big Mimi. It's hard to see that she's still a powerhouse actress. It's also true that many beautiful actresses, because of her face value, can be overlooked for her acting skills. As for variety skills, Hatba is a level 4 and she's only a level 2. Obviously, she's not really a good fit for variety. After thinking about it, Yifan was the one who hadn't modified Naza's data yet. After all, there's nothing too wrong with her stats in all areas. The next morning, Yifan and Naza had just arrived at the casino where the God of Gamblers competition was being held, when the River Gambling King immediately brought River Lin Lin, as well as several Aussie townspeople, to find Yifan in person. It was probably last night. When River Lin Lin went back, she told River Gambling King what Yifan had told her. The reason why Yifan didn't give River Lin Lin an answer last night was because he wanted the River Gambling King to personally come to him today. Mr. Yifan, I heard that you have a way that can help us win the God of Gamblers competition? The River Gambling King opened his mouth politely and inquired. The others sniffed and poked their heads around. They were curious as to what Yifan could do to help them win this God of Gamblers competition. Could it be that Chao Chen Fook lost his first battle to the Las Vegas King of Gamblers, and he couldn't stand to watch and was ready to take matters into his own hands? As if Yifan could oversee through everyone's thoughts, he spoke. Naturally, I won't participate in the God of Gamblers competition, but I have a way to make Lin Lin the champion. Make me a champion? River Lin was a little flattered. Make my little girl a champion? River Gambling King, on the other hand, was very curious as to how Yi Fan was going to do it. Could it be that he was using his huge network of connections to get those gambling kings in Las Vegas, as well as the son of the god of gamblers, Anthony too, to deliberately release the water? That's right. Yi Fan nodded to the river gambling king and continued. However, I want you, river gambling king, to promise me one condition. Tell me, what conditions? As long as I have the ability to make the decision, I can agree. River Gambling King had long since learned from River Linlin that Yi Fan had agreed to help on a condition. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when Yi Fan opened his mouth to make a condition. Don't worry, I won't intentionally make things difficult for you. River Gambling King, you have the ability to make this condition. My condition is to let River Linlin become the River family's heir. When Yi Fan's words came out, the River Gambling King wasn't surprised, but on the contrary, the people behind him, such as Chen Daizai and Zhou Chuanfu, found it unbelievable. Everyone knew that the heir in Yi Fan's words did not refer to the kind of heir who would inherit the family fortune after the death of the River Gambling King, but the heir who would inherit the River family. In other words, Yi Fan wanted to make the River Gambling Prince promise to let River Linlin become the River family's talker after he was 100 years old. We should know that the king of River Gamblers has so many aunts and naturally, his children are not few. Above River Linlin, there were several older brothers and sisters, so it was reasonable to say how it was not her turn to be in charge of the River family. It could be seen that Yi Fan was intent on supporting He Linlin in becoming the heir of the He family, as a way to grow his strength and influence in Ao City. Seeing that the River Gambling King was a bit hesitant, Yi Fan continued, let me put it this way, after River Linlin wins this tournament, then, she will be the veritable god of gambling. Since she is the god of gambling, then, naturally, she is qualified to become the River family's heir. Don't you think so, River Gambler? You're right. Okay, I promise you, as long as you can help Linlin become the god of gambling, I'll let her become the River family's heir. The River Gambling King thought twice before agreeing to Yi Fan's conditions. Chapter 174, One-on-One Counseling. For one thing, he was already in love with River Linlin, his youngest daughter. She wasn't like those older brothers and sisters of hers. She was truly looking out for the River family, for the entire Ao City. Secondly, this condition was put forward by Yi Fan. Agreeing to this condition would mean that the River family could, from now on, embrace Yi Fan as their Thai, which would definitely be of great benefit to their River family. Besides, if River Linlin became a veritable god of gambling, she would indeed be qualified to become the River family's heir. River Gambler, you made the right choice. Yi Fan was satisfied with this. I wonder what method Mr. Yi Fan is going to use to help Linlin obtain the champion of this God of Gamblers competition, eh? The River Gambler asked the question on everyone's mind. It's very simple. During these 2 days, I will personally tutor Lin and improve her gambling skills, so that she will be capable of defeating the Las Vegas King of Gamblers, as well as whichever son of the God of Gamblers, Anthony too. Yi Fan spoke out of turn. As soon as his words left his mouth, River Gambling King and the others looked at him incredulously. Mr. Yi Fan, I'm afraid this won't work. My daughter's gambling skills can't compare to those gambling kings and the son of the God of Gamblers. Even if you personally tutored her, the improvement will be limited in 2 days, right? The River Gambler believes that this approach will not work. You don't have to worry about that point. Anyway, all you have to do is to try not to lose too badly in the next few matches. After I finish tutoring Linlin and improving her gambling skills, you guys can wait and watch the show. See Linlin, how she will defeat the Las Vegas Gambling King and the son of the God of Gamblers, Anthony too, and win the God of Gamblers crown. Yi Fan said with confidence. Seeing that Yi Fan was actually so confident, no matter if it was the River Gambling King or the other people present, they all chose to believe it. It was also true that in their hearts, Yi Fan was that omnipotent king of gamblers, and perhaps, he really did have a way to improve He Linlin's gambling skills in a ton of time. Even if it was impossible to have such a method, as long as Yi Fan, the god of gambling, taught River Linlin a few hands, it wouldn't be simple for her to defeat the king of gamblers of her brother's casino in Las Vegas. The only one who's a bit tricky, I'm afraid, is the son of the god of gamblers, Anthony too. And as for Anthony too's gambling skills, Las Vegas, which has done a very good job of keeping this a secret, has never sent him out to play in a game until now. The only thing people can know about him is that he has never lost a gambling match is all. Since I'm going to improve my gambling skills by way of tutoring, there's no time to waste, so tutor me now. River Lin couldn't wait. Apparently, she had thought that Yi Fan was going to improve her gambling skills, and it was estimated that he would have to tutor her for a while. What she didn't know was that Yi Fan could actually, just by moving his mind, instantly raise her gambling skill from the original level 6 directly to level 10. He had deliberately said that he was going to tutor River Lin in order to avoid making it seem too unbelievable. It's okay. Seeing how eager River Lin looked, and then looking at how she had dressed up very nicely indeed in order to participate in this God of Gamblers competition. An elegant long black dress that showed off her sexiness and temptation. So, Yi Fan didn't refuse. He explained that Naza stayed in the casino to watch the game, while he took River Lin to his private villa in Las Vegas, and tutored her one-on-one in a single session now. Naza looked at Yi Fan pulling River Lin's hand away, and inevitably felt some aggression in her heart. She wasn't stupid, even though Yi Fan was taking River Lin away in order to tutor her in gambling, but anyone could think that during the tutoring period, something had to happen, right? River Gambling King today, originally intended to today's game, sent River Lin on the field. After all, last night's first game, the loss is too ugly. Today always want to save face. However, now, since River Lin had been taken by Yi Fan to personally tutor him, he had no choice but to send someone else to replace River Lin and face one of the gambling experts from Idlewild. In a luxurious private villa, River Lin learned that this villa was actually in Yi Fan's name, but she wasn't interested in it, and after arriving at the villa, she immediately opened her mouth to Yi Fan. Time is running out. Now, let's start tutoring. Don't you want to do something before you start counseling? Yi Fan said, flirting with River Lin as he took her into his arms. You hate. River Lin had wanted to act a little more resolute. Doing the serious thing is doing the serious thing. Why suddenly want to come to this? Only, when Yi Fan was at her ear, gently blowing a breath, she still immediately gave in. 2 hours later, it was only then that Yi Fan Fong began to tutor River Lin in the art of gambling. Granted, it was just for show, but in order to minimize River Lin's doubts, Yi Fan still taught River Lin some real gambling skills. These amazing but wonderful gambling techniques. That was an eye-opening feeling for River Lin. She finally realized why Yi Fan was able to defeat her master's old man. Because Yi Fan's gambling skills were simply too profound. Of course, while guiding He Lin, Yi Fan didn't forget to use his skill points to improve He Lin's gambling skills. Otherwise, even if River Lin was really a gambling genius, through just 1 or 2 days of time coaching, letting her go and defeat the king of gamblers and the son of the god of gamblers, Anthony too, that would definitely be a fool's errand. Yi Fan's skill points. After the last time he leveled up his own skills, he originally had 9,000 points left, but then, he helped a few of his women and leveled up their skills, so he now had 8,980 skill points left, and upgrading skills, for every one level, only consumes 1 skill point. In other words, if he raised River Lin's gambling skill level, from 6 to a full 10, it would only cost him 4 skill points. For Yi Fan, who still has 8,980 skill points, 4 skill points, sprinkles, is nothing. Moreover, all of his basic skills had already reached the full level of 10, and it would be a waste to keep the skill points unused. Rather, use them to level up your woman's skills. However, Yi Fan had no plans to directly raise River Lin's gambling skill to the full level 10 at once. Let's raise it to level 9 first. Chapter 175, Enhancing River Lin's gambling skills. Even if it was a level 9 gambling skill, it was already very powerful. At least, the high gambling god, who was the master, could no longer win against River Lin, who was his disciple. Of course, Yi Fan's approach was very prudent. He didn't do it all at once, and directly raised He Lin's gambling skill to level 9. Instead, for every high-level gambling skill that River Lin was coached in, she moved up a level. In this way, progressing step by step, I'm sure River Lin wouldn't be too surprised that her gambling skills had improved so quickly. Indeed, under Yi Fan's careful tutelage, River Lin had a feeling of enlightenment. She even felt that all the gambling skills she had learned in the casino in the past had been in vain. These gambling skills were nothing compared to what Yi Fan had taught her. For example, in poker, the classic shuffle and listen technique. In the case of others, it's all about listening to the difference in the sounds the cards make as they're shuffled, and then, guessing what that card is and if it's the one you want. This trick, which feels unbelievable to say the least, is actually quite simple and only requires knowing a little bit about cards. Not with that cheating poker, of course. Instead, in a different place on each card, fold it and make a special mark. Because of the different positions of the folds, the frequency of the sound made is different. And with training, it is possible to hear the points of various cards that have been marked. Then with a special shuffling technique, you can sort each card. That's how Wu Mio-chan did it when she was at the Venetian casino. However, Yi Fan's listening skills were a step higher, and there was no need to even make a mark. That is to say, even if the dealer who cuts and shuffles the cards does not make a special mark on the cards, he can still hear what points that card is. It's not gambling anymore. It's witchcraft. All in all, as the tutoring progressed, River Linlin's admiration for Yifan, that was growing. Where was she going to find a man with such good looks and gambling skills? There's absolutely no way to find another one. Okay. Lin even inexplicably produced a thought that, for her to meet Yifan and become his woman was simply her third life's fortune. The counseling, while time-consuming, went quite well, I have to say. Of course, halfway through the tutoring, there was a bit of a mishap. That is, Naza suddenly came back early. It turned out that it was because without Yifan's company, Naza felt that even if the God of Gamblers competition was getting more and more exciting, it was still a bit tasteless, so she left early and returned to the villa. The villa was fitted with a face recognition system, and last night, Naza's face, naturally, was entered into the system. So, when she came back, she didn't have to specially trouble Yifan to open the door. When Naza returned to the villa, she saw that Yifan was really seriously tutoring Lin, who was also listening to Yifan's tutoring with full attention. This came before Naza's mood improved. River Lin was naturally in a good mood as her gambling skills rapidly improved under Yifan's tutelage. When she saw Naza come back, surprisingly, she didn't get angry with her because she came to that person with Yifan and was alone in a room, and she also had a little good feeling about Naza. At least, she felt that Naza could be much better than the one that Yifan had brought along for the first time, Guan Tong, who just seemed to her to have a princess disease. Moreover, after this one-on-one tutoring that Yifan had given her, Lin's favorable impression of Yifan had once again skyrocketed, and now, it had reached 93 points. So this time, after seeing Naza, instead of being hostile to her anymore, she took the initiative to stand up and walk towards her, breaking the ice and apologizing to her. That, yesterday in the casino said you were. Well, anyway I was wrong first, I apologize. Though, River Lin was still quite arrogant, and there were some melodramatic words that she just couldn't say. But Naza knew that her apology this time was different from yesterday's, and that this time she meant it, so she accepted his apology. The two women, who had met just yesterday and were still full of fire and brimstone, today, were so reconciled. This was something Yifan had never expected. However, creating a harmonious harem, wasn't this what Yifan was seeking? Seeing River Lin and Naza get along well, Yifan was very pleased. At noon, Yifan took the two beauties and went to the most upscale hotel in Las Vegas to have a lunch. One lunch alone is enough to feed the average frugal family for most of the year. Of course, money was nothing more than a string of numbers to Yifan, and he didn't care at all. As long as two beautiful women think it's delicious, it's worth it. Over lunch, Naza and Riverina, as it were, have become good girlfriends. Of course, it remains to be seen if it won't be one of those plastic sisterhoods. After having lunch only, the three of them returned to the villa again. Yifan continued to tutor Lin in gambling, while Naza felt a bit tired and went to take a nap. In fact, in the morning, Yifan had already raised River Lin's gambling skill, through skill points, to level 10, but it couldn't help people in River Lin's exuberant desire for knowledge. So in the afternoon, it still continued to instruct River Lin on some more advanced gambling techniques, casually. Now that River Lin was a gambling powerhouse with a gambling skill of level 9, the king of gamblers was no match for her. However, there was still a gap between levels 9 and 10 of the gambling skill. After all, to raise the gambling skill from level 9 to level 10, 500 skill points were there. Naza woke up from her nap around 3 p.m. Only then did Yifan take the two beauties and once again visit the casino where the God of Gamblers competition was held. When they arrived at the casino, River Lin saw River Gambler and the others at a glance. Hurriedly bringing Yifan and Naza, he rushed over. However, anyone could see that River Gambling King and his party, one of them did not look very good. It was evident that they had once again suffered a blow at today's God of Gamblers competition. Even humiliating. Daddy, what's wrong? Pulling a bitter face, River Lin pouted at the River Gambling King. Of all the daughters of River Gambling King, only River Lin still panders to him. It was no wonder that the River Gambler King would love this youngest daughter the most. Nothing. The king of River Gamblers, however, was reluctant to say anything more about the events of the day. Unable to do anything else, Lin could only look towards her senior brother, Zhou Chuanfu. Zhou Chuanfu hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. It turned out that they had lost several matches today. Moreover, the losses were extremely tragic. Moreover, the strangest thing was that, apart from the weaker Italian gambling king that River Lin was originally going to deal with, all the other opponents that the Aussie city's gambling masters had encountered were all ridiculously strong. Chapter 176, The Gamblers Championship. If it's just that the single surviving opponent is too strong, then they have only themselves to blame for being weak. However, what was strange was that the gambling masters of Aussie City, every time they fought against each other, they were almost always at the level of king of gamblers, either the king of gamblers of Las Vegas, or the king of gamblers of other countries, or casino alliances. Obviously, there's something fishy going on. It must be the organizer of the God of Gamblers competition, who had deliberately arranged it this way in order to target the gambling experts in a US city. Otherwise, how come we don't see other gambling masters from other casinos encountering opponents who are all kings of gambling in a row? In favor of Aussie City, the opponent in 5 consecutive fights has been the king of gamblers, and saying there is nothing fishy about it. Who believes that? At least, River Gambler and the others didn't believe it. Plus, the gambling masters in Aussie City were already a mixed bag. Apart from Chen Daizai and Zhou Chuanfu, whose gambling skills are not bad, the others, their gambling skills are not very good. Where are the opponents of the king of gamblers level gambling masters? The most crucial thing is that the king of gamblers competition adopts a 1-to-1 elimination system, which means that as long as the loser loses, he or she will be disqualified from continuing to participate in the competition. Zhou Chuanfu's first match, he lost to the king of gamblers of M. In the later matches, he didn't even have a chance to play. So, after a series of several matches, the Australian side, naturally, all ended in crushing defeats, so much so, that the audience, who were there, couldn't help but talk about it. They said that the skill of the gambling masters in Aussie City was nothing more than that, and that after so many matches, they hadn't even won a single match, and they still had the nerve to call themselves the World Championships or something. Anyway, what a hard thing to hear, especially the M media on the scene. The M media originally liked to blacken Z country for everything. What's more, as a result of this, haphazard reporting up, frantically stomping down and devaluing Aussie City's international standing. There was even a media interview that directly told the River Gambling King and the others, in front of everyone on the scene, that the Australian city was not worthy of the title of the second largest casino in the world, and that it should be ceded and given to other gambling cities. In the face of the nonsense of the M media, the gambling masters of Australia City this can endure? And even, as a result, there was a bit of a clash with those media reporters, as well. This time, these M media, even more big reports, Z people have no quality and so on. Exasperated with the River Gambling King and the others, they almost didn't leave the field directly. If there wasn't anything fishy about the match, River Gambling King and the others wouldn't be so angry. The problem was that there was something fishy about the match. The organizer, which is Las Vegas, deliberately targeted Aussie City, and the media reporters, on this also nonsense report, can make people not angry? The two sisters, River Lin and Naza, were also furious after hearing Zhou Chuanfu's account. These M media, just don't be so black-hearted. On the contrary, after Yifan heard Zhou Chuanfu's words, instead of getting angry, he sneered. Don't worry, when Lin makes her move, these M media reporters, as well as all the guys in Black Australia City with evil intentions, will obediently shut up. Lin will show them what it means to be a true god of gamblers, Yifan said with confidence. After all, he knew that with River Lin's current gambling skills, it would be no problem at all to hang on to the so-called king of gamblers. The only one who might be a bit of a pain in the ass is still the son of the god of gamblers, Anthony too. That's right, for the next match, don't worry and leave it to me. I'll win all the way through and, in the end, take the god of gamblers crown. After one day of Yifan's tutoring, the gambling skills were improved and River Lin was full of self-confidence. Really? Then I'm going to send Lin out for tonight's game, the River Gambler said in a hurry. It was the first time that Yifan had seen that the River Gambling King was so nonchalant, and it seemed that he had really been infuriated by those black-hearted media in the M country. There's no rush. I'm going to have River Lin make her debut on the last day. After all, heavyweights, they always come out last. On the last day, those who can stay, other than the lucky ones, are probably all experts at the Gambling King level. Defeating all the king of gamblers at once will only show how much higher Lin's gambling skills are than theirs. Yifan said so. But then, how are we going to cope with the games tonight and tomorrow? And those M media asking questions. The River Gambling King, who was already in 6 minds, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, let Chen Daggerboy take the top spot for tonight and tomorrow's matches. Yifan opened his mouth. Right now, Daggerboy Chen could be said to be the last of the great generals in Ao Chang. As for the questions from the media, you, just smile and tell them to wait and see what's behind them. Yifan continued to add a sentence, saying, well, it'll have to do. The River Gambler nodded and said, there was no way around it, and now, he could only put his last hope on his youngest daughter, River Lin. He hoped that Yifan wasn't messing around and that he really did have a way to make River Lin the champion, but was it really possible, with just a day or two of tutoring, for River Lin to beat so many gambling kings and Anthony too, the son of the god of gamblers, to win the tournament? I'm afraid it's difficult. Not only did the king of river gamblers have this concern, but others, too. Anyway, just don't worry and leave the matter of winning the tournament to me. Alright, stop being bitter. There's no more matches for us next, right? Let's go. Let's go eat a big meal. My treat. Seeing that everyone was looking worried, River Lin couldn't help but open her mouth in order to boost her morale. Anyway, it's not like she has to pay for the big meal. She knew that Yi Fan, this big trench, would not mind treating everyone to a meal. Yi Fan felt Lin bumping herself with her arm and naturally understood what she meant, shrugging his shoulders to show that it didn't matter. Anyway, he has more money than he can spend right now. With so many salaries in the world and his daily intake, he could afford to treat them for the rest of their lives, not to mention treating them to a meal. Las Vegas, by the sea, MGM Grand Hotel. Yi Fan really came out bold and generous, directly invited the crowd to the most prestigious hotel in Las Vegas, MGM Grand Hotel dinner, and the booking was for the most expensive beach-style room. In this way, the crowd could enjoy the sea breeze while eating a big meal and enjoying the beautiful view of the dusk on the beach. Of course, this meal can be expensive. At the very least, it's not something that the average rich family can afford to spend money on. Ye gambling god, I'll drink to you first. Thank you for treating us to this great meal. Mr. Yi, Chen Dagger Boy, also toast you. Ye gambling god, I've never had a meal with millions of dollars. It's still thanks to you that I can have the chance to eat such a luxurious meal. People toasted with Yi Fan one after another. Star, Chapter 177, the best is yet to come. This dinner, Chen Dagger Boy and the others were eating very happily. At the very least, all of what they had suffered in the past 2 days was vented through eating and drinking. And Yi Fan wasn't stingy, letting them order whatever they wanted to eat or drink. When the wine came to a head, Chen Daizai, Zhou Chuanfu and the others began to row the wine fist. The atmosphere became more lively. Yi Fan was naturally not involved. After all, he'd never been the spontaneous type. After the wine and dinner, the River Gambler King was sent back to the hotel to rest because he was a bit drunk. As for the two beauties who had been accompanying Yi Fan, Naza and Lin, the two of them had gone to step on the beach in pairs. Yi Fan was idly bored, and just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. The one who called was Qin Jie, the head of Tianfan Entertainment. The matter of accompanying Naza to come to Las Vegas to watch the God of Gamblers competition, Yi Fan had told Qin Jie in advance. Therefore, if it was a small matter that Qin Jie could make up his own mind, he would definitely not call Yi Fan. And since he had called, it meant that there should be something to find him. Why, Jie Chen, what's the matter? Yi Fan picked up the phone. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I originally didn't intend to disturb your date with MS Naza, but there's something that I think it's better to call and ask you about. On the other end of the phone, Chen Jie's voice rang out. What is it? Say it. Here's the deal. After Chen Jie's narration, Yi Fan knew that Chen Jie called over. What exactly was the so-called matter? It turned out that recently, a third tier, an actress with little fame at all, called Tianfan Entertainment and said that she wanted Tianfan Entertainment to sign her. Originally, for those second and third-rate stars who called and expressed their willingness to sign with Tianfan Entertainment, Chen Jie had rejected them with little consideration. This time, however, Chen Jie kept an eye out. He recalled a sentence that Yi Fan had once told him. That is, for those calls from second or third-rate stars, he could make his own decisions and reject them outright. But on the contrary, he needed to pay extra attention to those calls from stars with little fame. Thinking of this, Chen Jie immediately let people investigate the background of this little star with little fame, and found that although she had little fame and even less background, she was a rural girl from the countryside. However, she had some 2 points that deeply attracted Chen Jie's attention. That is, not only does she have a great reputation in the entertainment industry, but also, very hardworking. Even without fame, they are still diligent in filming and improving their acting skills step by step. Unlike some celebrities, who have no fame and are thinking of making themselves famous by hooking up with a director or something. So, after thinking about it for a while, Chen Jie still called Yi Fan. Oh, what's her name? Tell me? After Yi Fan heard this, he immediately had a hint of interest in this actor who had no fame. I think she said her name was Zhao Xiaobone. Zhou Smallbone? Yi Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this name. Zhao Xiaobone could be said to be one of his favorite actresses in his previous life. He was even more knowledgeable about Zhao Xiaobone's history of fame and other female stars. A debut on the small fame is different or even a big hit. Zhao Xiaobone, non-plus origin, acting career can be said to be not smooth sailing. At first, she acted some small supporting roles, and even at the bottom of the crawling and rolling for many years before finally having the opportunity to become famous. From the beginning of the small supporting role, to the later part of the drama of the female lead, it can be said that she became a popular first-line actress. the ratings of the sea goddess, people say golden eagle goddess, by no means by luck, but her strength, her acting skills, the face value aspect, of course, has a bit to do with it. Therefore, after hearing that it was Zhao Xiaobon, Yifan almost didn't even think much and directly said to Chen Jie, "Sign her up." Ha! Chen Jie had thought that Yifan would probably give it some thought. After all, it was true that Tianfan Entertainment didn't sign artists indiscriminately. If a random little-known artist was signed by Tianfan Entertainment, then how could Tianfan Entertainment have only signed 4 artists after so many years? And there are 3 more, signed only recently. In the beginning, there was only 1 artist signed, and that was Big Sugar. This, Mr. Yi, don't you need to reconsider? Being cautious, Chen Jie asked again. No need to think about it. If it's Zhao Xiaobon, just sign it. Isn't this nonsense? Zhao Xiaobon is like a diamond in the rough that's been snowed in. Her future is unlimited. It's natural to sign her up when you can sign her up before she becomes famous. Otherwise, is it even given to other entertainment companies? Yifan could even foresee that after Zhao Xiaobon became famous, especially after those 2 ancient costume dramas she starred in came out of nowhere, she could definitely bring huge fame for Tianfan Entertainment. Oh, it wasn't until this time that Chen Jie realized that, originally, Yifan actually knew Zhao Xiaobon. Wait a minute, even if Zhao Xiaobon was in the entertainment industry, not many people knew her, so how did Mr. Yi know her? At this, Chen Jie was curious. He had asked several friends over and over before he learned about Zhao Xiaobon's background from a friend who had filmed with her. But Yifan actually knew Zhao Xiaobon. No wonder Chen Jie felt curious. Of course, regarding this, Chen Jie did not ask much. He only knew that he only needed to listen to General Manager Ye's words and sign Zhao Xiaobon up. The night is, Yifan did not go to watch it. He took the 2 beauties, Naza and He Lin Lin, to go for a swim. Of course, the River Gambling King and the others didn't know. They still thought that Yifan had taken away River Lin Lin in order to continue her tutoring. Also, where is a day or 2 of counseling enough for them? They hated that the match could be postponed for someone else, and then Yifan would have more time to tutor He Lin Lin. Of course, it's impossible. In the evening's match, Dagger Boy Chan tried his best, but still lost to his opponent, a certain gambling king from the country of M, with a record of 2-3. In response, the M media, of course, were cynical. The audience, too, was watching the River Gambling King and their jokes. However, unlike at noon, the River Gambler King and his group almost clashed with the media reporters. And at the end of the night, when those media reporters, once again, deliberately asked the question of how they lost so badly, the king of river gamblers and the others, however, all just smiled faintly and then, in an inscrutable tone, told the media reporters, "Did we lose badly? No, the good part is still to come." Chapter 178, River Lin Lin's appearance. At that moment, everyone at the scene, as well as the media reporters from the M country, all looked at River Gambling King and the others in shock. What do they mean by that? Make believe? Could it be that they lost in front of them on purpose? Or did they still have a hand in it? For a while, there were all sorts of different speculations. Of course, it's the last one that's the most speculative. But how is that possible? Didn't their god of gamblers, who beat the 8th master, not participate in the God of Gamblers competition? The strongest gamblers among them are Chao Chen Fuk, the disciple of the King of Gamblers, and Chen Daozai from the Venetian Casino. Now, both of them have lost to the Gambling King of Las Vegas. The crowd just couldn't figure out where River Gambler King and the others got the courage to say such things now. And this was exactly the result Yifan wanted. The next day, Yifan kept River Lin Lin by his side as usual and called it tutoring. In fact, it's just a tour of all the sights of Las Vegas in a 4-seater convertible Rolls-Royce Obsidian with 2 beautiful women, River Lin and Naza. What Arch, Antelope Canyon, Horseshoe Bay, Lake Powell, the south rim of the Grand Canyon. Yifan took the 2 beauties and strolled all over. Fragrant cars and beautiful women, or 2, naturally caused passers-by to be envious. Even in Las Vegas, the gambling city, there are not a few people who drive luxury sports cars, but how many people can be in a sports car that carries 2 great beauties at the same time? The 3 of them had been roaming around until after 10 o'clock at night, before returning to the villa. River Lin didn't go back to her hotel room and stayed directly in the villa. Anyway, in the villa, there's plenty of room. Granted, at the end of the day, the 3 were sleeping in a room. Day 2. Today is the last day of the God of Gamblers competition. The various gambling kings of the God of Gamblers competition will go head-to-head today, and tonight, the winner will be decided and a veritable God of Gamblers will be decided. On the Australian side, due to the deliberate arrangement by the organizer, Whiskers, the opponents were all King of Gamblers level gambling experts. So, after losing all the way over, in the end, there was only one person left, River Lin Lin, who hadn't fought yet. Las Vegas, on the other hand, had the most people left behind because of the various gambling kings, who were basically invincible. There were 5 gambling kings in total, and a son of the god of gamblers who, like River Lin Lin, had never left the warring countries. Anthony too. There are other small countries and small gambling towns that don't have many people left behind. At best only 1 or 2 like Aussie City. Of course, these people who can stay, besides being lucky, the main thing is that it is still their excellent gambling skills. In other words, today, the opponents that River Lin Lin had to fight against, no matter which country or gambling city they came from, were all gambling experts at the king of gamblers level. River Lin, however, was not the least bit worried about it. She believed in her current gambling prowess, and of course, what she believed in was actually Yifan. Yifan had said that the gambling skills he had handed over to her that day were enough to defeat any of the gambling kings on the scene, so she naturally wouldn't have the slightest doubt. After all, what kind of person was Yifan? He was the veritable god of gambling who had defeated all the gambling experts of the entire Southeast Asian Casino Union with his own strength. Perhaps it was a deliberate arrangement by the organizers. As soon as today's God of Gamblers competition started, the first matchup was between River Lin Lin and the Yiddish king of gamblers who had defeated Zhou Chuanfu before. It was obvious that the organizers of the God of Gamblers competition, Whiskers and the others, intended to use this method to test the strength of the last remaining contestant in AUS City, River Gambling King's youngest daughter, River Lin Lin. River Lin Lin was very smart. She recognized it at a glance. Therefore, before going on stage, she even asked Yifan if she wanted to intentionally save her strength, lest, after the strength was seen through by the other party would deliberately target. In response, Yifan just shook, indicating that it was completely unnecessary. Even, he had told River Lin Lin to go all out, to beat this Italian gambling king as badly as he could, so that he could raise his eyebrows and, of course, avenge Zhou Chuanfu's death. As for the back, whether it would cause Weskier to target them, Yifan wasn't worried at all. After all, he knew very well that with River Lin Lin's current gambling prowess, it wasn't a slam dunk against that king of gamblers. Okay, River Lin Lin didn't have any doubts about Yifan's words. So, after coming on, it was 2 straight wins, lifting the king of Italian gamblers. The king of Italian gamblers, at first, saw his opponent, who turned out to be a great beauty, and verbally molested River Lin a bit, saying that if she said a few good words, he could make her loss look good. In this way, Aussie City, which has been losing until now, can also save a little face. Who knew that 2 games in, he'd get his ass handed to him instead? When the referee announced that he had lost, he was still looking at River Lin in disbelief, failing to understand how he, the king of gamblers, who had dominated the Italian gambling world for many years, could have lost to a young girl. The scene, on the other hand, was in an uproar. It wasn't until the tragic defeat of the king of Italian gamblers that people suddenly remembered. The day before yesterday, the words that the River Gambler and the others had said. The good stuff is still to come. Could it be that River Lin is their last ace in the hole? It was too unbelievable to place all of one's bets on a young girl who had previously not had much of a reputation in the gambling world. But whether they believe it or not, River Lin just won, and, by strength, hung on to beat the king of Italian gamblers. After this, it's up to the king of gamblers of M versus the king of gamblers of a small gambling town. In the end, the ending was, predictably, the king of gamblers of Little Vegas, who was naturally defeated by the king of gamblers of M, by a score of 2-1. After that, it was several more games. It was all very exciting, but of course, that was for everyone else. For Yifan, who was at level 10 of the gambling skill, it would be a bit boring. It wasn't until the 5th match that Yifan's eyes lit up. The only participant in the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, there were actually 2, but some idiot, before the God of Gamblers competition even started, had wasted himself alive by offending Yifan. That beautiful Lo Chenier, Wu Miaochan, had used her superior card listening skills to defeat the king of gamblers of a certain small country. This battle also made her famous. In this way, Yifan also cared more about her. It must be a good idea, if, for example, to take her on and arrange for her to take care of the Venetian casino in Aussie Town. Soon, it was River Lin's turn to play again. This time, Las Vegas sent their king of gamblers to face River Lin. This king of gamblers, coincidentally, is the same king of gamblers who defeated Dagger Boy Chan. Star, Chapter 179, Casino Goddess, River Lin. Since it was a meeting of foes, naturally, River Lin showed no mercy and once again lifted the Las Vegas gambling king with a 2 o'clock score. Las Vegas king of gamblers did not expect that he would lose so badly. 2 consecutive losses. The whole face is not good. Finally, or green face, by the staff to help down. Awesome. Her name is River Lin Lin, right? the youngest daughter of the Australian city river gambling king. I can't believe that her gambling skills are so powerful. It's like a casino goddess. Love it, love it. I can't imagine that a young girl possesses such superior gambling skills. She has an unlimited future in the gambling world. It seems that Auspicious City isn't playing a trick. They're really keeping their hand in the game. No way. Could it be that they are planning for River Lin to take the championship of the tournament and win the crown of God of Gambling? Now that I think about it, it's a real possibility. People were talking about it. And before that, the few unscrupulous black-hearted media of M that had been frantically denigrating and belittling Auschwitz. Now, but they didn't dare to say a single word of bull ********. They looked at River Lin, who had defeated the Las Vegas gambling king, in shock, still seemingly unwilling to believe that this was happening. Casino backstage, when Weskier and the others, who were the organizers, saw this scene, their faces became very ugly. What is the reason why they, at the expense of spending a lot of money and funds to organize this God of Gamblers competition? It's not to suppress the recent buzz of Aussie City. It's not to defeat Aussie City, so as to prove to the world that Las Vegas is the world's #1 gambling city. As he watched, all the other participants of AO City had already been carried away, and only River Lin was left. Last night, they even had a little celebratory dinner. For that matter, they felt that with the likes of Chan Daggerboy and Chao Chen Fook, all of them having been defeated, Ao Chang was now left with only one contestant, a female one at that. So what role could she play? I'm sure as soon as he got on the field, he was just carried off and didn't even get to play the next game. But what they never expected was that she had successively defeated the king of Italian gamblers, as well as one of their Las Vegas gambling kings. This time, the situation is not optimistic for them. Perhaps it is possible that this Riverine really could, with this energy, make it to the finals. When you get to the final, you're either the winner or the runner-up. And their original plan was to just squeeze River Forest out of the top 8, not to mention the runner-up, not even the top 8, so that they could severely humiliate Ao Chang. However, man's plans were not as good as God's plans. How could they not expect that River Gambling King's youngest daughter, River Lin, who had almost no reputation in the gambling world, would be a deep-rooted gambling powerhouse? Mr. Anthony, it seems that, in the end, I have to trouble you to make a move, Whiskers said with a dry mouth. Of course, however, as we agreed before, if I'm just asked to act as a poker face to deter the other gambling kings in Vegas, it's this price. And if I'm asked to make a move, it's this price, Anthony too said, holding out one finger, and then, 5 more. Obviously, this is not referring to $10 and $50 million, but $100 and $500 million. That is to say, if they just asked Anthony to come as a poker face and deter the gambling kings of other countries and other gambling cities, the appearance fee would be $100 million, while if they let him do it himself, the appearance fee would be $500 million. $500 million. Weskier and the others felt a pain in the ass just thinking about it, but there's no way around it, and to make sure, they in Vegas can win this God of Gamblers contest and take the God of Gamblers crown. This money, they're out. Okay, 500 million is 500 million. Whiskers spoke up. As long as they could win the God of Gamblers competition and retain the name of the world's #1 gambling city, the $500 million would not be a loss. Instead, it would only bring greater fame to Las Vegas. Mr. Whiskers sure is a pain in the ass, Anthony too said, raising the glass of red wine in his hand and clinking it with Whiskers. He was so relaxed and calm, seemingly, for this God of Gamblers competition. He was assured of victory. What a bore. Other than the match between the two beauties, River Lin and Wu Miaochan, Yi Fan was a bit interested. The other matches, even the duel between the two gambling kings, in Yi Fan's eyes, were as tasteless as a child playing house. Once they decided what items they wanted to compete in, before the competition even started, Yi Fan could already tell what tactics they would use, so the competition there would still be interesting. Just as Yi Fan was planning whether or not to just take Naza and leave the scene and go back to the villa to do something more interesting than this, the host of the God of Gambling competition was on stage, and he looked very excited. Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will definitely cheer all of you up. Yes, the next match features our never-before-seen son of the God of Gamblers, Mr. Anthony II, against the beautiful king of gamblers of the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, Miss Wu Miaochan. The host's exciting words, once he finished speaking, did immediately cause the entire room to boil. What? Is Anthony II finally going to make a move? The reason I came all the way to Las Vegas was to catch a glimpse of Anthony II, the son of the God of Gamblers, and now, he's finally making his debut. So did I. I thought that, with the various gambling kings in Las Vegas being so strong, Anthony II wasn't going to make a move. Great. Anthony too is finally going to make his move. I don't know how good he is at gambling, whether he's half as good as his old man Anthony, the god of gamblers. Don't worry, a tiger's father doesn't have a son. I believe that his gambling skills are at least above those gambling kings in Las Vegas. What are you talking about? Mr. Anthony too is a greenhorn. He hasn't lost once since he started. Is it really that great? Of course it's real. Pearls aren't even this real. For a moment, the room was abuzz. Yi Fan, who had planned to leave the scene with Naza, also suddenly changed his mind. Is Anthony too taking on Omo-chan? Should be a good show. For Yi Fan, the competition, finally, was a bit of fun. So of course, he wasn't going to leave. Soon, Wu Mayakan and Anthony too made their appearances. Star. Chapter 180, The Surprising Anthony too. It was not until then that people had the opportunity to get a glimpse of Anthony too. Just see that he was tall and thin, with a debauched face, and looked, not a person who could get along very well. However, he was quite polite and courteous to Wu Miao-chan. It also lets Omo-chan pick the competition first. Perhaps, this is the Western countries, the so-called gentleman spirit. Wu Miao-chan was not polite and chose her best poker. However, what she had to compete with this time was to pick a certain card, specific to a certain suit, out of each of the 10 decks of playing cards designated by the host. The person who picks the most correct cards wins. If both players have the same number of cards, it's a tie. For example, if the host picks the spade tip, then whoever picks the most spade tips out of the 10 decks of playing cards wins. If both sides happen to pick 5 spade tips, then it's a tie. One more game. This comparison, as simple as it sounds, is, in reality, not easy. After all, 10 decks of playing cards will be shuffled at the same time. Even if you listen to the skill of the card is great, to the same time, listen to a certain card among the 10 decks of cards. It is not easy. And, to make it more difficult, the host will announce the card they are going to draw only after the dealer has finished shuffling the cards. This also means that not only do they have to hear all the cards, but they have to memorize their position within a particular deck. The difficulty of this one, it's just skyrocketed. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is simply an impossible task. I have would. But, Wu Miao-chan knew that there was no other way but to increase the difficulty so that her party could possibly win over Anthony too. So, she chose to take a chance. After the rules were introduced and understood, the game started soon after. First, there were 10 lotteries, shuffling 10 decks of cards at the same time, while Wu Miao-chan and Anthony too listened attentively with sideways ears. Once the dealer had shuffled the cards and laid them across the table, the host then announced the number he wanted them to draw. Plum 6. Miss Wu Miao-chan, after you. Everyone knows that there are 10 decks of cards, and 2 people can't always remember the order of all the cards in a deck of 10. So, this game, of course, the person who picks first has a huge advantage because you took the 6 of clubs from the deck you identified. It may be that your opponent, who happens to have memorized where the 6 of clubs is located in that deck as well. You take that 6 of clubs first, so your opponent has one less 6 of clubs and is at a disadvantage to begin with. Mr. Anthony, a gentleman indeed, Wu Miao-chan praised, but she knew the gap between herself and Anthony too. So, without being polite, she directly chose a card from among the second card she was most certain of. When she got the cards, she didn't hold them upside down, she just flipped them over. The face of the card is none other than the 6 of clubs. Wow! Everyone present exclaimed, 10 decks of cards, that's all I can remember. Many of the gambling experts present, such as Zhou Chuanfu and Chen Daizai, at this moment, had already admitted that they were indeed not as skilled as others in the item of listening to cards, and could not compare to others. Wu Miao-chan, Anthony too, however, merely sneered, and, still calm as ever, drew a card from the first panel as well, and then, without inverting it, turned it over directly. It's still a plum 6. It's really a showdown between the best of the best. For a while, the people present almost held their breath, and the atmosphere was incomparably tense. Next, it was Wu Miao-chan's turn to draw a card again, and she drew the same 6 of clubs. This went on, and soon, the two had drawn 3 cards each, for a total of 6 cards, and these 6 cards, surprisingly, are all 6 of clubs through and through. People were in admiration. These two were too powerful. However, when she drew the 4th card, Wu Miao-chan still hesitated, and finally, among the 7th deck of cards, she drew one, turned it over, and was relieved to see that it was still the 6 of clubs. Instead, Anthony too, still with little hesitation, drew one of the 9th deck of cards closest to him. It's still a plum 6. In this way, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th decks have all been drawn, leaving only the 4th and 10th decks, which have not been drawn by anyone. Since both sides are in the clear, The last two sixes of clubs must be won in each of the 4th and 10th decks. The situation was, at once, at its most tense. Smoking together? Wu Mayakan made a fair offer. After all, each side drew 4 club sixes, and both winners and losers were back to square one. No, it's better for Miss Wu Miaochan to go first. Anthony too still maintained his gentlemanly person and let Wu Miaochan please first. Oh, Wu Miaochan didn't want to lose, so, naturally, she wouldn't be polite with him, and directly picked a card that she determined to be the 6 of clubs from the 4th deck. Only, this time, she didn't immediately turn it over. People are curious as to what the outcome will be. Will it be a plum 6? While people were curious, Yi Fan nodded silently. After this, Wu Miaochan sighed in relief and suddenly spoke. Mr. Anthony, it looks like, in this game, we're tied. No, you lost. Who knows? Anthony too, however, shook his head. Then he, too, drew a card from the 4th deck and immediately turned it over. It's a plum 6. Wow, the whole place was abuzz. No way, Wu Miaochan screamed incredulously, and then, she turned over the card in her hand, which was surprisingly a 6 of spades. There was also a sound of regret from the audience. I lost? It can't be. I can't be wrong in drawing a plum 6. Wu Miaochan was surprised. She didn't understand why she made a mistake. Could it be that when she listened to the cards, she remembered wrongly? But the probability of making such a low-level mistake should be very, very low. Wu Miaochan couldn't figure out why she had lost. What's going on here? She's supposed to be smoking a plum 6. River Lin couldn't help but ask. Her gambling skill had reached level 9, so she could naturally see that Wu Miaochan's last card, the one she drew, was also the 6 of clubs, but she didn't figure out how. All of a sudden, the 6 of clubs had turned into the 6 of spades. It's simple. It was turned away by Anthony. Yi Fan opened his mouth and answered the question in He Lin's mind. And change away? River Lin was amazed. It's gambling, or it's magic. It seems that level 9 gambling is still not enough for you. It's me who underestimated this Anthony too. Yi Fan said indifferently. What then? River Lin asked. Cool. Yi Fan replied. Star. Chapter 181, winning all 3 battles and advancing to the final 8. Seeing that River Lin rolled her eyes at herself, Yi Fan then didn't continue to flirt with her, but said to her, don't worry, if I said I would let you win the God of Gamblers competition, I will definitely let you win the championship. Since a level 9 gambling skill wasn't enough, it was a level 10 gambling skill. Moreover, Yi Fan could also see that the gambling skill level of Anthony too, the son of the God of Gamblers, was between level 9 and level 10. Don't look at it. It was only a small gap between half a level, but if River Lin possessed a 10th level gambling skill, it would still be easy to hang Anthony too. Therefore, he wasn't worried in the slightest that there would be any changes in this God of Gamblers competition. On the contrary, River Lin, River Gambler, Zhou Chuanfu, and the others, after seeing Anthony Too's gambling skills, they all unavoidably became a bit worried. Since Anthony Too's gambling skills were so brilliant, there was not much suspense about the outcome of Wu Miaochan's fight with him next. Soon, in comparing the size of the dice, Wu Miaochan also lost to Anthony too. At this, Wu Miaochan was very unconvinced, but there was nothing she could do. What else can you do when you are not as skilled as you are? After Wu Miaochan and Anthony Too's matchup ended, the next few matchups were a bit boring. After River Lin made her 3rd and final appearance of the morning and won another Las Vegas Gambling King, Yefan left with River Lin and Naza, River Gambling King and the others, unwilling to miss the exciting match, naturally did not follow. After River Lin left, the audience, who were there, were still talking about her. Miss River Lin is also too powerful, defeating 3 Gambling Kings in a row. It's still the one that took the match victory by an overwhelming 2 o'clock margin. Amazing, worthy of being the casino goddess of my heart. Gentlemen, draw your swords, the river goddess is mine. Asterisk 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 you. It's clearly mine. Are you idiots? He Lin, she's already got a wife. Your goddess has run off with someone else. Yeah, damn it, what's that guy's deal that the river goddess is so enamored with him? People have praised River Lin. Of course, there are those who tout it and those who disparage it. Che, still a casino goddess. She's far worse than Anthony too, the son of the God of Gamblers. That's right, just a nobody. Where would he be a match for our Anthony too? The people who disparaged River Lin were naturally those who had previously hacked River Gambling King and the others, those who had hacked Aussie City, and, of course, the unscrupulous and black-hearted media of the country. They won't give fair coverage to the reports of Z. Of course, they will blacken the reports as much as they can. It is better to make the whole world hate Z country. That's why Whiskers and the others invited these media over, to smear Aussie town. Of course, these people's words. Now, not many people will listen to them anymore. they are all treated as if they are farting. After all, people's eyes are discerning enough not to be fooled by them again and again. However, there was one person in the crowd who pondered after hearing those words. She is Wu Miaochan. Previously, when she was in Aussie City, she had fought with River Linlin and knew that her gambling skills were, in fact, not that brilliant. So what is it about her gambling skills that made her so good? All of a sudden, Wu Miaochan fell into deep thought. Yifan dashed around with the two beauties for a while before they returned to the hotel at noon and had lunch with the River Gambling King and the others. During lunch, River Gambling King and the others naturally didn't forget to ask Yifan a worried question about what to do if River Linlin met Anthony Tu in the afternoon. That guy had only fought in one battle, but anyone could see that his gambling skills were really good. In response, Yifan didn't say anything and just told them to just rest assured. Yifan's words were naturally believed by the River Gambling King and the others. After all, the reason why River Linlin's gambling skills had improved so much in just 2 days was all due to Yifan. So, if Yifan said that they would win the God of Gamblers competition, then they would definitely win the championship. After lunch, taking advantage of the fact that there was a break in the middle of the day, Yifan used the excuse of special tutoring for River Linlin to call her into the tavern's room. In fact, it was said to be tutoring, but it was just secretly helping her to raise her gambling skill level to 10. Of course, the look is still there for a bit, lest the River Gambler King and the others chase after them. In the afternoon game, Riverine took the field 3 more times and, like in the morning, won all 3 battles, all with a 2-0 record and a win. Once again, people are shocked. No way. Really? I thought that this afternoon, with all of the top 16 players, it would be impossible for MS Riverina to continue her complete victory. At the very least, it was a close 2:1, or even 3:2 win. I didn't realize that she still won so cleanly. Worthy of a casino goddess. It's awesome. Do you guys feel that River Lin's gambling skills are even better than they were this morning? Yeah, I feel the same way. People are talking. This time, those guys who had disparaged River Linlin finally didn't dare to make a sound. Making it to the top 8 is proof enough of her strength. To make it to the final 8 would be a veritable king of gamblers. Those guys, even if they were insensitive, would not dare to smear a gambling king at will. Winning all 3 matches, Rivera advanced to the Elite 8. However, unlike what River Gambler and the others expected, River Linlin did not face Anthony Tu, the son of the god of gamblers, in the afternoon match. It seems that the organizer, Whiskers and others, also realized that River Lin's gambling skills are really good. So, they decided that they would save the trump card of Anthony Tu for last. If, in the end, River Lin does make it to the finals, then have Anthony Tu step in and defeat her. Soon the time came to evening. The Gamblers Championship, finally, has come to an end as well. The top 8 go to the top 4. The top 4 are then split. And finally, 2 are decided for the finals. Maybe the match was so exciting that the audience felt that the time was passing so fast. When River Linlin defeated the last gambling king of M in the final 4, the whole room was once again abuzz. As of now, all 5 gambling kings in Las Vegas have been defeated by MS River Lin. No way. River Goddess is just too good. Casino Goddess, true to her name. Where are those who said that Australia City doesn't deserve the title of the world's second gambling city, and that Australia City's contestants, I'm afraid, won't even make it to the top 8? Why don't they BB anymore? Star, Chapter 182. The final, River Lin vs. Anthony Tu. A bunch of clowns, jumping around quite happily at first. It's a pity that others, AO Chang, just have that strength to enter the final. That's right, the fact that people are in the finals, at least, proves that Aussie City is literally the world's second gambling city. As a joke, if Anthony Tu had lost to River Lin, would Las Vegas have ceded the title of world's #1 Vegas? The M Nationals definitely refuse to do so. However, regardless of whether they are willing to do so or not, if the god of gamblers' crown falls into the hands of AUS City, I guess everyone knows in their hearts, AUS City and Las Vegas, which one is really the world's #1 gambling city. I'm reminded of the River Gambling King's earlier line about disliking the black-hearted media in M. The best is yet to come. Yeah, the best is yet to come. People were talking louder and louder, listening to the people around them, those who had smeared Guat-Ao City, as well as the media reporters of M Fruit. At this moment, even if they were no longer convinced in their hearts, they could only hold it in. Now, where would they dare to make any more noise and smear AOC again? After a short 20-minute break, finally the final match of the Gamblers Championship. Final, Casino Goddess River Lin takes on Anthony Tu, son of the god of gamblers. The title alone is intriguing enough. So, that night, the casino was almost full. The spectators, not 100,000 people, but 70,000 or 80,000 people. After the first floor of the casino was filled with people, The second floor of the casino, and even the third and fourth floors, were filled with spectators. Fortunately, River Gambler and the others were privileged as participants. Arranged in the front row of the audience, Yi Fan and Naza, naturally, were with them. Brother Van, do you think that Lin can win against this son of the god of gamblers? Anthony too? Naza couldn't help but ask worriedly after Zhou Linlin came on. Don't worry, of course she can win. Did you forget that I had special counseling for her at lunch today? Yi Fan wrapped his arm around Naza's small waist and said to her. Naza sniffed and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wasn't going to believe it. It was serious gambling counseling. Yes, it must be unorthodox gambling counseling. Yi Fan couldn't help but hug her tighter when he saw how beautiful Naza was even when she rolled her eyes. River Gambling King and the others sitting beside Yi Fan naturally turned a blind eye to this. However, they were relieved after hearing Yi Fan's words. Only, they were still curious as to how River Lin was going to defeat Anthony too. MS. River Lin, please. Anthony too, still very calm, and as in the two previous sparring matches, he continued to let his opponent choose first how he wanted to compare. River Linlin was not polite and said to Anthony too, Mr. Anthony, I would like to compete with you in the poker draw that you had compared with Miss Wu Miaochan before. However, we will no longer divide our hands. After the host yells start, both of us will start snatching together. Snatching the right card adds 1 point. Snatching the wrong one deducts 1 point. How? After River Lin finished, she couldn't help but add another sentence. Nice comparison, not only of listening skills, but also of which of the two sides has the faster and more accurate hand. Anthony too nodded, still with that calm, self-effacing, superior expression. Since Anthony too has no objections, let's begin. River Lin didn't want to talk much to Anthony too. Anthony too, in fact, is quite handsome, not too old, early 40s at best, and a Western man, but he was still far worse than Yi Fan. In terms of appearance, begin. Anthony too was refreshing. Next, as before, the 10 lotteries shuffled the cards together, and together they arranged them horizontally on the table. After that, the host announces the card that the person coming to that person is going to draw. This time it's the Queen of Spades. Queen of Spades. After announcing the card to be drawn, the host didn't dawdle. 3, 2, 1, go! With a command from the host, River Lin and Anthony too struck at the same time. Sizzle! People sucked in a breath of cold air. Watching the speed of River Lin and Anthony too's hands, people were simply amazed. That's the speed of the god of gamblers, isn't it? It's too fast too. No wonder. It is often said that if you want to be good at gambling, your hands must be fast enough. The two of them are so fast with their hands that people can't see them anymore. Okay? River Lin and Anthony too's hands are almost as fast as each other. As River Lin drew 5 cards, Anthony too also drew 5 cards. By all rights in, this is when both sides should have stopped. Unless you're sure that there's a card you want in a certain deck, you'll only get the wrong card if you draw it, and you'll be deducted points for drawing the wrong card. So, Anthony too was smart enough to stop decisively. The scene, but anyone who knew a little bit about gambling, thought that River Lin would stop as well. However, who knows? Instead of stopping, River Lin continued to draw cards. Only when he had drawn enough 10 cards did he stop his hand. Anthony too looked at the scene and frowned. What does she mean? Think you can't beat me, so you're giving up on yourself? Anthony too had long since seen that the cards they both drew were correct. That's why he didn't continue to draw. Anyway, if you continue to draw, no matter how you do it, it's still the wrong card, and you'll have to deduct points. Might as well stop there. However, what River Lin did was truly unexpected. Wait, could it be? Anthony too suddenly realized something. He was startled and was about to make a response, but it's already too late. After River Lin drew all 10 cards, she turned them all over with a big wave of her hand. Snap! 10 queens of spades landed on the table. Everyone in the room, with the exception of Yi Fan who had long guessed the result, all looked dumbfounded. River Lin actually drew all 10 queens into her hand, so wouldn't Anthony too, in that case, not have drawn a single card correctly? That's just too unbelievable. It seems that it is you who have lost, Mr. Anthony. River Lin smiled slightly and said, damn it. It was then that Anthony recalled that River Linlin had actually defeated him in the same way that he had defeated Wu Miaochan. Moreover, he had, at that time, only exchanged Wu Miaochan's last card, but she was so good that she exchanged all the 5 cards in his hand. All of them. The host was also stunned for a long time before reacting. Mr. Anthony, Miss Riverlily has opened her cards, so you should do the same. Perhaps a card check is necessary, the host muttered after swallowing. Chapter 183, River Linlin. Winning. In fact, it is the same whether to open the card or not. After all, 10 spade Q are in the hands of the River Linlin. Is it possible to change another 5-spade queue out of it? Even if it were possible, it's still a win for River Lynn in terms of scoring, but if that's true, it means that someone on both sides is cheating on the props. That's against the rules. No wonder. The host felt that there was a need to open the license to verify it. No need to check. I lost, Anthony 2 said, turning over the 5 cards in front of him, none of which, of course, were the Queen of Spades. MS. River Lynn, since you have to be like this, don't blame me for showing you no mercy. Anthony 2 felt that River Lynn had replaced all 5 cards he drew in one go. It was like not giving her the slightest bit of face in front of the crowd. As the saying goes, be a man and meet him later. Since River Lynn didn't show the slightest bit of mercy, then well, he naturally didn't have to show mercy either. Anthony 2 decided that he was going to get real. Whatever, who knows? When River Lynn sniffed, she only responded faintly with 2 words. Great. Anthony 2 gritted his teeth. No matter what, he was going to win 2 games in a row, with a 2:1 advantage. Win the game, and take the God of Gamblers crown. His old man was a veritable God of Gamblers, and he naturally had to win the title of God of Gamblers as well, so as not to be ashamed of his old man. Anthony's thoughts are good, but unfortunately, the reality is very harsh. In the second game, Anthony 2 competed with River Lynn in his best Texas Hold'em game, but what he never expected was that he would still lose, and lose extremely badly. As he watched the bottom card that River Lynn finally lifted, the one he had long ago switched to his hand and used to form a flush, Anthony 2 sat completely paralyzed in his chair. He lost. Completely. That's the huge difference between a level 10 betting skill and a level 9 betting skill. Wow. The audience, all of them, were in an uproar. They had thought that even if River Lynn was able to defeat Anthony 2, it was bound to be a vicious battle, like 3-2, a close win over Anthony 2 or something. Who would have thought that even against Anthony 2, River Lynn, the newest Vegas goddess, would be the same with a huge 2 o'clock advantage and a final victory? That is, until the moderator reveals the results of the contest. Countless people are still in disbelief. You know, he is the son of the God of Gamblers, Anthony 2, who has not lost once since his debut. But now, he had actually lost. And, still, it was a crushing defeat. Of course, the ones who refused to believe this the most were the likes of Weskier, who was hosting this gambling tournament. At this moment, their faces were pale. I guess it killed them to believe that Anthony 2, whom they had spent a lot of money on, would lose. In the days to come, I guess they would inevitably have a nightmare when they thought of the God of Gamblers competition. The Gamblers contest is over. River Lynn became a bona fide gambling goddess in one battle. MS. River Lily is also too good to really beat Anthony 2. Chen Daggerboy couldn't believe it until now. Worthy of being my senior sister, Zhou Chuan Fu, on the other hand, said smugly. The crowd was talking about River Lynn and complimenting her gambling skills. Only the River Gambling King incredulously looked at Yifan, who got up and silently left. River Lynn was her youngest daughter. Could River Gambler not be clear about how her gambling skills really were? The River Gambling King had thought that Yifan's so-called tutoring was nothing more than teaching River Lynn some simple and easy-to-follow gambling tricks. He had never expected that Yifan had really raised River Lyn's gambling skills to the level of a gambling god within 2 days. Then, easily defeated Anthony 2, son of the God of Gamblers. The River Gambler King looked at the departing back and practically worshipped him as a god. Of course, what the River Gambling King didn't know was that Yifan hadn't used 2 days to tutor River Lynn at all, and at most, he had only used 1 or 2 seconds and moved his mind to raise River Lyn's gambling skill level to level 10. Wait, Yifan brought Naza and was just about to leave the casino, but at the entrance, he was stopped by someone. The person who called out to him was surprisingly the beautiful Lotus officer Wu Miaochan. Mr. Yifan, I've considered what you suggested I consider before. I've decided that I'm willing to work under Mr. Yifan's hand. Wu Miaochan said respectfully. Yeah, that's great. From now on, the Venetian casino will be managed by MS. Wu Miaochan. Yifan opened his mouth. What? Mr. Yifan, you want me to manage the Venetian casino? Wu Miaochan's brain was a little bit not turned around when she heard that. He invited her to the Venetian casino. Wasn't it to work? How did it turn into management? That's right. I believe that MS. Wu Miaochan has the ability to manage the Venetian casino well. Yifan truthfully told the truth. He recruited Wu Miaochan, not to let her go to work as some kind of beautiful Lotus officer. He intends to put her in charge of the Venetian casino, which is in charge of the Venetian casino. Wu Miaochan was a bit flattered when she heard this. She'd previously struggled with whether leaving the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance had been the right decision. Now, she was certain that it was definitely the right decision. In the Southeast Asian Casino Alliance, she was at best a relatively powerful lotter, not to mention managing a casino, not even a casino executive. when she would be able to sit in the position of her master. The 8th master was even further away. Now it's a good thing that after she jumped ship, she was promoted directly from a small loadmaster to the head of a casino. That's quite a span. Wu Miaochan looked at Yi Fan gratefully. In her eyes, Yi Fan was undoubtedly her boile. Of course, she felt that she would not let down Yi Fan's expectations. She will definitely be a 1,000-mile horse. After that, Yi Fan chatted with Wu Miaochan a few more times. Instruct her to just call him when she has time. Any time, when she arrives in Aussie town. When the time came, he would naturally help her with all the relevant matters. Only after this did Yi Fan Fong take Naza, bid farewell to Wu Miaochan, and leave the casino. That night, Yi Fan took Naza, on a private jet, back to Magic City. Originally, he had planned to bring River Lin with him as well, but River Lin was now the new god of gambling after all. So naturally she had to stay and be interviewed by the media from various countries. Having no choice, Yi Fan naturally had to take Naza and return home first. Anyway, in the future, there would be plenty of chances for the two to meet. Star. Chapter 184, Don't you want to lose face when you're a movie star? After returning home, Yi Fan separated from Naza. After all, Naza still had to shoot a movie and participate in activities, and had a whole lot of her own schedule. So naturally it was impossible to stick to Yi Fan's side all the time. A few days later, Yi Fan went to Tianfan Entertainment. His purpose, naturally, was to meet the newly signed Zhao Xiaobon. It was a pity that because Yi Fan had not called and communicated with Chen Jia in advance, Zhao Xiaobon was not in the company, but had gone to shoot a movie. The two missed their first meeting. Chen Jia hurriedly inquired if he should make a call to get Zhao Xiaobon back to the company. Of course, it was rejected by Yi Fan on the grounds of not disturbing her filming. Although this was the case, Yi Fan still made it a point to ask what kind of movie Zhao Xiaobon had gone to shoot. It was learned that she had actually gone to film a new version of Dream of Red Mansions. Of course it's just a small role in a movie called, what's it called? Xing Xiuyan. Although it was only a minor role, after all, it was a role in Z's 4 great masterpieces, Dream of the Red Chamber, and the weight was not trivial, and this small role, naturally, could not have been fought for by Zhao Xiaobon, who was still fighting at the bottom of the entertainment industry, silent and unknown, but rather, Tianfan Entertainment had fought for her. At this point, Chen Jia was still quite composed. He didn't take the risk of enabling a female artist without any fame to take on the lead role, but instead, he let her go ahead and play a minor role in Dream of the Red Chamber. For one thing, it will develop her acting skills. Secondly, it will also allow her to gain the attention of the audience and increase her popularity through this kind of drama that the public will watch. Yi Fan still appreciated Chen Jia's approach, even though he knew full well that Zhao Xiaobon was a gem. Even without polishing it was enough to be a leading role in a movie or TV drama, but without him personally creating a script for Zhao Xiaobon himself. Instead of letting her take on a random bad drama and star as the female lead in it, it would be better to let her continue to play small supporting roles in some good dramas. Yi Fan didn't want to create another big sweet Skyfan Entertainment. It's enough to have a queen of bad movies. Of course, Yi Fan naturally couldn't just do that and bury an acting genius. When he's free, he'll write Flower and Bone, Chu Chao biography. When that time comes, it will be Zhao Xiaobon's time to shine. It was indeed a bit of a pity that he didn't get to meet Zhao Xiaobon, but Yi Fan still left the company. He still had things to do, and that was to go to Mango Channel to pick up Su Shishir back from recording Singer. Sitting on the private airplane, Yi Fan Fong suddenly remembered something. Has Cece already recorded 9 episodes of Singer? Time passes so fast. If it wasn't for the reminder of Li Xin, who was snuggled in his arms, Yi Fan hadn't even reacted to the fact that, as it turned out, Su Shishir's debut had been more than 2 months ago. Unlike the Singer on Earth, there are only 10 installments of Singers in this world, which means that the next installment will be the final installment of Singers, the finale of Singers. Instead of a taped situation, the Singer finale will be broadcast live. In other words, Su Shishir, in the future, won't even have to record the Singer anymore. Just go to the Singer finale in a couple weeks. It was worth mentioning that Su Shishir's performance in Singer had always been excellent, either first place or second place. She hadn't even taken third place once. In a total of 9 editions, Sushi took first place 7 times and finished second only twice. Such a proud achievement. Even some heavyweight singers, such as Lin Jixuan, Han Lei, and Han Hong, were unable to achieve it. This also made Su Shishir's fame bigger and bigger. It's all about comparing those traffic stars. People flow star, originally is to rely on the flow to support the facade. You a strength singer, but also the other flow star then down. The other traffic stars don't want to lose face? In a word, Su Shishir was now completely red, walking down the road without any disguise. 9 out of 10 passers-by could recognize her. This also led to the fact that recently, Yifan had less and less chances to see Su Shishir. For one thing, she's been really busy lately, with all sorts of film engagements, commercials, international endorsements, and whatnot, pretty much non-stop. Secondly, even if the two meet, they go to the theater to watch a movie on a charter, or live a life of two in the villa. As far as two people on the street together, much less. That's the bad part of being famous. Soon, Yifan resisted the city of Ch province. Before he appeared at the entrance of Mango stage, people saw the cool Koenigsegg 11 that sped up and knew that it was the mysterious Mr. Yi, who had come to greet Su Shishir. Wow, is Mr. Yi here to greet Goddess Su again? Goddess Su is so happy. Yeah, the singer recorded 9 episodes and Mr. Yi came to pick up Su Shishir 9 times. It's just not too romantic. Shishir is so lucky. If only there was a man as handsome as Mr. Yi who could pick me up from work every day. Phew, the dream of all women in the world. Sister Na, what are you talking about? Your brother Jie isn't as handsome as Mr. Yi in general, but he treats you well enough. That's right, Sister Na, you can't let him down Jie. Just after opening the car door, Yifan heard a few girls whispering in the hall of the Mango station. Although Yifan heard what they were talking about, he ignored it. This time, however, it was a bit strange. Usually at this time, Su Shishir, who had long been waiting in the downstairs hall, this time, after half an hour, had not yet appeared. Just as Yifan was planning to make a call to Su Shishir, one of the girls who had previously whispered at the door and then left afterward, reappeared. This girl, who was good-looking and had a good body, was just a little overdressed. She came before and after Yifan and revealed a big smile. Then, only then did she say, "Hello, Mr. Yi, right? I am Nana. It's like this. The leaders of the station specially asked me to come and tell you that because of the singer program, there might still be a delay of half an hour for Miss Su Shishir. So, if Mr. Yi doesn't mind, you can have a seat in the leader's office and have a cup of tea." Oh, MS. Su Shishir is having a meeting in another room right next door to the leader's office company. Okay, it's better to go sit in the office and wait than to wait in the lobby. Yifan gladly accepted Nana's offer. After this, under Nana's leadership, Yifan entered the interior of Mango Station. After Yifan and Nana got on the elevator door was about to close. Just then, in the distance, there suddenly came running a svelte man wearing glasses. Wait, Nana, wait. Star, Chapter 185, Wang Han and Mr. He personally entertained. Nana sniffed and pressed the elevator. The svelte man with the glasses, that's when he panicked. Mr. Yi, nice to meet you. My name is Wang Han. The gentlemanly man wearing glasses was running towards Yifan. As soon as he came up, he smiled and politely greeted Yifan and stretched out his hand to shake Yifan's hand. Brother Han, I know him. To be honest, I grew up watching your program. Yifan shook hands with Wang Han and joked. Of course, Yifan was telling the truth. When he was on Earth, he hadn't watched the program Every Day Up that Wang Han supported. Compared to Happy Camp, which would only invite celebrities or promote movies and TV shows every issue, Yifan preferred to watch the more knowledgeable and connotative Daily Up. It's just a shame that in the latter part of the year, Every Day went through a series of overhauls, and there aren't many of the former Everyday brothers left today. This is hardly regrettable. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Just call me Wang Han. Mr. Yi, Wang Han hurriedly said politely to Yifan. Alright, I'll call you Wang Han then. Yifan knew that Wang Han was not a do-gooder, so he didn't be polite with him. Wang Han was really an interesting and very educated and cultured person, and Yifan had a great time chatting with him in the elevator. Wang Han, on the other hand, was even more impressed with Yifan through some conversations with him. Originally, Wang Han is not a person who will flatter people. Only the leadership of the station asked him to personally receive this big man called Mr. Yi. He would have to come reluctantly, but what Wang Han never expected was that this Mr. Yi was not as difficult to entertain as he imagined other bosses to be. On the contrary, he was very easy to get along with. Moreover, the conversation was elegant and learned, and he could pick up on almost any topic. Such a learned man. So that Wang Han could not wait to invite Yifan to appear on an issue of Tian Tian Xiang Shang, or even make a personal album for him. It is not impossible. Of course, Wang Han knew that there was no way that Yifan would agree, so he hated the sense of humor and didn't open his mouth. Soon, Yifan arrived at the leader's office on the 13th floor accompanied by Wang Han and Nana. As soon as the door opened, the person inside and Wang Han outside were each startled. Yo, you're here too, old ho. Yo, you're here too, old Wang. The two said almost in unison. It turned out that the person in the office was Mr. He. When it comes to the first brother of Lemon Radio, what comes to people's mind is definitely either Mr. He or Wang Han. There will be no third but these two, and the leader of the Lemon Terrace, surprisingly sent the two of them to personally receive Yifan. It can be seen that the leaders of the lemon stage didn't dare to slow down Yifan in the slightest. Old Wang, I was originally thinking that I would jump ahead and be the first to entertain Mr. Yi, but I never imagined that I would still be jumped by you. The old fox, a chance encounter in an elevator. That's a second move. Why didn't I think of that? Mr. He was a funny man and couldn't help but snicker. Old He, you don't want to be in front of General Manager Yi is to bury me. Yo, the tea has been made. See, it's still you. Old He, who is better at doing things? Mr. Yi, come, please have some tea. Wang Han and Mr. He, two old friends, can't help but dislike each other when they meet. Mr. Yi, please sit, Nana said in a rush. She couldn't intervene in the conversation between the two of them, Wang Han and Mr. He, so she had to use a warm smile to entertain Mr. Yi. Wang Han and Mr. He could be said to be Yifan's idols in his last life as a child, so of course, he wouldn't give a bad face. On the contrary, both Wang Han and Mr. He are very funny people, and chatting with both of them is simply a delightful thing to do. Yifan, on the other hand, had left a deep impression on the two. They never expected that Yifan, who looked like he was only in his early 20s, was so knowledgeable and learned that he knew astronomy from above and geography from below, and even when he talked about the hosting industry, he was also eloquent. It made both of them feel that they had benefited greatly from this conversation with Yifan. In the end, if it wasn't for the fact that Su Shishir had already finished the meeting, Wang Han and Mr. He both had to pull Yifan and have a long talk with him by candlelight and on their knees. Mr. Yi, it's just too pleasant to chat with you. Yes, I look forward to the next time I get to have another long conversation with you. Wang Han and teacher, he said successively as they sent Yifan out the door. Ha! Su Shishir, who was waiting outside the door, was very curious when she saw this scene. Brother Fan, did you and old Wang Han and Mr. He know each other a long time ago? Why do you feel that the three of you are old friends? Su Shishir found it unbelievable. Ha ha, what's this called? This is called meeting a soulmate in high mountains and flowing water. Wang Han laughed out loud. Indeed, even though it's the first time I've met Mr. Yi and I, we have a feeling that we know each other at first sight. Mr. Ho chimed in. Of course, the two of them weren't kissing ass. People like them don't intentionally kiss ass. They speak from the heart. Yes, Yifan also nodded. After this, Yifan and Su Shishir, which bid farewell to Wang Han and Mr. He, left the lemon stage hand in hand. Why? The meeting is so late today. It's about the last installment of The Singer, isn't it? Only after the two of them got on the car did Yifan open his mouth to ask. Yeah, the final of Singer, to invite the helpers. So, everyone in the program team had a meeting together. Actually, it could have left a long time ago, but because of my problem, everyone had to stay and have a meeting. Su Shishir answered truthfully. Because of your problems? Yifan was a bit curious about this. What could be wrong with sushi? Could it be that, as rumored, the champions of Singer are all predetermined, so the program team is ready to persuade Su Shishir to give the title to other Singer guests? Of course, this was only Yifan's personal speculation. Yeah, because of the issue of the help singers. The help singing guest, the program group stipulates, is for us to pick as many famous and influential singers as possible to help sing. In this way, the final installment of Singer can maximize people's attention and increase the ratings. Su Shishir's words overturned Yifan's speculation. Also, from the lemon stage leaders sending Wang Han and Mr. He to entertain Yifan, they can't wait to flatter Yifan. How would they dare to do something like letting Su Shishir give the title to other singers? Indeed, Yifan agreed with Su Shishir's words. You help out the guest singers. You don't invite famous or influential singers to help out. So who's going to pay for the ratings? But, star. Chapter 186, Being a Guest Singer. Su Shishir stretched out the word over for a long time before continuing. I don't want to invite famous singers to support me, and I don't know many of them. So, I discussed with the program team if I could invite ordinary people to be the supporting singers. It was difficult for the program team at first, but fortunately, in the end, through a meeting, Director Hongtao agreed. Hearing this, Yifan sort of understood. Su Shishir, where she didn't know a few famous singers, after she became famous, naturally there were few stars who wanted to befriend her, and naturally there was no lack of famous singers among them. The reason why she didn't want to ask famous singers to be her backup singers, that's because she wanted to ask him to be her backup singers. Su Shishir's little thought, he still can't guess it. So, Psyche, who is this lucky regular guy you want to invite as a guest vocalist? Yifan deliberately asked. Well, I won't tell you. Not you anyway, Su Shishir said arrogantly. The more Yifan asked so intentionally, the more Su Shishir was unwilling to admit that it was Yifan. Moreover, she even joked with Yifan. Oh, It's not me. It's fine. Anyway, on the day of the final of the singer, I happened to promise to accompany Big Sweetie to Cannes to walk the red carpet, Yifan said as if he had something to say. Ha! This time, Su Shishir was instantly baffled. And she obviously believed it. Don't. I was just joking. The guest I want to invite to help sing is Yua. If you accompanied Sister Sweets to Cannes in F country, then, what about me? Su Shishir almost cried out. If that happens, she will have to call the show and tell them that she can't have that ordinary guy as a vocalist, and that she will have to get a popular singer as a vocalist. How is this going to work? Wouldn't that give her the impression to the show that she's a capricious person? The more Su Shishir thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. But Yifan finally didn't hold back and dissipated. Then, on her head, he popped it. It hurts. Su Shishir covered her brain and glared angrily at Yifan. However, seeing Yifan with a bad smile on his face, she came back to her senses. Well, Van, how dare you lie to me? Su Shishir whacked Yifan's chest with a small hammer. Who lied to whom first? Yifan took Su Shishir's wrist and pulled her into his arms, and into her ear. He said, say, who are you going to invite as a supporting guest? You, just you, Mr. Yifan big bad guy. Su Shishir pouted. So, will you? Su Shishir was still a little worried. After all, she knew that Yifan didn't seem to be a person who liked to show his face. Otherwise, with his face value, just make a movie or appear on TV, and he would have already become popular. Of course I'm willing. Why not? After all, it's goddess Su Shishir's invitation. Yifan flirted. Only after hearing Yifan say that he was willing did Su Shishir sigh in relief. Leaning in Yifan's arms, Su Shishir's face was filled with happiness. Time passes like a white horse. 2 weeks rushed by. It's very open, and it's time for the final installment of The Singer. The Singer finale. The Singer finale. There are 3 rounds. In the first round, it's the singer and the helpers, singing together. Yifan, as Su Shishir's guest vocalist, was naturally invited behind the scenes of the studio, because Su Shishir was the kind of person who would rather wait for herself than let others wait for her. She was almost always the first to arrive at the recording site for every recording of a singer. This one is naturally no exception. People's staff hadn't even arrived at the studio yet, but Su Shishir and Yifan had already arrived. This is the reason why Sushmita is liked by all the employees and staff of Mango. But there are advantages to coming early. That is, they can be the first to audition before the other singers and helpers arrive, and it doesn't matter if they want to sing longer. So, that day, an audition room at Mango was treated to an incredible scene. The staff of the Mango station, no matter which position they held, the singer program team, the news section, or the logistics staff, all gathered at the entrance of an audition hall. The entire aisle, even, was full of people. In the end, it got to the point where the leaders at the top had to order that the crowd be evacuated. Even if the leaders ordered the evacuation of the crowd, there were still many staff members who could not leave. Oh my god, is that goddess Su and her helpers singing? Too good to be true. My scalp is tingling and I have goosebumps all over my body. Which male singer is goddess Shishir's helpers? The singing is too good. OMG. Live it's almost better than a walking CD of JJ Lin singing. It's like a combination of both JJ Lin and Li Hongwang. It's so good, until the two inside. A song finished, blocked in the audition hall door of the Mango Channel staff. Only from the immense shock back to God, began to talk about it. Wow, what a situation. A female singer from Hong Kong City, seeing this scene, was directly shocked and exaggeratedly opened her mouth wide, asking the helpers around her. I don't know. The guest vocalist, also a very powerful male singer, sniffed and shook his head inexplicably. It couldn't be that there was an accident in the audition hall. Otherwise, how could so many people have gathered around? What? You said it was someone who was auditioning for a song inside. So, it attracted so many people around? The Hong Kong City female singer sniffed, her shocked mouth wide open for a moment, looking very much like a goldfish. It's kinda cute. It can't be. The male singer was skeptical. The last time this happened, it was when Auntie Wong was practicing her dolphin sound in the audition hall, I think, but as far as I remember, Auntie Wong didn't even have such a hot scene back then. Hong Kong City diva, very surprised, because of the guest singers, to keep it a secret, so the Hong Kong City female singers, even if they want to break into the audition hall, to see in the end are those two singers, auditioning to attract so many staff onlookers, there is no way. Just then, a host in charge of interviews from the singer program team came over and interviewed the Hong Kong City female singer with a question on this. Kiki, who do you think the person who sings inside will be? Who is it? Needless to say, the Hong Kong singer, who was addressed by the host as Chi-Chi, joked with a big smile. Of course it's my wife, Goddess Shishir. As for which famous singer will be the guest singer, I can't guess. The fact that Su Shishir was going to ask ordinary people to be the guest singers was not known to anyone except Hong Tao and a few of the staff members who were mainly in charge. Star. Chapter 187, Monsters Singing Guests. Yeah, who else but her? The male singer also felt that it must be Su Shishir. So, did we guess right? Kiki inquired. Well, I can't tell you that, the host said mischievously. Hey, you can't tell us, and you're asking. That's how the program team is. Not only do they whet the audience's appetite, they also whet the guest's appetite. Kiki was disgusted. Of course, anyone could see that she was joking. Su Shishir and Yi Fan were the first to finish their auditions and were placed in a restroom. Here, they had to wait for the other singers and helpers to finish their auditions, and this wait would definitely take another hour or two. The leadership of Mango Channel, perhaps afraid that Yi Fan would be bored waiting, surprisingly, sent Wang Han and Mr. He over again to entertain Yi Fan. Wang Han Sr. and Mr. He, why are you two here? Yi Fan saw the two of them and greeted them. Because, the two of us are the hosts of the singer finale, Wang Han replied. So that's how it is. Yi Fan realized that this time, the original singer host, surprisingly, Wang Han and Mr. He too first brother hosted together. It is evident that the leaders of the Mango Station, for this season of Singer the degree of importance. After this, the four chatted. Wang Han and Mr. He expressed their appreciation for Su Shishir, calling her a female singer that was rare to come across in 100 years. At once, it praised Su Shishir for being shy. The scene, in turn, was captured by the cameras and was broadcast live. The viewers were simply swooning at the sight of Sushi's shy look in front of the TV, or on the big screen at the venue. This is too beautiful and moving. Not bad for a goddess of all people. Of course, the camera was coded when it captured Yi Fan's image, so people were curious about this mysterious man. Which famous male singer was it that their goddess, Su Shishir, had invited him to be her guest vocalist? However, from the conversation between the mysterious man and Wang Han and Mr. He, people have another impression that this mysterious man must be a very educated person. With Wang Han and Mr. He entertaining us, time flies. Soon, all the helpers had auditioned. Finally, it was time for the groups of guests to converge and meet each other. When the various groups of guests, one after another, walked into the lounge where Yi Fan and Su Shishir were, people were a bit shocked when they saw the helpers brought by the others. Mr. Lin, you're here too. Oh my god, Heavenly King Lai is here too. Wow, this really is the king of song competition. However, when people looked at the guest singers Su Shishir had brought with her, they all froze for a moment. It took a long time for everyone to reflect. Shishir, could this be Mr. Yi? Wow, Mr. Yi, I've heard a lot about you. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hi guys. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. The singers here, and the guests, which one is not a big name, but they all know him, even if they don't, they have heard his name. Am I already this famous? Yi Fan was a bit puzzled. You even brought another man over. Hong Kong City female singer Chi Chi, on the other hand, pulled Su Shishir over and said in Cantonese, aggressively to Su Shishir, Anan, Kiki's wife, I'm not going to forget about you when I have another man. Sushi rubbed Kiki's mouth hard and comforted her. It's obvious that the two have become good girlfriends and are very close through the singer. But then again, Shishir's wife, your man, is really handsome, Kiki muttered in a small voice. That's for sure, Su Shishir replied smugly. The whispers of the two, naturally, could only be heard by the two. After this, Wang Han and Mr. He both left the lounge together, were ready to go on stage and host the singer program, the singer finale, which officially kicked off when the two of them took the stage. Well, that's it for the commercials. The final of the singer officially begins. Next, please welcome the first singer to appear and his helpers. After some introductory remarks, plus ad-libbing, Wang Han finally announced that the final of singer officially began. Li Xiuqin and Lin Zhixiang, Mr. and Mrs. Yi Shiwen, Mr. He exclaimed immediately after. The coordination between the two was seamless and worthy of a professional level host. What? Both elder senior Lin and Yi Shiwen are here to be the guest singers? Wow. No way. The quality of this edition of Singer is too high. The help singers are bringing in such big names. Mr. Lin, my favorite singer, never won. The audience in front of the TV boiled over when they heard Mr. He's announcement of the names of the guest singers. Li Kachin was already a heavyweight singer, and he had even invited two of the most senior figures in the Hong Kong City singing scene. It seems that Mr. Li Kachin is truly unconvinced. He zoomed in on the first round of the finals. That's a must. Su Shishir is doing so well. Of course he's going to zoom in. This is going to be a great season of the singer finale. For sure, it has to be wonderful. The viewers in front of the TV, however, soon realized that this was just the beginning. When the first group of singers and helpers finished singing and the second group of singers and helpers came out, the crowd once again boiled over. No way. A combination of King Lion XXX? I just thought that Lee Kachin's group must have the highest score, but now it seems that it may not be. Yes, but then again, the four heavenly kings, aren't they all students of Mr. Lin? Sort of a student, after all, is it Elder Lin? The first two singers have invited helpers that are already so heavyweight. I'm really curious. The third singer, what kind of big names will be invited? Yeah, but what I'm most curious about is my goddess Shur. Which singer she'll ask to be the guest vocalist? Curious +1, curious plus 10,086. The competition continued, and as the helpers made their appearances, the audience in front of the TV, as well as those who watched the live broadcast, were all stunned, and even had their scalps tingling, because the singers in this edition, every single one of them is over the top quality in itself, not to mention that the guests they have invited, one by one, are also of the monster level. Star, Chapter 188, The Mysterious Mr. Yi. People even got goosebumps as group after group of singers and helpers took the stage, especially the live audience, which was abuzz with almost every helping guest or two. This season of The Singer has been nothing short of spectacular. Every one of these helpers is a monster. I'm getting more and more curious about this match and which group will win and get the highest vote. I'm curious too. I've been fooled. This isn't even a singer showdown. This is a song king competition. Yeah, even the king of songs of the stick country has been invited to be the guest vocalist. What is it if it's not the king of songs competition? I thought my goddess Su Shur was definitely secure. But now, I'm a little less confident again. Yeah, Su Shur's individual solo is really great, but the chorus is not so sure. The key depends on who she gets to help her sing. Tianfan Entertainment is so rich, the helpers she hired must be big names in the music industry. It must be. With the previous 6 groups of singers and guests have debuted, the more to the end, the more people are curious. The last singer, that is, all of them are most concerned about that singer Su Shur. In the end, who will be invited to be a supporting guest after the 5th singer, and the king of the stick country song he invited off the stage, Wang Han and Mr. He once again took the stage as hosts. This time, in a change of hosting style, they didn't come up and blurt out the guest's big name and his various brilliant accomplishments. Instead, viewers were left guessing who Sushi would invite as a guest. The hints they gave were that this person was familiar with Su Shur, had been quietly supporting him, and wasn't really the kind of celebrity entertainer, but had a certain level of fame. I believe that many of the people present know him. After Wang Han and Mr. He finished their words, the viewers present and in front of the TV and those watching the live broadcast on the internet were confused. Not really the kind of star performer, but one that has a certain level of fame that they still recognize. Who could this be? A new singer just starting out? A wandering singer? Or a netizen from a certain sound or live streaming platform? Similar to Little Timo? It can't be. The national team. Suddenly, I don't know who posted a pop-up. It was a stone's throw away. A huge barrage of pop-ups that flew by. It's quite possible. The nationals don't count as star performers. They count as real singers. No, singing artists. Asterisk. It's possible. It wouldn't be my lovely Mr. Wu that Su Shur invited, would it? Mr. Song. Mr. Song. So can Mr. Dayu Wall. If Goddess Su works with the national team, the scene must have exploded. Brother Han. Mr. He. Stop talking and get started. I can't wait. People were bursting with excitement and thrill at the thought that the guest singer Su Shur had invited to help him sing could possibly be from the national team. Whether it is the netizens mentioned the flowery soprano goddess Wu, or hot girl song, Dai teacher, or not mentioned Li Gu Yi teacher, and even singing apprehensive gong teacher, which is not the immortal level of singing artists. If Su Shur could sing a song with them, it would be very shocking to the whole audience, right? Still, there are a lot of netizens who have decided that inviting the nationals to be the guest singers is a bit unlikely. I'd like to think that it might be an invitation to an internet singer, similar to Little Timo, right? Oh, there's this possibility. It's said that before Su Shur debuted, she was a net singer on Tease Fish for a while, so there's a real possibility that she could invite a net singer she knows like Xiao Timo to be the guest vocalist. Don't! Little Timo is so much less pushy than the nationals. What? Upstairs, you look down on internet singers. Some of the netroots singers are also powerful, such as Goddess Su Shur is an example. If Su Shur invites Netflix to be the guest of honor for her helpers, in the first round of the competition I dare to assert that she's bound to lose. Upstairs, can you talk? Whoa, it's getting loud. Viewers watching the live broadcast of the singer on the internet even got into a heated argument over what exactly Su Shur would invite as a guest vocalist. Although, this was not a good phenomenon. It certainly proved, side by side, how much attention people paid to Su Shishir, at least, more than the other 6 singers, combined. This phenomenon is, quite simply, unbelievable, because Su Shishir is just a new singer who has just debuted for more than 2 months, while the other 6 singers, those who can enter into the final, are either powerful singers like Hong Kong City female singer Chi-Chi, or like Lee Kachin, who has been on the scene for decades, has a lot of popularity, and even influenced a generation of former singers, but their attention combined was surprisingly not as much as Su Shishir's alone. It's all a bit ridiculous. Of course, this is naturally attributed to Tianfan Entertainment. Tianfan Entertainment, equivalent to a huge push hand behind Su Shishir, pushed her to the peak. Finally, amidst the crowd's anticipation, the hosts Wang Han and Mr. He, who were afraid of continuing to rant and get beaten up by the audience, finally announced that it was Su Shishir's group's turn to go on. And now, please welcome, Su Shishir and her mysterious guest vocalist, the mysterious Mr. Yi. As soon as Wang Han's words left his mouth, all the viewers were a bit confused. The mysterious Mr. Yi? Which singer's last name came up? Yi Xia Yi? Yi Ching? Yi Lianchen? Put. In the front, Yi Lianchen, you're going to laugh me to death. Not to mention, I looked it up online, and there really is an internet singer with the name Yi Lianchen. But, laugh your ass off. From the netizens' discussion, it was clear that they were still firmly convinced that what Su Shishir had invited, up to now, would be a singer, until suddenly someone, out of the blue, woke up and posted a pop-up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, what Su Shishir invited, is Mr. Knight. The person who sent this pop-up was a former admin of Su Shishir's admin group. As soon as he heard that Su Shishir's invited guest vocalist was surnamed Yi, he immediately reacted. Mr. Yi? It's possible. Which one are you talking about? The mysterious man behind goddess Su Shishir, Mr. Yi? Can't be. Su Shishir even invited her boyfriend to be the guest vocalist. When Su Shishir was live streaming before, her boyfriend showed up. I've seen him, he's simply too handsome. It's said that this Mr. Yi is very good at singing. Who knows? It's all just rumored by everyone and not many people have really heard of it. Star, Chapter 189, a song that hits the soul. That's right, about that day's live video. No one has uploaded it online either. It feels like, it's that man called Mr. Yi who is speculating, in order to raise his popularity, so that he can be worthy of our goddess Su Shishir. Yi need hype? Supposedly, people were listening to the song so hard they forgot to record the screen. Yeah, this time, I'm definitely going to record it. No need to record it. It's the final of the singer. On Mango, Su Shishir and Yi Fan hadn't even been on the stage yet, just because of Wang Han's sentence. All of a sudden, it caused a heated discussion on the internet. Hong Tao, the person in charge of the singer program, has been having a very tense time keeping an eye on the singer's real-time ratings, because after so many seasons of the singer, it has also run into a crisis. That is, viewer fatigue with an old show. People are always going to be more fresh with new shows. More fresh. So, the station's leadership has ordered that if the ratings for Singer are still poor this season, it will probably be pulled from its primetime weekend slot. It's even possible that there will be no more Singer as a program. This is no wonder. Hong Tao director this season directly opened the big move. Invited so many to strength to popularity of the singer, and even help singing guests. All one is a monster level, because he's busting his ass. It's a last-ditch effort. In fact, that said, if Singer hadn't had Su Shishir come out of nowhere to bring it tons of popularity and heat, it would have actually been time to switch from the weekend primetime slot to something else after the season of Singer started. The Singer is still on primetime weekends again, and it's all thanks to Sushi. The other singers, of course, are more or less credited. It's just nowhere near as good as Sushi. Therefore, the ratings of the last installment of Singer are especially crucial for Hong Tao. Just as Hong Tao was getting nervous, suddenly, a staff member hurriedly ran into the Singer's backstage, and in his hand, he was holding a statement of the latest ratings. Director Hong Tao, great news. The ratings of the Singer tonight are far ahead of other singing programs. No, they're far ahead of all variety shows in the same time slot. The staff was thrilled to say the least. What? Hong Tao grabbed the ratings report and looked at it. The red number that was marked out. His body shook and he knew that his program was saved. Real-time ratings 251%. This is not just high. This is a record for domestic variety show ratings. Okay, don't look at 251%. That number seems low, but you have to realize that in past years, the highest ratings for variety shows were just 5% or 6%. After all, there are so many domestic TV stations and so many various variety shows. to have a 1.6% rating is really high. And 251% is literally twice as much as 1.6%. That's certainly a ratings miracle. And this miracle was created by the two of them, Su Shishir and Yi Fan. They just got on stage. They haven't even sung yet. This time, Hong Tao was directly admiring Yi Fan, the big boss behind Tianfan Entertainment. Luckily, in the beginning, he didn't refuse Su Shishir to open a backdoor and allow her to participate in Singer with the identity of a rookie singer. Otherwise, not to mention whether or not he offended Tianfan Entertainment, now he probably didn't even have a place to cry. Director Hong, on the internet, it's also causing a fervor of discussion. Right now the 1000-degree search terms are almost all dominated by our singer-related discussions. The glad tidings came one after the other. Hong Tao was surprised and even a little bit in the clouds. He didn't understand how Yi Fan would bring such a huge reaction to the Singer program as soon as he appeared on the stage. Is this the influence of Mr. Yi, who even Big Ma, Little Ma, and Wang Lin and other bigwigs are all vying to kiss his ass? On the surface, it's completely unnoticeable, but in reality, there's a lot of darkness. Convinced, Hong Tao for Yi Fan, the two of them hadn't even met in a real sense, but he already admired him to the core. While Hong Tao was still in shock, while netizens were still discussing heatedly, and while women were still marveling at Yi Fan's simply heaven-defying face value, Yi Fan and Su Shishir walked onto the stage holding hands and started their singing. Here's a CD from the past. Listen to the love we had then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. As soon as Yi Fan opened his mouth, the entire audience was solemn, and all the spectators at the scene, all of them froze. People forget to shed tears, forget to get excited, and even make the head bobbing that comes with intoxication. What's this? This is too good to be true. This Mr. Yi, are you sure he's not a singer? The king can't even sing as well as him, right? Even if we say he's the god of song, it's not an exaggeration. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On the pop-up screen, the secret densely packed asterisk 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 asterisk, 2 words to occupy. Inside a layer, outside a layer, at least 3 or 4 layers stacked. Even if they weren't there, they were shocked by watching the live stream. At this moment, in addition to asterisk 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 asterisk, what else can express the shock in their hearts at this moment? Even before, think the so-called Yi singing good, but is the hype of those netizens, at this moment, is also shocked in addition to asterisk 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 asterisk, do not know how to express their inner shock. Of course, there were a few other pop-ups mixed in as well. Nay, I am uneducated. Asterisk 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 goes everywhere. My mom asked me why I was on my knees watching the video, and then she got down on her knees too. Is this the heavenly music that humans can make? As soon as you open your mouth, it hits the soul. Who can stand it? The voice of the soul. It's just so right. When other singers sing, they shock my eardrums at best, but when he opens his mouth he shakes my soul directly. Why is dead? The netizens are not exaggerating in the slightest. Because, Yi Fan's voice, it really hit the soul, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it touched the most vulnerable part of everyone's heart. Listening to someone else's singing was a pleasure at best, while listening to Yi Fan's singing was nothing short of lust. Some people even had the thought that they could listen to the song and count themselves dead. It's worth it, too. Su Shishir, who was on the side, was also shocked as she looked at Yi Fan. Although, the two had rehearsed together many times, she still couldn't help but be shocked by it every time she heard it. And Su Shishir also completely figured out that previously, Yi Fan hadn't fully demonstrated his true singing prowess either at the reunion or on that live broadcast. His true singing prowess, when he opens his mouth, it's straight to the soul. Star. Chapter 190, The Miracle of Ratings. The king of song can't do it at all, and the god of song, in the general sense, is not always seen to be able to do it. This is the reason why Su Shishir, who desperately wanted director Hong Tao, recommended Yi Fan to be the guest singer. After Yi Fan finished singing, Su Shishir continued, "Can't sing that Anyang song again. I'm red-faced and hiding when I hear it, though I may often forget. I still love you." Crisp, melodious, and pleasant singing floated out, and people only felt their scalps tingling and goosebumps rising all over their bodies. It's also too good. Although it wasn't as good as Yi Fan's singing voice, which hit the soul as soon as he opened his mouth, it was still as good as anyone else's. Moreover, the audience didn't know if it was because of their illusion, or because of the chorus with Yi Fan, or because of Su Shishir's continuous improvement. Su Shishir's singing voice sounded much better than before. It was good enough to listen to before, but now, it's just extremely heavenly. The audience was naturally not mistaken, because Su Shishir's singing skills had, indeed, improved. Originally, there were only 6 levels of singing skills, but now, it's 8. Yi Fan was worried that if he played out his level 10 singing skill, it would completely overshadow Su Shishir's light, so he raised her singing skill directly to level 8. Anyway, with her hard work, it would only be a matter of time before she reached level 8 singing. Of course, this will take at least a few years of honing. Yi Fan, on the other hand, could directly raise her singing technique to level 8 with just a thought and by spending 2 skill points. The reason why I didn't boost to level 9 or full level was to give her room to work on it. After Su Shishir finished singing, it was the turn of the two to have one line each. Su Shishir looked at Yi Fan with affection, then continued to sing, because love doesn't grieve easily. Yi Fan also looked at Su Shishir fondly, so everything is in the mold of happiness, for love simply grows, already ready to go crazy for you, for how can there be vicissitudes of love? So we still look young, because love is in a place, already there are people wandering around somewhere. The two had one line each, and finally, the chorus came. People come and go. When that chorus, from both Yi Fan and Su Shishir's mouths, sang out at the same time, the whole place was abuzz. Boom! The audience was shocked. The other singers, dumbstruck. Host Wang Han and Mr. He, I don't know who, didn't even hold the microphone unsteadily, snapped and fell to the ground. It's so good. It's really too much to listen to. Perfect chorus, perfect fit, heavenly and soulful music to match. A compliment that found its way into the minds of the audience. Netizens even forgot to post pop-ups anymore. Yi Fan and Su Shishir finished singing, and after a long time, people didn't even come back to their senses. Everyone was immersed in the beautiful singing of the two, going back to their songs over and over again. It was definitely the best song they had ever heard in their lives. It was a long time before the party popped up on the screen again, because of love. Seeing Goddess Shishir look affectionately at Mr. Yi with that glance, I believe in love again. Are they declaring their love like everyone else by singing? Cece's singing is fantastic, better than even the divas. Sister cries, when will sister's love arrive? Sister, I can do it, get out. Backstage at the singer, Hong Tao, as well as the staff, were also completely dumbfounded. For a long time, no one made any reaction. Even that, the staff member who had been running around printing out the ratings reports, was at the moment holding one of the new reports and staying aside. It was not until a long time ago that the host came on stage and announced that the first round of the singer finals was over, and that the results would be announced later, based on the voting results. At this time, director Hong Tao, only then, from his intoxication, came back to his senses. That, and the ratings statement. After coming back to his senses, his first concern, naturally, was the program's ratings. Air. Here it is. The staff member, who froze for a moment before reacting, hurriedly handed the new ratings statement to Hong Tao. Hong Tao actually didn't need to see it. He knew that the singer's issue, the ratings certainly wouldn't be bad, but he looked anyway. The result was a look that almost didn't scare him. 333% ratings. It's a ratings miracle alright. What with the ratings for soap operas and popular TV series finale? They're hanging by a thread. 333% rating. The female assistant on the side, seeing this ratings, even ignored the reserve, burst out at ********. The other staff members, too, were all stunned to hear the figure of 333%. They, the singers, it's a repeat performance, right? The leaders of Mango Channel, who were also keeping an eye on the ratings of the singer, created a ratings miracle when they heard that the singer's ratings peaked at 333%. Each one was also stunned and dumbfounded. How can a show this good be pulled from prime time? How can it be pulled from prime time? Especially the Ouyang stage manager. Now, anyone else who mentions the withdrawal of the singer to him, he's in a hurry with the singer. It's a guaranteed ratings miracle for Mango. As for the two people who had created the ratings miracle, Yi Fan and Su Shishir, Director Ouyang felt that it was necessary to personally meet with the two. After that, it was time for an hour of voting and tallying of votes. Inside the lounge, the 7 singers and their guests, probably because of the desire to win or lose, were no longer chatty at this time. Everyone is quite nervous. The only one who could remain relaxed and at ease was Yi Fan. In addition to Su Shishir, the other brother followers and helping guests saw this and had to admire Yi Fan's heart. But imagine also, people are not singers, but the performance is better than anyone else. And there is such a big head, and how will care about the results of a small singing program? Soon, it was time to announce the results of the first round. Yi Fan, because he was the guest of honor to help sing, naturally participated in this session. Sitting behind Su Shishir, Yi Fan finally felt the anxious mood of the singers and the audience. Even if he is as heartfelt as he is, by Hong Tao, this guy again and again appetizing. All hate to wanna go up and snatch the cell phone in his hand, directly to the rankings to be announced. However, it was an interesting session for the singer. People love and hate Hongtao, too. Originally, the result that could be announced in a minute was dragged out for 15 minutes by Hongtao. Star. Chapter 191, the second round. Still number 1. In the end, though, the results are in. Unsurprisingly to Yifan, the number of votes Su Shishir received was temporarily ahead of the other 6 singers. Su Shishir alone received 57% of the votes, even more than the other 6 singers combined. After hearing the result, both the singers and the helpers were stunned, but they didn't question the result in the slightest. It wasn't because Yifan's coming had scared them. They are truly convinced, because Yifan and Su Shishir's singing was really too perfect and worked together seamlessly. To coin a phrase, they were simply made for each other. So it's only fitting that they get first place. It's normal to get a higher number of votes. And, who to know, the final of the singer consists of 3 rounds, and the final score depends on the average of the scores of the 3 rounds combined. So, even though in the first round, Su Shishir, with Yifan's help, got as much as 57% of the votes, it didn't necessarily mean that she was a sure winner. Still have to see what she does in the next 2 rounds. Just like Huang Guanzhong in the first season of The Singer. In the first round, he got the highest percentage of votes and everyone thought he was secure. Who knows? His vote percentage in the second round was too low, resulting in the first singer to be eliminated, which was him. Moreover, in the next 2 rounds, there would be no Yifan who could give Su Shishir a boost. It would have to depend on her own performance. Sissy, congratulations, worthy of my Shishir wife. The singers, as well as their supporting guests, rose to their feet and congratulated Su Shishir on such a proud achievement. Where? I'm just dipping my toe in the water. The person who really performed well is our general manager Yi. Su Shishir looked at Yifan mischievously and said, "Oh, yeah." People laughed. "Mr. Yi, have you ever considered entering the singing world? It can definitely be a big crowd." "This is not. There is Lin Oldtimer in. Can take you into the door." Hongtao half-joked. "Speak bleh, I'm just older than Mr. Yi, to be the teacher of someone who sings better than me. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Lin Shixiang hurriedly waved his hand. "Honey, I'm kidding." Yi Shiwen, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded. "Ha, oh." Lin Shixiang then realized. Ha ha ha. The audience, deeply attracted by this lovely Master Lin. Is this the singing patriarch? Love it, love it. Amidst the bursts of laughter, the results of the first round came out, and next, the second round began. But even the second round has begun. Many of the audience were still in the shock of Yifan and Su Shishir's chorus. People were still talking about Yifan and Su Shishir. Su Shishir and Mr. Yi, the two are a perfect match. The singing was great too. The love between the two is just so sweet. Yeah, it's said that when netizens previously questioned Su Shishir about being maintained by some old, ugly boss, Mr. Yi heard about it and immediately stepped forward, on the live broadcast, to help clarify everything for her. So envious of their love. Mr. Yi, this man who made me fall out of love, stole my goddess Su Shishir. I hate it. What's the use of hating? Do you have his money? Are you as handsome as he is? Are you as talented as he is? Do you sing as well as he does? What? None of that. So go find a corner and shut yourself up. Well, I'm going to find a corner and go autistic. 3 minutes. Find out all the information about this Mr. Yi for me. I've also been curious as to what this Mr. Yi is all about. Yes, what is the origin of the person who even the 3 bigwigs, Big Ma, Little Ma, and Wang Lin, have to kiss his ass? That's something that all of us are curious about. Supposedly, he has the state behind him. What? He's not the son of some patriarch, is he? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's rumored that the patriarchs all treat him with respect. It's said that it's better to say less of this kind of thing. Jenin or something, you're going to get your water meter checked if you talk nonsense here. Open the door. SF Express. SF Express warning. For a while people were getting more and more curious about the identity of Yifan, the man behind Su Shishir, and many netizens even started to investigate Yifan's mysterious identity through the internet. Of course, the information on the network about Yifan's identity is basically all put out by Yifan himself, and it's impossible to find out what he doesn't want to put out on the network at all. Even in the modern era where internet information technology is so advanced, even if the hacker, attacking Yifan v blog, v letter and other social accounts, it is impossible to get too much information. There's no way around it. Who let him have a little love in his hand that's always 20 years ahead of modern technology? With AI in hand, any top-notch network hacker was nothing but scum in his eyes. The second round. Amidst the netizens discussing Yifan's mysterious identity while listening to the songs, soon ended. What Su Shishir sang this time was still the song of the diva Fei Wong, Red Beans. It is worth mentioning that the audience, after listening to Su Shishir's emotional singing of Red Bean, surprisingly, the whole audience was in tears. Even the singers and hosts were in tears. Not only that, but the viewers who were watching it through their TV sets or watching the webcast were actually crying from listening to it, simply because Su Shishir sang with too much devotion and emotion. She sang with emotion and the audience, naturally, was deeply moved by her feelings. Plus the song Red Beans has a little sadness in the tune already. It's even more touching when it's late at night and you're listening to this song alone. Ooh, is that a good cry? Oh my god, this is the first time I've ever cried at a song. Me too. No, it's my second time. And last time it was Goddess Su who sang Lillian too. Mighty men shed tears. Goddess Su Shishir. So perfect. Big love to my Goddess Su Shishir. You're the hot woman who created the singer show asking actors to fake cry hit? Love it, love it. Blow up my Su de Goddess. Amidst the discussion amongst the netizens, the results of the second round, 2, were finally revealed. Sushi received 34% of the vote. It looks like it's a lot lower than the 57% of the vote it got in the first round. But in fact, in the second round of vote share, the highest is still Su Shishir. Su Shishir once again used her own strength to prove to all the viewers and fans who love her that she is not a vase. She is a powerhouse singer. After the first round of the help singing session, Yi Fan could have left, but instead of doing that, he chose to stay and sit in the first row with the other guests who stayed to help sing, listening to the singers. Knowing that Su Shishir's ranking in the second round was still number 1, Yi Fan knew that it should be stable. This year's King of Songs is none other than Su Shishir. Chapter 192, the competition ends. Su Shishir seals the title. The tournament continues to go on, and finally the last grand finale is upon us. At this point, the singer was live for 4 hours, broadcasting from 7 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Even though it's the weekend, it's already 11 p.m. Late at night, which is when the ratings would logically start to go down. But surprisingly, instead of dropping in the ratings, the singer's ratings have gone up a bit. Obviously, it's the night owls that contribute to the ratings for the singer. There are many night owls and they are all geeks. In the eyes of the geeks, Su Shishir was definitely the perfect goddess in their heart's awe. Even the weight was heavier than their secondary goddesses, what with Gunny Ah and all. It's no wonder, then, that the ratings for the singer, rather than dropping, have risen slightly. The most excited person to learn this news was naturally Hongtao, the head of the singer program. His program, he knew, had not only risen from the dead through the night, but, in the future, would surely be taken more seriously by the station. After all, it was a trip to a show that created a ratings miracle, as expected of Yi Fan. In the third round of the competition, Su Shishir once again won the first place for her song Legend, and her vote share was even as high as 40% point something. It doesn't even need the staff to do another tally. Anyone knows who the winner of this season of The Singer is. 3 rounds, all in first place. She's not the champion. Who is? In the past, it would have been debatable who was the winner and who was second and who was third between 1, 2 and 3, and it would have had to be counted and calculated to arrive at a tangible result. But this time, none of it is necessary. There was almost no suspense at all. With her song Legend, Su Shishir beat out powerhouse singers such as Lee Kachin and Kiki to seal the deal. And netizens have praised that Sushi's last song choice is simply not good enough. The legend. That's right. In the minds of the audience, she's that legend in their hearts. After the final installment of The Singer, Sushi was on fire. A complete blaze. There's hardly a household, a street, or an alley that doesn't know her. Now, when people talk about Sushi, they say that she is the diva Sushi. Even when Fei Wong, the diva of the year, was sealed, she was not as hot as she was. Of course, there is also because the internet was not yet developed back then in the mix. After all, information travels faster now that the internet is developed. After Su Shishir's big hit, the topics people talked about on the internet were almost all related to her, which made her popularity even hotter. Even, in terms of popularity and traffic, it directly overpowers those traffic stars who rely on traffic to make a living. A powerhouse singer that trumps a traffic star in terms of popularity and traffic? What an incredible thing in a society where traffic is now king. But this kind of thing, it just happens. And it happened to a new singer who hadn't been on the scene for long. For a while, a lot of people, on the internet, on forums, on blogs and also on vlogs, talked about it. Some extreme netizens, even more so, threatened on the internet, saying that those traffic stars simply do not deserve to be stars, because they have nothing but traffic and popularity. Acting, a face paralyzed, singing, pentatonic, even on variety shows, are like a dullard. These extreme netizens have even issued a huge question to all on this. Why do people like that get to be stars? Can you become a star just by having a white face? a bit of fame, and after going through the packaging? Nowadays, the requirements for celebrities are simply not too low, and naturally, this extreme statement has caused the NC fans of the traffic star to take offense. So the two groups are at each other's throats on the internet. The story got bigger and bigger, and even in the end, it spread to innocent people. For example, a certain king of the week. That's what led to that later on. The battle of the century between the fans of King Cho Tien and the fans of the traffic star. Of course, the end result? Naturally, it ended in a traffic star fiasco. But even so, the NC fans of those traffic stars still refused to give up. They found the source of the matter, and the cause was that Su Shirshir's popularity had once suppressed their traffic stars after her big hit. As a result, the NC fans of those traffic stars turned their spearheads and aimed at Su Shirshir. Su Shirshir, a rookie singer who debuted only 2 months ago, still dares to call herself a diva. How long did the other diva, Fei Wong, fight for before she was crowned diva? Don't be shameless. That's right. What does she have? Is she as handsome and versatile as our Quinn Quinn in Little War? Quinn Quinn, mommy loves you. Battle, come into mommy's arms. Don't interrupt the two upstairs. It's said that she relied on men to get to the top. There's a whole lot of black history about her on the internet. Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise think about it. A teeming fish's net red anchor has become a diva in just half a year. Is this possible? That's right. It's not the first time someone has said something dark about her being kept by a man. What the heck? Still pretending to be innocent on the internet, turns out to have been a bad street product for a long time. That's it. The NC fans of the traffic stars have started to go on the internet again, hacking up Su Shirshir. If anything, it's just a little bit of hacking. Who would have guessed that these NC fans, the more they hacked, the more they went overboard. What was not there, they say is there. What was white, they say is black. Even some celebrities, such as Hong Kong City singer Kiki, who stood out to help Su Shirshir, were caught together and hacked by those NC fans. Anyway, they are now catching whoever they can hack. They don't care if it's right or wrong as long as it has to do with hacking their favorite beans. But just as they were hacking away, *********. How did my account get blocked? I'm blocked too. I can't post. What the hell? I'll register a new account and try. If it gets blocked, I'll just go on someplace and buy an account and keep hacking. *********. How did the group get blocked too? The groups are all blocked. It's definitely not because of our overly aggressive words anymore. Someone must be behind this. Who else could it be? Either Sue Bitch hired a team or that Mr. Yi behind her is up to no good. Brothers and sisters, it's time to stand up and fight. But the number is blocked. The group is blocked. What can we do? The NC fans of the traffic star are in deep thought. However, they guessed right. This matter, it was really related to Yi fan. Things on the internet, Yi fan rarely cared about. Star, Chapter 193, Beware of Water Meter Check. Things on the internet, Yi fan generally seldom cared about. However, when he saw that some NC fans had blackened Su Shirshir excessively, he gave an order to the AI Xiao AI. All of a sudden, all of the accounts and also groups that NC fans had worked so hard on for years were blocked forever. Unsealing? Impossible. Moreover, even if they registered a new account or went on a certain treasure to pay a high price to buy an account, as soon as they posted a message about hacking Su Shirshir, they would realize that their account was immediately blocked. And it's a second seal. Looking for official unblocking and can't unblock it. The official answer given was simple. The login IP was abnormal. It's common for newly registered accounts, as well as bot accounts, to be blocked for abnormal login IPs, off-site logins, etc. That's all common. They can only eat their words. Whoever made their account is either newly registered or bought it on one of those. Without the account, without the Penguin Group, those brainwashed fans of the traffic stars, even if they want to jump, they can't jump. NC fans couldn't jump up and down. And this internet topic war naturally ended with those netizens who defended Su Shirshir gaining victory. Things that were supposed to just go away. One party, however, has suffered a great deal of damage to its interests in the midst of this incident. That's known as the traffic star making machine, Skytalk Entertainment. Don't look at the fact that there was only one difference between Tianyue Entertainment and Tian Fan Entertainment. But unlike Tian Fan Entertainment, who only signed the most promising artists, Tianyue Entertainment was famous for holding those traffic stars. Skype Entertainment packages and dresses up those traffic stars, creating buzz for them and bringing in tons of traffic. As for whether these traffic stars have any semblance of real talent, they don't care. As long as there's a white face with tons of NC fans, it's fine. However, this approach often creates stars that are only fast food stars. After the audience realizes that they don't really have much talent, they'll soon go out of fashion. Like Lu Han, and then Quinn Quinn. The whole internet used to be on fire and it was all about them. Now what? They've long since disappeared? Lu Han, didn't even last long enough for his Fortress of Mordor to hit theaters. In the midst of this cyber war, many of the Traffic Star's NC fan accounts were blocked, resulting in NC fans not being able to pop up. NC fans can't bounce around, so naturally they can't bring hotspots and topics to those Traffic Stars under Chanyu Entertainment. Without NC fans to bring in traffic, and with no real talent, these Traffic Stars are straight up unloved. I can't get a movie contract, I can't get a commercial, and I've even been released from my endorsement. For a while, under the banner of SkyTalk Entertainment, several dozens of Traffic Stars, in turn, became a burden to them. Plus, some time ago, Tianyu's big-name star Zhang Han died violently due to overindulgence. In short, Tianyu Entertainment is having a rough time. So, SkyTalk Entertainment decided to fight back. They fought back. And unlike the NC fans who were fooling around, they had a PR team and preparation. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. However, after Yifan's public appearance at Mango Stage, people were talking about him more and more. People were curious as to what Yifan was all about. The men were curious as to how he could gain the favor of their goddess, Su Shishir. The women, on the other hand, are curious as to how any man, who can be so handsome and rich at the same time, can be so talented. It's not even an exaggeration to say he's the most perfect man in the world. As a result, many netizens began to pick up Yifan's background online. Mr. Yi, whose real name is Yifan, once smashed $200 million for Su Shishir, who was still an anchor on the Amusing Fish live streaming platform. He made an appearance at the Bazaar charity, along with Big Sweetie, and it's rumored that he made an appearance as the big boss behind Tianfan Entertainment. The limousine under his seat is a limousine worth $100 million. Senicone 1. When goddess Su Shishir was recording Singer, he often drove this car to and from her. That's nothing. It's rumored that in his bank account, the deposits are in 11 figures, which means he has at least tens of billions of dollars in savings. Oh my god, tens of billions of dollars worth. This guy, does he have more money than the three big brothers? Big Horse, Little Horse and Wan Lin? It's not the value, it's the deposit. Sizzle, this is horrible. Is this what real rich people are like? However, other than that, it's impossible to find out any other information about him. Can a mere big boss of Tianfan Entertainment be so rich? It's clearly impossible. He must have other identities. Right, rumor has it, he's got the state behind him. Not only that, I've also heard that the loud boss of Hong Kong City offended this Mr. Yi at the Bazaar charity gala, and then not long after that, he had a heart attack and died violently. I wonder if it has anything to do with him. Don't talk nonsense about such unfounded rumors. Beware of having your water meter checked. Also, however, the more I can't find out any other information about this Mr. Yi, the more curious I am about this Mr. Yi. Me too. Mr. Yi, the idol of our men. The discussion about Yifan on the internet was overwhelming. Yifan ignored this. However, one day, Yifan received a call from a relevant department. After Mr. Yi answered it, he listened to the other party explain the original reason, and then he realized that, originally, the relevant departments called this phone call precisely because of the matter of netizens investigating and discussing his background on the internet. The authorities wanted to ask Yifan if he needed them to step in and help him block the news. After all, there are still quite a few bulls among the netizens, and if they are allowed to continue investigating, it is inevitable that they will find out any clues. If any traces are really found out and exposed on the internet, neither side will benefit. In response, Yifan expressed indifference. He wasn't even afraid of the netizens and what he could find out. After all, with AI monitoring the entire network in real time for him, it was simply impossible for those netizens, even the top hackers, to dig out his unknown true background. Unless, of course, it was Yifan himself who put out the information. When the people from the relevant departments heard that Yifan had said this, what else could they say? In this matter, they naturally refrained from interfering. On this day, Yifan was paying attention to the news of the Aussie Vegas on his laptop. Ever since River Linlin won the God of Gamblers competition and became a veritable god of gamblers, in the following period of time, the fame of Aussie City even overpowered the world's #1 gambling city, Las Vegas. Many people and media even threatened that the glory of Las Vegas is gone. And now, Aussie City is truly the world's #1 gambling city. Star, Chapter 194, Yifan, you can't do this? This claim, of course, is not officially recognized internationally, but so what if they recognize it or not? Anyway, in people's minds, the fame of Aussie City now does overshadow that of Las Vegas. After all, the new god of gamblers, spent in Aussie City, and a beautiful gambling goddess. This made countless gamblers, who wanted to catch a glimpse of the beautiful god of gamblers, River Linlin, come to the Australian city from far and wide. In this way, can the popularity of AOC not be strong? Of course it's impossible not to be prosperous. Just at this time, Yifan received a call from Chun Jie. It turned out to be Wolf 2, which he had invested in and had already finished filming. It will be released in theaters across the country in the near future after doing all the promotional work. Wu Xiaojing is worried about theater scheduling, so he calls Chun Jie. Yifan sniffed and naturally asked Chun Jie to respond to Wu Xiaojing that there was no need to worry about theater scheduling. He would take care of it. After hanging up the phone, Yifan made a call to Yida's old boss, Wang Lin. Then the theater scheduling thing. It's done. I was promised company today. Why are you just surfing the net for news and talking on the phone? Guan Tongtong shook Yifan's arm and pampered him. In fact, Guan Tongtong had been constantly contacting Yifan since long ago. The purpose, naturally, is to get close to Yifan. After all, it had been more than a month since the last time the two of them had traveled to Australia City, and she hadn't even seen Yifan again. That's for sure. So many women around Yifan. Even if she was Guan Tongtong, the little princess of the Beijing circle, she would have to line up if she wanted to see Yifan. Today, Yifan was originally scheduled to accompany Mu Qingyan. However, Mu Qingyan temporarily had an international meeting to attend and took a plane to Paris on the same day. That was why Yifan was free. It can't be helped. When Kawat Industrial gets big, there are just a lot of things to do. It just so happened that Yifan received a call from Guan Tongtong after hanging up Mu Qingyan's call. Just grudgingly agreed to keep her company today. Guan Tongtong has transformed from a girl to a woman after her last trip to AOC. Now she was a lot more mature and stable. After getting comfortable, Yifan was in a good mood and decided to take Guan Tongtong on the street. Guan Tongtong was naturally overjoyed when she heard this. Her favorite thing right now was nothing more than accompanying Yifan on the streets, because usually if she goes out on the street, whether alone, or with her family or friends, a hat, sunglasses, and a high-collar trench coat are all a must. Otherwise, it's really hard to be followed by a bunch of paparazzi everywhere you go and be chased by a bunch of fans for autographs. But going out on the street with Yifan was different. She hated that behind her. She was full of paparazzi. After all, if the paparazzi were to capture her with Yifan, it would not only increase her exposure, but it would also let everyone in the circle know that she, Guan Tongtong, and this mysterious Mr. Yi, had a great relationship. Of course, this kind of mind trick, Guan Tongtong being so innocent, was naturally not something that came to her mind, but rather a suggestion given to her by her agent. In this regard, Yifan didn't mind. Anyway, as long as it wasn't a paparazzo that Guan Tongtong had deliberately found, he didn't bother. Moreover, Guan Tongtong's caution is doomed. After going on the street with Yifan, Guan Tongtong realized that the dogs, which were usually everywhere, like tails that could not be shaken off, were not even a single figure today. How is that possible? Of course, very quickly, Guan Tongtong reacted. This must have something to do with Yifan. Although not being able to increase her exposure and not letting people all know about her relationship with Yifan made Guan Tongtong a little lost. But through this incident, Guan Tongtong also realized once again just how much energy Yifan had. Yes, even in Magic City, where paparazzi are everywhere, as long as Yifan appears, those paparazzi don't care about messing around and taking pictures. After all, there is a price to pay for messing around and taking down some pictures and videos. Guan Tongtong was, at first, a bit lost because of the lack of paparazzi, but soon enough, she was in a much better mood. I don't know when she hadn't felt the joy of being a normal person anymore. I think it was since she became famous at the age of 5 or 6. Becoming famous at such a young age is something that many people can and do envy. But it's actually an unfortunate thing for Guan Tongtong. He lost his freedom at the age of 5 or 6, and when he went out on the street, he was surrounded by a bunch of dog thieves and fans, and he didn't even get a chance to take a good look at the street scene. After living like this for more than 10 years, now, she finally felt the joy of being an ordinary person when she could freely seek to walk on the streets. Although, along the way, there would still be quite a few people who would recognize her. It was really comfortable to not have a whole bunch of paparazzi following her around. Brother Van, take me to the big headshot. Sure, When Yifan saw Guan Tongtong, he couldn't help but flirt with her when she revealed such a naive and innocent side. What the heck? Van, you're so cheap. Ordinary people, aren't they all? But I'm your woman. So what? Van, why don't we go to the movies? Go! The two of them still had a good time shopping, this time on the street. Finally, at Guan Tongtong's mention, the two decided to go to the largest nearby, and also the largest in the Magic City, Ayida Cinema, to watch a movie. However, upon entering the theater, the two were taken aback by the fiery scene inside. Brother Van, what's going on here? It's a holiday, right? Why are there so many people? Guan Tongtong couldn't help but be startled when she saw the theater, packed to the brim with people. In order not to be recognized, she hastily took out her sunglasses and put them on. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had been wearing sunglasses for a long time. Indeed, it's not a holiday, nor is it a summer or spring festival. It's just the usual. Aren't movie theaters usually cold and quiet, with not many people except for couples? So now, what's this fire scene all about? Yi Fan was also curious about what was going on at first. However, when he scanned the movie theater, he immediately understood. Tong Tong, look at that. Yi Fan pointed to the innermost part of the cinema hall, a billboard at the ticket office, and said, following what Yi Fan knew. Guan Tongtong then saw the standing billboard from the dense crowd. Star, Chapter 195, The Overcrowded Yida Cinema, Fortress of Mordor? Seeing the advertisement on the billboard, Guan Tongtong then reacted. It turns out that this Yida theater, today, has a screening of Fortress of Mordor. The so-called point-of-view screening generally refers to a film that has been filmed before the official public release. For a certain purpose, in a country first selected a few special, or the director and investors believe that the monumental significance of the city of a certain theater or too early release. Obviously, the investor of Fortress of Mordor thought that Fortress of Mordor must be able to catch fire after investing so many billions. So, specifically for Fortress of Mordor got a spot screening. Since it's a spot screening, naturally, it's going to be at the biggest theater. So naturally, Fortress of Mordor in Mordor was selected at this Yida cinema. Of course, that's not why theaters are so hot. Although people had heard how many billions of dollars had been invested in Fortress of Magic City and how much better the special effects had been done, even if it had been heavily advertised, it would not have been possible to make the biggest theater in the area an overcrowded firestorm. After all, just one hall is enough to hold 40,000 or 50,000 people, and the scene, there must have been at least 70,000 or 80,000 people there. The reason for the overcrowding is Lu Han, baby Lu Han, mommy loves you, baby Lu Han, come into mommy's arms. In the crowd, there was a sudden surge, followed by the outbreak of some fat woman's hoarse cries. As it turns out, the reason why the Yida cinema was packed was because Lu Han would come out to meet his fans on the day of the screening of Fortress of Magic at the Yida cinema. It's no wonder that the scene was so hot, even though Lu Han had been blocked by Yi Fan and had long been an over-the-top star. After all, a thin camel was bigger than a horse. There were still a lot of his fans who rushed to support him after knowing that Fortress of the Magic City was in theaters and that Lu Han would come out to meet with them. You can see from this incident that those NC fans are really brain dead. Don't push, people, don't rush, line up, one by one. Anyone with a movie ticket to Fortress of Mordor can get my autograph with their movie ticket. With a fake smile on his face, Lu Han tried his best to use the most cordial tone and greeted his fans. As soon as he spoke, all of a sudden, he caused another burst of screams from the people in the crowd, especially the obese women. Seeing this scene, Lu Han's heart unexpectedly rekindled hope, and even some complacency. Who said that he was out of fashion? But there are still so many fans. However, his complacency didn't last long, when all of a sudden, he saw a familiar silhouette. Guan Tongtong. Lu Han froze for a moment when he saw Guan Tongtong. He was about to greet her, but who knows? When Guan Tongtong saw him, she hurriedly turned around and actually pretended not to recognize him. Isn't it obvious that Guan Tongtong's meaning for doing this is to let Lu Han? Not to bother her. Lu Han instantly felt humiliated. Luckily, he didn't have time to greet Guan Tongtong. Otherwise, wouldn't he be embarrassed to death? He, Lu Han, is still able to bend, and he endured this breath. Otherwise, what could be done? He wouldn't dare offend the little princess of the capital circle. I didn't dare to do it before when I was in the ascendancy, but I dare even less now that I'm in the doldrums. Just as Lu Han was about to pretend he didn't see it and walk away, he suddenly saw another person. He's in too? When Lu Han saw that beside Guan Tongtong, there was another man, and that man he recognized as Yi Fan. He almost didn't spit out blood in anger. This was not the most suffocating thing for him. The most suffocating thing was that he saw Guan Tongtong, who even took the initiative to hold Yi Fan's arm and pampered him. Lu Han had always treated Guan Tongtong as if she was his woman, although lately, because of various troubles coming one after another, it resulted in him not having the time to pester Guan Tongtong. But inside, he still regarded Guan Tongtong as his woman. He felt that as long as he didn't give up, he would one day be able to get Guan Tongtong, this innocent girl, into his hands. Now, seeing his own woman, even snuggled in the arms of other men, may even be, is no longer a girl. Thinking of this, where could Lu Han endure? He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Yi Fan's back. However, when Yi Fan turned his head back, he instantly wimped out and hurriedly pretended to turn his head elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Lu Han felt 10,000 times more ashamed of his cowardice, but there was nothing he could do about it. But he knew that Yi Fan even had the ability to block him. and it was just a matter of moving his finger to screw him over. Therefore, how would he dare to offend Yi-fan in public? And he knew very well that Fortress of Mordor was his last chance to rise to the top, and if he missed this opportunity, then he would really say goodbye to his star career for good. So whatever it takes, just hold it in. Damn it, Wan Tong Tong, Mr. Yi, right, you two wait for me. When Fortress of Magic City is a big hit, the word of mouth explodes, and I'm on fire again. By then, Wan Tong Tong, even if you want to get back together with me, I won't agree so easily. Lu Han, up until this point, had fantasies that he could burst into flames again with Fortress of Mordor. As long as it bursts into flames again, he doesn't believe that Yi-fan can't block it once more. Even if he could, with all his fans, he wouldn't be able to say yes. It was no wonder that Lu Han was harboring illusions. After all, with so many NC fans on the scene to support the show, it could indeed lead to an inflated and arrogant mentality. As for Yi-fan, he naturally didn't care about such a minor character like Lu Han. Even before that, he had long learned from Chunda that recently Fortress of Magic City would be screened on demand at the biggest Yida cinema in Magic City, and he didn't let anyone intervene, because he had known for a long time that, not to mention that the screening was packed and hot, Fortress of Mordor was doomed to be a flop. In that case, why should he intervene? Don't push. Everyone, one at a time. Get in line if you want an autograph. If you push each other, I won't give you autographs. On one side, Lu Han deliberately shouted. The reason why he shouted so loudly was naturally not because he really wanted to maintain the order of the scene so that the fans would not push each other. Rather, it was deliberately said to Yi-fan and Guan Tongtong. Lu Han was undoubtedly showing off to them that he was that popular even if he was blocked yet. Are you guys pissed off? Guan Tongtong sniffed, sure enough, and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Star, Chapter 196, you call this a movie? However, Yi-fan simply treated it as if he didn't hear it and said to Guan Tongtong, let's go, let's buy tickets. Although the scene was overcrowded, most of them, who had already bought movie tickets and were waiting in line for Lu Han to give them autographs, there were actually not many people lining up to buy tickets. So, Yi-fan and Guan Tongtong, very quickly, lined up at the ticket gate. Brother Fan, what kind of movie are we going to watch? It seems like 80% of the venues have been wrapped up by Fortress of Mordor. Why don't we just watch Fortress of Mordor? Guan Tongtong wasn't Yi-fan, a person who had been there, so she naturally didn't know how bad Fortress of Magic City was. She just thought, based on her own experience, that with several $100 million invested in Fortress of Mordor alone, how bad could it be? It's going to be a good one, I'm sure. The people around us who were lining up to buy tickets, sniffed and chimed in. Yeah, Fortress of Mordor is supposed to be great. We're planning on seeing Fortress of Mordor as well. Most of the people who are lining up for tickets are passersby and not those NC fans of Road Cold. NC fans of Lu Han, knowing that today is the premiere day, have already grabbed their tickets in advance. Yeah, Fortress of Mordor should be good. After all, it's invested so many billions. And look at the promo. That's special effects. TSK, it can definitely set a precedent for science fiction movies in our country. Z. Another passerby, who was in line, spoke up and chimed in. Honey, so many people watch Fortress of Magic City. Let's watch it too. Moreover, we can even get Lu Han's autograph. A pair of lovers, the woman said to the man. Almost everyone at the scene was planning to watch Fortress of Mordor. After all, this was an early screening. After all, this is an early screening. If you see Fortress of Magic City in advance, you will have something to brag about with your friends if it really catches fire in the future. Even the ticket takers, today, don't bother to ask customers what movie they want to see. Anyway, just print the movie tickets for Fortress of Mordor. However, Yi-fan shook his head when he heard this. No, let's watch Parasite. If you guys believe me, don't watch Fortress of Mordor, or you'll regret it. Yi-fan spoke to Guan Tongtong and kindly reminded the people next to him who were also lining up to buy tickets. As soon as Yi-fan said this, those NC fans of Lu Han who were lining up for Lu Han's autograph not far away immediately threw unfriendly glances at him. The Parasite? What kind of movie? A documentary on parasites? The female of the lovers opened her mouth and asked. From her tone, it could be heard that she didn't have an ounce of interest at all in whatever movie Parasite was. Anyway, it's pretty good, right? Even though it's a movie from a stick country. Yi-fan responded indifferently. Stick countries, ah, that's better. Of course it's to support the domestic ones, ah, right. How about Fortress of Mordor? It has invested so many billions of dollars and the publicity has been done well. Anymore, it won't be worse than Parasite, which doesn't even have any publicity. I still decided to watch Fortress of Mordor. The crowd responded in kind. And those NC fans of Lu Han who cast unfriendly glances at Yi-fan were gloating and whispering. That's right, it's none of your business what kind of movie people want to watch, and you're advising them not to watch Fortress of Mordor. Nosy, whatever you guys want. Yi Fan knew that it was useless for him to say anything now. So, after directly buying 2 movie tickets for Parasite, he left with Guan Tongtong. Not many people watched Parasite because the audience was snapped up by the Fortress of Mordor on-demand screening. There were only a handful of them. This is good. Yi Fan and Guan Tongtong can pick any seat they want to sit, do not need to follow the movie ticket specified location to sit. Yi Fan chose the back row seat, and Guan Tongtong naturally knew what Yi Fan was planning. Usually, when couples go to the movies, don't they like to pick the back row where no one is? That way, there's something to do when you're bored watching a movie. Guan Tongtong felt that Yi Fan was thinking this way, and she was mentally prepared for it. Even though the movie theater was a public place and she was a public figure, she didn't mind. Besides, another scandal with Yi Fan was more than she could ask for, even if there is some negative gossip. However, this time Guan Tongtong was really thinking wrong. The reason why Yi Fan picked the back row seats was just because he wanted to watch the movie better, not to be outdone. Parasite, which beat out Joker and won an Oscar, is really good quality. The few people in the theater were shocked to see the end. Is this human nature? People are caught up in thought. Even Guan Tongtong, a young lady who had started out as a child star since she was a child, was silent after watching it. Fan, you really know how to pick a movie. This movie, it's really too good and meaningful. After the movie ended, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but praise Yi Fan. That's for sure. This movie, at least 100 times better than Fortress of Mordor. Yi Fan said with great confidence. Really? Guan Tongtong was a bit unconvinced. She thought that Yi Fan might have seen Parasite in advance and knew it looked good. As for Fortress of Mordor, which only opened today, could he have known that Fortress of Mordor was good without seeing it? She didn't believe that Yi Fan was able to see things before they happened. To this, Yi Fan naturally did not make any reply. I didn't expect this movie to be this good. Yeah, I came to see it after my friend bought a movie ticket but learned that Fortress of Mordor was in theaters today and he went to see Fortress of Mordor and the ticket was useless. So he gave it to me. I didn't expect it. It's great. How come it's the same experience as mine? Too much of a coincidence. But I was given the movie ticket by my sister. The few audience members who saw Parasites praised it. Naturally, Yi Fan didn't talk to them and directly brought Guan Tongtong and left the movie hall. As it happened, a few other movie halls showing Fortress of Mordor had audiences coming out. And, quite a few. Seeing this, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but say curiously, strange, isn't Fortress of Mordor opening an hour after Parasite for us? How come people are backing out so soon? Guan Tongtong's words were heard by the person beside her, and that person couldn't help but speak. Ugh, don't mention it, bad luck. If I had known, I should have listened to that handsome guy with the sunglasses when I bought the tickets just now. I shouldn't have watched Fortress of Magic City. Yeah, what the hell? Call this a movie? Just kidding. Star. Chapter 197, the word of mouth at the screening is very bad. $360 million invested in what was filmed. Me too. I couldn't watch anymore. I was going to throw up. So I left the show early. So one stone stirs up 1,000 waves. One person complains, and immediately together a whole lot of people's complaints. People have been spouting off about how this Fortress of Mordor sucks. 2. The worst of the worst. Thanks to the fact that they waited painstakingly in the lobby for an hour after buying their movie tickets to see it. As a result, after about half an hour of watching it, I could no longer watch it. Listening to the complaints of the people around her, Guan Tongtong couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan. He's really got it right. How did he know? Guan Tongtong was curious. Yi Fan just shrugged his shoulders when he saw Guan Tongtong looking at him with curiosity. What did he say? If you watch Fortress of Mordor you will definitely regret it. No pun intended. When he returned to the lobby of the movie theater, Lu Han was still there. However, it's no longer about giving autographs. It's about explaining something. Mr. Lu Han, what kind of crappy movie did you make? Is this kind of crappy movie something people can watch? That's it. Fortress of Mordor. What a big crappy movie. This kind of bad movie. Invested $360 million? I'm afraid it's not you and Su Chi. The two of you took $350 million for the movie and used the remaining $10 million to make it. Bounced checks. Refund your ticket. That's a lot of sound and fury from the people who exited the movie theater. That, and a million apologies if the movie has left you dissatisfied. I'm really sorry, but the movie's already started and you've all seen it, so you really can't get a refund. I'm really sorry. I'm terribly sorry. In the face of the crowd's vocal criticism, Lu Han could only repeatedly lower his voice and apologize to the crowd. Yet even at this point, Lu Han's NC fans, instead, added to his confusion. After all, what kind of dog doesn't protect its master? They immediately retorted when they saw Lu Han being vocalized. Refund your ticket. Refund your ING ticket. Yeah, you guys were the ones who wanted to buy tickets to see Fortress of Mordor in the first place. and our family, chill, was forced to force you guys, too. Heartbreaking for our baby Luhan. Baby don't cry, mommies love you. Luhan heart bitter ah. Fans defend themselves. Obviously time happy things, but he is now not happy at all. Because, what these NC fans did, undoubtedly completely enraged the audience at the venue. For a while the intensity of people's voices, demanding refunds, grew even louder. Helpless, in the end, Luhan could only escape from the movie theater in a sorry state under the protection of the staff. Guan Tongtong was even more disappointed in Luhan when she saw him fleeing in this sorry state. In this situation, the proctor is not worthy of the fans who bought movie tickets to support him? There's no one else who can be a star like this. No wonder Guan Tongtong was angry with Luhan. After all, she grew up eating the meal of a star. She may not understand other truths, but she understands one truth. That is, when a star, you have to be able to stand up to your fans. Except, of course, for NC fans and black fans. And with Luhan leaving his disgruntled fans behind and running away like this, it's clear that he just didn't do it. Despite the disappointment, Guan Tongtong was actually a bit thankful in her heart. Luckily, she hadn't been with this guy in the first place. Otherwise, if she had continued to be with this guy, she would probably have fallen to this point today, right? Luhan left the stage in a hurry, covered by security. He couldn't care about anything else, but on the contrary, when he was leaving, he took one last look and saw Guan Tongtong who was with Yifan. Seeing the disappointment on her face, and a hint of disdain, a sudden realization dawned on him. That's what I'm talking about. Why is it obvious that word of mouth exploded before Fortress of Mordor's on-demand screenings started? And how come there's a whole bunch of Crusaders after it's released? Now it seems that it's not because I'm not strong enough, but because someone is making trouble out of it. Luhan thought so in his mind. As for who he thought was the person who was making trouble from it, what else could be said? It must be Yifan beside Guan Tongtong ah. Moreover, Luhan felt that the only person who could mobilize so many people to denounce him was Yifan. As for, could it really be that Fortress of Mordor sucked? He thought, of course, absolutely not. How can he suck in a movie that he put his heart and soul into and invested so much money in a masterpiece? So, it must be the reason why Yifan was making trouble out of it. Nothing else but this, Mr. Yi, right? Good. You're against me at every turn. So don't blame me. Luhan knew that he had been targeted by Yifan. He was not stupid. Although he did not dare to go against Yifan openly, but he had not been idle during these 2 months of recent silence. He had long ago done some research on Yifan. Now it was his turn to fight back. Luhan clenched his fists, his face becoming more and more hideous. However, the truth of the matter was that this incident, Yifan had truly done nothing. He didn't even bother to target a jumped-up clown like Luhan. He's to blame for Fortress of Mordor sucking? The Fortress of Mordor was screened on demand, and the word of mouth was extremely bad. This is the one thing that people who have seen the movie on the set all agree on. Yet strangely enough, this news, however, has not been reported in any relevant way since the beginning. Obviously, it was suppressed. The only thing you can find on the internet is yesterday. The screening of Fortress of Magic City was packed to the rafters. The Yida Theater, which can only hold 40,000 to 50,000 people, was packed with 70,000 to 80,000 people. That kind of news. Of course, that's true. It's not fudging the news. In this way, people who are not aware of the truth become even more curious. Is this Fortress of Mordor really that good? In a week, Fortress of Magic City will be released in theaters, and then, they must go to see it. Moreover, why, the investor of Fortress of Mordor did give it a good shot, promoting Fortress of Mordor in all sorts of ways. The slogan Fortress of Magic City is the pioneer work of science fiction movie, and Z Country even made countless people in media full of expectations for Fortress of Magic City. As for the extremely poor word of mouth at the screening of Fortress of Magic City, Luhan also gave an explanation to the two brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, of Hawaii. Say yes, it's not that Fortress of Mordor is bad, but it's because Yifan, who has been targeting him on the day of the screening venue, is making trouble out of it. The staff also confirmed that on that day, Yifan and Guan Tongtong did appear in the movie theater. The two brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, naturally believed it, which was why they gave Luhan one last chance. They two brothers invested several $100 million in this movie. Of course, also look forward to this movie on the day of public release can achieve good results. Otherwise, wouldn't they be losing money? Star, Chapter 198, Yifan's talent. The days that followed were uneventful. However, one day, a whole bunch of black Su Shur topics suddenly appeared on the internet, saying that Su Shur was with that mysterious Mr. Yi because she was greedy for his money. These topics have quickly taken over the major trending topic lists and thousands of degree search lists. A bunch of vloggers have retweeted this topic. Celebrities are in love with big money. Such a cliched and strange topic. It is surprising that overnight, occupy a variety of hot lists. Anyone with eyes can see that there is something not simple about it. Someone is screwing Sushi. When Jaya angrily told Su Shur about this matter, Su Shur immediately made a counterattack and posted a vlog. The content of the vlog is very simple. Su Shur just explains that what she likes is Yi Fandi's talent. Moreover, she also lists that among the songs she sang and singer, many of them were written by Yi Fan, includes Little Luck, Lillian, Miss Poetry, Zebra, and more. Netizens were shocked after seeing the vlog updates posted by Su Shur. What? My favorite Little Luck was actually written by Mr. Yi? No way? In that case, that ballad creator on the internet who has been on fire recently, the artist with the stage name Song Wilderness, is actually Mr. Yi? No wonder. I said how I couldn't search on the internet for the character Song Wilderness. So, it's just a stage name. Mr. Knight is just handsome, and he has money, and he is so good at singing, and he can sing, and he can compose and fill in the lyrics. My God, how can this let us other men live? Lillian, Miss Poetry, my favorite, the song that made me cry the first time I heard it. Me too. I always thought I liked rock and heavy metal and all that, but I didn't realize that my bottom favorite was folk music. In that case, Miss Poetry was specially written by Mr. Yi for Su Shur. The love between Mr. Yi and Su Shur is too romantic. When can sis have such a romantic love? Miss Sister upstairs, I can do it. Get out. First of all, you have to have the general face value of Mr. Yi. The vlog that Su Shur posted was not only a powerful rebuttal to those topics that blackened her, but also, it made netizens marvel at Yi Fan's talent. Rich, good looking, can sing, and compose his own lyrics. There's no one else like this perfect man. Of course, not all internet users think so. Originally, the NC fans of the traffic star who couldn't pop up because they were blocked. After seeing so many black sushi threads, it became active again. They even brought up the tempo on the internet, saying that Su Shur had a lot of dark information before she debuted to fame. Being adopted by a boss, being in a luxury brand store, playing a big game with an actress, beating up an actress, etc. All of these so-called black materials are obviously rumors, and even if they aren't rumors they are deliberately exaggerated. Moreover, this time, it seemed that they had the secret support of certain people. Someone has provided them with tons of internal accounts and even money. Internal accounts, even if they are blocked, can still be unblocked immediately as long as funds are available. So, on the internet, they attacked Su Shur with impunity, and even involved Yi Fan. They said that Yi Fan, using his power and influence and having tens of billions of dollars in savings, bought off the leaders of Mango Channel and opened the back door for Su Shur. Even the final overall winner of Singer was bought with money for Su Shur. These comments, naturally, drew strong rebuttals from Su Shur's fans and even passerby netizens. After all, Su Shur's performance in the final installment of Singer was there for all to see. She does it better than any other singer, whether it's in her vocals, her playing, or her song choices. What's more, there is Yi Fan, this real god of song, as her singing guest, the kind of straight to the soul of the song, so that all the viewers who have seen the last phase of the Singer program so far have been intoxicated in it. Netizens believe that Su Shur won the title because of her strength, and of course it has something to do with the guest singers she invited to help her. That her championship was bought with money? Bull ********. However, NC fans are called NC fans because they are brain dead. They're not going to believe the evidence and facts that are right in front of their eyes. They're just going to wishfully believe that they're going to get angry with anyone who jeopardizes their love child, idol, even at the risk of accidentally injuring friendly forces for it. So, on the internet, a roaring cyber battle of teammates versus traffic star North Carolina fans has erupted just a few days after Tenocho. However, let the netizens lay out the facts and reason. Those NC fans pressed on. They took the fact that Su Shur, a rookie singer who had just started her career, had defeated 6 long famous and powerful senior singers to win the champion of the Singer, and tried their best to blacken Su Shur, saying that if there was no backroom deal, what would make Su Shur, a new singer who just started out, win the title? The incident went so far that even the other 6 singers who participated in the Singer, as well as the helpers, couldn't stand to watch. The first one to post a vlog in public support of Su Shur was naturally Hong Kong City female singer Kiki. After she stood out, Li Kachin, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Jixiang, Heavenly King Lai, and so on, also stood out, stating that Su Shur's ability to win the Singers Championship did rely on her own strength, and that they could guarantee with their own personalities that they didn't half-ass the water. They've all come forward to prove Su Shirshir's innocence for her. Those NC fans should stop now, right? If you think that, then you're seriously underestimating their brain damage. The NC fans didn't believe it at all, saying that they stood up for Su Shirshir because they received money from that Mr. Yi. These brainwashed indignation even ran to the singers who stood out to help Su Shirshir speak under the vlog to attack them. Even the Lin Jishan couple who just opened the vlog, so angry that Lin oldtimer directly let someone shut down the vlog. In the end, even the chief director of the program singer, director Hong Tao, couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to help Yifan and Su Shirshir. Even Mango Channel has released a notice on their official website, stating that the champions of singer are all voted for by the audience, without any underhanded maneuvering. Not to mention the claim that money is used to buy the champions. They will reserve the right to pursue the malicious rumors of certain netizens. Star. Chapter 199, Wu Xiaojing in trouble. In addition to director Hong Tao standing up for Yifan, Wu Xiaojing, Wandering Earth director Guo Fan, Big Sweetie, Big Mimi, and so on, also stood up for Yifan and Su Shirshir. After these people came out to show their support for Yifan and Su Shirshir, underneath their vlogs, they were naturally not less patronized and attacked by NC fans. Other people are just like that. Wu Xiaojing is straight and speaks even more straight, directly slamming those NC fans who have been kneeling at the feet of their traffic stars for so long that their bones are soft. So much for not wanting to recognize the strength of some of the power stars, and not being able to see them as good. The reason why Z country movie and TV dramas are all led by young fresh meat with no acting skills at all is caused by these NC fans of theirs. In other words, the reason why there are more and more bad dramas in Z's movies and TV dramas is due to those traffic kids with no acting skills and these NC fans who tout them. Wu Xiaojing's straightforward words directly annoyed the brainwashed fans. Good they attack Su Shirshir. So many star artists, directors stand out there are netizens, to help her speak, take them to turn the spearhead to attack others always. As a result, Wu Xiaojing became the target of the traffic fans' attacks. However, NC fans soon realized that Wu Xiaojing doesn't seem to have much of a black history to blacken. What with the mistresses, scandals, and domestic violence, it's amazing that he's been out for so many years, and he doesn't have any of it. The NC fans then seized on Wu Xiaojing's taunt that after kneeling for a long time, their bones are all soft to attack him, saying that he was insinuating that the whole of the Z nation. There are also some NC fans who are attacking Wu Xiaojing for being an over-the-top star who has long since lost his fame. Even NC fans organized together and threatened that they would boycott Wu Xiaojing's works. It just so happened that Wu Xiaojing's Wolf War II was in the publicity stage, and they threatened to make Wu Xiaojing's Wolf War II a box office flop with no return of blood money. They are never going to go to the theater to see Wolf Warrior 2. As for why they are so hardcore, in a word, they have a lot of NC fans. This is something that, for a while, was all over the internet. Yifan seems not the slightest bit concerned about this matter, but in fact, he has long let Chen Jie to find out this event behind the pushers, is known as the Flow of Stars manufacturing machine known as Tianhua Entertainment. Mr. Yi, should we strike back at Tianhua Entertainment? Chen Jie asked tentatively. Since Tianhua Entertainment doesn't want to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry anymore, I'll naturally take action to eradicate it. But not now, Yifan strategized. After a pause, he opened his mouth again and said, there's no hurry in this matter. Instead, that newcomer Zhao Xiaobon, how is his recent performance? Is he still accustomed to it in the company? She performed very well. Director Lee from Dream of Red Mansions called and was full of praise for her acting skills. Mr. Yi, you are also too discerning. Chen Jie took the opportunity to pat Yifan on the back. She's quite used to being in the company, and now that she's already accumulated a certain amount of fame, she's also considered a minor celebrity, and for her next production, it's absolutely fine to serve as the female lead. Mr. Yi, are you really not coming to visit her in the company? Chen Jie continued. No, I'm not available these days. After saying that, Yifan hung up the phone. In fact, Yifan also wanted to go see Zhao Xiaobon. After all, it was one of his favorite actresses in his last life, but he was really busy lately. No, just now, Mu Qingyan's cousin, Zhou Jianlian called for her again. Therefore, this matter of seeing Zhao Xiaobon could only be put to rest for the time being. Yifan decided that it would be better to wait until he had finished writing the script for Flower Thousand Bones, then bring the script and go see Zhao Xiaobon. Today, the one who accompanied Yifan was Mu Qingyan, and Zhou Jianlian didn't know where she got the news, knowing that Yifan was at her cousin's house, so she called over to look for her. When Yifan came to the Mu family again this time, the people of the Mu family no longer dared to treat him arrogantly like they did the first time. They looked at Yifan, a little frightened, but like they were going up to him to flatter him. Even the two Mu Haichuan were no exception. Of course, Yifan didn't pay any attention to them, other than Mu Qingyan. Of all the people in the Mu family, It was only Mu Qingyan's mother that Yi Fan treated politely. After all, the last time he came to the Mu family, the only person who didn't look down on him was Mu Qingyan's mother. This time when he came over to Mu's house, Yi Fan even directly brought Mu's mother an expensive gift, a yuan blue and white vase. Xiao He chasing Han Xian under the moon. Z country up and down 5,000 years. All the porcelain, the most representative and porcelain, the most precious natural to belong to the yuan blue and white porcelain. Yuan Qinghua, each piece can be auctioned for sky-high prices. And there are no more than 100 pieces of blue and white porcelain in the world now. The yuan blue and white Ghost Valley jar of the descending mountain was auctioned for 230 million renminbi in 2005, setting the highest auction record for AZ artwork in the world at the time. After hearing Yi Fan's introduction that this porcelain was actually a blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, everyone in the Mu family was shocked. This time, they wouldn't dare to think that the gifts Yi Fan brought, like last time, were fakes. Of course this time Yi Fan, only to Mu mother brought a gift. As for the rest of the Mu family, including Mu father Mu Haichuan threw no gift. One thought, this yuan blue and white porcelain, less said worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Mu family members that is remorseful In the beginning, the first time they met, they treated Yi Fan's attitude if better. To Yi Fan out of the bold and generous, their gifts again poor can be poor to where to go? Even if it couldn't be a celadon worth at least $100 million, a gift of tens of millions of dollars should always be something. Mu Haichuan, in particular, was even more remorseful at this moment. If he had been nicer to this son-in-law in the first place, then the gift that this son-in-law of his gave him would certainly not be shabbier than the blue and white porcelain. It's just a shame, that he didn't look people in the eye in the first place. Now, he deserves it when people don't treat him that way. This, yuan blue and white porcelain, isn't it a national level cultural relic? Xiaofan, how did you get your hands on such an expensive gift? Are you sure I can collect it? When Mu's mother was young, she was a well-read rich lady anyhow. Moreover, because she likes to collect all kinds of porcelain, she is naturally clear about the fact that yuan blue and white porcelain is a national level cultural relic. So the question is, since it is a national level cultural relic, how did Yi Fan get his hands on it? And can she really collect it privately? Don't worry, Auntie. Although national level cultural relics are not allowed to be traded, individuals are allowed to collect them. As for how he got it, Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say that it was a reward from the daily sign-in system, only that he had a relationship with the National Cultural Relics Department and asked for connections to get it. Chapter 200, Yuan Qinghua porcelain worth $1 billion. The Mu family members were naturally convinced when they heard the words. After all, ever since Yi Fan had become famous, they had recently become more and more clear about Yi Fan's origins. They knew that behind Yi Fan, there was the relevant State Department as a backer. Isn't it just a matter of getting some national-level artifacts? Cousin, I'm coming. Zhou Jianlian's loud voice suddenly rang out in the Mu family. Slim, how many times have I told you not to make a scene? Mother Zhou reprimanded from behind. However, it didn't work at all. Brother-in-law, you're really here. Zhou Jianlian smiled and greeted Yi Fan. Then, she sent another message to Yi Fan's V-mail. Yi Fan opened the V-mail to take a look, and surprisingly, it was her cool photo again. This little ninny, who dared to post this kind of stuff in Mu's house, is simply becoming more and more lawless. However, Zhou Jianlian didn't care about that much, and soon, her eyes were interested by the blue and white porcelain in the hall, which was treated like a star by all the people. Slim, don't mess around. This is an expensive gift. When the Mu family saw Zhou Jianlian squeezing into the crowd, they hurriedly exclaimed one by one, fearing that she might accidentally knock over the hundreds of millions of dollars worth of blue and white porcelain. Zhou Jianlian, for snobbish Mu family members, also feel speechless, rolled his eyes, but still took out his cell phone. Click sound. To the celadon took a picture. The next step, naturally, was to open 1,000 degrees of knowledge and search up information about celadon. In the next second, Zhou Jianlian's entire body froze. What? This crappy bottle. It's worth $1 billion. Zhou Jianlian almost screamed. What Thai bottle? This is yuan blue and white porcelain. Mu Haichuan was a bit dissatisfied. Wait, what did you say? It's worth $1 billion. In an instant, the eyeballs in Mu Haichuan's eyes nearly burst out in shock. As for the rest of the Mu family, they were also taken aback. They had thought that this yuan blue and white porcelain worth hundreds of millions of dollars was valuable enough. But I never thought it would be worth $1 billion. Is he always this bold when he strikes? The Mu family members looked at Yi Fan and were incredulous. They now regret even more why they didn't give Yi Fan a good look at the beginning. If they were like Mu's mother, treating people better and more politely, maybe, they can also receive the celadon porcelain he sent. Really? Let me see. One of Zhou Jianlian's cousins hurriedly grabbed Zhou Jianlian's cell phone. A group of people from the Mu family surrounded them. The scene was a bit comical for a moment. Mu Qingyan glanced at Yifan who was sitting beside her, somewhat helpless. It can't be helped. Her family is like that. Yuan Qinghua, plum vase with Xiao He chasing Han Xin under the moon. Worth $10 billion. When Mu's family confirmed that this expensive gift that Yifan sent to bring was actually a Yuan Qinghua Xiao He chasing Han Xin under the moon vase, which was indeed worth $1 billion, they were all shocked and stayed as if they were dumbfounded. $1 billion. The market capitalization of their Mu family's previous jiahua industry was just this much, right? Yifan has given them a jiahua industry right out of the gate. This outburst almost gave them a heart attack. Previously, when Mu Haichuan saw Yifan on Singer, appearing as Su Shishir's boyfriend, he still felt that his daughter Mu Qingyan might be aggrieved by this, and he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to talk to Yifan about this matter. Now, where would he dare? The rest of the Mu family, their attitudes towards Yifan, also shifted again and again. Now, all of them were breaking their heads thinking about how to flatter and please Yifan. Unfortunately, Yifan simply didn't give them a chance, except for Mu Qingyan, Mu's mother, and Zhou Jianlian, who had a better face, and always had a face that rejected others. The Mu family members were quite smart, knowing that they were not treated well by Yifan, and did not dare to really go up to him to flatter him. After this, Yifan stayed at Mu's house for a lunch. However, the hands that were eating, sitting on the main seat were indeed the two of them, Mu Qingyan and Yifan. After Mu Qingyan took charge of jiahua industry, she had long become the veritable head of the Mu family, while Mu Haichuan had retired from the position of the Mu family's leader. Therefore, no one dared to have any opinions when Mu Qingyan sat on the main seat. In reality, they couldn't wait for Mu Qingyan and Yifan to sit on the main seat. As long as Yifan didn't dislike their Mu family, they felt fortunate. The Mu family, simply don't be too realistic. After lunch, Mu's family was still discussing the Yuan Celadon porcelain that Yifan had given to Mu's mother. The gift, though valuable, could not be traded, which meant that they could only use it for their collection. So naturally, Yifan didn't have to not worry that the snobbish Mu family would take it out and sell it for money. Yifan was idly bored and was planning to do something to pass the time. Just at this time, Zhou Fiangxian mysteriously came to Yifan and Mu Qingyan's side. Cousin, brother-in-law, are you two free this afternoon? Accompany me to the park to play real CS. Zhou Jianlian explained her reason for coming. I'm fine, but your brother-in-law. Mu Qingyan looked at Yifan. Although she knew that Yifan was also fine this afternoon, she felt that he probably wasn't interested in what real-life CS game Zhou Jianlian proposed. Probably. After all, it's a game only played by young people seeking excitement. Yeah, let's go play. Yifan didn't want to continue staying in the Mu family anyway, so naturally he readily agreed. Great, let's go. Wait, I'll call up some more of my friends. Zhou Jianlian leaped forward. Slim are you leaving or are you going to wait a bit? Mu Qingyan shook her head helplessly when she saw this. However, she still doted on Zhou Jianlian, her quirky little cousin. Soon after, Zhou Jianlian hung up the phone. Cousin, brother-in-law, let's go. Go, go, go. Su Shishir was excited. Brother-in-law, you're driving a Lamborghini Poison this time, aren't you? Not that Ferrari Laffa sports car again? Zhou Jianlian was in love with that Lamborghini Poison of Yifan's. She didn't succeed in showing off with her friends last time, so she thought she'd show off this time. You'll see when we get there. Yifan and Mu Qingyan looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. Soon, the three of them came together to the place where Yifan had parked his car. After seeing the golden, cool Koenigsegg 11, Zhou Fiber almost didn't let her eyes light up, since Mu Qingyan knew about the relationship between Yifan and Su Shishir. So naturally Yifan didn't need to hide anymore. This time he directly drove his Koenigsegg 11 to Mu's house. Wow, isn't this the Koenigsegg 11? A sports car worth $100 million. Zhou Jianlian fussed over it. Chapter 201, The Valiant Mu Qingyan. Brother-in-law, you run all the automobile factories in this world, don't you? Why do you have all the luxury cars? Lamborghini Poison, Ferrari Laffa, and this Koenigsegg 11. What Zhou Jianlian said was naturally a joke. However, Yifan really told her that it was still true. Although it was indeed an exaggeration to say that all the automobile factories in the world were his, he held shares in almost all the famous automobile companies. How else could he easily get his hands on that many limited model sports cars? Fantastic, brother-in-law. This time you're driving the Kesnik 11. I'll see, Li Xiang and the others. What else will they have to say? Zhou Jianlian said excitedly. The thought of the ugly faces of Li Xiang and the others later on made her feel great. Those friends you called, they're your foxy friends again. For Li Xiang and the others, Yifan didn't have much good feelings. However, if Zhou Fianchin called all of them, then presumably, Song Jia, she would definitely call on them as well. At the thought of meeting Song Jia, an innocent girl, Yifan had no objections. How do you know all of Fiber's foxy friends? Mu Qingyan was very curious about this. It's a secret between me and my brother-in-law. Oh. Zhou Jianlian mischievously raised an eyebrow at Mu Qingyan and said, just you? And secret. The more Zhou Fianshan deliberately said this, the more Mu Qingyan was convinced that there was nothing between Yi Fan and Zhou Fianshan. After all, she didn't know this cousin of hers well enough. Seeing that she hadn't been able to fool Mu Qingyan, Zhou Jianlian beamed and stopped making trouble. Soon, the figures of the three of them came to the outside of the park designated by Zhou Jianlian. Li Xiang and the others, who were waiting at the park gate, saw a cool as can be Koenigsegg 11 speeding up and, finally, stopping in front of them. Hello guys, Zhou Jianqian, who was very boldly sitting on the roof of the car behind the open-top Koenigsegg 11, greeted Li Xiang and the others. It was too dangerous for Zhou Jianlian to sit like this, and Mu Qingyan had originally asked her to squeeze a seat with her. However, Zhou Jianlian suspected that Mu Qingyan was too fat, and the two of them were uncomfortable to squeeze, so she sat directly on the roof of the car. Exasperated, Mu Qingyan almost didn't get mad and punch her on the spot. What fat? They clearly call it plump. Indeed, Mu Qingyan's figure was extremely good, that is, her bosoms were a little too big. In the words of Zhou Jianlian, it was, so much so that she couldn't breathe. Unsurprisingly, Yi Fan was expected. Song Jia was also among them. After Yi Fan's last enlightenment, Song Jia was much more cheerful, and she was no longer afraid when facing Li Xiang and the others. Seeing Yi Fan, Song Jia's eyes instantly lit up, was immediately like and Yi Fan greeted, but after seeing Yi Fan sitting next to Zhou Jianlian's cousin Mu Qingyan, she could only silently hold back. Her heart was slightly uncomfortable. Luckily, the sound of frivolous exclamations from Li Xiang and the others covered her embarrassment. Li Xiang's group, the same group as last time, except that there was one person missing, and that was Zhou Core. Chloe has dropped out of school since the last racing incident. Li Xiang and the others, naturally, didn't know what Zhou Kier's withdrawal from school was due to. It's really a Koenigsegg 11. This is too rich. You can even get this car. Li thought that a few of them were rich kids who played with cars, and after seeing the Koenigsegg 11, their mouths were watering. How is it? My brother-in-law's car is nice, right? I said last time, he has a Lamborghini Poison, and you guys didn't believe me. But now, the Koenigsegg 11 is here for you. Seeing the shocked expressions of Li Xiang and others looking at the Koenigsegg 11, Zhou Jianlian was pleased. Aren't you guys going to play a real-life CS game? Why are you all standing around? Did you buy the tickets? Yi Fan got out of the car and came to Li Xiang and the others. Li wanted them to come back to their senses. Yes, Brother Yi. No, Master Yi. We've already bought the tickets. Of course, no need for you to pay for them. Master Yi. Li wanted to laugh resentfully. Master Yi? I'm getting curious about what happened between you two. Mu Qingyan sniffed and couldn't help but say to Yi Fan. Secret oh. Zhou Jianlian made a face like Mu Qingyan. After this, the group entered the park and went to a venue called Real CS Club. Here, long ago, there was another group of people, waiting for them. Also a bunch of rich kids. Rich second generation is like to find excitement. Their two gangs have long agreed to play real CS today to compare who is more powerful. And, the two gangs are looking at each other badly, too. However, Li wanted their gang to play car, usually occasionally play a game of real CS Field and so on, but were compared to the other side specializing in playing real CS Field. That was why Zhou Jianlian thought of calling Yi Fan over. In her impression, her brother-in-law was all-powerful, so wouldn't it be easy to take care of each other in a real-life CS game? Soon the two gangs were collecting their respective equipment, costumes equipped with sensing devices, highly simulated paintball guns, pistols, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even smoke bombs. The rent for this kit alone would cost 4 figures each. Sure enough, it's a pastime that only some rich kids play regularly for fun. The game started with both teams spreading out from each other. Real CS Field Battle. At the beginning of the natural way to develop a set of battle plans. However, Yi Fan was too lazy to listen. He just asked Li Xiang and the others to split the team into 2 teams. He brought Mu Qingyan, Zhou Fianshan, and Zhou Fianshan's good best friend Song Jia, 4 of them in one team, and Li wanted a few of them on one team. Li Xiang and the others played charge, while Yi Fan led the 3 women to play support. Yi Fan had opened his mouth. Li Xiang and the others who were very fearful of Yi Fan, how could they dare to have half a word of complaint? Moreover, they felt that Yi Fan had a point. The battle plan of splitting the troops into 2, one way to fight the charge and one way to take cover, was actually very good. As for equipment, Yi Fan only needed a sniper rifle. Mu Qingyan, Zhou Jianjian and Song Jia were allowed to choose what equipment they wanted. Mu Qingyan picked an assault rifle, while Zhou Jianlian and Song Jia picked light pistols. Of course, Zhou Jianlian wouldn't be satisfied and wanted 2 more smoke bombs. Looking at the valiant appearance of the three girls after they changed into the sense-equipped field garments, Yi Fan couldn't help but have his eyes light up, especially Mu Qingyan, who was carrying a submachine gun, was very handsome. Yi Fan had never thought that Mu Qingyan, who usually basically wore made-up clothing, would have such a valiant side after changing into camouflage clothing. Star. Chapter 202, is this guy a sharpshooter? Looking at Mu Qingyan, who was carrying a submachine gun with a valiant appearance, Yi Fan could not help but feel emotional. It seems he doesn't know enough about the women around him, but it couldn't be helped. Who let him be surrounded by women? There were just too many of them. The match began, and according to the plan, Li Wan's team was responsible for fronting up to the other set of duo-twos to fight hard and draw them out of hiding. Yi Fan and the others, on the other hand, were playing cover while incidentally cleaning up to take out those enemy snipers who exposed their positions and fired black shots. Brother-in-law, are we really not going to follow? However, Yi Fan's failure to follow Li Xiang and the others from the start drew Zhou Jinlian's question. It's okay, we'll be on later, Yi Fan said indifferently. Anyway, it's not really a war, it's just a game. Fiber, just listen to your brother-in-law. By the way, this student, your Fiber's best friend, right, what's your name? Mu Qingyan saw Song Jia has been a little distracted, but also always from time to time with a shy gaze to measure Yi Fan. Has been a little in tension between her and Yi Fan. It is estimated that there is a bit of a story. Otherwise, how come Yi Fan didn't take other girls with him, but just took her? Of course, even after realizing what was going on, Mu Qingyan learned her lesson and didn't break it down. Sister Mu, my name is Song Jia. After Song Jia came back to her senses, she hurriedly said in a panic. Song Jia's flustered look was surprisingly cute. Yi Fan couldn't help but take one more look. In response, Mu Qingyan just gave Yi Fan a blank stare and told him to experience it himself. Women fighting for their own jealousy. Yi Fan had long been accustomed to it, and he didn't care about it. And just then, the news came over the intercom that Li Xiang and the others had been taken out. What the hell? That's it? Yi Fan was somewhat speechless. So, where did Li Xiang and the others get the courage to challenge each other? The other party looks like the kind of person who often plays CS real-life Wilderness Ah. However, having staked out these piggy teammates like Li Xiang, Yi Fan had no choice but to take on the battle himself. Come on ladies, let's go. It's our turn to play, Yi Fan said to the three girls. Over here, Yi Fan and the others had only just moved. On the other hand, Li Xiang and the others, who had been completely wiped out because of the ambush, couldn't help but complain. Where's our cover? The four who said they'd cover for us, where are they? That's right, let's fight the charge. Said we'd cover for us. Turns out, isn't this a trap for us? Li Xiang, Chen De, and the others, complained, but that's all they dare to complain about. They don't even dare to curse. After all, they still want to keep their fingers. Li think, Chen De, is this your strength? With this skill, you still dare to clamor with us. The other set of rich daughters who had finished off Li Xiang and the others couldn't help but open their mouths to taunt Li Xiang and the others. Li thought what else they could do. They were pitched by their teammates and taunted by their opponents, and they were suffocating in their hearts. However, just then, gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang bang bang. It's the sound of a submachine gun. I'm hit. I've been shot too. Several voices, from within the other group of rich kids, rang out at the same time. Not good. The other side still has backup. Everyone find a position to hide. The rich kid in the lead called out. Ha ha, playing real-life CS games with me. You guys are afraid that you haven't died before. Sis, when I played CS games back then, you all were still wearing open pants. Mu Qingyan was like a different person as she laughed out loud. It was also true that Hu hadn't come from a rich girl back in the day. Only later after taking over Jiawa industry, she had tightened up. Whoa, cousin, are you that good? While Zhou Jianlian was shocked that Mu Qingyan was actually deep in hiding, she was shooting at the other party indiscriminately. Of course, it was a miss. As for Song Jia, she was a bit shocked to hear the gunshots so real. Hands were shaking, let alone shooting. For the performance of the three girls, Yi Fan watched without making any comments. He let them just play casually. It's up to him in the end anyway. Bang! A gunshot sounded in Zhou Jianlian's ears, and she was startled to see the trees next to her dyed red by paintballs. At that moment, in a panic, she directly threw two smoke bombs. A brain. At once, smoke bombs filled the grove. Fiber. What the hell? Mu Qingyan, who had wanted to continue to play, had her vision obscured by the smoke and couldn't play even if she wanted to. Bang! The sound of a sniper rifle rang out. The opposing sniper took advantage of the high ground and fired a shot at Mu Qingyan's shadow in the smoke. The opposing group had decided that among the three women, only Mu Qingyan was a threat, so they naturally wanted to be the first to take out Mu Qingyan. However, the first shot missed. The opposing sniper was going to add another shot, but just at that moment, Somewhere, there was also a sudden sniping sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm hit. With just one shot, the opposing sniper was killed in action. There are still snipers on the other side. Everyone hide. The rich kid who led the way shouted in a hurry. However, just as his voice rang out, another sniper rifle shot rang out. Bang! The lead rich kid was shot and killed. Holy! The rich kid leading the group was so angry that he threw the gun in his hand and cursed. Steady! The other three women, throwing smoke bombs indiscriminately, pitched themselves. The only real threat to the other side right now is the sniper hiding in the shadows. Find that sniper and we'll win. Yes, everyone I gather. A few rich kids, running, ready to gather. Bang! Another shot rang out. Another rich kid, shot dead. Li Xiang and the others, on the other hand, looked dumbfounded. The other side of the real-life gun game to play how slick. The game just started within a few minutes of being taken out of them, is a clear awe. However, Yifan took out 3 people with 3 shots in a row. This guy, is he a marksman? Li Xiang and the others couldn't help but think so. He fired from the right. The rich kid who had just been shot and killed had tipped off the others in spite of the foul play. He couldn't help it. The other sniper was so arrogant. 1 shot at a time, and there was nothing they could do about him. If they didn't do something to remind their teammates, wouldn't they be wiped out by a single sniper? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys foul up and ventilate. Be so shameless. Li wanted to curse immediately. However, it's just a game, not a real battlefield, and the dead can't speak. So, there was nothing Li wanted them to do about it. Bang! Another shot rang out. Another rich kid down. Star. Chapter 203 Yifan's surprise tactic. He's firing from above. Everyone watched the high ground. Again, this rich kid contributed useful information before he went down. Right, Highland. This was fundamentally equivalent to having locked the general location of Yifan. The sniper, Li Xiang and the others, were enraged, but were completely helpless. There was no way, even if they also wanted to follow Yifan and remind him of the position of the other few people, but there was no way. Joe Fiber threw smoke bombs indiscriminately, blocking their vision. They were now unable to even see each other's figure off, let alone ventilate. Finally, after a few consecutive gunshots, the 4 people who survived from the other side gathered together and hid behind a large tree. Here, we're absolutely safe. The opposing sniper, positioned on the high ground to the right. The 4 of us just need to deal with it carefully. We can definitely find him and take him out. The 4 of them felt that, with the big tree as their cover, the opposing snipers would definitely not be able to help them. All they needed now was to find out where exactly the opposing sniper was hiding in the distance, and utilize the advantage of the sniper rifle's long distance to snipe them. Find him, take him out and they win. As for the 3 girls, they were nothing in the eyes of the 4 of them, not to mention the fact that the other side also had this haphazard fellow, Zhou Jianlian, on the other side. However, they were mistaken when they thought they were safe. Bang! Another sniper shot rang out. I'd been shot? No way. Wasn't he on the right? We were hiding behind a tree. How did he hit us? The 3 remaining rich kids were stunned. Quick, change positions. The remaining 3 rich kids, thinking that there must be a mistake in the intelligence, and that the opposing snipers might no longer be on the right, but on the left, immediately reacted and quickly circled around to the other side of the tree. However, as the gunshots rang out again, another rich kid felt a pain in his chest. He was also shot. No way. Where the hell is he hiding? And why is he hitting wherever he's hiding? There are 2 rich kids left, and they're kind of falling apart. It wasn't like they hadn't encountered strong opponents in the many years they had been playing real-life CS games, but it was definitely the first time they had stumbled upon such a situation. The sniper on the other side. What the hell is that? How is it that no matter which side of the tree they hide on, they can be hit by him? By now, the smoke was dissipating. So, everyone saw that scene clearly just now. Seeing that the remaining 4 would be hit no matter which side of the tree they hit on, no matter if it was Li Xiang and their side, or the other set of rich youngsters' side, all of them were stunned. Steady, we still have a chance to win. However, that rich kid, before he could finish his sentence, another sniper rifle shot rang out, and he was also shot. Steady my ass, where the hell is he? The last rich kid, finally, was driven to collapse. With his submachine gun in hand, he ran up quickly while firing a wild burst of shots into the air around him. In doing so, of course, it's impossible to hit someone. Bang! A final shot rang out. The last remaining rich kid stopped in his tracks with an incredulous look on his face. On his chest, a red appeared. He was shot dead. Where the hell is he hiding in the distance? The victory had been decided, and with all of the other side killed in action, it was natural that Yifan and his side had won. However, everyone didn't care about the outcome of the match at the moment. What they cared about was, where the hell was Yifan hiding? At this moment, the effect of the smoke bomb was finally gone. The three women, whose vision was obscured by the smoke bombs, were finally able to see their surroundings. When they saw the bodies of their enemies lying on the ground, the three of them were also surprised. Is this us winning? Zhou Jianlian was the first to ask incredulously. It's right, Mu Qingyan replied hesitantly. How could she not have realized that they had just come out of the smoke and mirrors effect and the match was already over? That's how long it's been. It's only been 10 or 20 seconds. And at this time, Yi Fan finally showed up, holding a sniper rifle in one hand. He jumped down from the tree as if he was a god descending from the heavens and appeared in front of the group of rich kids. The rich kids were collectively confused. What's the deal? He's hiding right under their noses? Are you kidding me? You sniper. Not in the distance to find a highly concealed place. Sneak sniper others. So close. Is the sniper rifle as a rifle to make it? Li Xiang and the others, too, were in a daze. Nima, since you don't take advantage of the sniper rifle, why did you pick a sniper rifle in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to just pick a rifle? And then there are those who utilize the shortcomings of the sniper rifle to play surprise tactics. Everyone was shocked by this tawdry maneuver of Yi Fan's. Ha ha, brother-in-law is powerful. Brother-in-law is mighty. These two smoke bombs of fiber. They work well together, don't they? Zhou Jianlian was the first to react and cheered. What? Could it be that the two smoke bombs thrown blindly by Zhou Fiber just now were meant to match him and cover for him? People looked at Zhou Jianlian incredulously, and then, their gazes all fell back to Yi Fan once again. Yi Fan handsomely threw the sniper rifle to Li Xiang and the others, and for the doubts that filled the eyes of the crowd, he just shrugged his shoulders without admitting or denying it. These two smoke bombs from Zhou Fiber are to match Yi Fan? What the hell? She obviously just got nervous and fooled around and threw two random smoke bombs. However, what she said was not bad. Yi Fan was exactly what followed the smoke of the smoke and scurried up the tree. Without the cover of smoke, the moment he fired, people would be able to spot, immediately, where he was. All in all, Yi Fan was using the cover of smoke and unexpected tactics to win this game easily. Also, who would have thought that there are people who don't utilize the advantages of the sniper rifle, but instead use its shortcomings to fight surprise ambushes? Li Xiang and the others had to admire Yi Fan's mind. They felt that if their minds were half as good as Yi Fan's, it would be fine for them to get on them. However, another set of rich kids who regularly play real-life CS games think otherwise. They know how hard it is to aim a sniper rifle when the opponent is very close and can't open the scope. And Yi Fan, one shot at a time. This technique is definitely a big bull. The other set of rich kids, unconvinced by their loss, proposed to play another game, provided, of course, that they couldn't play such dirty tactics anymore. Yi Fan saw that the three women could not get enough of it, so naturally he readily agreed. Chapter 204, Wolf Warrior 2 suffers investment withdrawal. In the second game, Yi Fan really didn't play dirty sets. He was just taking the three girls for fun normally. Yet even so what? Even with the group of pig teammates like Li Xiang and the others, Yi Fan still took the three women and won the game, beating the other group of rich second generation. That was convincing. Even if he only chose a pistol, Yi Fan was still able to take out almost everyone on the other side with one shot. There were also two that Mu Qingyan took out and one that Song Jie took out. For the second game, Song Jie also let loose and didn't expect to play well, taking out one of the opponents. As for Zhou Jianlian, it's good that she doesn't make a mess. Taking his submachine gun and strafing it, he almost didn't kill Mu Qingyan and Song Jie by mistake. However, thanks to some tawdry operations by Zhou Fiber, Yi Fan had the opportunity to save the heroes and saved Mu Qingyan and Song Jie successively under Zhou Fiber's gun. Also, there was some interaction with Song Jie when he saved her. Mu Qingyan was playing the game very seriously, and didn't notice the two's intimate gestures. In the end, Yi Fan hardened himself and took Zhou Jianlian such a drag, and won the game while protecting all three girls to survive. Another set of rich second generation that is convinced. After the game also left a contact information for Yi Fan, hope that in the future there is an opportunity to play with him again. Yi Fan didn't hitch a ride. The three girls were having a great time, and Yi Fan was naturally satisfied. After this, Yi Fan called for a limousine to send Zhou Jianlian and Song Jie back to Magic City University. As for Yi Fan, he drove the Koenigsegg 11 and took Mu Qingyan back to his residence in Thompson. It was a natural night of passion for the two. Mu Qingyan even showed her wild side. The NC fans of the traffic star, who attacked Wu Xiaojing's incident on the internet, are getting more and more intense. These NC fans made a campaign on the internet to boycott going to the movie theater to see Wolf Warrior 2 made by Wu Xiaojing. There are already a lot of NC fans of traffic stars, and this boycott is just a call to arms. For a while, there was a wave of millions on the internet expressing their determination to boycott Wu Xiaojing's Wolf War 2. Wu Xiaojing's fans couldn't stand to watch. They voiced out their support for Wu Xiaojing. Nay, They were weak and their happenings were soon drowned out by the wave of NC fans' boycott. Although Wu Xiaojing's body is not afraid of the shadow, but the wave of boycott by NC fans has still brought extremely bad influence to him, who is carrying out the promotion work of Wolf Warrior 2. Wolf 2 investors. Not to see the network. Millions of people boycott Wolf 2. Naturally, Wolf 2 is very not optimistic. Have withdrawn funds. With movie investments, it is possible to withdraw funds until the movie is officially released. Despite what it says, Wolf 2 filming is all done. The money is being spent where it belongs, and in 3 days, it's all going to be in theaters. At this time the investors suddenly withdrew their capital en masse. Isn't this something? Let's not even talk about the fact that Wu Xiaojing, who was reduced to buying a house and a car in order to gather the money to make Wolf 2, simply doesn't have the money to return to his investors. Let's just say that if the investors do pull out all the money, then the subsequent promotional work, and when the movie is released in theaters, will require a lot of money. Without the support of the investors' funds, there is no way to carry out the follow-up work. Knowing that it wasn't until this moment that Wu Xiaojing finally realized how troublesome it was to hustle a group of NC fans who could lose their minds for their love beans. Originally, if Wu Xiaojing had been willing to come forward and apologize to those NC fans, the matter would have been so unsettled. After all, the NC fans were initially going to attack Su Shishir and Yi Fan. Not him at all. He only stood out to speak for Su Shishir and Yi Fan. That's why he was used as a spearhead. However, Wu Xiaojing has a backbone. He didn't say anything wrong. How can he stand up and apologize to these NC fans? However, the more he is so just with the NC fans, the wave of NC fans boycotting Wolf Warrior 2 is getting bigger and bigger, and the voice of the investors urging to withdraw their investment is getting louder and louder. In the end, with no way out, Wu Xiaojing could only contact Yi Fan through Chen Jia, because Yi Fan is the only one among all the investors of Wolf 2 who didn't propose to withdraw his investment. If Wu Xiaojing doesn't go to him, who else can he go to? When Yi Fan heard Wu Xiaojing's words, he was happy. These investors really have no brain, and do not think about it, why they invested in Wu Xiaojing's Wolf 2 in the first place. Wasn't it just that he had acting chops and that Wolf Warrior 2 was really a good script and a good movie? Now, just because those NC fans of traffic fans are making a fuss, they're saying they're pulling out. What is this if not brainless? The IQ is simply comparable to those NC fans. Mr. Yi, as the producer, I didn't have any breach of contract or violation, which means that they can't choose to refund the money according to the contract. Should I refuse their withdrawal request? On the other end of the phone, after Wu Xiaojing finished what had happened, he asked with some undercurrent. Indeed, he is right. Movie and television investment. If the producer does not have a breach of contract, violation of the law, the investor cannot choose to refund under the contract. Of course, investors can choose to force a divestment, and if they do, they need to pay the appropriate liquidated damages before they can divest. That is to say, the initiative is still in the hands of Wu Xiaojing. Wu Xiaojing, if he firmly disagrees with the investors to withdraw their capital, and the investors do not want to pay liquidated damages, it is estimated that most of them will not choose to withdraw their capital. Of course, this was Wu Xiaojing's wishful thinking. The fact is, however, that the investors of Wolf 2 have long been subjected to a bombshell from some bigwig in the movie industry. The wave of boycotts by netizens is just the beginning. Something else will happen on the day Wolf 2 officially opens in theaters. That big guy also warned them to divest, no matter what, if they didn't want to lose their money. Therefore, those investors had long ago discussed with each other that even if Wu Xiaojing strongly disagreed with their withdrawal, they would have to resort to forced withdrawal to withdraw their capital. After all, it's better to pay a sum of money for breach of contract than to lose your money. Even these investors secretly hid from Wu Xiaojing and established a Vmail group. There was a heated discussion going on in the group about what they would do next, if Wu Xiaojing didn't agree to their withdrawal. In short, it was to force Wu Xiaojing to make concessions step by step. Chapter 205, tell them to divest. However, Yi Fan immediately balked after hearing Wu Xiaojing's words. No, I can't believe they want to divest. You let them. Wu Xiaojing sniffed and was in a difficult position. But, Mr. Yi, returning all the funds to them is a huge sum of money. Mr. Yi, you also know, how can I have money? Wu Xiaojing didn't care about his face. He really didn't have any money. If they had money, who would dump their families and sell their cars and houses to make a movie? It's okay, how much? I'll pay. Yi Fan said with great bravado. It's not good. Previously, in the Bazaar Charity Gala, Wu Xiaojing cheeky to find Yi Fan to ask for 100 million investment. He has felt very embarrassed. And now, and want Yi Fan for him out of the investor withdrawal of those money. He is cheeky again, but also feel that doing so is not good. What's wrong with that? You'll just think of it as me paying for my share of the movie rights in the hands of the other investors. Yi Fan spoke very directly. Well, Wu Xiaojing froze for a moment and felt that Ji-fan had a point, so he readily agreed. In fact, he knew in his heart that if this movie would be a fire and a box office hit, Yi-fan's statement would naturally be fine. But if it was really as those investors thought, this movie would be a box office flop because of the wave of boycotts from netizens, then Yi-fan is equivalent to taking money down the drain. Wu Xiaojing didn't expect that at a time when everyone was not optimistic about his Wolf 2, Yi-fan was willing to take such a huge risk for him, a small person. For a moment, Wu Xiaojing's heart was lying when she said she didn't dare to move, and her eyes reddened a little. Luckily, he was a real slugger and held back no tears. Otherwise, it's a bit awkward for the slugger to shed a tear. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. I mean it. How about this? When the box office of Wolf 2 comes out, no matter what the results are, you'll take 70% of the proceeds, Mr. Yi, and I'll only take 30%. In order to express his gratitude to Yi-fan, Wu Xiaojing, the producer, only took 30% of the proceeds, leaving 70% of the proceeds to Yi-fan. In this regard, Yi-fan was satisfied. It seems that this Wu Xiaojing is a person who is a bit straightforward, but is a doer who can do things. Most importantly, he knows how to be grateful. This thing, it's settled. The other investors in Wolf 2 besides Yi-fan, although there are many of them, the amount they invested adds up to almost $100 million. That is to say, so many of them combined were not as much as Yi-fan had invested alone. Immediately, Yi-fan waved his hand and $100 million went directly to the account number provided by Wu Xiaojing. In this way, Wu Xiaojing can also smoothly return the money that those investors withdrew, and will not be sued by them to the court and get into trouble. Yi-fan, on the other hand, is the equivalent of a single person who invested $200 million in Wolf Warrior 2. You know, the total cost of the money spent on Wolf 2, not counting the money spent on the later publicity, is only $200 million. Yi-fan was equivalent to investing all the money in Wolf 2, and it was only natural that the dividends would be higher. On the other hand, ascertain V-mail group called Wolf 2 Divestment Seminar Group, all the investors, except Yi-fan, were discussing withdrawing their capital. Many have already made the decision to divest even if they have to pay liquidated damages. There was also a part of the group that was even more disgusting. They thought of joining forces and forcing Wu Xiaojing to agree to their withdrawal through various means, so that they would not have to pay a hefty amount of liquidated damages. People can really do anything for their own good sometimes. However, just as the members of the group were discussing heatedly, there was a member of the group who suddenly came up with a remark. **********. No, Wu Xiaojing agreed to my divestment. I was thinking, find a lawyer to communicate with him. I didn't expect. This is a divestment. What? Seriously? Of course it's true. The money is in my bank account. I've received my withdrawal amount too. Me too. At one point members of the group came out and said, some of the remaining investors who did not receive the withdrawal amount also opened their mobile banking and logged on to their accounts. They found that, sure enough, there was an extra amount of money in their account, and the note underneath this remittance was clearly written. It was the exact amount they had withdrawn from Wolf 2. The few who didn't receive money also received transfers in the next few seconds. In just under a minute, everyone received a transfer. At once, all the investors in the group were a bit dumbfounded. They were just discussing how they would respond if Wu Xiaojing strongly disagreed with their divestment, whether they would have to force the divestment or take the legal route. But they never expected that in the next second, Wu Xiaojing had agreed to their withdrawal request, and the entire amount of the divestment has been credited to their designated account. This approach is so thunderous. It's simply not to Wu Xiaojing. It was a long time before anyone in the group spoke again. What's going on? This is a divestment, and it doesn't require us to pay liquidated damages. Why do I always feel that something is wrong? I have a bit of a bad feeling about it too. What's wrong with it? Anyway, it's already unfortunate to be able to divest without having to pay a contribution. Could it be that you guys are still planning to wait for the day Wolf 2 is released and have no money left in your blood? Also, Wu Xiaojing made a fool of himself by letting us withdraw our capital without us having to pay the liquidated damages. That's him being a fool. We're not. Yeah, if Wu Xiaojing didn't make a mistake, how would he be stupid enough to fight with netizens on the internet for a new female singer who just debuted? It's a pity that this good movie, Wolf 2, is being boycotted by the netizens. What's the pity? Even if the netizens don't boycott it, it's still bad enough to crash into Fortress of Mordor on the day of Wolf 2's public release. That's right, the screening of Fortress of Mordor was so popular, and word of mouth exploded on the internet. Wolf Warrior 2 will crash into Fortress of Mordor, and it will die without even knowing how. Luckily we withdrew our capital in advance. Otherwise, we would have really lost our money. Yeah, I've invested $10 million. The penalty for breach of contract is going to be $500,000. and if the withdrawal doesn't work, I'll lose a lot of money. Boss Gong is just rich. Wu Xiaojing agreed to their divestment and also directly paid the amount of the divestment into their designated bank account. For a while the investors in the group, one by one, were celebrating the fact that they hadn't made any money. But sometimes, no loss is a gain. Isn't that business as usual? They're just businessmen. Star. Chapter 206, The Script Flower and Bone is finished. Regarding the withdrawal of the investor of Wolf 2, Yi Fan didn't care much about it. Anyway, $100 million he had already transferred to Wu Xiaojin. How he wants to come with him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan took out his laptop from the system space, intending to start working on the script that was personally tailored for Zhao Xiaobiao, Flower Thousand Bones. After Zhao Xiaobone had gone through a month of refining and settling down, it was time for her to become famous. Although, the new version of Dream of Red Mansions has not yet been finalized. Zhao Xiaobiao's role in the new version of Dream of Red Mansions is supposed to be a small role, not much of a part. Therefore, even if Zhao Xiaobone is allowed to serve as the female lead of Flower Thousand Bones again during the filming of the new version of Dream of Red Mansions, with her hard work and effort, she will be able to cope with it completely. After recalling the plot of Flower Thousand Bones, Yi Fan began to create the script of Flower Thousand Bones on his laptop again. As with Ezekiel, he didn't even have to hit the keyboard. He just had to visualize the plot of Flowers and Bones in his mind, and lines of text appeared on the text. Also, some bland words are corrected to be beautiful by the system breaks. All in all, the script written by Yi Fan using this laptop computer rewarded by the system that was forever 20 years ahead of the current technology was literally word for word textually more beautiful than the original. Of course, naturally, there's no way this world could have the original Flower and Bone. It only took 3 hours for Yi Fan to complete the script of Flower Thousand Bones. After this, he printed out the script, took it with him, and drove a Lamborghini Poison towards a newly opened business center in Mordor. This time, Yi Fan called Chen Jia in advance to communicate and learned that Zhao Xiaobone had been arranged by the company to go to this newly opened business center for a commercial performance. Chen Jia asked Yi Fan if he wanted him to call Zhao Xiaobone back directly. Yi Fan naturally refused outright. Taking commercial jobs is also a path that a star must take before becoming famous. After all, no one could be as lucky as Big Sweet and Su Shur, who had both peaked in their debut. Therefore, Yi Fan decided to personally go to the business center, meet Zhao Xiaobone, and give her the script. Soon, Yi Fan drove his Lamborghini to the newly opened business center. This business center is newly opened, so lively, the major bosses gathered, but also invited a lot of second and third tier stars for commercial performances, and Zhao Xiaobone is just one of them. At this time, Zhao Xiaobone's commercial performance had already finished, and she now only needed to wait for her agent to return, and then she could leave. On the stage, it was a third-tier singer singing, and the singing was just a so-so average. Zhao Xiaobone didn't have the heart to listen to the singer, so she went from backstage to the outside of the business center. Just as she was bewilderedly surveying the unfamiliar big city, lamenting the recent period of time since signing up with Tianfan Entertainment only, a time of earth-shattering changes. Suddenly, a cool, sky-blue Lamborghini Poison sped by. Squeak! After the car drifted for a while, on the road, it left 2 dark trails. People on the side of the road, startled. Luckily, though, the riders were very good and didn't hit them. Looking at the cool Lamborghini Poison that appeared in front of her, Zhao Xiaobone was different from the average person. Instead of being attracted by the cool luxury car and having her eyes light up, she couldn't help but frown. How can this person be like this? Knowing that the commercial center is opening today and is bustling with many people, and still driving so fast, not afraid of knocking people down? Yeah, you're the one who's a good driver, so let's see what you'll do if you run someone over. Zhao Xiaobone muttered in an exasperated whisper. She figured it was probably some big boss at the business center again. Being rich was rich, but not taking her own life or the lives of others seriously was something she couldn't stand to see. What Zhao Xiaobone didn't expect was that her whispered mutterings were heard by the person inside the car. Yi Fan didn't have much of a reaction after hearing Zhao Xiaobone's words. With his car skills, even if the whole road was full of people, there was no way he would hit someone. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't therefore deliberately try to explain anything. Looking at Zhao Xiaobone, running to care for that old lady who was given a fright by him, Yi Fan's first impression of Zhao Xiaobone was still very good. After all, a caring girl, the timeline of this world and Earth are not exactly the same. At this moment, Zhao Xiaobone, but in his early 20s, and Yi Fan's age should not be far from each other. For the commercial, she wore a clean white fairy dress and a pillboxed hairstyle, lovely and fairy-like at the same time, as beautiful as a fairy in the sky, attracting many sideways glances from passers-by. Yi Fan naturally couldn't help but look at Zhao Xiaobon a few more times. He realized that the Zhao Xiaobon of this world was a few points more beautiful than she remembered. The face is at least 95. It was almost on par with Mu Qingyan. It's just that the place where it should be developed is a bit flat. Compared to Mu Qingyan, who has proud bosoms, it can be said that it can't be compared. It was also true that, after all, Mu Qingyan's perfect arrogant body, but even her cousin Zhou Jianjian, couldn't help but be jealous and spit on it. Thinking about Zhao Xiaobon's first impression of himself, which didn't seem to be good, Yi Fan thought about it and still put on his sunglasses before opening the car door and getting out of the car. Wow, so handsome. Once Yi Fan got off the bus, it naturally caused some agitation. He was also glad that he was wearing large sunglasses. Otherwise, with his current fame, he would probably have been recognized by passers-by. Zhao Xiaobon, who was caring for the frightened old lady, couldn't help but raise her head at the words. She was also stunned for a moment when she saw the handsome man getting out of the Lamborghini Poison. I didn't realize that the man who came down from inside the car was so handsome. Also, it's kind of familiar. Zhao Xiaobon was thinking about who this big handsome guy really was. Behind her, however, came the voice of a man calling out to her. Zhao Xiaobon, are you leaving already? Not staying to continue playing? An obese man in a suit who looked like a pig in gold and silver called out to Zhao Xiaobon. Behind him, there were two other guys also wearing designer suits, and at a glance, they looked like big bosses. Why is it this guy again? Why is he stalking me? Zhao Xiaobon couldn't help but show a trace of disgust after seeing this fat and oily man. But of course, this expression flickered and was quickly collected by her. Boss Zhu. Yeah, I'm done with the commercial show, so I'm going to report back to the company. Zhao Xiaobon faked a smile this and greeted Boss Zhu in her opening. Star. Chapter 207, Zhao Xiaobon is in trouble. There was no way. He was the big boss of the gold store in the commercial center, earning tens of millions of dollars a month. She was just a small star with little fame. How could she dare to offend him? Boss Zhu? Put. The passers-by originally thought this fat and greasy guy like a pig. Did not expect he really surnamed Zhu. Upon hearing this, many passers-by couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. Boss Zhu glared fiercely at those passers-by, and then, only then did he say to Zhao Xiaobon, it's like this, Xiaobon. I've been watching you since you starred in the new version of Dream of Red Mansions as that Xing Yuyan. Boss Zhu unexpectedly called Zhao Xiaobon affectionately whether she wanted to or not. It's Xing Xiuyan. Zhao Xiaobon corrected helplessly. What kind of people are they? Rich, yes, but no knowledge at all. Yes, yes, Xing Chuiyan. Boss Zhu smiled awkwardly, completely unconcerned, and continued. Ever since I watched the new version of Dream of the Red Mansion, I've been captivated by your acting skills, little bone, and think that you definitely have a talent for acting. Zhao Xiaobon couldn't help but frown at his words. Even if she was stupid, she knew that Boss Zhu naturally had other plans when she heard him come up and give himself a compliment. As expected, Boss Zhu continued, I think, little bone, you don't lack acting skills, what you lack is opportunity, and I just happen to be able to give you opportunities, as long as you promise to stay and let me take you to a meeting. Ahem, a meeting. There's something in Boss Zhu's words. Anyone could hear that what he brought Zhao Xiaobon to was not a meeting. But, when the passers-by heard this, they all were showing a hint of contempt. Is this show business? When did that kind of deal between celebrities and the rich become so blatant? Zhao Xiaobon looked at the lewd smile on Boss Zhu's face and almost didn't throw up. She didn't even think about it and decisively refused. Sorry, Boss Zhu, there's really something going on in the company. I need to go back to the company. I don't have the time to accompany you to any meeting. Boss Zhu didn't expect that Zhao Xiaobon, who was nothing more than an unimpressive starlet, not even a third-tier star, would dare to reject him, and was instantly displeased. So many second and third-rate actresses were sucking up to him, and she, a little starlet who wasn't in the mainstream, had the audacity to reject him. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Xiaobon was really pretty to look at, he would have gotten angry just from her refusal just now. What's so important about the company? Is it more important than you being famous and making it big? Let's go. I'll take you to a meeting. After the meeting, you are guaranteed to be a big hit. Boss Zhu patted his chest and assured to, and his salty pig hand was even directly grabbing towards Zhao Xiaobon's small hand. Zhao Xiaobon was startled and hurriedly dodged. Boss Zhu, don't be like this. If you're like this, I'm going to get angry. Zhao Xiaobon coldly said. Ha, a playwright, you really think you're so noble. I'm going to be like this. What can you do? Boss Zhu got angry and decided to use force. When the surrounding passers-by saw this, they all only dared to be righteously indignant, but no one dared to go forward to stop them. Can't blame them, the passers-by aren't cuties. At a glance, they can see that the three of them, Boss Zhu, are big bosses and are not to be messed with. No, seeing that the three of them, Boss Zhu, surrounded themselves, and Boss Zhu even reached out and grabbed towards himself, Zhao Xiaobon was terrified and his face went pale. All she was begging for now was for her agent to hurry back, or for some passerby to step forward and save the day. However, the press is not there. Boss Zhu grabbed the hand and pulled Zhao Xiaobon inside. "Let go of my hand." Right at this moment, Yifan's ice-cold voice suddenly rang out. Ha! Zhao Xiaobon's brain was a bit spinning, and the one who also didn't have enough brains was Boss Zhu. He had clearly grabbed towards Zhao Xiaobon's hand, so how had he grabbed a man's hand instead? Zhao Xiaobon finally came back to her senses at this time, although she didn't know, just now in a short moment of time, what had happened. But it was obvious that it was that big handsome guy with sunglasses who had stepped forward and stood up for her. Zhao Xiaobon never expected that the one who stood up for herself would be the guy she still had a little bit of a small dislike for just now. "Who are you? You'd better stay out of our business." Boss Zhu hurriedly let go of Yifan's hand and warned. "What if I have to care?" Yifan coldly said. "You seek death." One of the dog legs behind Boss Zhu sniffed and immediately stepped forward, and without any further ado, he threw a punch at Yifan's face. "Little," Zhao Xiaobon hurriedly voiced a reminder. But, after only one of her 2 words, she was incomparably shocked to see that the man in the suit, who had made a move on Yifan, as if he were a kite with broken strings, was abandoned high, and then, ruthlessly smashed on the green belt by the side of the road. Without even a grunt, he simply fainted. Holy, the surrounding passers-by, too, were all stunned. Is this guy that powerful? He's practicing kung fu, right? Boss Zhu didn't expect Yifan to be so fierce, and he instantly wimped out. "Don't you mess around. What kind of hero is it to hit someone? Let me tell you, I'm the biggest boss in this business center." "Boss Zhu, seeing how you're dressed, you're a boss too. You wouldn't be unaware of who covers this commercial center, would you? If you dare to make a move against me here, you will definitely not be able to eat." Thinking of something, Boss Zhu was saying more and more. Also, he was the owner of the biggest gold store in this commercial center, and this commercial center was covered by that man. He didn't believe that Yifan dared to make a move on him. "Here, of course I know, it's Zhang Bin," Yifan said faintly. Indeed, this newly opened business center was an asset under the name of Dragon City Properties, which naturally belonged to Zhang Bin. "Since you know that you know Master Zhang's name, you still dare to treat me." "No, wait, you dare to call Master Zhang by his first name?" Boss Zhu looked at Yifan incredulously. He didn't know where the other party got that much guts, or did the other party actually have a big head? Of course, Boss Zhu couldn't believe the latter case in any way. He thought that Yifan was nothing more than a rash young man, which was why he dared to call the emperor of the underground world of Magic City, Master Zhang, by his name. Yifan was naturally too lazy to talk more nonsense with Boss Zhu, and directly took out his cell phone and made a call to Zhang Bin. After hanging up the phone, he coldly said to Boss Zhu, "Now, you're not the owner of the business center." "What do you mean?" Boss Zhu still doesn't understand what it means. However, soon after, his cell phone rang, and surprisingly, it was Zhang Bin who had called him. After answering the call, Boss Zhu's face was ashen. Chapter 208, he's Mr. Yi. At this moment, for Boss Zhu, the only thing he was thankful for was perhaps the fact that after offending Master Zhang, he was only forced to close his gold store, and he had not suffered any threats in terms of his assets and family. But, who the hell is he? Boss Zhu looked at Yifan feeling a million times more incredible. What about this young man, who actually commanded Master Zhang? This was something he never expected. Looking at Yifan who was walking towards him step by step, Boss Zhu felt a hint of something wrong. Snap! Immediately afterward, he went black and flew high in the air. A pig that big? Flying? Yifan looked at the remaining guy whose legs were shaking with fear, and didn't even bother to make a move. Pulling Zhao Xiaobon's hand, he left the crowd. Zhao Xiaobon let Yifan pull her small hand, and she, who hadn't reacted from the situation just now, looked to break free. It wasn't until she was brought by Yifan to a shady place with fewer people that Zhao Xiaobon came back to her senses, and hurriedly, with a red face, broke away from Yifan's hand. And thank you, for standing up for me earlier. But, does it matter if you hit someone? Zhao Xiaobon was a little worried. After all, she knew that Boss Zhu was a rich man with hundreds of millions of dollars. She was worried that Yifan would get into trouble for standing up for her. Don't worry, beating up a few scumbags who force beautiful women to do things they don't want to do. The police uncle is not going to come after me, Yifan joked. Zhao Xiaobon couldn't help but burst out laughing. It had to be said that Zhao Xiaobiao, who was smiling with her eyebrows open, was truly as beautiful as heaven. What are you looking at? Zhao Xiaobon couldn't help but shy away when she realized that Yifan was staring at her face. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind her. Little Bone, what are you doing here? It's Zhao Xiaobon's agent. Looking for her. When that agent saw Yifan, a shocked expression appeared on his face. The agent was about to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Yifan with a look. Sister Peach, right? Come over here for a moment. Little Bone, you just stay here. Yifan called Zhao Xiaobon's manager. Over. Zhao Xiaobon looked at her manager, Sister Peach, following Yifan, and surprisingly, she hadn't reacted yet, but was just curious that the two of them knew each other. Yifan brought Sister Chentao to Lamborghini Poison, and from the car, he took out the script of Flower Thousand Bones and handed it over to Sister Tao, and instructed her to make sure Zhao Xiaobon read the script as soon as possible. After the explanation, Yifan drove the Lamborghini Poison and left directly. After Sister Peach got the script, she returned to Zhao Xiaobon. Little Bone, I can't believe that you can be so favored by General Manager Yi. Looks like you can be the female number one this time. Peachy came up and said. As more and more artists were signed by Tianfan Entertainment, there weren't many artists who could be favored by Yifan. For example, Lu Tianxian Lu Yifei, in the company, only took on endorsements from international luxury brands. Therefore, when Zhao Xiaobon was able to gain Yifan's favor, Sister Peach, as the agent in charge of her, was naturally happy for her. Ha, he's Mr. Yi. Zhao Xiaobon finally came back to her senses. No wonder, she just felt that the big handsome guy wearing sunglasses looked familiar. So it turned out, he was actually her big boss, Yifan. As a signed artist under Tianfan Entertainment, she hadn't even remembered her boss. This heart is also too big. However, Zhao Xiaobiao was after all different from the average girl, who would pay attention to handsome guys when she saw them. More than putting her mind on the handsome big boss Yifan, she, who had fought at the bottom and knew the hardships, put her mind on her work. And, isn't Mr. Yi's car that $100 million Koenigsegg 11? Zhao Xiaobon mumbled in a small voice. Little Bone ah. Seeing Zhao Xiaobon's confused appearance, Sister Peach was a bit helpless and could only say, our general manager Yi has a lot of rides. What with the Koenigsegg 11, Lamborghini Poison, and private planes, he is a low-profile person, and usually does not necessarily drive a Koenigsegg 11. After Tao said this, she herself felt that something was strange. You call that a low profile? Zhao Xiaobon felt like refreshing his tree views. Driving a Lamborghini Poison worth at least $60 million is called low profile? The world of the rich was really not something she, a girl from the countryside, could figure out. Little Bone, let's not talk about this. Mr. Yi asked me to give this script to you. It seems that he is planning to enable you to be the female number one of the new drama. Maybe, in the future, you'll be the next big sweetie or Su Shirshir, Sister Peach said fantastically. Then, hurriedly took the script in her hand and explained it to Zhao Xiaobon's hand. Sister Peach, what are you talking about? I wouldn't dare to compare myself to Big Sweet and Senior Su Shirshir. I guess, again, it's just a small role in a new drama. In response, Zhao Xiaobon didn't harbor too much expectation instead, but after all, she had crawled through the bottom of the ladder and had played many roles, so to have small roles to play, for her, she was already content. Still, she froze when she saw the name of the script. Flower Chance? What a beautiful script title. Moreover, her name is Zhao Xiaobon. Does it mean that this script has something to do with her? Zhao Xiaobon couldn't wait to flip the script, casually flipped a few pages, when I saw that this is a female lead as the protagonist, and in the head of the female lead's name is called Hua Qianbone. The nickname is actually Small Bone Wen. Zhao Xiaobon finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Wasn't this a customized script for her? Otherwise, why would the heroine in it be called Little Bone in her nickname? And was it really just a coincidence? No way. It can't be, can it? I'm really going to play the female lead? Zhao Xiaobon couldn't react from his shock for a while. She had been working in the movie and television industry for 2 or 3 years, never appearing in only minor roles and runaway roles, and seldom acting in second female roles or important roles. But I didn't realize that once I came up, I was going to be the number one female. Not surprisingly, Zhao Xiaobon was incredulous for a moment. Moreover, just by flipping through a few pages, Zhao Xiaobon realized that this script of Flower Thousand Bones was really well written. She had acted in so many small roles and read so many scripts, but it was the first time she had seen such a good script. I wonder which famous big screenwriter wrote such a good script. With a curious heart, Zhao Xiaobon flipped back to the script's homepage. When she saw the screenwriter's signature, which turned out to be Yi Fan, Zhao Xiaobon, she was surprised. This is the script written by Mr. Yi. Zhao Xiaobon almost didn't yell out. Star. Chapter 209, The Cold and Desolate Premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. So, this script is still tailor-made for me by Mr. Yi himself? At the thought of this, before Zhao Xiaobon's eyes, Yi's handsome and extraordinary face once again appeared. At this moment, Zhao Xiaobiao, who had never had anything but acting and work in her heart was actually a little shaken. That's right, Little Bone, what I've told you, right? Our Chief Yi is very talented. The previous 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms with Big Mimi as the female lead was also written by Chief Yi. 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms has been shooting for just over a month, though, and there's still some time to go before it's wrapped. However, since filming began, it has attracted a great deal of attention. The fixings of Big Mimi and Hot Barb also attracted a lot of attention. It's not hard to imagine that this show will be a hit when it hits theaters. The same script written by Yifan, 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms can be so successful, then Flower Thousand Bones must not be ordinary. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziyabone's mood became even more difficult to calm down for a long time. She felt that one of the rightest things she had done in her life was not entering the acting industry, but signing up with Tianfan Entertainment. Luckily, although she hesitated, thinking that Tianfan Entertainment was now getting more and more famous and couldn't possibly sign her, a small person with absolutely no fame, she still gathered the courage to boldly try. Little did she realize that this attempt would bring her great opportunities. Now, she has the opportunity to be the #1 female. In fact, what Zhao Xiaobone didn't know was that with her drive and hard work, and of course, most importantly, her acting skills, it was only a matter of time before she became famous. It was only that Yifan had brought this time forward considerably. Yifan didn't care too much about the start of the filming of Flowers and Bones and gave it all to Chen Jie to take charge of. The female #1 set is naturally Zhao Xiaobiao. As for the male #1, well, is to let the old cadre Hua Jianhua to play. Hua Jianhua, like Hu Ge, is the kind of actor who is dedicated to his work and has a good character, and would never intentionally take advantage of an actress. Yifan was more concerned about another matter than the start of the filming of Flowers and Bones. That is, Wu Xiaojing's Wolf Warrior 2. The closer we get to the release of Wolf 2, the more the NC fans of those traffic stars on the internet, the more they bounce around. They called out their friends and boycotted Wolf Warrior 2. For a while, the internet was full of voices denouncing Wu Xiaojing. Some people even deliberately circulated some news on the internet, saying that Wolf Warrior 2 is the worst of the bad movies and is nothing more than a money-grubbing production of Wu Xiaojing. It's because it's so bad that the investors in Wolf 2 are pulling out en masse. These messages, half-truths and half-falsehoods, but in Yifan's opinion, it was a rumor. Yifan asked Xiao AI to bring out the real identity of the person behind the account that posted these messages on the internet, and then, a lawyer's letter was sent directly to them. They'll just wait for the lawsuit. In short, the internet, for the release of Wolf 2, has been all over the place. Even some media predicted in advance. This time Wu Xiaojing afraid to accompany a blood money. Not to mention selling your house and car. I guess it's hopeless to rise again by selling your blood, wife and children. Wu Xiaojing was distracted by all these things on the internet. Especially those NC fans attacking him even if it's not enough. But also attacking his family is intolerable. But remembering that today is the premiere day of Wolf Warrior 2, Wu Xiaojing held back even if he couldn't bear it. Usually big movies, big productions, host a premiere on their opening day. And Wolf Warrior 2 is certainly not exempt from that. The premiere of Wolf Warrior 2, held at the Yida Plaza in the Magic City. Originally, as expected, the premiere should have attracted a whole lot of media reporters before it even started. And in addition, some stars, too, would have come over to support the show. It's only right that the scene will be hot for a while. However, it didn't work out that way. Half an hour into the premiere, very few people showed up. A come over to support the star did not come. Only a few small newspaper paparazzi, or no professional team. The kind of solo action. Seeing such a cold premiere scene, Wu Xiaojing's face was a blue awe. A few of the main cast members of Wolf 2 are there, except for Big Sugar, who stars as the female lead. Big Sugar was scheduled to show up for the second half of the premiere, so it's normal for her to be absent. At this moment, the faces of those actors, too, didn't look too good. After all, the few of them combined outnumbered all the paparazzi that came to the scene. Their faces, how much better could they look? Besides, many of them, knowing that Wu Xiaojing was strapped for cash, didn't ask for a paycheck when they acted in Wolf 2. They are rewarded with a share of the profits from the movie's release. But now, the premiere, it was so cold. As you can imagine, the movie is not expected to do well at the box office when it is released. However, the fact that they are willing to take on Wu Jing's Wolf Warrior 2 without taking any money, that means they have a great friendship with Wu Xiaojing. Therefore, instead of complaining, they in turn comforted Wu Xiaojing to look on the bright side. Only, words were said, but no one was in a good mood. After all, they have to eat too. If Wolf Warrior 2 fails miserably at the box office, then all their months of hard work and filming will have been for nothing. Those NC fans on the internet, do they even have such energy? It's impossible. Wu Xiaojing do not believe that Wolf 2 will end up so miserable because he offended the network of the millions of NC fans related. As for those few paparazzi who came to the Wolf 2 premiere, they were no slouches either. They are here to see Wu Xiaojing's jokes. Now, Seeing how cold the scene was, they even went straight to editing their tidbits of news with the laptops they had with them. In no time at all, a whole bunch of reports about how bleak and miserable the premiere scene of Wolf 2 was appeared on the internet on some uninspired media outlets. These tidbits of news do not even need to be vetted, and after the editors have finished making up their stories, they directly upload them and publish them. Ha ha ha, this is what happens when you offend us Flow fans. Wu Xiaojing, let you fool around. Obviously it's none of your business. You have to come out and step on our love beans. Now, know how powerful we are. Well, there wasn't a single ghost at the premiere of Wolf 2. I don't believe that Wolf 2 won't fail miserably at the box office. What does it mean to say that there is strength in numbers? What does it mean to be united? What does it mean that unity is strength? Tactical backward glance. Wu Xiaojing, not just a passing star. You really take yourself seriously. Now, know how to write the word death. It's the word asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha ha ha. On the internet, those NC fans can't tell you how excited they are when they see these tidbits of news. Look, they've taken down another over-the-top star. Chapter 210, Yifan brings Big Sweetie and Su Shishir to appear. Wu Xiaojing was finally figuring out why the premiere of Wolf 2 was so cold. Something to do with NC fans, but they're obviously not the key. Wu Xiaojing had just received news that the premiere of Fortress of Magic City, in another Yida Plaza in Mordor, was scheduled for the same day, and even the time of the premiere was the same. Those media reporters and celebrities who were holding up the show had gone to the premiere of Fortress of Magic City. It's no wonder the premiere of Wolf 2 was so cold. There wasn't even a ghost except for the few tabloid reporters who came to see the joke. Wu Xiaojing, it seems that we are being targeted here. Wu Gang, who had a role in Wolf 2, couldn't help but say to Wu Xiaojing with a sullen face after learning the news. However, he couldn't understand. The main investor of Fortress of Magic City was Huai, and no one in their crew had offended Huai. Right, so how could Huai want to target them like this? The other side. The place where the premiere of Fortress of Mordor was held was packed with big names and stars. The scene, it was hilarious. A dozen or more came from the big media alone. There are even countless celebrities that come over to support the show. There were even a number of netizen anchors who sneaked into the mix and reported live. Netizens on the internet saw this and became even more curious about the upcoming release of Fortress of Mordor. Even the premiere was so powerful, inviting so many media reporters and stars. So I guess, it must be a good work. On the opposite side of the spectrum, the cold and quiet Wolf Warrior 2. Netizens already have the results in mind and know that the day both movies are released at the same time, it's time for them to go see that one. Of course it is to see the popular Fortress of Magic City. Is there really a little cute? Will not go to see Wolf 2? It can't be true, can it? It can't be. Huai Wangzhong and Wang Jun, the two brothers responsible for organizing the premiere of Fortress of Magic City, were quite satisfied with the fire at the scene. With their energy in the entertainment industry, wouldn't it be easy to promote a Fortress of Mordor? Those stars even dared not come to support the show for the sake of the two of them. Behind the two of them, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, there was also an equally springy young man, who was none other than Lu Han. Lu Han at this moment has learned from the staff mouth, compared to the Fortress of Magic City premiere hot scene, Wolf 2 premiere scene, not to mention how cold, that bleak the tabloid reporters on the scene couldn't stand to watch. So, it's just a bunch of exaggerated reporting. After Lu Han heard this, his heart was even happier. Humph, Yi Zong, dare to cross my Lu Han. Do you think that I, Lu Han, am really just letting you rub my nose in it? I'm just waiting for a chance to strike back. Lu Han thought coldly in his heart. Indeed, since being blocked by Yifan, Lu Han didn't have many film contracts, advertisements, and couldn't even pick up a variety show, so he had a lot of time to study Yifan. When he found out that Yifan had invested a full $100 million in Wu Xiaojing's Wolf 2, he knew that his chance to get back at Yifan had arrived. So, he talked the two brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, of Huai, who were bullish on him, into changing the premiere of Fortress of Mordor to the same day as the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. It was his intention, through the influence of Wang Zhong and Wang Jun's two brothers in the entertainment industry, to make the premiere of Warrior Wolf 2 a miserable and unparalleled spectacle. Even the date of the release of Fortress of Mordor was set on the same day as Wolf 2. He was going to make Yifan's investment in Wolf 2 bloodless. Yes, Lu Han's last card was none other than Huai's Wang Zhong and Wang Jun brothers. He knew that the two men thought very highly of him, so he talked them both down with little effort. Everything was going according to his plan. Lu Han's at the moment, not to mention how pleased he was. He had finally taken a hard revenge on Yifan for once. Only, Lu Han's situation was still a little too narrow. He didn't even know that $100 million of investment for Yifan was just a fraction. Moreover, what he was even more unlikely to know was that right at this moment, A luxurious stretch Lincoln slowly appeared at the premiere of Wolf 2. The driver was the first to get out of the car, and when he did, he rushed to the car door. As soon as the car door opened, everyone's eyes lit up. So the person who emerged from the stretch Lincoln was none other than Big Sugar, who was the star of Wolf 2. The tabloid reporters were thrilled when Big Sugar showed up. Big Sugar. It's a big sweetness that's unrivaled in the world. They, the tabloid journalists, usually break their heads trying to get close to her for a bit without a chance. I can't imagine that today, because those reporters from the big media ran off to attend the premiere of Fortress of Mordor. In turn, gave them this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So, they picked up their cameras and just pressed the shortcut button as hard as they could on Big Sugar, who was dressed in a black dress outfit that showed off her body perfectly while having an air of mystery about her. They realized that an absolute beauty was an absolute beauty, and no matter what angle they took pictures of Big Sweetie from, it was almost always 360 degrees without a dead angle. It's just perfect. But that's not all. Along with the driver, opened another car door. From the inside came out a young girl wearing a white dress, like a proud white swan, noble, beautiful. Surprisingly, it was Sue Shershur, the most popular recently, whose popularity even overpowered that of the traffic star who relied on traffic and popularity to make a living. How come goddess Sue Shershur also came to court Wolf Warrior 2? Tabloid journalists, shocked, but shocked as they were, their hands pressing the shutter. That was not quite for a moment. To be able to shoot so close and so clearly the two most popular goddesses in the entertainment industry, they didn't even know that it was the luck they had cultivated in several lifetimes. Usually, they also run the scene of various movie premieres. But which movie premieres? Not come a whole lot of big media reporters and their professional team. The other side was outnumbered, and they were alone, so they couldn't push through them. So, in the past, at best, they could only get a blurry photo across the crowd and from a long distance. Now that they had such an opportunity, did it mean that the time had come for them to rise? The appearance of Big Sugar and Sue Shershur was already shocking enough for these tabloid reporters, but the next person who came out directly made their scalps numb. Yi Fan was the last one to walk out from the extended Lincoln. He was dressed in a suit and didn't wear sunglasses on his face. His handsome face full of scores appeared in front of everyone. Star. Chapter 211, Stars Retreating. The tabloid reporters were all male, so naturally they wouldn't be shocked by Yi Fan's handsomeness, but they were ashamed of themselves when they took a look at him. Again, all men. Why can he be so handsome? Of course, what shocked them at the moment was not Yi Fan's handsomeness, but his origin. He's that mysterious Mr. Yi, the big boss behind Tian Fan Entertainment, the man behind Sue Shershur. Mr. Yi unexpectedly came too. I told you, goddess Sue Shershur even showed up at the premiere of Wolf 2. Mr. Yi is surely not missing. The tabloid journalists in the audience, talking about it. As for Wu Xiaojing and the group of actors who were not looking so good just now, at this moment, they were also shocked to see that Yi Fan had shown up. Big Sugar's presence was known to them. However, they never expected that Big Sweet had brought Sue Shershur, who had been the most popular recently, and her boss Yi Fan as well. Mr. Yi For those of them who are in the entertainment industry, who doesn't know Mr. Yi? After Yi Fan got off the bus, Big Sweetie and Sue Shershur both immediately ran over, one on the left and one on the right, holding Yi Fan's arm. Yi Fan looked at the cold scene, as if he had known it, and didn't feel strange at all. He just took a pair of black and white pair and walked towards Wu Xiaojing and others. The tabloid reporter followed the trio with another burst of shutterbugs. That envy in their hearts. The person who could simultaneously hold two of the most popular goddesses in the entertainment industry and appear at a movie premiere was no one other than Mr. Yi, the tabloid reporter, who knew that if he missed this chance to rise, he would never have such a chance again. Immediately opened his laptop after taking the picture and began to carefully select the pictures, edit the text, and then publish the news. They've been tabloid reporters for years, and it's the first time they've taken writing so seriously. Normally, it's all about making things up as you can. After all, pay as much as you can to do as much as you can. And they know that their stories are not read by many people, but now it's different. They have a chance to rise, another chance to be on par with the journalists from the big media, so naturally they will spare no effort to cover this event as brilliantly as possible. So soon, another piece of tidbit news appeared on the internet. Only, unlike those watered-down tidbits of news, these tidbits of news, both in the selection of pictures and in the editing of the text, are very good, even wonderful. Black Swan Goddess Big Sweet, White Swan Goddess Sue Shershur, simply beautiful. I admit I'm envious and jealous. Yeah, I'm envious and jealous too. Why can others have two goddesses at the same time? I don't have a single girlfriend. No, sis is envious and jealous of Big Sweetie and Sue Shershur. Why? The two of them can be close to the most handsome man under the sky. I am. Is this the premiere of Wolf 2 Live? Surprisingly, there's not many people? No way. I must go over there and join in the fun. Even if not many people watched the small news, but anyone who had read those small news, one by one couldn't help but have a heated discussion on this matter. Many netizens even uploaded the photos of the black swan, the white swan, Su Shirshir, and Yifan holding this pair of black and white pair to the posting bar, vlog, and the circle of friends. Soon, it was a huge hit on the internet. It went straight to the top of the Hot 100, and it's still number 1 on the Hot 100 list. The other side. The premiere of Fortress of Mordor looked like a lively affair, but there wasn't much substance to it. Many of the celebrities who were in attendance were sitting in their seats, clapping and chiming in after those actors on stage gave their speeches. The rest of the time, they just chatted to themselves off stage or swiped their cell phones. Soon, the stars noticed the topic at the top of the Hot 100, when they saw Yifan carrying the two goddesses, Big Sweet and Su Shirshir, to the premiere of Wolf 2. Each of these stars was surprised. Although, there are quite a few of them know that Yifan invested in Wolf Warrior 2, but they never thought that Yifan was so optimistic about Wolf Warrior 2 that he personally showed up at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2. Moreover, even Su Shirshir, who had the most recent fame, had brought along. They had originally thought that the biggest curiosity that would appear at the premiere of Wolf 2 would be, at best, Big Sweet, who was cast as the female lead, but Big Sugar is just an entertainer. Compared to Huayi's Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, they can still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. That's why they, instead of running to court Wolf Warrior 2, have flocked to court Fortress of Mordor. When they learned that Mr. Yi had actually appeared at the premiere of Wolf 2, their hearts were shaken. Huayi's Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, compared to Mr. Yi, they naturally have a clearer distinction between the lesser and the greater. Mr. Yi, but even the big horse, the small horse and Wang Lin, 3 big men have to grab to kiss the ass of that man. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun too. Then, the two of them are just younger brothers in front of Mr. Yi. But, if they retired now, they would inevitably offend Huayi's Wang Zhong and Wang Jun. For a while, the stars present were all in a bit of a dilemma. Should I leave, or should I stay on? However, there was one person among the stars of the scene who acted decisively. She is the big Mimi who was specially invited by Wang Zhong and Wang Jun. Come on, Hotba, let's go to the premiere of Wolf 2, Big Mimi said, taking Thermopylae with her and leaving the stage first. If the stars, at this point, were a little hesitant, then the next step was the exit of several more stars, but it stopped them from hesitating, as Big Mimi exited with Hataru, Naza, Guan Tongtong, and Lu Yifei, also exited. Seeing that they all retreated, the other stars felt that with so many people acting as the heads of the crowd, they weren't afraid of offending Wang Zhong and Wang Jun. Then a very interesting and dramatic scene took place. In the shocked gazes of the audience, as well as the media reporters, a large number of stars who had come to support the show on the stage. Surprisingly, a large half of them exited the stage. All of a sudden, the originally crowded premiere site, all of a sudden, nearly a third of the people were missing. The rest of the stars that didn't leave the stage were all second or third rate, or even minor stars that didn't make the grade, and many of them were still under the banner of Huayi. For fear of offending the bosses Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, the party did not dare to leave the scene. Those media reporters, who came to the premiere of Fortress of Mordor, didn't really come to report on the matter. Most of them came after the popular stars. Chapter 212, The Annoyed Wang Zhong and Wang Jun Brothers. Now that the popular celebrities have exited, what are they doing staying on the scene? So, chasing after the popular stars, the journalists on the scene, likewise, ran away with a large portion of it. And running away, among these big media reporters, there were few who were specially invited by Wang Zhong and Wang Jun to cover the premiere of Fortress of Magic City. Afterwards, the two brothers promised to give them a big red packet. However, even if they gave more red packets, they, as media reporters with professional ethics, did not choose to stay. After all, compared to the red envelopes, it was still Mr. Yi who had more to talk about with Big Sweet and Su Shirshir, and had more to report. Besides, would they give those tabloid journalists a chance to come out on top and, then, equal or even surpass them? Of course not. No one could have possibly expected that in just a few minutes, a large portion of the scene would have run away. Lu Han on the stage, as well as Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, their faces immediately became very ugly. Yi Fan, it's this Yi Fan again. Lu Han felt that he was having a hard time with everything. His popularity was greatly reduced. Guan Tongtong left him. The poor reviews at the screening of Fortress of Magic City, and the large number of celebrities and journalists leaving the venue now, were all caused by this guy, Yi Fan. For a while, Lu Han hated Yi Fan even more. Hate to kill. Both of you. Mr. Wang, listen to me. All of this is the work of that Mr. Yi. He knew that Fortress of Magic City was invested by Hawaii, and he deliberately showed up at the premiere of Wolf 2, taking away a large number of celebrities and reporters. That's totally not putting Hawaii in his eyes. Lu Han was unwilling. He knew that the only ones he could rely on now were Hawaii and the two brothers Wang Zhong and Wang Jun. Shut up. It wasn't you who had to make things happen. You had to change the premiere of Fortress of Mordor to the same day as the premiere of Wolf 2. If the premiere had been held according to the original date, where would it have been so much trouble? Wang Zhong said in annoyance. Lu Han didn't dare to speak at once. Big brother, I think Lu Han is right. That Mr. Yi is just determined to have a hard time with our Hawaii. Wang Jun, however, opened his mouth to help Lu Han. Even if he really crosses with our Hawaii, which is not so, do we still want to offend him? Brother, can't you see what happened to the loud boss who offended him? Wang Zhong said with a sullen face. Wang Jun stopped talking. Indeed, the Hong Kong City ring boss had however offended Yi Fan at the Bazaar Charity Network meeting, and had died of a heart attack not long after. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun were not really close friends with Boss Rattle, but they knew very well that Boss Rattle had no heart disease whatsoever. He'll die of a heart attack. There's only one possibility. That is, Yi Fan messed up, thinking that behind Yi Fan, there was even a country supporting him. The two brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, unless their brains were broken, how would they dare to offend Yi Fan head-on? We don't have to offend him head-on. We can just secretly hack the Wolf War 2 he invested in. Luchan offered. Shut up. There's a place for you to talk here. Wang Zhong angrily rebuked. Big brother, I do think that's a good idea. Wang Jun looked at Lu Han appreciatively, then said to him, let's do it this way. We Hawaii will ask the reporter to be able to discredit Wolf Warrior 2. As for you, well, Lu Han, you'll use your hundreds of millions of fans to discredit Wolf Warrior 2. I'm going to make Wolf Warrior 2 fail miserably at the box office. Not even a fraction of our Fortress of Mordor's box office performance. What's funny is that Wang Jun still believes that Lu Han's hundreds of millions of followers are real and not data fakery to this day. This might explain why the two brothers, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, thought so highly of Lu Han. This time, Wang Zhong didn't speak again. Indeed, he had just suffered a hold-up and was very annoyed. At a later time, the media reporters didn't know how they would report the incident, and all of this has nothing to do with that Mr. Yi. Therefore, he needed to make Chief Yi suffer as well to balance his heart, and the best way to make Mr. Yi eat his words is to make his invested Wolf Warrior 2 fail miserably at the box office while their Hawaii invested Fortress of Mordor is a box office hit. Is there a better way to humiliate Mr. Yi? No more. Big brother, don't you want to get out of this? Seeing that Wang Zhong did not say anything, Wang Jun once again opened his mouth and egged him on. Alright, let's do what you guys say in this matter. However, we must not let Mr. Yi know that this matter has anything to do with us. Hawaii. Wang Zhong finally let go. However, he really didn't dare to offend Yi Fan, so he repeatedly reminded the two of them that they couldn't let Yi Fan know that it was they, Hawaii, who were smearing Wolf Warrior 2. Don't worry, big brother, you still can't trust me to do my job. Wang Jun patted his chest and assured to. Live from the premiere of Wolf 2, the originally cold and desolate scene began to liven up with the atmosphere after Yi Fan showed up with Big Sweetie and Su Shirshir. Of course, this is just a trigger. Soon, Big Mimi arrived on the scene with a host of stars including Hotba, with a host of popular stars such as Big Mimi, Hotba, Naza, Guan Tong Tong, Louis Fei and others appearing at the Wolf 2 premiere. A large number of celebrities, as well as media reporters, soon arrived. However, by the time those media reporters arrived at the scene, it was already overcrowded. They couldn't even try to grab a good spot where they could get a clearer shot of the big stars on the set. Instead, the tabloid reporters who were the first to arrive, grabbed a head start on all the big names, and got clear shots of them. After this incident, it's probably hard for them not to get a promotion and a raise. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. After delivering his speech, Wu Shaoxing stepped down from the stage and was the first to approach Yi Fan for a toast to express his gratitude to him. If it wasn't for Yi Fan personally showing up and bringing Su Shirshir with him, then their premiere tonight would have definitely ended up cold and quiet. Luckily, Yi Fan, the savior, appeared. So, could Wu Shaoxing not be grateful? Mr. Yi, your influence is really great. It was cold and quiet just now, and look at it now. The scene is bursting at the seams. Wu Gang also carried a wineglass and came over to flatter Yi Fan. A little something. Yi Fan was not half as modest about this. He picked up his wineglass and gestured with Wu Shaoxing and Wu Gang. Wu Shaoxing, Wu Gang, and the others naturally dried up in one gulp, while Yi Fan casually. For the premiere of Wolf 2, Yi Fan just went through the motions. However, it naturally goes without saying how influential he is. With a large number of celebrities learning the news and coming over to support the show,
A large number of media reporters also rushed over on the wind.
The scene at the premiere of Wolf Warrior 2 was hot at one point. Star. Chapter 213, Wolf Warrior 2 first day box office $30 million. On the contrary, the premiere of Fortress of Mordor, which was a hot scene at the beginning, is now a bit cold and quiet in comparison, although there are still a lot of people. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun were very annoyed by this, but there was absolutely nothing they could do. The worst thing is that those media reporters on the scene, even more so, just to see the wind to the helm. Directly in the report, Fortress of Mordor was defeated at the premiere by Wolf Warrior 2, which, despite the internet, was boycotted and discredited by a coalition of netizens, but it still has something to offer. Netizens who had already made up their minds to go see Fortress of Mordor in 2 days, the same day as the official release of the two movies, were shaken at the moment. For the next 2 days, there was no telling what was going on. A large number of self-media, V-blogs so-called Big V, and countless netizens appeared on the network and began to frantically smear Wolf Warrior 2, claiming that Wolf 2 was nothing more than a money laundering exercise and a solid bad movie cloud. However, this time the netizens were no longer so stupid and saw at once that it was obvious that someone was able to discredit Wolf Warrior 2. The more someone deliberately smears Wolf Warrior 2, the more rebellious the netizens become, thinking that Wolf Warrior 2 hasn't even been released yet. And you guys are saying it's a bad movie, so I have to go to the theater to see if this movie is really as bad as you guys are saying it is, and that it's not bad. 2 days later, Wolf Warrior 2 and Fortress of Mordor were released on the same day. Later in the evening, the box office results for Wolf Warrior 2 and Fortress of Mordor on their first day of public release came out. The situation was a bit surprising at first, but it made sense. Fortress of Mordor crushed Wolf Warrior 2 at the box office by a huge margin. On the day of its premiere, Fortress of Mordor's box office was close to $100 million. On the contrary, the box office of Wolf 2, only a mere $30 million less. Looks like all those days of NC fans hacking Wolf Warrior 2 on the internet paid off. The huge box office gap has made countless NC fans who frantically bought tickets on the internet to support Fortress of Mordor dejected once again. Look at the huge box office gap between Wolf 2 and Fortress of Mordor. Ha! Now look at Wu Xiaojing, this over-the-top star. Still dare to be arrogant. Ha ha ha, I told you. Wu Xiaojing, this over-the-top star. What can he dare our family's precious Han Han to compare? What Wolf 2 still has $30 million at the box office on its opening day? Brothers, not giving a damn. Don't worry, starting tomorrow, the box office results of Wolf 2 will be even worse. Ha ha, it has to be. The box office was a fiasco. Wu Xiaojing's face, surely it won't look good. Over here, the NC fans, in a frenzy of dejection, madly mocked Wu Xiaojing in his Wolf War 2. Lu Han, who was mixed up in the fan base but never said a word, looked at the fans' remarks and was amused. The box office results of Fortress of Mordor on its first day of premiere have pleased him. Unlike those NC fans of his, Lu Han didn't have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of Wu Xiaojing, and at the moment, he only wanted to see Yifan's face, so he thought that it mustn't be any better. However, Lu Han was wrong. Yifan also paid attention to the box office results of Wolf 2 and Fortress of Mordor on their opening day at first time, but this result, he seemed to have expected half of it. His face not only did not turn ugly, but instead showed a look of watching a good show. Beside him, Big Sweetie and Su Shirshir couldn't help but frown and worry a little when they saw the situation. They just couldn't understand. In a situation like this, Yifan could still be calm. Could it be that he really doesn't take the $200 million he invested in Wolf Warrior 2 seriously? It's also true that he has so much money, a mere $200 million, that it's normal not to take it seriously. In particular, Big Sweet had a hard time seeing that Wolf Warrior 2 only grossed a measly $30 million on its opening day. Does it mean that she ruined another good movie? It shouldn't be. This time, she's taking her acting seriously. As if Yifan knew Big Sweet's mind, he touched her head and comforted her. Big Sugar was very flattered. Seeing this, Su Shirshir on the side followed suit and begged for favor, while those NC fans, blindly dejected. On the internet, countless people were discussing about their aftermath after watching Wolf War 2 and Fortress of Mordor, and in this regard, the two movies were compared. On the contrary, Wolf Warrior 2, which they, at first, didn't hold out much hope for, was instead exceptionally well made. Whether it's in terms of special effects, the acting of the actors, or the storyline, it's all very good. The special effects, in particular, were a revelation. Is Fortress of Mordor really that bad? I'm at the movie theater with my girlfriend right now, and I'm about to buy tickets, and I don't know if I want to see Fortress of Mordor. Urgent, wait online. Really, I advise you to never watch Fortress of Mordor if you don't want to break up with your girlfriend after the movie. Is that much of a stretch? Of course. You don't even know how bad Fortress of Mordor is until you see it. I advise you, go and watch Wolf Warrior 2 tonight. It's an absolute surprise. Blowout Wolf Warrior 2. Is Wolf 2 really that good? It has to be. I can promise you on my neck that it won't look good for you to find me. Well, I'd better go see Wolf 2 then. Half an hour later. Wolf Warrior 2 is really so good. Thanks for the advice, brothers. Is Wolf Warrior 2 really that good? But the box office results don't seem to be good? It's far worse than Fortress of Mordor. Hey, Fortress of Magic City is starring Lu Han. Don't you know those NC fans of his? They will definitely brush up the box office results for Lu Han. Let them brush it off. Anyway, in the end, box office results are based on strength. Of course, if Lu Han really has 100 million fans, then forget I said anything. How could there be? It's just bot data. Blowout Wolf Warrior 2. It's really so good. Is it really that good? I regret that I went to see Fortress of Mordor in the afternoon in a moment of brainstorming, and now I feel like throwing up. Every one of you said that Wolf Warrior 2 was great. Really? I want to go see it. Of course it's true. My girlfriend says Wolf Warrior 2 is so good. What? Watching Wolf Warrior 2 and getting a girlfriend as a gift. I won't beep with you guys much longer. I'm booking a ticket to see Wolf Warrior 2 right now. Star. Chapter 214, A Reversal of Circumstances. Later that night, netizens kicked off a lively discussion about Wolf Warrior 2 and Fortress of Mordor. Wolf Warrior 2 was naturally well received. And let's not even talk about Fortress of Mordor. Basically anyone who wasn't a fan of Lu Han had only one thought after going to see Fortress of Mordor. What kind of crap is this shot? ING threw up. Hua Yi may have been able to suppress the discussion of the tens of thousands of viewers who had previously watched the spot screenings of Fortress of Mordor, but after the official public release, it was at least millions of viewers who had watched Fortress of Mordor. People have been criticizing it like crazy. Even if Hua Yi hires more PR teams, they can't suppress it. Soon, everyone, whether they had seen Fortress of Mordor or not, knew just how bad the movie really was. There was even a comment made by an audience member who went to the movie theater to see Fortress of Mordor that if he was given another chance to go to Fortress of Mordor for free, or even backdated his movie ticket money, he wouldn't even go to see Fortress of Mordor. Is it worth it to suffer for 2 hours for $50 or so? Of course it's not worth it. On the contrary, Wolf Warrior 2 is reaping a flood of positive reviews, and people have been discussing on the internet how good Wolf Warrior 2 is. Countless thoughtful ups on BioStation have also made videos blowing up Wolf Warrior 2 without forgetting to step on Fortress of Mordor. More and more netizens who haven't seen Wolf Warrior 2 yet are getting curious. Is Wolf Warrior 2 really that good? Just by the netizens one and all blowing up Wolf 2, they wistfully go to the cinema to see it. So, the day after the official release, no, the night of, there were some incredible changes at the box office for both movies. The box office of Wolf 2, almost overnight, a crazy surge. On the contrary, the box office results at the beginning of the box office results opened the door to the Fortress of Mordor. The box office results are almost stagnant. Surprisingly, not in the rise. That's a given. The audience isn't stupid. The first viewers, perhaps with curiosity, will try to see if Fortress of Mordor is poisonous. But how could the latter, after seeing the bad reviews given by those who have seen Fortress of Mordor, touch the poison? And, with Fortress of Mordor opening on the same day as Wolf Warrior 2, isn't there a better alternative to not seeing Fortress of Mordor? The bottom line is that Wolf Warrior 2 is getting rave reviews, one with bad reviews and one with good reviews. Should they go to the theater to see that movie? Will the audience not have a point in mind? Soon after, the box office of Wolf 2 saw a reversal, and in just a few hours, the box office score popped from less than $30 million to $110 million, surpassing Fortress of Mordor in one fell swoop. Especially on the second day, the box office results of Wolf Warrior 2 skyrocketed at a surprising rate. The box office performance has scuttled right up to $1 billion. At this rate of skyrocketing, wouldn't it be easy to break through $5.68 billion in that 1 week? This is impossible. Lu Han saw the box office of Wolf 2 on the second day, even exceeded $1 billion. On the contrary, the box office results of Fortress of Mordor still stayed at $100 million, did not rise in the slightest, and suddenly anxious. So he couldn't help but post a message to his fanbase. Brothers and sisters, no way. Wolf Warrior 2 has outperformed Fortress of Mordor at the box office. As soon as this message was sent out, the fanbase, which had been silent for a long time, finally had someone speak up again. I want to support it too. But yesterday, I already used my living expenses to see Fortress of Mordor at the movie theater. And I'm just a student, so I don't have any money. Me too. I booked several movie tickets for Fortress of Mordor on the app, and I don't really have any money left in my Vmail. My mom doesn't give me any pocket money. I'm so mad at my parents. I asked them for money to buy a couple of movie tickets to Fortress of Mordor and they wouldn't even do it. I lied to my parents about school fees and cheated them out of $1,000. and bought all of it for Fortress of Mordor movie tickets. Now I really don't have any money left, and it's not good enough to ask them for more. I'm management. Brothers, give it a shot. If your parents don't give it, borrow money from your friends. Do you guys want to see Chill Baby being overpowered by an over-the-top star like Wu Xiaojing? This time, however, the group management's goading no longer worked, and the group members chose to remain silent. Turns out, it's really the internet that's got it right. The first day of Fortress of Mordor's box office results were so good. It's all because of these NC fans of Lu Han who are paying for it. But the movie is so bad, even if Lu Han's fans are willing to pay for it. Where does it go? Could it be that one really expects 100 million fans to pay for Lu Han? Besides, even if it did, most of the NC fans of a traffic star like Lu Han are minors and students, and they don't have the money even if they're willing to pay for it. NC fans don't have money, and rich netizens aren't stupid. So how could they possibly go back to the movie theater specifically to watch a bad movie to disgust themselves after knowing that Fortress of Mordor is really bad? So, the next result was predictable. A few days later, the box office of Wolf Warrior 2 continued to skyrocket like crazy, while the box office of Fortress of Mordor has always been stagnant at 100 million, without the slightest upward momentum. A week later, the box office score of Wolf 2 has exceeded 5 billion, while Fortress of Mordor, only a mere 120 million. The worst part is that the box office performance of Fortress of Mordor is literally stagnant and not likely to be on the rise, because the country's major theaters think Fortress of Mordor box office results are too bad, have shelved the Fortress of Mordor, rather than to the unlikely to have any income Fortress of Mordor to continue to schedule. It is better to give these schedules. Let the momentum of today's hot Wolf Warrior 2 on Earth. The final box office of Wolf Warrior 2 was $5.68 billion, capturing the No. 1 box office in Z's movie history. The final box office for Wolf Warrior 2 here, however, clearly won't stop at $5.68 billion. After all, with Yi fans' dice, Wolf 2 shooting funds are not so tight. All aspects can do the best, naturally more to do the best, especially in terms of special effects. Also Yi fan hand-picked industrial light and magic. To contract, Wolf Warrior 2 is better, more exciting, has better special effects, and is naturally hotter than Wolf Warrior 2 on Earth. Over the next few days, Wolf Warrior 2 even broke various records for Z country movies in a row. In the end, with a staggering box office of $8.65 billion, it was the No. 1 box office in the history of Z country's movie industry. After the final box office results of Wolf 2 came out, netizens sked. It seems that Z's movie box office is not swayed by traffic fans after all, and still speaks with strength. Star, Chapter 215, Wolf Warrior 2 grosses $8.65 billion. Wu Xiaojing, as well as a group of actors and actresses who acted in Wolf Warrior 2, after experiencing the fiasco of the box office results on the opening day of Wolf Warrior 2. Originally, each one of them was frightened, but they never expected that the next day, the box office results of Wolf Warrior 2 would be reversed. By the end of the day, it was breaking all kinds of records, with a staggering $8.65 billion at the box office. They are pleasantly surprised. $8.65 billion box office results, even after sharing the box office with the theater. Yi fan and then take 70% of the benefit. The remaining 30% of the benefit, they have a share of the dividends. But even if it's only a 30% benefit, that's a full $1.3 billion. That means they can each share at least a good few tens of millions. Perhaps, no more so than someone who was paid $100 million for a movie. But for them, these powerhouse actors, to be paid tens of millions of dollars for a movie is already the most they've ever been paid. Ever. Wu Xiaojing even smiled with a smile on his face. He worked hard to film Wolf 2, and in the end, he got his hands on the proceeds. Perhaps only 1 or 200 million, but Wolf Warrior 2 set all kinds of records and proved his hard power as a director. There is nothing which would satisfy him more than the huge success of The Wolf. Of course, Wolf 2 was ill-fated, and to be able to achieve such a proud result, Wu Xiaojing felt that everything was due to Yi fan. That night, Wu Xiaojing and the others had a celebration banquet and specially invited Yi fan. Yi fan didn't go to the celebration banquet, he just sent Big Sweet over to be his representative. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some people are sad. Earlier, those investors who listened to the putdowns of one of the bigwigs in the entertainment industry and collectively chose to divest. At this moment, they are remorseful. The remorse was so great that he wanted to kill himself. Wolf 2-inch box office results up to $8.65 billion. That is to say, they invested in investment income, at least 10 times. A million becomes 10 million. 10 million becomes 100 million. But now what? Now, that's a basket case for them. Especially that boss Gong, who had invested $10 million in Wolf Warrior 2 at the beginning. At this moment, was even more regretful. His $100 million. It's a basket case. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally even so angry that he fell ill directly. Not long, but also died. Yeah, whoever watched the $90 million that was already in their hands just slip through their fingers would not be able to accept it for a while, I'm afraid. As for Lu Han, the star of Fortress of Magic City, at this moment, he is even more harboring in his own mansion. His face is a tragic defeat, and his eyes are even more empty. Fortress of Mordor is a big flop at the box office with only $120 million. Lu Han knew that he was hopeless to rise, and in the future, he could only be a salted fish that no one asked for. For a moment, he suddenly regretted it. If, in the beginning, he had gone to apologize to Yi Fan, just like Guan Tongtong, would it be? The end would not be so miserable? Lastly, Wang Zhong and Wang Jun of Huai, the investor of Fortress of Magic City, saw that Fortress of Magic City only had a box office of 1, 2, flopping couldn't be more flopping, not to mention making money. Even their investment of $360 million couldn't be recovered. At the beginning, they also threatened to make the investment in Wolf 2 Yi Fan blood money. But now, blood money is indeed their people. It's just a loss of $300 million. Anyway, Huai is not short of money. But what troubles Wang Zhong and Wang Jun the most right now is that they seem to have heard rumors that the news that they can discredit Wolf Warrior 2 has been made known to Yi Fan, and that Yi Fan will take action against them at any time. How bad would it be to offend Yi Fan? The ringing boss was a lesson. That, big brother, why don't we take Huai's assets and move them overseas? Wang Jun finally had no choice but to propose so. It'll have to do. What else could Wang Zhong do? While there is still a chance, hurry up to transfer the assets of Huai to overseas, and save as much as you can. On top of that, there's a party that's having a very bad time in the wake of Wolf Warrior 2's box office explosion. That would be Skytalk Entertainment, which specializes in creating traffic stars. Fortress of Mordor loses badly to Wolf Warrior 2, and Wu Xiaojing beats Lu Han's traffic with his acting. This proves that traffic stars without any talent are ultimately a flash in the pan. The only evergreen stars in the entertainment industry are those who have both strength and talent. In addition, a more crucial point was that Lu Han was none other than the traffic star under their company. Lu Han's fiasco brought a great impact on their company's traffic stars. After this incident, netizens have recognized the reality, and have even less good feelings towards traffic stars. For a while, countless traffic stars who relied on their fans and popularity have lost their foothold in the entertainment industry. Of course, this was nothing more than a great blow to Skytalk Entertainment. There was another fatal blow that awaited them. That is, they had vaguely heard that Yi Fan had already known that the force behind the previous secret hacking of Su Shishir was their Tianyue Entertainment, and that he was already preparing to make a move against Tianyue Entertainment. Yi Fan always did things in a thunderous manner. Before Huai and Skytalk Entertainment could react, he had already struck. The next day, about Huai's yin and yang contract in the network exposure, the relevant departments are also the first time to react. Immediately stop people. Investigate Huai. Wang Zhong and Wang Jun, even though they wanted to transfer Huai's assets overseas, they didn't get around to it. After experiencing this matter of yin and yang contracts, Huai may not go out of business, but its status and influence in the entertainment industry is bound to go down the drain. Even worse than Huai is Skytalk Entertainment. I do not know when, but traffic stars have, surprisingly, completely lost their market in the mainland. No one pays for traffic stars anymore. Even those NC fans who have been championing traffic stars seem to have grown up after this. They don't fool around with being NC fans anymore. Traffic stars, completely off the market. The many traffic stars created by Skytalk Entertainment can no longer receive any film contracts, advertisements or brand endorsements. For a while, Skytalk Entertainment lost a lot of money, spending so much money to create traffic stars, image packaging them, and buying them popularity. But at the end of the day, none of these traffic stars have brought them a single penny of profit. In the end, Skype Entertainment was long with a falling hand. Tianfan Entertainment, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and rose to replace Tianyue Entertainment, becoming the top 3 entertainment companies in the entertainment industry. All this happened in just 1 month's time. Star, Chapter 216, The Dragon King's Temple. No one had ever imagined that in just 1 month's time, the entertainment industry would undergo such drastic changes. Huai and Skytalk Entertainment have ended up on the wrong side of the tracks. The biggest beneficiary of this event naturally has to be Tianfan Entertainment. As for Yi Fan, the big boss behind Tianfan Entertainment, he even made himself $3 billion through Wolf Warrior 2. This ability to make money would make even Big Horse, Little Horse and Wang Lin's eyes redden when they looked at it. Of course, making money and all that, Yi Fan had little interest. Making $3 billion is just a game to him. Wolf Warrior 2 is a box office hit, and Skyfan Entertainment is on the rise. Big Horse, Little Horse, and Wang Lin, naturally, couldn't help but take to the V-blog again, congratulating Yifan. Of course, anyone could see that they were just kissing Yifan's ass. As for the 3 billion earned, Yifan didn't keep it for himself. All of it was distributed to the women around them. Even Zhao Xiaobon had a share. Zhao Xiaobon, whose account had inexplicably gained several $100 million more, didn't react to what was going on for a long time. She was stunned when the agent, Sister Peach, told him that this was the dividend that the big boss, Yifan, had sent her. Rich people, are they so capricious? Dividends paid out in hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions? After this incident was over, the days returned to their usual calm. Yifan's usual routine was to linger between a few women. Other than that, there's not much else to do. Of course, sometimes, it would also pay attention to the situation of the 2 scripts he had written. 3 Lives, 10 Peach Blossoms and Flower 1000 Bones. Big Mimi and Hotpa's performance in 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms naturally goes without saying. As for Zhao Xiaobon's performance in Flower 1000 Bones, even the 3 directors who filmed Flower 1000 Bones were all amazed and awed by her performance. They couldn't help but admire Yifan's ability to recognize people with a discerning eye. Such a deeply hidden jewel was unearthed by him. A few months later, 3 Lives and 10 Peach Blossoms was released. The ratings are naturally on fire, breaking all kinds of records. Big Mimi's career had originally stagnated since she became a top-tier star, but because of the opening of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms, it hardened her career and ushered in a second spring. In one fell swoop, he went from being a top-tier star to being one of the top stars. And Hotpa also impressed the audience because of the image of Phoenix Joe. Popularity skyrocketed considerably and it quickly became a big hit. Hotpa's rapid rise to fame was exactly the result Yifan wanted. It was important to know that Yifan had specially tailored 2 variety shows for her. One is Running Man and the other is Extreme Challenge. I'm sure she'll be back in the spotlight after appearing on these 2 reality TV shows. With her foodie girl and weird girl personas, it's bound to get even redder, even surpassing Big Mimi, who brought her to prominence. In terms of fame, on this day, Yifan was about to take a bath and go to bed after doing multi-person exercises with the women around him. The cell phone on his body, however, suddenly rang. Only this time, instead of someone calling, it was some special software that sent it out. This particular software, a high-tech backdoor software, can listen in on other people's cell phones after it is implanted. And it's absolutely impossible for the person being listened to discover this backdoor software. Because this backdoor software was made by Yifan using Xiao AI, who was always 20 years ahead of the current technology. Even the best hackers in this world would not be able to find this backdoor software. After opening the software, a live call rang out. The party on the call was, surprisingly, Joe Kier. After several months, Joe Kier, who seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, finally had news again. It turned out that the reason why Yifan deliberately let Joe Kier go that day was to take advantage of her unconsciousness to install this backdoor software in her cell phone. After months of not hearing from Joe Kier, Yifan was a bit skeptical. Had Joe Kier thrown away her cell phone? Or did the backdoor software not work? The latter scenario, of course, is not likely to happen. Therefore, Yifan had previously thought that it was the former case, and Joe Kier was extremely vigilant and had thrown her cell phone away after that incident. What he never expected was that he guessed wrong. Chloe didn't throw away her cell phone. It just seemed like she rarely used that one. What Yifan thought was not wrong. After the failure of the last mission and the defeat under his hand, Joe Kier eventually had to seek the help of the organization behind her. Perfume Queen. A raspy voice rang out from the phone, uttering an inexplicable phrase. Whoever Yifan was, he naturally heard at once that the 2 sides were exchanging code words. Even though he knew that there was nothing wrong with the cell phone number, he still had to pair the code words to confirm the identities of both parties. So it was obvious how strict the discipline of this organization was. No wonder it dares to go against the Tang sect. Dark Rose. Joe Kier barely hesitated to match the code word. The Queen of Perfumes. Dark Rose. Ordinary couldn't be more of a code word. However, Yifan couldn't help but freeze for a moment after hearing it. Wang Defa, what /the/******. Until this moment, Yifan finally realized what a big oops he had made. Why do you say that? For it was not until he had heard the code words of both sides that he learned one thing. That is, this foreign mysterious organization that was going to strike at the Tang sect was surprisingly also one of the few organizations under his hand. And that organization, it's called the Dark Leaf. Yes, the code word Joe Kier used was Dark Rose. Or more accurately, it should be Dark Leaf Rose. And this Yi is Yifan's family name. This organization, which was named after Yifan's last name. What kind of situation is this? Oh, in the end, it turned out to be nothing more than a big flood of Dragon King's temple. Yifan smiled helplessly and bitterly as he thought of this. Like the Tang sect, the Dark Leaf Organization. Although it was also an organization under Yi Fan's hand, he usually never took care of it personally, and it was handed over to the head of the organization to manage. He's almost never going to go over the top. Well, it's laziness that goes over the top. Therefore, apart from the head of the organization, Yi Qingge of the Tang sect, and Queen of the Dark Leaf Organization, the other members of the organization, naturally, he did not know. In other words, he didn't know Zhou Qi, and that was par for the course. As for the two organizations under his hand, it didn't help how they came into conflict. Chapter 217, Zhou Qi appears again. After all, Yi Fan, in order to maintain the independence of the organizations, do not let the various organizations interfere with each other, each to maintain independence. So the organizations do not know. They are actually under the hands of Yi Fan. There are advantages and disadvantages to allowing organizations to maintain their independence from each other. The advantage is that they do not interfere with each other and remain independent, so that if something goes wrong in one organization, it will not affect the other organizations, which will remain safe. And the downside, naturally, is that when the interests of the two organizations clash, there is a possibility that the two organizations will go to war against each other. The Dark Leaf Organization was far away in Queens, New York, while the Tang sect's headquarters was within a small country in Southeast Asia. The south of the sky separates the north of the earth, one on this side of the globe, one on the other. Yi Fan never expected that, separated by such a distance, there could still be a conflict between the two organizations. That's the great impact of globalization. It seems, after figuring out that the organization behind Zhou Qi was actually also the organization under his own command, this matter, naturally, would be better. Yi Fan only needed to make a call over to Queen, the head of the Dark Leaf Organization, and it was thought that the conflict between the Dark Leaf Organization and the Tang sect would not be in existence. As for Zhou Qi, Yi Fan does not intend to dispose of her. After all, she also does not know what the situation is. Moreover, thinking about how wonderful Zhou Qi's expression would be when she learned that the original little man in the Tang sect that she had always thought was the real boss of their Dark Leaf Organization, she didn't know how wonderful her expression would be. Once he thought of this, Yi Fan felt even more amused. I wonder if this crazy girl, when she learns what's really going on, will never be crazy again. Yi Fan naturally heard the conversation between Zhou Qi and the Dark Leaf Organization very clearly. She requested a large number of manpower from the organization, as well as weapons of mass destruction. It was obvious that Zhou Qi was trying to make something big happen. Yi Fan knew very well that Zhou Qi had made such a big fuss. It couldn't possibly be to him, because he was still probably just a disciple in the Tang sect in her eyes. The guy she was going to deal with, if Yi Fan's guess was correct, should be the emperor of the Magic City underground world, Zhang Bin. Of course, Zhang Bin wasn't the person Zhou Qi really wanted to deal with. She merely wanted to utilize to deal with Zhang Bin to draw out the Tang sect pillar Yi Qingge. Yes, the person Zhou Qi really wanted to deal with was still Yi Qingge. This woman she was hellbent on surpassing. Zhou Qi might not be very good in terms of martial arts attainments, but in terms of intelligence, she was still okay. Zhang Bin was Yi Qingge's direct contact in the Magic City, and if something happened to Zhang Bin, it was naturally impossible for Yi Qingge to sit still. Looks like it's time for Yi Qingge to come back. Yi Fan sighed and said, also, let Yi Qingge let Zhou Qi, this crazy girl who doesn't know the sky and the earth, know that Yi Qingge is not something she wants to deal with, not to mention beyond. After making up his mind, Yi Fan dialed Yi Qingge's phone. On the other end of the line, there was a cold, soft girl's voice. Hey, Yi Qingge, it's time for you to come back. Yes, master. Short dialogue. After that, Yi Fan hung up his cell phone. Magic City University. A group of young people gathered together. Surprisingly, it was Zhou Jianlian and Song Jie, as well as Li Xiang and the others. Strange, didn't that guy Zhou Qi drop out of school? Why did he come back to us? Zhou Qi was the first to express her dissatisfaction with Zhou Jianlian for inexplicably gathering them together. Don't you guys think it's strange? Zhou Qi is obviously called Zhou Kersen. Why does she have to ask us to call her Zhou Qi? Song Jie opened her mouth thoughtfully. If Zhou Jianlian and her group were all uneducated rich second-generation people, then Song Jie was the only schoolteacher among them. Besides, she was really the school bully in her class. She scored first in every test, and she had a brilliant mind. Only, when I first started school, I was very introverted. Of course, after Yi Fan's enlightenment, it was much better now. Who knows, maybe she wants to herself. Li wanted to yawn and said, he is now for Song Jie is not the slightest bit dare to have any years. After all, he is very clear. Song Jie is their master Ye's woman. Unless he wanted to die, how would he dare to hit Song Jie again? Only Chen De, who had previously socialized with Zhou Qi, looked grave, seemingly with something on his mind. Greetings, brothers and sisters. Zhou Qir's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Qir, why did you suddenly appear? For Zhou Qir's sudden appearance in front of them, Li Xiang and the others were startled. Qir, Chendi cast a blazing gaze toward Zhou Qir. However, Zhou Qir pressed on ignoring him. Why? What's the matter with calling us together all of a sudden? Zhou Jianlian naturally wouldn't give Zhou Qir a good look. The two of them had always looked at each other wrong. Finding someone else might be fine, but finding you, Zhou Jianlian, is definitely something? Zhou Qir said mysteriously. What is it? Something to do with your brother-in-law. What? Are you trying to hook up with my brother-in-law? Yes it is. Oh, everyone was taken aback when Zhou Qir said this, especially Song Jia, who had a great relationship with Yi Fan, looked at Zhou Qir warily. No way. Did it mean that she was going to have another love rival? And this light rival was also Zhou Qir from the same class. I knew it. When you first saw my super unbeatable handsome brother-in-law, your eyes glazed over. Zhou Jianlian huffed. Alright, just kidding with you. As for me, I just haven't seen you guys for a long time, and I want to spend money to bring you guys together to play a game. How about it? Do you guys dare to play? Zhou Qir withdrew her smiling face and said with a straight face, why don't you dare go? In response to Zhou Qir's provocation, Zhou Jianlian was the first to be unconvinced. Yeah, what game are we afraid to play? Li wanted to also think that they were not afraid of heaven and earth, they would still be afraid of playing games. Besides, isn't playing games for excitement their favorite thing to do? Otherwise, he wouldn't have challenged another group of rich kids to a real-life CS field battle before. In that case, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Zhou Qir's words just fell. Squeak, squeak. Behind Zhou Qir, a sound of a car drifting came to mind. Immediately after that, a cool pure black Land Rover parked in front of the crowd. A careful count, a total of 6. Zhou Qir, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Seeing these Land Rovers that were worth at least $3 million to start with, the girls around the rich second generation showed envious gazes. Star. Chapter 218 Tang Sect Master Yichinga appears on stage. A $3 million Land Rover is nothing to these rich kids like Li Xiang. However, 6 of them appeared at once. They were still surprised. Where did Zhou Qir get so much money? Didn't she come from the countryside? Get in the car. Zhou Qir didn't give Li Xiang and the others time to think and greeted them as they got into the car. Li Xiang and the others looked at each other, not suspecting anything, and got into the car. Song Jia pulled Zhou Jianlian a bit, and Zhou Jianlian understood that she was a bit worried. However, Zhou Jianlian still shook her head at Song Jia and led her, getting into the last Land Rover. Come on, let's get going, Chaco said to the drivers. The show is about to begin. Magic City, inside a certain villa not far from Tianfan Entertainment. At this moment, Yi Fan, Su Shishir, Big Sweetie, Hotba, and Lu Tianxian Louis Fei were all there. 4 of the 5-star artists signed with Tianfan Entertainment were present, except for Zhao Xiaobon. Perhaps it was the reason why Yi Fan had placed more expectations on Zhao Xiaobiao's body, so he also asked Chen Jie to specially pick up several movie and TV dramas for her, such as The Legend of Lu Jin and Here Comes Fur. Nowadays, Zhao Xiaobon is a busy man, with a full schedule almost every day. In this regard, other female celebrities will certainly cry bitter and tired, but Zhao Xiaobon is from the bottom of the boiling over. Almost no day off, every day shooting. She is not tired, but feel very fulfilled. Moreover, it was also annoying and Yefan and the company had arranged this for her. It was because Zhao Xiaobon was so busy that this gathering, it didn't have her. But it doesn't matter, we're all in the same company anyway, and we don't usually see each other's heads. Only, this person hadn't arrived yet. So, for the time being, Yi Fan was with the 4 beauties, right at the head of the living room, chatting away. Looking at the 4 beauties getting along well, Yi Fan was satisfied. His harem, as it should be, is at peace. He couldn't stand it if every woman, when they met, had to be jealous of each other. And Su Shishir, Big Sweet, Hotba, and Louis Fei were all very understanding and didn't let Yi Fan worry about them. Plus everyone was in the same company and got along with each other quite well. Of course, if Yi Fan favored either one, they would still be jealous, but they wouldn't be unreasonable. At this moment, Yi Fan was sitting in the center of the sofa, and the 2, Big Sweetie and Lu Tianxian, were sitting on the sofa, relying on one left and one right also hair. As for the 2 young girls, Su Shishir and Hotba, they were sitting on the cold floor, one on the left and one on the right, snuggling on Yi Fan's lap. This scene is nothing short of amicable. Just at this time, Yi Fan's cell phone rang. Finally, Yi Fan muttered, then answered the phone. Master, I'm here. Sure enough, it was Yi Chinga's voice that came from inside. Okay, I'll be right there to pick you up. Yi Fan finished, got up from the 4 beautiful women's package 8, explaining that the 4 of them should behave in the villa. He went to the airport to pick up an individual, and will be back soon. Then he left the villa alone. Okay. All 4 beauties were obedient. However, after Yifan left, the 4 beauties couldn't help but talk about it. Lu Yifei, did you hear that? It's a soft girl's voice on the other end of the phone. The domineering Big Sweet took the lead. What? The person that Van is going to introduce us to is a woman. Su Shirsher sniffed and became a little jealous. I heard that. She even called Van Master. Ryuichi said after a moment's hesitation. What? What kind of era is this where people still call others master? Hotba was curious about this. Yeah, I also find it strange that there are people who call Van master. Big Sugar spoke again. The 4 women discussed this topic. They were very curious about what kind of person this woman who called Yifan master was. It can be said that 3 women are a drama. 4 women. Then this drama is even better. The 4 women discussed for half an hour, and in the end, came to the conclusion that this woman must be Yifan's domestic helper. Otherwise, how could she call Yifan master? In that case, who did Yifan ask them to meet his housekeeper this time? The 4 women could only assume so. Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11 to the airport, and along the way, naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, when he received Yi Chinga who came down from the private jet, his entire body froze a little. Yi Chinga was a reward from the system's 1000-day sign. Yifan only knew of her existence, but had never seen her in person. Yifan also did not expect that Yi Chinga's face value was so high, even higher than Mu Qingyan. Simply a stunningly beautiful woman. Is this a full face? Of course, Yi Chinga's face value against the sky is just. After all, Yifan has also seen a lot of beautiful women. Read the group of people. Even if by Yi Chinga's face value a small shock, but it is not a big deal. But, what is this dressing of Yi Chinga? Yes, on Yi Chinga, she was actually wearing a secondary maid outfit. It's the kind of costume that secondary Ram and Reen wear. Yi Chinga's age should be the same as Yifan's, 20 years old. But, wearing a secondary maid outfit, she seemed to be 17 at most. If there wasn't a special connection that let Yifan know that she was Yi Chinga as if she was a fake, Yifan probably wouldn't have been able to help but suspect that this one was really the Tang sect master? Tang sect master. Shouldn't he be dressed in an ancient costume, or an assassin's costume, with an ice-cold and merciless face? A handsome batch of it? Well, although Yi Chinga was cute in her secondary maid outfit, her face really didn't have much expression. It was quite cold. Master. Yi Chinga immediately half-kneeled after seeing Yifan. Her voice was a little icy and a little soft, sounding very unique, yet very nice. At the moment, the maid outfit that Yi Chinga was wearing was a dress, and after kneeling down, her purple stockings were completely presented to Yifan's eyes. Stockinged legs. Is there anything more pleasing to the eye? If there were any secondary otaku on the scene, I'm afraid, at this moment, they would have already fallen, unable to extricate themselves. Get up. When we meet in the future, there is no need to salute, Yifan said to Yi Chinga. Star. Chapter 219, Special Talent, Gemini. Yifan knew that the system had already imprinted his identity as her master into her mind. This may be the reason why she appeared in front of him in a secondary maid outfit, because it makes more sense to call the master that way. Yes, master. Yi Chinga was obedient and stood up from the ground. Obviously, she was obedient to any order from Yifan, even if Yifan ordered her to commit suicide. It was estimated that she wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. This is the item rewarded by the system. Absolute loyalty. Also, don't call me master in the future. Call me brother Fan. Yifan paused and said, yes, master. Yi Chinga immediately responded. Yifan was speechless. Well, it seems that it's a bit difficult to get her to immediately change her tone of voice and stop calling him master and instead call him brother Fan just like other women. Get in the car. Yifan didn't dwell too much on this issue and directly let Yi Chinga get on the car. Yi Chinga naturally obeyed obediently and sat in the Koenigsegg 11. However, after getting in the car, she turned her face to a few people in the private jet and, in an icy tone, ordered, go back, and remember, manage the organization or. The voice was cold to the extreme, and even, carried an invisible, terrifying killing machine. Yifan was a bit surprised, so it turned out that Yi Chinga actually had 2 sides. One side, gentle and agreeable, in front of him, his master, and another side, cold and unfeeling, in front of outsiders. That's what a Tang clan master is. Yes, several of the Tang sect members sniffed. How dare they disobey the sect master's order, and knelt down in unison, responding. After this, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg 11 and took Yi Chinga out of the airport. On the way, Yifan naturally couldn't help but measure up Yi Chinga. Soon he realized something that amazed him. The other women around him, generally after they had concluded a contract with him, well, that is to say, they had a relationship. Yifan could only see their relevant data information in the system, and perhaps because of the reward of the system's 1000-day sign, Yi Chinga surprisingly didn't need it. Yi Fan could directly see the information of Yi Chinga's various data. However, after seeing Yi Chinga's various data information, Yi Fan couldn't help but light up. Name Yi Chinga. Age, 20. Face value, 100. Charisma, 100. Strength, 200. Physical fitness, 200. Agility, 200. Intelligence, 200. Favorability, 100. Skills, martial arts skills, level 10. Fighting skills, level 10. Computer skills, level 10. Business management skills, level 10. Special talent, Gemini. Yi Chinga's attribute values were exactly the same as his own. It's just that he never understood why that was the case. However, when he saw the special talent in Yi Chinga's attribute bar, he immediately understood. Special talent, Gemini. System, I want to check out the special talent, Gemini. Yi Fan's thoughts had just surfaced, and immediately the system's icy voice sounded in his head. Gemini, those who have the Gemini talent can share various attributes with the host. Likewise, the host uses the attribute points and skill points on the person who has the Gemini talent in Zia, and the same will work on the host. Note, those who possess the Gemini talent have a twin relationship with their hosts in which they live and die together, and when the host dies, the Gemini dies. The reverse is not true. After listening to the system's explanation of the Gemini talent, Yi Fan pondered. Doesn't that mean that Yi Chinga was equivalent to one of his real doppelgangers? The two have comparable genera, not the same skills. Moreover, what was even more perverse was that because of the Gemini, the attribute points and skill points that Yi Fan used on her would act on his own body at the same time. Equivalently, one attribute point and one skill point can be used as two. It's different than using skill points and attribute points on other women, using a little less. If Yi Fan used his attribute points and skill points on Yi Chinga, it was equivalent to earning them for nothing. Of course, there was one drawback to the twin star talent, and that was, once the host, that is, Yi Fan, died in battle, Yi Chinga would die along with him even if he was alive and well. On the flip side, Yi Chinga's death in battle did not have the slightest effect on Yi Fan. After all, Yi Chinga was equivalent to one of his real doppelgangers. Everyone knew that it was impossible for a bilocation to die in battle to cause the main body to die in battle. Of course this drawback actually amounts to nothing, because Yi Fan died in battle. It was simply impossible. As long as he was fine, Yi Chinga would naturally be fine. Yi Fan now sort of understood why Yi Chinga was so powerful. Because her various attributes were the same as his. Could they not be powerful? No wonder. That crazy girl, Zhou Kor, took Yi Chinga as an idol that she must have just surpassed. Half an hour later, Yi Fan brought Yi Chinga back to the villa. At the head of the villa, the four women were still talking about the topic of this mysterious woman about Yi Chinga. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. Van is back, the four women said in unison. The energetic Hotba was the first to get up and rush to the gate to open it for Yi Fan. The other three women, naturally, followed. When the door opened, the four women froze when they saw Yi Fan, and Yi Chinga, who was dressed as a maid behind him. Shouldn't the one Yi Fan brought back be a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s? A housekeeper? Why did you bring a sister who was dressed so cute and adorable and had a face that was out of this world? Suddenly, the four women all somewhat understood why this sister would address Yi Fan as master on her lips. I'm afraid I haven't been reading too many secondary manga from the island. Master, they are the women beside master. I understand. Chinga will protect them well in the future. As soon as Yi Chinga opened her mouth, her somewhat cold and soft voice even made the four women's bones crisp up. But what was this cute sister talking about? Her, protecting us? All four women held back their laughter, unable to bear the thought of appearing rude in front of such a lovely sister. Especially Su Shirshir and Hataru. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. This secondary sister, she's also too cute blah blah blah. Chapter 220 Sister Ching-ji has disappeared? The two Su Shirshir and Hataru didn't even know that Yi Chinga, who they thought was their younger sister, was actually older than both of them. They're actually the sisters. Ahem. Yi Fan could only dryly cough twice and introduced to the four girls. This is Yi Chinga. Well, anyway, you'll see her a lot in the future. Yi Fan still decided that it would be better not to disclose Yi Chinga's identity as the Tang sect master in front of the four girls. Let them continue to think of her as a sister. Yi Chinga, she's big sweetie. She's Su Shirshir. Yi Fan introduced the four girls to Yi Chinga, one by one. You're called Sister Yi Chinga. What a nice name. Brother Fan is also surnamed Yi, and you are also surnamed Yi. What is your relationship with Brother Fan? Could you be Van's sister? The four girls chattered and pulled Yi Chinga's hand, asking about this and that. Yi Chinga, but the Tang sect master Tang sect people, major gangs, armed elements, and even some of the major warlords in Southeast Asia, who was not afraid of her.
She had never been treated like this before,
and for a moment, she was actually a bit uncomfortable. However, she knew very well that these were all Yifan's women, so she wouldn't be rude to them, let alone make a move. Seeing this, Yifan did not relieve her. After all, he could see that Yi Qingge did have some difficulty integrating into the crowd, so it would be good to let her get closer to the four girls. Moreover, Yi Qingge's previous sentence wasn't wrong. Yifan had called her back. Indeed, he wanted her to protect the well-being of the women around him. With him around, it's naturally impossible for anything to happen to the women around him. But what if he is no longer? For example, in the previous world, he had run away to Las Vegas, Country M. If at this time, Zhou Kor had messed up, there was nothing else he could do except to ask Zhang Bin to protect them as much as possible. Zhang Bin's strength was good, but ultimately, he was still inferior. With Yi Qingge sitting in the Magic City, Yifan was much more at ease. I'm not my master's sister. My relationship with my master is my master. Yi Qingge asked for help from Yifan and didn't get it, so she could only answer herself. So, why do you call Van master? The four girls were like curious babies, pulling Yi Qingge to ask this and that. Because my master adopted me as a child, I've always called him master. Yi Qingge was somewhat helpless, but still answered truthfully. In that case, no wonder your last name is Yi as well. The four women had come to a realization. Moreover, when they learned that Yi Qingge had been adopted by Yifan since she was a child, their favoritism towards Yifan even rose again. If it wasn't for Yifan adopting Yi Qingge, how would they have such a cute sister? Yifan said nothing in response. Well, you guys can think she's cute all you want, but if you see the other side of her and realize that she's actually a forceful killer, see if it doesn't freak you out one by one. Sister Haruka, did you just come back from abroad? Yes, going abroad at a young age? 7, I think. Good grief. With an additional Yi Qingge, the villa was naturally more lively, especially the four girls. Seeing how cute Yi Qingge's sister was, and learning about her miserable life, they loved her even more. In the morning, each of the four girls were still only interested in competing for favor with Yifan, but in the afternoon, each of them were pestering Yi Qingge, and in turn, they left Yifan out in the cold. Yifan didn't feel anything about this. Seeing the four girls being so loving towards Yi Qingge, he was actually quite satisfied in his heart. Only, Yi Qingge's attitude towards the four women was a bit on the cold side. The four women would not take the initiative to talk to her until she took her hand and initiated a conversation with them. Only when it was directed at Yifan, the master, would Yi Qingge's face look better. Seeing this, the four women actually became jealous of Yifan. Why should Yi Qingge, such a lovely sister, only be nice to Yifan and be so cold to them? However, this could not in any way reduce the four women's love for Yi Qingge. Sister Haruka, have some watermelon. I personally cut this for you. Oh, Big Sweetie greeted Yi Qingge affectionately. The person who made the domineering and peerless Big Sweet served so passionately, other than Yifan, I'm afraid it was only Yi Qingge. However, when she came to the living room with the one filled with cut watermelons of different sizes, she realized that Yi Qingge was not in the living room. Yifan looked at cut the watermelon of different sizes and 1,000 oddities at a glance. For the Big Sweet he is really convinced. What the hell is this cut? It seems that this great beauty, in addition to her face value and dominance, in all other aspects, leaves much to be desired. Thinking so, but Yifan still picked up a piece of watermelon and nonchalantly ate it. It's not for you to eat. This is what I cut for Sister Haruka. Big Sweet glared angrily, very coquettishly. Where's Sister Haruka? Big Sugar trailed off. I don't know. Yifan shrugged. He was playing with his phone in the living room and didn't notice when Yi Qingge left the living room. What? Sister Haruka is missing. Su Shirshir, Lu Yifei, and Hataru, at the sound, ran out from the kitchen. They were also holding various kinds of delicious food to entertain Yi Qingge. What can we do? Sister Yi Qingge has just returned to China. She's not familiar with the place, and she's so pretty and cute. What can we do if she gets lost or meets a bad person outside? Among the four girls, the most caring one, Lu Yifei, couldn't help but say anxiously. Tears were about to flow down her face. Yes, Sister Qingge is delicate. What if she meets a pervert or a bad person? The four women spoke to each other. There were worries about whether Yi Qingge would meet bad people if she ran outside. Yifan sniffed, but he wasn't worried in the slightest. When the bad guy meets Yi Qingge, the bad guy is definitely the one in bad luck. It's a no-brainer. Yifan even felt that the four girls should be worried about the bad guys, not Yi Qingge. Would the Tang sect master be that easy to bully? Van, aren't you even worried at all? She's at least adopted by you. How can you say that she's considered your family? How can you not care about her at all? Okay, you guys, stop dragging me around and I'll go look for her, okay? However, seeing that the four girls were so worried about Yi Qingge, Yifan finally compromised and decided to go find Yi Qingge. Of course, there's really no need to look. Between Yi Qingge and Yi Fan, there was this special connection. Yi Fan only needed to sense it with his heart to know where Yi Qingge had gone. What kind of place did she run off to? Yi Fan froze for a moment after knowing Yi Qingge's location. He really couldn't understand why Yi Qingge went to that kind of place. Chapter 221, Jumping from the 4th floor. However, Yi Fan didn't think too much about it, and after getting up, he headed for the stairs. The 4 women naturally hurried to follow. 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Soon, Yi Fan brought the 4 women and arrived at the 4th floor of the penthouse. On the 4th floor is a large balcony, loaded with flowers and plants all around and a large pool in the center. Haruka's sister ran out onto the balcony. The 4 women were curious, but when they opened the iron door on the 4th floor, the 4 women realized that the balcony was empty. Where's Sister Haruka? She's not here anymore. The 4 women were getting anxious. It could be seen that they really cared about Yi Qingge. It wasn't fake. I guess inwardly, they all treated her as if she was their own sister. Nah, she's not right up there. Yi Fan nudged his mouth, and the 4 women followed his gaze, only to realize that Yi Qingge had actually run up to the roof. When the 4 girls saw Yi Qingge standing on the tilted and smooth roof, they couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for her. They were curious. How did Yi Qingge climb up that high? Yi Fan knew that the 4 girls were anxious in their hearts, and he didn't say anything. His feet stomped on the ground and directly jumped onto the high roof. The 4 women were simply stunned at the sight. However, recalling that when Yi Fan taught some people a lesson, he also gave them a kick, they could still accept it. After all, in their hearts, Yi Fan had long been an omnipotent being. What's with the run to the roof? Yi Fan asked as soon as he opened his mouth. It can't be. You're watching this neighborhood for danger, can it? However, seeing Yi Qingge's gaze, constantly scanning everything in the vicinity, Yi Fan knew exactly what she was doing. That's right, make sure that the master and the master's woman are not in the slightest danger. Yi Qingge's voice was not attached to anything. It was as if it was a robot on a mission. Here is Z country magic capital, not a foreign country, not so dangerous, no need to deliberately run to the roof to see if there is any danger, Yi Fan hurriedly explained. He knew that it couldn't be helped if Yi Qingge was so vigilant. After all, where the Tang sect's headquarters was located, in Southeast Asia, there was a small war for 3 days and a big war for 5 days. As the master of the Tang sect, if she was not a little more vigilant, could the Tang sect have survived to this day? Could it have grown to be as strong as it is today? Who knows, but any little danger must be eliminated. This time, Yi Qingge spoke in a very decisive tone. In order to protect her master Yi Fan's safety, she certainly did her best. So now, danger is out, right? Yi Fan had no choice but to open his mouth and ask. Aha! Yi Qingge's answer was very simple. In that case, go down, Yi Fan said to Yi Qingge. Yes, Yi Qingge responded. Then, with one hand, he jumped off the 4th floor roof. The 4 women were about to be happy when they heard that Yi Fan had succeeded in persuading them, when they suddenly saw Yi Qingge turn around and jump directly from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. The 4 women immediately screamed in fear, especially the more timid Lu Tianxian. Lu Yifei was so frightened that her face was in a state of dismay that she almost sat down on the ground. Ugh, Yi Fan sighed. It seemed that he had to teach Yi Qingge how to be a normal girl. The Tang sect's set of rules worked in certain areas of war-torn Southeast Asia, but not in Z, where the world was at peace. The balcony has only a short wall with no shelter. Therefore, all 4 women saw that Yi Qingge jumped from the roof of the 4th floor to the 1st floor. It was only when she landed that she squatted deeply, using it to cushion the force of her descent, and then, she stood up, patting the dust from her skirt. After that, it ran to the gate as if nothing had happened, opened it, and returned to the villa. The 4 women were silent. After a long time, it was finally Big Sugar who was the first to reflect. Brother Fan, what in the world is going on with Sister Qingge? Big Sweet asked in shock. Jumping from the 4th floor roof to the 1st floor and nothing happened. Is she still human? She went abroad to study martial arts as a child. So, light and nimble, I guess. Yi Fan could only explain in this way. Wow, I can't believe that Sister Qingge is still a martial arts expert. Hot Butt scad in wonder. Sister Haruka is so powerful. Su Shishir was also in awe. Do you guys think this is normal? Only Lu Yifei still found it unbelievable. Why isn't it normal? Z country has 5,000 years of culture, and the martial arts are even more profound. What ordinary people can't do doesn't mean that people practicing martial arts can't do it. Big Sugar explained in a domineering manner. Yeah, the last time I participated in the singers, a certain scummy star with a bad heart tried to bully me and was kicked away by Fan. Su Shishir also spoke up. Brother Fan, you are also a martial arts practitioner, right? But instead, you can only jump from the balcony to the roof, while Sister Qingge can jump from the roof to the 1st floor. So in terms of martial arts attainment, It must be Sister Chinga who is higher, right? Hotba was very curious about this. Maybe. Yifan did not admit or deny this. He then jumped off the roof, back onto the balcony. It landed right next to Louis Fei, and made a point of helping her. It wasn't until then that Louis Fei reacted, gratefully glancing at Yifan. He also sort of accepted the setting that people who practiced martial arts could indeed jump from the fourth floor unharmed. However, later on, when Louis Fei thought about it herself, she thought it was nothing. This is because she has also worked with showbiz superstar brother Chan Lung. Brother Chen Long is also considered half of the martial arts practitioners. He shot the action movie we all know. Basically do not need to stand in actors. A dozen stories, just jumping down. Although unlike Yi Chinga, there was absolutely no borrowed strength. But brother Chen Long is so old now and can still make movies like this. If Yi Chinga had practiced martial arts since she was a child, there would be no fuss. Thinking of this, Louis Fei was relieved. After returning to the villa, the four girls naturally pestered Yi Chinga, her extremely cute sister, with a round of attentions. She kept taking all kinds of delicious food for her to eat, and also gave her a shoulder and back rub, and asked her if she had just returned to the country to get used to it, and finally even asked her if she wanted to sleep with them at night. In short, it made Yi Chinga very helpless and kept sending out help signals to Yifan, the master. Yifan really didn't think that the Tang Sek master would have such a helpless side, so he had to call the four girls away and help her out. In response, Yi Chinga naturally wanted to cast a grateful gaze at Yifan, her master. Star. Chapter 222 Yi Chinga. Now I kind of understand why Sister Chinga said that she wanted to protect us the moment she arrived. It turns out that Sister Chinga is still a martial arts master. Sister Chinga. That scene where you jumped down from the roof, it was simply too handsome and ethereal. Sister Chingo, you must protect me. Oh, ha ha. The four women finally understood that the seemingly clueless words Yi Chinga had said when she came up were actually the truth. In the evening, the crowd didn't plan on going out to eat at a restaurant, and the four girls planned on teaming up to make a delicious meal to entertain their Haruka sister. However, when Yi Chinga saw the four women in the kitchen a handful, most of the day, the fish did not kill, garlic did not peel, onions did not cut after. She couldn't stand to watch, so she took matters into her own hands. Only to hear the kitchen, came the clanging and clanging sound. Half an hour later, a dish of delicious, will be Yi Chinga served on the table. Big Sugar, Su Shir, Lu Yifei, and Hataru, four beautiful women simply looked dumbfounded. If, however, Yi Chinga was merely competent, then so be it. After they tried Yi Chinga's handiwork, each of them that was numb. This is simply not too tasty. Sister Chinga, your cooking skills are even better than those of a 5-star Michelin chef. Big Sweetie, who had eaten all sorts of delicacies produced by top chefs, couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration after taking a bite of Yi Chinga's barbecued fish. It was so good, just so good. The other three women also nodded their heads vigorously, because it's really so good. If this were the Little China Theater, I'm afraid they would have been in tears and glowing brightly all over. The food that Haruka cooks must be delicious. It's almost as good as my cooking skills. Yifan also spoke. What he said wasn't a lie, because Yi Chinga's cooking skill level was level 10. Both of their cooking skills are equivalent to the god of cookery level. Brother Fan, you're bluffing. If you're really such a good cook, I don't see you guys cooking for us. Sushi rolled her eyes and said, isn't that because I'm too lazy to cook? Yifan didn't deny that he was lazy about this. Also, when you have tens of billions of dollars in savings, would you cook yourself even if you were a good cook? 5-star hotels for a big meal. Doesn't it smell good? Of course, the 5-star hotel chef burned out the dishes. The flavor naturally cannot be compared with Yifan, but will be able to eat a little bit or can eat the mouth. But now, it was better. With Yi Chinga, he wouldn't have to go to a 5-star wine store every day to eat a difficult meal in the future. Odds are, there will be earthly delights to eat on a daily basis. It's too awesome. Sister Haruka, you're too good, and you know martial arts, and your cooking skills are so good. You wouldn't be a martial arts expert like Brother Fan, would you? The four women lamented. Well, there's a lot more to what Haruka knows. Yi Chinga nodded in response. At this point, Yi Chinga was very much like Yifan, without the slightest bit of modesty. The four women immediately felt that their bowls of food didn't smell good anymore. Sister Chinga, we're just being flattering. You don't have to be so gung-ho. We're also women, so give us some face, okay? However, all of you sisters are also very good. You can act, and you can also sing and dance. All of these, Chinga can't even compare. These words, Yi Chinga didn't say them blindly. Ask her to perform, sing, dance or whatever in front of a crowd and she'll never be able to do it. Sister Haruka, sisters love you to death. When the four girls saw how well-behaved and understanding Yi Chinga was, they loved her even more. After having dinner, at Su Shirshir's mention,
the crowd decided to go out on the street and buy some daily necessities,
as well as clothes for Yichinga. Thus, the 4 girls pulled Yichinga and tried on a variety of clothes. What kind of secondary maid outfit? Princess outfit? Fairy outfit? What kind of clothes? All tried on Yichinga. It can't be helped. Who made her look so good, have a cute as hell, and look so good in anything she wears? Yichinga had a lifeless look on her face, but she still let the 4 women manipulate her. It can't be helped. Who made them the master's women? She, Yichinga, would not let them be dissatisfied even if she was no longer willing. When Yifan saw Yichinga's lifeless face, he was a bit moved with compassion. Should I, tone down Yichinga's face value a little bit, tune to 99 or 98. Otherwise, a face value of 100, coupled with a charisma value of 100, is just too counterintuitive. It was no wonder that the 4 women were so in love with Yichinga. Moreover, adjusting Yichinga's attribute value alone would not have any effect on Yifan's attribute value, but after thinking about it, Yifan still gave in. Otherwise, the difference between the feeling Yichinga gave the 4 girls before and after was too great. They would probably find it strange, since at the beginning, Yichinga's face value was a perfect 100. Let's continue to make her 100. However, like Yifan, having a 100 face value Yichinga was not normally lethal to passers-by, especially the males. Almost everyone, after seeing Yichinga, who was dressed in a secondary maid outfit, couldn't walk. This is too beautiful and lovely. The female owner of the brand store, on the other hand, had the honor of seeing Yichinga's various drag shows. She was even more directly looking dumbfounded, a heart thumping non-stop, and so on. Sis, I remember. Sis's sexual orientation is very normal to definitely not Lily. If that's the case, why would Sis be so attracted to a sister? So much? Is it because she's so cute or so beautiful? Oh my god, is there another side of me that I'm hiding that's being brought out? The shopkeeper, who was all but married, realized at this point that there was, in fact, another side to her. The fact that I hadn't been attracted to other women before was simply because I hadn't met the right one. Seeing the female shopkeeper looking at Yichinga, her little face all flushed, Yifan laughed bitterly. Could it be that in the future, when Yichinga went out on the street, she would have to wear a pair of big sunglasses just like him? But it shouldn't be necessary. After spending half a point together, Yifan still knew a little bit about Yichinga. She doesn't seem to be the type of person who likes to go out on the streets, and would probably never go out if she could stay home, tossing and turning all night. Of course, the one being tossed around was Yichinga, and Yifan just stood by and watched, as well as being responsible for swiping the card. The 4 women had finally bought all the necessary things for Yichinga's life, including a whole lot of good-looking clothes. Even if Yichinga wore one set a day, it would be enough for her to wear for a month or two. Chapter 223, Night Watchman, Yichinga. Big Sweetie and Louis Fei didn't follow along back to the villa. The 2 of them said goodbye to a few people after coming out of the mall because they still had a schedule for tomorrow. The 2 young girls, Su Shirshir and Hotba, who had no schedule tomorrow, were naturally staying at the villa. Yifan drove the car and brought the 3 women back to the villa. As soon as they got off the bus, Yichinga came out of nowhere. Someone's watching the villa. Yichinga could sense that someone was watching the villa, and naturally Yifan sensed it as well. Even, he knew who it was. However, Yifan still patted Yichinga's head, signaling that she was fine and that this was nothing. Sister Haruka, what did you say? Su Shirshir, who was sitting at the back, sniffed and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hotba, who was also sitting at the back, couldn't help but look at Yichinga with a curious gaze. She didn't say anything. Come on, let's get out of the car. Yifan grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Oh, Su Shirshir and Hotba still believed in Yifan's words, and when they heard that, they got off the bus with a big bag of clothes that they had bought for Yichinga. Nothing happened overnight. However, when it was time to go to bed at night, Yifan, Su Shirshir, and Hotba realized that Yichinga, who had just finished taking a bath, had disappeared again. As for where it went, this time, even Sushi and Hotba have experience. When the 3 of them arrived together on the 4th floor balcony of the penthouse, they saw Yichinga, who had changed into her new chivalrous maiden outfit, with her hands clasped in front of her chest, gazing at the night around her. It looked as if but the slightest breeze around her could not escape her eyes. The night breeze was gentle, blowing the clothes on her body to fly in the wind, which was quite charming. Sister Haruka, what are you doing? Sister Haruka, come down. It's time for bed. Sushi and Hotba, in succession, spoke. However, Yichinga didn't pay the slightest attention. Helplessly, the 2 women could only cast a look toward Yifan for help. Haruka, is this a vigil for you? Yifan had no choice but to open his mouth and inquire. That's right, Master. Yichinga naturally answered all of Yifan's questions. There's no need to do that, and besides, they're gone, aren't they? Come down to bed, Yifan admonished. No, they are leaving, but Haruka must ensure that the master is absolutely safe. This time, Yi Chinga's attitude was, surprisingly, very decisive. Okay, then you take care of yourself. Sure. Hotba, let's go back to bed. Yi Fan knew that it was useless to persuade. After all, protecting his safety was Yi Chinga's main and most important mission. She would never allow even a hint of carelessness in this regard. So, Yi Fan had to call up Su Shirshir and Hotbutt and go back to bed. As for Yi Chinga, since she wanted to keep watch, let her do so. After a few days, when she's acclimated to Z, which is really much safer than abroad, she shouldn't be so wary after that. Van, is this really a good idea? That's right, brother Fan. Although Sister Chinga is a martial arts practitioner, she's a girl after all. One for Sushi and one for Hotba. What's wrong with that? If she wants to keep watch, let her. Besides, with such a good time, is there anything more important than the three of us sleeping together? Van, what are you talking about? Brother Van, we're talking about something serious. Come on, go to bed. Late night. Shukal, what are you taking us for? Jo Kor, we have classes tomorrow, so we can't accompany you to go crazy until dawn. Bull asterisk. You guys, aside from Song Jia, which one of you has gone to class so far since the beginning of the school year? Okay, soon. 6 Land Rovers appeared before a certain villa in the suburbs. Jo Kor, what did you bring us here for? Li Xiang and other rich kids, very curious. Cut the crap and get the gun in the trunk. Jo Kier said to Li Xiang and the other rich kids. Guns? Before the rich second generation reacted, the Land Rover's trunk was opened in droves, only to see the trunk loaded with guns. Li Xiang and the other rich second generation. You looked at me, I looked at you, with a surprised face. Aha, Jo Kier, are you bringing us to play a real-life CS game? I didn't expect that you disappeared for a few months, but you actually knew that the brothers recently got hooked on real-life CS while / warfare. Li wanted to be the first to pick up an assault rifle, and he took it for granted that the guns were fake. Crap, how do they think a college student could get that many real guns, especially in Z? Jo Kier, how did you get so many replica guns? Well, it's even more real than the simulated guns in the real CS club. This feel, this texture. Other rich kids, too, have been picking out various favorite guns from their trunks. Jo Kier, tell me, what did you bring us here for? Playing a real-life CS game? Where are our opponents? Where? I have to say, these rich kids, they are really naive. Jo Kor didn't answer the rich second generation's question and just said to them, tonight, I'm going to take you guys on a fun ride. Something you've never had before. Something absolutely exciting. We're kidnapping the people in this villa as hostages tonight. As Jo Kor spoke, an even crazier expression appeared on her face. That look is just like the clown girl. Is it so exciting to take someone hostage? Zhou Jianlian sniffed and was also a bit excited. Come on, take hostages, punch and kill. Then, with a heavy machine gun in her hand, she took a shot at the villa. Bang! Sparks erupted from the muzzle of the gun. The huge recoil directly knocked Zhou Jianlian to the ground, and the heavy machine gun even fell heavily to the ground directly. Whoa! Real guns? The rich kids who finally reacted were stunned. The timid Song Jia was so scared that she directly threw the pistol in her hand. Shukal, what the hell are you up to? Li Xiang couldn't help but yell at Jo Kier. Kagome, you said you were going to take hostages. It won. Be true. Chen De was also pale with fear. What's the matter? You guys only dare to play fake shoot MUPS, but not real shoot MUPS? Jo Kier's gaze swept over the faces of Li Xiang and the other rich second generation and laughed coldly. On her face, she was filled with disdain. Q. You call this a game? If you want to play hostage taking, go ahead and do it yourself. I won't accompany you, Li wanted to say, throwing the submachine gun in his hand. When the other rich kids saw this, they naturally dropped the guns in their hands. Chapter 224. You didn't bully Sister Chinga, did you? Only Chen De, still hesitant, did not throw away the snatch in his hand. I'm sorry, this game has already started. You guys have to play even if you don't want to. Unfortunately, since you guys threw away your guns, you naturally can no longer be the hostage-taking side. But fortunately, you can still be the hostage side. Ha, ha, Jo Kier said and let out 2 goosebump-inducing sneers. Crazy, Jo Kier, you're crazy, someone among the rich kids called out. However, Jo Kier pressed on. Take them all down. At Jo Kier's command, the 6 drivers even went forward and surrounded the rich second generation. Q. In the heat of the moment, Li wanted to punch a driver in the face, without knowing where he got the courage to do so. Snap! Li wants the punch, but driver catches it easily. Immediately after that, the driver gave a slight push. Click! Ah ha ha ha. Li wanted to let out a pig-killing scream. In the next second, when the driver let go of Li Xiang's hand, his hand was completely deformed. The driver was not only a martial arts practitioner, but also an expert. Now, this group of soft-hearted rich daughters were all terrified, and no one dared to resist anymore. Soon all the men who had lost their guns were taken down by the 6 drivers. Only Chen De, who was still holding the gun and whose legs were shaking uncontrollably, was left. It looks like it's going to have to be just the 2 of us, going into the house to take hostages, Zhou Qi said and threw a wink at Chen Dalu. Yes. Chen De didn't know what he was talking about, but he still obediently followed behind Zhou Qi and entered that villa. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. What happened after that? The scared and pale-faced rich second generation did not know. They just vaguely saw from the rearview mirror of the car, Zhou Qi and Chen De, from the villa with 2 people wearing hoods walked out. Early the next morning, Sister Haruka, don't you even need to sleep? Hotaru couldn't help but ask curiously as she opened the door to her room. I have slept in, and breakfast is ready for the master and you. Yichinga's reply was still as concise and clear as ever. Sister Haruka, you're here. Oh, it was only then that Su Shishir realized that there was a Yichinga standing outside the door. It was a feeling of being caught cheating. You've already slept in? No, and you're ready for breakfast? Hatba, the snacker, as soon as she heard that breakfast was ready, all of a sudden, her eyes glowed. She was well aware of how great Yichinga's cooking skills were. Could breakfast made by her own hands not be delicious? Of course not. So Hotaru couldn't wait to dart to the bathroom, and after a bit of binging and washing, she headed straight for the dining room. Hatba, you foodie, don't eat it all. Save some for me. When Su Shishir sniffed, she also collapsed out of bed almost immediately. Don't forget, sushi is a snacker too. Only before, in order to keep up appearances, I didn't dare to eat indiscriminately. But now that the singer is all taped, she's not going to care about image anymore. She's going to let go of her food. What's more, it's a breakfast made by the god of cookery, Yichinga. After Hotaru and Su Shishir left the room, Yichinga walked straight into the room. Haruka, good morning. Yi Fan, who was woken up by the startled voices of the 2 girls, Hatba and Su Shishir, greeted Yichinga. Waking up early in the morning and being able to see Yichinga appearing with a brand new maid outfit on her body was simply a treat. In particular, this maid outfit completely outlined Yichinga's proud figure. Yi Fan hadn't even realized yesterday that, as it turned out, Yichinga's body, that was also perfect to the extreme. Master, get up and let Haruka help you wash up. Yichinga suddenly came up with this sentence. Yi Fan still hadn't figured out what Yichinga meant by this sentence. He was then pulled up from the bed by Yichinga and pushed into the toilet. Master, the toothpaste, toothbrush, and towel are ready. The water has been put in, and the temperature of the water has been tested and is just right. Master, let Haruka help you brush your teeth. Then, Yichinga really picked up the toothbrush and after squeezing the toothpaste, she was going to help Yi Fan brush his teeth. That's just not too dutiful, is it? Yi Fan finally understood why Yichinga wore a maid outfit the first time they met. She was really thinking of herself as a little maid to take care of him in every aspect of his life and living. Haruka, you're the Tang sect master. Yi Fan didn't refuse, but still couldn't help but say something. No, Haruka is now the master's maid, Yichinga said while brushing Yi Fan's teeth, washing his face, and even, no need for that, I'll do it myself. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped it. Nonsense, you don't need a maid to serve for something like convenience, right? Being taken care of by someone especially such a beautiful and lovely maid like Yichinga without any trouble. Although it was a bit embarrassing, even Yi Fan couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. I have to say, it's really comfortable. After washing up, Yi Fan came to the dining room. Then he saw the 2 girls, Su Shishir and Hotaru, looking at themselves with strange gazes. What's wrong you two? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. Vango, you were in the bathroom. You didn't bully Haruka's sister, did you? It turned out that the 2 women had seen that Yi Fan had entered the bathroom with Yichinga. What? I'm bullying one of my family's little maids. Are you 2 going to be jealous too? Yi Fan deliberately molested the 2 girls. Master, there was no bullying of Haruka. However, it was revealed in a second by the straightforward Yichinga. Ha ha, Hatba, I told you, Van isn't like that. Van is the best. The 2 women were in a good mood when they learned the truth. After a pleasant breakfast time, the 2 of them, Sushi and Hatba, left one after the other. They were star artists after all. Even if they didn't have a schedule, it was impossible for them to be as idle as Yi Fan. Star. Chapter 225, Teaching Yichinga. After Su Shishir and Hatba left, in the large villa, only Yi Fan and Yichinga came to that person. Yi Fan was planning whether or not to take advantage of the time he had now to teach Yichinga how to be an ordinary person. At least, not a leap from the 4th floor in front of everyone. However, Just at this time, his cell phone, surprisingly, rang. It was Mu Qingyan who called. It turned out that last night, Zhou Fianchen said that she wanted the Zhou family, but she didn't go back, and no one answered the phone. Therefore, Mu Qingyan called over to ask Yifan if he knew where Zhou Fianchen had gone crazy. Yifan had been accompanying the 5 girls last night, so naturally he didn't know. However, he still comforted Mu Qingyan. It's fine. I guess Zhou Jianjian just suddenly decided to stay at school and forgot to call home. Her cell phone, in turn, happened to be dead. Mu Qingyan sniffed and felt that Yifan had a point, so she didn't take this matter to heart. After hanging up the phone, Yifan called Yichinga to his side. Haruka, come here, sit down. Yichinga naturally wouldn't have any resistance or hesitation towards Yifan's orders. Yichinga had just sat down, and Yifan immediately smelled the faint fragrance emanating from Yichinga's body, which smelled very good. It's the first time the two of them have sat this close together. I have to say, Yichinga was just too perfect. Yifan knew that no matter what he wanted to do to Yichinga, she wouldn't resist. 100 loyalty. No joke. However, Yifan was clearly in no hurry to do so. Today, he planned to first teach Yichinga how to integrate into this society. The Tang sex hit and run style doesn't work in Z. What could be more fun than teaching, conditioning, little girls / servants? Only, just at this time, Yifan's cell phone, once again, rang out of place. This time, it was surprisingly Zhang Bin who called. Zhang Bin? When Yifan saw that it was Zhang Bin calling, he knew that he was afraid that something had happened. Fruity, Mr. Yi. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Bin's tone was very grave. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I called over to you this time because I wanted to tell you that I've planted myself this time. However, Mr. Yi, don't worry. One person does everything. My family's matter. I will solve it by myself, and definitely won't trouble you. Mr. Yi, brothers, let's go. Yes, Zhang Bin's words had no beginning or end, and Yifan was about to ask him what had happened, but he had already hung up the phone. Did something happen to Zhang Bin? Yichinga, who had never taken the initiative to speak, actually took the initiative to speak this time. It was also true that Zhang Bin was, after all, her direct contact in Magic City again, and if something really happened to Zhang Bin, she naturally had to be concerned. It should be. However, there's no need to worry. With Zhang Bin's strength, there's not many people in the Devil's capital who can do anything about him. Yifan was not too worried about this. This was because he knew very well just how strong Zhang Bin was. The emperor of the Magic City's underground world was not a reputation to be taken lightly. Aha! Yichinga agreed with Yifan's words. After all, Zhang Bin was trained by her own hands. Of course, if someone threatens Zhang Bin with his family, that's another story. Yifan suddenly changed his words. Zhang Bin was indeed an Iron Man, but an Iron Man also had a tender side. What's more, Zhang Bin was also someone who was extremely attached to his family. If Zhang Bin had a weakness, then his only weakness was his family. Therefore, all of a sudden, Yifan thought of a possibility. Is it possible that someone took Zhang Bin's family as blackmail, forcing Zhang Bin to give in, and this person could only be Chukul? So, the master knows who the other party is? Exactly. And they're already here, Yichinga said, her gaze looking out the window. Outside the window loomed several figures. Yifan, goodbye and good luck. Haven't seen you for so long, you wouldn't have forgotten about me. Zhou Qir's voice, at this time, suddenly rang out. It was followed by the sound of breaking glass. Clunk! The villa's floor-to-ceiling windows were shattered by something unknown. The moment the glass shattered, 6 silhouettes rushed in. 6 men rushed into the villa, each one an expert. If Zhou Jianlian and the others were here, they would have been surprised to find that they were officially the 6 drivers who drove the Land Rover before. After the 6 people rushed in, they just looked vigilantly at the two of them, Yifan and Yichinga, who were sitting on the sofa, and did not do anything. At the same time, Zhou Qir, who was wearing short jeans, exposing the above long, slender and white legs to everyone's eyes, slowly appeared. When she saw that in the living room, there were only 2 people, Yifan as well as a maid-suited Yichinga. Zhou Qir froze for a moment. It wasn't because she recognized Yichinga. After all, Yichinga was a god. Even the Tang sect disciples had rarely seen her true face. So naturally, Zhou Qir couldn't have seen her. She was just amazed that Yichinga's face value was so high, completely comparing any female celebrity. However, after a slight surprise, Zhou Qir quickly came back to her senses. Anyway, she had long been accustomed to seeing Yifan surrounded by beautiful women, and now that a maid with an unbelievable face value had appeared by his side, she didn't care. Yifan, the humiliation you made me suffer in AO City back then, today, I've come to get it back, Zhou Qir said grimly.
but her mouth split into a big smile.
What? Didn't the last one teach you a lesson?
Yifan said calmly and freely while surveying Zhou Qir's hot body.
Zhou Qir didn't mind Yifan's gaze. Instead,
she also intentionally revealed it on purpose for Yifan to appreciate.
Last time, I was careless, but this time, it won't be. Really, you don't think that you can deliberately deal with me with just these 6 people you brought with you? How do you know if you don't try? Go! Zhou Qir gave an order, and instantly,
6 men rushed towards Yifan.
Their speed was very fast,
their hands were very athletic,
and with the black suits they were wearing, they looked
as if they were 6 Black Panthers.
Seeing this, Yifan paid no attention to it. Instead, he picked up the wineglass with red wine in front of him and slowly savored the red wine. What's he doing? Could it be that he thinks that just because he defeated me in AUS City last time, he can take the people I brought with me completely out of his sight? Humph, looking for death. When Zhou Qir saw this, she was a bit surprised at first, but soon, she felt that Yifan was just looking for death. Chapter 226, Yichinga's Terror. These 6 people are the experts of their Dark Leaf organization. The stance was not inferior to hers in the slightest, and even, it was above her. She felt that Yifan might be able to take her down, but he was definitely not a match for these 6 people. And now, in the face of 6 people's attacks, he was completely oblivious to them and was drinking red wine in a good manner. He was either underestimating these 6 people too much, or he was looking for death. Yifan certainly didn't underestimate these 6 people, and he wasn't looking for death. Only, this time, there was no need for him to do it. Just in time, he also wanted to see how strong Yichinga was. What's he doing? Not doing anything at this point? Seeing that, the fastest one of the 6 people he had brought with him had already rushed in front of Yifan, and with a single swing of his fist, he could have smashed Yifan's face. And as Yifan was still indifferent, Zhou Qir instantly felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, she noticed the maid beside Yifan. Could it be that he intends to? No way. Chukul denied her thoughts, because no matter how she looked at it, she felt that the little maid by Yifan's side was nothing more than a soft girl with an unbelievable face value but no hands. However, in the next second, Zhou Qir realized that she was wrong. Yichinga suddenly moved. She didn't need Yifan's command at all. As long as her master was in any danger, she would do whatever it took to protect his safety. Seek death. Yichinga struck out, hitting one of the men who bore the brunt of the attack with a palm strike. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man, as if he were a kite with broken strings, flew up high and then crashed hard into the wall. Pust! The man violently spewed out a mouthful of blood before the party fell off the wall. But before he could fall to the ground, he turned around in the air and surprisingly stood up again. Surely the best of the best. Everyone be careful. She's a master. The man rushed to warn the others to be careful. However, it was already too late. Bang! Bang bang! With 5 muffled sounds in succession, the remaining 5 men were also sent flying by Yichinga. Clunk! 5 men crashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and fell into the courtyard of the villa. Like the man from before, the 5 men struggled to get up from the ground after each of them spat out a mouthful of black blood. Impossible! She's even this powerful? Chukul was frightened. She could never have imagined that this little maid beside Yifan, who seemed to have no hands, was so powerful. But thankfully, that's about it. She knocked out 6 men, but failed to defeat them. In other words, her strength was still slightly lacking. Little girl, you have good strength. The man who was first knocked away, operating a mouthful of not very fluent Mandarin, spoke again. It's a pity that it's us 6 brothers you've met. Saying that, the man unexpectedly ripped with a force, tearing the suit on his body right off, revealing his sturdy, intimidatingly muscular body. Is this turning on the pop-up system? Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. Handsome, yes, but don't you think it's a bit silly? I just don't want to get my master's clothes dirty. Yichinga, however, suddenly came in coldly. What did you say? The man sniffed, a little confused, at the meaning of the words. The next second, however, he understood. Phew! Yichinga suddenly transformed into a black shadow and rushed to the man in a flash, kicking him from the villa to the courtyard. I said, you are too weak. Before Yichinga's words fell, her silhouette, as if she were a ghost, had already appeared in the courtyard. In the next second, she slapped her palm across the air towards the 6 men. What's she doing? The other 5 men caught the one who had been kicked away by Yichinga. Looking at the fact that she had actually slapped her palm across such a long distance towards them, they were all a little confused for a moment. Even if they knew the hard skill of hitting a bull across a mountain, was it really useful to strike their palms across such a long distance? Coincidentally, when Yichinga slapped out this palm, a leaf happened to wobble and fall. She slapped this palm right on this leaf. Snap! The verdant leaves suddenly disappeared and exploded into countless tiny chlorophyll molecules. Not good. Seeing this scene, the man finally realized that something was wrong.
But before he could warn his companion to beware, he felt a violent jolt as a fierce and incomparable force ran through his body. Then, it blasted into the hills of others behind him. Pust, pust. 6 men sprayed out a mouthful of black blood almost at the same time. Then their eyes went black and they collapsed.
Life and death are unknown. This can't be right. In this scene, Joe Core directly looked at what?
Separated by a full 10 meters. How was it possible to solve the 6 experts of the Dark Leaf organization that she had arrived with a single slap?
You are Yi Chinga. It wasn't until this moment that Joe Core finally recognized Yi Chinga's identity. Who would have thought that the hallowed master of the Tang sect would be dressed in a maid's outfit? Even now, Joe Core was still a bit unconfirmed that this cute little maid who looked younger than her and great in her maid outfit was Yi Chinga. That's right. Didn't you deal with Zhang Bin just to lure me to show up? What's all the fuss about seeing me? Yi Chinga stared at Joe Core and said coldly. Her body, as if there was an aura, blew the clothes on her body as well as her hair, fluttering in the wind. This powerful aura scared Joe Core so much that she kept backing away. Yi Fan also never expected that Yi Chinga would have such an icy side. The killing intent emanating from that body was simply chilling. That's the Tang clan master. If Su Shirshir, Reba, and the other 4 girls were to see this side of Yi Chinga, it was estimated that they wouldn't dare to address her so affectionately as Sister Chinga in the future. You, me. Joe Core was frightened by the aura emanating from Yi Chinga, and for a moment, she didn't even know what to say. Yi Chinga, however, was her idol, the object that she had longed for and wanted to surpass. But now, seeing her with her own eyes, she realized just how big the strength gap was between the two of them. It's a world of difference. Joe Core, what's wrong with you? Isn't she the one you've been trying to surpass? What's the matter? Why don't you even look the person you're trying to outdo in the eye? Joe Core, you're a joke. Still thinking of surpassing Yi Chinga? How is it possible? Ha. Star. Chapter 227, Joe Core's shock. In Joe Core's mind, it was as if a clown girl had appeared, constantly taunting her. Shut up. Ha. Yi Chinga, I've finally met you. Joe Core suddenly grinned widely, facing Yi Chinga. Her heart was filled with fear, but the more fearful she was, the more excited she was. Die. Gunfighting. Joe Core laughed out loud, and suddenly, pulled out 2 miniature submachine guns from behind her, and aimed them at Yi Chinga. Ta-da. Wherever the punchers swept, glass, vases, shattered. Yi Chinga was surprisingly indifferent to the situation and had absolutely no intention of dodging. As he watched, Yi Chinga was about to be swept into a hornet's nest by the miniature submachine gun. Just then, Yi Chinga moved. She was fast, very fast, and moved with great dexterity. Shoo. Yi Chinga grabbed the skirt of the maid outfit and just waved it for a while. Every movement, so elegant, so good-looking, so poignant. It's like a dance. A few seconds later, Joe Core's 2 bullets ran out, and Yi Chinga stopped. She loosened her grip on the hem of her skirt. Crackle. Dozens of bullets, from her skirt, fell to the ground. She was surprisingly unharmed except for the numerous bullet holes burned through the hem of her skirt. Not a single bullet had hit her. How is this possible? Joe Core was confused. She had thought that in AO City, Yi Fan catching bullets with his empty hand was already impressive enough. Unexpectedly, Yi Chinga was even more perverted. She even skirted and caught all the bullets swept by the submachine gun. Is this really something a martial arts practitioner can do? Joe Core was completely shocked. No, it's not something a martial arts practitioner can do. Joe Core was also a martial arts practitioner, and she knew it very well. At least the average person who practiced martial arts couldn't do it at all. Is this the Tang sect master, Yi Chinga? She's too powerful. I'm no match for her at all. Joe Core was finally recognizing this fact. Unfortunately, it's already too late. After Yi Chinga loosened the hem of her skirt, she coldly looked at Joe Core. Obviously, she did not intend to let her go. You, don't come over. Can't I surrender? Joe Core said, throwing all 2 miniature assault rifles in her hands onto the ground. But suddenly, from behind his back again, he pulled out a silver glittering desert eagle and pressed it against Yi Fan's head. Ask her to surrender? How can that be? It's a joke. She had just, while sweeping Yi Chinga, walked to the right, not to adjust her sweeping Yi Chinga's orientation, but in order to, rather, get closer to Yi Fan. After Joe Core knew Yi Chinga's identity, she knew that she wouldn't be her opponent. So, she had long ago figured out her next step. That is, use Yi Fan to threaten Yi Chinga and create an opportunity for himself to escape. Joe Core felt that she couldn't beat Yi Chinga, but there was no way she couldn't beat Yi Fan. Yi Chinga was wary, but she obviously didn't expect Joe Core to be completely unorthodox, and after throwing away her miniature submachine gun, she actually came that far. However, Joe Core so that she could threaten Yi Chinga. She was wrong. Phew, Yi Chinga's figure suddenly disappeared into the courtyard. What? Zhou Ker was startled and hurriedly tried to pull the trigger. Snap. Unfortunately, Zhou Ker was a step too slow. She only felt that her right hand, which was holding the desert eagle, suddenly went numb, and the desert eagle in her hand had been knocked off by Yi Chinga. Immediately after, Yi Chinga caught the falling desert eagle and exerted force in her hand. Click! The desert eagle pistol, surprisingly, was crushed and exploded by Yi Chinga's bare hands. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Ker simply didn't even have the time to react. And it doesn't end there. After Yi Chinga crushed and exploded the desert eagle, a fist violently blasted towards Zhou Ker's body. She was really moving to kill. Before the fist landed on Zhou Ker's chest, Zhou Ker felt as if her chest had been hit hard by a 10,000-pound hammer, and it was difficult to the extreme. At this moment, Zhou Ker's face finally became pale. She knew very well that if this punch hit her solidly, she would definitely die. Bang! Yi Chinga's fist hit Zhou Ker's body heavily. Zhou Ker immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. It's over. Zhou Ker ventured the thought. Stop. However, right at this moment, Yi Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Chinga collected the force of her fist, but did not retract it. She only needed to use a little more force, and she could equally take Zhou Ker's life. What's going on? Zhou Ker knew that she was saved, but she didn't understand what was going on. Why did Yi Chinga, the Tang sect master, have to listen to Yi Fan's words? What the hell are you about? For the first time, Zhou Ker felt skeptical about Yi Fan's identity. He might not be as simple as a disciple of the Tang clan or an important elder. Yi Fan was naturally too lazy to answer Zhou Ker's stupid question. She threatened your life, and I had to. Yi Chinga, however, opened her mouth, wanting to say that no matter who it was, as long as it threatened Yi Fan's life, she would not hesitate to understand that person's life. I told you to stop, Yi Fan said to Yi Chinga in a commanding tone. Yes, master. Yi Chinga didn't dare to disobey Yi Fan's order, so she could only withdraw her fist. Master? She called you master. Did I hear right? Zhou Ker was as if she had heard one of the most incredible things in the world, looking at Yi Fan in amazement. Even the blood at the corners of her mouth, she didn't have the time to wipe it off. Yes, you heard right. Yi Fan looked playfully at the incredulous Zhou Ker and did not deny it. It can't be. This can't be true. How could Zhou Ker believe this was true? In her usual impression, shouldn't Yi Fan be just an insignificant disciple of the Tang sect? How could he be compared to the high and mighty sect master Yi Chinga? Yi Chinga, the person she had always wanted to surpass, was the only idol in her heart. But now, she suddenly realized that the one man she had been working against for so long was, surprisingly, the master of her only idol. Even if normally, she was a bit crazy, but at this moment, how could she accept this for a moment? At this time, Zhou Ker remembered that Yi Chinga had said at the beginning, I just don't want to dirty my master's clothes. Zhou Ker shuddered, finally realizing, it's true, Yi Fan was Yi Chinga's master. Chapter 228 isn't it? It took a long time for Zhou Ker to come back from her shock. It looked like it had accepted the matter of Yi Fan being Yi Chinga's master. Look what you've done to my villa. Tell me yourself. Shukl, what should I do with you? Yi Fan swept a glance at the wrecked villa and said to Zhou Ker. In fact, Yi Fan hadn't decided on any disposition of Yi Chinga for the time being. After all, Zhou Ker was a member of a certain organization called Dark Leaf under his hand, and moreover, had a very close relationship with Queen, the person in charge of the Dark Leaf organization. What to do with me? Let me go. Of course, after accepting the matter of Yi Fan being Yi Chinga's master, Zhou Ker once again resumed her erratic character and became extremely calm. Letting you go? Do you think that's possible? Yi Fan sniffed and was almost not amused by her. Is it possible that this girl has never been able to understand the situation in which she finds herself? The two people in the villa, whether it was Yi Fan or Yi Chinga, she couldn't deal with anyone. Trying to run is naturally impossible. Zhou Ker was indeed cunning and also tricky, but so what? Yi Fan and Yi Chinga, both of them possessed 200 intelligence. Therefore, Yi Chinga didn't even need Yi Fan's explanation. Without knowing Zhou Ker, through Zhang Bin's call, followed by Zhou Ker's attack on the villa with 6 experts, she instantly guessed that Zhou Ker was doing this for the sake of, and with the aim of luring her to show up. So it's not certain who wins when it comes to scheming. Besides, she had such a huge difference in strength compared to Yi Fan and Yi Chinga. It was absolutely impossible for her to escape from under the hands of the two. Unless Yi Fan is merciful. Of course, it's impossible. Why not? Anyway, wait a little longer. You'll have to let me go even if you don't want to, Zhou Ker said with great confidence. Oh, Yi Fan was very curious about this. It seemed that this time, Zhou Ker had come prepared. No wonder. The experts brought in were taken care of, and she herself was in danger, and she was still so calm.
Yifan wanted to see what Zhou Care was up to and what kind of medicine she was selling in her gourd.
However, 10 minutes passed. What? Didn't someone say, wait, I'll let her go even if I don't want to? What? Why isn't anything happening now? Yifan couldn't help but speak again, saying, that. What's your hurry? Wait a little longer. Zhou Care sniffed and was embarrassed. What's going on? You haven't called yet. Could it be that Emir Zhangbin was so difficult to handle? In order to deal with Zhangbin, she had left behind a full 10 experts from the Dark Leaf organization. Master, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with her? Since Master doesn't want to kill her, then let Chinga tie her up and throw her onto Master's chuang. Yi Chinga gazed at the very coolly dressed Zhou Care and said seriously. Ha? Zhou Care sniffed and was confused. Haruka, you don't think that I'm looking at her and that's why I'm not willing to kill her, do you? Yifan couldn't help but ask. Isn't it? She has such a hot body and you have so many women. Master, Yi Chinga said seriously. Her loyalty to Yifan was 100, the highest value, so she wouldn't be jealous even if Yifan had more women around him, or even took in another one in front of her. However, he didn't know if it was Yifan's illusion or not, but he surprisingly found that a touch of redness appeared on Yi Chinga's never cold cum. Is she shy? It shouldn't be possible. Another 10 minutes passed and there was still no movement. Yifan was all a bit impatient and was planning to have Yi Chinga tie Zhou Care up in 5 different ways, but just then, his cell phone, however, suddenly rang. Coming. Zhou Care revealed a smug smile. Everything was still in her plan. Answer the phone, Zhou Care said to Yifan. Yifan didn't need to be instructed by Zhou Care. He saw that the call was a video call from Zhang Bin and decisively clicked accept. Soon, a screen appeared on the phone. In a dilapidated and rotten building, Zhang Bin was covered in blood, his hands tied behind his back, and kneeling on the ground. Behind him, there were several big men standing, and judging by the way they were dressed, they should be people from the Dark Leaf organization. Zhang Bin, what's going on? Seeing this, Yifan didn't have a heavenly reaction and only asked lightly. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. They took my wife and son to force me to submit. I really can't help it. Mr. Yi, it's me who's sorry, Zhang Bin said with an unwilling face. It was evident that if he fought the experts of the Dark Leaf organization in a square fight, he might not lose. Unfortunately, the other side threatened him with his wife and children, and he got tired of forcing him. And all of this, Yifan didn't even need to think much before he could guess that it must be Zhou Core's scheme. There's nothing to apologize for. Zhang Bin, you're a tough guy. For what Zhang Bin had done, Yifan still gave his approval. A man who loses to protect his wife and children has nothing to feel ashamed of. Instead, be proud. Yi General. Zhang Bin was very touched when he heard this, but he wanted to say something else, but the video was hung up by the other party. Now, you know why you will definitely release me, right? If you don't let me go, I can't guarantee that. After dragging on, Zhang Bin will be dead or alive, Zhou Care said smugly. Oh, Yifan just faintly answered. Zhou Core, who was already temperamental and anxious to get away, almost didn't jump out of her skin when she heard this. Fortunately, she knew that this was Yifan's intentional attempt to provoke her, so she still held back. Humph. As a Tang sect disciple, Zhang Bin has long since put life and death at risk. Yi Chinga sniffed, but she couldn't help but open her mouth. Everything she said was true. In her eyes, although Zhang Bin was her direct contact in Mordor again, it was not that important to her. If he dies, there's a sea of people in the Tang clan who can replace him. Zhang Bin was not even ranked in the Tang sect. Is that so? I've long guessed that the Tang sect master, cold and heartless, Zhou Care sniffed, but surprisingly, she remained in no hurry. Yi Fan, take another call. Before Zhou Care's voice fell, Yi Fan's cell phone, indeed, rang again. It was still a video call, but this time the one who called was indeed Zhou Jianlian. I told you where that girl went crazy, so you got her, Yi Fan said and accepted the video call. Brother-in-law, save us, Zhou Core, she's crazy. Zhou Jianlian, who had her hands and feet tied up, couldn't help but scream after seeing Yi Fan in her cell phone. Chapter 229, Yi Fan's killing intent. Beside Zhou Jianlian, Song Jia, Li Want and other rich second generation were there. There's also a Chanda, armed with a submachine gun, staring at them. However, he should have been scared silly and his feet kept shaking. Master Yi, save us. When Li wanted to see Yi Fan, it was like seeing a savior. The other rich kids also shouted Master Yi, help or something like that, completely treating Yi Fan as their savior. Also, when he thought of all Yi Fan's deeds, racing a car and letting them go for 5 minutes and still winning them, the moment he appeared on the scene, he scared the mob boss Wang Xiong and his men to shooting shivers, and even voluntarily chopped off one of their fingers in order to save his life, as well as his stellar performance in the real-life CS field game. Without realizing it,
They treated Yifan as an omnipotent godlike existence. Right now, the person who could save them, besides Yifan, who else could it be? Of course, looking at Yifan, the most excited person was actually Song Jia. This timid girl, where after being kidnapped, at this moment had long been trembling with fear. But after seeing Yifan, the stubborn one, she hardened herself and didn't cry out. Again, the video call was quickly hung up on by the other party. How about it? Yifan, I didn't say anything nonsense. Yifan, if you still want your sister-in-law Zhou Jianlian to live, hurry up and let me go. Zhou Kor was getting complacent. She felt that even if Yifan didn't do it for the sake of Zhang Bin, but for the sake of Zhou Jianlian, she had to release her, as long as she could get out of here, and then lure Yichinga to the rotten building where she had already made all the arrangements. She could definitely defeat Yichinga. Zhou Kier had known that there was a huge gap in strength between her and Yichinga, but is there no way to defeat her when the strength gap is too wide? Not necessarily, even if the means were a bit dirty. So what? As long as she could defeat Yichinga, she would be willing to do anything. Just as Zhou Kor thought of the complacency, Yifan's voice, however, suddenly came to mind. Release you? I would think that it would be a bit safer to take you as a hostage in exchange for the lives of Zhou Jianlian and the others, Yifan said and gestured to his side. Yichinga, he wasn't stupid. Or didn't he know that Zhou Kier was capricious, and after releasing her on the front foot, she might let someone do something to Zhou Jianlian and the others? Given her sociopathic nature, this is definitely a possibility. Yichinga received Yifan's order and struck out like the wind, and with a hand speed that ordinary people couldn't even see. She made several consecutive points on Zhou Kier's body. You know how to point? Zhou Kier was surprised. Hasn't pointing kung fu been long lost? You actually know how to point. However, once she thought that Yichinga was the tripsect master, she was relieved. Let go of me. Get off me. Yifan, let go of me or you'll regret it. Zhou Kier never expected that she would not be able to escape from Yifan and Yiching Singer after all. Whether I'll regret it or not I don't know, but if you don't behave yourself again you will. Of that I'm quite sure. Yifan's voice was, clearly, flat, but for some reason, Zhou Kier suddenly felt a chill that enveloped her entire body. It's killing intent. How could it be possible that there would be someone who could radiate such an overpowering killing intent? Zhou Kor looked at Yifan with disbelief. She finally realized that Yifan's strength was not even the slightest bit inferior to Yichinga. No wonder, he would be her master. In the next second, Zhou Kier turned into a good girl as if she had changed her face. Alright, I'll be good. What do you want me to do for you? Anything? If people who didn't know, they would definitely really think of Zhou Kier as a good girl. But Yifan knew that Zhou Kor was not aware of what she was playing in her heart again. Of course, this was not something he was going to care about. Very well. I don't need you to do anything for me either. Just take us to the lousy building where Zhang Bin and Zhou Fiberglass are being held. Yifan said to Zhou Kier. It's okay, but I'll tell you in advance. There are a lot of enemies waiting for you to come to your door. Zhou Kor appeared to have really turned into a good girl in general, and even reminded Yifan that there were many crises in the rotten building. Cut the crap and just take us there. Where did Yifan not know that the more Zhou Kor deliberately said this, the more she was actually deliberately trying to lure them over? He would like to see the rotten building there. There is, Zhou Kier said. Really crisis? Even if the crisis was really imminent, he had Yichinga by his side, so he didn't need to worry at all. Alright, since it's Mr. Yifan's request, of course people should listen. The rotten building is just on the outskirts of Pudong City. You drive. I'll navigate for you, that is. Zhou Kier was cooperative this time. Yifan wasn't afraid that Zhou Kor would dare to play a trick. 10 minutes later, the figures of Yifan, Yichinga and Zhou Kier appeared in a certain rotten building on the outskirts of the city. This rotten building has obviously not been inhabited for a long time. It hadn't been torn down yet, but it was dilapidated and the walls were covered in moss and vines. Of course, how the rotten building was, Yifan didn't care at all. What he was concerned about at the moment, indeed, was the head of the rotten building. Hundreds of people. Yes, hundreds of them. On the surface, it's not obvious. However, what kind of person was Yifan? He could feel the breath of the people inside the rotten building. There were all at least 200 or 300 of them. The Dark Leaf Organization, headquartered in New York, Queens, Country M, naturally couldn't send so many people to Magic City, Country Z. So, with so many people on the scene, how on earth did Chukri find them? Yifan was very curious about this point. It is worth mentioning that on that day, after discovering that the villa was being watched by people from the Dark Leaf Organization, Yifan had actually bureau called Queen, the head of the Dark Leaf Organization. Originally, Zhou Kier should have stopped everything she was doing, but for some reason, Chocobo didn't. That's why this farce is happening today. I told you, it's a dangerous place to be. Zhou Kor tilted her head and looked at Yifan before saying, Surprisingly, there was a bit of innocence to it. If Yifan didn't know that these people were all found by her, he would have really believed it. I can't imagine that you've gone to great lengths to deal with Haruka. Yifan opened his mouth. That's for sure. Joe Kier, never fight unprepared battles. Maybe with my personal strength, I can't win against Yichinga, but with so many people helping me, I still don't believe that I can't win. As soon as Joe Kier talked about Yichinga's matter, her expression became very serious. Chapter 230, a rotten building in crisis. With just these 200 or 300 people? Joe Kier, you're underestimating the two of us too much. Yifan sniffed and couldn't help but say, that's right, against them, I alone am enough. Yichinga gazed at the rotten building and faintly said, she wasn't lying, yes? On Joe Kier's face, a sinister smile appeared. What she wanted was for Yifan and Yichinga to be arrogant and cocky. At the same time that a few people were conversing, inside the rotten building, someone had also spotted the three of them. The second and third floors of the rotten building, the 70 to 80 people stationed here, through and through another characteristic, that is, missing a finger. For those who don't know, they think it's a specialty of some vicious gangster. Only those who are in love realize what a tragic collective finger-breaking incident had happened before them. Wang Xion looked at his broken finger, and then looked at the familiar figure below, that was gnashing his teeth and burning. Yifan right, today, Wang Xion, will avenge this broken finger. Brothers, leave a few to watch over our, Master Zhang, the rest, follow me. After Wang Xion became ruthless, he turned to the 70 or 80 minions behind him and said loudly. The minions sniffed and ran towards him, and soon, 70 or 80 of them, gathered together. Wang Xion, let me advise you, you'd better not mess around. Mr. Yi, is not something you can mess with. Being beaten to the point where he was covered in blood and dying, Zhang Bin forcibly endured the pain in his body and opened his mouth. Still Chief Yi, after today, he's a dead man. Also, seeing that you still have the strength to talk, it's obvious that you haven't been taught enough. Hit me. With a command, the few punks who stayed behind to guard Zhang Bin turned on Zhang Bin with another burst of punches and kicks. These few punks were the same people who had their arms and legs broken by Zhang Bin's order earlier in the hotel, and they were in the hospital, lying in pain for more than a month. Now, it was so hard to have a chance to take revenge on Zhang Bin, so naturally, he would not show any mercy. You guys take it easy, don't give it a shot. The others, follow me, Wang Xiong said, and with a large group of minions, he left the rotten building. At the rotten building, on the 4th floor, there was the same person, glaring angrily at Yifan with a gaze filled with anger. Not a man, though, but a woman, a graceful but ugly woman. She's no other than Mrs. Rattle of Harbor City, Ring the boss's wife. After the Loud boss was killed, she became the power of the Loud family. To Yifan revenge, she did not have the guts. Know that one day, a woman approached her, borrowed 6 masters with her, said that she could bring back the head of her enemy for her. Of course, she was tricked, but she never expected the woman to come back to her before long. She had the nerve to come to the Ringer's house looking for her. This time, her request is even more outrageous, allowing her to send her 2 sons, Ring Left and Ring Right, to the country of M, away from this dispute. It can also be considered as leaving a descendant for the Rang family, and she, if she still wanted to avenge Boss Rattle's death, she could provide that opportunity. At first, Rada was not going to believe this woman's words anymore, until, a few days ago, a large number of guns and weapons were sent to the Rattler's house. She then realized that perhaps, this really was her only chance to avenge her husband's ringing boss. Did Mrs. Rattle know that she was gambling with the entire Rattle family? But she couldn't care less. All she wanted now was to prove to the gangsters in Hong Kong City that what he, Boss Loud, couldn't do, she, Loud too, wouldn't necessarily be able to do. Does she really want to avenge Boss Loud? No, the real reason, perhaps, is clear only to her. You guys, go, finish him off, Rattletail ordered, as hundreds of people fishtailed out of the rotten building. Yifan finally realized where Joe Kier had found so many people. Wang Xiong's people, the people of the Hong Kong City Ring family. Joe Kier could not have imagined that not only have you done some research on me, but you're also quite good at pulling people together. Yifan opened his mouth. I can't help it. Who made you too powerful? I had to get help, Joe Kier said, her expression unable to hide her smugness. This crowd, though, isn't even enough to warm me up, Yifan said. Just brag. Joe Kier was obviously not convinced. Hundreds of people, and, in the hands of many people, also hold guns and weapons. She did not believe that it would really be as Yifan said. He would easily solve them. However, the scene that happened next made Joe Kier believe it even if she didn't. Haruka, you deal with the ones on the left,
and leave the ones on the right to me," Yi Fan said to Yi Qingge. "Yes, master," Yi Qingge nodded. Then, the two rushed forward almost unanimously. "Ha, 2 people? Still want to fight against 200 or 300 of us?" Wang Xiong couldn't help but smile when he saw Yi Fan and a maid-suited girl rushing towards them. He was in the automobile repair shop. 70 or 80 good people. The reason why he would be afraid of Yi Fan? Naturally, not really afraid of Yi Fan, but afraid of the emperor of the underground world of Magic City, Zhang Bin. Now, Zhang Bin had been taken down by Zhou Qir's design. Therefore, Wang Xiong naturally did not place Yi Fan in his eyes. "You guys, together," Wang Xiong ordered to his sidekick. He and 7 or 8 of his cronies, on the other hand, did not make the first move, but, instead, pulled out pistols from their bodies, always ready to put a black gun on Yi Fan. Although they were gangsters, it wasn't easy to get guns in the devil's capital of country Z. These guns were all provided by Zhou Qir on their behalf. A few days ago, when Zhou Qir came to them alone, Wang Xiong still regarded Zhou Qir's words as a joke. Knowing that, he saw the trunk of the car Zhou Qir drove, filled with guns. He just changed his mind and decided to get involved. In this battle, if they won, Zhang Bin's position would not be guaranteed, and in the future, he, Wang Xiong, would be the emperor of the Magic City underground world. Just as Wang Xiong was thinking as if he was thinking, he suddenly heard, from his minions, a wailing sound. "Boss, help! How is this possible? Is this guy still a human being? Even for someone practicing martial arts, this is still too powerful and terrifying." From the crowd, there were sounds of panic. Wherever Yi Fan passed, people kept falling. His speed was so fast that no one could even see how he struck, and people fell down in droves. A guy who had obviously practiced as well saw the opportunity to make an opening and used the iron bar in his hand to ruthlessly smash the back of Yi Fan's head. As he watched, Yi Fan's head was about to be smashed like a watermelon, bursting apart in pieces. Chapter 231, breaking into a rotten building. However, behind Yi Fan's back, it was as if he had eyes. His hand grabbed behind him and grabbed the iron bar, then threw it with force. Ah! In the midst of the man's terrified screams, he even brought the iron bar with him and ruthlessly smashed it into the pile of people, immediately, smashing down more than a dozen people. On this side, Yi Fan acted as leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. On the other hand, Yi Qingge's performance was even cleaner. Only to see her rushing into the pile of people and slapping at the chest of one of the guys who bore the brunt of the attack. Snap! The guy was directly knocked back and slammed hard into the crowd, hitting dozens of people in one face before stopping. After stopping, a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out and he fainted. It looked like there was little chance of survival without being killed instantly. Immediately afterward, Yi Qingge grabbed dozens of silver needles with both hands in her pockets. Then she flung it hard. Shoo shoo shoo! The silver needles turned into dots of silver light in the sky. The people who were surrounding Yi Qingge in a group, before they could react to what was going on, they felt a sudden pain at their necks, and then their eyes went black and they lost their consciousness, and they collapsed. Just a few dozen seconds, less than a minute. It's amazing that a large portion of the hundreds of people who came out of the crappy cradle are already down. The remaining small group of people who didn't fall down were also looking at Yi Fan and Yi Qingge in horror. Is this guy really a human being? Everyone is scared silly. Not to mention them, even Zhou Qir, and those experts from the Dark Leaf organization in the rotten building were shocked to see this scene, and it was difficult to come to their senses for a long time. Bang! Finally, someone, unable to resist, fired. Yet the moment the shot rang out, the man who fired it also fell. Yi Fan put him in easily. The man's shot, naturally, hit the air. There was a fight in the background, and shots were constantly being fired. However, so what? Even if you have a gun, you have to be able to aim and hit it. With the two of them, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge, with their nimble body skills, it was impossible for them, ordinary people, to hit them. Even if several people shot together, it wouldn't help. No way. She's catching all the bullets with her skirt? You can catch bullets too? How is that possible? Are we meeting people? Or ghosts? When people saw Yi Qingge lowering her skirt and bullets falling from one after another, the only 20 to 30 people left at the scene were completely stunned. What a fuss! Yi Fan's voice rang out. Then, Yi Fan blasted out with a punch. Amidst a chorus of screams, another dozen or so of the 20 or 30 people who had gathered fell. Of course, it's not over. Yi Qingge followed closely after Yi Fan and slapped her palm towards the crowd. In a gust of screams, another dozen or so people fell to the ground. The two of them couldn't have been more in sync. In just over a minute's time, hundreds of people, only a few were left standing. And, still, they were scared silly and didn't dare to come forward, before escaping with their lives. Where's Wang Xiong? Yi Fan couldn't help but search up Wang Xiong, only to find that this guy, without knowing when,
had been ed down by his smooth hands. That's it, gangster? I'm afraid I'm going to laugh my ass off when I say it. However, just as the two of them, Yi Fan and Yi Chinga, were about to make their move and settle the remaining few people, Zhou Ke's voice, however, suddenly rang out in front of them. You two take your time, I'll be inside, waiting for you. Saying that, Zhou Ke didn't dare to linger, and with an extremely agile figure, she flashed into the rotten building in a flash. Wasn't she nailed? How can she still move? Zhou Ke appeared to have also seen the doubts in the hearts of both Yi Fan and Yi Chinga, and only after entering the rotten building and ensuring her safety, did she smugly say, I don't know how to point pull, but I didn't say that I don't know how to 1.0. Had ha. Yi Chinga's face changed when she heard this and said apologetically to Yi Fan, I'm sorry, master, I was careless. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't blame Yi Chinga for this and just said, it's fine, I didn't expect that she would be able to undo the acupuncture point by herself. Zhou Ke ran away, but also did not set it. The only trouble is that after she ran away, do not know what she will do something again. Come on, let's go inside, Yi Fan said to Yi Chinga. The two of them didn't bother with the rest of the guys and went straight into the rotten building together. Inside the rotten building, Zhou Ke had already arranged for manpower. Along the way, Yi Fan and Yi Chinga encountered quite a few people. Some were armed, some were not, but it didn't matter. Anyway, come 1 to beat down 1, come 10, beat down 10. Along the way, Yi Fan and Yi Chinga were almost invincible. Even, Yi Fan seldom made any more moves, leaving it all to Yi Chinga. As the Tang sect master, Yi Chinga was proficient in all kinds of martial arts, assassination moves, and concealed weapons. Ordinary people, where is her match? Even if it was the Hong Kong City ringing family, which had sent out a number of experts who practiced martial arts, it was still useless. There was almost no one that could block a single move from her. Bang! At the second floor, the wall suddenly burst, and a strong man flew out from it. The same scenario is happening on the second floor, and multiple places on the third floor. Don't look at Yi Chinga's thinness, but the force of her fist was not smaller than Zhang Bin's in the slightest, and her fist blasted on the wall, directly shattering it. People on the fourth and fifth floors heard the commotion and rushed down, especially Rattletail, who arrived with her Rattletail family. They almost had a gun on hand. Humph, Yi Fan, you killed my husband ring boss, today. Before Rattlesnake could finish his words, his entire body suddenly flew up, smashed against the window, and then, fell down from the third floor. There was a loud bang, and on the ground floor of the first floor, there was a puddle of blood. It turned out that Yi Chinga was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and made a decisive move, kicking her out and ending her life. Yi Fan naturally didn't care about the death or life of the ringing two. Finish them off. At Yi Fan's command, Yi Chinga once again transformed into a black shadow, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared behind the group of experts from the ringing family. The group of experts then reacted, turned around in a hurry, and fired. For a while, the gunfire was intense. However, after only 10 seconds or so, the gunshots disappeared. Silence fell around them. No way. As the last expert of the ringing family fell into a pool of blood, he looked at the ice-cold Yi Chinga and spoke the last words of his life. Obviously, it looked like the girl who was so soft and weak and simply had no negative power in her hands. Why was her fighting strength so explosive? Until he died, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Chapter 232 Delivering Zhou Jianlian and Song Jie. Watching the rattling family's experts, with guns, being cleaned up by Yi Chinga in only 10 seconds or so, Yi Fan was satisfied with this. It seemed that Yi Chinga was really comparable to him in terms of strength. With her by his side, he was perfectly capable of being able to rest on his laurels. According to Zhou Ke's account in the car, Zhang Bin should be held somewhere on the third floor. Look for it. Collecting his thoughts, Yi Fan said to Yi Chinga. Yes, Yi Chinga was naturally obedient to Yi Fan. After some searching, soon, the two did find Zhang Bin in a certain spacious room. It seemed that Zhou Ke hadn't lied to them about what she said in the car. After easily resolving those few guys guarding Zhang Bin, Yi Fan and Yi Chinga, both of them, were about to walk into the room when they were called by Zhang Bin. Mr. Yi, don't come over. She put a time bomb on me and it's about to explode. Zhang Bin shouted as he coughed violently. In order to deal with Yi Fan and Yi Chinga, it seemed that Zhou Ke had really put her blood on the line, even getting a time bomb. When Yi Fan was outside the door, he saw that Zhang Bin did have a time bomb strapped to his body. Moreover, there were only a few seconds left. Of course, even if it was just a few seconds, Yi Fan had the certainty that he would rush in, unlock the time bomb on Zhang Bin's body, and then, throw it out the window. However, Yi Chinga stopped him. Her first and foremost task was to ensure Yi Fan's safety. Even if Yi Fan had a little risk, she wouldn't let him take it. I'll go. Yi Chinga opened her mouth. No, don't come in. help me untie the ropes from my body.
I have my own solution.
Zhang Bin was inside again but shouted. Yi Fan and Yi Qingge both looked at each other, but time was running out, and Yi Fan didn't have time to think about it that much.
He just nodded to Yi Qingge. In the next second,
a silver shaking flying dagger flew out from Yi Qingsinger, precisely cutting the rope that was tied to Zhang Bin's body, and it didn't hurt Zhang Bin in the slightest. It was evident that Yi Qingge shot flying daggers with precision.
After the rope was untied,
Zhang Bin did not have time to lament how this person's flying dagger skills were so powerful, and hurriedly removed the time bomb on his body,
and then, with force, threw it out the window. Boom! The timing was just right, and the moment Zhang Bin threw the time bomb out of the window, the time bomb exploded.
Amidst the frightening explosions,
the two of them, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge, were very calm.
Yi Fan even
asked Yi Qingge, Zhang Bin doesn't recognize you as the sect master?
Yi Qingge nodded and replied, his status in the Tang sect is too low to be qualified to see my true colors.
Okay.
It was no wonder that when Zhang Bin saw the two of them show up together, he was the only one who had him, Mr. Yi, in his mouth, but he didn't call out to Yi Qingge. It turned out that the emperor of the underground world of Mordor had such a humble status in the Tang sect. He hadn't even seen the true face of the sect master. Of course, this was a matter for the Tang sect, and Yi Fan would not interfere with it. It was a long time before the fire of the explosion dissipated.
The two of them, Yi Fan and Yi Qingge, walked into the room one after another,
only to see Zhang Bin lying on the ground, his body stuck a lot of glass shards,
covered in blood, dying. That miserable to say how miserable.
It turns out that although he threw the time bomb out the window, he was still that much slower after all. The impact of the time bomb explosion still seriously injured him.
It can't be helped. Who let him play the hero? If Yi Qingge had been allowed to defuse the time bomb, there wouldn't have been so much in the press. But no matter what,
Zhang Bin was always a man worthy of being respected. Zhang Bin's injuries were extremely serious,
and if he wasn't hurriedly sent to the hospital for resuscitation, I'm afraid that, even if he had a strong physique, he wouldn't be able to resist this time. After a little bit of thinking,
Yi Fan still decided that he would let Yi Qingge send Zhang Bin to the hospital to save his life.
As for him, he was planning, alone, to rescue Zhou Jianlian and the others. If Zhou Kor hadn't lied, Zhou Jianlian and her group should have been imprisoned on the 6th floor.
Also Pro-Brother sniffed.
Naturally she was unwilling.
She wanted to stay by Yi Fan's side and protect him.
However,
Yi Fan's tone this time was one of command.
Yi Qingge,
who was submissive to Yi Fan, had no choice but to leave with Zhang Bin. Yi Fan walked upwards alone.
4th floor, 5th floor, and surprisingly, I didn't encounter any more blockers.
It was also true that whether it was Wang Xiang's people or the Rattling family's people, although there were a lot of people, their strength wasn't good, and all of them were resolved by Yi Qingge when they were on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Now, in the whole rotten building, only those experts from the Dark Leaf organization were left, and obviously, Zhou Kor didn't want the experts of the Dark Leaf organization, one by one, to save Grandpa from Hulu, one by one, to deliver. So, presumably, it gathered them all on the 6th floor. It was good that this was the case. Anyway, Yi Fan didn't intend to strike again. When they reached the 6th floor, strangely enough, the inside of this floor was also empty. Yi Fan also didn't know that Zhou Kir was up to something, but he didn't worry about that much. It was important to find Zhou Jianlian and the others first. Yi Fan closed his eyes and listened with his ears. All of a sudden, in the 6th floor, any windy movement surprisingly could not escape his ears. Soon, he heard a certain room, a movement. Chen Da, they're all gone. Do you really want to be the robber who kidnapped us? It was Zhou Jianlian's angry reprimanding voice. Chen Da's voice. You, hurry up and untie us, Li thought angrily. Well, I was actually acting on purpose, looking for an opportunity to save you guys. Oh, Chen Da gulped and said, whatever it takes, hurry up and untie us, Li wanted to urge. No good, there are footsteps. Upon hearing the footsteps, the faces of the Richie Rich and the others immediately turned pale, especially Chen Da, who had become a 250, was so scared that his legs were shaking and he was sweating coldly. Could it be that they're really dead this time? Don't be afraid, it's me. Yi Fan's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Sister, brother-in-law. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Jianlian was the first to call out. When they saw Yi Fan walking into the room, the group of rich kids knew that it looked like they were saved this time. Master Yi, great, Master Yi, thank you for coming to our rescue, the rich second generation. They were so grateful to Yi Fan. It's almost as if he's their savior, their grandfather. Of course, Yi Fan was too lazy to bother with them. He just told Chen Da to hurry up and untie Li Xiang and the others, while he personally untied Zhou Jianlian and Songjia. Chapter 233, we only listen to Queen Van.
Me. I'm so scared. After loosening Song Jie's bonds, this stubborn little ninny, finally, could not hold back and pounced into the arms of Yifan, the savior of her life. Don't be afraid. Yifan patted her head to comfort her. The rich kids on the side all froze because of Song Jie's bold move. Of course, the one who reacted the most violently was Zhou Jianlian. Song Jie, what are you doing? He is my brother-in-law. Zhou Jianlian had long suspected the relationship between the two of them, Yifan and Song Jie, and today she finally caught her in the act. However, Zhou Jianlian said this on her lips, but she also jumped into Yifan's arms. Brother-in-law, Fiber is scared too. That's even if. The point is, she's pretending to be something she's not. Seeing this, Chen De on the side couldn't help but scratch his head. You're scared. That's not how you were when you reprimanded me earlier. Gu, it seems that our Mr. Yifan is really well blessed. Just at this time, Zhou Kor's voice suddenly sounded behind Yifan. Alright, Fiber, stop it. Yifan let go of the two girls and said to the rich daughters, you guys go, I'll deal with Zhou here. Brother-in-law, there are so many of them. Do you really want to deal with all of them alone? Zhou Jianlian's words were so, but in her eyes, she was filled with admiration. Yes, Zhou Fiber stood behind more than a dozen fierce men is just, but also one of the hands are holding a heavy machine gun and other big killers. Anyone else who was a soldier king in the special forces wouldn't dare to say something like that, right? Or else what? By these rich kids of theirs? Yifan looked at Li Xiang and the others with a look of contempt in his eyes. Li Xiang and the others knew that they were looked down upon by Yifan, but how could they dare to say anything? They didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Yifan was their savior no matter what. We'd like to leave, but will they let us go? A rich kid's voice trembled. Don't worry, she will. She kidnapped you guys, but it's just a joke with you, right? Chuckle. Yifan said and looked at Zhou Qi. Whatever you say, it doesn't matter if they want to leave or stay. Anyway, I kidnapped them, but only to lure you over. And of course, that Yi Qingge. Strange, where's Yi Qingge? Zhou Qi looked around and felt strange when she didn't find Yi Qingge's figure. What do you care about Yi Qingge? Am I not still the master? Also, at Yifan's gesture, Zhou Jianlian, Song Jie, and Li Xiang, among others, then hurriedly left the scene. Well, it's just us now. Zhou Qi looked at Yifan and said with interest, it's time to call Yi Qingge out. She's long gone. Yifan said truthfully, why? She knew that I was going to deal with her, and she even left. Zhou Qi's expression began to become odd when she heard that Yi Qingge had actually left, because you're not qualified to be her opponent. Yifan once again said truthfully, you. Zhou Qi was instantly infuriated. Good thing too, you're Yi Qingge's master. After catching you, I don't believe Yi Qingge won't show up. Go! With that, Zhou Qi gave an order, and a dozen or so experts from the Dark Leaf organization behind her were about to make their move when Yifan suddenly opened his mouth. I urge you not to do this. Zhou Qi, I'm afraid you didn't tell these people what Queen said. Zhou Qi's face immediately changed when she heard this. Don't listen to him. Go! Zhou Qi ordered. However, the Dark Leaf organization's experts, who were already prepared to make a move, also noticed Zhou Qi's abnormal face after hearing Yifan's words. Immediately, one of the guys leading the group immediately stopped the rest. Wait! When the other experts heard this, they looked at each other and stopped making any movements. How dare you disobey me? Seeing this, Zhou Qi was instantly enraged. We only listen to Queen. The guy in the lead wasn't afraid of Zhou Qi's anger and calmly said, Yifan, right? Listening to you, you seem to know Queen, but for us not to make a move on you, you have to give a reason. The guy leading the group said to Yifan, that's easy. Yifan said, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After hanging up the phone, Yifan just quietly looked at Zhou Qi and the others. Zhou Qi's face became even more unnatural. Almost at the same time that Yifan hung up the phone, a call came into the cell phone of the guy leading the group. Yes, sir. The guy in the lead said a total of 3 words, one more respectful than the other. When he hung up the phone, he even directly knelt down to Yifan. Mr. Yifan, please forgive me if I offended you just now. The sudden kneeling caused the other experts of the Dark Leaf organization to freeze. We were the ones who were rude just now. If Mr. Yifan wants to chastise us, we won't have any complaints. The guy in the lead spoke up again. This time, the other experts of the Dark Leaf organization knew, even if they were stupid, what to do. Puff. The experts of the Dark Leaf organization knelt in front of Yifan. Mr. Yifan, if there's anything you need help with, just order. The guy who was leading the group saw that Yifan didn't say anything, so he opened his mouth again. Well said. This matter was originally unknown to you guys. The chastisement will be waived. However, the whole thing started because of her. How to do it? You guys know. Yifan said and looked at Zhou Qi.
Understood, the guy leading the group answered. Then the experts of the Dark Leaf organization got up and surrounded towards Joe Kor. What are you doing? You guys dare to make a move on me, Dunning? Seeing this, Joe Kor angrily said, Miss Joe Kier, I'm sorry, but we only listened to Queen. Queen told us to do everything at Mr. Yi Fan's command, the guy in the lead said coldly. With that, he gave a sign to his companions around him, and the experts of the Dark Leaf organization struck out at Joe Kor. Humph, I knew that you guys couldn't be relied on. Fortunately, I had prepared myself long ago in order to deal with Yi Chinga, Joe Kier said, and all of a sudden, she slapped her palm towards the guy leading the group. Snap! With a muffled sound, the guy leading the group was directly sent flying by Joe Kor with a palm strike. Then, Joe Kor executed her stance, and with ghostly agility, she passed through the experts of the Dark Leaf organization, and then, chased after them towards a certain place. The guy leading the group did not expect that Joe Kor would suddenly attack him, and after being forced back several steps, he finally stopped. Chapter 234, Joe Kor's Last Resort. After them, seeing a hint of dissatisfaction on Yi Fan's face, the guy leading the group, annoyed, ordered his companions. For a while, a dozen or so Dark Leaf organization ground experts chased after Joe Kor. Seeing this, Yi Fan naturally followed. However, in this regard, Yi Fan did not intend to intervene. Yi Fan that night, after calling Queen, Joe Kier should have stopped everything against him and Tang Sect Master Yi Chinga. But she didn't. She dared to disobey Queen's orders. Yi Fan wanted to see how the Dark Leaf organization was going to resolve this matter. If the solution was not satisfactory to Yi Fan, he would not blame him for making a little sanction against the entire organization of Dark Leaf. Joe Kier was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, she had left the 6th floor and rushed to the 7th floor. The experts of the Dark Leaf organization followed closely behind. Bam! It should be the sound of exchanging hands. And then, an iron door of the 7th floor hall was directly kicked open. The lead guy, after a family kicked down the iron gate, including him, all the experts of the Dark Leaf organization all paused, not daring to act rashly. If you guys take one more step forward, I'll detonate these time bombs. Big deal. We'll all die together. Ha ha ha. Joe Kier let out a crazy laugh. No, don't. Help us. A woman, screaming at the top of her lungs, followed by the cries of a child. Yi Fan arrived late and after seeing the situation on the 7th floor, his face sank once again. I only saw that the hall on the 7th floor was unexpectedly piled with time bombs. Such a large number of time bombs are enough to blow up the whole building, right? Was this the hand Joe Kor had saved to deal with Yi Chinga, whom she had always wanted to surpass? And next to the pile of time bombs helped a woman and a 5 or 6-year-old child. The woman and child, needless to say, should be Zhang Bin's wife and child. Yi Fan then said, how come he didn't see Zhang Bin's wife and child locked up with Zhang Bin on the 3rd floor? So it turned out, they were locked up here. It seemed that Joe Kier had made a complete plan to prepare for Yi Chinga to lure her to the 7th floor, and then, use a time bomb to finish her off. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had already anticipated this, so he used the excuse of saving Zhang Bin to send Yi Chinga away. The nearby hospital. Yi Fan had explained long ago that as long as Yi Chinga brought Zhang Bin over, the hospital would do everything in its power to resuscitate Zhang Bin without asking for any reason. At this moment, Joe Kier was holding a remote control in her hand, facing the crowd and letting out a crazy laugh. Yi Fan looked at Joe Kor's near-crazy demeanor and knew that she was really going to press the remote control and die with everyone. Yi Fan naturally had absolute certainty that he could rush over and snatch the remote control from Joe Kor's hand before she pressed the switch, but he didn't do so and instead prepared himself to watch the show. Miss Joe Kier, why do you have to do this? The guy in the lead spoke up. Shut up, what do you guys know? I've been trained since I was a child for one purpose, and that is, to surpass and defeat Yi Chinga. No matter what means I use, I'm going to defeat her, even if it means dying together. So what? Ha ha ha, Joe Kier said angrily while laughing out loud. It's amazing that there are people out there who can handle anger and laughter so well. It's almost like a dual personality. Yi Fan looked at the nearly insane Joe Kor, but he did not expect that this crazy girl, for surpassing Yi Chinga, would be so persistent, so much so that she, even, was ready to die with Yi Chinga. This was, perhaps, Joe Kier's obsession. Who can say whether it is right or wrong to be obsessive? Sometimes obsession is a good thing, sometimes, not so much. Miss Joe Kier, I advise you not to act rashly. The guy leading the group, who was obviously not surprised by Joe Kier's insanity, opened his mouth, but he also didn't dare to let the experts around him to make a move on Joe Kier, because Queen had explained to him that no matter what, he had to protect Yi Fan. Even if he dropped a cold hair, they'll all die for their sins. So the guy who led the charge, how dare he do anything rash? The scene was frozen for a moment. Don't act rashly. Humph,
What are you in the organization? And you dare to talk to me, Zhou Kor, like this? Zhou Kier said. And suddenly, with a force, threw the remote control in her hand, with force, towards the guy leading the group. Seeing this, the guy in the lead didn't dare to mess around and quickly reached out to grab the remote control. Snap! Oomph! The guy in the lead let out a joyous scream. His hands were shaking as he grasped the remote control. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a remote control, it was an 8-ball. Yes, that's right, the very 8-ball of pool. No wonder. The guy in the lead let out a miserable scream. The weight of this 8-ball was not ordinary. Plus, the force of Zhou Kier's strike was not small. This time, I'm afraid that even if this hand of his wasn't ruined, he was still smashed. However, what is curious is that there is no pool in the crappy building either. So what is she doing with the 8-ball? Sure enough, the thinking of a madman cannot be surmised by the thinking of a normal person. Ha ha ha, dumbass. Fooled you. Here's the remote. Seeing that the lead guy fell for it, Zhou Kor laughed once again with a very smug expression on her face. Seeing this, some of the other experts couldn't stand it and were ready to make a move on Zhou Kor, but it was stopped by the guy leading it. Don't mess around. In case she presses the remote, we'll all have to die together. The guy in the lead said calmly. Ha ha ha, he's right. You guys better not mess around, or else, boom, everyone in this building, get buried together. Zhou Kier was once again arrogant. Yeah, well, big deal. We're all going to die together. But the question is, are you ready for that? Yifan finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth. He could sort of see that these experts sent by the Dark Leaf organization were not very good. The guy who led the charge was too indecisive, seeking stability in all things and not daring to take risks. No wonder. They still had to rely on kidnapping Zhang Bin's wife and children in order to force Zhang Bin to give in. They were far worse compared to Zhang Bin. What do you mean? You're questioning me for being afraid to press the remote, aren't you? When Zhou Kor heard Yifan's words, she was instantly enraged. I say, just you, are truly unqualified to challenge Yichinga. Do you really think that with these underhanded tactics of yours, you can take down Yichinga? Yifan coldly said, I'm not qualified to challenge Yichinga? You know, yes, that's right. I can't take down Yichinga, but I can take down you, Yichinga's master. Zhou Kier was furious. Star, Chapter 235. Cold and Heartless Beatrice. The big deal is death, and killing you, Yichinga's master, is not a loss for me. The more Zhou Kier spoke, the more insane the expression on her face became, and her hand, too, prepared to press the remote control in her hand. Aside from Yifan, everyone at the scene turned very pale when they saw this. The experts of the Dark Leaf organization, when carrying out a mission, were putting life and death at risk, but it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. If Zhou Kier detonated these time bombs, the entire building would be blown up, not to mention them. However, even though the situation had gotten this serious, Yifan remained indifferent. Seeing that, Zhou Kier was about to press the remote control in her hand, when suddenly, an icy voice, suddenly rang out. Senior sister, stop. A blonde, blue-eyed, foreign chick in an OL uniform, speaking in broken Mandarin, appeared. Senior sister Beatrice, what brings you here? Senior sister. When Zhou Kor saw the senior sister Beatrice in her mouth, she was, at that moment, no longer mad as hell. The insane expression on his face was replaced by fear. Looking at Beatrice, it was as if she were looking at the devil. Why am I here? Senior sister, I'm afraid I have to ask you about that. How dare you disobey your master and cause so many things to happen in the devil's capital of country Z, and also against our honorable Mr. Yifan, tell me, after I bring you back, what will master do to you? Humph, Beatrice grunted. You shut up, Zhou Kier exclaimed. However, Beatrice didn't pay any attention to her. Instead she turned to Yifan and said respectfully, Mr. Yifan, I'm really sorry for making you look at the joke. Don't worry, my master queen sent me here to give you an explanation on this matter. Mr. Yifan, Beatrice said, taking a leather whip from her waist. Seeing the leather whip, Zhou Kor's eyes, even more so, revealed a look of horror. What are you doing? Sister, do you think you can force me into submission just like that? Even if that master of yours comes to pressure me, it's useless. Didn't my master train me in the cruelest way since I was a child just to train me to come out and deal with the Tang sect master? Yichinga? Isn't it exactly what master wanted when I did all this? You all of you, go to hell, Zhou Kier said madly, then, pressed the remote control in her hand. Snap, the sound of a whip cracking rang out. Immediately after that, there was a miserable scream from Zhou Kor. Beatrice struck like the wind, fast, hard and accurate. A whip directly hit Zhou Kier's wrist, not only preventing Zhou Kier from pressing the remote control, but also, knocking the remote control directly away. The remote control flew right in Beatrice's direction, and she calmly walked over and caught it. But it doesn't end there. Snap! Another vicious whip, directly hitting Joe Kier's body. Instantly, Joe Kier's body was a bit miserable with skin splitting open and blood pouring out. Joe Kier once again let out a miserable scream. Bastard Beatrice, I'll fight you. Enraged, Joe Kier rushed over and was about to make a move on Beatrice. However, the difference in strength between her and her senior sister Beatrice was not small. Plus, she had eaten a punch from Yichinga when she was in Yifan's villa earlier. Although Yichinga had finally collected the force of her fist, that incomparably ferocious punch had long ago caused her to suffer serious internal injuries, and she was, at the moment, lucky to be able to exert 50% of her strength. Snap, snap, snap. Beatrice didn't say anything. She just had a cold face and lashed Yifan with whip after whip, accompanied by Joe Kier's guttural screams. All over her body, her skin was split open, and there was hardly any part of her that was intact. Damn, Beatrice, the pain, on the contrary, made Joe Kier's eyes, which were glaring at Beatrice, become more and more ferocious. She's like a panther. The more seriously injured she is, the more deadly she becomes. Go to hell. Gunfighting. Chuckle's right hand suddenly took out a pistol from behind her, pointed it at Beatrice, and was about to shoot. However, Beatrice's reflexes were faster than hers. Snap! Another whip viciously lashed Joe Kier's right hand, and instantly, the skin opened up again. However, for some reason, the pistol on Joe Kier's right hand suddenly ran to her left hand. Bang! Chuckle still has the shot. The experts of the Dark Leaf organization heard the gunshots and their scalps went numb. Is this the gunfighting technique that the Dark Leaf organization only passes on to its inner disciples? It's really subtle, and you can even fire a gun like this. But, in doing so, they were worried about Beatrice instead. Beatrice's form stiffened, but, of course, she hadn't been hit by the gun. She had just used some kind of special stance to avoid the bullet. After avoiding the bullet, Beatrice threw out another whip. As if the whip could turn, it viciously smacked Joe Kier's back, and blood burst out. Ah! Joe Kier let out a miserable scream, and this time, directly fell to the ground in pain. Humph! Gunfighting technique. Senior sister, you wouldn't have forgotten who taught you the gunfighting technique, Beatrice said coldly. Beatrice, I hate you. Even though she was rolling on the ground in pain, Joe Kier still shouted harsh words. Yifan appreciated the scene. I have to say, aside from some gore, it's just not too exciting to be pretty and whipped again. Humph! Seeing that Joe Kier was still able to put up a hard word, Beatrice's hand was even less merciful. Crackle! Snap! A whip followed a whip and viciously whipped Joe Kier. Joe Kier screamed miserably. Finally, after holding on for about a minute, her screams gradually weakened. It seemed that she should have fainted from the pain. Coldly looking at Joe Kier, who was only breathing weakly and no longer screaming miserably, the merciless Beatrice then put away her whip. The nearly 2-meter-long leather whip was surprisingly stained with blood. Obviously, it's not that Beatrice enjoys beating up Chuckle. This is an account given by Queen to Yifan. The fact that Queen is the head of the Dark Leaf organization means she's smart. Joe Kier had actually brought so much trouble to Yifan. She naturally had to give Yifan an explanation. That's the end of it? Unfortunately, Yifan appeared to be somewhat dissatisfied with this explanation. Beatrice sniffed, but she was dry. She took 2 steps towards Yifan. Then as soon as she knelt in front of Yifan, she opened her mouth. Mr. Yifan, the master has explained. If Mr. Yifan is not satisfied, the life of the senior sister, Mr. Yifan, you can take it as well. But, Beatrice begs Mr. Yifan, don't kill senior sister. I, Beatrice, am willing to take the blame for her for the mistake she has made, Beatrice said sincerely. Chapter 236, Take Beatrice. Are you willing to take the fall for her? Yifan gazed at Beatrice's white face and said indifferently. Beatrice was definitely a big blonde beauty with a face value of at least 90. Moreover, Yifan had seen many women with white skin. Which of the women around him didn't take excellent care of their skin? But, for whiteness of complexion, there is no woman who can match Beatrice. That's probably the advantage of being white. Yifan didn't deny that he was extremely interested in this Beatrice with skin like snow. Of course, Beatrice affirmed. Between words, she even sneaked a glance at Yifan with her eyes. It had to be said that even if she was as cold and ruthless as she was, she couldn't help but be shocked by Yifan's handsomeness after seeing him. If it wasn't for her, who had little interest in the affairs of men and women, she would probably be infatuated with Yifan as well. In that case, what are you waiting for? Come over here. Yifan beckoned to Beatrice. You guys, back off. Beatrice stood up and said to the experts of the Dark Leaf organization who froze at the side. Only then did she walk towards Yifan with elegant cat steps. Yes, the guy in the lead was very sensible, and with the others, was about to leave. Slow down, release them both and take them away with you. Yifan suddenly spoke. he won't play one. Zhang Bin's wife and son. Okay, Mr. Yi Fan. A few experts from the Dark Leaf organization rushed forward, releasing the woman and child and taking them both with them. Thank you, thank you. The woman was scared silly, but after she was saved, she still didn't forget to thank the men who released their mother and son. Don't thank us. If you want to thank us, thank Mr. Yi Fan. The guy leading the charge may not be able to do the job, but he can still do it. The woman sniffed and silently glanced at Yi Fan. Yi Fan nodded to her, indicating that he understood her feelings. The woman was then relieved to leave with her son. After the crowd left, the 7th floor was suddenly only Yi Fan. Beatrice had already laid on the ground dying. Jokor 3 people. Master, sister, don't. Lying on the ground, dying, Jokor let out a mosquito-like voice, but unfortunately, Beatrice didn't hear it. It turned out that Jokor's will was still very strong, and she had held on until now, but she hadn't even fainted yet. In other words, just now, the words that Beatrice had said to Yi Fan, she had heard them all in her ears. Then, in a daze, Jokir only saw Beatrice follow Yi Fan into a room. After this, Jokir fainted. 2 hours later, Yi Fan and Beatrice walked out of the room successively. Beatrice, you have satisfied me, Yi Fan said to Beatrice with satisfaction. Glancing at the dying Jokor on the ground, he said to Beatrice, she, then, is all yours. Beatrice sniffed. Her face was expressionless, and she just walked towards Jokor. Jokir had been unconscious for 2 hours, and coincidentally, the sound of the room door opening woke her up. In her daze, she saw her disheveled senior sister, Beatrice, picking her up. Looking at the back of the departing Yi Fan, Jokir's eyes were filled with anger. It was this man, who had defiled her senior sister's body. She would never let him go. Yi Fan didn't expect that Jokor, this crazy girl, would make such a big deal out of it. Even the time bomb was used. However, it was also thanks to her that Yi Fan got to taste the flavor of the foreign beauty Beatrice. Moreover, Queen's remedial measures regarding the aftermath of the incident had made Yi Fan feel relatively satisfied. So, this matter, too, was left at that. After all, the Dark Leaf organization was his own organization. What else could he do? Because of a little thing, an organization under his own hands, directly disbanded? Of course not. After taking Beatrice's first blood, Beatrice's stats, too, appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Name, Beatrice. Age, 22. Face value, 93. Charisma, 90. Strength, 95. Physical fitness, 98. Agility, 100. Intelligence, 87. Favorability, 75. Skills, martial arts skills, level 7. Fighting skills, level 7. Gunfighting, level 9. Beatrice's stats, by all accounts, are pretty good. Every other attribute, except for the intelligence value, was basically above 90. Agility, in particular, is at the limit of 100 in the general sense for ordinary people. Although, compared to Yi Fan and Yi Chinga, the gap was still huge. However, as an ordinary person, she was able to train her agility to the extreme, so it was evident that she was not ordinary. Looks like Queen is tuning up a good disciple. This limit value, of course, is only in a general sense. Even for ordinary people, with diligent and hard practice, they could still surpass their limits. Of course, it was even simpler for Yi Fan, who could directly use attribute points to raise his attribute value. Beatrice was a good piece of material, and a blonde beauty. If she was willing to follow Yi Fan wouldn't mind raising her strength and physique to average, or even making her agility break through the limit of 100. However, Beatrice wasn't too keen on men and women. Of course, this wouldn't disappoint Yi Fan in the slightest. It would only make him even more inspired to completely conquer her. It was only half a day after this incident. There have been a number of media reports on the explosions and recognized gunshots heard in the outskirts of Pudong. Soon, of course, the reports were suppressed, and the related news, too, was deleted. The next day, major news outlets reported a story. That is, on the outskirts of Pudong, 2 gangs clashed, triggering a gun battle, and even a time bomb was set off, killing and injuring many. 2 gangs, one is a local gang in Mordor. The boss is Wang Xiong, the other gang is a gang in Hong Kong City, which is said to be a ringing family. As for the gangs in Hong Kong City, why they ran to Mordor, and another gang, had a firefight, this is something that the news media did not report with any certainty. After this 2 gangs of gangsters firefight, Hong Kong City ring family, experienced the last time. Ring boss suddenly died violently after, is completely disappeared in the stage of history. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan. Yi Fan estimated that it was the relevant departments behind him that helped him to suppress this matter. Otherwise, he'd personally come out with a mysterious maid-suited girl, bloodbath the 2 major gangs.
and cause so many deaths,
and gunfights, and bomb explosions, and whatnot? How much will this matter reverberate in the community if it gets out? Chapter 237, Project Skynet. The authorities were not stupid. So, very sensible. They helped Yifan to cover up this matter, saying that it was a firefight between two major gangs. Besides, it was easier for the general public to accept that this was the result of a bloodbath between the two gangs than such an esoteric claim that two people had bloodshed the two gangs. It's not that ordinary people's eyes are blinded. It's their perceptions that limit their imagination. Having said that, Zhang Bin was very seriously injured in this incident. Yifan brought Yi Qingge and made a special trip to the hospital to visit him. It's okay. It's a serious injury, but his life was saved. His wife and son were also there, and after seeing Yifan, Zhang Bin's wife pulled her son and gave Yifan 1,000 thanks. She knew very well that it was this man who had saved their family. After Yifan and Zhang Bin exchanged a few pleasantries, he left with Yi Qingge. After the Zhou Kir incident, the days once again returned to their former calm. Until this day, people from the relevant departments once again approached Yifan. Mr. Yifan, hello, my name is Tianhai, the field of fields, the sea of the ocean. This time, there were a total of 3 people from the authorities, and the guy who led them, who spoke a bit funny, came up and introduced himself by name. Yifan then wondered, every time the relevant department sent someone to find him, it seemed to be a different person. What exactly was the reason? Yifan didn't ask much. Moreover, he didn't have to worry that it was some ill-intentioned person, posing as the relevant authorities, who had come to his door to find out things about him, because, from the license plate number of the red flag sedan they were riding in, Yifan could tell that they were indeed from the relevant department. What's up? Straight up. Even if it was someone sent by the relevant department, Yifan did not treat him with the slightest bit of politeness. Mr. Yifan is really quick to speak. Tianhai gave some more compliments before explaining the reason why they had come to find Yifan this time. It turned out that the last time Yifan provided the data information of the 6th generation fighter to the relevant departments, the country had already successfully built the first test plane based on this data information. Tianhai didn't hide anything from Yifan, and admitted quite frankly that recently, the country would increase the production speed of the 6th generation fighter. Once the mass manufacturing production, then, Z country's national power will greatly soar in a short period of time. The comprehensive national power may not be comparable to the old beaten M country, but in terms of military power, it may even catch up with M country. Tianhai was very excited when he said this. Outside of that, 2 other people from the department in question were all agog. Also, after all, is a short period of time, the military power to catch up with the M country. How exciting and invigorating a thing. But anyone who is a Z nationalist, not some banana with a yellow exterior and white interior, is excited by the rise of the country in a short period of time. Aha! After Yifan heard Tianhai's excitement, he just faintly answered. As a Z nationalist, he naturally wanted his country to be strong, but he was not interested in political matters in the slightest. Mr. Yifan deserves to be Mr. Yifan. No wonder the several patriarchs all think so highly of you. Tianhai once again patted Yifan's ass. Don't. Anything else you have to say, just say it. Yifan wasn't here to listen to people kissing ass, so he simply stopped Tianhai and told him to get on with the business. He had long since seen that this Tianhai was not the kind of person who liked to kiss ass, and he had something in his words. Mr. Yifan is really powerful. He can even know this. I still have something to say. Sure enough, Tianhai admitted it himself. Immediately afterward, he straightened his face and stated the real purpose of this special trip to find Yifan. It's like this. Recently, quite a lot of things have happened in Magic City. First, 2 villas, there were shootings, then again, a certain suburb in Pudong. There was an incident of a firefight between 2 major gangs. This is not even a small matter, especially the incident of the 2 major gangster firefights. There were quite a few heavy guns and even bombs. Even Mrs. Rang of the Rang family in Hong Kong City passed away in this incident. Certain departments of the local government have even opened a special case on the matter, investigating the connection between the incidents and defining them as terrorist activities carried out by foreign terrorists in the country. However, Mr. Yifan doesn't have to worry. These things, our relevant departments have already stepped in to solve them. Tianhai said this and glanced at Yifan, wanting to see his reaction. Unfortunately, Yifan didn't react at all. Indeed, these few incidents were all related to him. Even the ringing too was him deliberately letting Yi Qingge kick down from the 3rd floor. But so what? Yifan knew very well that those few patriarchs of the department concerned, knowing how powerful he was, would not dare to move him easily. Not to mention that he had taken out the data information of the 6th generation fighter. Just because he had a Tang sec behind him, they would have to think twice if they wanted to move her. So, Tianhai, at this time,
suddenly took a sharp turn and continued. In light of all the recent terrorist actions in the country, we would like to invite Mr. Yi Fan to once again cooperate with the country to build a super machine that can monitor the whole country. Tianhai finally said his real reason for coming. It turned out that it was the country that wanted to work with Yi Fan again. I believe that with the technology that Mr. Yi Fan do have at his disposal, it should be a very simple matter to create such a super machine. The country attaches great importance to this, and even that patriarch personally gave a name to this program, Skynet program. Tianhai continued. Oh, tell me about the country's specific requirements for this super machine Skynet. Yi Fan did not deny, did not first agree, did not refuse, just let Tianhai said. This super machine Skynet specific requirements. The specific requirements are such that the state hopes that Skynet can detect criminal traffickers and terrorists in advance, and can then put an end to their criminal plans and terrorist actions in advance. Tianhai said and added. In this way, terrorist actions like the ones in the past 2 days can also be done to eliminate them in advance. Don't you think so, Mr. Yi Fan? That's right, Yi Fan didn't deny it either. Now, he sort of understood why the relevant departments had approached him here. And it turned out that it was some visionary people in the country who had learned that the data information of the 6th generation fighter was provided by Yi Fan. It was already guessed that Yi Fan must have mastered a technology that was more advanced than modern technology. So the country wanted to cooperate with Yi Fan again, so that he could build a super robot for the country that could monitor the whole country. Skynet. Star. Chapter 238. The chip company is established. The requirement of Skynet is that it can not only monitor the whole country but, through data analysis, it can also detect criminals and terrorists in advance and stop them in advance when they are carrying out their criminal actions and terrorist plans. To be more specific, as long as this person's information is entered into the database, then, if he commits a crime, as long as his face appears in front of the surveillance, he will be immediately recognized by the super machine and immediately trigger the alarm. Even, this super machine can analyze the email sent and received, the web pages browsed, and the goods purchased online in the daily life of certain ordinary people, and surmise whether this person is going to carry out a criminal plan, thereby stopping the criminal plans of these ordinary people in advance. Such a super machine is naturally impossible with the current science and technology. This kind of technology, it must be at least 50 years ahead of modern technology. Even with the science and technology that Yi Fan now possessed, as well as with the help of Xiao AI, who was forever 20 years ahead of modern science and technology, it would be difficult to create such a super machine. However, Yi Fan didn't reject Tianhai and agreed to the matter. Okay, I promise on this one. Yi Fan is not the slightest bit worried that he will not be able to create Skynet, this super machine. With the help of the system, I believe, to create Skynet is not difficult. Ah, you promise? On the contrary, it was Tianhai who was shocked. He thought that this negotiation must be very difficult. After all, to create Skynet, such a super machine, is not a joke. Without mastering the level of science and technology 50 years ahead of modern science and technology, press simply cannot be manufactured. Tianhai still thought that even if Yi Fan reluctantly agreed to cooperate with the country in the end, he would surely put forward all sorts of conditions in his favor in this regard. For example, asking the state to solve something for him, or giving him certain special rights, or even a seat in Congress, etc. Yet no, through and through, Yi Fan agreed to this matter without mentioning any conditions at all. To give to your country without expecting anything in return, that's true patriotism. Tianhai, who had received the most authentic patriotic education since he was a child, looked at Yi Fan and sincerely felt admiration for him. Seeing that Yi Fan really didn't make any demands, he couldn't help but open his mouth instead. Mr. Yi Fan, thank you very much for your willingness to cooperate with the country again. If you have any conditions, feel free to put them forward. Tianhai spoke up. The conditions, Yi Fan really do not have. After all, doing something small for the country, Yi Fan really didn't plan to ask for anything in return. Just like before, Yi Fan had provided the country with data information on the 6th generation fighters, and there was not the slightest mention of a return either. Of course, after making friends with the country as the back, many things, such as the things Zhou Kor caused before, the country will secretly help Yi Fan to smooth things out, not needing Yi Fan to personally come out again, which is very convenient is true. If Yi Fan had gone against the state, it was estimated that these few things would be enough to cause the state to pay attention to him and then conduct all kinds of investigations on him, even less likely to stop the local government of Mordor from investigating the matter. However, even if there was no need or condition, Yi Fan still simply mentioned a condition, as a way to give face to the country and the relevant departments. Here's the deal, and I don't have much to offer, but surely to build a super machine the size of Skynet can't be done in some villa basement. I want to create a large chip company in the center of Magic City again, for use as a cover for the Skynet program.
I'll have someone secretly develop Skynet in this company. Of course, Skynet is the equivalent of a supercomputer. No, several supercomputers in parallel, servers and such.
Before Yi Fan could finish speaking,
Tian Hai took over.
Understood, Mr. Yi Fan. The chips, servers, and other materials needed to produce and manufacture Skynet will be paid for by the state on behalf of Mr.
Yi Fan, and won't cost Mr. Yi Fan a single penny, Tian Hai assured.
At this, Yi Fan was satisfied. It seemed that this Tian Hai was still quite good at what he did. As for the building needed to create the wafer company, as well as the land, there's no need for you to worry about that either.
Mr. Yi Fan, the state will prepare everything for you. Mr. Yi Fan, if you have any more requests, just feel free to put them forward. As long as it doesn't exceed my authority, I can make decisions for Mr. Yi Fan. Tian Hai spoke again. No more. That's it. Just get this chip company on the market as soon as possible.
Yi Fan opened his mouth.
Yes, then, we won't bother Mr. Yi Fan anymore.
After this, Tian Hai made a few more polite remarks before leading the two people from the relevant departments behind him and saying goodbye to Yi Fan.
3 months later,
a company called One Leaf One World Chip Technology went public.
Moreover, the company was created right in the center of the busiest city in Magic City.
You should know that the price of housing in the center of Mordor is not something that can be described by the word expensive.
It is really expensive. There are often dozens of different companies in a single commercial cradle, and the rental price is at least $1 million a year. However, this newly established One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company occupies a huge area, and even takes up the space of 4 or 5 office buildings. For a while, all the business predators in the center of Magic City were very curious as to who, in the end, was so rich to create such a huge chip company in the busiest part of the center of Magic City. This year's rent for the commercial building alone, I'm afraid it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars. However, they were wrong. Yi Fan created this chip company. He himself did not pay a penny. All the country out, rent and all that is a minor issue. The problem was that in a place like the CBD of Magic City, there was no businessman who could open a private business with such a large footprint, except for public facilities such as hospitals and schools. That said, the person who created this chip company must have come from a lot of money. At least, this person, who made the Mordor government, had to give him a face. At first, people were curious and speculated as to who it was that had such a big face. Even Big Horse, Little Horse, and Wang Lin, the business triumvirate of Country Z, were a little bit slightly dissatisfied when they heard about this matter. They've applied to the state several times to expand for the sake of their company, but it's time to expand. But there's been no word. It's a good thing this chip company came out of nowhere and took up space in 4 or 5 office buildings at once. Do you think they can be disgruntled? Of course you're upset. Chapter 239, Shocked People. However, as they inquired from the mouths of those in the know, and learned that this chip company was founded by that Mr. Yi, they were relieved. So it's him. It's okay then. Because of this matter, Yi Fan did not intentionally allow the state to intervene, so it was almost within a very short period of time that it spread throughout the entire Magic City. Magic City, those business predators, learned that this One Leaf, One World Chip Technology company is actually the mysterious Yi founded, have not felt strange. He's the only one who can be that powerful. Even if they are not convinced in their hearts, what can they do? Behind them, they have the backing of the state. Having said that, this chip company, which is a cover for the country's Skynet program, can the country not do its best? This chip company was established on the very day of the listing, but also organized a huge and powerful ribbon-cutting ceremony. In fact, Yi Fan did not want to make such a big fuss, but the country wanted to do a face-saving project, and Yi Fan had to cooperate. Otherwise, if outsiders have been curious and questioned what a chip company with such a large footprint is actually for, it can't possibly be taken seriously as just a chip company, right? Even, it will arouse the suspicion of foreign spies lurking in the country. That's going to put a lot of obstacles in the way for the Skynet program. What the state is trying to do is to remove as many obstacles as possible to the Skynet program. Get the face work done, make it pretty, and then no one will ever wonder what this chip company really does. Therefore, on the day of the establishment of One Leaf One World Chip Technology, almost all the business predators in Magic City came to support the company. Quite a number of people who had spoken up in the Magic City were also present in droves. The scene, that's hilarious. To describe it with those news media's exaggerated headlines, it would be, today, all the upper-class people in Magic City gathered at the One Leaf, One World Wafer Technology Company. One enters the chip company and has the feeling of being in the future of technology. Everywhere, it's full of technology. Even the tech guy at the front desk is a surreal, beautiful AI robot. People talk to her and find that she, surprisingly, can speak to people without hindrance, even answering questions for them. This is one leaf one world chip technology? It's so shocking. No wonder this wafer company is so big, because they produce high-tech wafers that are really promising. Yes, right now, what all countries emphasize the most is science and technology. It's only natural that our country attaches such importance to it. The high technology in this chip company is at least a few years ahead of the world. Yeah, this void imaging call technology is the first time I've seen it in reality, except in movies. It's awesome. No wonder the state is vigorously supporting this company. That's for sure. This is the company set up by that mysterious Mr. Yi. For a while, people were sighing with relief. And among so many people, it was inevitable that a few spies from other countries would be mixed in. At first, these spies were also very curious about what this wafer company actually did. It couldn't really be as simple as just producing wafers, could it? If you want to build factories to produce wafers, wouldn't it be better to build a few factories in the suburbs and find a lot with cheap land prices? Why do you have to forcefully vacate 4 or 5 office buildings in the busiest part of downtown Mordor to create this company? However, after seeing so much high-tech and chip technology, as well as hearing the bursts of amazement from the people around them, these international spies, in a way, let down their guard. Granted, the high-tech and chip technology demonstrated by this chip company is years ahead of modern technology. But what about the science and technology of that country, as they appear to be? Many countries, secretly developed high-tech products, especially high-tech weapons, naturally will not be the first time to expose their strength. All of them will be hidden for at least a couple of years, and when the time is right, everything will be made public. So, just a few years ahead of modern technology and all that, other countries, they can still accept it. So, many countries, then, asked their spies to stop investigating this chip company. Continuing to investigate would only expose their identities. You know, it takes a lot of money and resources to develop a great well-rounded spy. They didn't want to expose the spies they had carefully planted in country Z after all the hard work because of a high-tech company. Of course, not allowing them to continue to investigate the chip company does not mean that they no longer attach importance to this chip company. It's just a matter of not letting the spies continue their investigation. I'll keep a secret eye on it or I'll need to. Yes, this is the reason why the state, with its large flags, made the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the wafer company so intense. Instead of having those international spies, who were very curious about the chip company, always chipping away at their brains, all thinking of secretly investigating the chip company, it would be better to directly present them with something valuable, but not critical to see. After satisfying the curiosity of those international spies, their skepticism towards the wafer company would naturally be less heavy. This is where the state is brilliant. Yifan naturally understood the country's intentions, which was why he chose to cooperate. The ribbon-cutting ceremony, it must be said, was indeed intense. In addition to inviting almost all the business predators in Magic City, people who speak in Magic City also invited a whole lot of big names to help, which, naturally, included all 5 female artists under Tianfan Entertainment, Su Shishir, Big Sweet, Hotba, Lu Yifei, and even Zhao Xiaobiao, all made appearances. The first 4 are familiar to everyone, especially Su Shishir and Big Sweetie, the popular top stars, the goddesses in all men's hearts. As for Hotspur, after 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 Peach Blossoms became a huge hit. Her popularity, too, has been climbing, especially recently. There are news rumors. Skyfan Entertainment, which is the hand of the 3 biggest companies in the entertainment industry, is recently going out on a limb to create 2 hit original reality variety shows, regardless of overhead. And Hotba was a permanent guest on both variety shows. Star, Chapter 240, Didi, Xiaoma and Wang Lin are here too. In this way, naturally, the popularity of Hotba has spread almost all over the country. As for Lu Yifei, she used to be a first-tier star, the Lu Tianxian in people's minds. And now, although she only receives endorsements from international luxury brands, but these luxury brands do a really good job of advertising with time slots that air throughout the day. Therefore, Lu Yifei's current fame was not only not worse than her year, but also, it was even more red-hot. The only one who has not yet been recognized by the people at large is Zhao Xiaobone. Zhao Xiaobone's Flower Cubone is still being filmed and hasn't been aired yet, so it's only natural that her fame isn't too high. But after months of filming, Flower Cubone is nearing the end and is about to be wrapped up. I'm sure she'll be an instant hit once Flower Cubone airs. In addition, even if many of the people present, who didn't recognize Zhao Xiaobone, after seeing her blooming face, they all sighed with emotion. How could there be such a beautiful woman with such beauty and cuteness in this world? They could all predict now that Zhao Xiaobone would definitely be a big hit in the future.
The reason they thought so was not all because of Zhao Xiaobon's face value. It is also true that the artists signed by Tianfan Entertainment, even if it is a cat or a dog, are bound to be a big hit, right? Don't look at Tianfan Entertainment's banner. There are only 5 artists now, but they are now the top 3 companies in the entertainment industry, alright. Even that Tianyue Entertainment, which was once famous and extremely arrogant by creating traffic stars, was brought down by it. In addition to the 5 of them, Big Mimi, Naza, Hu Ge, Huo Jianhua, Wu Xiaojing, and even Chen Long, all of these big names, naturally, have all come to help support the show. In addition to these stars, other people, Mu Qingyan, the head of Jiahua Industry, and He Lin Lin, the head of Aussie Vegas, also came to support the event. It could be said that almost all of the women around Yifan had arrived. This is the first time these women, for the first time, have had the opportunity to get to know each other. Of course, they had all been conditioned by Yifan to be well behaved, meeting each other and following Yifan around. Surprisingly, no one was jealous because of it, let alone being unreasonable. When the crowd saw Yifan showing up with so many stunningly beautiful women, they were all envious and jealous. Is this what it's like to be surrounded by beautiful women? A man's dream. Of course, these are not to be envied. Even if they were also rich, worth millions or even billions, were they as handsome as Yifan? If they didn't, then don't blame them for not being able to enjoy this kind of treatment from Yifan. It is true that they can have several women out there on the basis of their wealth and power, not to mention that these women, in terms of face value, were absolutely no match for the women around Yifan, even if they are good looking. So what? Once the east window is exposed, they will have to suffer. Of course, none of this is anything. It was when the people saw, at all times, a maid-suit dressed, very young-looking girl following closely beside Yifan, that they were completely stunned. My God, there could be such a beautiful girl in this world. It's a fairy, isn't it? I always thought that my goddess Audrey Hepburn was already beautiful enough. I didn't realize that in this world, there are even more beautiful women than her. It's so beautiful. Not only is it pretty, it's also cute. I'm dead. What do you call a golden couple? A natural pair. This is called a natural pair. The man and the woman are perfect. For a while, people were in awe. The shock that Yi Qing's full face value brought to the people was too great. Just like Yifan, who gave those women a shock. It's only that some shallow women will be nymphomaniacs and squeal because of it. As for these well-mannered upper-class men, after seeing Yi Qing, they didn't let out any shouts, but only let out bursts of astonishment. If Yifan brought a dozen of stunningly beautiful women with him, what he brought to the people was the first wave of impact. The next 3 characters to appear, then, bring a second wave of impact. Jack Horse and Pony Horse are here too. Not only the 2 of them, Yida's Wang Lin is also here. Don't just look at the pretty girls. Here come the 3 big shots of our business world. No way. Even the 3 of them came to congratulate us personally? It has to be. Don't you guys know why the 3 of them have been so active on the vlog lately? That's because they're busy kissing Mr. Ye's ass. Only Mr. Yi has the face to be able to invite the 3 of them together? Invited by Mr. Yi? I don't think so. Let me just ask all of you. Are any of you invited by Mr. Yi? You didn't come here on your own. Moreover, it's not like you can come just because you want to. Without a bit of status, you simply can't even enter the gate. Suddenly someone spoke up. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Indeed, all of them, at least, were all dignified figures in Mordor, but who was invited by Mr. Yi? The answer was none. After they all learned that this chip company was founded by Yifan and had the support of the state behind it, they were able to get a palmful of admission tickets through various ways, even without spending a lot of money. What is the figure? Is to be able to look forward to this mysterious Mr. Ye's appearance. If one was lucky enough to have a few words with this mysterious Mr. Yi, it would all be worth it. Maybe they will have a lucky break because of this, and just like Wu Xiaojing in the beginning, they will be able to obtain several $100 million of financial support from Mr. Yi. You have to have a dream to be a human being, otherwise, what's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish? No way. Could it be that Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Yida's Wang Lin all came here on the news, with the same purpose as us, to kiss Mr. Ye's ass? Otherwise, what is the status of Mr. Yi, Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Yida's Wang Lin, just in the country? It's a triumvirate. In the international arena, especially those old capitalist countries, it's just like that. But I heard Mr. Yi is also very powerful abroad. Really? Of course it's true. Some time ago, what was the reason for the fuss about Aussie Vegas replacing Las Vegas as the world's #1 gambling city? You guys wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? I won't get to the specifics of what caused it,
but I've heard that Mr. Yi was there at the time. Not only that, I was fortunate enough to be on the scene at Las Vegas at that time, and I can tell you that Mr. Murphy's, the general director of Las Vegas at that time, also showed up. He was treating Mr. Yi with all the respect in the world. Star, Chapter 241, The Respectful Triumvirate. Now, you guys know that Mr. Yi's status and influence in the international arena, right? Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Wang Lin, in the international arena, are just a younger brother compared to Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is also too powerful. You thought I said that Las Vegas had organized a God of Gamblers competition on its own, and as a result, why the one who won the God of Gamblers crown would be our Aussie city's casino goddess, Ms. River Lin. As it turns out, it's Mr. Yi who stepped in. Yeah, I saw the news at the time and I was curious. Now I kind of get it. If Mr. Yi wasn't in Las Vegas at that time, with the style of the M's, how could the crown of the God of Gamblers have let it fall to another family? It must have fallen to their own king of gamblers. What's this? I have insider information. It is said that Mr. Yi has a large piece of real estate in Las Vegas, country. The entire villa area is all owned by Mr. Yi. You know all this? What the hell are you? I'm nah. Cough. Never mind. It's natural that it's not convenient to say more about this kind of thing. The person who spoke is the male assistant who sent Naza over to participate in this only ribbon-cutting ceremony. He would have liked to take this to pretend to be a bully, but think about it, or forget it. After all, he couldn't afford to offend Yi Fan. Just in case you want to get in trouble for talking too much. In that case, this mysterious Mr. Yi of ours is really powerful. Domestically, with state support, and internationally, with so much more status and influence. That's for sure. Otherwise, why do you think the country pays so much attention to him? Don't talk about all this nonsense. If I also had tens of billions of dollars in savings, I'm sure the country would value me too. Also, it's a real deposit, not an asset. The richest man in the world isn't even as rich as Mr. Yi. It is said that Mr. Yi, alone, occupies 10% of the country's wealth. Really? I've only heard about it, but I know that many of the international luxury brands are absolutely controlled by Mr. Yi. The designers all only have 1% of the shares. I've heard of this one. Mr. Yi is too good. With the appearance of Big Horse, Little Horse, and Wang Lin, it brought a great shock to the people, and the people who were present were talking about it. Usually, they are all powerful in the Magic City business world of the people, but, and the scene of these Big Brother compared to, they feel, they are still shallow, at best, is the stream of the end of the stream. It had to be said that this scene in front of them brought a great shock to them. The upper-class people who were worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Perhaps it was felt that the shocks weren't big enough. Big Horse, Little Horse, and Wang Lin, the three of them were as if they had agreed in advance, and after arriving at the scene, they coincidentally took their wine glasses and walked towards Yi Fan. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Pony Ma from Penguin, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to toast with you in person. The pony nodded and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, hello, I'm Jack Ma. I've long wanted to meet you personally, but I haven't had the time. This time, it is just right. Taking advantage of your company's new opening. Come to congratulate. Please forgive me, Mr. Yi. Little brother will not speak. First try for respect. Saying that, Daima Dango took a sip of the white wine in his hand and drained it. People had thought that the little horse's attitude towards Yi Fan was good enough, but they didn't expect that the big horse's attitude was even more respectful. That's just too unbelievable. You know, the big horse and the little horse. But how many successful people in the heart of the only worship of the idol? But they were so respectful to Yi Fan that they even lowered their voices a bit. If they compared it this way, they felt that they, the so-called successful people, were simply not even worthy of giving this Mr. Yi a toast. One would think that would be all. Who knows? Yi's old boss Wang Lin's performance is even more exaggerated. Only Wang Lin, after coming to Yi Fan with his wine cup, sounded very excited. Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang taught his son poorly, so please be a good man and let that brat go. This cup of wine, count me as a self-punishment. Saying that, Wang Lin drained a glass of white wine in one gulp, after which, he refilled it for himself. Mr. Yi, can I discuss one thing with you? I owe you those tens of billions. Can I delay the return deadline? Also, beg Mr. Yi, lend my old Wang a few more tens of billions to help Yi to get through this difficult time. As long as we get through this difficult time, Mr. Yi, you are my Wang Lin's great benefactor. I, Wang Lin, am willing to be an ox for you. Everyone in the room was stunned. Even if they had seen and heard it with their own eyes and ears,
They didn't believe for a moment that the balding middle-aged man in a suit in front of them was Wang Lin.
Is this something that Wang Lin, one of the big three, would say?
He's not the kind of guy who's going to come out in front of a crowd and say,
let's start with a small goal. Like, make $100 million. Is he the kind of person who would say something like that in front of everyone? For a moment,
where people were willing to accept the image of Wang Lin facing Yifan almost crying in pain and even almost kneeling down.
No, this must not be the big brother Wang Lin I know. People have thought so. But, that's the truth.
People then realized that Wang Lin actually owed Yifan tens of billions of dollars.
And moreover, he was planning to borrow another tens of billions from Yifan. For a moment everyone was silent. For Wang Lin to open his mouth to borrow money. And, the number is not small matter.
Yifan naturally did not have the first time
give him a reply.
However, the tens of billions that Wang Lin owed him, Yifan was generous.
Delaying the return period is fine, but the interest should be calculated according to double.
When Wang Lin heard this, he was that grateful and thanked Yifan profusely.
Several glasses of white wine in a row. In the end,
it was Yifan who saw that Wang Lin continued to go on like this,
fearing that he would not be able to make any jokes,
so he let the big horse and the little horse help him down. And only then did this matter end like this.
Of course, Wang Lin's good intentions paid off. That is,
Yifan promised him that he could borrow another tens of billions to give Yida a turnover.
After all,
tens of billions of dollars in the bank for nothing would be a waste if not used.
It would be better to lend it to Wang Lin and let it make money. Of course, this time,
the return that Yifan and Wang Lin wanted was not just interest,
but also dividends. That is to say, these tens of billions, Wang Lin can take it as much as he wants. But the money Wang Lin earns from investing with this money, he has to give Yifan 30% of the dividends. In other words, if Wang Lin's investment fails, there is still interest on the money owed,
and he still has to pay Yifan back. If the investment is successful and makes a lot of money, he still has to give Yifan 30% of the dividends.
This is a surefire deal. Of course Yifan did it. Chapter 242, starting to fill in the signatures again. Moreover,
Yifan believed that Wang Lin, the old business fox, had not yet aged.
And as long as he was given money, he could definitely make money. It's just a matter of making more or less money. Of course, Wang Lin thought so too. Otherwise,
how could he have the guts to borrow tens of billions of dollars from Yifan again as soon as he opened his mouth? Watching Big Horse and Little Horse exit the stage with Wang Lin on their frames, the people were all dumbfounded. The impact was wave after wave,
leaving them in a state of shock, unable to return to their senses for a long time. At the beginning, originally still feel that they are in the Magic City.
How to say is also a reigning Big Brother level characters.
Go up to Yifan toasting a wine.
He will certainly give their face of those people.
At the moment,
have not dared to have the idea of the beginning again.
Even the three giants,
Big Horse, Little Horse,
and Wang Lin,
were so low and respectful to Yifan that
even one, was almost about to kneel down. As for them, they might still be ranked bright in Mordor, but in the entire country of Z,
what qualifications did they have to compare with Big Horse, Little Horse,
and Wang Lin? It doesn't qualify at all. Since this was the case,
how could they dare to have the thought of going up to give Yifan a toast?
Even if there were any left,
the thought was hastily dismissed.
In this way, it saved Yifan a lot of work. Otherwise,
just dealing with these upper-class people who came to toast,
Yifan would probably be too busy, and he wasn't too keen on dealing with these copper-smelling businessmen. Now well, after the Big Horse, Small Horse and Wang Lin staged such a show, many people recognize their identity, do not dare to give Yifan toast, save Yifan a lot of trouble.
Yifan suspected that the simultaneous appearance of Big Horse, Little Horse, and Wang Lin was a hand deliberately arranged by the state. But no matter what the facts were, Yifan didn't have the heart to investigate such things. Instead of dwelling on these things,
it's better to interact with the beautiful women around you, more often, isn't it? After the people arrived, Yifan carried Yichinga and the 5 female artists signed by Tianfan Entertainment to the stage together for the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
As for Big Horse, Little Horse and Wang Lin, as well as those who really spoke up in Magic City, they naturally accompanied Yifan one after another.
Yifan didn't have any nonsense,
took the golden scissors and waved them in front of the crowd,
after which, he cut the colored satin.
With this scissors, One Leaf One World Chip Technology Company was officially declared.
The scene, too, was boiling throughout the ribbon-cutting ceremony, which lasted late. However,
Yifan left the scene early with a few beauties.
As for what to do, everyone who knows.
After the wafer company was established,
ostensibly, it was naturally a company that developed, manufactured, and produced high-tech wafers. And, throughout the company, there were tens of thousands of employees alone. Only the tens of thousands of employees are nothing more than a cover for the Skynet program. Even if there are international spies, or One Leaf,
one world chip technology company to hold suspicion, and continue to secretly investigate. Even if they check the identity of these tens of thousands of employees, it is impossible to have any gain, because the only person who really started to build the super machine Skynet was Yifan. Yifan didn't need to be helped either. Even if the country sent some high-tech talents to come and try to assist Yifan, it was useless. After all, the science and technology that was 50 years ahead of modern technology was beyond their comprehension. As for Yifan, he possessed an intelligence of 200, and the science and technology tree was even fully lit, so it was still very easy for him to understand science and technology that was 50 years ahead of modern technology. Moreover, Yifan is not really a person to make Skynet this super machine. He also has the help of Xiao AI in the system. Check how many signups I have left to make up, in order to complete the Skynet as soon as possible. Yifan also does not intend to continue to stay with those fill in the sign without. He intends to one-time all fill in the sign. After receiving these rewards for signing in, it must be an easy and simple task for Yifan to complete the Skynet. You still have 202 chances to make up your signature. May I ask the host, do you want to make up all of them at once? The system's voice quickly sounded in Yifan's mind. It turned out that without realizing it, it had been half a year since Yifan had crossed over. All re-signed at once, Yifan said without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a prompt sounded in Yifan's mind. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million renminbi. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 free attribute points. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 free skill points. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 super chip. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of life. Ding! The replenishment of the signature is successful. Congratulations to the host for the significant increase in all attributes. All attributes +1. Ding! The replenishment of the signature is successful. Congratulations to the host for the substantial increase in his physique. Strength +2. Physique +2. Agility +2. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the opportunity to upgrade the AI intelligence AI. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 99% of the shares of Marvel Group. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 99% of DC Group's shares. Ding! The re-signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the new computing language. Language X. It was only after several minutes that the voice in Yifan's head completely stopped. Looking at these sign-in rewards, Yifan was as if he had returned to the day he had just crossed over. The number of check-ins, though, is a bit of a gap compared to that one day of over 7,000 check-ins at once, just 202 days. However, it's worth noting that the further back you check in, the richer the rewards are. It's just like the game. The longer you sign in, the richer the rewards will naturally be, just like the rewards for free attribute points and skill points. In the beginning, only 1 point was rewarded, followed by 2 and 5 points. And now, with a single check-in, at least 10 points are rewarded. Moreover, Yifan seriously doubted that the system knew what he wanted. So, although there were only 202 days of signing in, the things that Yifan needed were surprisingly available in the rewards for signing in. Things like the super chip, the chance to upgrade the AI-only Lovey, and the ship's all-new computer language, Language X. With these few things, it must not be difficult to create a super machine Skynet, which is 50 years ahead of modern human technology. As before, these rewards can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is the money as well as share asset category, the second is the skill attribute category, and the third is the technological energy. Chapter 243, A New Computer Language. However, Yifan still noticed some rather special rewards. For example, longevity is increased by a bonus of 10 years. Don't look at just 10 years of life expectancy. With Yifan's current physique, it was no problem to live for hundreds of years, and an extra 10 years of life expectancy felt like nothing. But 10 years of life, it's worth more than money. How many billionaires are willing to spend a lifetime of continue for 10 years of life? Besides, these 10 years of lifespan that the system rewarded Yifan with could be transferred to others. That is to say, if there is a certain elder who refers to Yifan's respect, because his lifespan has reached its expiration date, he is going to die of old age. Yifan could completely transfer these 10 years of life to that elder, allowing him to live for 10 more years, continuing to benefit humanity for 10 years. There are too many people like that. For example, the father of hybrid rice, Prof. Yuan. Then there's that high school teacher who wasn't mean to Yevon's predecessor. They are old, and at some point, they may need to use those 10 years of life. Of course, Professor Yuan Yifan has only heard of his big name and has never seen him, while his predecessor's high school teacher, although his body is a bit sick, is just over 60 years old. According to the average life expectancy level of people nowadays, he still has at least 10 good years to live as long as he doesn't have an accident. But it didn't matter. With the 10 years of lifespan rewarded by the system, Yifan's big deal was to use it himself, or share it with the women around him. As for selling it for money, that's just a joke. Of course, what was money to Yifan but a string of numbers? If it wasn't for that, Yifan would not hesitate to lend Wan Lin another tens of billions, just because in Yifan's eyes, money could be said to be the most worthless thing of all. It would be better to reward him with 10 free attribute points or free skill points. Again, back to the super chip, the opportunity to upgrade the AI Smart AI, and the ships, all, new computer language, Language X. Let's start with the super chip, a reward for the system's 100-day sign-up. Don't look at this super chip, it's only the size of your palm, but according to the system, it's 100 years more advanced in terms of both performance and accessing data. In particular, a very advanced data compression technique is used for storage. Don't look at it as small, but the storage space is 100 million times the storage space realized in the chip. Previously, Yifan was worried that only 4 or 5 commercial buildings could store all the servers of the supermachine Skynet. After all, Skynet has to monitor the whole country, more than 1 billion people. The data and information is certainly massive, and there is no way to support it without a huge server. But now, Yifan didn't have to but it at all. With this super chip in hand, Skynet's servers are no problem at all. Even the super chip is enough to store all the data and information of Skynet. After talking about the super chip, it's time to talk about the opportunity to upgrade the AI Smart AI. After Yifan obtained this reward again, he naturally did not hesitate and upgraded Xiao AI at the first opportunity. Then, before his eyes, a miraculous scene took place, only to see a certain laptop in front of his eyes suddenly emitted a golden light. The original laptop, which was still flat and uninteresting, whether it was the appearance or the interface, it had become even cooler and more technological. Isn't this the special effect when certain handheld items are upgraded? Yifan looked at this scene without a doubt. How about being that relevant? After upgrading Little Love, it is now 30 years ahead of modern human technology forever, with more features and, well, more intelligence. Yifan only needed to tell Xiao AI that they wanted to build a supermachine Skynet, and she immediately understood. That is to say, the manufacture of the Skynet thing. Leave it to AI. This AI intelligence can be. Yifan did not need him to interfere too much in this matter at all, except for providing some support and guidance in technical aspects. Moreover, Yifan also gave AI the right to be the president of the wafer company. She is allowed to manage the wafer company in its entirety and can deploy all the company's human and material resources at will. Now, the employees of the chip company knew that their company had a president named AI, but no one had ever seen her real face. The employees dare not say anything about this or even discuss it, because the chip company is so hierarchical. They just thought it was because they weren't hierarchical enough to get access to the company's top Little Love president. Besides, the wages, treatment and benefits given to the employees by the wafer company, that's a good one. Far hangs other companies, even foreign capitalist companies. So no one wants to get fired for presumptuously discussing such things as company executives. The chip company was handed over to Xiao AI to take care of, while Yifan, naturally, could just be a loafing big boss behind the scenes. Finally, there's the ships, all, new computer language, Language X. Don't look at this as just a computer language, but, compared to the popular languages on the market now, what C#, Python, are much too concise. Just write the software in a language and text that you are familiar with. Even if you don't have any basic computer skills, you can become a master programmer if you use the X language. In other words, Language X is a complete conversion of complex, redundant code into common words, and tens of thousands of times more succinct. Normally, you'd need tens of thousands of lines of code to write a small program, but you don't need to be responsible at all with Language X. Even with just a few simple lines of code, it's done. It's like a programmer's perk. Of course, X language was many versions ahead of the current computer languages, and Yifan did not intend to, just like that, release X language. It was enough that he, himself and AI, could use it. Creating the supermachine Skynet is not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time. Even if Yifan had the help of Xiao AI and the many convenient props provided by the system, it would still take at least several months. Therefore, on the matter of creating the Skynet, Yifan is not in a hurry, and can just leave it to Xiao AI. Although AI was only an AI intelligence, she could mobilize all the human and material resources in the company, meaning that there were tens of thousands of uninformed employees in the company assisting her, assembling servers and whatnot for her. There was no need for Yifan to personally intervene. Everything could be handed over to Xiao AI. Yi Fan only needed to wait to receive the results a few months later.
Chapter 244, Take Down Xiao Xiaobon.
After checking the information of all the items rewarded by the supplementary sign,
Yi Fan's gaze, once again,
returned to himself.
Host, Yi Fan, age, 20, face value, 110, charisma, 110, strength, 220, body mass, 220, agility, 220, intelligence, 220, skills, martial arts skills, level 10, fighting skills, level 10, computer skills, level 10, business management skills, level 10, fishing skills, level 10, wilderness survival skills, level 10, puzzle solving and reasoning skills, level 10, free attribute points, 6123, free skill points, 9012.
From Yi Fan's data information, it was not difficult to see that the face value and charm value could also break through the limit values of ordinary people. It was only after 100 points, but for every point that was raised, 10 free attribute points needed to be spent, so Yi Fan just didn't feel it was necessary. As for strength, physique, agility and intelligence, the rewards gained from this resignature had also raised them all the way up to 220 points.
You know, after 200 points, every point you raise,
you need to spend 100 free attribute points. It could be seen that in fact, the system's resigning rewards were the most trashy,
and apart from the rewards in terms of money,
it was the rewards of free attribute points and free skill points. The attribute points directly rewarded by the system were much better than free attribute points and free skill points, although it was either +1 total attributes or +2 to each of strength,
physique, agility and intelligence.
After the attribute value was raised to 200 points, 1 point was equivalent to 100 free attribute points,
which was simply a huge profit.
In addition to the changes that had occurred in terms of data, Yi Fan had also gained several more skills, including but not limited to fishing skills, wilderness survival skills, puzzle solving and reasoning skills,
and so on. The skills that were rewarded were uniformly level 3,
so Yi Fan naturally took a breath and leveled them all up to level 10.
Upgrading these skills, however, does not consume many free skill points, so a whole lot of it.
Yi Fan's free attribute points and own skill points,
instead of decreasing, had increased again. In this way,
Yi Fan wasn't worried at all about not having free attribute points and free skill points. Even if there were more women around, he was able to casually raise their attribute values and skill levels.
As for using it on yourself,
Yi Fan felt that the world he was currently living in was an urban world anyway.
The most powerful people are, at best, martial arts practitioners.
There was absolutely no need to raise his attribute values and skill levels anymore.
Unless, of course, he wants to be superhuman.
But in this urban world,
super gods seem to be completely unnecessary, right? In that case, so be it.
After months of long filming time,
Xiao Xiaobon's flower cubone has finally wrapped.
Yi Fan hadn't had the time to visit Xiao Xiaobon's class, but in order to show that he was treating all of Tian Fan Entertainment's contracted artists equally, Yi Fan decided to take this opportunity to visit his class. After the finalization of flower cubone, a celebration banquet was held. However, no outsiders were invited. It was all the cast and in-house staff of the show, celebrating on their own. Yi Fan, the big boss, came to the scene of the crew, which could be said to have brought a surprise to everyone in the crew, as well, especially Xiao Xiaobon. She had, before, suddenly received several $100 million that Yi Fan had transferred to her account and had been flattered. Now, seeing that Yi Fan valued her so much and even came to visit her personally on the set, she was even more touched by that in her heart.
Thinking about, when they first met, their impression of Yi Fan was actually the image of a playboy. Xiao Xiaobon now thought about it, but inexplicably felt a little sweet. This time when he came to visit the class,
Yi Fan naturally came with benefits. All he said was one sentence that had everyone in the crew abuzz.
That is, all the staff of the crew,
from the director to the smallest logistical staff serving tea and water, will be able to receive a share of the proceeds after the release of Flower Cubone.
For a moment, all the crew was abuzz. There were cries of, Mr. Yi is atmospheric. Mr. Yi is magnificent. They are following the right person by following Mr. Yi. The reason why Yi Fan did this, of course, was not because he was stupid and had a lot of money, but because he was quite optimistic about this crew, and in the future, they would be Xiao Xiaobon's royal crew. Spending a small amount of money can make all the employees of a crew, from now on, do their best to work and build Xiao Xiaobiao better. What's not to like? Moreover, Yi Fan was a very careful calculator. The dividend he let out was only 10% of the total earnings. The remaining 90% of the earnings, naturally, all fell into his pocket. But the cast and crew, who all know that Flower Cubone is incredibly powerful, whether it is in terms of scripts, actors, filming, special effects, after the release, a big hit is a sure thing.
even if it's only a 10% share of the proceeds,
which is still shared equally by everyone. It's still a lot of money. Everyone in the crew was excited about it.
Seeing the crew members who had worked together for so long,
each one so happy, Zhao Xiaobon was also genuinely happy for them.
When she looked at Yi Fan, her eyes were even more full of longing. So there was a cue to get the two together. In a burst of together coaxing, Zhao Xiaobon blushed, but she didn't let the crowd stop fooling around.
What does she mean by that? As long as she's not a cutie. I don't know. Of course Yi Fan is not stupid.
Understand Zhao Xiaobon's meaning. She is the default want to be with Yi Fan this matter.
On this day, Zhao Xiaobon, a good girl, drank a lot of juice, all a little drunk.
The reason why it's all juice and no alcohol,
naturally,
it was because Yi Fan wouldn't let her drink. Zhao Xiaobon naturally listened to Yi Fan. After the celebration was over, the people were all very sensible and stopped bothering the two of them, Yi Fan and Zhao Xiaobon. Yi Fan was even more direct and took Zhao Xiaobon and went to a nearby upscale hotel to open a room. Took one blood from Zhao Xiaobon.
Name Zhao Xiaobon. Age, 19. Face value, 96. Charisma, 93. Strength, 70. Physical fitness, 69. Agility, 75. Intelligence, 82. Favorability, 95. Skills, acting skills, level 5. Singing skills, level 3. Cooking skills, level 3. Variety skills, level 1. Attributes, without going into much detail, can be described as excellent,
except for the weak points of all women.
In terms of strength, physique, and agility, especially in terms of face value, out of Yi Fan's expectation, it was as high as 96 as Mu Qingyan.
Of course, Zhao Xiaobon's face value was not as good as Mu Qingyan's,
giving people a feeling of astonishment.
Maybe her face is more of a reflection of how well behaved and cute she is. What surprised Yi Fan the most was that Zhao Xiaobon's favorability towards him was as high as 95 points, which could be said to be very high.
That said, he left a not so good impression on people in his first appearance. Shouldn't his favorability not be high? Star. Chapter 245, the new variety show Running Man is online.
Of course, Yi Fan didn't dig deeper on this matter. Who could guess the mind of a girl? As for skills,
Zhao Xiaobon's acting skill was surprisingly at level 5,
much higher than the likes of Big Sweetie,
Hotba, and Naza, and even one level higher than Big Mimi. Of course, Big Mimi's acting skills, too, were improving, and after acting in 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 peach blossoms, her acting skills, too, were upgraded to level 5. From a top-tier star, it's a leap to a top star. Zhao Xiaobon's acting skill level was so high, it was no wonder. Her acting was so great, but apart from acting, singing and cooking, she's okay.
But in terms of variety skills,
Yi Fan looked at the variety skill level of only 1 and realized that she was definitely a variety black hole.
It seems that in the future, it is important to minimize scheduling her on variety shows.
Except, of course, when promoting a movie or television production.
For Zhao Xiaobon, Yi Fan was quite fond of him. Moreover, her performance tonight was very satisfactory to Yi Fan,
and well-behaved and birdlike.
What man wouldn't like that?
Therefore, Yi Fan didn't mind,
secretly raising Zhao Xiaobon's attribute value and skill level, in addition to the face value remaining unchanged.
The charisma and intelligence values,
Yi Fan raised them to 95 respectively,
and as for the strength, physique, and agility aspects, he also added 5 points each. In this way, Zhao Xiaobon became even more perfect. It's not perfect, but at least, it's 9 out of 10. Skill-wise,
there was no change except for the performing skill, which was a strong point, because Yi Fan believed that through her own efforts,
the performing skill level would definitely be gradually improved.
In terms of other skills, Yi Fan also gave each of them a 1-level boost. It could be said that Zhao Xiaobon was the first woman,
Yi Fan,
to spend so many free attribute points and free skill points on.
Not that she wasn't perfect, but, rather, trying to make her even more so.
It took some time after the production of Flower Cubone before it was officially released in theaters.
The drama, once released, naturally exploded across the country. Almost everywhere on the street, people are talking about this TV show. Major TV stations, too, are scrambling to buy the rights to broadcast Flower Cubone. This spectacle is perhaps only comparable to the major television stations competing to broadcast Pearl Grid more than a decade ago. And Zhao Xiaobon was also completely famous with the TV series Flower Cubone and started to make it big. She has been highly appreciated and recognized by the audience with her face value as well as her excellent acting skills. Many people even through this TV series only know
the original showbiz. There is such a face value, but also hard-working female artists exist. And Zhao Xiaobiao even won the Golden Eagle Award for Best Actress for Flower Cubone and her over-the-top acting skills.
Zhao Xiaobon's big hit made the artists in the entertainment industry even more eager for Tianfan Entertainment. Because Tianfan Entertainment once again used their strength to prove that as long as an artist is signed under their banner, no matter what, they can make them popular in a short period of time. In the minds of the artists in the entertainment industry, compared to the other two major entertainment companies, Tianfan Entertainment was simply the holy land that all of them aspired to in their hearts. As long as it's an entertainer, no matter how famous he is now, if they were asked which entertainment company they would most like to sign with, the answer was uniform and certain. And that was Tianfan Entertainment. Zhao Xiaobon's big hit was just the beginning. Not long after Flower Cubone was released on major TV stations and online platforms, Tianfan Entertainment launched two more original celebrity reality variety shows.
One is called Running Man and the other is called Extreme Challenge.
The two celebrity reality variety shows, naturally, did not start at the same time,
but were successively separated by a period of time,
but not far apart. And, for both of these variety shows, there is a regular female guest, and that's Hotba.
There can be a stark contrast between Hotspur and Zhao Xiaobiao,
a variety arts black hole,
who is a variety arts genius.
So, naturally, Yifan would not bury Jiba's talent for variety, and personally worked for her to get two celebrity reality variety shows. And today, it's time for the first variety show, Running Man, to officially start filming and airing live. Yes, the first installment of the first season of Running Man.
Yifan came to a bold attempt to directly adopt the situation of live broadcast. There is no post-production editing,
and the interaction between the stars, as well as their impromptu reactions and performances, are presented to the audience in the most intuitive way in the program.
This can be said to be a great challenge for celebrities with iconoclastic baggage.
After all, there's no post-production careful editing. So what do they do when their thing makes a fool of itself on the show? The show's answer, however, reassured these stars, through and through, because the program group for each star have arranged 4 to 5 photographers. Real-time follow-up shooting will be their best side, presented to the audience. Moreover, the backstage staff, who are also professionals hired by the program at great expense, will have various ways to deal with the star if he or she appears to make a fool of himself or herself. The easiest way to deal with this is to cut the scene directly to a shot of another celebrity. With the show's reassurance, these stars, too, are relieved. Isn't it just a live broadcast? Isn't it just a test of their on-the-spot reflexes? What's wrong with that? Can't they? Of course, the main reason for these stars not turning down the program's offer was still that this variety show was launched by Tianfan Entertainment. Which celebrity artist doesn't know about Tianfan Entertainment's current position in the entertainment industry? Even if the program group, in the first phase of the program, had given all of them a heavenly test, they were more than happy to receive an offer from a variety show put out by Tianfan Entertainment. As for the paycheck for an installment of appearances, how much money is involved is less important. Ahem. Of course, having said that, the paychecks the show gives, that's really a lot. The last thing Tianfan Entertainment lacks when it comes to launching variety shows is naturally money. The publicity has been going on for a long time before the show even started. So, even before the program started today, there were already a lot of viewers gathered in front of their TV sets or in front of their computers, waiting for the program to start. Hasn't it started yet? I can't wait. Don't worry, it's only a minute away. Great, it's finally time for Running Man to start. I've been looking forward to it since a month ago, after watching the show's ad campaign. Me too. It's kind of fun to watch the commercial promos they make. Star, ______.